Chapter 1, Me, a disciple of Dayun, Yi Yunfei. Yanjing, Tianxiao Small Theater. Dayun Society Headquarters. 300 spectators packed the venue, most of whom were enthusiasts of traditional culture, but even more were tourists who had traveled to Yanjing from all over the country. As a representative of traditional culture today, Dayun Club's reputation is at its peak, and coming to Beijing to listen to a crosstalk performance is a must-do for tourists. What a coincidence, Master Gui isn't here today. It feels like something's missing. Ha! But I came all this way. You didn't check the program schedule before coming, did you? But don't be discouraged, the young performers at Dayun Club are quite good. I particularly think highly of Yin Hexian, that young lad. Yin Hexian? I've seen his videos, they're really good. Finally, I feel a bit comforted. That's a relief. Ha, so the young master of Dayun Club is here too. Interesting, I'd like to see how much of old Guo's skills he's inherited. Hearing someone mention the young master of Dayun Club, a group of old-timers from Beijing couldn't help but shake their heads and offer some advice. Guo Qi, this young lad, may be the son of Master Gua, but he's still far from reaching his father's level. Yeah, last time I attended one of his wedding ceremonies, and it was such a bumpy ride all the way, quite miserable indeed. Was it really that bad? The old man must be talking nonsense, right? Nonsense? The old man chuckled, young man, just wait and see. Today's event, I reckon, is probably meant to test the youngster's courage. Hearing the old man's confident tone, the group of tourists suddenly felt uncertain. But now that the tickets were already bought, refunding them was definitely out of the question. Might as well give it a listen, at least there's Yin Hexian to hold the fort, right? When the tourists curiously opened the program list, they were instantly shocked. Is there a mistake with the program lineup? Why isn't Yin Hexian paired with Kong Yunrong? The surrounding men, young and old, were also quite worried upon hearing this exclamation. Originally, Yin Hexian's skills were the most solid in the team, and his partnership with Kong Yunrong worked very well. Yet, today's program list unexpectedly read, Yi Yunfei. This actor joined the Dayun Society a few years ago, but in all this time, no one had seen him perform. Thus, he left almost no impression on anyone, with only his name listed online. In other words, is today his debut performance? Although Yin Hexian's supporting comedy skills are quite good, paired with a lead comedian who lacks performance experience, even the best supporting act can't showcase their true potential. Is this really a good pairing? Or is Dayun Society starting to slack off with their audience? The audience is left feeling uncertain. I really don't know how this arrangement was made this time. The whole team consists of inexperienced young people. It feels like they're not training the youngsters, but rather training Yin Hexian. That makes sense. Pressure creates motivation. As the captain, one indeed needs to shoulder more responsibilities. It seems old Gua has a lot of ideas for Zhuangzhuang. Meanwhile, backstage at the performance, many actors stood aside, each doing their final rehearsals. This performance was indeed specially arranged by Guo Digang. Several newcomers who weren't originally part of the fourth performance team came to make guest appearances, adding quite a bit of pressure to Yin Hexian. However, the more experienced Sun Yu was also nearby to help keep things in order. Although there were many people backstage, it wasn't chaotic, everything proceeded in a well-organized and intense manner. Soon, the actors for the first act had their costumes ready and stepped onto the performance stage. Meanwhile, in the crowd on the other side, a handsome young man closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and raised his head. Judging by his furrowed brows, he wasn't as composed as he appeared. Senior brother? Still nervous? Yin Hexian walked over and said, it's natural to feel this way for your first performance. Just relax. Pulling the foreign slides isn't difficult, just perform as well as you usually do in practice, and you'll be fine. Do you want to practice a bit more? While there's still some time left? Beside the young man, temporary partner Yin Hexian was helping him adjust his mindset. Yi Yunfei silently lowered his head without responding, as his thoughts had already drifted far beyond the clouds. 2 years ago, he suddenly found himself transported to this world highly parallel to Earth, becoming one of Gui Digang's disciples. He had thought he might activate some system or golden finger, propelling him to the pinnacle of life. Never could he have imagined that his life would turn out so tragically. As an apprentice in crosstalk, Yi Yunfei showed not a shred of talent, merely mediocrity, so much so that Gui Digang didn't dare let him perform on stage even after 7 or 8 years. Younger apprentices began to shine, while he, the senior disciple, remained in the courtyard practicing the 4 foundational skills with thin air. Although he was a time traveler, he couldn't effortlessly become a literary plagiarist like the protagonists in novels, nor could he make a fortune by simply writing songs, because he had been just an ordinary young man before, unable to remember those things or create those works. He was nothing more than an utterly ordinary person. The only blessing was that he had found a good master Gui Digang who at least ensured Yi Yunfei's livelihood in Beijing, preventing him from becoming the first time traveler in history to starve to death. Yet, even with such a good teacher, Yi Yunfei's performance was far from satisfactory. Despite his efforts to master this craft and rise above others, he struggled. Unfortunately, the outcome was just that cruel. Yi Yunfei was both angry and helpless. Look at the protagonists in other novels, with all sorts of overpowered systems, but him? He had nothing. Is this something a human would even do? Thrown into this kind of place with nothing given, are they trying to screw me over? At this point, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but complain. But just then, a pleasant notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Perfect comedian system activated. A strange voice echoed in Yi Yunfei's mind, instantly leaving him stunned. Is this a system? Yi Yunfei's mind went completely blank. For 2 years, he tried countless methods to awaken the system, but each attempt ended in failure, leaving him utterly hopeless. Yet unexpectedly, 2 years later, the system inexplicably awakened. Yi Yunfei's emotions were incredibly complex at this moment: resentment, astonishment, excitement, and tears of joy all mingled together. After taking several deep breaths, he finally calmed down. Tell me about your features, system. A cold, mechanical voice sounded. This system is the perfect comedian system, designed to assist the host in becoming the most perfect comedian. The host can earn joy points by bringing laughter to the audience and use these points for system draws. As this is the host's first time awakening the system, you have been granted 1 golden will draw opportunity. Would you like to draw now? As soon as the words fell, a virtual roulette will appeared before Yi Yunfei. The wheel had 5 types of prizes: participation prize 1,000 points, bronze prize 10,000 points, silver prize 100,000 points, gold prize 1 million points, and diamond prize 10 million points. The entire roulette wheel before Yi Yunfei was gold in color, with all the rewards being gold level, which could be considered a kind of benefit for newcomers. Draw the prize. Yi Yunfei didn't hesitate and confirmed directly. Now it's all up to this to save his life. The next moment, light flickered as the roulette wheel began to spin, making Yi Yunfei's heart race with excitement. 10 seconds later, the wheel came to a stop. The golden roulette is filled entirely with golden prizes, their quality beyond doubt. Now it's just a matter of seeing what type of reward you'll get. Ding! Congratulations! You've received the reward, Crowd Control Mastery Gold Tier. Stage Control Mastery. When you step onto the stage, your ability to command the audience will be greatly enhanced. Stage Control 999. Chapter 2, The Grand Finale. Stage Control Mastery? Yi Yunfei's mouth went dry. The effect was overwhelmingly powerful. As a crosstalk performer, stage control is extremely important. The seasoned master stands on stage, continuously energizing the atmosphere and guiding the audience's emotions along with the performance. As for the newcomers, like these young people today, they're all nervous before going on stage, and their decent foundational skills instantly regress to square one. Yi Yunfei is no exception. His skills are definitely passable now, but he's just too nervous on stage, causing his 60-point ability to perform at less than half its potential. In fact, this is a common plight for many newcomers in crosstalk comedy. Even those who have been performing for a while can barely showcase their true abilities, still far from being at ease on stage. Soon, Yi Yunfei figured everything out. In the future, he could rely on the system to gradually master all the techniques. This performance is his golden opportunity. Senior brother, senior brother? The voice of Yan Hexian grew clearer in his ears. Yi Yunfei snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Yan Hexian noticed his distracted state and suddenly thought, brother, we still have time, should we run through it again? Sure. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, but let's skip the peep show this time. While I was spacing out just now, I came up with a few new jokes. If you play along with me, the effect should be great. Ha! Yan Hexian's eyes widened in astonishment, completely dumbfounded, not performing pulling foreign slides? Instead, introducing new material? Yi Yunfei nodded, Pulling foreign slides is a famous traditional crosstalk piece which would normally be fine, but given the current situation, it really can't be performed as usual. If they truly wanted to turn the tide, they needed something fresh and innovative. Seeing Yi Yunfei wasn't joking, Yan Hexian genuinely hesitated. To be honest, he also really wanted to come up with something new to make the performance better, but he was more concerned about Yi Yunfei's condition. New material would certainly have a great effect, but it was also more challenging, especially since the two of them had barely rehearsed it. In other words, everything would depend on their improvisation from then on. Will this work? Don't be fooled by Yi Yunfei being the senior brother. He has absolutely no performance experience. Yan Hexian truly didn't dare to bet on his impromptu performance, it was just too crazy. Just as he was about to refuse, a junior brother suddenly ran over in a panic, shouting, Senior brother, it's bad. 9th grade is having stomach trouble, and it's our turn to go on stage now, but he still hasn't come out. No sooner had one wave subsided than another rose. Yan Hexian's mind went completely blank, and he paced around anxiously. Don't panic, let me think of a solution. The junior apprentice brother gritted his teeth. Senior brother, should I go up and perform with clappers? Yan Hexian immediately shook his head. No, the situation is already like this. If we switch to clappers now, the audience will probably really start leaving. What's wrong? Don't just stand there, it's time to go on stage. Where's the 9th rank? Just when they were at their wits' end, Sun Yu came over from the other side, her belly protruding. At the first sight of Sun Yu, Yen Hexian felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Oh dear, uncle, you finally come." Sun Yu glanced at the group and asked, "What's going on? You all seem so anxious." "Here's the thing." Yen Hexian quickly stepped forward to explain the whole situation clearly. Sun Yu frowned and said, "Oh, at this critical moment? What do you plan to do? The higher-ups are urging us to get on stage right away. What else can I do? I'll go up first to get through this performance, and the next one will be the last." Yen Hexian clasped his fists and looked at him pitifully. "Uncle, please help save the show. I'm really at my wits' end." Sun Yu's skill as a straight man is beyond doubt. As long as Yi Yunfei can deliver the punchline, he will surely catch it. This way, the performance issues were basically resolved. Secondly, initially, Yen Hexian was scheduled to appear last as the grand finale, aiming to prevent the audience from leaving midway. But if Sun Yu steps in to help save the show, then Yen Hexian can take the stage earlier and smoothly transition into the penultimate act, which will surely pique the audience's curiosity. By the time Sun Yu, the headliner, appears, I believe they'll have no complaints left. Saving the day won't be a problem. Besides, I really can't think of a better solution. Beside them, Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. He had some impression of this young man. Though he'd never performed on stage, he was always the most diligent during practice. Come to think of it, he was quite similar to how he himself had been as an apprentice. Alright, hurry up and take him on stage. If we delay any longer, it'll turn into a performance mishap. Saving the show is as urgent as putting out a fire. Sun Yu couldn't possibly refuse to help. Yen Hexian expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Great, thank you, uncle. You two chat, I'll head on stage now." Go ahead, go ahead." Sun Yu waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Yi Yunfei and said with a smile, "At first, I heard from Yi Xian that you were very nervous, but it seems like you're in good shape now." Once I adjusted, I wasn't nervous anymore. Unlike the frantic Yen Hexian, Yi Yunfei was indeed very calm, especially after the straight man was replaced by Sun Yu. Yen Hexian certainly had the skills, but he was still a bit worried. After all, these were all new jokes, and if he couldn't deliver them well, the impact would be significant. Yi Yunfei also planned to use this performance to earn a good amount of joy points. Now that his partner had been switched to Sun Yu, he could feel much more at ease. At the very least, within this troupe, aside from the Queen, his comedic timing and support were undoubtedly the best. Meanwhile, on stage, Guo Qi was the performer for the third act, marking his second time performing on stage. As the elderly audience member pointed out, he was still too inexperienced at this point. The moment he stepped on stage, he stumbled and made numerous mistakes, even delivering lines less skillfully than some of the regular audience members. Of course, this wasn't because he lacked ability, it was simply due to overwhelming nervousness. The previous two performances were so poorly received that the audience's mood was visibly low, and even Guo Qi's jokes failed to elicit much laughter. Crosstalk performances dread such situations, and being a newcomer just starting out, he felt even more flustered when faced with this scenario. Given this back and forth, the subsequent performance's outcome was predictable. By the time they finished, many audience members were already standing up, clearly preparing to leave. Fortunately, at this moment, Yen Hexian's appearance brought the audience, who were about to leave, back to their seats. Yen Hexian was the most noteworthy performer among today's lineup, so naturally, everyone showed their respect. However, many in the audience were left wondering, who was the grand finale that pushed Yen Hexian onto the stage ahead of schedule? Chapter 3, None of You Shall Leave. Yen Hexian's skills were quite impressive. The crosstalk performance Counter 7 Mouths was finally steered back onto the proper track of traditional crosstalk by him. It was decent and by the book, bringing the fourth act to a perfect close. As soon as Yen Hexian bowed and exited the stage, the audience couldn't wait to crane their necks in anticipation. Who do you think will be the grand finale performer? Could it be Yu Yunpeng? I absolutely adore him. Dreaming of seeing Yu Yunpeng at tonight's show? Better wash up and go to bed early. This old man doesn't care about any of that. If the final act isn't someone decent for the grand finale, don't blame me for losing my temper. Well, the first few performances were really hard to describe, only the fourth one was somewhat watchable. If the fifth one turns out to be a scam, I'll definitely demand a refund. The actors haven't even stepped on stage yet, but the audience is already rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. Whether it's refunds or cheers and applause depends entirely on the actor's performance. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's time to show what it's got. Of course, some people were satisfied, thinking the final event was just a gimmick, so they didn't want to waste any more time and were ready to leave early. But just then, thud. It's unclear whether it was a performance mishap or not, but before the announcer could even begin introducing the act, a young man dressed in a plain gown strode onto the stage with an imposing air. Yen Hexian, who had just finished his previous performance, was stepping off stage when he glanced back and nearly scared himself to death. Yi Yunfei is on stage before the introduction? What's going on here? And what about my uncle, who's as weighty as Mount Tai? In crosstalk performances, announcing the performers has been a tradition since ancient times. Even a newcomer who hasn't yet performed wouldn't make such a mistake. Yen Hexian was completely dumbfounded. After all, today he was the one leading the team, and all the arrangements were his responsibility. He originally wanted to give his master a pleasant surprise and showcase his abilities. But now, not only did the earlier performance go poorly, the latter part completely fell apart. Even the most basic stage etiquette was messed up. If his master were to find out, how disappointed would he be? At this moment, off stage, the audience on site was also stunned. What happened to the promised grand finale? That's it? Never mind the comedic skills, just the person's behavior alone was already disgraceful enough. People say that crosstalk is a traditional art form, where performers must slow down their pace when stepping onto the stage, no matter how urgent they feel. This is called refined demeanor. But now, this guy in a traditional gown walks more wildly than someone in jeans. Have you ever seen such a crosstalk performer? What kind of person is this? This is disgraceful to the art. How can Daeyeon have such performers? These young crosstalk performers nowadays really lack the right mindset. All they think about is relying on their looks to get by. Exactly. They must think we're mindless fans from the entertainment industry. I'm done watching. I'm leaving. I'm leaving too. Someone with no sense of decorum could never deliver decent crosstalk anyway. Old Gui is really getting on in years, his eyesight failing. He's even taking on disciples haphazardly now. Many of the longtime audience members below stood up, ready to leave. Witnessing this scene, Yen Hexian felt his heart bleeding. All the hard work to salvage the situation was undone in an instant, completely ruined. Tears welled up with nowhere to fall. Just as Yen Hexian's heart turned to ashes, suddenly, a sound echoed through the venue. You! All of you! Not a single one of you is allowed to leave. Yi Yunfei shouted loudly into the microphone. The audience who heard these words stopped in their tracks. They looked at Yi Yunfei in astonishment, thinking to themselves, is this guy a crosstalk performer? How dare he be so bold? To be honest, this kid is really the first one who dares to talk to the audience like this. Just as the crowd was fuming with anger, another person walked up from backstage. Sunyu, lifting the front flap of his long gown, hurriedly ran onto the stage as if in a rush, shouting while running, I said you're too hasty, I couldn't even catch up with you. If I don't hurry up a bit, they'll all run away, you know. Yi Yunfei looked aggrieved and said, do you know how hard it's been for me? After years as an apprentice, I finally get a chance to perform on stage, and now everyone wants to run away. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Anyway, the main gate is already locked, and I'll make this clear to everyone here. No one leaves this door before 9 p.m. tonight. After speaking, Yi Yunfei on the stage tilted his head back, nostrils flaring upward, presenting an image of utter defiance, a perfect portrayal of a street rogue. The audience was stunned. Yen Hexian also fixed his gaze on the stage, but his eyes held not surprise, but admiration. Only then did he truly understand. Yi Yunfei isn't ignorant of the rules. He's just setting up the punchline. The lack of an announcement earlier wasn't a performance mishap at all, it was all part of the build-up for this joke. We all understand your eagerness to perform. But was it really necessary to lock the door? That's just acting like a local bully, isn't it? Sunyu brought the conversation back on track while gesturing for the audience to settle down. Folks, let's not fuss anymore. Since we can't leave anyway, why not sit back and enjoy a crosstalk performance? I'm really worried this stubborn temper might lead to something outrageous again. Hearing this, the audience suddenly realized what was happening. The next second, the entire hall erupted in uproar. What an interesting opening. I almost drew my sword just now. 39 meters out of 41 seconds later and it wouldn't have retracted. They thought this newcomer they'd never seen before had no skills, but they never expected him to start like this. Seems like staying earlier was the right call. Otherwise, how could I have seen such a handsome rogue? Especially a few female listeners, who were laughing so hard they were doubled over at this moment, their eyes sparkling with admiration. How could there be such an interesting guy? That cheeky look is just too amusing. Do you have a girlfriend, handsome? Seeing the audience return to their seats, Sunyu grinned and turned to Yi Yunfei, continuing to play the straight man. Alright, everyone's back. If you've got something to say, hurry up and say it. The audience also turned their gaze to Yi Yunfei. They were curious, what would this guy say next? Because this opening is completely new to everyone, it seems like a fresh bit. Yi Yunfei gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. Today, I'm determined to go viral. Go viral? Sunyu turned to the audience and asked, anyone got a lighter? Come on, lend me one. Yes. 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 The audience below was very enthusiastic, holding their lighters higher and higher. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly energized. Ah, thank you, our audience is just so generous. Sunyu chuckled and was about to step forward to borrow a lighter. Yi Yunfei quickly grabbed him and said, not that kind of fire. I want the kind that trends on Weibo, goes viral online. I want to blaze across half the sky, unstoppable and overwhelming. Oh dear. Sun Yu suppressed a laugh. What you're talking about isn't just fire, it's practically an entire engine. Ha ha. The audience below couldn't help but burst into laughter along with them. Even those who had initially harbored some dissatisfaction began to listen to the crosstalk performance earnestly, completely forgetting their earlier displeasure. To be honest, the first 3 performances were on the verge of losing the crowd, and the 4th only managed to win back some of the audience. It was this 5th performance that truly tested the performers' skills. If they performed well, all would be fine, but if they didn't, it would be as embarrassing as it could get. Yi Yunfei also owed it to his ability to control the situation. Otherwise, if it were his nervous self on stage, there was an 80% chance he would have ruined the show. Chapter 4, Let's hear old Gua get an earful. Yi Yunfei didn't let the lively atmosphere die down. He said, "What do you mean by an engine? Sun Yu, that roaring sound, isn't that the noise of an engine? I just get a little excited at the thought of becoming famous wearing a bright red robe, riding a tall horse, with music playing all around." Yi Yunfei seemed lost in a sea of fantasies. The audience turned their gazes, full of curiosity. What kind of scene is this describing? On stage, Sun Yu also wore a puzzled expression, wearing a red robe and riding a big horse? And there's music too? The audience was also quite curious. The next moment, a burst of opera singing escaped from Yi Yunfei's lips. "To save my beloved, I left my home, never expecting to top the imperial exam. Topping the exam, dressed in red robes, with palace flowers adorning my hat, oh, how splendid and fresh. The female consort. Huangmei opera." Yi Yunfei could sing it effortlessly at the drop of a hat. Though singing is one of the foundational skills of crosstalk, this operatic performance was delivered with impeccable enunciation and a melodious, lingering charm. Whether it showcased exceptional skill is debatable, but as for the voice alone, it was undeniably a gift from the heavens. The audience below the stage was completely immersed in the captivating opera, not finding it the least bit out of place. Yet, the good times were short-lived. Sun Yu beside him tugged at Yi Yunfei's sleeve and forced a dry laugh. "Are you trying to go viral or become the emperor's son-in-law?" The audience burst into laughter, finally catching on. They had thought he was just showing off his skills earlier, but turns out that was part of the joke too. "This guy's hilarious." A girl sitting in the front row laughed joyfully and, taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, shouted toward the stage, "Hey handsome, I'll marry you." Bang! As soon as these words were shouted, the atmosphere instantly heated up, reaching another peak. Even the other female audience members started joining in the commotion. "I'll marry you too. Come here, handsome guy. Come to my house and be my prince consort. You don't have to do anything, just enjoy 50,000 yuan pocket money every month." Instantly, the whole place erupted with cheers. Watching the young girls compete fiercely until their faces turned red, the smiles on the surrounding men's faces instantly froze. "I'm so envious. Sisters, we also want to be royal consorts, the kind that only costs $500 a month." Seeing the intense reaction, Sun Yu suppressed a laugh and improvised on the spot. "I feel like there's a group of people here who really want to strangle you." How strong a straight man's performances can be measured by their ability to improvise. Just from this move alone, it's clear that Sun Yu's skills are indeed profound. The audience below also chuckled lightly. The girls were even more proud. In their eyes, making their husbands the envy of other men was their greatest success. Yi Yunfei shrank his neck, looking somewhat afraid, and said, "Then I'll choose the fire. Being the imperial son-in-law is out of the question." Sun Yu laughed and said, "Why is it out of the question? Look how enthusiastic everyone is." Yi Yunfei leaned closer to Sun Yu's microphone and whispered, "Mainly, my body can't handle it." Hearing this, the female audience members blushed one after another. "Oh no. This person is so mean. Is it really that bad? Eat more chives." On stage, Sun Yu quickly stopped him, saying, Hey, don't talk about your health condition on stage, and you all shouldn't egg him on either. Otherwise, it won't just be locking the door from the inside, they'll probably slap a couple of notices outside too." The entire audience was in high spirits, cheering loudly. This was the most common form of interaction at Diyun Club, signaling approval. Don't be fooled by Yi Yunfei's serious appearance when it comes to telling risque jokes. He doesn't hold back at all. Especially the rhythm on stage. Since the beginning, the crowd hasn't stopped laughing, with jokes coming one after another, leaving everyone's cheeks sore from laughter. The female audience members were particularly enthralled, completely defenseless against the charm of such a handsome, talented, and slightly mischievous guy. It was simply too much for them to resist. At this point, as the straight man, Sun Yu had to steer the conversation back on track. Everything mentioned earlier was just the warm-up. The key is to liven up the atmosphere, but a good crosstalk performance isn't just about that. Now we need to gradually steer the conversation back to the main topic. He said, "In my opinion, wanting to become famous is a good thing, but whether you actually become famous or not isn't really something you can choose." Yi Yunfei, really? Sun Yu said, "Exactly. If we want to be popular, we have to put in the effort. Look at our very popular actor Yu Yunpeng, Little Yaya. He climbed step by step through hard work and only gradually became famous in the end. Of course, if he were to grow up like you, At this point, Sun Yu gestured towards his body and joked he'd probably be thinking about becoming a royal son-in-law. The audience below burst into laughter. It seems that from now on, the term consort has taken on a whole new meaning. Disgusting. Yi Yunfei shyly patted him and continued, of course I've put in the effort. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of bringing you over from the zoo first. Wait a second. Sun Yu quickly stopped him and said, if you use the word nang, I won't press further, but what do you mean by from the zoo? So in your eyes, I'm just a monkey? No, how could you be a monkey? Yi Yunfei paused for 2 seconds and whispered, monkeys aren't this big. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted in chaos. Especially those listeners who knew Sun Yu's background, they laughed themselves silly. A monkey this big? Seriously? This kid is just too hilarious. Daring to tease Sun Yu on their first collaboration, you should know his seniority is on par with Laogua's. On stage, Sun Yu played along with a dark expression, leaving the audience in stitches. Yi Yunfei quickly explained, that's not what I meant, I was saying I genuinely studied this carefully. Sun Yu retorted, studied how to go viral? Yi Yunfei, Sun Yu said, this is really something new. May I ask, what were the results of your research? Yi Yunfei looked at him slyly and said, I found that to become famous, you need to use tactics. Hearing this, the audience below perked up their ears. What means? What means? Yet Yi Yunfei kept it to himself and refused to speak. Sun Yu muttered a couple of words, then couldn't help but ask, what means? Roasting someone. Yi Yunfei declared with conviction, his face full of pride. Roasting someone? Sun Yu was even more confused. The audience below was also curious about what kind of move this was. Yi Yunfei boasted, exactly. Whoever's popular, I'll oppose them, whoever's trending, I'll criticize them. I want the world to know there's someone like me, Yi Yunfei. Sun Yu asked doubtfully, and that'll make you famous? Yi Yunfei replied arrogantly, of course it will. Got it, got it. Hearing this, Sun Yu revealed a meaningful smile and said, if that's how you put it, I can actually think of one popular figure. I just don't know if you'd really dare to do it? Yi Yunfei looked impatient. Who? Tell me. Just watch me tear them apart. The audience below the stage also got excited and started chiming in. Xiao yeah yeah. Strong. Fatty. Duel. Various voices rang out. Joking around and teasing among peers is completely harmless, and the audience naturally thinks the same way. But then, an older brother's voice boomed out, Old Gua. At these words, the entire room erupted in laughter. Insulting Old Gua? Disciple scolding the master? Old man, you're leaving us no way out. Hearing this, the audience struggled to hold back their laughter, eagerly waiting for the drama to unfold. The situation was just too amusing, they couldn't help themselves. Indeed, if we're talking about the most popular and familiar figure, it's your master, Gua Gang. On stage, Sun Yu chimed in, rubbing his nose with a mischievous grin as he nudged Yi Yunfei. Come on, master, let us all hear the sound, show us your research results. Ha! The moment these words were spoken, the audience erupted in laughter, thoroughly amused. That's the ultimate way to roast Old Gua. After listening to such a long crosstalk at Dayun Club, I've yet to hear anyone dare to pull a stunt like this. They say Dayun Club is all about rules. Who would dare to curse at the master like this? Unless you're truly out of your mind. Chapter 5, Girl, Don't Leave Tonight. The audience was thoroughly amused, their eyes fixed on Yi Yunfei, who had gone off script on stage, eagerly anticipating the harsh words he would deliver next. But Yen Hexian backstage was already stunned. Not by the words on stage, but by the people who entered backstage. One was short, the other was fat. One had a spade heart on his head, the other had a steel wool ball. Isn't that Gua Gang and Yu Qian returning from their business trip? Master, uncle. Hello, master. Master. Seeing these two arrive, everyone in the backstage stood up to greet them. Dayun society values rules. When seniors arrive, everyone must stand and greet them promptly. This is the most basic requirement. Gua Gang nodded, then found Yen Hexian, the person in charge of today's performance, and asked, I heard today's show didn't go very smoothly? Old Gua didn't show much emotion either. Just some annoying things happened during the business trip, and now it feels a bit like being interrogated. Yen Hexian couldn't help but feel a little nervous and said, the first few rounds didn't go very smoothly, but we've stabilized now. Stabilized? Gua Gang was slightly surprised. He had previously kept up with the situation at the theater today, but seeing Gua Qi stumble so much in the third act and the scene turning into such a mess, he lost interest in paying further attention. As for Yen Hexian, Lao Gua wanted to give him some practice. After all, bearing the responsibility of team leader, there are certain experiences one must inevitably go through. Yu Qian, standing nearby, chimed in, whose act is it for the final performance? Yen Hexian was backstage, and the team on stage might have changed. Moreover, the laughter from the front stage could be heard here, making it clear that the atmosphere in the audience was excellent, wave after wave, like the tide. Not just any team could achieve that. It's senior brother Yi and Uncle Sunday. Yen Hexian quickly responded. Yi Yunfei? Sun Yu? Woody Gang and Yu Qian were both taken aback for a moment. They had thought it was Yu Yunpeng and Sun Yu. Given the unusual situation in the previous few performances, it made sense for these two to step in and help out. After all, these two have considerable fame online, and currently, Daeun Club only has them to leverage the hype and bring the live atmosphere to this level. Just now. Let's go take a look. Old Guo's eyes lit up. He genuinely cared about this apprentice of his, as evidenced by all these years of careful nurturing. To be honest, he rushed back today not because of Guo Qi. Old Guo knew exactly how skilled his own son was. Yet he couldn't quite gauge Yi Yunfei's true caliber. The lad had been diligent over the years, and after several years of practice, his foundation was naturally solid. But today was his first time on stage, and Old Guo wanted to show his support. That's why he rushed back in such a hurry just in time, as the final act hadn't ended yet. On stage, Yi Yunfei, who had been disconnected, snapped back to reality and shouted to the sky, "Let's do it." Sun Yu remarked, "He really dares. Life and death are trivial if you're not convinced, just fight. It's just Guo Gang who's afraid of whom." Yi Yunfei rolled up his sleeves, looking as if he was ready to go all out, giving off a strong sense of it's either the fish dies or the net breaks. To be honest with you all, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. The audience burst into laughter, genuinely curious as well. Is this kid really crazy or just pretending? How dare he even say something like, "Isn't he just Guo Gang?" At this very moment, a few more people appeared at the corner. None other than Guo Gang and Yu Qian, who had just rushed back from another province. The audience, noticing their arrival, was instantly startled. Then, in no time, even the surrounding audience was thrown into chaos. Oh my, Old Guo is here. Old Guo's arrival couldn't have been more perfectly timed. Oh no, the young man is in trouble. Just look at how dark Old Guo's face is. Take back your words quickly, young man, I still want to see you on stage in the future. Yi Yunfei on stage also noticed the other person, but he wasn't flustered at all and immediately quipped, as the saying goes, take a bite of Tang Monk's flesh, and you'll live forever. With just this one sentence, the audience instantly perked up. They all knew this guy was up to no good. Even Guo Gang was curious about what he would say next. Actually achieving this. Today's crosstalk performance is already a success. Being able to stir up the audience's emotions like this is definitely a great technique. This kid has really put in the effort. Sun Yu nodded and continued, yes, there's this one line. Then, Yi Yunfei raised his palm skyward, raised his voice, and delivered the words in measured segments, curse. One line about Guo Gang. Soaring to fame. As the latter part came out, the audience burst into laughter. Everyone was swept into a sea of joy, laughing so hard they could barely stay upright. Old Guo's prestige is gone now. This kid really has guts, daring to mock Old Guo like that. Probably didn't even notice Old Guo was present in the audience. Definitely losing this month's salary. What's there to fear? Speak boldly, young man. If Old Guo won't take you, I will. After a few rounds of performances, the audience was pumped up like they'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Now they were all hyped up, daring to respond to anything. Yi Yunfei pointed at the female audience member who had shouted and said, "Girl, don't leave tonight. Wait at the entrance of Daeun Club for half an hour." Hearing this, the audience immediately started jeering, "Yi, don't leave tonight. What are you trying to do? We're still kids, don't always say things we can't understand." That female audience member wasn't shy at all. She even wore a mischievous smile and boldly asked, "Why stay at the entrance of Daeun Society?" Yi Yunfei leaned close to the microphone and whispered, "If I get kicked out later, you've got to pick me up, girl. To be honest, being a royal son-in-law has been my buried dream for years." Put. Ha! The entire room burst into laughter again, tears streaming down their faces. Especially the girls at the scene, they can't maintain any ladylike demeanor at this moment. The guy finally spoke his mind. "Don't leave tonight, sisters, let's pick up husbands together." Ah! Count me in. Handsome guy, you've charmed me, now you have to take responsibility. Watching the girls speak up one after another, the men nearby grew melancholic again. Not out of envy, but because they realized they'd been led astray. Oh no, this joke is toxic. I've realized I can't listen to Huangmei opera anymore without my mind being flooded with bizarre imagery. I think I'm ruined too. The moment I hear becoming the emperor's son-in-law, my mind jumps to sugar mommies. Not gonna lie, same here. I'll never be able to look at Huangmei opera the same way again. Give me back my normal perspective. Chapter 6, Spouting Li Wang's Rhyming Couplets with Ease. After several segments of witty warm-up banter, the atmosphere at the venue was completely electrified. The audience's gaze was entirely focused on the stage. Sun Yu also fixed her eyes on Jiang Chen, her expression revealing a newfound appreciation. To achieve this level on your first stage performance. Truly remarkable. Seizing the heated atmosphere, Sun Yu continued, "So you knew you'd get kicked out?" Yi Yunfei waved his hand grandly and said, "After years without a stage, it was do or die. If I made it big, I'd get my wish, total win." Sun Yu asked, "What if it doesn't go viral?" Yi Yunfei pointed at the girl and said, if it doesn't, I'll become her prince consort. We just agreed 50,000 a month. The audience burst into laughter again. Especially the female audience, their eyes instantly curved like crescent moons. This guy is just too hilarious. Sun Yu quickly grabbed him and said, no, don't go and mess with that young girl. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, it's not like I have a choice. Sun Yu replied, even if you have no choice, you can't do something like this. If you really want to become famous, you need to use your brain. If you can't figure it out, you should ask others for advice. Yi Yunfei, ask others for advice? Sun Yu said, exactly. For example, Yu Yunpeng, after all, he's a fellow disciple from the same school. If you still can't swallow your pride, you can ask me too. I've been on a few shows after all, so I have some insights to share. Alright. The audience erupted in cheers. Applause and cheers. When a crosstalk performer introduces themselves, appreciative audiences naturally respond with approval, showing their fondness and recognition, especially for popular performers like Sun Yu, who naturally garners even more support. On stage, Yi Yunfei seemed to grasp the idea and nodded, saying, then may I ask, how does one become popular? Sun Yu explained patiently, read more to accumulate knowledge, practice more to master skills. When the time comes, you'll naturally become popular. Yi Yunfei paused for a few seconds, looking at him with displeasure, and said, you lied to me. Sun Yu replied, why would I lie to you? Yi Yunfei, you just said that reading more and practicing more would make someone popular, right? Sun Yu nodded, that's right. Yi Yunfei immediately waved his hand, impossible. Sun Yu was puzzled, how is it impossible? Yi Yunfei, I also read books and have practiced for several years. Every morning in the backyard, when I got up to recite my lines, they were still asleep, and this went on day after day, year after year. Until one day, I fell ill and didn't rise. The audience cast expectant glances, clearly eager to know what would happen next. Yet, Yi Yunfei fell silent once more. He fell into a long silence. The audience was puzzled, and Sun Yu couldn't help but ask, and then? Yet, Yi Yunfei looked speechless and said, then the entire club slept until noon. Sun Yu remarked, ha! They were using you as an alarm clock. The audience below the stage was thoroughly entertained. Many longtime listeners in the crowd nodded repeatedly in agreement. The part about diligent practice might not have been a joke after all. For a crosstalk actor to be confined backstage for years, especially one of the Yun generation, to claim they weren't anxious or didn't put in effort would be absolutely impossible. Fortunately, where there's a will, there's a way. Today's debut performance wasn't bad at all. It's also lucky I didn't rush to leave today, otherwise missing this show would have left me regretting for days. Yi Yunfei continued, tell me, I wake up the earliest and practice the hardest, so why haven't I made it big yet? Sun Yu pondered for a while and said, maybe it's because I haven't mastered enough knowledge. Yi Yunfei thought for a moment, nodded, and said, that might really be the case. To be honest, I've come to realize this recently too. In terms of academic qualifications, I really can't compare to teacher Sun here beside me. Sun Yu said, I don't have much formal education. Yi Yunfei, as everyone knows, teacher Sun graduated from an agricultural university, which is something I can't compare to. I only graduated from junior high school, so I really need to study hard in my daily life. Sun Yu said, you should read more books. Yi Yunfei, right, well said by a little dark-skinned fat guy who graduated from elementary school. One can lack formal education, but one must not stop reading. Ha! The audience burst into laughter. Everyone in the audience turned their caring gazes toward Guodi Gang. What a lousy apprentice I've got. Before anyone could clearly see his expression, Sun Yu on stage responded, regardless of who said it, the statement indeed makes sense. Yi Yunfei, I also think it makes sense, so recently I've been reading books like crazy, to the point where I can't put them down. Sun Yu said, that's quite an awakening. Yi Yunfei, from the very beginning, I was captivated by the profound charm embedded in our ancient culture. Sun Yu said, the vast and magnificent Chinese civilization, with its 5,000 years of history, indeed possesses a unique allure. Yi Yunfei, that's why I'm planning to delve into the study of poetry and literary arts. Sun Yu was slightly taken aback and said, oh, so you've actually studied poetry and literary arts? Yi Yunfei, of course. Sun Yu asked, what book are you reading? Yi Yunfei, Li Wang's Rhyming Couplets. Sun Yu, intrigued, said, a great book. Li Wang's Rhyming Couplets is an introductory text for learning poetic rhymes from our predecessors. So, you really have a deep understanding of poetry and literature? Yi Yunfei, of course, poetry and literature are part of ancient Chinese culture, and we must be familiar with them. What is meant by heaven pairs with earth, rain pairs with wind, land pairs with sky, thunder rumbles, mist lingers, mountain flowers pair with sea trees, the red sun pairs with the azure sky? Yi Yunfei effortlessly recited hundreds of words in a flowing and confident manner, speaking with ease and grace. This is a rapid-fire monologue, one of the fundamental skills in crosstalk xiangxing. However, starting off with such a long passage is just a blatant display of skill. Memorizing such a passage isn't difficult for an average person, but delivering it in one breath, smoothly and powerfully, is no easy feat, and doing it off the cuff is even more impressive. Bravo! As the rapid-fire monologue concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. This is what you call putting in the effort. Most performers would stop after just a few lines. But Yi Yunfei delivered 2 full segments without pause, truly demonstrating dedication and professionalism. Chapter 7, Why Isn't There a Journey to the West? What's up with Yi Yunfei? It's like he's a completely different person now. Yu Qian in the audience was somewhat puzzled. He had interacted quite a bit with this young man who had been in Daeun Club for several years. Yi Yunfei's strength was something he knew all too well. Even without stage fright, it would be impossible to control the scene this well. Moreover, it seemed like all new material was used today, with seamless transitions between jokes, and the live effect was truly impressive, instantly connecting with the audience. Especially the part where he teased Laogua, that was truly unexpected. Among the young folks in our troupe, who isn't timid in this regard? Although it's often said that there are no hierarchies on stage, Yi Yunfei is truly the only one bold enough to deliver such direct and sharp punchlines. As for those 2 rapid-fire monologues, they indeed showcase his own skills. With a good voice and diligent practice, such performance isn't surprising. Meanwhile, Old Gua, sitting to the side, gradually felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A long troubling issue suddenly had a solution, and he was overjoyed in his heart. The traditional art of crosstalk is truly struggling to survive in today's society. Just look at the survival conditions of other crosstalk troupes, and you can sense the hardships faced by crosstalk performers. If it weren't for him holding up the banner these past 2 years and supporting Yu Yunpeng, Daeun Club wouldn't be this prosperous. So, he needs to create momentum. After Yu Yunpeng, he must strike while the iron is hot and continue to support the next pillar. Only in this way can the club remain thriving. Previously, Woody Gang had considered pushing another person forward despite the difficulties, but now Old Gua has a new direction in mind. On stage, Yi Yunfei was hitting his stride. He continued, what is called level, oblique, level, oblique, level, level, oblique and oblique, level, oblique, level, oblique, oblique, level, these are all patterns. Sun Yu nodded, right. Yi Yunfei, you need to understand what entering tones and departing tones are. Sun Yu said, exactly. Yi Yunfei, only after understanding these can you study poetry. Sun Yu said, yes, it should progress from the simple to the complex. Yi Yunfei, like me, after understanding the text, I began observing the subtle things in life, searching for suitable material from them. Sun Yu said, hey, that's a great direction close to life. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and said, for example, male matching female, right? The latter suppressed a laugh, right. Yi Yunfei, wine pairs with drunkenness, the attacker pairs with the receiver. Sun Yu immediately covered her face, too embarrassed to look at him. Ha! The young audience burst into laughter. Attacker paired with receiver, how about that? On stage, Yi Yunfei showed no embarrassment at all and even asked Sun Yu, right? Does it make sense or not? Yes, it makes sense, it makes sense. Sun Yu nodded helplessly and gestured for him to continue. Yi Yunfei, dating comes with a hotel room. Sun Yu instantly disconnected? The audience below burst into laughter. Yi Yunfei, brokeback pairing comes out. Ha! The audience burst into laughter. Especially those viewers who were quite experienced with such matters, their grins now stretched from ear to ear. This guy really gets it, a true kindred spirit. Yi Yunfei ignored his disconnected partner and continued, this is all quite easy to understand. Red Song singers versus anti-corruption crusaders, people's representatives versus the 2 assemblies. Directors paired with starlets, 5 striped cadres matched with young pioneers. Ha! The audience laughed until their cheeks ached. It's no secret that the director and the actress are involved, but seeing them paired up like this made the guys laugh till tears came out. Sun Yu twitched the corner of her mouth and said helplessly, when you think about it carefully, it's actually true. Yi Yunfei immediately laughed, right? Makes sense, doesn't it? Sun Yu replied, yes. Go on. Yi Yunfei, Luing paired with Jia Yutian, Bigfoot paired with Wang Changue. Sun Yu asked, even country love has them? It's close to life, after all. Yi Yunfei chimed in and continued, Harry Potter paired with Hermione, Subo paired with a whole bunch. Stop. Sun Yu quickly stopped him, utterly speechless. The audience erupted in laughter once again. My god, this is way too relatable, isn't it? The young man is so knowledgeable, he can respond to anything. Even Boss Su is involved, keeping up with the times. I can't take it anymore, this phrase is too funny, my cheeks hurt from laughing. Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei and said, is this what you're researching? Yi Yunfei was stunned, what's up? Sun Yu said impatiently, what do you mean what's up? I always wondered why you're not popular, and today I finally figured out the reason. I'm telling you, researching this stuff just won't cut it. You need to study properly, read some good books, and stop endlessly scrolling through news online. Yi Yunfei, but this is what I researched before. Sun Yu said, has it changed now? Yi Yunfei replied, of course it has. I've already started looking at other things. Sun Yu said, tell me about it. Yi Yunfei blurted out a word but then paused, as if unable to think of the right term. Sun Yu quickly chimed in, the 12 beauties of Jinling. Yi Yunfei suddenly understood, right, the 12 beauties of Jinling. Sun Yu wiped his sweat, phew, that was close, almost said something else. Ha! The audience below the stage was initially taken aback for a moment, but quickly caught on. Turns out Sun Yu was afraid he might mention the plum in the golden vase. In the very next second, the entire venue erupted in laughter, immersing the whole scene in a sea of joy. Especially the female audience members, who, understanding the implication, laughed so hard they trembled like blossoming branches. Oops. So the guy likes watching that kind of stuff, huh? It would have been even funnier if Fatty didn't respond. Ha, you're really wicked. Watching the young girls blush while each of them muttered risque jokes, the men in the crowd inwardly scolded them. What kind of talk was this? While secretly feeling a twinge of envy. This kid really has a way with words. On stage, Yi Yunfei continued, exactly. The 12 Beauties of Jinling, one of the 4 great classical novels. Sun Yu replied, yes. Yi Yunfei, the 4 great classical novels are our ancient literary masterpieces. I must study them thoroughly. Sun Yu adao, indeed, they deserve thorough study. Yi Yunfei, everyone knows that the 4 great classical novels include the 12 Beauties of Jinling, The Story of the Passionate Monk, The Tale of the Stone, and Dream of the Red Chamber. Wait a minute, hold on. Sun Yu quickly stopped him and asked, are these 4 books the 4 great classical novels? Yi Yunfei was taken aback and asked, no, aren't they? Sun Yu replied, of course not. The first 3 are all Dream of the Red Chamber. Yi Yunfei took a deep breath and suddenly realized, oh, that's why I couldn't find Journey to the West. Ha! The audience saw this scene and instantly burst into laughter, completely dumbfounded. This person's knowledge is so eclectic. Oh my god, this is hilarious, I can't stop laughing. I was wondering why these first 3 names sounded so familiar. Turns out they're from a book. Chapter 8, The Great Sage equal to Heaven, 7 in and 7 out. Hearing this part, the backstage crew burst into laughter too. The junior newcomers were all grinning from ear to ear. To be honest, all of today's material is fresh, they've never heard it before. Although the core structure still follows traditional crosstalk. But up to this point, almost every joke in it is new. Especially that segment based on Li Wang's rhyming couplets, which made the jokes land again and again, with excellent effect. Good thing it's not me doing the comic support. Yen Hexian muttered to himself. Of course, he wanted to join in this crosstalk performance, but he was more worried that his performance might drag Yi Yunfei down. With only that brief rehearsal time, there was no way he could match Sun Yu's level. Seeing the enthusiastic response from the audience, Yi Yunfei grew even more energetic in his delivery. He looked at Sun Yu and said, I might have read too many books, and got a bit mixed up in my memory all at once. Sun Yu gave a dry laugh and said, mixed up? That's an interesting choice of words. Annoying. Yi Yunfei pretended to swat at him and continued, I just really enjoy reading, that's all. Sun Yu said, do you like reading Dream of the Red Chamber? Yi Yunfei, yes, I do. Especially one character in it. Sun Yu said, who is it? Yi Yunfei, Lin Daiyu. Sun Yu asked, do you like Lin Daiyu? Yi Yunfei, yes, I like Lin Daiyu. She comes from a wealthy family and lives in the Grand View Garden. Sun Yu reached out and explained, the jade belt hangs in the woods, the golden hairpin is buried in the snow. Yi Yunfei looked at him and said earnestly, you tell me, what's the scenery like in the Grand View Garden? It's picturesque, with spring-like seasons all year round. Sun Yu said, that's right. Yi Yunfei gestured with his hands in a circular motion, saying, below is the water marsh. Sun Yu was puzzled, water marsh? Yi Yunfei continued, a vast water marsh, built atop Mount Liang, the Grand View Garden, perfectly square, solemn and dignified. There was this huge rock in the middle, which had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon. Sun Yu exclaimed in shock, it had 9 holes and 8 apertures. Aligning perfectly with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams? Yi Yunfei immediately grew excited as if finding a kindred spirit, exactly. Shen, Ken, Zhen, Jin, Sun, Li, Kuan, Dui, and with a plop, a monkey jumped out from inside. Sun Yu also showed slight excitement, nodding earnestly, MHM. Yi Yunfei, this monkey is insanely strong. You know what? Sun Yu's interest peaked, oh? Yi Yunfei slammed the table excitedly, charged in and out of Cao Cao's army 7 times and still couldn't be caught. Hey! Look at this, it's no joke. Put. Ha! The audience burst into laughter. Some were holding their cheeks, experiencing pain mixed with joy. Oh no, my cheeks hurt so much. This Dream of the Red Chamber almost killed me with laughter. Oh my god, is this guy a cultural wrecking ball? The great sage who went in and out 7 times, ha. I suddenly want to ask where I can read this book, it's so interesting. On stage, Sun Yu, who had left his seat, was utterly speechless. Blocking Yi Yunfei, he asked irritably, is this Dream of the Red Chamber? Yi Yunfei stood there dumbfounded and said, I. I think so? Think so, my foot. Is this a combined edition of the 4 great classical novels? Lin Dayu yawned in the morning, and there was a monkey squatting nearby. Hey, hello. Sun Yu stretched out both hands, mimicking a yawn, then hooked them in front of her body, imitating a monkey squatting on the ground. Her actions, paired with her words, instantly made the audience burst into laughter. Especially when they remembered the previous incident where Sun Yu was nung out of the zoo. A group of people laughed so hard they turned into giggling fools. The entire venue erupted in cheers. The applause continued unabated, only subsiding after 5 seconds. Yi Yunfei scratched his head and whispered, "An actor's stomach isn't a grocery store, you know." Sun Yu pointed at his belly and said, "Yours is way too mixed up, you know that. You've got to separate daily necessities from food. Mixing everything together like this just won't do." Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly. "Yes, now that you've explained it, I understand. As for the Grand View Garden, let's not worry about where it was built, it's just built somewhere." Sun Yu gave a dry laugh and continued to listen obediently. "Yi Yunfei, we all know that the Grand View Garden is actually a large courtyard." Sun Yu said, Yi Yunfei, but Lin Dayu isn't an ordinary person. Sun Yu replied, "That's true." Yi Yunfei looked at him and spoke earnestly, "She's a young lady." "Oh no." Sun Yu immediately covered his forehead and leaned on the table. In just that short moment, his head seemed to have swollen a size larger. The audience below also let out a light chuckle. Is Lin Dayu a young lady? This guy is just too funny. Sun Yu stopped Yi Yunfei for a moment and explained, "Nowadays, the term young lady isn't quite appropriate, you should say a lady from a respectable family instead." Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly, "Right, a young lady from a respectable family." Ha! The audience could no longer hold back, erupting into uproarious laughter. Oh my goodness, a young lady from a respectable family. Ha! The literary stature of Dream of the Red Chamber in my mind instantly plummeted. Oh my god, this guy is so hilarious. You made my stomach hurt from laughing, young man, you're responsible for this. Sun Yu was completely speechless, his whole head buzzing. Yi Yunfei quickly laughed a couple of times, patted him, and said, I know, miss, it's a miss." Sun Yu came to her senses, "Right, Miss Lin?" Yi Yunfei quickly chimed in, "Exactly, she's Miss Lin, doesn't even live in ordinary houses like common folk." Sun Yu said solemnly, "Indeed, she resides in the Xiaoxiang Pavilion." Yi Yunfei reached his hand upward and said, "The Xiaoxiang Pavilion is an attic." Sun Yu replied, "Yes." Yi Yunfei continued, "The first floor is the reception room, and the second floor is the bedroom." Sun Yu added, "It's also called a boudoir." Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and said, "Do you know what Sister Lin does first thing every morning when she wakes up?" Sun Yu grew a bit curious and leaned forward slightly to ask, "What does she do?" Yi Yunfei replied, "Opens her eyes." Ha! The crowd below, full of anticipation, burst into laughter upon hearing this. Isn't the first thing you do when you wake up opening your eyes? As for Sun Yu, he was now feeling terrible. He shouldn't have been curious about this matter earlier. Chapter 9, Does Lin Dayu still need to be purified? At this point, the audience also realized that Yi Yunfei wasn't going to perform the traditional peep show act, but rather a literary-style crosstalk like Spring Festival couplets. Although it was a bit odd why it didn't match the program list, they didn't mind at all. In fact, many were pleasantly surprised. Because from the start until now, their laughter hadn't stopped. This kind of crosstalk, where one joke seamlessly leads to another and every punchline lands perfectly, is something they haven't heard in a long time. To put it bluntly, even if Guadi Gang took the stage, he might not be able to bring them this much joy. On stage, Yi Yunfei would even ask him, "Tell me, does what I'm saying make sense?" Sun Yu clasped his hands together and replied, "I bow to you in admiration." Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and said, "Sister Lin must first open her eyes every morning when she wakes up." Sun Yu replied, "Right. Then she wipes the sleep from her eyes before getting up." Yi Yunfei rubbed his hands over his eyes, and every movement he made was unbearable for Sun Yu to watch. The audience burst into laughter. This guy is really here to ruin the image of Dream of the Red Chamber in everyone's minds. Just imagining Lin Dayu waking up and rubbing sleep from her eyes, oh my, the goosebumps are rising on all the gentlemen present. Yi Yunfei continued, "After wiping her eyes, Sister Lin sat there doing 2 things. Sun Yu asked, "What are the 2 things?" Yi Yunfei, "1 is face washing." Sun Yu said, "That's called 1 is face washing, you need to distinguish clearly between tall and short." Yi Yunfei, "Right, 1 is face washing." Sun Yu asked, "What about the second one?" Yi Yunfei replied, "The second is purification." Purification, well. Hearing this, Sun Yu froze completely. However, the audience burst into laughter. After a pause of a few seconds, Sun Yu finally suppressed a laugh and asked, "Lin Dayu, you still need to cleanse yourself?" Yi Yunfei wiped his face and said, "Yeah, cleansing the face means cleaning the face, right?" Sun Yu said, "Washing the face." Yi Yunfei started making scrubbing motions again and said, "Cleansing the body means cleaning the body, scrubbing off the dirt, you know." Put. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. Just how filthy is this Sister Lin? She's even scrubbing off dirt clumps. Oh heavens, now not only is the term imperial son-in-law ruined, but even dream of the red chamber can't be looked at straight anymore. Sun Yu glared at him irritably and said, why don't you just say take a bath and be done with it? Yi Yunfei, right, take a bath, and after washing, spray some Armani perfume. Sun Yu looked melancholy. Armani, oh dear. Yi Yunfei, back then, we didn't have shampoo, so we had to wash our hair with soapberries. Sun Yu replied, right. The next moment, Yi Yunfei gestured towards his head and said, with soapberries, you have to pat them on bit by bit. Sun Yu laughed and said, your use of pat is just as amusing as that squish word. Hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. The imagery of these words is truly vivid, you can almost feel the scene without any description. Unfazed, Yi Yunfei continued, once it's stuck, you take a stick and swing it whack. You have to smash the soapberries to get the foam out. As he spoke, Yi Yunfei took the stick and started hitting his head with it, complete with sound effects. Thud. The audience below burst into laughter once again. So this was how people washed their hair in ancient times, totally mind-blowing. At this moment, Sun Yu clasped his hands together and said, after this fight, Lin Daiyu will become the Buddha. Ha! The audience below could no longer hold back, laughing so hard they slapped the tables. The punchline came too suddenly and was too vivid. Brother Pang's movements are so vividly depicted, it's eye-watering. Isn't that exactly how the Buddha's top knot looks? One big bump after another. Feels like Lin Daiyu has been completely ruined by this dude. Ha, same here. On stage, the performance by Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu continued. Yi Yunfei said impatiently, what to thag at a Buddha? It's just washing hair, washing hair. After a while, once the hair was washed, they would start drawing the eyebrows. Sun Yu said, hey, now we're getting to the part about shaping the eyebrows and painting the eyes. Yi Yunfei, in the past, we didn't have eyebrow pencils like we do now. Sun Yu Wadao, that's right, we used charcoal sticks back then. Yes, charcoal sticks. Just like this scratch and you'd start drawing your eyebrows. Yi Yunfei placed both index fingers on his eyebrows, accompanied by the sound of scratch. The audience below the stage began stifling their laughter. Especially the female spectators. After all, drawing eyebrows is their forte. That was definitely not how it's done. Sun Yu also gestured and quipped, good heavens, is this how Lin Daiyu does her eyebrows? Hate. Yi Yunfei, I've never drawn eyebrows before, so I don't know how to describe it. Sun Yu said, then just say willow leaf eyebrows. Yi Yunfei, yes, willow leaf eyebrows. They're done now. Then, they started working on these red lips. You should know, back in the day, there was no such thing as lipstick. Sun Yu asked, so what did they do? Yi Yunfei replied, they had lip paper. Sun Yu said, right. Yi Yunfei, this lipstick, bring it here, needs to touch the lips, but look, it's all used up. Sun Yu, puzzled, says, used up? Yi Yunfei, luckily there's a couplet at the door. Ha! The audience bursts into laughter. Using couplets as lip paper, how on earth did you come up with that idea? Yi Yunfei continued, the couplets are red, so Sister Lin quickly went up and tore off a strip. Sun Yu asked, what kind of unit is a strip? Yi Yunfei replied, it's just a piece folded in half. After getting it to her mouth, she smacked her lips so vigorously that they turned red. Not wanting to waste it, while it was still warm and moist, she smeared it on her face and voila, the rouge was applied. Sun Yu looked utterly disgusted and said, this is hardly the behavior of a refined young lady. Hearing this, the audience burst into laughter again. They weren't laughing at Lin Daiyu's actions but were instead completely disarmed by Yi Yunfei's antics. That pouting action Miami is seriously addictive. And that's not all. After pouting, he then rubs his face twice, just like a country girl who knows nothing about fashion suddenly trying to doll herself up. The girls at the scene were covering their mouths and laughing hysterically. Yi Yunfei's antics were exactly like their first attempts at makeup. Looking back, it's almost too cringe to bear. Chapter 10, Sister Lin's 4-hour morning. Watching Yi Yunfei's series of actions, the audience couldn't stop laughing hysterically. That was incredibly amusing. Learning from it was equally entertaining. Right now, the folks in the audience might be wondering, who was it that always said newcomers can't perform well on their first stage appearance? Isn't this pretty good? When it comes to speaking, imitating, teasing, and singing while not necessarily mastering every aspect, the skills are certainly nothing to scoff at. They truly don't care about others' opinions. All they know now is that the current Daeun society is brimming with talent. We must come more often in the future, especially to young Master Yi Yunfei's performances. We can't miss a single one. Old Gua, your disciple is truly remarkable. Master Gua, you're really not being fair. Why keep such an outstanding disciple off the stage for so long? We've missed so many great performances because of it. I mean, Old Gua, you've been hiding your skills way too deep. This young man's skills are truly impressive. He's truly inherited Master Gua's legacy. More than that, I think even Old Gua might be outshone by him now. The surrounding audience started chatting with Old Gua. Gua Di Gang was genuinely happy in his heart. But as a person, courtesy and humility are indispensable. He said, thanks to everyone's support, let's continue enjoying the crosstalk. In fact, even without his prompting, the crowd was already listening intently. Today's crosstalk performance was so interesting they didn't want to miss a single word. On stage, Yi Yunfei, and then, Sister Lin just dotted a mole on her face and went out. Sun Yu said, she even dotted a mole? Yi Yunfei, a beauty mark, let's dot a beauty mark, so delighted. Sun Yu Adao, so you're heading out now? Yi Yunfei, yes, heading out now. Once in the garden, there's nothing to do. Being a lady of noble birth means no work to attend to. Sun Yu Adao, just enjoy the scenery and read some books. Yi Yunfei, hey, every day is just living that kind of effortless life, nothing much going on. Just chatting with everyone in the garden, super easy going. Some young ladies have deep-seated airs, but not her. She gets along exceptionally well with the household servants and guards. Ha! Sun Yu was astonished and said, her personality is actually quite haughty. The audience members who knew the background also thought to themselves, Lin Dayu was indeed a proud and aloof young lady. But there's no need to dwell on whether she was proud or not now. Because Miss Lin's entire image had already been utterly crushed by Yi Yunfei. Right now, listening to crosstalk is the way to go. Yi Yunfei, proud by nature, but still greets people when coming down from the tower. Sun Yu replied, yes. Hey, Brother Lu, you've been a gardener for so long. Don't you think our flowers are getting prettier? At this moment, Yi Yunfei began curling his fingers gracefully, adopting an elegant demeanor. This falls under the learning aspect of the 4 basic skills in crosstalk: speaking, imitating, amusing, and singing. The audience distinguishes characters partly through the crosstalk performers' words and partly through their performances. Thus, learning is a fundamental skill that requires considerable effort to master. Watching Yi Yunfei's vivid performance and storytelling, the audience widened their eyes in amazement. Yi Yunfei's complexion was naturally fair and clean. At this moment, his imitation was so convincing it seemed real. Especially when even his way of speaking took on a Qiangyao-esque style, the effect was overwhelmingly strong. If they hadn't known he was male, these men would have truly believed a beautiful woman was cross-dressing on stage. Besides that, the female audience members had stars in their eyes. They realized their husbands were like hidden treasures. Not only were they great at crosstalk, but their performances were so realistic they were practically like Doraemon. Sun Yu smiled and responded, just chatting with the gardener. Yi Yunfei said gently, you've worked hard. Sun Yu replied, oh, still saying worked hard? Next, Yi Yunfei looked at the audience and said, turning around, oh my, Master Zhang, what shall we have for lunch? Sun Yu replied, the cook. Yi Yunfei looked elsewhere and said, oh, Ludage. Sun Yu couldn't help but interrupt him, asking, are there any women in their courtyard? Servant, servant. After responding, Yi Yunfei continued, make sure to secure the house well at night. Sun Yu said, to guard the house. That's great. Look how bright the sun is. Yi Yunfei looked up at the sky, then looked back down and held up 2 fingers. He said, I've been talking to someone down there for 2 hours. Sun Yu said, the whole morning has gone by like that? Yi Yunfei, what do you mean by time? In the past, 1 hour was 2 hours, called a disher. Sun Yu replied, yes. Yi Yunfei, our current hourly rate is based on that time. Sun Yu said, yeah, that's right. Yi Yunfei looked at the audience and said, 2 hours have passed, and it's already noon. Sun Yu said, should we eat? Yi Yunfei, yeah, it's time to eat. The people in the courtyard are also calling her to eat. But you see, as soon as Lin Moore lowered her head, her face turned red, and she went back upstairs. Hearing this, the audience's curiosity was piqued. Everyone turned their attention to the stage, waiting for the next answer. Sun Yu was also curious and hurriedly asked, what's going on? Yi Yunfei looked at him, remained calm, and gestured with both hands from top to bottom, saying, I forgot to put on clothes after taking a bath. Put. Ha! The audience below couldn't contain themselves anymore. A wave of thunderous laughter erupted from the crowd. Oh my! This person is so mean, and we've been talking for 4 hours. It's over, it's over. The image of Lin Dayu in my mind is completely ruined. The young man is even more irresponsible than we imagined. On stage, Sun Yu's smile remained frozen. How was he supposed to respond to that? How can he respond? To be honest, I can't answer that. Yi Yunfei didn't wait for him to respond and continued with his work, saying, you've been chatting with someone for 4 hours. The cook and gardener didn't even bother to remind her. What's this? What's wrong with it? Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. In the theater, there was none of the stiffness you find on TV. Even using some vulgar language is perfectly acceptable. Generally speaking, venues where vulgar language is used are those where the stand-up comedians have already built a strong rapport with the audience. Currently, only Guo Digang and his team, as well as Yu Yunpeng and Sun Yu, dare to engage in such humor. However, today's situation is a bit special. Yi Yunfei's performance was simply outstanding. Despite it being just a stand-up comedy performance, the atmosphere at the venue had already reached such a high level. So this part was completely fine, and the audience was thoroughly entertained. Chapter 11, you saw it, so what? Sun Yu on stage was also amused by the audience and said, "This is just something that happens in the Grand View Garden, isn't it?" Yi Yunfei, wow, Lin Dayu must have felt incredibly upset at that moment. Sun Yu said, "Oh my goodness, this is unbearable." Yi Yunfei pointed to his wrist and said, "This is considered indecent behavior." Sun Yu said, "That's right. Yi Yunfei, this young lady, she stripped down to her underwear and let people stare at her for 4 hours. How could she possibly be in a good mood?" Sun Yu was speechless. Ugh. Yi Yunfei looked at the audience with a serious expression and said, "But perhaps time is the best medicine." Upon hearing this, the audience below the stage let out a soft chuckle. Time truly is the best medicine, but coming from you, it's just too funny. Sun Yu looked utterly disbelieving. Just endure it and it'll be over? Time flies like a song, and the years pass like an arrow. At this point, Yi Yunfei extended his palm. 5 minutes later, Lin Dayu came to her senses. Ha! A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. After being watched for 4 hours, she figured it out in 5 minutes? That's more open-minded than Westerners. At this point, Sun Yu had completely lost his train of thought and was completely dumbfounded. The stage was entirely dominated by Yi Yunfei. He spread his hands and said, "That's how it is. Just look if you want to. How much weight can you lose by looking?" But while he said that, he couldn't go out today. He was really frustrated. Fed up? The audience below heard this and burst into laughter. That's a pretty fresh word. Especially with that indescribable flavor, it really gets you hooked. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, speechless. Yi Yunfei seemed oblivious, continuing to confide in him, "Right? It's too disappointing. We can't go out today. Let's try again tomorrow. But look, the sun is shining so brightly outside. We should go out and have some fun." Sun Yu couldn't help but say, "Wow, you're so generous. Yi Yunfei, you have to enjoy the flowers and the scenery." Sun Yu was confused. Is this really admiring flowers and enjoying the scenery? At that moment, Yi Yunfei reached out and pushed, saying, "Let's open the Xian window first." What is a Xian window? Sun Yu also made a pushing motion forward and said, "A small window." Yi Yunfei, it's not a sliding door. A window should be opened upward. Sun Yu said, "Oh, that's right." Yi Yunfei, then hold the bamboo pole and push it upward. But think about it, this just happened. My hands were shaking, my heart was trembling, I didn't hold it steady, and it fell with a crash. Jia Baoyu was hit below, and it landed with a thud on Jia Baoyu's head. Jia Baoyu looked up and exclaimed, "Hey! You woman!" At this point, Yi Yunfei picked up the fan on the table and tapped it. Wang Pa saw everything. Ha! Seeing his lecherous appearance, the audience burst into laughter again. Who doesn't understand this? Pan Jinlian's TV movies come out every year. This part is just like something she would do. The funniest part is that this person even dragged Wang Pa here. That's so sneaky. Hey! Sun Yu quickly pulled Yi Yunfei and also demanded, "Where did this matchmaker come from?" Yi Yunfei stared at him blankly for 2 seconds before stammering, Wang Shifeng, Wang Shifeng the matchmaker." Put. Ha! The audience below was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. At first, they all thought it was a slip of the tongue, but it turned out there really was such a woman named Wang Pa. This is no laughing matter, I almost choked on my breath. Oh my goodness, I really shouldn't have listened to that stand-up comedy routine. Yi Yunfei is a complete worldview destroyer. I can't even remember what Red Cliff was about anymore. To be honest, all I can think about now is Jia Baoyu's line about women. Ha, me too. This thing is so brainwashing. On stage. Sun Yu, who was blocking Yi Yunfei, began to carefully appraise the other person, eventually reaching a conclusion. He suppressed a smile and said, "Well, I guess I figured it out. The original source for all your literary works is Jin Pingmei." Ha! At this point, tears welled up in the eyes of the audience below. These two are so entertaining. One level after another, no time to catch your breath. No wonder Yi Yunfei almost made a mistake when he mentioned the Jinling 12 beauties earlier. So he was actually referring to Jin Pingmei. Sun Yu was genuinely amused by Yi Yunfei's antics, but as a skilled straight man, the comedy routine had to continue. He said, "They really cast the perfect character for this role. Look at how well the plot is arranged. Oh my." At this point, Sun Yu quickly covered half of her face, too embarrassed to face the audience. Sigh. Seeing this scene, the audience below was thrilled. But then Yi Yunfei countered, saying, "Who says that just because I'm watching The Golden Lotus, it can't be water margin?" Sun Yu asked, "Are you reading the water margin?" Yi Yunfei, "Of course, I'm reading water margin. Who's reading Jin Pingmei? I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole." Sun Yu said, "Oh?" Yi Yunfei, "Just hearing that makes me feel sick." Sun Yu said, "Really?" Yi Yunfei, "Those are obscene books. Who would read such things? I have no idea what Pan Jinlian hanging upside down on a grapevine trellis means." Ha! There was another commotion in the audience. Perhaps some people really don't know what this line means, but by connecting it to the previous text, one can guess some of its meaning. This isn't anything serious, it's probably just the details inside. Realizing this, the audience burst into laughter. Especially the female audience members, who were laughing so hard that their eyes were squinted into slits. Oh my! The young man's knowledge truly spans all fields. An upside-down grapevine trellis? What kind of design is that? It's just... Before the applause had even died down, Yi Yunfei spoke again in a serious tone. He continued, I don't know what golden eggs and silver geese means. I don't know. Sun Yu quickly stopped him, laughing out loud, and said, you know all the details, but you don't know that? Yi Yunfei seemed to realize he had said something wrong, but still insisted, I saw it with my own eyes. Sun Yu said, huh? Yi Yunfei, even if I looked? Sun Yu said, you've seen it, so just leave it at that. Yi Yunfei, I'm not just looking for nothing. This time, Sun Yu looked at him in surprise and said, you're still learning? As soon as he said this, the audience erupted in cheers. Immediately afterward, there was a burst of laughter. My goodness, how can he be so confident? He saw it, and now he's copying it. He's killing me. Oh my, such a nice young man, why does he like doing that? I'm still just a kid. Chapter 12, one time isn't enough? I study whatever I can. Yi Yunfei pretended to slap him, looked at the audience, and said, you're not even a prince yet, where are you going to learn that stuff? Clatter! As soon as he said that, the entire venue erupted in applause. That was a double punchline, and it even brought back the previous joke about the prince's son-in-law. And there's more to this story. Think about it, who is a prince consort? That's a son-in-law by marriage. What high status can a son-in-law have? If you think about it that way, his words take on a different meaning. Perhaps the one hanging upside down from the grapevine trellis wasn't Pan Jinlian. At this thought, a portion of the more experienced audience members couldn't stop laughing for quite some time. Sun Yu interjected, so what about you? Yi Yunfei, I'm doing this for research. The audience perked up their ears. This was something they had never heard before. They were eager to know what else could be discovered about this thing. Sun Yu was also puzzled, research? Of course. Yi Yunfei looked serious and said, do you think that's what I'm looking at? What I'm mainly looking at is the context of that time, the historical backdrop. At the time when capitalism was just beginning to emerge. Sun Yu said, during the late Ming dynasty. Yi Yunfei, what did people need back then? What did the common folk want? How to integrate it with modern times? It all comes down to the literary quality within. Do you think I'm watching Xi Minqing push open the door and say, come on, ladies? What's the point of that? Ha! Seeing Yi Yunfei make a motion to push the door open, along with his smug expression, the audience below erupted into laughter once more. This guy looks so proper, yet as time goes on, he's become increasingly lecherous. Sun Yu also looked helpless and said, alright, literary quality. You're the one who appreciates literary quality. But at this point, I really need to ask you something. Yi Yunfei, what do you want to know? Go ahead. Sun Yu held back a smile and asked, may I ask? What exactly are you researching in here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Yunfei froze in place, looking completely bewildered. The audience, who had just calmed down, burst into laughter once again. Especially when they saw Yi Yunfei looking completely bewildered, it was absolutely hilarious. This person must be making things up. Exactly. That part just now sounded somewhat plausible, but upon closer inspection, it seems to have some issues. This guy is still being stubborn. He's finally shown his true colors. I just love his clueless look. After a few seconds, Yi Yunfei on stage spoke up. He said, no, I haven't figured it out yet. The audience heard this and was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. They couldn't figure it out. Oh my goodness. Don't you have any shame? After all that, you're just looking at the stuff. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to laugh myself to death. This person has no shame. Oh my, how could you do that, little brother? I thought you were really studying. You're so mean. The audience reacted strongly, and Sun Yu laughed for a long time. At this point, Yi Yunfei took the initiative and said, of course, I haven't achieved nothing either. Sun Yu asked, oh? Yi Yunfei, mainly, I want to learn from others' experiences and mistakes. Sun Yu asked, what lessons? Yi Yunfei, especially Chao Zhen, the author of Dream of the Red Chamber. Sun Yu said, he is also known as Chao Shuoqin. Yi Yunfei, right, Mr. Chao Shuoqin. His life was very difficult. Sun Yu said, yes. Yi Yunfei, a lifetime spent writing books and selling vegetables to make a living. Sun Yu interrupted him, saying, wait a minute, he's never sold vegetables before. Yi Yunfei, he sells snow celery. Isn't that what they say? Clay figurine Zhang, snow celery Chow. The audience couldn't help but doubt themselves, did I get it wrong? No, that can't be right. Chao Shuoqin never sold vegetables, did he? The audience isn't sure. Because this guy mentioned Mudman Zhang and Chao Shuoqin, it really sounds like they're famous names passed down through the ages. On stage, Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei aside and had to explain seriously, listen carefully. The first half, clay figurine Zhang, is indeed real, but the second half, Shua Chen Chao, doesn't exist. Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei and had to explain seriously, saying, listen carefully. The first half, Clayman Zhang, is indeed true, but the second half, Shua Chen Chao, does not exist. Yi Yunfei, there isn't? Sun Yu replied, of course not. Chao Zhan spent his entire life earning a living by writing the character Yu, and he never sold vegetables. Yi Yunfei took a deep breath and said, oh, maybe there was a mix-up. But it doesn't matter. There's one thing he said that I remember clearly, and it still deeply moves me to this day. Sun Yu said, is that so? Yi Yunfei, to be honest, it was because of that statement that I looked into it. Sun Yu looked utterly astonished and said, Chao Shuaqin told you to go look at that thing? Upon hearing this, the audience couldn't help but laugh. But soon they became curious. Did Chao Shuaqin tell him to look? Did he say that? Just as everyone was curious. Yi Yunfei on stage nodded his head without saying a word. This left everyone in a hurry. Sun Yu couldn't help but ask, what made you so moved? But Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, either this or that, either this or that. Oh. I remember now. That's the phrase. Even if there are 3,000 rivers of weak water, I'll only indulge once and be hooked. Ha! The audience was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Not only that, but they realized they couldn't remember the original words anymore. Do you know what comes after weak water 3,000? I can't remember. Right now, I just feel like all the knowledge in my head has been shattered. Oh, I can't remember either. I'm a Chinese teacher, how am I supposed to teach my students now? Trying it once gets you hooked, it's hilarious. Sun Yu on stage was also giggling non-stop. I really don't know how he came up with these jokes. There's no one to play the straight man right now. But it doesn't matter. Yi Yunfei continued on his own, saying, this sentence tells me that one must remain steadfast in life. To avoid being influenced by the outside world, that's why I read that. Wait, don't do that yet. Sun Yu pulled him back and said, let's talk about what you just said first. Yi Yunfei, what's wrong with that sentence? What else is there to say? Sun Yu laughed and said, what you said is wrong. Yi Yunfei, how is it wrong? Sun Yu said, that's called among the 3,000 rivers, I will drink only one sip. You're still addicted after just one try? Your willpower is way too weak. Chapter 13, Uncle is just joking around. Yi. The entire audience burst into laughter. Meanwhile, a few couples inside were also having a little argument. The girl stared intently at her boyfriend, her eyes full of words. Everyone was asking, you're laughing so happily, have you tried it and gotten hooked? Guys, shut up and stop laughing. But then, thinking about the earlier joke, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The theater, which had been quiet, suddenly erupted with laughter. The entire venue became even more joyful. Laughter seemed to be contagious, drawing in the audience who had just stopped laughing, and in an instant, everyone was once again immersed in a sea of laughter. It took several seconds for the audience's laughter to gradually subside. At that moment, Yi Yunfei also laughed to cover his embarrassment and said, it's more or less the same. That's way off. Sun Yu said, one has seen through life, and the other has fallen into the world of desire. Do you understand? The audience burst into laughter, yet also deeply agreed. Although the two are often confused, their true meanings are vastly different. Seeing the audience laughing, Yi Yunfei hurriedly explained, what I meant was that they have the same effect on me. Sun Yu said, is that so? Yi Yunfei, that's right. There's an old saying that goes. Sun Yu said, oh? Yi Yunfei, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Sun Yu said, hey. There's a saying like that. But what does that have to do with you? This question also piqued the audience's curiosity. The relationship between the two was indeed beyond their comprehension. At that moment, everyone was looking at Yi Yunfei. He raised his palm toward the sky and spoke without hesitation, traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as meeting countless people. Put. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. There is indeed such a saying in the old days, and it is the exact original phrase. But in today's context, it has completely lost its original meaning. Especially in this day and age, having seen many people is not necessarily a compliment. Upon realizing this, the audience burst into laughter. There were simply too many seasoned veterans in the room, and everyone understood exactly what was being implied. After finishing his speech, Yi Yunfei turned to Sun Yu with a smug expression and asked, what do you think? Did I say that? Sun Yu nodded helplessly and said, yes. Yi Yunfei, is that how it works? Sun Yu said, the principle is correct, but... Before Sun Yu could finish, Yi Yunfei interrupted him and said, I just love studying these things. Sun Yu couldn't help but tease him, you study this? Yi Yunfei, it's not just this. Sun Yu gave a playful expression and said, oh, there's more? Yi Yunfei, of course. I've read too much ancient literature. For example, the 4 books and 5 classics. Wait a minute. Sun Yu stopped him and said, you were just reading Dream of the Red Chamber like it was mush. You studied the 4 books and 5 classics? Let me put it this way. Yi Yunfei made a gesture as if he were making a phone call and said, I didn't study the 4 books and 5 classics much. In the past, I studied the 6 classics. It's also called practicing the 6 arts. Sun Yu was completely shocked and said, in the past, scholars and gentlemen emphasized mastering the 6 arts. You studied them? Yi Yunfei, of course I have. Sun Yu's face lit up with a disdainful smile as he said, alright, don't talk big. Just tell me, which 6 arts did you study? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei extended his palm and began to count on his fingers, saying, poetry, ritual, the Book of Changes, music, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. These are the 6 arts. Once you study them, you will discover how profound their content truly is. Hey! Sun Yu quickly pulled him back and asked, who told you that the spring and autumn period is 2 books? The audience burst into laughter. Some people didn't understand the 6 arts, but they knew that the spring and autumn period was connected. Yi Yunfei, what do you mean? Sun Yu said, the Spring and Autumn Annals is a book. Poetry, rituals, changes, music, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Yi Yunfei trailed off, then paused and said, that's not enough. It's missing a leg. Put. Someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh. Just one more step and it would have been perfect. Sun Yu looked at him impatiently and said, are these guys here to play mahjong? As soon as she said that, the audience couldn't hold back any longer. It seems that the fat guy also plays mahjong. Oh my, you're killing me, just one more tile. You're such a culture crusher. Ugh, what was that other skill again? I can't remember it now. On stage, Yi Yunfei continued, the 6 arts, there's still one missing. Sun Yu asked, books? Where are the books? Yi Yunfei replied casually, uncle, you're joking, aren't you? Ha! The audience laughed even louder this time. One after another, they didn't care about their appearance and covered their faces, laughing hysterically. Oh my goodness, my stomach hurts. No way, I'm going to die laughing, this person is so funny. Uncle, you're so funny. Ouch, my cheeks hurt. Sun Yu was completely speechless. Looking at Yi Yunfei, he remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, his voice a mix of anger and laughter. I really can't teach him anymore. How could there be such a thing as taking advantage of someone? No. Yi Yunfei quickly apologized, saying, I misunderstood earlier, Mr. Sunday. Please don't take it to heart. Sun Yu waved her hand and said, enough, enough. You're the one teaching me. In just a short while, you've taught me quite a lot. Don't mention that. Let's just talk about the 6 arts. Yes. Yi Yunfei took up the conversation and said, as for the 6 arts, there are poetry, calligraphy, ritual, the I Ching, music, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Later on, one of them disappeared. Sun Yuashan quickly added, the Book of Music was lost. Sun Yu interjected, the Book of Music was lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yu realized something was wrong. The audience below immediately caught on and burst into laughter once again. This pun is absolutely brilliant. Sun Yu on stage pretended to slap her own face and said, I shouldn't have gone there. At that moment, Yi Yunfei spoke up slyly, saying, it's gone. It's time for the pregnancy. Ha! The audience couldn't stop laughing. This guy is really bad, setting a trap for the fat guy. Sun Yu pushed Yi Yunfei and couldn't help but laugh himself. He said, it's the joy of music. We say that those who perform crosstalk are bad, but those who listen to crosstalk are also bad. Hey! Sun Yu pointed at a group of audience members who were laughing enthusiastically, but this only made them laugh even harder. Speaking of fat guys, he really didn't hold back when it came to going head to head with Ye on the field. I didn't expect to be set up today, and there was nothing I could do about it. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't be happier. Such a scenario is exactly what they love to see. Chapter 14, Singing Lyrics is my specialty. It seems this child has truly put in the effort. The bag is rattling good. However, Yu Qian watched from the audience with a look of admiration on his face, but sometimes after laughing, he would furrow his brows. Yi Yunfei's punchlines and wordplay were really well done. They all fit together seamlessly. But his direction was indeed quite dangerous. What Jin Pingmei did earlier was already pushing the boundaries. Of course, this still falls within the realm of normalcy, and to be honest, it's really not a big deal. However, Yu Qian couldn't help but feel concerned. Yi Yunfei was still young, and sometimes he didn't know how to measure his words. If he accidentally said something he shouldn't have, that would be a big problem. Especially in this age of widespread internet access, even an offhand remark could lead to disastrous consequences. I should make time to have a serious talk with him soon. On stage, Yi Yunfei continued, although the Book of Music has been lost, I have not neglected any of the 6 arts. I may not be an expert in every single one, but I can certainly perform each of them. Sun Yu smiled and said, why don't you join us for a song? Let's do it. The audience is the most enthusiastic and lively. Of course, they were also genuinely curious to see if Yi Yunfei could really play ancient music. I would like to thank everyone for their enthusiasm. Yi Yunfei bowed his hands and said, but unfortunately, I didn't bring that thing the insert. Sun Yu asked, draw insert symbol? Yi Yunfei, that's it, just this. While making the gestures, Yi Yunfei also provided the accompanying sounds. After watching, Sun Yu said impatiently, that's called a trombone. You're really good at naming instruments. Yi Yunfei, yes, a trombone. I didn't bring it. That thing is too big. Sun Yu looked utterly astonished. Lei plays the trombone? Ha! A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Music and art were the refined arts of ancient gentlemen. Replacing them with a trumpet is indeed quite bizarre. Yi Yunfei, isn't this keeping up with the times? And the music book is gone too, so now I can only learn to play the trombone or something to keep up with the times. Sun Yu chuckled twice, not bothering to call him out on it. He continued, alright, if you can't come, never mind. We can do something else. Immediately, Yi Yunfei pretended to roll up his sleeves, looking proud, and said, go ahead, I've seen plenty. Since I joined the Dayun Society, I've been following my master and reading books. The amount of knowledge was as vast as the ocean. Sun Yu couldn't believe it and asked, is that true? How could it be fake? Yi Yunfei, in the first 2 years alone, I read hundreds of anthologies, all filled with text. Sun Yu said, those anthologies must be so dry. Yi Yunfei, yeah, it is. So in the days that followed, I started looking for ancient books with illustrations. Sun Yu was puzzled and said, that's not right. There aren't many ancient books with illustrations, are there? That's true, there aren't many. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, I searched for a long time before finding just a few. That book is pretty thin, I'll finish it in no time. But later, on the back shelf of my master's bookshelf, I found a pile of ancient illustrated books. Sun Yu furrowed his brows, even more curious, this doesn't make sense either. I remember there weren't many books like this on Mr. Guo's bookshelf. Yi Yunfei, he must have put them away. Put it away? Sun Yu said, why put it away? Come on, tell me, what kind of books are they? Yi Yunfei looked up and thought for a moment before saying, there are too many, I can't remember them all. Anyway, I saw the chapter where Pan Jinlian hung upside down from the grapevine trellis in that book. A couple of days later, my master set up his own study and wouldn't let us go in. Moreover, every night after midnight, the light in that room would be turned on, and we had no idea what was going on. Put. Ha! The audience burst into laughter. At that moment, they all shot Guo Digang a meaningful glance. Guo Digang, who was on stage, played along by half standing up, as if he were about to rush onto the stage. In an instant, the atmosphere in the venue became even more lively. Oh, so Guo Banju wasn't so serious after all. Old Guo really has a knack for this, he saved so many good things. It's all Guo Ban's fault for corrupting us young guys. I never expected this. You're such an old Guo. Seeing how lively it was in the audience, Sun Yu also smiled and shook his head. He said, never mind, never mind. Let's skip this topic. Yi Yunfei was puzzled and asked, what do you mean, let's forget about it? Sun Yu said, the things you learned from that bookshelf, keep them to yourself. There are still many young people here, it's inappropriate to talk about this. Yi Yunfei, it's quite appropriate. Just now when we mentioned the inverted grapevine trellis, they were laughing harder than anyone else. Whom? The audience below was laughing happily. Yi Yunfei continued, and the knowledge in my head is churning. You've piqued my interest. This is what you call a beast getting excited. Sun Yu, standing next to him, quickly took a couple of steps back, completely dumbfounded. The audience burst into laughter. Is unleashing your animal instincts acceptable? Sun Yu gulped, took a deep breath, and finally returned to his seat. He gently patted Zhang Yunfei on the shoulder and said, you, calm down first. I know you're excited to see the audience, especially since this is your first performance today. However, we should take it slow and speak carefully. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, yes, we need to talk it through properly. Sun Yu said, earlier, you mentioned that you know a lot. Yi Yunfei, ah. Sun Yu said, it's the 4 books and 5 classics again, with Li Wang's rhyming couplets, and then the 4 great classical novels. Yi Yunfei, right, I've read them all. Sun Yu said, you didn't mention a single one of those. Yi Yunfei couldn't wait to ask, which one? Which one? Sun Yu replied, in the traditional culture of the Yan and Huang dynasties, there is the most important one, which you did not mention. Yi Yunfei hurriedly asked, what is it? Tell me. Sun Yu said, reciting poetry, composing lyrics, and writing prose. Oh. Yi Yunfei took a deep breath and then chuckled. Sun Yu said, don't get too excited yet. First tell me if you can do it. Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, reciting poetry is my specialty. You're just handing it to me on a silver platter. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu was speechless for a moment. 2 seconds later, he finally spoke to him, saying, I see. From your familiarity with this golden bottle, I can tell. Ha! The audience below was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Although they didn't understand the joke at first, upon hearing golden bottle, everyone immediately got it. In CI? This is another pun absolutely brilliant. Obscene language. In stand-up comedy, many punchlines rely on visual imagery to be fully understood, but novels cannot depict everything in detail and must also strive for brevity, so it is impossible to include too much. Some punchlines shouldn't be taken too seriously by the audience. Additionally, many homophones cannot be used, and being banned is unfortunate. Chapter 15, Mr. Sun, your thoughts are impure. Yi Yunfei continued, why is there still the golden vase M? Didn't you just say it was Zine CI lyrics? Yes. Sun Yu agreed with him and said, so you really know how to do it? Yi Yunfei, of course I do. Mr. Sun, to be honest, I'm also a genuine pervert, a perverted guy. A literary pervert. Ha! The audience is amused again. This guy is so funny, he thinks he's so cool. Sun Yu held back a laugh and said, I understand. Yi Yunfei paid no heed to the others' teasing, looking at Sun Yu with a serious expression. He said, if you're talking about poetry, I've actually written quite a lot. Sun Yu also became serious and said, oh, really? Yi Yunfei, at the time, I didn't even know what year, month, or day it was. Sun Yu rubbed her forehead and said, oh my, I've lost track of time. The audience below laughed again. Yi Yunfei remained unfazed and exclaimed excitedly, at the time, I was in the mood, so I composed a poem on the spot. Sun Yu said, oh? Yi Yunfei, listen to this poem I wrote a few years ago. Take a look at the rhythm and flavor of these lines. From them, you can see the depth of my skill. Sun Yu said, did you really write a poem? Yi Yunfei, of course. Come and see how powerful my poem is, it'll blow your mind. Sun Yu chuckled, looked at the audience, and said, who wrote this poem? Hee, look at how powerful my poem is. Ha! The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was mainly because both of them were so funny, especially Yi Yunfei. Whenever poetry comes up, he gets exceptionally excited. Yi Yunfei continued, take a look at how I handled the rising tone, falling tone, level tone, and rising falling tone. Sun Yu nodded repeatedly and said, come on, you try, I'll listen. Yi Yunfei cleared his throat and said, when reciting poetry, you need to emphasize certain parts. Emphasis is very important. Sun Yu could barely contain his laughter and agreed, yes. At that moment, the audience also perked up their ears. They were very interested in Yi Yunfei's poem. Yi Yunfei closed his eyes, took a deep breath, waited for a moment, and then opened his eyes. He spoke up, I was born in the Jiangnan region. His voice was naturally gifted and quite good. When he recited the first line, it really had a certain flavor to it. But strangely, he stopped halfway through the sentence. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and asked repeatedly, what do you think, Mr. Sun? Is it elegant or not? Is it elegant or not? Sun Yu was speechless but could only go along with him, saying, elegant. Please continue. Yi Yunfei got back into character and said, stranded in the desolate northern frontier of Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu pondered, this line is interesting. Yi Yunfei, it should be a golden cup paired with a jade cup. Sun Yu was delighted and said, what a beautiful phrase. Yi Yunfei, what can I do? I'm just making it up. Make things up? Sun Yu was just about to compliment him when he suddenly became confused. The audience burst into laughter again. Just a moment ago, they were praising the young man's skill, but now he's shown his true colors. Right now. Yi Yunfei held his hands up as if cradling something and continued speaking. He said, outside, there is a brocaded blanket covering your head, inside, there is a matchmaker keeping you company. You may remove your headdress and roam freely, what a fine figure you make. Recognize half the characters. Sun Yu quickly stopped him and pulled him away from the microphone. As a result, cheers erupted from the audience below. The audience was so delighted they couldn't contain themselves. The poetic imagery is just one aspect, the main attraction is the interaction between the two performers on stage. Especially Sun Yu, who was standing there touching his forehead, completely embarrassed to face the audience. Yi Yunfei returned to the microphone, looking confused, and asked, what's going on? I was just reciting a poem, and you pushed me back 10 meters. What's the deal? Sun Yu couldn't bear to look and said, that's a lewd poem. Yi Yunfei, that's right, it's just poetry. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and gestured at her figure, saying, I'm too embarrassed to listen. You're even bringing up big, fat women now. Oh my. Ha! The audience chuckled softly. They thought so too. But at this point, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but object, saying, Mr. Sun, I'm not trying to criticize you. How can your thoughts be so impure? I'm impure? Sun Yu was taken aback for a moment, then slammed the table and exclaimed, which one of us isn't pure? Yi Yunfei, I recited a poem, and you managed to hear a big, fat woman in it. If you say you're pure, no one will believe you. Sun Yu said, you're so handsome with all that muscle, aren't you? Yi Yunfei looked at him seriously and said solemnly, I wrote Zhangzi. Ha! Upon hearing this, Sun Yu froze in place. He was completely dumbfounded. Ha! The audience below burst into laughter again. The fat guy's reaction was hilarious. You must be speechless, they were talking about Zhangzi. Of course, they were also curious why it was a zongzi. But seeing Sun Yu in this state, they couldn't stop laughing. Especially with Yi Yunfei standing beside him looking utterly wronged, the scene was simply too delightful to bear. After a moment, Sun Yu snapped back to reality, patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder, and hurriedly confronted him. He said, "What on earth are you talking about? There's not a single thing about zongzi here." Yi Yunfei, listen, what was the first thing you said? Alright, let's see how you explain it. Xing. Sun Yu rolled up his sleeves and said, the first part is that he was born in the Jiangnan region. Come on, explain it. Yi Yunfei looked at him and said, rice. Sun Yu looked puzzled and said, rice? Yi Yunfei, rice is what we call rice. Where is the original place of origin for rice? Sun Yu said, the Jiangnan region. Yi Yunfei, is there a problem? Sun Yu muttered under her breath and continued, the second line, drifting in the desolate north of Yuzhou? Yi Yunfei, later, it also spread to the northeast. Ha! The audience laughed non-stop. These two bickering with each other is really entertaining. Sun Yu said, shouldn't gold cups be paired with jade cups? Yi Yunfei, it should be used to make wine. Sun Yu said, how can you blame me for making things up? Yi Yunfei gestured with both hands and said, in the end, we ended up wrapping dumplings. At this point, Sun Yu looked utterly helpless. There was really nothing to say in response. He couldn't argue back. The audience below was laughing hysterically. They never expected that the poem could be interpreted in such a way. However, the real fun is yet to come. That's the main attraction. After a 2-second pause, Sun Yu continued, there's a silk blanket covering your head? Yi Yunfei, it's just a rice dumpling wrapper. Sun Yu asked, is there a matchmaker inside? Yi Yunfei, red dates. Sun Yu said, loosen your belt and let your hair down, and you may roam freely. Yi Yunfei, you can't eat zongzi by chewing on the skin, can you? Sun Yu was completely dumbfounded. What a handsome guy with such a muscular build zongzi. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted into cheers. Oh my, what a choice of words. Ha, I'm confused too. This is actually a rice dumpling. This person is poisonous. Yi Yunfei truly lives up to his reputation as a cultural wrecking ball. I'm bowing down to him. This guy is hilarious. Chapter 16, I just love going against people. The audience's reaction was intense, but Yi Yunfei didn't let the atmosphere die down. He continued, that's why I said, Mr. Sun, your thoughts are impure. How could you even think of that plump woman? Sun Yu has a point, but it's hard to explain clearly. Yi Yunfei looked at him and said, Mr. Sun, did you also set up your own study? That's wonderful. I'll come by your place someday to borrow a couple of books to read. Ha! The audience's laughter never stopped. Borrow books? What book would you like to borrow? Could it be Jean Ping Mei? Fat guy, you're being inappropriate. Sun Yu pretended to push him and said, get lost. I don't have any books like that. Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, I know. Who's that? Sun Yu gave him a disapproving look before speaking. He said, so you really know a lot about poetry and rhyming couplets? Yi Yunfei, isn't that obvious? How about this, Mr. Sun? I'll recite another poem for you. Listen to my choice of words and sentence structure. You'll definitely be able to gauge my level. Stop. Sun Yu quickly pulled him back and said, let's not do the poetry today. We're all young people, it's not good to make everyone blush like this. Speaking of which, Sun Yu pointed to the audience below. This immediately drew a response from everyone. You. The audience was very happy. On stage, Yi Yunfei adjusted his sleeves, his face brimming with pride. He said, alright, I'll listen to Mr. Sunday. To be honest, reciting poetry, answering questions, and composing lyrics and prose. I'm truly skilled in everything. Mr. Sun, you can test me on anything you like. Sun Yu was so annoyed she laughed and said, alright. Since you put it that way, I actually have an idea. Yi Yunfei, go ahead, I'm all set. Sun Yu said, didn't you say at the beginning that you would use the Li Wang rhyme scheme? Yi Yunfei, yes, I did. Heaven to earth, rain to wind, continent to sky. Go! Sun Yu stopped him first, then continued, let's do it this way. I've studied this couplet a little bit. Yi Yunfei, you've studied it too? Sun Yu replied, I have a basic understanding. Why don't we just stay here and exchange a few more lines? Yi Yunfei was overjoyed and said, that's great. I love arguing with people. Sun Yu said, you found your match. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. At that moment, everyone was intently watching the stage. This kind of rivalry is exactly what they love to see, because it makes it easier to pair people up. Yi Yunfei, come on. Sun Yu said, so, who will come up with the upper couplet, and who will come up with the lower couplet? Yi Yunfei, you come up with the upper couplet, and I'll respond with the lower couplet. This way, you can see how capable I am. Sun Yu said, so I really came? Yi Yunfei looked eager and said, come on, I can't wait any longer. To be honest, in all these years, I've never come across an opponent like this. Those who dare to challenge me with an upper couplet, I can respond with a lower couplet without even thinking, and if I hesitate for even a second, I consider myself defeated. Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter once more. They weren't sure if this person really had such knowledge. Sun Yu said, alright, then listen to my upper couplet. Yi Yunfei, go ahead, whatever you like. Sun Yu said, Mom rides the horse slowly, so Mom scolds the horse. Mom M. Yi Yunfei stood there motionless, closing his eyes and muttering to himself. Judging by his expression, it was clear he was deep in thought. The audience below also stopped smiling and waited quietly. A few seconds later, Yi Yunfei opened his eyes. At that moment, everyone was waiting for his answer. But he turned around and looked at Sun Yu and asked, what do you mean? Put. As soon as he said that, the entire audience was taken aback. Instantly, the room erupted in laughter. Ha, this guy is so funny. I thought he was really thinking about it, but it turns out he didn't understand a thing. That's hilarious. How could he be like that? What a jerk. You broke my heart. On stage. Sun Yu looked at him speechless, paused for a few seconds before speaking in a bad mood. He said, if you didn't understand, just ask directly. Don't stand there muttering to yourself, okay? Yes. Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly and said, please explain it to me quickly. I really didn't understand. Sun Yu sighed and said, alright, listen carefully this time. Yi Yunfei, go ahead, go ahead. Sun Yu said, oh my goodness, their company is organizing an autumn outing at Qiujing Tian, going to Shangwan Shan pasture to see the mountains covered in red leaves. Once we get to the pasture, we'll go horseback riding. But they were too old to ride such tall horses. So they prepared some shorter, smaller horses instead. Right. Yi Yunfei gestured downward and said, the small guest horse is much shorter, only this big. That's a dog. Sun Yu glared at him angrily. The audience below burst into laughter. This person is so mean. That little horse he's gesturing with is only up to his knees. It's not a dog. How annoying. Yi Yunfei gently tapped him on the shoulder. Sun Yu was unfazed and continued, this little horse is just a bit shorter than a fine steed. The main thing is that after my mom and the others rode it, the horse just wandered around. My mom thought it was boring that the horse wasn't running, so she said, why isn't the horse running? So my upper couplet is, Mom rides a horse, the horse is slow, Mom scolds the horse. Oh. Upon hearing this explanation, the audience immediately understood. This upper couplet is the same form as the previous one. But the challenge lies in coming up with a lower couplet now. Sun Yu looked at him smugly and said, how about this? Yi Yunfei adjusted his sleeves and said, no problem. Since you mentioned horses, I'll give you a bull in return. Sun Yu said, tell me more. Yi Yunfei blurted out, the girl leads the cow twists the girl, and the girl twists the cow. Sun Yu asked, what's that? Yi Yunfei, Nyo Nyo pulls the cow twists Nyo Nyo, and Nyo Nyo twists the cow. Ha! The audience burst into laughter. You don't even need to understand the words. Just looking at how smug this person is enough to make anyone happy. Sun Yu looked confused and asked, what does that mean? Yi Yunfei, she's just a little girl. Her name is Nyo Nyo. Sun Yu asked, and then? Yi Yunfei made a gesture with his hands and said, this little girl wants to go and lead the ox. But the cow twisted away. Nyo Nyo got angry and wanted to go over and twist the cow. So my lower couplet is, Nyo Nyo leads the cow twists, Nyo Nyo twists the cow. Put. Ha! Everyone at the scene was laughing like little cuties. They even made the little girl twist the cow. That person is so cruel. Wow, that's amazing, it all matches up. Look at the smile on fat guy's face, it's frozen. I'm dying of laughter. This guy is so funny, he always thinks in such a unique way. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and asked, any questions? Sun Yu looked helpless and said, you're really good at this. I didn't even think of that. Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, Mr. Sun, can you give me something harder? This is way too easy, like a question for a 3-year-old. Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. A question for a 3-year-old? No way. He's making fun of Sun Yu. This kid is really bold, he dares to say anything on stage. On stage, Sun Yu spoke up, I'm afraid you won't be able to come up with something difficult. After all, today is your debut. If you don't perform well and end up blaming me backstage, that wouldn't be necessary either. Sun Yu. Yi Yunfei, go ahead and perform. If it doesn't go well, I'll just make something up. Chapter 17, Mr. Sun, you're not being pure again. Ha! The audience below burst into laughter again. What a shameless person. How can someone so despicable have such a handsome face? That fat guy is so annoying, it's making me sick. That little guy is so lovable yet so frustrating. On stage, Sun Yu stared at Yi Yunfei for a long time before finally speaking. He said, alright. Since you insist, let's try something difficult. Yi Yunfei looked eager and said, go ahead. Sun Yu said, listen carefully to my upper couplet. Yi Yunfei, what's the upper couplet? Sun Yu tapped the table and said, "A hungry chicken steals rice, and a child beats it with a bamboo tube." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei was completely stunned. The audience was also stunned. What on earth is this sentence? I don't know. Blah blah blah, who can understand this? Bro, if you don't understand, just admit it. Why read it out loud? You're making me laugh so hard I can't stop. The audience doesn't understand what this means either. Unable to guess, they could only stare wide-eyed at the stage. Yi Yunfei also looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression and asked, "What did you just say?" Sun Yu looked proud and said, "A hungry chicken steals rice, and a child beats a drum." Yi Yunfei, how did even JJ come up? Ha! How dare this person say anything? It suddenly became painful to look at. Actually, that's what I meant, but I didn't dare to say it. To be honest, I feel the same way, ha ha ha. The audience below was laughing heartily. Such an unexpected vulgar joke always leaves people in stitches. Sun Yu looked at the audience with a meaningful smile on his face. He said, "Indeed, someone who has read picture books. Some things just come naturally." Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter once again. This picture book joke really didn't work on Yi Yunfei. I guess I just haven't read enough. At this point, Yi Yunfei spoke up and said, "To be honest, I didn't understand what Mr. Sun was talking about earlier. Why don't you just tell me again quietly, Mr. Sun?" Sun Yu looked at him disapprovingly and said, "Why would I tell you quietly?" Sun Yu looked at him impatiently and said, "Why would I tell you quietly?" Yi Yunfei held back a smile, looked at the audience, and said, "Look at Ms. Sun's expression. I really can't compare. To be honest, words like JJ make me feel pretty embarrassed when I say them out loud. Unlike Mr. Sun, who reads a lot of picture books and doesn't think such words need to be whispered." Put. Ha! The audience below were laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. This guy is setting up fat guy again. He's so bold. Sun Yu pretended to push him and said, "Get lost. What on earth are you talking about? If you don't understand what that sentence means, just ask." "Yes. Yi Yunfei, please explain." Sun Yu said, "This chicken. You can call it a rooster or a hen, but it's the chicken running around on the ground. The other hungry refers to being hungry. It means that a chicken is hungry. Yi Yunfei, a hungry chicken." "That's right." Sun Yu said, "Then, steal rice. This chicken ran off to steal rice, and that's called stealing rice. The last child, holding a bamboo tube, is about to hit it. This is called child with bamboo tube. When combined, this forms my upper couplet, starving chickens steal rice, children strike with bamboo tubes." Oh. After hearing this explanation, the audience suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and said, "Do you understand now?" "Yi Yunfei, I understand, I understand." Sun Yu extended 2 fingers and said, "These 2 characters with the same pronunciation are connected together. This is called a sticky character couplet. Can you come? It's a bit difficult." "Yi Yunfei, let me think about it." Seeing his expression, Sun Yu chuckled and stood aside without disturbing him. Just then, Yi Yunfei muttered under his breath, "You're a starving chicken. You're a jerk." Sun Yu immediately retorted, "Put." As soon as he said that, the entire audience burst into laughter. The chubby guy was taken care of perfectly. I think Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei make a great pair. I agree. Does anyone else remember what they were originally trying to do? I don't remember. We laughed and forgot about it, ha ha ha. On stage, Yi Yunfei said, "Isn't that your couplet?" Sun Yu said, "But you can't just cut off 2 characters." Seeing the 2 of them bickering like this, the audience below had another good laugh. Yi Yunfei closed his eyes and began hiding nearby, muttering under his breath, "You're the JJ, so I'll go after the MM." Ha! The audience's tears were flowing. How can this person say such things? It's so inappropriate. Seeing the audience's intense reaction, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel delighted inside. Standing beside him, he couldn't resist stealing a few laughs, otherwise he'd feel too restrained. He simply couldn't help himself. Yi Yunfei is such a troublemaker. The original text didn't have this part. He just threw it in there, and the effect is absolutely explosive. A few seconds later, Yi Yunfei turned around and said, "Got it." Sun Yu asked, "Tell me about it?" Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, but before he could say a word, he burst into laughter. His laughter was contagious, spreading through the audience. That guy is so sleazy. Why do I find this so funny? I can't stop laughing. The audience below chuckled softly. Sun Yu looked speechless and said impatiently, "Stop daydreaming about your picture book. Get to work." Yi Yunfei clutched his sleeve and said, "Then listen carefully." Sun Yu said, "I'm listening." Yi Yunfei, my lower couplet is, Mimi. Sun Yu quickly stopped him and said, "I'll explain." That's not what I meant. Why are you still? Yi Yunfei glared at him angrily and said, "I told you before, Mr. Sun, your thoughts are impure. You know exactly what I mean, don't you?" As soon as he said that, the audience understood immediately. Sun Yu, who was on stage with him, was taken aback for a moment but still felt dissatisfied and asked a question. He said, "Then tell me, what does this mean?" Yi Yunfei chuckled again and said, "This meanie isn't what you think it means. It's a cat." Sun Yu was puzzled and said, "A cat?" The audience below also looked puzzled. Because the upper couplet provided chicken, which has two different meanings. The lower couplet doesn't seem to match at all. Chapter 18, It's over, it's over. Grab a shovel and drive them away. Sun Yu looked at him in confusion, and everyone in the crowd was staring at him. Yi Yunfei, we all call it kitty, so this meanie is actually a cat. Sun Yu held up 2 fingers and said, "But I'm using 2 fingers to mean 2 different things." Yi Yunfei, I also have 2 meanings with 2 words. Sun Yu said. The audience is also curious. Yi Yunfei spoke up, "One day, this cat was taking a nap, just lying there dozing off. That's why it's called meanie." Meanie? It doesn't seem to go well with chicken. Of course, if you don't nitpick, it's not too far off. The audience didn't argue either, just nodding in agreement. Because they couldn't think of anything better. As the straight man, Sun Yu was even less likely to dwell on this, so he continued with his role. He asked, "What happens next?" Yi Yunfei, Mimi Liang Kuko Jing. As soon as he said that, the scene was once again filled with question marks. Sticky couplets cannot be understood just by listening. Sun Yu looked puzzled and hurriedly asked, "What does Liang mean?" Yi Yunfei looked at the audience and said, "It's just that one day, this cat wanted to sleep. So it climbed up to the roof beam to cool off. Sun Yu arrived, guest, cough. Yi Yunfei, there's a guest under the beam." He suddenly coughed. Cough, cough, and then the cat got scared. Sun Yu said, "So what's the connection here?" Yi Yunfei, Mimi Liang Kuko Jing. Good. Below the stage, all the audience members cheered. This was truly impressive. Earlier, you were talking about JJ and and I thought you were joking. Turns out it actually matches. After saying that, Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a delighted expression and patted him on the back. He asked, "How about it, Mr. Sun? How do you think my level is?" Sun Yu paused for a moment, then laughed awkwardly and said, "Impressive, impressive. I'm truly convinced." Hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. Who would have thought that even you, the big guy, would ever admit defeat so easily? Well, take a look at me. Why can't I be famous? Yi Yunfei gestured to himself and said, "To be honest, I think I'm not bad looking." Sigh. The audience below responded with a unified voice. Of course, this is not a denial. It's just simple interaction. Even the female viewers didn't bother to strike up a conversation with their self-absorbed husbands at that moment. Yi Yunfei continued, "As you can see, my level of education is indeed quite high. You say I'm good-looking and talented, there's no reason I shouldn't be famous." Sigh. The audience let out another sigh. Great. Sun Yu, who was standing nearby, interrupted his self-praise and said, "Aren't you trying to become famous?" Yi Yunfei nodded and said, "That's right." Sun Yu said, "Actually, I already have the answer." "Oh? Yi Yunfei, please tell us." "Look." Sun Yu smiled, glanced at the audience, and said, "Just let them go, and you'll be famous tomorrow." Yi Yunfei looked puzzled and asked, "Let them go and we'll become famous?" Sun Yu replied, "Of course. Have you heard of 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100? Yi Yunfei, I have. It's an old saying. Sun Yu said, "That's right. Look at the scene, there are at least 200 or 300 people here. If you let them go, I'm sure at least 10,000 people will know you by tomorrow." Ha! The audience burst into laughter. Tens of thousands? You really underestimate us, you fat person. If this video doesn't get 1 million views, I'll admit I lost. Oh. Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly and said, "That makes sense, that makes sense. Come on, Mr. Sun, let's quickly bow to everyone." Sun Yu said, "Why bow?" Yi Yunfei spoke quietly, "When asking someone for a favor, you should be polite. Otherwise, they won't take it seriously." Sun Yu smiled and said, "Yes." After speaking, the two took a step back and bowed to the audience together. It turned out that it was time to end the performance. In fact, even Sun Yu hadn't noticed that it was already this late. When Yi Yunfei suddenly reminded him just now, he was taken aback for a moment. It must be said, this was truly a thrilling performance. In fact, it could be said that this is the most emotionally charged performance Sun Yu has delivered in all his years in the industry. At the same time, the audience below were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? This is not good. Why are they bowing at this moment? We agreed on 9 o'clock, why are they preparing to end early? A bow by the performer is a customary practice in the stand-up comedy industry. Not bowing at the beginning isn't a big deal as long as you perform well, it's fine. But by the end of the performance, no matter what, the actors must bow. This is a way of thanking the audience for their support. Audience members who enjoy stand-up comedy are well aware of this custom. Everyone quickly looked at their phones and watches. They were all startled. Oh, how could it be this late already? It's already 9:10. Is the clock broken?
No, mine too.
The audience checked the time one by one, and it was indeed correct.
It was already time for the performance to begin. This is all thanks to the main theater.
If this were a commercial performance, people would have started leaving 10 minutes ago. The young stand-up comedy enthusiasts were helpless and began checking their belongings, preparing to leave.
But a few elderly men hadn't had enough and started making a commotion. One more. This shout got the whole crowd going again.
Everyone cheered and clapped, their enthusiastic voices nearly shaking the theater's roof off its hinges.
On stage,
Sun Yu was also deeply moved by such enthusiasm. For a stand-up comedian, this is undoubtedly the most desired scene.
However, an encore is possible. Today is an evening show, and it's already 9 p.m.
Plus, there are quite a few women in the audience, so for safety reasons, we're not allowing anyone back in at this time.
Just as Sun Yu was thinking about it,
Yi Yunfei walked over and looked at the audience, saying, "Please, everyone, leave immediately."
Sun Yu also stepped forward and continued to egg him on. You must be desperate for fame, right?
Just a moment ago, he was locking the door and not letting anyone out, and now he's chasing people away.
Yi Yunfei impatiently waved his hand and said, I don't care. Those who don't want to leave are those who don't want to help, and those who don't want to help are enemies. I'm putting this out there now, by 9:30, every single one of you here will be kicked out with a shovel. Ha! Oh my, this person still has the same vibe. Young people have such tempers. Fine, hurry up and go, or you'll get a shovel. Let's go. Go home and get some sleep. We'll come back tomorrow to listen. Hey, young man. We're not your enemies. I'll definitely help you promote it properly. The entire audience stood up and clapped enthusiastically, then began to gather their belongings. Though they were reluctant to leave, today was indeed not the right time.
It's time to wrap things up.
Chapter 19, It turns out we're useless. The old men and women in the audience had all left. Yi Yunfei glanced at his master's previous spot and noticed that he had already left.
Sun Yu, standing beside him, smiled and said, "I never expected you to come up with such a great punchline."
That's impressive. Yi Yunfei smiled modestly, as long as I didn't ruin the show, let's go.
Soon, the two returned to the backstage area. Guodi Gang was waiting for them there, and everyone else was there as well.
Master, sir. You've worked hard, kid. Yi Yunfei, it's all part of the job.
Guodi Gang patted him on the shoulder, looked at him with satisfaction, and said, "You finally made it through the tough times.
Good job. Keep it up.
All those years of hard work have finally paid off." As his mentor, I am naturally happy for him.
Yi Yunfei smiled, it's all thanks to your good teaching. You say that, and your master will be pleased.
Guodi Gang smiled broadly and said, "But to be honest, I really haven't paid enough attention to you. With such a solid foundation, I should have let you perform on stage long ago."
Yi Yunfei smiled at him and said, "It's not too late now. You little rascal. You little rascal."
Upon hearing this, Guodi Gang immediately let it go and stopped dwelling on it. The atmosphere backstage suddenly livened up, and a group of fellow disciples gathered around. "Senior brother, you're so amazing." "Yeah, the bag has been making noise the whole time, it hasn't stopped."
"I knew it.
The master must have deliberately prevented the senior apprentice from taking the stage. That part about the Grand View Garden had me laughing so hard I couldn't stop."
A crowd gathered around Yi Yunfei, expressing their heartfelt admiration.
Yi Yunfei had been with the Daeyun Society for a long time, and aside from Chao Yujin,
most of the people backstage at the Tianqiao Theater today were newcomers. Only Yan Hexian has some real talent, Guoqi is the junior master, and there's also Xiao Yeye who came back from another province with Guodi Gang. As for the others, they are all performing at other theaters. Guoqi said excitedly, "Senior, that part was really amazing." Yi Yunfei humbly replied, "You're just flattering me." "No flattery needed, it's the truth." "Yeah, senior, you really showed off this time. From start to finish, I couldn't stop laughing. My junior colleagues were all praising me." Yu Yunpeng, standing nearby, asked curiously, "Senior brother, did you write this stand-up comedy routine yourself?" "Yes." Yi Yunfei admitted it without batting an eyelid.
Anyway, in this parallel world, most of the interesting baggage doesn't exist here. He had already researched this long ago. Additionally, the timeline of this world is significantly different, with many events never having occurred, so Yi Yunfei is completely unfamiliar with some of the history of this world.
"Did you hear that?"
Guodi Gang took the opportunity to speak up, saying, "You all need to work hard too, learn from Yunfei, and stop spending all your time playing games on your phones." The disciples all ducked their heads, they dared not respond to that. After all, they were also stand-up comedians and fully understood the difficulty of writing stand-up comedy. Creating a classic stand-up comedy routine is extremely challenging. It's not something you can just sit down and write. In this moment, Yi Yunfei actually felt like someone else's child. Even his junior disciples, including the already somewhat famous Yu Yunpeng, looked at him with eyes filled with envy and admiration. "Yu Yunpeng, senior brother, how long did it take you to write this section?"
Guoqi, yeah, senior brother, tell us. This question immediately made everyone look at him with curiosity. Guo Digang and Yu Qian were no exception. Yi Yunfei had no choice but to return, smiling and saying, probably about half a month? He wanted to say a year or so. But if he did that, there would be so many special cases to deal with later on, and by then there would be 1,000 people demanding explanations, and he probably wouldn't be able to clarify everything. Half a month? Everyone was stunned. They wrote a stand-up routine of this caliber in just half a month? Before they could react, Yi Yunfei added, however, some of the punchlines were improvised on the spot, so this stand-up routine isn't a complete one. Plus, some of the venues aren't suitable, so it's really not much to speak of. Since we're already pretending, might as well go all out and act tough. It won't hurt anyway. Since we're already pretending, might as well go all out and act tough, it won't hurt anyone. Everyone at the scene froze in their tracks. What was Ning saying? Are you bullying us because we don't understand stand-up comedy? You wrote such an outstanding piece in just half a month, and you say it's nothing? Goodness gracious, I really am a failure. It really only took half a month? Wei Digang couldn't believe it either and asked in astonishment. Before Yi Yunfei could speak, Yu Qian, the elderly man beside him, spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Actually, there's no need to be so surprised. Sometimes, when inspiration strikes, writing a stand-up comedy routine in half a month isn't that surprising. This kind of thing really depends on inspiration. Once you get it, writing comes quickly. Of course, it's also possible that Yunfei simply has a natural talent for it. In any case, this is a blessing for our Deyun society. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Yunfei in shock. To receive such high praise from the old master, he must be the top-ranked individual in the entire Deyun society. Being looked at by everyone like this, Yi Yunfei felt a bit helpless. Everyone, stop flattering me. It's just a lucky break, I don't have that kind of talent. You little rascal. Guo Digang didn't dwell on the matter either. He patted him on the shoulder and said to everyone, alright, stop staring at each other like that. To be honest, Yunfei has been with Deyun society for nearly 10 years, and it's only today that he's achieved this level of success. This is what they call late blooming. Yi Yunfei, master, I'm only 25 years old. Ha! The fellow disciples burst into laughter. Guo Digang also laughed for a while, then looked at everyone seriously and said, I don't expect everyone to be able to write their own comedy sketches, but I hope everyone will study diligently. Stand-up comedy isn't a simple skill. It involves 4 disciplines: speaking, learning, humor, and singing. It's truly something you learn all your life. So I only hope that everyone will persevere. I cannot guarantee anything else, but this bowl of rice, Guo Digang will never withhold from you. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, Guo Digang smiled and waved his hand. Alright, it's getting late. Those who need to rest should go rest. Everyone, let's call it a day. Yi Yunfei and the others finally left and returned to their respective accommodations. The members of the Deyun society each had their own dormitory rooms in the nearby apartment complex. Back to the apartment. Yi Yunfei glanced at his current happiness level. Joy point 7152 points. That's pretty high. But it doesn't seem to be doing much yet. If you really want to enter a lottery, you'd need at least 1,000,000 points to win the gold prize. Without giving it much thought, Yi Yunfei lay down and fell asleep soundly. This nerve-wracking day had left him utterly exhausted. At that moment, he had no idea. The impact his stand-up comedy routine had online was enormous. Chapter 20, Viral Sensation, Cultural Disruptor. Yan Jing, a skyscraper. Yuzu Jun is a popular blogger with 1 million followers. At this moment, she is searching for content. As a blogger with 1 million followers but not a celebrity, she can only maintain her followers' loyalty by increasing her online activity. She searched for a long time. However, she realized that she had posted too many microblogs and couldn't find any suitable material. Just give me some ideas. Please. Yuzu Koen is searching every area for materials that will help him get through today. By midnight, Yuzu Koen still hadn't found what he was looking for. She was about to give up. Just then, a video that she accidentally stumbled upon suddenly caught her attention. Culture Crusher Deyun Society Yi Yunfei. Deyun Society? Is this a stand-up comedy video? Yuzu Jun doesn't particularly enjoy stand-up comedy, but the cultural smash label piqued her interest. She clicked on it and lay on the bed to watch. Within 10 seconds, she was hooked. Seeing Yi Yunfei standing on the stage, Yuzu Koen's eyes lit up. This young man is good-looking, tall, and has great style. He's kind of handsome. Is this handsome guy a culture crusher? Yuzu Koen is very curious about this. She began to observe the handsome young man closely. Even though she wasn't particularly fond of stand-up comedy, she managed to restrain herself given how handsome he was. 3 minutes later. A few faint pops could be heard from inside the room. 5 minutes later. A few silver bell-like giggles echoed through the room. 10 minutes later. A sickening laugh like an old witch echoed through the room. Ha! Ga! The little fairy completely disregarded her image, laughing so hard she rolled around on the bed. Then, without noticing, she rolled off the bed onto the floor. Oh no! Oh, my dear mother, that good child. Yuzu-kun rubbed his knees, his face a mix of tears and laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Is this what stand-up comedy is like? It's hilarious. She continued watching the entire video. Then she took a deep breath, waited for her laughter to subside, and finally began editing the script. Soon, a post was up on Weibo. What's it like to have a friend who's a cultural disruptor? Yuzu heard from a friend that Lin Dayu used soap nuts to wash her hair. After soaking the soap nuts, she would use a stick to hit her head, crushing the soap nuts to properly wash her hair. This self-asked and self-answered post was posted. Yuzu-kun went to bed satisfied, ready to check the final results tomorrow. But I wonder if her curiosity is just too strong. Or maybe that stand-up comedy was just too addictive. Yuzu-kun actually woke up. It's 2 in the morning. She groggily picked up her phone and glanced at it. She was instantly wide awake. The 999 on the notification made her feel wide awake. Yuzu-jun hurriedly opened Weibo. He was shocked to find that his post had over 1,000 comments and more than 20,000 likes. Oh my goodness. It's not even been 2 hours yet. Yuzu-kun never expected that the Weibo post he published would cause such a huge stir. It must have been that viral video that sparked it all, right? Never mind. Let me see how many silly friends I have. Opening the comments section with thousands of posts, Yuji-jun laughed as he began to read and reply. Are we also familiar with the blogger? Your friend is named Ji Yunfei, right? Wow. I found so many friends who've been crushed by knowledge. I'm also a victim of this friend's brainwashing. Laughing and crying. A friend's surnamed Sun also told me that Lin Dayu is the Buddha. Put. Seeing this, Yuzu-kun laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Every time she thought of the scenes from the stand-up comedy, she couldn't help but laugh. The scene of Lin Dayu as the Buddha is just too ridiculous. Keep scrolling down, and someone else says, "Hey, I know him. He was talking to me yesterday." Beneath the Grand View Garden lies a large lake, constructed atop Mount Liang, and within it lies a massive stone with 9 holes and 8 openings. Later, a monkey emerged from the stone and, while in Cao Cao's army, managed to escape 7 times without being captured. Ha! This time, Yuzu-kun laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. That handsome young man is truly a cultural powerhouse. What he says is so compelling that no matter how many times you hear it, you can't help but be captivated. He laughed like a witch for a minute, and Yuzu-kun laughed himself out of breath. She finally wiped away a tear and continued flipping through the pages. But as soon as she swiped down, she saw someone say, every morning when Lin Dayu woke up, there was a monkey sitting at the door, saying to her, "Hey, how are you?" Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yuzu-kun completely lost his composure and started rolling around on the bed. Only rolling around could release her joy. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I'm no longer the elegant fairy I once was. After rolling around, Yuzu-kun whimpered a couple of times. But she couldn't resist and went to check the comments from netizens. She found that there were quite a few people who were laughing just as hard as she was. Everyone who saw this Weibo post had been swept into a sea of joy. At the same time, Yuji-jun noticed that many people were asking for links to the stand-up comedy video. There were also responses from netizens below. However, most of them are short clips recorded on mobile phones. Upon seeing this, Yuji-jun immediately realized that this trend could become even more popular. She quickly shared the link to the video on Weibo and manually pinned it to the top. Yuzu believes that within tomorrow, this video will be known to everyone. The punchlines from the stand-up comedy will also become trending terms in the near future. Especially the label cultural shredder. If the video were edited into short clips, it might be better, right? Yuzu suddenly realized something. The stand-up comedy video was just too long. Few people who didn't enjoy it would bother to watch it all the way through. But if it's just a 1 or 2 minute clip, wouldn't that make people more eager to watch? Thinking about this, Yuji quickly grabbed his phone and started contacting his friends. Meanwhile, during this time, cultural crusher Yi Yunfa suddenly shot to the top of the trending list. With the increased exposure, the popularity of this term surged even further. Any videos or discussions related to this topic online have been significantly impacted. At the same time, more people have become aware of the Daeun Society, a stand-up comedy group. Do all the performers at Daeun Society do this? Ha, that's hilarious. I'll have to check out the Daeun Society Theater in person someday. Yi Yunfei is truly a cultural smasher. I can't remember the plot of Dream of the Red Chamber anymore. This guy is so vulgar. He even knows about golden eggs and silver geese. The lady upstairs, do you know what that means either? Chapter 21, 1 million happiness points, time to win a prize. Early morning. Yi Yunfei was accustomed to getting up early. As soon as he woke up, he began to open his system panel. He found that it was filled with notifications about joy points being credited. Joy points won from a Weibo user. Fun level 2 from UC video users. Fun factor 2 from a user on BLBL. Fun level 1 from a user on Baidu Web.
From this, it is clear that this is the result of going viral across the entire internet. Videos, web pages, Weibo, and more are all sharing his stand-up comedy segment. In such a heated situation, the joy he received was also immense.
System notification?
Yi Yunfei saw a message from the system. After reading it, he finally understood. It turns out that the humor derived from online stand-up comedy diminishes over time. In a live setting, a single audience member can repeatedly increase the joy value.
But online, the same video or clip will only have an effect once. And no matter how many times the person laughs, Yi Yunfei can only receive 12 points of joy.
In the system's words, this is to keep the host motivated to keep creating.
Yi Yunfei didn't really care either way. There are hundreds of millions of netizens in Yanhuang now. Even if just 1% of them were affected, he could still gain a significant amount of joy points. Reaching the pinnacle of entertainment is absolutely no problem. As for anything more, he hasn't even considered it. After all, this world is different from the one he knew before, and many things cannot be understood using his previous knowledge. 110,000? Seeing the remaining joy points, Yi Yunfei was very happy.
This joy points are really increasing quickly. Perfect timing to try for the golden prize will first.
Golden prize draw.
Yi Yunfei spoke directly. The next moment, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the golden wheel began to spin. 10 seconds later, it came to a stop.
Ding! Ding! Congratulations!
You have earned the reward, Opera Mastery Gold Tier. Opera Mastery. When you begin singing opera, your mastery of opera will significantly improve, reaching level 999. Among the fundamental skills of crosstalk, singing is the most challenging in terms of natural talent. This is because vocal quality is innate, and no matter how much one practices, it will inevitably be influenced to some extent. Yi Yunfei's voice is one of his special talents, and at the very least, his natural conditions are far superior to those of 90% of the trainees. However, due to his natural limitations, Yi Yunfei had always struggled to master it properly.
But things are different now. With this talent, he can now master opera perfectly. At that moment, Yi Yunfei's mind was suddenly filled with a wealth of professional knowledge. He cleared his throat and began practicing. At 9 o'clock, he finally left for the theater. Dayun Society Theater. Several young people were summoned here early in the morning. This was arranged by Guodi Gang. Last night's crosstalk was quite good. He gathered several promising young people together to prepare something. At that moment, Guodi Gang hadn't arrived yet, so the young people started scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, the trending news caught everyone's attention. Yi Yunfei is really taking off. He shot up to 3rd place on the trending list in just one night. I must be seeing things, right? Wow, we've been in the Dayun Society for so long, and none of us have ever been this successful. Yunfei is so awesome. It seems like Yunfei was on stage for the first time last night, and he really made a splash. This stand-up comedy is full of new material. Who wrote it? Several people asked curiously. Yan Hexian couldn't help but boast proudly, "Senior brother, you won't believe me if I tell you, but this stand-up comedy routine was written by Yunfei himself." What? Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. It was the same reaction as when Yan Hexian and the others heard the news yesterday. Is it true or not? It's true. Guoqi also spoke excitedly, saying, "Senior brother, you have no idea. Last night, when my father and master heard the news, they were utterly astonished." Upon hearing this, the senior and junior disciples looked at each other in silence. Everyone knew how difficult it was to create one's own stand-up comedy routine. They stared at each other for a moment. Luan Yunping asked again, still unsure, "Are you sure your master didn't help you write it?" Guoqi replied, "No, my father has no idea about this at all." Luan Yunping, Xiao Bing, and others couldn't believe the news. One by one, they turned their gaze toward Yu Yunpeng. "This guy came back with the master last night, he must have been there too." Xiao Yeye nodded and said, "Dalin is right." Upon hearing this, everyone swallowed hard. What does it mean to remain silent until you make a stunning debut? This is a classic example. After receiving the certification, Yan Hexian and Guoqi became even more excited, almost as happy as if they had created a new comedy routine themselves. Yan Hexian teased, "Senior brother, guess how long it took Yunfei to write this?" Guoqi also laughed and said, "You'll never guess." Several fellow disciples held back for a long time. Finally, Kong Yunron, who had remained silent all along, spoke up uncertainly. He asked cautiously, 3 years? A stand-up comedy routine with such seamless transitions, 3 years is already impressive. Luan Yunping also believed that it would take at least that long. Several fellow disciples all share this view. In the end, Guoqi shook his head, "It's not that long." Xiaobing said, 2 years? 2 years to write it? That's genius. Several people were already stunned beyond words. But Guo Qi in front of them continued to shake his head. Zhang Yunlei couldn't help but ask, did it really only take a year? Writing such a stand-up comedy routine in just 1 year is an absolutely terrifying pace. You have to understand that Guo Digang and Yu Qian work together to refine their material, and even then, it takes at least half a year to come up with a good stand-up routine. The renowned crosstalk performer De Bao once said that it took him 5 years to perfect a single crosstalk piece. 5 years for one piece. And it's created by a master artist. So, writing such amazing stand-up comedy in just 1 year is truly terrifying. Several fellow disciples looked at Guo Qi and their brows furrowed in unison. Because this kid was still shaking his head. This even made Luan Yunping unable to sit still, exclaiming in shock, "You didn't write it in just half a year, did you?" Guo Qi smiled but refused to say anything. Xiao Yeye, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and said, "It's not half a year, it's half a month." Boom! In an instant, several promising candidates from the Yunzi department were stunned. They created such an outstanding piece in just half a month? The room fell silent. A few promising candidates noticed that their phones suddenly lost their appeal. Those with greater natural talent are working hard, yet these less gifted individuals are still playing games. Put! Go to hell! The group of fellow disciples began to put away their phones and start practicing. When Guo Digang arrived, he was immediately moved to tears. These little brats were actually practicing their basic skills. Seeing this scene, old Guo was deeply moved. At that moment, his eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 22, A Beacon of Light. Old Guo's thoughts. When Yi Yunfei arrived at the tea garden, he found everyone was there. Guo Digang and Yu Qian were seated at the head of the table, while the other disciples were practicing around them. Under his influence, the group did put in a bit more effort. Master, sir, uncle. Alright, kids, come sit down. Seeing Yi Yunfei coming, Guo Digang also called out. Most of the people called today were his disciples, among the first to follow Guo Digang. They speak to each other warmly now, sitting together in a circle, creating a lively atmosphere. Last night's stand-up comedy was pretty good. Guo Digang looked at Yi Yunfei and praised him again. He spoke about the 4 great classical novels and added some literary jokes about Spring Festival couplets. Yi Yunfei humbly said, "Master is too kind." Guo Digang smiled broadly, no flattery needed. Third on the trending list is truly impressive. Guaji Guaji. As soon as he said this, all the fellow disciples clapped in approval. Making it to the trending topics is everyone's dream. Anything that can get there is truly remarkable. After all these years of practice, you've really built a solid foundation. However, you still need to practice more, especially your voice. It's a natural advantage, so don't waste it. Guo Digang gave him a gentle reminder. It's the master. Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly. At that moment, Yu Qian took a sip of tea and said, "Your stand-up comedy routine needs some work. Ask your master to help you polish it up. Some parts are too specific to the venue. With a few changes, it could be even better." That's great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, master. Oh, come on. Yu Qian smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. If you really want to thank someone, it should be your master. At this, all the fellow disciples were stunned. The master wants to thank Yi Yunfei? What's going on here? Looking at his disciples with puzzled expressions, Guo Digang smiled broadly, deliberately teasing them. He took his time, sipping his tea slowly. After savoring the flavor, he finally looked at everyone and laughed. Did you all watch Yunfei's performance yesterday? Yes, we did. It shot up to third on the trending list overnight. This is definitely something you can't miss. The fellow disciples spoke in unison. Guo Digang smiled and asked, "Did you notice anything?" This question really stumped everyone. After just glancing at a few stand-up comedy routines, you can already gain some insight from them? No. I just think it's very smooth and funny. Me too. Master, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. A group of people were chattering away, all shaking their heads. At that moment, Guo Digang turned his gaze toward Yi Yunfei. Since you can write such a stand-up comedy routine, Yunfei, you should have realized this long ago. Why don't you tell us about it? Actually, he doesn't know if he guessed correctly either. So in the end, he decided to ask tentatively. Yi Yunfei nodded. Alright, I'll just share my own thoughts. Are you serious? This left all the disciples in shock. You haven't left the mountain for 10 years, and now you've come out as a great immortal. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to give myself a label so that when people think of this term, they'll think of me. It's a clever way to make myself more memorable, I guess. Yi Yunfei didn't hold back either, mentioning some future phenomena. Yi Yunfei didn't hold back either, mentioning some future trends. In fact, even if he hadn't mentioned it, Guo Digang had already realized it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone on to promote someone like Yu Yunpeng, an actor who already comes with a reputation for being a troublemaker. Once this approach proved successful, subsequent actors were cultivated in the same manner. Though they didn't achieve the same level of success as Yu Yunpeng's group. But we have at least managed to cultivate a diverse group of people of all ages. Tags? The fellow disciples were confused and couldn't grasp the key point. But at that moment, Gang smiled, his smile as bright as ever. Excellent. Well done. Master, please don't keep praising me like that. I'll get too full of myself. Go ahead and get carried away, kid. Yu Qian smiled at him. Today, you can just drift along. To be honest, without you as a guiding light, your master would have to rack his brains to figure out the future development path. Upon hearing this, the younger generation below were all dumbfounded. Yi Yunfei is the master's guiding light? That's a bit too mystical, isn't it? The kids won't be able to accept that. At that moment, Gang let out a long sigh and said, actually, after Jinzi and Xiaobi left, our Diyun society really went through the most difficult period. Fortunately, we managed to get through it all. However, during this time, I've been thinking about how we can bring out a new face. It's really baffling me. It wasn't until this morning, when I saw Yunfei trending on social media, that I finally began to understand. From now on, you all need to think carefully about your own labels. We'll use these to gradually build our unique characteristics. This way, in the future, we can all pursue opportunities in both the online world and variety shows. Gang explained calmly. After listening, the other disciples were also left with only a vague understanding. They understood what was said, but they had no idea how to put it into practice. Of course, this isn't something that can be rushed. Gang doesn't have that many resources at his disposal right now, so trying to make everyone famous at the same time is just wishful thinking. These words today are simply setting a goal for everyone, giving them something to think about first. As for who to promote now, the decision regarding Gang has already been made. He waved his hand and said, Yunfei, come here. Master has something for you. What? Yi Yunfei approached curiously. Gang smiled broadly, pulled out a red envelope from his pocket, and handed it to him. He laughed and said, take it. It's a small token of my appreciation. This is so embarrassing. Yi Yunfei was polite with his words, but on the other hand, he quickly grabbed the red envelope. Wow! It's pretty thick. With this feel, it's worth at least 2,000 or 3,000. Things have been really tough for Diyun society lately. The few theaters are barely keeping afloat, and as for income, 99% of it comes from Gang's commercial performances. And such a generous gift is truly unprecedented. Gang was so delighted he couldn't stop smiling. He said, in a bit, I'll have your aunt take you to buy a few sets of formal attire. In a couple of days, there's a special performance at the Cultural Palace. You can come along with me. Wow! The fellow disciples all looked at Yi Yunfei. The meaning of those words was crystal clear. Ever since Chao Yunjin and the others left, the master has been favoring Yu Yunpeng and Yen Yunda, hoping they can take on the responsibility of being the main performers. As a result, these two are almost always brought along for most commercial performances. Of course, senior brother Yen Yunda still has some issues with his fundamentals, and despite being heavily promoted, he hasn't gained much traction. On the other hand, Yu Yunpeng, with his cheerful demeanor, has gradually become familiar to audiences and has already gained a significant following this year. Now, he suddenly says he wants to bring along Yi Yunfei. Isn't this clearly just to promote him? My goodness, this is really taking off. Chapter 23, Want to see Yi Yunfei? He's been caught by my master. After chatting for a while, the group dispersed. There were still performances at various theaters in the afternoon, so we couldn't stay here too long. Gang also left the Tianqiao Theater on the same day. He also had other things to do these past 2 days, including taking Yu Yunpeng to another venue, and this time he brought Sun Yu along as well. As for the special performance at the Cultural Palace, it will take place 3 days from now. Yi Yunfei didn't bother to pay much attention to it. His mind was entirely focused on the opera. Having just gained control of the opera, he needs to familiarize himself with the lyrics. Since there were no performances scheduled for the day, I first went to Diyun Huafu Custom Tailoring to have my costume made, then practiced typing Jesai in the tea garden. Due to scheduling conflicts, Yan Hexian and Yi Yunfei were paired together today. As for the performance time, it will be at 10:30 p.m. With the growing popularity of nightlife, the evening performance time at Diyun Society has also been pushed back. Additionally, with multiple performance groups today, the evening show has been extended all the way to 11 p.m. Yi Yunfei was the final act. After all, he had just trended on social media. At 6 o'clock, the evening show at Diyun Society began on time. Since Yan Hexian had the responsibility of being the team captain, he had to frequently remind his junior teammates, so his partner Yi Yunfei also came to the backstage area to practice. To maintain a quiet environment, he practiced in an empty guest room. On the other side, seeing Yi Yunfei walking over with the imperial tablet, Yan He and the others were all stunned. He's going to perform the Lotus Flower Fall. Everyone in the club knows that Yan Hexian's ancestral singing style isn't suitable for this. Going on stage to sing Taiping lyrics is just asking for trouble. He was resistant to the idea. It was just that Yi Yunfei wanted to sing, and he didn't feel comfortable speaking up. First, this is his senior brother. Second, this is his idol. Third, this is the guiding light of the Dayun society. Well, I guess I'll risk my life for a gentleman. Yan Hexian sighed deeply in his heart. The beauty of Hangzhou was unparalleled, with the shores of West Lake adorned with exotic flowers and plants that emitted a fragrant aroma throughout the 4 seasons. In spring, stroll along the Su Causeway amidst blooming peach blossoms and willows, and in summer, admire lotus flowers filling the pond. At that moment, Yi Yunfei began to sing. Yan He, who had just entered the room, was immediately stunned. When did my senior brother learn to sing so well? He waited until the song was finished before Yan Hexian spoke up. Senior, how did you suddenly sing so well? He didn't even notice that his words were impolite, he just blurted it out. It wasn't his fault. Yi Yunfei has a good voice, so he often practices singing folk songs. His fellow disciples have heard it countless times. But it really is a matter of natural talent. Yi Yunfei's folk songs always lack that certain something. It's like singing mechanically. His voice is undoubtedly top-notch, but it always lacks a certain charm, especially after a while, when his tunes start to feel monotonous and tiresome. But today is different. Yi Yunfei sang it perfectly. Yan Hexian has heard his master Guodi Gang sing these songs, and their techniques are absolutely on par. In fact, Yi Yunfei has an even greater advantage in terms of vocal quality. He's finally got it. Yi Yunfei smiled and didn't say much. Yan Hexian, however, was feeling a bit down. His voice wasn't suited for singing, yet he had to partner with this person. Going on stage would be no different from making a fool of himself. At this thought, Yan Hexian felt completely defeated. Zhuang felt so upset. Alright, don't just stand there. Let's go to Tong Rentang. Hurry up. Tong Rentang? What, you still want to sing the lyrics of Taipinggu, a traditional Chinese folk song? No. Yan Hexian shook his head quickly. Tong Rentang is a form of fast-paced storytelling, so it doesn't require a particularly strong voice. Taipinggu Ci is different. That's a song, and it requires a good voice. He's really not suited for it. As for Tong Rentang, I think it's pretty good. Yan Hexian, by the way, senior, why are you rushing the beat? Do you think a proper performance will be popular? Yan Hexian thought about it for a moment and finally shook his head. No, it can't. Then that's settled. Yi Yunfei looked at him with a sour expression and laughed. This time we're here to snap up the shots. We'll be faster than talking, and that'll make it more fun. There's no way around it. To give Yan Hexian some leeway, we'll just have to improvise some fast-paced storytelling. Upon hearing this, Yan Hexian's eyes also welled up with tears. Senior brother, you really care about me. Go. Yi Yunfei pushed him away. Hurry up and get to work. It was late, 10:30 p.m. Next, please enjoy the crosstalk performance Tong Rentang, performed by Yan Hexian. The announcer's voice rings out. Gua. Applause continued, with most people there to see Yi Yunfei arrive. However, once they understood what was happening, the audience below were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Where's Yi Yunfei? Yeah, why is he the only one here? Where's that hot-tempered kid from yesterday? The old man came here today specifically to support him. If he's not here, don't blame me for getting angry. I came here specifically to see the young master too. Under the gaze of the audience, Yan Hexian took the bamboo clappers and went on stage. Seeing that the audience below were all staring intently at the backstage area, he realized he was actually feeling a bit nervous. Fortunately, he had plenty of performance experience, so he quickly pulled out the punchline that Yi Yunfei had taught him. Everyone, don't look around. There was supposed to be one more, but just now, he accidentally got caught by my master and my master's younger brother. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience burst into laughter. Yesterday, Yi Yunfei was calling black old Gua names and setting traps for fat brother. He's got some serious nerve. Who would have thought he'd get beaten up so quickly? As expected, if you don't mess up, you won't get hurt. Yan Hexian heard the sound of the bag and was overjoyed. He quickly continued, just now, I saw my master and his senior disciple. One was digging a hole, and the other was hammering him with a sledgehammer. Ha! Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter once again. Old Gui is too ruthless. He's planning to bury Yi Yunfei. Yan Hexian sighed helplessly. Enough already. The original program is cancelled anyway. As for me, I'll perform a fast-paced crosstalk piece about Tong Rentang to commemorate the departed. What? No way. Is that really all that's left? The audience couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, this was the last performance, and listening to a piece of fast-paced crosstalk just wouldn't satisfy today's expectations. The audience all looked toward the backstage area at the same time. Just then, Yan Hexian on stage had already started tapping the bamboo clappers. What's going on? I came here specifically to see Yi Yunfei. Who isn't? Yesterday's performance had me laughing so hard I almost fell over. That guy really isn't showing up? Oh no, I wanted to see the handsome guy. Many people spoke up, and many others were still watching the backstage. Just as many were beginning to feel disappointed. Finally, Yi Yunfei, holding a clapperboard, stormed onto the stage, fuming and limping. Chapter 24, Old Gui is digging a 2-bedroom apartment. Seeing Yi Yunfei take the stage, the audience felt reassured.
But when they saw him limping, the entire hall erupted in laughter.
Look at him. Did he really get beaten up before coming up here? Oh my, this guy is unpredictable.
Little brother, you really scared me.
I almost thought you weren't going to show up. This guy is still the same, ha.
On stage, Yan Hexian stopped playing his bamboo clappers and looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Hey, didn't you get caught by the master? Yi Yunfei smiled slightly and said, with his head like that, how could he catch me? Yan Hexian, isn't there still your senior disciple? He's a big guy weighing 300 pounds, and you managed to escape? Hearing this, the audience was also curious.
Fat brother was indeed much bigger, weighing at least 300 pounds.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei smiled again. Do you really think 300 pounds can stop me? You're joking. The audience was completely captivated by Yi Yunfei's words. You're not afraid of 300 pounds?
You're getting better and better at bragging, young man.
Yan Hexian also looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Seeing that everyone was questioning him, Yi Yunfei couldn't keep up the act anymore and whispered to Yan Hexian.
He said, he was digging a hole at the time and didn't notice me. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. Sure enough, this guy is really bad. He's so sneaky. Oh, I thought you had taken care of both of them. Yan Hexian, what happened to your leg? Yi Yunfei looked helpless and said, don't mention it. I got beaten up by my master.
At that moment, Yan Hexian gave him a mischievous smile, leaned in close, and spoke softly.
He said, hey? That's not right. Yesterday you said he was a little black fat guy, so why are you changing your story today? Ha! Zhuan, how did you get into such bad company? The audience below burst into laughter again. Yi Yunfei is indeed a toxic individual. No one who has ever worked with him has come out looking good. On stage, Yi Yunfei sighed and said, don't mention it. That guy really hit me hard. Look at my leg. Yan Hexian, what's wrong with your leg? Take a look yourself. Yi Yunfei lifted the front hem of his long robe and extended his leg forward. He glanced over and said, what's the problem? Can't you tell? The audience's attention also turned toward them.
Especially the female audience members, who felt a pang of envy. Those long legs, standing at 1.8 meters tall.
Feel it, this spot's been hit dozens of times.
On stage, Yi Yunfei bent down to touch his own calf, and the next second, he looked at everyone with a surprised expression.
Yan Hexian, what's with that expression? The audience also looked on curiously. After a 3-second pause, Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, I'm fine. Put. Ha! The audience below was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Oh, come on. Yan Hexian looked at him angrily and said, what's the matter with you limping like that? What kind of person are you? Yi Yunfei, it did hurt quite a bit at the time. You have no idea how hard he was hitting me. That's not right, is it? Yan Hexian was puzzled and said, hit you? Why does your leg still hurt? The audience perked up their ears, clearly curious about this as well. No matter how hard you hit someone, it shouldn't hurt their legs, right?
Especially the calves.
Don't mention it.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand and said, you have no idea how he treated me back then.
Yan Hexian, what happened? Yi Yunfei.
Yi Yunfei pointed his finger at the ceiling and shouted in Old Gui's tone.
He continued, you're running wild up there, aren't you?
I'm telling you, if you get up on stage and talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death.
Beat you to death. Beat you to death.
As he spoke, he jumped up and started punching wildly.
Hey! Yan Hexian quickly stopped him and said, what are you doing?
The audience was also puzzled by his actions. In the end, Yi Yunfei spoke seriously, saying, I'm imitating my master.
Ha!
The audience below froze for a moment, then, remembering his foot injury, burst into laughter.
This kid is so bold he even dared to make fun of Old Gui's height. What's the big deal? That's nothing.
Yesterday, he was the one with the guts, making fun of Old Gui right to his face. Old Gui's face was as black as coal at that moment.
Ha!
I was sitting right next to Old Gui yesterday, and it was exactly like that.
The young man is so brave, I really like him, hee hee. On stage, Yan Hexian held back a laugh and continued with the punchline, is the master really that short? Well, he's about the same height. Yi Yunfei, but their combat power was definitely underestimated. Just that last move almost took me out. Ugh. Sigh. Yan Hexian, just don't provoke him. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, exactly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have changed my mind. Sigh.
The audience immediately started cheering, laughing uncontrollably.
It's way too late for the young man to change his tune now.
Who knows, maybe Old Gui has already dug you a 2-bedroom apartment.
Wow, there are quite a few people here.
As the crowd's cheers died down, Yi Yunfei seemed to notice everyone else for the first time, a look of mild surprise on his face.
Yes. Getting back to the topic, Yan Hexian also started to play the straight man. Yi Yunfei glanced around and said, "There are quite a few familiar faces." "Yan Hexian, they're here for you." "Yi Yunfei, that's great. If things get rough later, you can lend a hand." The audience below chuckled lightly. "Oh, come on. Yan Hexian, we're not even friends. Who's going to fight for you?" "Yi Yunfei, it's okay, we'll get to know each other better as we chat." Yan Hexian placed the bamboo paddle on the table into his hands and said, "We don't have time to chat. It's almost midnight. Let's get started." "Alright." Yi Yunfei gripped the bamboo clappers tightly and said, "I'll follow your lead. Let's get the rhythm going. Don. Da. Don. Da." As the sound of bamboo clappers echoed, Yan Hexian spoke without hesitation. Tong Rintang was originally an old herbal medicine shop, and the master there was like a king who could do as he pleased. The medicine king sat in the center, with the 10 great doctors lined up on either side. The god of medicine sits in the center, with the 10 renowned physicians lined up on either side. The bamboo board book is not difficult. All you need is a mouth. Unlike opera genres like taiping songs, which rely on rhythm and melody to showcase their artistic charm, this type of performance has virtually no requirements for vocal quality or breath control. As long as you can enunciate clearly and control your breath properly, you can get by. Most singing apprentices also start with this method. Of course, this job isn't exactly a piece of cake. After all, it involves both singing and fighting, which is a physically demanding task for a stand-up comedian. And if you want to perform a genuine, flavorful performance of Tang Rentang, the difficulty is no small feat. The body movements, actions, breathing techniques, facial expressions, and bamboo clappers all need to be executed perfectly, and the physical demands are no joke. Therefore, Yi Yunfei had no intention of doing so. After all, today's audience is predominantly in their 20s and 30s, lacking the older generation's refined artistic sensibilities. What these young people are looking for isn't this, they want something fun. The future market will definitely target these people, and traditional techniques will definitely need to change. Chapter 25, If you're so good, come and try. From the very beginning, Yi Yunfei had no intention of performing traditional fast-paced storytelling in a formal manner. At this moment, Yan Hexian had been talking non-stop without stopping. Some people who had come specifically to see Yi Yunfei were getting a bit impatient. They want to hear Yi Yunfei sing. At that very moment, Yi Yunfei on stage couldn't contain his impatience either and began to play the fast-paced rhythm. The audience thought he was about to start singing. However, he didn't say a word, just grinned mischievously at Yan Hexian. Moreover, the speed of the clappers in his hands grew faster and faster. As the rhythm of the bamboo clappers quickened, Yan Hexian's speech also accelerated, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep up with the beat. This is where the real skill shows, as it requires a very high level of familiarity with the lyrics. "Hey, Medicine King, my surname is Sunday. I can ride dragons and tigers, and I hold needles between my fingers." The master of internal medicine, Sun Simiao, and the master of surgery, Hua Tuo, are both highly skilled. After reading several hundred words, Yan Hexian's face turned red. Seeing the actor putting in so much effort, the audience finally reacted. The next moment, the entire audience erupted into cheers. Great! The applause from the audience continued unabated. At that moment, the bamboo clappers on stage were being struck faster and faster. Yan Hexian, in an effort to keep up with the beat, had stopped hitting the bamboo boards altogether and was now leaning on the table, singing the lyrics with all his might. The audience could all tell that he was running out of breath. "Oh, old Jingda, the more you talk, the more annoyed and angry you get." He held a steel whip in his hand and drove the yellow-robed man, driving him all the way to the 8-mile bridge. The Medicine King, with his miraculous methods, removed the yellow robe and donned a red one. He spoke in rapid succession for dozens of sentences, his speech so fast that Yan Hexian's face turned bright red, and he could barely catch his breath. After another couple of sentences, he couldn't breathe at all. Now all you could see was his mouth moving, but you couldn't hear a single sound. Put. Ha! Seeing this scene, the audience burst into laughter. "This person is so mean. Zhuang is still too young. Oh my goodness, that's so funny, I can't stop laughing. You dared to tease this kid? You're going to get it back, huh? Ha!" Although Yi Yunfei didn't say anything, the two of them interacting like this had already heated up the atmosphere below the stage. The audience's reaction was intense, leaving Yan Hexian deeply shocked. Though it was the same fast-paced storytelling, in Yi Yunfei's hands, it managed to evoke such a different response. Senior brother truly has a keen eye. While he was catching his breath, Yi Yunfei had already started to gloat. He looked at the audience, smiled smugly, and said, "Now, let me perform a piece for you all, a fast-paced narrative. Tong Ren Tang. All right." As soon as he said this, the entire audience erupted in applause. This was the audience giving him a standing ovation. Generally, during such self-promotional moments, the audience tends to go along with it. It's part of the culture of live stand-up comedy, I suppose. Don. Da. Don. Da. Yi Yunfei returned to his original bamboo clapper rhythm and was about to speak.
Just then, Yan Hexian approached him, gazing at him with a look of resentment. He didn't say a word. But the bamboo paddle in Yi Yunfei's hand gradually came to a stop. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds, neither speaking.
Seeing this scene, the audience below couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at Zhuan's little eyes.
Oh my goodness, he looks like a woman with a grievance.
That's hilarious. I suspect there's something going on between these two. What's going on? Could it be that the top is the bottom? Ha! Yan Hexian looked at Yi Yunfei and asked, "What were you doing just now?" Yi Yunfei smiled slyly and said, "I was accompanying you. Look." He then tapped the bamboo clappers twice in rhythm.
Yan Hexian pushed him aside and said, "Get lost."
Is that supposed to be accompaniment? Yi Yunfei, yeah. Yan Hexian, what is it? Just now, you almost sent me away. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. These two bickering with each other is just too entertaining. Yi Yunfei glared at him, stood there speechless for a few seconds, then finally spoke. He muttered, "Who told you to keep hogging the words? You can't even sing well." Upon hearing this, Yan Hexian felt completely dejected. This had the audience below the stage laughing so hard they couldn't keep their eyes open. After a few seconds, Yan Hexian couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm not saying this, but does this have anything to do with how well you sing?" Yi Yunfei hesitated and asked, "Does it not matter?" Yan Hexian, what's the big deal? Just hurry up. Wow, your hands are like they have engines in them. The bamboo boards are hitting with more rhythm than a jackhammer. Ha! The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. Does it work with an engine now?
Yi Yunfei didn't seem embarrassed at all. In fact, he even smiled proudly, his face full of defiance as he whispered, "If you're so good, come try it yourself."
Ha! How can this person be so despicable? Oh my, I feel like getting up on stage and giving this kid a good beating. The little guy is so funny, I can't stop laughing. Zhuan, keep it up. We're rooting for you. The audience couldn't hold back anymore and started cheering for Yan Hexian one by one.
Yan Hexian also smiled and said, "Alright. Since you're so confident, let's have a contest." Yi Yunfei looked eager and said, come on, I've been waiting for you to say that." At that moment, Yan Hexian stopped him and said, "Don't rush.
I have one more condition." Yi Yunfei, oh? What condition? Yan Hexian, this time, let's stick with Tongrintang. Yi Yunfei, no problem.
Yan Hexian, this time, we'll just accompany each other.
Yi Yunfei, accompany each other? Yan Hexian, exactly. Yi Yunfei, how do we determine the winner?
Yan Hexian, of course, whoever can't keep up loses.
How about it, dare you come? Yi Yunfei made an okay gesture and said, "No problem. Piece of cake." Ha! The audience laughed so hard their eyes were squinted shut. Wow, that was hilarious. This person is so inappropriate. A cultural smasher, even foreign cultures aren't spared. That's impressive. Hey, could you help me with my English sometime? Yan Hexian looked at him and said, "I'll start." Yi Yunfei, no problem, I'll accompany you. Without further ado, the two began to clap their bamboo boards. Once the bamboo clappers sounded, it was considered the official start of the performance. It was Yan Hexian who spoke first.
This part isn't particularly difficult, but the real challenge lies in the transition between the two. The quality of the performance hinges on that fleeting moment.
Chapter 26, The Little Encore. At first, the rhythm was normal. This is the space left for Yan Hexian's bamboo clapper rhythm. This is to ensure that the audience can clearly feel the difference in speed between the two later on.
Yan Hexian quickly finished his part, ending with the line, "You are the eldest disciple of the Medicine King." At this point, he began to clap the board, and Yi Yunfei continued with the lyrics.
Just listening at this moment, it was almost impossible to detect any breaks in the flow. Hey, Medicine King, my surname is Sun.
I ride dragons and tigers, and hold needles in my hands.
The master of internal medicine, Sun Xiniao. Yi Yunfei's tone and intonation are indeed much better than Yan Hexian's.
Although it did not trigger the opera control skill, it still provided him with a slight boost. Combined with his outstanding vocal talent, he naturally won the applause of the entire audience.
The atmosphere was electric. But right now, Yan Hexian started causing trouble.
His bamboo clappers were also speeding up.
And it was getting faster and faster.
The empress, the mother of the country, fell ill.
And I cured her by taking her pulse. One needle cured the empress's illness. 2 needles fixed the dragon.
Yi Yunfei paused here and passed the lyrics to Yan Hexian. Though the lyrics were fast-paced, they were not the highlight of the performance. What truly stands out is the drumming. Earlier, the two players were alternating shots with almost no pause, as if it were just one person shooting the ball the entire time.
This is the most difficult technique in the game. At this point, the audience below cheered enthusiastically.
The elderly gentleman in the front row was tapping his fingers on the table, seeming to thoroughly enjoy this unique performance of fast-paced storytelling. The young people, of course, were even more engrossed. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the words, as long as the rhymes are right and the rhythm is on point, they'll go wild. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen all those meaningless pop songs popping up over the past few years. The blade that cuts through the medicine is sharp and gleaming. Please taste these few herbs first. First, chop up this cow bile and dog's gallbladder. Then chop the betel nut and musk. Peach kernels accompany apricot kernels to sleep. The two kernels lie on the agarwood bed. The two of them took turns, and the rhythm of the bamboo clappers was well maintained. Even if there were a few minor mistakes, it didn't matter at all. By this point, the audience wasn't watching the fast-paced storytelling anymore, they were watching the two performers go head-to-head. They're waiting to see who will be defeated. But at least they have the basics down. As long as they don't make any major mistakes, Yi Yunfei and Yen Hexian shouldn't run into any major issues. Of course, this approach can't be sustained for the remaining 10 or so minutes. So someone has to make a fool of themselves in the middle. And the obvious choice is Yen Hexian. Because he was the one who was wronged and refused to accept it from the start, making him make mistakes to draw the audience in is the best choice. Then, fueled by his stubbornness, the two get into an argument, and the story at Tangrantang starts all over again. Back and forth, time passed quickly. Finally, Yi Yunfei won. Seeing that there was still some time left, he prepared a performance for himself. He decided to give a proper performance of the entire Tangrantang routine, all by himself. I could keep going with the names of the medicines, but I'd be singing until tomorrow. What I'm singing is, wishing everyone good health and a long, happy life. As the final notes fade away, tonight's evening performance has come to an end. Is it over already? That was way too fast. I didn't hear enough. A group of old men are truly reluctant to leave. Although today was enjoyable, it was nowhere near as good as yesterday. Thinking back to yesterday's bustle, I can't help but feel a bit down right now. Only 3 minutes left. Trying to cut corners? No way. As the old man spoke, the entire crowd erupted into chaos. Hurry back. It's not time yet. Hurry back, little brother. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Hurry back and perform. The audience below started to cheer along. On the other side, Yi Yunfei, who had just stepped down from the stage, was also drawn by the shouts from the theater. The audience listening to the stand-up comedy were indeed the most united when it came to causing a commotion. Hundreds of people started shouting at once, nearly tearing the roof off the theater. Senior, what should we do? Although Yen Hexian was the team leader, he still instinctively turned to Yi Yunfei for advice. In his heart, this senior had truly become his idol. Moreover, the entire theater was shouting his name, hoping he would return for an encore. It was really only 3 minutes short. Yi Yunfei glanced at the time and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Actually, most of the time, the audience wouldn't be so particular about these few minutes. Especially at such a late hour. It's just that today, the audience was really enthusiastic. Alright. Yi Yunfei, I'll go back up and try something else. After saying that, he turned around and walked straight toward the stage. Seeing him return, the audience finally clapped happily and sat down. Yi Yunfei looked down at the audience and said, "First, thank you all for your enthusiasm. The timing was indeed a bit off, so I'll stay and chat with you all for a little longer. However, it is indeed quite late now, so let's skip the stand-up comedy." At that moment, someone in the audience shouted, "Then let's have another piece of folk song lyrics." Ha! As soon as he said that, the audience burst into laughter. Taiping songs aren't short performances. If you really want to sing one, it's like adding an extra performance. Yi Yunfei looked at the audience member in surprise, paused for 2 seconds, and then said irritably, "Am I crazy or are you crazy? There's no overtime pay, who would want to do this kind of hard work?" Yi Yunfei looked at the audience member in surprise, paused for 2 seconds, then spoke with a sour expression, "Am I crazy or are you crazy? There's no overtime pay, so who would want to work so hard on this nonsense?" The audience burst into laughter. Yi Yunfei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Just kidding, just kidding. It's not that I didn't want to come, but it's just too late today. How about this? I'll sing a song for everyone. It should be about the right time." Alright. As soon as they heard they were going to sing, the audience erupted in cheers. "As long as you sing well, the old man won't bother you. The young man has a great voice, it must sound wonderful. Sing already, I can't wait. Little brother." The audience began to speak, especially the female audience members, who were overjoyed. Seeing that the crowd hadn't settled down yet, Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and said, "Stop interrupting. I'm trying to think of the right words." Ha! The audience stifled a couple of chuckles and fell silent. There was a few seconds of silence. Yi Yunfei, who had been standing on stage with his eyes closed, finally spoke. He sang softly, "Ah, the 5th ring road, you have one more ring than the 4th ring road. Ah, 5th ring road, you have one ring less than the 6th ring road." That's right, he's singing about the 5th ring road this time. The lyrics are indeed simple, but they're also easy to remember, so ending with this isn't a bad choice. What surprised Yi Yunfei was that the melody of the peony song was elegant and melodious, perfectly suited to his gentle voice, especially with the influence of his opera-controlled technique.
Hey! That's interesting, really interesting. Hey! Interesting, really interesting. The song of the peony.
This child sings with such feeling. The older audience members are no strangers to this song, they recognized it immediately.
However, Yi Yunfei's skill is truly remarkable, they were completely immersed in the song's unique charm.
As for the group of young people, they were completely brainwashed by the addictive lyrics at that moment. They even repeat phrases like 5th Ring Road, 6th Ring Road without batting an eyelid, which is just too catchy.
By the time the song ended, the echoes were still lingering in everyone's ears.
But as I had said earlier, we had agreed to leave after the performance, so I couldn't linger any longer. A group of audience members who were still eager for more, muttering things like come back tomorrow, packed up their belongings and left the theater one after another.
Chapter 27, The Yuzu-kun Who Came Calling. Fun value 1 340 000 3574. After a performance, you get a lot of happiness points. Live performances can repeatedly generate joy from the audience. However, it's a pity that there were only a couple hundred people, so it wasn't possible to get any more. Back to the backstage. Backstage.
Gu Qili immediately rushed over and said excitedly, "Senior brother, you sang so beautifully."
Yi Yunfei replied, "Not bad." Yan Hexian, standing nearby, looked at Guoqi with satisfaction. "You didn't believe me when I said that earlier, but now you believe me, don't you?"
Guoqi rubbed his head and laughed, "I believe you, I believe you." At that moment, the other disciples also gathered around. Everyone was gathered around Yi Yunfei, their expressions filled with excitement. Senior brother's singing is truly amazing.
Yeah, the lyrics are really catchy. I think so too. Senior, the song you sang is a cover of another song, right? The melody sounds familiar. The other seniors and juniors from the Doyun Society looked over curiously. The song of the peony.
There was no need to hide anything, so Yi Yunfei told them directly. Upon hearing this, many of the people present came to their senses.
So it was this song. No wonder the melody sounded so familiar. Alright, everyone, it's getting late. Let's all go back and get some rest.
The senior instructor, Gao Feng, clapped his hands and announced the end of the session. He hadn't been at the Tianqiao Theater yesterday, but today he had come specifically to perform with a few people because Yi Yunfei had trended on social media. He also wanted to see how Yi Yunfei's live performance was. To my surprise, there was an unexpected bonus today. Setting aside the song itself, the perfect voice and presence alone are worth a thumbs up.
Master, I'll be going now. Wait a moment, Yunfei. Gao Feng called out to him and asked, "What are you planning to do tomorrow?"
Yi Yunfei thought for a moment and said, "Let's do the folk songs tomorrow and the day after tomorrow as well. I seem to have picked up a few techniques these past 2 days, and I want to practice more."
I knew it would be like this.
Gao Feng smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Alright, go home and rest early."
Alright, goodbye, Master Gao. Yi Yunfei changed his clothes and left the theater. Just moments after stepping out,
a figure suddenly darted out from the side.
Is that brother Yi Yunfei? This is a girl who's been waiting for him here. Yi Yunfei was slightly surprised.
Once the other person had left the alley, he finally got a clear look at her face. She was sweet and adorable, looking to be around 18 or 19 years old, wearing a cartoon-style orange top that perfectly showcased her youthful vitality.
"Hello, my name is Ling Shui, and my Weibo username is Yuji Jun. I will be your loyal fan from now on."
Ling Shui stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at him with her playful, smiling eyes.
Yuzu-kun? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Yi Yunfei furrowed his brows slightly before finally remembering. It was her. This Yuzu Jun is the one who helped him trend on social media, isn't she?
Although her post only reached 17th place on the trending list, it was posted early, so she definitely played a big role in helping him out. After all, in the digital age, without any promotion, it simply wouldn't gain traction.
Hello. Yi Yunfei smiled in response, then asked with a puzzled expression, "Everyone's already left. Why are you still here?" "Picking up people. This is yesterday's bag." The little girl put what she learned into practice. Out of nowhere, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Seeing his reaction, Ling Shui giggled, alright. Actually, I had something to tell you. You wanted to talk to me about something?" Yi Yunfei looked slightly puzzled and asked, "What's the matter?"
Ling Shui puckered her cute little lips and said, "Actually, I wanted to post your stand-up comedy video online. But since I have a few fans, it might generate some commercial benefits, so I came all the way here today to discuss it with you.
I hope you'll allow me to continue uploading the videos." The girl looked at him with eager anticipation. Hearing her say that, Yi Yunfei didn't have any objections.
After all, he really needed online promotion at the moment.
However, taking on work behind the scenes is a major taboo for the Doyun Society.
Back then, Chao Yujin had been earning extra money on the side instead of properly following the Doyun Society's performances. Plus, the Dayun society wasn't in the best shape at the time, so when it came time to establish a commercial plan, Xiao Yujin was dissatisfied with this and chose to abandon his master's teachings. Therefore, such matters remain a sensitive topic within the Dayun society to this day.
Yi Yunfei thought for a moment and said seriously, this falls under commercial cooperation. I need to consult my master before making a decision. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui immediately looked pitiful, pleadingly at him and said, can you please hurry up? I've already recorded today's video, but if I don't post it, I'm sure someone else will take it soon. Popularity is indeed fleeting. Take yesterday's Culture Crusher as an example. Today marks the peak of its popularity. But by tomorrow, the buzz will definitely die down. Therefore, to maintain the buzz, it is essential to post new interesting updates to keep the momentum going. And the 5-ring song is the perfect continuation. In fact, Ling Shui even feels that this song could further fuel the hype, potentially propelling it to even greater heights. Alright, I'll get in touch right away. Yi Yunfei understood this and didn't say much. He simply took out his phone. Guo Digang was currently performing at an event outside. At this hour, he had just finished dining with the event organizers. Upon noticing Yi Yunfei's call, he immediately answered it. Post a video? Yi Yunfei told him about it, and Guo Digang was naturally delighted. For something like stand-up comedy, being filmed and posted online is a normal occurrence. However, most of them don't generate much income. Since the earnings are so meager, he wouldn't bother getting into disputes with his fans over such matters. But unexpectedly, someone actually came looking for him today. Though the money might not be much, it could be a good way to boost income and generate some buzz. Thinking about it, Guo Digang didn't refuse either. I think it's fine. Draft a license agreement, then have your master's wife sign it. Additionally, Yunfei, the extra income will be considered performance royalties, split 50-50. At the end of the month, have your master's wife deposit it into your account. Up until now, Dayun society has never had any profit sharing, just a little bonus at most. However, after careful consideration, Guo Digang realized that to motivate actors to perform their best, it was necessary to change the way they were compensated. After all, they also have families to support and need a more stable income source. Once he came to this realization, he took the actions we see today. Alright, thank you, master. Yi Yunfei hung up the phone. Alright, my master has agreed. Yes. 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 The girl jumped up happily. However, regarding the distribution of this income, we'll split it evenly, 50-50. What do you think? Of course, that's fine. Chapter 28, Brainwashing Melody. This song is addictive. Drafting a contract allowing filming isn't complicated. Dayun society already has a template. All we need to do is add some specific negotiation clauses. Once the master's wife has signed off on it, the matter will be settled. Yi Yunfei was very satisfied with the proposed dividend distribution method. Although he had the system at his disposal, he had no intention of going it alone. After all, he had been working under his master for nearly a decade without even a single performance. Given that, he wouldn't possibly dwell on the issue of money. It's already very late. It's almost midnight. Ling Shui hurried back to upload the video, and Yi Yunfei also wanted to go home to rest. The two didn't chat much, they just added each other as friends and then went their separate ways. Another million. That's great. Upon returning home, Yi Yunfei opened the system. Now I can enter another lottery. From the rewards obtained in these two instances, it can be seen that the gold level rewards require master level skill. At the very least, their foundational skills are not much different from those of Guo Digang. Golden lottery draw. Yi Yunfei made his decision immediately. The familiar glow flashed again, and the golden will came to a stop after 10 seconds. Ding! Ding! Congratulations! You have earned the reward, Body Control Gold Level. Body control: when you begin a performance, you can execute the corresponding body movements with greater precision. Body control, 999. This is also one of the fundamental skills of stand-up comedy. It falls under the category of learning. Take the fast-paced storytelling we just mentioned as an example. The most challenging part is performing the movements and gestures comprehensively during the performance. For example, the general lifting his robe, the young woman blushing shyly, and the angry gestures. If you can execute all these movements perfectly during the performance while maintaining the rhythm of the beat without a single mistake, then you would be fully capable of taking on the role of the lead performer with this skill alone. The next second, Yi Yunfei's mind was suddenly filled with a wealth of professional knowledge that he had mastered to perfection. Great, now the fast-paced storytelling should pose no problem for him. After doing a few random movements in the bathroom, Yi Yunfei changed into his pajamas and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, back at her residence, Ling Shui began processing the video footage in her hands. She felt that the fast-paced opening and the singing in the latter half could be completely separated. That catchy song was sure to be on repeat for countless people. Because it's just too catchy. Following her own ideas, she began editing the video into 3 parts.
A stand-up comedy video, a music video, and a pure music recording. Although the live recording quality isn't as strong, Yi Yunfei's voice is truly melodious, and with the catchy lyrics, I'm sure many people will enjoy listening to it. After uploading the video and audio to various platforms, Ling Shui also quickly posted a new Weibo update. Cultural crusher Yi Yunfei sings the brainwashing anthem, the 5-ring song. How many times can you endure it? After a Weibo post was shared. Riding on the popularity of the previous article, this Weibo post immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Yi Yunfei is so interesting. I'm going to listen. The culture crusher is targeting songs this time. I wonder what the outcome will be? Hurry up and let me see how brainwashing it is. They say that good looks are common, but an interesting soul is rare, yet Yi Yunfei has both. This setup is absolutely perfect. Netizens are buzzing about this topic, and they were there the moment it was posted on Weibo. When they saw the brainwashing anthem, they were immediately filled with anticipation. They couldn't wait to open it and listen. Oh no! They've actually been converted. From then on, the world gained another young man singing the words of a spinning wheel. That's brilliant! This song is so funny, it's addictive. I can't take it anymore, I have to share this with my friends. I can sing it after just one listen, it's so catchy. Netizens are sharing their thoughts, and many are reposting and sharing the content. In just a short while, the song began to spread like a virus across the internet. Regardless of age or gender, anyone who heard this song became obsessed with it. It's mainly because Yi Yunfei sings it with such feeling. He perfectly captured the essence of the peony song, leaving no room for any feelings of hostility toward him. Moreover, when the charm is so strong, even older, more meticulous netizens don't mind. It's truly sung so well that I can't stop playing it on repeat. Ling Shui was completely stunned. She never expected today's surge to be even more terrifying than yesterday's. The number of views on Weibo skyrocketed, and the view counts for several other videos also continued to rise steadily. Within just half an hour, this Weibo post had already garnered over 300 shares, over 20,000 likes, and over 5,000 comments. And the trend shows no signs of slowing down. Keep in mind that this is in the middle of the night. It's not even peak traffic time, but the traffic is still surging like this. If this trend continues at this rate, it could even make it to the top of the trending list. Meanwhile, another name, Yi Yunfei of Daeun Society, was also being searched on Weibo. Yi Yunfei's Weibo account was registered 2 years ago and is a verified yellow V account. 2 days ago, this Weibo account had only a handful of followers, most of whom were fellow members of the Daeun Society, with the remainder being system-generated fake followers. This definitely qualifies as the saddest actor's Weibo account. But today, riding on yesterday's momentum, his fan base is skyrocketing. In just one day, the number of followers increased by 400,000. And under the influence of the 5-ring song, his Weibo follower count is still skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. This is definitely a crazy phenomenon. After all, there isn't a single Weibo post under his account. Yi Yunfei is about to become famous. This is definitely a sign. If the first day's cultural smash hit merely landed him on Weibo's trending topics, then this time, the 5-ring song will help him establish a certain level of fame and buzz. Woody Gang also saw this as a great opportunity. In fact, he had already approached several social media platforms yesterday, asking them to try promoting some information related to Yi Yunfei. Weibo, Tushio, UC, and others. Of course, all this promotion comes at a cost. Woody Gang, considering that Yi Yunfei currently has no notable works, has only commissioned them to test the waters with a promotional campaign, which doesn't cost much, around 10,000 yuan in total. After the phone call that evening, he also paid special attention to the situation on Weibo today. He discovered that this song has the potential to go viral. Woody Gang quickly allocated an additional 400,000 yuan in promotional expenses to several major platforms, bringing the total expenditure to 500,000 yuan. For the actors at Daeun Society, this was definitely a significant investment. At the very least, the number of people in the entire Daeun Society who receive such treatment can be counted on one hand. Chapter 29, Chain Reaction, Old Gui is shocked. Cultural Palace Theater. The promotional materials for the upcoming performances have already been put up by the organizers. Daeun Society. Woody Gang's special stand-up comedy show. This is the original promotional poster, featuring only Woody Gang. However, now that we are preparing to sell tickets in advance, we need to distribute the program. The Cultural Palace performance team also received the staff list at 6 p.m. Upon seeing this, the organizers' representatives' eyes widened instantly. Yi Yunfei? It's Yi Yunfei, the stand-up comedian from Daeun Society who just trended on social media. This is so unexpected. When they saw this name, the organizers couldn't stop laughing. At first, they thought they had only managed to secure Woody Gang for the event, but to their surprise, they also received 2 free gifts. Yu Yunpeng has gained some fame recently, but this time they didn't spend extra money on him, he was brought along as an afterthought. This is definitely a huge profit.
Even more surprising is that Yi Yunfei is actually coming too. Buy one, get two free. Plus, he just made the trending list, so his popularity is definitely on the rise. With that, ticket sales will definitely not be an issue. The Cultural Palace Theater can accommodate 1,500 people. Usually, when we invite a team to perform, we can sell around 800 to 900 tickets. As long as the attendance rate exceeds 40%, it's not considered a loss. Guodi Gang has maintained strong appeal in recent years, and they estimate an attendance rate of around 75%, which would be considered a modest profit. However, if the two additional performers are included, the attendance rate is estimated to rise to 90%. In that case, the revenue from such an event would be extremely substantial. Thinking about this, the event organizers quickly posted the program schedule on Weibo and the main group chat, then set the ticket pre-sale time for midnight. Additionally, they also made a special call to Guodi Gang. That is, to help promote it on Weibo, especially mentioning Yi Yunfei's name. There's no need for them to say that old Guo will do it on his own. That's how it is. With the efforts of several parties, it was soon midnight. Advance ticket sales for the Cultural Palace have begun. Due to advance publicity, the first wave of pre-sales sold over 300 tickets. Most of these were due to Guodi Gang's influence, but a significant portion also came from Yi Yunfei. After all, he's still trending on the hot search list today. Subsequent ticket sales will begin gradually, as it is already quite late at this point. It wasn't until half an hour later. 500 tickets had already been sold for the Cultural Palace Theater. The attendance rate has reached 33%, which is basically reassuring. Since 50% of the front row seats priced at 1,500 yuan have already been sold, the overall sales figures are very good. Additionally, the circular areas on both sides are priced at 1,088 yuan and are also selling well. The rear area gradually decreases in value, with the lowest price being 588 yuan, but due to the larger number of seats, the overall revenue remains substantial. In fact, these ticket prices have already reached the level of concerts by top-tier singers. However, Guodi Gang has a huge reputation in the Yanjiang area, as it is a place that has preserved traditional culture to a greater extent. Controlling such a venue was no difficult task for him. Seeing the outcome before him, the event organizer also breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, by the end of today, we should be able to sell 700 or 800 tickets, and with the sales over the next 2 days, breaking 1,200 tickets shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about this, he felt reassured. He closed the webpage and prepared to rest. Time passes slowly. 10 minutes later, his phone suddenly rang. It was a staff member who was still working overtime. Upon seeing the call, the supervisor felt a bit uneasy. He was worried that something had gone wrong. After all, it was the middle of the night, and no one would normally disturb him at this hour. Thinking this, he quickly answered the phone. As soon as he answered, an excited voice came from the other end. "Manager, take a look at the pre-sale webpage for Guodi Gang's special performance." "What's going on?" "I don't know, it seems like the traffic has suddenly increased tenfold, and the pre-sale tickets are selling out quickly." "What?" The manager was completely dumbfounded. The traffic increased tenfold? What's going on? He quickly turned on his computer and began to check the situation. He discovered that 800 tickets for the special performance had already been sold. "What's going on? Have you guys been voting yet?" The theater occasionally buys tickets to make the venue look more lively, and they will gradually replenish the tickets over the next 2 days. "No, we have not engaged in any ticket manipulation." "I thought you were doing it in the background." The studio staff are also confused. This left the manager completely stunned. The ticket sales speed on the back-end webpage had skyrocketed from just a few dozen tickets in 10 minutes to a staggering 150 tickets. The event organizers were completely stunned. In most cases, after the first wave of tickets is sold, the sales rate slows down in the following days. By the end of the day, selling 1,000 tickets is considered a fortunate outcome. And now look at this. Not even an hour has passed, and we've already sold 800 tickets. That's terrifying. And this speed is still increasing. Ticket sales are not slowing down at all. By 1 a.m., all 1,500 tickets had been sold out. That's right, every single one. Seeing this situation, the manager was completely stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. This is a theater with a total of 1,500 seats. When you add it all up, the total value exceeds over 1 million yuan. After deducting all miscellaneous expenses, including Guodi Gang's performance fees, the profit is still at least 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. Just one show. After the initial shock, the manager suddenly had a brilliant idea. He seemed to have thought of something. He quickly opened his phone to check Weibo, and his eyes widened again. No wonder this happened. It turns out that Yi Yunfei has created another trending topic, the 5-ring song. Meanwhile, at that very moment, at another hotel, Guodi Gang was discussing tomorrow's plans with Yu Yunpeng and a few others. At the same time, he was also keeping an eye on ticket sales. After all, it was his own special performance. The first half hour went as expected. But then, he only chatted for a short while, and when he came back to check, the tickets were already sold out. This shocked him so much that he quickly opened Weibo. In such a situation, aside from Yi Yunfei, no one else could have such influence. When he opened his Weibo, he was completely stunned. Then it spread from person to person, until everyone in the room looked shocked. Yi Yunfei had managed to create another viral sensation, the 5-ring song. And his vocal skills are truly remarkable. He's really hit his stride. After a long silence, Gang finally spoke. The others nodded in agreement. This is more than just an epiphany. It's like you've unlocked the 2 major energy channels in your body. Yi Yunfei, this young man, not only wrote an excellent stand-up comedy routine but also performed Tangrentang with such wit and charm. What's even more impressive is that his singing skills have also improved significantly. He already had a good voice to begin with, and now that he's mastered singing techniques, the combination of the two makes his performances rival those of seasoned veterans. Chapter 30, The Battle of Criticism. Vulgar and tasteless. The next day, the song of the 5 rings spread like a plague. Anyone who has heard it once will find themselves humming it unconsciously. Ah, the 5th ring road, you have one more ring than the 4th ring road. Ah, 5 ring road, you have one more ring than the 4 ring road. Ah, 5th ring road, you have one less ring than the 6th ring road. Even if I can't sing the whole song, I can definitely keep up with these 2 lines. Especially on the road, this song is constantly on the lips of taxi drivers. What is magnetic? What is brainwashing? This is a classic example. Although the lyrics are corny and repetitive, the melody is very catchy, and the words are easy to remember. This led to the song becoming an overnight sensation, playing everywhere across the country. Even within the Daeun society, there were cases of people passing it on to others. Once one person started talking, the entire backstage erupted into a chorus. It was absolutely delightful. Yi Yunfei could only hide in the tea garden, singing folk songs to himself. Of course, not everyone likes this song. There are also many people online who criticize this song. Most of them feel that the lyrics are too vulgar and lack any substance, especially when they use the melody of the peony song. You should know that this is a traditional classical song that has achieved great success in the music industry. Its lyrics begin with the peony enduring poverty and hardship, bringing beauty to the world, and go on to write extraordinary praise for the national flower. The composition is innovative and elegant, appealing to both the refined and the common, blending rich ethnic melodies with a fresh, contemporary flair. What was the result? Such a beautiful song, and they turned it into this monstrosity. There are even more rings than the 4th ring road. The 5th ring road is 1 ring less than the 6th ring road. Are you a primary school student? You dare to use such cliches in this song? It's utterly disgraceful. Because of this, there has been a lot of criticism online, especially under the guidance of those with ulterior motives. Among them, Jong Koen was one of the first to speak out. He is a renowned crosstalk performer who achieved fame at a young age and now holds a prominent position. He has always been committed to preserving the traditional form and beauty of this art form. Gang, on the other hand, coming from humble beginnings, understands how to cater to the audience better. As a result, he occasionally brings some lowbrow, vulgar stand-up comedy onto the stage to elicit laughter from the audience. Because of this, the two of them are extremely at odds with each other. Especially now that Daeun society is gradually gaining momentum, he looks down on this group of misfits even more. Of course, his personal beliefs are beyond reproach. It's just that the two are in different environments. It's like the wealthy and powerful in the mansions, who will never understand the hardships of the common people in the streets. If Daeun society had continued to adhere to tradition, it would have gone out of business years ago and been swept away by the tide of history. And today, the peony song had been so poorly adapted that it completely ignited Jong Koen's anger. He directly edited a lengthy critique of over 2,000 words. The criticism was aimed directly at Yi Yunfei. Of course, his true target remains the Daeun society. Jong Koen began to excerpt several segments from the stand-up comedy routine Yi Yunfei had performed 2 days prior in his article, then labeled them with tags like tacky, fabricated, and vulgar. Next, he took yesterday's 5-ring song and altered the classic old song to an extremely vulgar extent. Having written 2,000 words in such a grand manner, I have finally nailed Yi Yunfei to the cross. Additionally, he didn't spare the Daeun society or any of the other clubs either. Jong Koen strongly criticized them for being unambitious, vulgar, and debased. These words immediately sparked a wave of responses from countless people. Mr. Jiang is right, this song is simply unbearable to listen to. Exactly, the lyrics are so bad they can't get any worse, it's disgusting. I can't stand these brainwashing songs that are so repetitive and mind-numbing. Hearing them makes me want to vomit. The people from Daeun society are so despicable. Mr. Jiang was right. We earnestly request the Tsui Association to ban these scoundrels. Many people followed suit in criticizing the Daeun society. Some were annoyed by the five-ring song, some were so-called intellectuals, and others were just bystanders looking to join the commotion and appear more refined. The appearance of such a group of people completely discredited Yi Yunfei. At the same time, several other older organizations also began to speak out online. A group of self-proclaimed masters of crosstalk spoke up, criticizing such vulgar crosstalk programs for lowering the standards of highbrow traditional art, and expressing their shame at being associated with such people. Actually, this isn't the first time they've done this. The emergence of Diyun society dealt a severe blow to this group of old-fashioned theater troupe members who clung to tradition. They believed that Diyun society had stolen their audience, leading to this outcome. Therefore, they are eager to see the collapse of the Diyun society. But in fact, the development model of Diyun society is the way forward. If traditional arts fail to adapt, they will be completely abandoned by society within 2 or 3 decades at most. The idea that it will endure for centuries is nothing more than the wishful thinking of those who still cling to such fantasies. Netizens' eyes are sharp. They are more aware of the generational gap between traditional art and modern culture. You want modern young people to sit down and listen to a proper stand-up comedy routine? Honestly, that's absolutely impossible. Unless you're like Yi Yunfei, who can wrap a layer of cream around traditional stand-up comedy. Once they get a taste of it, only then will they have the patience to stick around until the end. That's why most netizens spoke up at this point. They began to oppose and criticize. Especially the female fans who had developed a crush on Yi Yunfei, they were now fiercely rebutting the criticism. What era are we in? There are still such feudal ideas? It's laughable. Exactly. And he's supposed to be the head of the Opera Association? No wonder opera is almost extinct. That's a valid point. Even if the Diyun society isn't great, they did promote stand-up comedy. Times are changing, and if art doesn't evolve, it'll just become a relic of the past, a memory. Apart from riding the wave of popularity, these people are good for nothing. Even if they were riding the wave of popularity, they wouldn't stand a chance on the Spring Festival Gala. They lack any innovative thinking. Once they've exhausted their 3 tricks, they've got nothing left to offer. Ha, you guys are so mean, you're killing him with words. Seeing his lengthy speech being mocked and ridiculed by a group of juniors, Jiang Kuan was so angry he could have exploded. These uncultured young people know nothing. All they do all day is chase after celebrities. You're nothing but a greedy parasite on society. Jiang Kuan grew increasingly furious as he thought about it. The main reason was that he cared too much about this matter. After enduring this wave of sarcasm, he felt like a kettle boiling over, desperately seeking an outlet to vent his frustration. Thinking this, he began to rally his old friends. These were all well-known elders, many of whom had appeared on the Spring Festival Gala. With their support, we can certainly mobilize more people to criticize the Diyun society and this Yi Yunfei. Ideally, we should draw the attention of higher authorities and eliminate this vulgar group entirely. Chapter 31, Let the Storms Rage On, I Remain Unmoved. With the influx of traditional artists, Jiang Kuan's criticism grew even more intense. Countless netizens joined in the chorus of criticism. But Diyun's fans weren't going to take that lying down. Seeing these people waving a chicken feather like a banner, their anger flared up instantly. The keyboard clattered loudly, and one by one, they all fired back. Just this once. The variety show scene has really hit rock bottom. The intense debate has caused all related Weibo posts to go viral. Although it still failed to reach the top spot, it secured highly prominent positions on the trending list, including 3rd, 5th, and 10th place. The buzz is absolutely explosive. Diyun Society Theater. Yi Yunfei didn't pay much attention to this, continuing to enjoy the sense of relaxation that his craft brought him in the tea garden. At that moment, Wu Qi and Yan Haxiang rushed in with their phones in hand. Senior brother, have you checked Weibo yet? As soon as he arrived, Wu Qi looked tense and asked urgently. What's wrong? Yi Yunfei was slightly curious. Senior brother, your 5-ring song has gone viral, and its popularity keeps rising, which has finally provoked your old rival into action. Wu Qi handed over his phone and said irritably, Senior, look at this. Jiang Kuan posted this lengthy article criticizing us, which is bad enough, but he also incited other artists. I'm truly impressed by this guy. Yi Yunfei was aware of Jiang Kuan's situation. The moment this article was published, Ling Shui called him immediately. She was also worried that this person's criticism might have an impact on Yi Yunfei. However, Yi Yunfei merely smiled and assured her not to worry. The enmity between the two was too deep-rooted for them to ever get along, so criticism was only natural. Seeing Yi Yunfei so calm, Yan Haxian beside him was getting anxious. Senior brother, this incident is bigger than anything we've dealt with before, and you're just starting to gain traction. This guy is trying to pin the blame on you. It might hinder your career prospects, don't you think? Actors are always the most nervous when they're just starting to gain popularity. One slip-up could ruin their career. They've really been worrying themselves sick over this matter. Yi Yunfei put away the imperial tablet and said calmly, if you're upright, you have nothing to fear from your shadow. You'll get used to it. Besides, there's always a master to guide us. Let's not panic and lose our composure.
Upon hearing this, the group immediately found their anchor. The Daeun Society has survived to this day solely because of Gwa Gang's efforts.
With him around, there's no way this could go wrong.
A few fellow disciples chatted for a while longer before leaving one after another.
Before leaving, Gao Feng patted him on the shoulder. It's good that you think that way. Relax and stay calm. The performance in 2 days will be your first time performing in a large theater. Make sure to stay in good shape and seize this opportunity.
I will, Master Gao.
Yi Yunfei nodded. The performances in the large theater and the small theater are completely different.
The Cultural Palace Theater has a stage that can accommodate 1,500 people and is equipped with professional photographers, making it an excellent opportunity for newcomers.
Yu Yunpeng was gradually brought to fame by Gwa Gang in this way. In contrast, Yi Yunfei's machine is even better.
Because he just made it to the trending topics, if he can keep generating buzz, his rise to fame will be several times faster than Yu Yunpeng's. Especially now that the fishing boat craze is so popular.
If we can launch a direct counterattack against them, the results will undoubtedly be even more impressive. Thinking about this, Yi Yunfei really wanted to give these old artists a taste of their own medicine. It was evening. Yi Yunfei was still the last one.
However, today it was a solo performance, and the program was The Legend of the White Snake in the style of typing songs.
This is Lao Gua's specialty, and it's not easy either.
At the very least, most people in the Daeun Society can't perform this program well, because the song demands a lot from the voice.
The audience isn't worried about that. In fact, they've even started to feel a hint of anticipation.
After all, everyone had already witnessed Yi Yunfei's prowess yesterday.
As the final act came to an end, the announcer's voice echoed through the venue, signaling it was time to take the stage. Yi Yunfei also tidied up his simple robe, took the imperial tablet, and walked onto the stage. For a typing song, no additional props are needed. A pair of imperial child boards is sufficient. Just stepping onto the stage.
There were already many young women holding bouquets of flowers and coming to the front of the stage. Upon seeing him, they immediately let out excited shouts of surprise.
Hello, Yi Yunfei. I'm your fan. Here are some flowers I prepared for you. Please accept them. Young man, are you still interested in becoming a prince consort? $5,000 a month. Ha!
Yi Yunfei placed the bouquet aside, but then a mischievous little girl spoke up, instantly causing the entire crowd to burst into laughter.
Thank you.
After politely thanking several female fans, Yi Yunfei returned to the microphone. He said, regarding the matter of becoming a prince consort, it's not that I didn't want to agree, but I simply encountered a shady operation.
Black workshop? Upon hearing this, the audience became curious. Could it be that the young man is being oppressed by old Gwa?
On stage, Yi Yunfei sighed deeply, wiped away a tear of bitterness, and said, it's all my fault for being so reckless in my youth, unaware of the dangers of the world, and signing this sinful contract. Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. With a contract of indentured servitude being brought out, those who didn't know any better would have thought they were back 100 years ago.
Yi Yunfei, this workshop boss is truly heartless.
I've already told him that I'll give him 25,000 yuan every month, but he refuses to agree.
Miss, I truly apologize. In the future, if I ever manage to escape, I will definitely come to visit you.
Please keep the position of prince consort reserved for me.
Ha! The audience burst into laughter. Oh my, this guy can't go a day without teasing old Gwa. Out of the entire Daeun Society, this guy is the boldest.
He takes life and death in stride, and if you don't agree, he'll fight you.
Good for you, young man.
Old Gwa, the workshop boss, is truly a villain.
He takes 25,000 yuan a month without working and still isn't satisfied.
Due to the 2-day buzz, most of the audience came specifically to see him, so it only took a few words to completely stir up the atmosphere. As the laughter died down, Yi Yunfei said, there are quite a few familiar faces here today.
Let's stick to the usual routine. Thank you all for your support.
After speaking, he took 2 steps back and bowed.
The rules of stand-up comedy must not be forgotten.
The audience immediately erupted into applause, showing great enthusiasm.
Yi Yunfei said, I won't keep you waiting any longer.
Today, I'll sing a folk song for everyone to express my gratitude for your support.
Clap. After a round of applause, Yi Yunfei's drum began to beat.
The sound of the drumsticks was crisp, but since there were only 2, it was not easy to play. Yi Yunfei handled them quite well. He started by showcasing his skills for the audience, earning applause before taking a deep breath and beginning to sing. The beauty of Hangzhou is unmatched in the world, and the shores of West Lake are adorned with exotic flowers and plants that emit a fragrant aroma all year round.
Chapter 32, Art. It should appeal to both the refined and the common. Typing lyrics.
This is a song that all comedians of the Daeun Society must learn.
This is the foundation for practicing singing.
However, this lotus flower song is not as simple as a fast-paced story. Singing it isn't difficult, but singing it well really depends on natural talent.
At the very least, among all the actors at Daeun Society, there aren't many who meet the talent requirements. Yi Yunfei's talent in this area is definitely top-notch. Under the mastery of opera control, his singing is even more precise in pronunciation and tone, with a smooth and rounded quality. At this level, even Guo Digang couldn't match him. When it comes to singing, Guo Digang's vocal abilities are not as good as Yi Yunfei's. If they were to compete, it would definitely come down to technique. He is someone who can use technique to compensate for his natural shortcomings. This also highlights Guo Digang's exceptional professional capabilities. However, today, Yi Yunfei possesses the golden tier opera mastery technique, and his mastery of this art form is in no way inferior to that of Guo Digang. Therefore, as soon as he began to sing, the effect of the singing was instantly taken to the extreme. The melody was melodious and graceful, with a seamless flow of energy, captivating all the audience members. Longtime listeners are now closing their eyes, tapping their fingers on the table, their thoughts drifting back to decades ago, as if they were listening to the old-time artists singing their songs. Around them are the authentic Beijing-style street vendors' cries, while their ears are focused on the melodies of the tea house performers. Though the lyrics have changed, the charm remains, still captivating the audience. In spring, a stroll along Su Causeway was a feast for the eyes with peach blossoms in full bloom and willows in vibrant green. In summer, lotus flowers bloomed abundantly, filling the pond with their. In autumn, the moon is as clear as water, and to the east, snow blankets the hills. I am referring to the white snake descending from Mount Hame, who angered the Jade Emperor in heaven. In a fit of anger. The white snake legend in Taiping lyrics, the entire lyrics and melody are very long. It contains thousands of words of various types. And when you add singing, rhythmic beats, and spoken dialogue, it takes even longer to finish. If other actors were to take the stage, by the time they reach this part of the song, they are usually just past the halfway point, and their faces are red with exertion, struggling to catch their breath. Even Guo Digang would struggle to get the first note out. By the latter half, it would still have an impact on him. After all, singing continuously for 10 minutes is no easy feat. And singing and fighting at the same time was really exhausting. To be honest, this is really hard work. For actors today, it feels a bit like hard work with little reward, so few people are willing to take on this kind of role. After all, today's audience is younger, and they prefer the humorous punchlines in stand-up comedy. And this time, Yi Yunfei really wanted to treat everyone to a proper piece of traditional folk lyrics. Not only would he sing the melody beautifully, but he would also add some dance moves. For no other reason. It's to make those so-called experts on Weibo shut up. Their criticism is aimed at eliminating so-called vulgar social groups. At its core, their goal is to preserve the refined traditional culture, which is not inherently wrong. But is this achievable? It's simply impossible. Times are changing, and everyone will live in a high-pressure society. Stress relief is an inevitable trend. The pace of life for young people will continue to accelerate. Traditional arts that take as long as several minutes and have a slow pace simply cannot attract these people. Therefore, change is inevitable. As for vulgarity, it's like an internet buzzword: vulgar, trashy, and short-lived. Within a year at most, it will completely disappear. This is a product of the broader environment and is not a culture that needs to be preserved. Yet you insist on viewing it through the lens of highbrow aesthetics. Just like the Five Rings song. Yi Yunfei didn't deny that the song was indeed corny. But you have to understand, this song is just something to entertain people, it's not something meant to be passed down as culture. If you insist on overanalyzing it, don't you think that's ridiculous? Alas, what a pity. People nowadays don't understand things like this. Because they haven't experienced the society of a few years from now. A fast-paced society where everyone spends no more than 10 seconds on any one thing. By then, all traditional arts will be overwhelmed by this culture. Without change, there is no doubt that they will perish. Yi Yunfei was well aware of this. Therefore, he harbors no ill will toward the online criticism. That's why he did it today. Actually, there are two reasons. The first is, of course, to capitalize on the hype and gain more popularity. Second, it serves as a reminder to the masters, urging them to recognize that art truly must appeal to both the refined and the common. Now you carry a Buddha bowl home, claiming to subdue demons, but it seems that beauty is doomed to a tragic fate, leaving me with nothing but tears and a broken heart. I am like the moon in the sky, obscured by dark clouds. I am like frost on a tile, unable to see the sunlight. I am like a broken bowstring, powerless to change fate. I am like a clay ox thrown into the sea, disappearing into the depths of the ocean. As this song of peace and prosperity reached its conclusion, Yi Yunfei did not appear flushed or embarrassed. But now it was time to get angry. Therefore, he blushed and sang this heartbreaking verse. At the same time, his body language, facial expressions, and even the rise and fall of his voice were constantly at work. The story of the legend of the white snake itself is tragic. Now, with Yi Yunfei's emotional delivery, it leaves the audience in tears. Below the stage, everyone's eyes were teary, their emotions rising and falling as they were completely immersed in the scene. To the rhythm of the imperial drum, Yi Yunfei spoke each word slowly and clearly. Soon, it was nearing its conclusion. Nyangzi was imprisoned in the Leifong Pagoda, enduring daily misery. How tragic that it took 18 years for her misfortune to come to an end. Su Mingjiao passed the imperial examination as the top scholar and met his mother at the foot of the Leifong Pagoda. I cannot sing the tale of the white snake in a single verse. I wish you all, and your families, happiness and longevity. Yi Yunfei brought the board in his hands to a stop, took 2 steps back, and bowed before exiting the stage. Good. As the song ended, the entire audience suddenly awoke. At that moment, tears welled up in their eyes, and they clapped their hands in applause. That's great, really great. It's the taste of memories. This kid is really talented. He even made an old man like me tear up. Oh, the young man's singing is so heartbreaking. He sings better than old Gua. What a talented young man. The audience below were still savoring the atmosphere of the performance. Just then, Yi Yunfei returned from backstage and said, the timing was off. I'll go back out. Upon hearing the word encore, the audience immediately became excited. To be honest, I really didn't get enough of that earlier. Unfortunately, the legend of the white snake is only that long, and it ends just like that. Chapter 33, The Wind Changes Direction, The Song of the Peony. Recently, there has been some controversy on Weibo regarding the 5-ring song, which has drawn some attention to me. I hope everyone can stay calm. It's not a serious piece of work, it was purely meant to entertain and bring a smile to people's faces. However, since it has caused some impact, we should still apologize. To express our regret, I will sing the Peony song again, hoping that this opportunity will allow more young friends to also come to appreciate this classic song. On stage, Yi Yunfei spoke slowly. The audience was not surprised by this. Now, Weibo is abuzz with the news. The other party is directly targeting him, so Yi Yunfei must also respond to this matter head-on. Upon hearing that they were going to sing the Peony song, the audience became excited. Many people opened the video recording function on their phones. Although the video quality may not be great, it can help spread the word. They absolutely cannot allow such an outstanding stand-up comedian to be subjected to such online abuse. The encore performance lasted only a few minutes, and the audience left satisfied. At that moment, a girl wearing a cute hoodie walked up. She has quite a few female fans. Ling Shui gave him a playful smile. It's not even a fraction of what others have. Yi Yunfei smiled and shook his head, glancing at her and saying, as for you, why aren't you going home so late? I'll be right back. Ling Shui, by the way, I recorded all of today's videos. I'll edit them tonight and send you a copy later. Why send it to me? Ling Shui looked at him impatiently, at least you're involved in this. You should send something out to clarify the situation. Alright, then, I'll leave it to you. No trouble at all. We're partners, so helping out is only natural. Ling Shui, alright, let's do it that way. You release the statement first, and then I'll post the video. Perfect. Alright, I need to hurry home too. Editing will take quite some time. See you later, Mr. Yi. Tilting her head playfully, Ling Shui also left. It was now the wee hours of the morning. Yi Yunfei received a video clip from Ling Shui. The opening lyrics of the song were cut, leaving only the video from the encore performance. This song, the Peony song, will serve as a small turning point in the direction of Weibo trends. Yi Yunfei logged into his Weibo account. To his surprise, he discovered that he now had 70,000 followers. It seems that the recent trending topics have indeed brought him a lot of fame, which explains why his happiness score has risen so quickly. With a sigh of emotion, Yi Yunfei began editing. A brief apology for the classic old song, combined with this version of the Peony song, formed a Weibo post, which he uploaded directly. The night owls who were still awake immediately typed out replies upon seeing the post. First comment. I've got the spot. The little brother finally posted on Weibo, top. Is the cultural crusher finally going after Weibo? After watching your stand-up comedy, I feel like I'm addicted. I can't go a day without listening to it. I bought tickets for the theater performance the day after tomorrow. Hey, I can't wait to be brainwashed. Comments started pouring in by the hundreds in an instant. Due to his recent rise to fame, he is still receiving a lot of attention. Yi Yunfei also selected a few comments and replied to them. At that moment, someone finished watching the video. Everyone was instantly amazed. My goodness, is this the voice of an angel? As soon as he said that, the praise just kept coming. Almost everyone who heard the song couldn't help but marvel at its perfection. It is also a song about peonies. But when he sang it, it evoked a completely different feeling. If Ms. Jiang is like a dashing soldier singing praises, then Yi Yunfei is like a gentle and refined young man of traditional Chinese style offering praise. These are two distinct flavors. Especially the younger generation hearing such a voice and seeing his demeanor, they can't help but be captivated. Ah! What a beautiful scene. I'll be on repeat again today. The singing is amazing. This person can do everything. They're a true treasure. The young man is so charming. Hurry up and share. This song is absolutely amazing. Who says my little brother isn't talented? Just wait and see how those people on Weibo try to belittle my husband. I'll show them. The next day at 9 o'clock. This song has spread like wildfire. It's really because Yi Yunfei's fans were annoyed by those trolls yesterday.
Those trolls used the statements of some veteran artists to relentlessly criticize Yi Yunfei, claiming he lacks talent and is just a young upstart. Fans are also trying their best to refute these claims.
However, since Yi Yunfei had only been on stage for a few days, he couldn't produce any other outstanding works to silence these people. Therefore, after hearing this heavenly song of the peony today, everyone was thrilled. They all sprang into action, sharing the song far and wide. The happiest ones were. These fans shared videos of the song under the Weibo posts of all the veteran artists who had been criticized. For a time, the netizens who had joined in the criticism fell silent. After curiously watching all the videos, they immediately turned from haters to fans. Ha, this person is so funny. So stand-up comedy is this funny? I'm so sorry, I was being reckless. We were indeed too harsh. It was just a joke, and there was no need to take it so seriously. As time goes on, more and more people are being swayed. Seeing this scene, some artists who had previously been vocal in their support of Jung Koen now felt like they were eating bitter medicine in silence. Their faces looked pretty grim. But for now, I have to grit my teeth and say a few words, or else I'll lose face. Comedian Li Gui, you young upstarts don't know anything. This song is just average. Singing with that voice is an insult to the classic. Crosstalk performer Lin Chi, the fundamentals of crosstalk are speaking, imitating, joking, and singing. Instead of using them properly in your main profession, you insist on singing songs. No wonder Daeun society has become so vulgar and tacky nowadays. Opera performer Chang Han, using some opera vocal techniques, but the skills aren't even mastered yet. As expected, at such a young age, they just love to show off. They can't settle down to learn the craft properly. What a waste of such beautiful voices. Seeing the shift in public opinion on Weibo, the initiator of the dispute, Jung Koen, chose not to get involved further. He wasn't afraid of trouble, he just valued his reputation. Yi Yunfei is just a junior colleague. Posting an article criticizing him was already pushing the limits. If he were to persist in attacking him even when he was in the right, the fans on Weibo would definitely go wild and cause a massive backlash. On this point, the veteran artist sees things very clearly. Chapter 34, Sun Yu is shocked. This stand-up comedy is absolutely amazing. Afternoon. Amidst the loud voices of a group of stand-up comedians, the situation on Weibo was escalating. Such commotion even caught the attention of the original composer of the Peony song. Ms. Jiang listened curiously to the young man's cover version. The result was unexpected. This young man was able to use a gentle tone and melody to express the emotions of praising the peony in this song with a unique charm, making the entire song full of charm. Of course, there are inevitably some flaws in it. After all, it's just a comedy theater, so the quality of the sound equipment can't compare to professional performance equipment. Nevertheless, it remains an excellent cover performance. At such a young age, he has already achieved such mastery, he is sure to become a great artist in the future. Thinking of this, Ms. Jiang was also inspired and casually clicked to share it, accompanied by a highly complimentary comment. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the preceding waves, a new generation replaces the old. This Weibo post immediately attracted the attention of countless people. When Daeun Society's fans saw this Weibo post, they were instantly excited. Ms. Jiang has sharp eyes. Yi Yunfei is simply amazing, fantastic. Comedian Li Gui, who sang that poorly? Come out and explain yourself. Crosstalk performer Lin Chi, who is the one being vulgar and tasteless? Come on, come out and clarify it in front of teacher Jiang. Opera performer Chang Han, is this called ruining your voice? You don't know what you're talking about. This is called development. Unlike some people who sing opera until it sounds like a videotape, haha. A bunch of old fools really know how to put on a show. Now they've been exposed, haven't they? Ha, that's hilarious. Because Ms. Jiang is a nationally renowned singer, known as the National Voice, and the original composer of the Song of the Peony. Now that he has spoken out, how dare those critics dare to criticize him anymore? Don't even mention them. Not even Jung Koen. When facing a distinguished and solemn figure like Ms. Jiang, one must carefully choose their words. Especially when the public sentiment on social media has already shifted. If this escalates, it could seriously impact his standing. After thinking it over, Jung Koen decided to give up this opportunity. He helplessly posted a statement about the incident in the association group, asking everyone not to make too much of a fuss over a junior member. In reality, this was a way for him to save face for himself and everyone else. Especially those who had been shouting the loudest were now nodding vigorously. And so, as one by one, the loudest voices fell silent, even going so far as to generously comfort their excited fans, the sudden outburst of criticism gradually subsided. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the fire raged again, the fellow disciples of Daeun Society sent congratulatory telegrams. By evening, Wudi Gang's call also came through. Congratulations were one thing, but the main reason was to ask him about his choice of partner. This theater performance is Gua Di Gang's solo show. Therefore, he has several acts. Generally, the junior performers he brings along perform with him in a joint act. However, considering that Yi Yunfei had been sabotaging his opening acts on previous occasions, if the two were to perform together, the outcome would not be as favorable. Better to go with Sun Shu. We've worked together before, and he has some audience appeal. Yu Yunpeng isn't as popular as he is now, and Sun Yu isn't his regular sidekick yet, so the change is completely normal. Yi Yunfei had no other choice. Earlier, Old Gua had given him three options: Yu Yunpeng, Sun Yu, and himself. You must know that Yi Yunfei's current label is Cultural Destroyer, so the best partner for him should be someone with cultural sophistication. Take the stand-up comedy performance from the day before yesterday as an example. If the straight man had been replaced with Yu Yunpeng, the effect would have been mediocre at best, and even his partner Gua Di Gang wouldn't have been able to save it. Because both of them only have elementary and middle school education, it's hard for them to deliver the literary jokes effectively. Therefore, Yi Yunfei had no choice but to select Sun Yu. Sun Yu, of course, was more than happy to oblige. Last time, their collaboration was absolutely exhilarating, and this kind of witty banter is exactly what he enjoys the most. The next day, Sun Yu returned to the theater early. The two of them needed to practice today. Right now is the perfect time to capitalize on Yi Yunfei's popularity, so we must ensure that this performance is a resounding success. Midday. Both of them arrived at the tea garden. Sun Yu was sitting at the tea table. When he saw him, he smiled broadly. "It's been a few days, and your skills are getting better and better." Yi Yunfei smiled. "My senior is too kind." "Oh, come on." Sun Yu sipped his Biluokun tea and smiled, lowering his head. "This isn't flattery, it's truly impressive. Yesterday, you really made your master happy." Over the years, our Diyun society has been put on the spot by Jiang Kuan several times, but to be honest, this is the first time he's been left speechless. It's so satisfying. At this point, Sun Yu topped up his tea and asked, "By the way, have you decided what to perform at the theater?" "I have." Yi Yunfei took a sip of tea and said. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu, who had just picked up his teacup, put it down again and hurriedly asked, "Is it a new stand-up comedy routine?" Sun Yu looked eagerly anticipating. He truly loved the stand-up comedy routine Yi Yunfei had come up with. It was exactly his style. Yi Yunfei nodded calmly. "Yes, the script is already written. I'll print it out later." "Already written?" Sun Yu suddenly stood up, her face brimming with excitement. She left her seat, grabbed Yi Yunfei's hand, and hurried out the door. "Let's go print out the lyrics right now. He can't wait to see this new piece." He went to the printer. Soon, the lines of the stand-up comedy routine began to appear on the A4 paper. Once everything was written out, Sun Yu quickly grabbed the paper and held it in his hands, his eyes fixed on the lines as he read them carefully. His expression changed constantly. Anticipation. Curiosity. Surprise. Awe. Excitement. This stand-up comedy is amazing. Sun Yu had only read half of the script, but he already had this thought in his mind. At the same time, he couldn't stop laughing. This line was really too much. After watching the entire video, he looked at Yi Yunfei seriously for a moment before exclaiming, "What kind of mind do you have? How could you come up with such an interesting punchline?" Yi Yunfei was amused by him. "Is it really that good?" Sun Yu said, "There's a punchline and a joke every moment. It's not just good, I think it's good enough to be on the Spring Festival Gala." "Ha, well, for the sake of the Spring Festival Gala, let's get started." On this day, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu practiced all day long. Moreover, this time they were practicing in secret, away from the other disciples, which had everyone scrambling to find out what they were doing. But the two of them refused to say anything, even teasing everyone by saying that the answer would be revealed soon. This left everyone extremely curious. Especially since Guichi found out it was a new stand-up comedy routine, everyone was even more eager to see it. In the evening, under everyone's eager gaze, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu boarded a private car and left the theater, heading toward the Cultural Palace Grand Theater. Chapter 35, The Debut. The Humble Gentleman. Yi Yunfei will be performing at the Cultural Palace Theater. This news is no longer a secret, it was already trending on Weibo 2 days ago. The theater has also received multiple requests from various platforms over the past 2 days, all seeking permission to stream the event live. Gua Di Gang was, of course, more than happy to oblige. However, this year isn't the peak season for live streaming, so they're only selling the broadcast rights. After negotiations among several parties, the streaming rights for this theater performance were ultimately sold to 4 platforms simultaneously, generating significant revenue. 7 o'clock in the evening. Backstage at the Cultural Palace Theater. Wow! Gua Di Gang looked at Yi Yunfei's brand new robe and immediately laughed. "That's great. People rely on clothes, and horses rely on saddles. The color chosen by the master's wife is too vibrant." Yi Yunfei wasn't too fond of this flashy red color and looked rather helpless. The old man Yuqian held his teacup and smiled. "Your master's wife saw that this was your first time performing in a commercial show, so she wanted to bring some good luck. The few senior and junior disciples standing nearby couldn't help but envy him.
Wearing a long robe usually makes one look ordinary. But this guy looks even cooler in this outfit. The subtle red hue perfectly complements Yi Yunfei's fair complexion, making him utterly breathtaking. Xiao Yeye ran his hands over his robe, unable to put it down, and said, "This outfit is truly stylish. Maybe I'll ask the master's wife to help me pick out a color someday." Sun Yu patted him on the shoulder, shook his head, and laughed, "Don't go looking for trouble. You don't have Yunfei's good looks, you'll look the same in anything." All the fellow disciples laughed. Beside them, Yu Qian put down his teacup and said, "Alright, let's go up first." "Alright." The two of them straightened their long robes and then walked onto the stage. The performance began. This is Guodi Gang's solo show, and there is no such thing as saving the best for last. In the first show, the two performers presented the traditional crosstalk piece, catching and releasing chow. Guodi Gang's skills need no introduction. Even with a traditional performance, he can still deliver plenty of humor. Everyone is completely confident in this regard. However, the thought of having to perform on stage soon made them feel a bit nervous. Don't let their experience fool you. But they still feel nervous because they're not yet famous today, they're just filling in for the main act. Everyone was rehearsing their lines, except for Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu, who stood aside sipping tea. They weren't worried at all. This is because stand-up comedy has given them enough confidence. At this very moment, Yi Yunfei opened the system panel. Joy points 3-270-000. Due to criticism from Jiang Cohen and others, discussions about him remain quite heated. Additionally, the video contains several humorous remarks and the 5-ring song, which all serve to entertain the audience. So the accumulated fun factor is truly substantial. However, Yi Yunfei had no intention of accumulating diamonds for the lottery. He still had too many skills to master, so he decided to wait until he had mastered most of them before refining all these techniques. Golden Lottery. The lights flash, and the prize wheel stops. Ding! Congratulations! You have received your reward, Emotion Control Gold Tier. Congratulations! You have earned the reward, Dialect Expertise Gold Level. Congratulations! You have earned the reward, Chinese Style Elegance Gold Level. The first two rewards are both related to learning. A truly excellent stand-up comedy routine is sustained through the performer's body language, facial expressions, and other details. If you aspire to become a master of this art form, you must master this aspect. Dialect is a specialized technique for speaking with a trembling voice. Crosstalk itself also has regional characteristics. For example, the crosstalk in Shanxi and Tianjin mostly incorporates local dialects, making it difficult for outsiders to understand. It's also difficult for stand-up comedians to learn. However, now that Yi Yunfei has this natural talent, he can basically learn the pronunciation after hearing it once and reproduce the dialect authentically. Obtaining this skill has come as a pleasant surprise to him. However, the biggest takeaway from this experience wasn't these 2 points. The most interesting part was the third one. With this reward, his demeanor will improve tenfold. Just at that moment, Sun Yu, who was closest to him, immediately sensed something was wrong. How did Yi Yunfei get so handsome again? Is it just a trick of the light? Soon, the other disciples couldn't help but shift their attention to him as well. Their attention was completely out of their control. After staring at Yi Yunfei for a moment, everyone looked away. Now everyone felt uneasy. Earlier, they had actually looked at a man with admiring eyes. How could they have done that? Time passed slowly. Guodi Gang's first show came to an end. The second performance was a joint performance with Yin Yunda, titled The Theory of Buying and Selling. Yin Yunda is considered Guodi Gang's first disciple. After Chao Yujin left, he was also taken along to participate in various commercial performances. However, it's truly a matter of personal ability. His current popularity pales in comparison to that of Yu Yunpeng. Then comes the third performance. The third performance was by Yu Yunpeng and Guodi Gang, titled Couplets for Spring. It belongs to the literary style crosstalk genre, which is Yi Yunfei's specialty. Yu Yunpeng does have some fame, and after this performance, the venue was buzzing with excitement. After arriving here, Guodi Gang left the stage. He had been performing for an hour straight across 3 shows and now needed to take a short break. "Master, you've worked hard." Yi Yunfei handed him his teacup. "The venue is nice. It's up to you now. Do a good job." Guodi Gang looked at him with satisfaction, gave him a few words of advice, then waved his hand. "Go on, kid." "Got it." Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu tidied up their clothes and waited for the announcement before walking onto the stage together. Front desk. As soon as they heard the name Yi Yunfei, all the audience erupted into cheers. Although most people had never seen him perform live, the memes on Weibo and his demeanor in the videos were enough to prove that he was no amateur. Especially after he apologized using the peony song, he became even more likable. Everyone at the scene, young and old alike, perked up. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu walked onto the stage. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on them. What a gentleman! As gentle and refined as jade. The audience was all stunned.
They finally realized that the real Yi Yunfei was even more striking in person than in the video.
Especially the young women present, who had always assumed that stand-up comedians were either very overweight or very slim.
But this guy was like a magnet, completely captivating the audience. That guy is way too handsome. Oh my gosh, he looks like he stepped right out of a painting. Oh no, I'm hooked. What's going on? I haven't seen him for a day, and now he's even more handsome? Chapter 36, here it comes, here it comes. The culture crusher is here. Alright.
Some audience members snapped out of their daze and shouted out, energizing the entire venue.
Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu stepped onto the stage.
Several girls in the audience brought flowers up to them. Many people came to watch the stand-up comedy because of Weibo, and even more were there to support Yi Yunfei.
Now it's time to thank everyone one by one and arrange the flowers properly.
After finishing these tasks, they returned to the microphone and bowed to each other. They waited for the applause to die down. Yi Yunfei muttered to the microphone, which was much shorter than him, "This must be my master's.
It's so much shorter." Ha! The audience below burst into laughter. How dare he still be so bold? That bag is making a lot of noise. Woody Gang is laughing heartily backstage. Yu Qian also nodded repeatedly. Don't underestimate this simple action, there's a lot of knowledge behind it.
Since the warm-up was so good earlier, some of the audience members are still savoring the moment.
And Yi Yunfei's punchline suddenly drew all the audience's attention back.
This truly demonstrated his skill. Yunfei has a bright future ahead of him.
On stage. Seeing that the opening was so well received, Sun Yu was also delighted. He didn't forget to keep the momentum going and continued to play the straight man. Hey! Why won't this person listen to reason?
As soon as he said that, the audience burst into another round of light laughter. Those who had seen the previous stand-up comedy routine understood immediately this line was a direct reference to the viral online argument from a few days earlier.
Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement and smiled, saying, "Yes, that's exactly what Mr. Sun said. To be honest, I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Sun now." Sun Yu looked at him in surprise and asked, "Are you serious?" Yi Yunfei, "Of course it's true. You said at the time that if you let everyone on the field go, it would go viral, right?" Sun Yu replied, "Yes." Yi Yunfei waved his hand and said, "Look, now I'm really famous. Wow, my Weibo is full of posts about me." Sun Yu said, "That's right. Yi Yunfei, to be honest, I'm really happy that it went viral. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night." Sun Yu said, "Really?" Yi Yunfei, "You bet. Just thinking about how popular I'd become makes me genuinely happy." Sun Yu said, "That's only natural." At this point, Yi Yunfei sighed again and said, "But now that he's famous, there are so many things to deal with." Sun Yu said, "Fame brings trouble." Yi Yunfei looked at him and said, "It's not that there's a lot of gossip, it's that there's so much going on that I don't even have time to study literature anymore." Ha!
Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter.
Here we go, this person is about to start. Get ready for some brainwashing.
The culture crusher is about to start its work, everyone be careful.
Want to hear stories about the Grand View Garden? The audience's reaction was intense.
Sun Yu looked at the audience, smiling happily. Yi Yunfei, to be honest, after talking with Mr. Sun last time, I realized that if you want to become famous, you still have to study hard.
Sun Yu said, "That's true. Yi Yunfei, so I've been reading books again these past few days." Sun Yu chuckled playfully and said, "You didn't just pull them off Gua teacher's bookshelf, did you?" Sigh.
The audience erupted in cheers.
Are the books on Mr. Gua's bookshelf still okay? I hate it. Yi Yunfei gave a casual pat and said, "I've been reading nothing but serious books lately." Sun Yu nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, it's just that the ones I read before weren't very proper." Ha! The audience below burst into laughter.
Especially those who got the joke were laughing so hard they couldn't stop.
Those obscene books are hardly going to be proper. Yi Yunfei glared at him and said, "Can you even continue?"
Sun Yu smiled broadly and gestured repeatedly, saying, "Please continue, please continue." Yi Yunfei, "I really did read a few books. And I've learned a lot of knowledge from them."
Sun Yu said, "Really?" "Of course."
Yi Yunfei swept his hand across the audience and said, "Today, in front of all these friends, I will share the knowledge I have gained."
Mr. Sun, please give me your thoughts on this. What do you think?
Sun Yu looked at him seriously and said, "No problem, go ahead."
The audience also perked up their ears. They were eager to find out what the cultural crusher's target was today.
On stage, Yi Yunfei said, "For example, this year, I hope I can be content with what I have and find joy in simplicity."
Is that an idiom? The audience looked curiously at the stage. Sun Yu nodded and said, "Hey, that's a good line." Yi Yunfei, right? Sun Yu said, "Yes, very optimistic." Yi Yunfei compared his feet and said, "I bathe my feet every day, and that makes me very happy."
Sun Yu was completely stunned, looking utterly skeptical.
The audience below burst into laughter. It's the same old familiar taste. Sun Yu said, "You're happy just by washing your feet every day?" Yi Yunfei, "That's right. Upon hearing this response, Sun Yu chuckled helplessly. At that moment, Yi Yunfei extended his hand and continued his performance. At the same time, I wish myself well, it's like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Ha! The audience was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. This guy is ruthless. Wishing myself well when it's already too late. Please wait a moment. Sun Yu quickly stopped him and said, a drop in the bucket is not a good expression. Yi Yunfei asked, why isn't it a good saying? Good words? Is a drop in the bucket a good phrase? The audience below began to look puzzled. Sun Yu also looked confused and said, could you explain? Only Yi Yunfei replied proudly, it's like pouring water into a cup, it's just that I brew a cup of water every day and collect a truckload of salary by the end of the month. Put. Ha! The audience below couldn't stop laughing. I'm really done for. This is just a drop in the bucket. This person is so funny, where did they even come up with those words? The culture crusher truly lives up to its name. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I shouldn't have listened to this. It feels like all the idioms in my head are being shattered one by one. Sun Yu couldn't even look at him straight and said, this is just daydreaming. The audience was delighted, but Yi Yunfei didn't respond. He continued his performance, saying, finally. I wish myself a long life. Sun Yu said, you really deserve it. Yi Yunfei looked at him, what's wrong? Sun Yu said, you're taking all the blame on yourself? Yi Yunfei, why not? Sun Yu looked confused and said, how can you use time drags on to describe yourself? The audience was also filled with curiosity. They just wanted to hear how this person would destroy the word. But to their surprise, Yi Yunfei spoke earnestly, saying, what I mean is, every day I live is as joyful as the new year. Ha! Upon hearing this explanation, the audience laughed so hard they were slapping the tables. Oh my goodness, this person is so funny. Put. Days feel like years when every day is like New Year's Day. Your perspective is always so unique. He's so handsome, but his thoughts are so weird, it's killing me. Chapter 37, Ha! I've learned something new again. A series of small jokes gradually heated up the atmosphere on stage. The audience's attention was completely focused on the stage. Sun Yu was truly delighted inside, and at the same time, he felt a newfound respect for Yi Yunfei. He really had no idea how he had managed to write all of this. That's amazing. At that moment, Sun Yu was pulling Yi Yunfei to stop him from speaking. After the laughter died down, he continued with the joke. He said, wait a moment. Let me explain the meaning of these words to you. Yi Yunfei, ah. Sun Yu said, this is contentment and happiness. This person is very content, living a carefree life, so he is happy. A cup of water to put out a burning cartload of fire refers to a situation where a cartload of firewood is burning, and a cup of water is completely insufficient to extinguish the fire. This is called a cup of water to put out a burning cartload of fire. What's most agonizing is that each day feels like a year. How unbearable that must be. Snap. No sooner had the words left his mouth than applause erupted from the audience below. That's how it goes with stand-up comedy. When the performers on stage are showing off their skills, the audience helps to create a lively atmosphere. It's all about the excitement. On stage, Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a playful glance, gestured with both hands, and continued, you live every day like it's New Year's Day, oh my. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. These two are such a hilarious duo, they're like best friends who can't stand each other. Yi Yunfei glared at him and said, shallow. Upon hearing this, the audience laughed again. Sun Yu was puzzled and said, shallow? Yi Yunfei, Mr. Sun, if everyone understands it this way, then what's the point of studying it? Sun Yuan was confused and said, but that's exactly what it means. Yi Yunfei, different people have different perspectives. You can't just look at the surface of things. Sun Yu was so annoyed he laughed, saying, which one of us is just looking at the surface? Ha! The audience couldn't stop laughing. The way these two are fighting is so funny. How annoying. Yi Yunfei tapped the table lightly and said, what I mean is, we need to set aside its original meaning and delve into the truth behind the words. Sun Yu was puzzled and asked, the truth behind it? At that moment, the audience was also puzzled. Yi Yunfei said, for example, there is a saying called carving a mark on a boat to find a sword. Sun Yu said, right, there is. Yi Yunfei, I've researched this term and discovered a problem. Upon hearing this, the audience perked up their ears, clearly intrigued by the question. However, Yi Yunfei did not continue speaking. He just stood there, keeping everyone in suspense. The audience grew impatient. Sun Yu pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask, what's the problem? But Yi Yunfei replied decisively, the person who carves a boat to find a sword is crazy. Put. Ha! The audience below laughed themselves silly. This person is about to pull out their big move. Everyone, be careful. On stage, Sun Yu looked at the audience with a blank expression, paused for 2 seconds, then turned to Yi Yunfei with curiosity and asked a question. He said, is the person who carves a mark on a boat to find a sword crazy? Yi Yunfei, exactly. Sun Yu asked, what's wrong with him? This question voiced what the audience was thinking. Yi Yunfei spoke slowly and clearly. He has procrastination. Procrastination? The audience is all confused.
The person who carved a mark on the boat to find a sword has procrastination syndrome.
What's going on here? Just as the audience was curious, Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei on stage. He said, wait a moment. Yi Yunfei, what's wrong?
Sun Yu smiled and said, procrastination is such a common problem these days.
How could someone get procrastination? Yi Yunfei, people have it now, but didn't people in ancient times have it? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu was taken aback.
The audience chuckled softly.
I just love seeing the fat guy like this.
Yi Yunfei continued, history has been passed down step by step to the present day.
This disease is the same, it has a long history.
Sun Yu said, if you put it that way, I'm really curious now.
Can you explain why this person has procrastination syndrome? The audience is also very curious and listening attentively. Only Yi Yunfei said, think about it carefully.
One day, this person will row a small boat across the river.
Sun Yu replied, yes. Yi Yunfei, but suddenly, the dagger at his waist fell into the water.
Sun Yu said, dagger?
Yi Yunfei, it's a dagger you wear, but it fell into the water with a splash. Ha! The audience laughed again. A loud thud, how about that? Sun Yu asked, then what? Yi Yunfei, for ordinary people, if we saw our most cherished dagger fall into the water, we'd definitely jump in to try and retrieve it. Sun Yu said, yeah, that's right.
Yi Yunfei looked at him and said, but this person has procrastination issues.
Sun Yu was puzzled, oh? He just wanted to.
At that moment, Yi Yunfei feigned laziness and said, it's already fallen.
We'll just pick it up later. Sun Yu said, oh, come on. We won't be able to catch them later. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, yeah, you know how procrastination works. If it can be put off until tomorrow, it definitely won't be done today.
Hearing this, the audience chuckled softly.
At the same time, they couldn't help but feel the same way. Procrastination isn't just about putting things off until the last minute, it's about refusing to take action unless absolutely necessary. Sun Yu smiled and nodded, saying, that's absolutely right. A lot of young people are like that nowadays.
Yi Yunfei, so, he drew a mark on the ship's rail, thinking he'd come back to retrieve it later, and then just sailed away. Later, some fishermen who knew about this made fun of him, and the story spread, eventually evolving into the modern idiom carving a mark on a boat to find a sword.
Alright.
As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the audience below.
The audience was thrilled.
A few young girls were even covering their cheeks and laughing, experiencing both pain and joy.
Oh my, this person is so funny. You're killing me.
I never thought carving a boat to mark the spot where a sword was drawn could be interpreted like that.
Ha! I've learned something new again. The angle is so tricky, I can't stop laughing. On stage, Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei, leaving everyone speechless. He said irritably, is this what you call carving a boat to mark the water? Yi Yunfei looked smug and said, exactly. Look how interesting my research findings are.
Sun Yu gave up trying to argue and kept praising him, yes, you're so knowledgeable.
May I also ask, do you have any research findings to share with everyone here? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and said, of course I do. Have you heard of the story of Yugong moving mountains? Chapter 38, Obsessive-compulsive disorder is too severe, you might not be able to get married. Moving mountains with sheer determination?
Oh boy, another word is about to get crushed by the cultural shredder. The audience looked curiously at the stage, preparing to accept the impending cultural shock.
Sun Yu on stage replied, of course I know. Who hasn't heard of Yugong moving mountains? Everyone knows that. Yi Yunfei, what does this indicate?
Sun Yu thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with an answer, and said, you tell me. Yi Yunfei gestured grandly, as if pointing out the landscape, and said, this man, Yugong, is sick.
Ha!
Sun Yu on stage looked completely astonished.
It seemed as though even this partner had fallen victim to Yi Yunfei's cruelty. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't be happier. A few seconds later, Sun Yu snapped out of it and looked at him, saying, what's wrong with Yugong?
Yi Yunfei replied in a show-off manner, obsessive-compulsive disorder.
The audience laughed again. Sun Yu looked puzzled, why is Yugong considered to have OCD? The audience also wanted to know the answer.
Yi Yunfei made a gesture of digging a mountain, look at this foolish old man, just digging away at the mountain for no reason.
Sun Yu said, Yi Yunfei, where is the foolish old man digging?
There's a wise old man standing nearby who looks very curious.
He asked, old friend, what are you doing?
Speaking of which, Yi Yunfei crossed his arms behind his back and imitated the old man's voice. As mentioned earlier, when listening to crosstalk, distinguishing between characters relies on the actor's words, actions, and demeanor, so body language and voice are crucial. After finishing, Yi Yunfei continued digging the mountain, asking and answering himself, I'm moving the mountain. But this mountain is so huge I'll never finish digging it. And the old man is still there trying to persuade him.
Sun Yu said, oh? Yi Yunfei, with his hands behind his back, said, old brother, can you really dig everything up like this? Sun Yu replied, that's right. Don't worry. Yi Yunfei started digging again, glancing back at Sun Yu as he spoke. If I can't finish digging, my son will take over.
If my son can't finish, my grandson will continue.
If my grandson can't finish, I'll start over myself. Go to hell. Sun Yu, who was standing nearby, was unhappy and pretended to push him.
Yi Yunfei, what's the matter?
Sun Yu glared at him and said, when you're talking about juniors, why are you staring at me?
Put.
Ha! The audience below was stunned at first, but they finally reacted when Sun Yu spoke. A burst of laughter erupted immediately. This person is so bad, always thinking about getting something for nothing. Yi Yunfei walked back, unconcerned, and continued to imitate Jisoo's manner, saying, oh, I see. If you can't finish digging, your son will dig, and if your son can't finish, your grandson will dig. At this point, Yi Yunfei, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, turned around and looked at Sun Yu, speaking slowly and deliberately. The audience burst into laughter.
Sun Yu looked unhappy and said, Jisoo, don't look at me either. Why are you always picking on me? I'm the youngest here.
Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, isn't this just communication? Sun Yu spread his fingers and said, I'm not exchanging ideas with you.
Seeing his tortured expression, the audience laughed again.
Yi Yunfei paid no attention to him and continued to imitate the wise old man, saying, this grandson can't dig it all up, so his great-grandson will have to, but I just want to ask you one question.
Sun Yu chimed in, oh? What question?
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yi Yunfei asked first, then threw down his hoe and said gloomily, I'm not digging anymore.
Ha! The audience below was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down their faces.
Is this person a devil?
In Mr. Ye's class, there's so much to learn. Oh my gosh, you'll never guess what this person is thinking, it's so out of the ordinary. The noble image of Yu Gong in my mind has been shattered in an instant.
Wait a moment.
Sun Yu stopped Yi Yunfei for a moment and said, what does what you're saying have to do with OCD?
Yi Yunfei, how isn't it related?
This isn't just a matter of it doesn't matter. It raises a major contemporary issue. Upon hearing this, the audience became serious. Everyone was preparing themselves for a cultural shock.
Sun Yu on stage asked in confusion, what problem?
Yi Yunfei, what I mean is, if your OCD is too severe, you might not be able to get married.
Ha! Upon hearing this, the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. This person's knowledge is truly bizarre.
Oh, come on.
Sun Yu said, what's wrong?
Yi Yunfei didn't respond, continuing with his work.
He imitated Jisoo and said, don't stop digging.
I'll find you an old woman who likes to do the same thing as you. It'll make a perfect pair.
Sun Yu was surprised and asked, there are old women who dig mountains too?
The audience was also curious about this. It seems like there really aren't any related people or cases, right? Everyone looked at him curiously. Only Yi Yunfei said, it's not about digging mountains, but they have the same symptoms. Sun Yu said, are they fellow patients? Ha! Audience members who were just getting ready for a cultural shock were amused by this sudden word. At that moment, Yi Yunfei also spoke up, over there by the river, isn't there an old woman who likes to grind something with an iron rod?
Sun Yu asked, what's going on?
Yi Yunfei looked at him and said seriously, you had a perfectly good iron rod, and you had to grind it into a needle.
Your OCD is in its late stages.
Oh my! Sun Yu couldn't help but cover her forehead. In just a moment, all the knowledge in his mind seemed to have been crushed. The audience below burst into laughter. Perseverance pays off. The story of this person's perseverance, when analyzed, is simply too inspiring to bear.
Sun Yu stopped Yi Yunfei and said, where would this old fool even know about grinding an iron rod into a needle?
Yi Yunfei glared at him and said, isn't there an old woman grinding a needle by the stream? Sun Yu couldn't find the words to say, so he finally waved his hands in frustration and exclaimed, what's going on here? I can't even explain it clearly. Ha! The audience had just calmed down, but now they couldn't help but burst into laughter again.
Ha ha! The chubby guy from the agricultural university was completely outmatched by knowledge. As expected, Professor Ye's lectures are no mercy to anyone.
Ha, these two are truly a perfect match.
Enemies don't enter the same door, their love-hate relationship is so entertaining.
Chapter 39, it turns out that Pangu opened the heavens because he was ill. None of that matters. Yi Yunfei said, the key is what I've been researching. I've gradually uncovered the truth behind these words and phrases for him. After hearing this, do you feel enlightened? Sun Yu clasped his hands together again and said, I am once again in awe of you. Yi Yunfei, is that so? Sun Yu looked at him and said seriously, that's right. Last time you taught me about Dream of the Red Chamber and the 4 great classical novels, and now you've taught me the true meaning behind idioms. I can't help but be impressed. Hearing such praise, Yi Yunfei was overjoyed and exclaimed, when you mentioned the 4 great classical novels, I immediately thought of the issues I discovered in Journey to the West. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu pretended to slap her own face and said, I shouldn't have said that. The audience burst into laughter. Fat Boy really is guilty this time. Because of his one remark, another classic masterpiece is about to suffer. Alright.
Sun Yu sighed and gestured, then tell me, what's wrong with Journey to the West? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but chuckle, rolling up his sleeves as if to prepare for a story.
Without him even saying a word, the audience burst into laughter. Just looking at his unconventional expression, it's obvious that another wave of wild cultural exchange is about to begin. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and said, after my research, I've discovered that this Sun Wukong
is sick.
This time, he didn't even have to speak, the audience below shouted it out directly. Yi Yunfei bowed to everyone and smiled, indeed, my friends are naturally intelligent and quick to understand.
Everyone is right. This Sun Wukong, he's sick. The audience burst into laughter again. On stage, Sun Yu looked at him curiously and said, Sun Wukong is sick? What's wrong with him?
Yi Yunfei, claustrophobia. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu froze in place.
However, the audience was laughing heartily.
I've got claustrophobia, I'm freaking out.
Me too.
The cultural shredder is too powerful. My deeply ingrained knowledge was shattered in an instant.
Ha, I never intended to be a normal person before coming here. After a few seconds, Sun Yu looked at him curiously and asked, isn't Sun Wukong's illness a bit too fancy?
Yi Yunfei, he was forced into it.
Sun Yu was even more curious and asked, Sun Wukong was driven to develop claustrophobia?
Yi Yunfei, that's right.
Tell me, what species is Sun Wukong himself?
Sun Yu replied, a spirit-enlightened stone monkey.
Yi Yunfei, that's right, it's a stone monkey.
Right after it was born, it was sealed inside this stone.
Sun Yu said, that's right.
Yi Yunfei, when he opened his eyes, everything around him was pitch black. He felt so uncomfortable all over that, in a fit of anger, he grabbed an axe and swung it at him. As he spoke, Yi Yunfei made scratching motions, then swung the axe with all his might, exuding boundless courage.
Sun Yu frowned and interjected, then raise both hands to the sky and stomp your feet on the ground? As if he had found a kindred spirit, Yi Yunfei grew excited and said, right.
That's the head forming a high mountain, the limbs becoming pillars of the sky, the eyes becoming the sun and moon, and the blood flowing like rivers.
Wait a moment. Sun Yu pulled him back and demanded, who told you this is Sun Wukong?
Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. This character who split the heavens with a single axe blow was all too familiar to them.
Yi Yunfei, what is this? Sun Yu said, this is the creation of the universe by the great god Pangu. That's right, it's Pangu. Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly, showing no objection.
But the next moment, another sentence slipped out of his mouth. He said, like Sun Wukong, he also suffers from claustrophobia.
Put. Someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh. What a guy. Now even Pangu has been poisoned. This guy doesn't intend to be human anymore. Sun Yu glared at him angrily and said, how did Pangu end up with claustrophobia? Yi Yunfei gave a sly smile and asked, why do you think he created the heavens? That's because after he was born, there was nothing in the heavens and the earth, so in a fit of anger, he split the heavens and the earth. Sun Yu explained, his voice growing softer and softer. But at that moment, the audience's laughter grew louder and louder. This punchline is absolutely brilliant. It's completely changed everyone's perspective. I learned that Pangu was actually sick when he created the heavens. That's hilarious. This person doesn't even spare mythology. It's over, I'm completely lost. I can't remember anything. Ha, I feel the same way.
On stage, the performance continues. Sun Yu glared at him and said, fine, just talk about Sun Wukong. Yi Yunfei, although the illness is the same, Sun Wukong's symptoms are not as severe as Pangu's.
Sun Yu said, Yi Yunfei, he went through some things, which caused his symptoms to worsen. Sun Yu asked, oh? What happened? You figure it out.
Yi Yunfei, he was so angry that he shattered the stone and emerged into the world, only to be locked into it shortly thereafter. Sun Yu explained, yes, to cultivate the fire-eye golden gaze.
Yi Yunfei, this made his already minor illness suddenly worsen. Sun Yu asked, oh? What happened afterward? Yi Yunfei angrily slapped his thigh and said, what happened next was even more infuriating. Sun Yu asked, what's wrong?
Yi Yunfei, those people know Sun Wukong has this condition, so they're all using this tactic against him.
Upon hearing this, the audience became completely engrossed. This was something completely new. Sun Yu asked, who's involved?
Yi Yunfei, looking furious, said, first, the Buddha pressed him under the five-finger mountain. Sun Yu said, he was sealed under the mountain for 500 years. Yi Yunfei, later, the golden horn and silver horn were captured and sealed inside a small gourd.
Sun Yu said, right.
Yi Yunfei, Huang made the great king strike the golden gong.
Sun Yu said, that's right. Yi Yunfei, that last one, the great immortal Jin Yuan, was the most infuriating.
With a wave of his hand, he sent him straight into his sleeve. With just these few scenes, it's already in the late stages.
Sun Yu said, now that you mention it, you do have a point.
Yi Yunfei, exactly.
And what about that Tang Sang? Sun Yu asked, what about Tang Sang?
Yi Yunfei, as soon as he saw that Sun Wukong wasn't listening, he recited the.
Sun Yu replied, yes.
At this point, Yi Yunfei stood with one hand raised in front of him, mimicking Tang Seng's voice and muttering, "Lock you in the small dark room, lock you in the small dark room."
Put. Ha! The audience below were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Not only that, but they even found what he was saying to be quite reasonable. Because the only ones who could subdue Sun Wukong seemed to be these few people, and no one else could remember them now. Ha! Chapter 40, Xinshi Huangdi also had his issues. Look at how crowded it is. People who don't know any better would think this is his private show. Backstage, Yu Qian took a sip of tea and laughed. He was teasing Guodi Gang. The latter was also pleased and said, "Xian Gu, you know what? If all these kids can reach this level, the two of us should step down." Ha, that's the truth. The two of them didn't hide their praise for Yi Yunfei. This made the few fellow disciples around them quite envious. To be honest, they had never heard such sincere praise before. On stage, Sun Yu stopped Yi Yunfei, who was reciting sutras, and said, "Stop reciting, stop reciting. It's giving me a headache." Yi Yunfei was surprised and asked, "Do you also have claustrophobia? Get lost." Sun Yu pushed him away impatiently and said, "I'm perfectly healthy." The audience below burst into laughter. It's true that scenes of love and rivalry are the most interesting. Yes, I was too abrupt. Yi Yunfei quickly smiled apologetically and then returned to the topic, laughing, "Mr. Sun, please think about it carefully. Wasn't my research just now quite meaningful? Hold on a moment." Sun Yu stopped him, beckoned with her finger, and said, "The characters you just mentioned, Yugong and Zisu, carving a boat to find a sword, Pangu and Sun Wukong." Yi Yunfei, ah. Sun Yu said, "This isn't a myth, it's just a character from a fable. None of them ever really existed in history. All your research is completely worthless, isn't it?" Yi Yunfei, "Who said I only study this?" Sun Yu said, "Anything else?" Yi Yunfei, "Of course there are. I've researched real-life examples too. For example, the burning of books and burying of scholars. Is this term correct? Burning books and burying scholars alive? No way. No way. This person isn't going to mention Emperor Qin Shi Huang, is he?" The audience was taken aback. Everyone looked curiously at Yi Yunfei on stage. Sun Yu also chimed in at that moment, saying, "Burning books and burying scholars alive? Of course there was." Yi Yunfei, this phrase alone speaks volumes. Sun Yu looked puzzled and asked, "What does it mean?" Yi Yunfei replied without hesitation, "Xinshi Huangdi was mentally ill." Ha! The young audience members in the audience burst out laughing. They didn't care about that, they just thought it was hilarious. But the older folks weren't laughing at all. Because Qin Shi Huang was no ordinary figure, he was a true emperor with remarkable achievements in history. Anyone with even a basic knowledge of history holds him in awe. On stage, Sun Yu also looked at him in shock and said, "You just blurt that out like that?" Yi Yunfei remained calm and asked, "What's the matter?" Sun Yu hurriedly explained, "Qin Shi Huang is a historical figure with a name and surname recorded in the history books. And he unified the entire country. That's a great man. How dare you say such a thing?" Yi Yunfei, "It would be easier to study if there were historical records." Sun Yu grinned and warned, "Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, once we're off the stage, I won't let you off the hook." As soon as he said that, the audience burst into laughter again. Even those who held the first emperor in awe felt their anger ease slightly. Only Yi Yunfei spoke, "I have studied this thoroughly. The first emperor of Qin was indeed ill." Is that true? The audience is curious. Even Sun Yu was puzzled and quickly asked, "What's wrong with Qin Shi Huang?" Yi Yunfei looked at the audience and declared firmly, "He has a trypophobia." Trypophobia? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room became even more confused. Those who had been taking it seriously at first now had no other thoughts, only curiosity. Qin Shi Huang had a fear of crowds that's too hard to connect to the answer. On stage, Sun Yu asked, "How can you tell?" Yi Yunfei, "Think about it. One day, Qin Shi Huang woke up and found himself holding a ragpan on map. He looked at the cloth and thought, 'Hey, wait a minute.' Sun Yu said, Qin Shi Huang was the ruler of such a great country. What was he doing with a rag?" The audience was also curious about this. Only Yi Yunfei said, "Who said anything about a rag?" Sun Yu said, "Didn't you just say that?" Yi Yunfei looked at him impatiently and said, "I said map. Map. Ha!" Upon hearing this, Sun Yu froze in place. He was completely dumbfounded. Ha! The audience below burst into laughter again. Even some of the audience members who had been looking for faults found their criticisms vanishing without a trace. It's just too funny. This guy's rag is actually a map. Oh my goodness, this person won't even spare English. After a moment, Sun Yu came to her senses and looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. He said, "Where did this guy pick up that English phrase? How annoying." Yi Yunfei blushed and gave a shy pat, then spread her hands flat and continued, "When I took a look at this map, it was filled with the territorial boundaries of various countries." Sun Yu said, "Right, they're small countries. Why are there so many countries? It's making me sick. Destroy them all. Destroy them all."
Yi Yunfei imitated the dialect of the Shanxi region, performing with a dejected expression.
Sun Yu looked utterly astonished and said, because this is how Qin unified the 6 states? Ha!
The audience below was taken aback at first, but after Sun Yu reminded them, the entire venue erupted in laughter. Especially those few audience members who knew a bit of history, they were laughing so hard they looked like little kids. My goodness, the Qin unification of the 6 kingdoms can be interpreted this way. As a history teacher, everything related to history is my last line of defense.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hold the line. How frustrating. Oh my goodness, I was defeated by the older brother. I can't take it anymore, my face hurts so much.
Yi Yunfei on stage didn't seem embarrassed at all. In fact, he looked quite pleased with himself and continued speaking. He said, after unifying the country, we implemented a unified writing system and standardized vehicle tracks.
Sun Yu said, that's correct. Yi Yunfei, that's fast.
The books from all these countries will be submitted soon, so Emperor Qin Shi Huang can take a look.
Sun Yu said, right.
Yi Yunfei, but when you open it up, Qin Shi Huang's fear of crowds flares up again.
Sun Yu said, oh? Yi Yunfei looked at his open palm and said with a look of despair, there are so many words. It's going to make me sick. Burn it all. Burn it all. Put. Ha!
As soon as he said that, there was no need to remind the audience, they were already laughing so hard they were slapping the table.
Not a single person in the audience could maintain their composure. This was truly embarrassing. This person is hilarious. I'm speechless. Burning books and burying scholars can be interpreted like that? Oh my goodness, why did I come to listen to this stand-up comedy? You unethical performer, give me back my knowledge. I never expected that in just a few minutes, I would learn so much knowledge, and it's even unforgettable. Ha, this is hilarious. Chapter 41, after listening to Mr. Ye's lecture, let's see who dares to call me illiterate now. The atmosphere below was heated.
The performance on stage was also entering its final stages. Sun Yu spoke up, saying, book burning. Yi Yunfei, standing nearby, didn't respond and continued with his work, saying, then, non-Confucian scholars from all over the land, upon hearing that Emperor Qin Shi Huang wanted to achieve immortality, all came to pay their respects.
Sun Yu said, Yi Yunfei, but there are hundreds or even thousands of them. Sun Yu said, what's the matter?
Yi Yunfei, seeing this, Qin Shi Huang's has flared up again.
Sun Yu said, again? Why are there so many people? It's making me sick. Bury them all, Liao, bury them all. Yi Yunfei looked gloomy again and said in a strong Shanxi dialect. The audience couldn't help but laugh. This person's dialect and behavior are just too funny. Wait a moment, please.
At that moment, Sun Yu pulled him back and said, he's always so disgusting.
Maybe he doesn't have trypophobia after all. It's not that condition? The audience was completely confused by his remark. Yi Yunfei on stage also looked curious and asked, what is that?
Sun Yu looked at him meaningfully, holding back a smile and said, he's pregnant.
Put. Ha! The audience below burst into laughter once again. Oh my, they're all so naughty. Fat boy has gone bad. Is it okay that Qin Shi Huang is pregnant? There's not a single decent person at Diyun society. How annoying. Yi Yunfei slapped him and said, what do you mean, you're pregnant? Sun Yu said, who told you to be so disgusting? Yi Yunfei, he has trypophobia. Sun Yu looked skeptical and said, that's supposed to prove he has a fear of crowds? Yi Yunfei, it's not just that. Look at the terracotta army of Qin Shi Huang that was repaired later. Sun Yu asked, what about the terracotta warriors? Yi Yunfei, why do you think he's repairing them? Ha! This question stumped the audience.
Some of them knew a little about the reasons, but in this setting, knowledge gained from books was useless. No one dares to make a definitive statement. However, Sun Yu, who was standing nearby, spoke up confidently, he's got an underground army. He commands 1,000,000 troops underground. Yi Yunfei shook his head and said, that's not right. Sun Yu was curious, why is that? Yi Yunfei, you're only scratching the surface. In fact, the construction of the terracotta army also had a specific purpose. Wow! Upon hearing this, the entire audience was stunned. Special purpose? Besides being an underground army, do the terracotta warriors have other purposes? That's quite intriguing. Sun Yu was also puzzled and hurriedly asked, what's the purpose? Yi Yunfei spoke firmly, someone knows that Qin Shi Huangdi suffered from trypophobia, and the terracotta warriors were specifically created to seal him away. Put. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. This has completely changed my perspective. The terracotta warriors are the real treasures. I was completely blown away. After listening to Mr. Ye's lecture, let's see who dares to call me illiterate. Get ready, everyone. A new wave of cultural shock is coming. On stage, Sun Yu was also holding back a smile, but for now, he had to maintain a puzzled expression. She asked in confusion, how could this possibly be a talisman? Yi Yunfei, think about it. At the time, everyone said that Qin Shi Huang was a tyrant. Sun Yu said, indeed, he was misunderstood.
Yi Yunfei, and he's even trying to make an elixir of immortality. Sun Yu said, that's right.
Yi Yunfei looked at the audience and said, at the time, there were rumors that this tyrant, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, after taking the elixir of immortality, would be reborn 500 years later.
Sun Yu asked, what should we do then?
Yi Yunfei, so someone came up with this idea using terracotta warriors to intimidate him.
Sun Yu asked, does it work? It works.
Yi Yunfei waved his hands upward and said, look, inside the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, there's mercury like rivers, lakes, and seas.
Sun Yu said, that's right. Yi Yunfei, there are also countless lamps lit with mermaid oil hanging inside.
Sun Yu said, that's right, the lights are always on. Yi Yunfei, 500 years later, when Qin Shi Huang opens his eyes.
Sun Yu said, huh? Why are there so many terracotta warriors?
It's so disgusting, ugh. After saying that, Yi Yunfei stiffened his body and made a face as if he had been scared to death.
Go to hell.
Sun Yu, laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth, pretended to push him, and then the two of them took 2 steps back amid the audience's laughter, bowed, and left the stage. The final punchline landed, and the comedy routine came to an end. At that moment, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Many excited spectators even stood up.
Great. One more. One more.
Don't go, little brother. Applause, cheers, and calls for an encore all came together, almost lifting the roof off the place.
First, the audience was enthusiastic. Second, the stand-up comedy was entertaining. It's all new material. Plus the label Yi Yunfei's cultural shredder, it's completely addictive. The entire stand-up routine lasted 15 minutes, and he didn't give the audience a single second to catch their breath. Throughout the performance, punchlines and jokes were delivered non-stop, immersing everyone in a sea of laughter. Even now, people are still reminiscing about it. Indeed, the live event was much more lively than the video.
I didn't expect stand-up comedy to be so entertaining.
I'll definitely try to catch more performances in the future. Why did the young man leave? I still want to listen to Yi Yunfei's stand-up comedy.
The audience below watched Yi Yunfei as he left the stage, hoping he would perform another piece.
Unfortunately, this wasn't his solo performance. Today's star is Guodi Gang. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu quickly disappeared from the backstage entrance.
Master, senior brother.
You've worked hard, kid. You're welcome. Guodi Gang stood at the backstage entrance, waiting for his next performance with Yen Yunda.
The few people who had come along this time were all individuals whom Old Gua had been keen to promote. Yen Yunda, as the senior disciple, is also one of them. However, Yi Yunfei had stirred things up too much, and now he looked a bit nervous.
Guodi Gang noticed this and said, don't be nervous, Yunda. It's good that the crowd is excited. Give it your all, your master will take care of the rest. With those words, Yen Yunda felt a little more at ease.
There was no time for further conversation.
As the announcer's voice echoed, the two of them took the stage.
Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu returned to the waiting room together.
Chapter 42, whose show is it? Sun Yu and Yunfei, go have some tea. There's some fritillaria in the pot. All right.
After the two cleared their throats, Yu Qian called them over.
He looked at the magical child with sparkling eyes and asked, how long did it take you to write that? No need to say, this style of stand-up comedy must have been written by Yi Yunfei.
The other disciples around him also cast curious glances in his direction. Yi Yunfei said, the main plot of this stand-up comedy is relatively short. Once we decided on the direction, it didn't take much effort, and we finished it in just 3 or 4 days.
What? I'm confused. Everyone in the backstage area is completely baffled. Everyone was staring at Yi Yunfei as if he were a monster.
This man had written a piece of code in just half a month last time, leaving everyone speechless. Then, just 2 days later, he told me, you only took 3 or 4 days to write another section? Are you a devil? With everyone's gaze fixed on him from the backstage, Yi Yunfei felt a chill run down his spine, his face twisted into an odd expression.
Great, great, impressive.
Yu Qian was the first to snap out of it, then his face lit up with surprise, and he burst into laughter. Sun Yu, who was standing nearby, also chimed in with a laugh, Yunfei, that was truly amazing. Don't let the short length of the stand-up routine fool you, there were plenty of jokes and punchlines in there.
You can't help but be impressed. The senior disciple gave his approval. Oh well.
Sun Yu waved his hands helplessly, I haven't even written a single line of dialogue myself, so how could I possibly praise this one?
Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter.
Whether to praise or not, everyone knew in their hearts.
Just this performance today has already won over everyone. Previous performances may not have been as thorough. But from today onwards, they were completely defeated.
Yu Qian took a sip of tea, exhaled deeply, and smiled, now your master can finally relax. He's been working so hard these past few years. At this, everyone fell silent involuntarily.
Everyone understood what Mr. Yu meant.
Ever since Chao Yujin left with his people, Guodi Gang has been holding a grudge. He wanted those traitors who had left to see clearly that the Diyun society wasn't finished without them. And the responsibility for taking that breath of revenge lies on their shoulders. Only when someone among them can outshine Xiao Yujin in fame will Lao Gua truly be able to hold his head high. Thinking about how little progress everyone has made so far, I can't help but feel a bit guilty right now. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, Yu Qian immediately smiled and said, well, I guess I'm just getting old and can't help but grumble. Don't look so gloomy. To be honest, I'm actually quite pleased with how things are going with Gu Gang. Everyone is working hard. Look at how well the garden is looking. They've even secured a main venue for commercial performances. That's not bad. If things keep going like this, Daeyeon society will definitely get better and better. Especially Yunfei, keep up the good work. Take advantage of the current buzz and find some time to arrange a solo performance for you. These words were like a boulder dropped into a lake, sending ripples across the surface. The group of disciples and brothers were stunned for a moment, then erupted into cheers. The senior disciple is going to hold a solo performance. He's only been on stage for a few days and he's already getting his own show. Yunfei is truly remarkable. Senior, take me along too, so I can ride your coattails and gain some popularity. Oh my goodness, I haven't even had my own show yet. A few of my fellow apprentices were shocked. Yu Yunpeng was even more envious. He had been the most promising candidate to hold a solo performance this year, but who could have imagined that Yi Yunfei, who had only been on stage for a few days, would become so popular? Enough. Stop crowding around Yunfei. Let him rest for a bit. He'll probably have to go back on stage soon. Yu Qian leaned against the sofa and gestured toward the TV. Instantly, everyone quickly turned their attention to the live broadcast on the TV. The situation on stage didn't look good. The audience's expectations for Yi Yunfei were too high, causing Yen Yunda's few jokes to fall flat, with a rather lackluster response from the audience. This situation made him even more nervous, and his performance lost its usual charm. Fortunately, Guodi Gang was there to keep things under control, so the situation didn't get any worse. Whose show is this, anyway? Seeing the reaction at the scene, the fellow disciples were all in an uproar. At that moment, the gaze they cast upon Yi Yunfei couldn't help but carry a hint of awe. This guy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He actually managed to turn someone else's exclusive event into his own. You're truly a ruthless genius. Today's special event lasted a total of 3 hours. It starts at 7 p.m. and will end after 10 p.m. If this were 2 years ago, no one would have wanted to spend a late evening at the theater listening to this. However, with the gradual development of nightlife, people's bedtimes have been pushed back, and it's not uncommon for shows to go on until the early hours of the morning. Performances on stage followed one after another. It went on until nearly 10 o'clock at night. Finally, the last program arrived. It was Guodi Gang and his longtime partner Yu Qian's performance, titled Pulling Off the Horse Coat. This was a long-form stand-up comedy routine that would continue until the end of the show. However, considering certain factors, the pace on stage has been significantly accelerated. With only about 10 minutes left, it's almost over. Guodi Gang was truly exhausted. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel and laughed, "Everyone, for your own selfish desires, I've really given it my all." "Oh well." Yu Qian said, "I said, how come your mouth is so fast?" Guodi Gang sighed, "It's all because we're forced to." Yu Qian said, "If that's the reason, you should have said so earlier. There was no need to go through all this trouble. We could have just let Yunfei come up directly. After all, everyone isn't here to see you." Guodi Gang was speechless. The audience erupted into cheers. When the laughter subsided, Guodi Gang finally spoke, saying, "All right, even if you say that, I'm still happy." Yu Qian said, "Oh? Guodi Gang, everyone here probably doesn't know that among my disciples, there are a few who have been following me since they were young. Yunfei is one of them. He started following me when he was just a teenager, so he's considered my direct disciple. Guodi Gang, you guys might not know this, but among my disciples, there are a few who have been following me and learning stand-up comedy since they were kids. Yunfei is one of them. He started following me when he was just a teenager, so he's like my own disciple." Yu Qian said, "Yes." Yu Qian said, "Right. However, due to some reasons, he hasn't performed on stage for nearly a decade. Nevertheless, this child has persisted and worked even harder. After performing on stage these past few days, he has gained some fame and has won the hearts of many people." At this point, Guodi Gang's face was also filled with a smile. Yu Qian pointed at him and laughed, "Look how handsome he is." Ha! The audience loves watching this kind of comedy. Guodi Gang didn't hesitate to acknowledge the praise, nodding generously with a smile. Seeing the younger generation succeed, as their mentor, I am truly delighted. Though today is my special performance, seeing everyone's enthusiasm for Yunfei, I would like to give this young man a brief encore. Regardless of the performance's outcome, I would like to extend my gratitude on behalf of all members of the Daeyeon Society to our patrons for your support. The two stepped back together and bowed to the audience. The audience below was enthusiastic, with thunderous applause and cheers echoing continuously. Amidst the applause, Guodi Gang waved to the backstage, "Come on, Yunfei." Chapter 43, Unspoken Understanding. Demolishing the West Wing. Listening to the master's words on stage, the disciples were filled with envy. Generally, the final performance of a special event is not meant to highlight the younger generation. But this time, Woody Gang gave a special mention to Yi Yunfei. This is definitely a case of favoritism. But the other disciples can only envy from afar. Because any one of them had participated in commercial performances with their master more times than anyone else, but none of them could match Yi Yunfei's level. And to be honest, Yi Yunfei's popularity really didn't come from Woody Gang. He made himself famous in small theaters on his own. And he didn't use any of the club's resources. Just this alone means others have no grounds to feel jealous. Under the watchful eyes of his fellow disciples, Yi Yunfei stepped forward onto the stage. Great! The audience immediately burst into applause. Amidst the cheers, Yi Yunfei stepped onto the stage one step at a time. There were only 2 microphones on stage, and Yu Qian immediately gave up his spot. Yi Yunfei expressed his gratitude and then stepped up to the microphone. Before he could speak, cheers erupted from the audience below. Woody Gang looked at the audience and said, "You like Yi Yunfei, don't you?" "Yes, we do." The audience immediately responded with enthusiastic applause. Woody Gang held back a laugh and said, "Look at these uneducated people." Ha! In a word, the audience burst into laughter. Those familiar with Yi Yunfei already know this, right? During the previous performances, how many times did the master of ceremonies make a fool of himself? Today, they're performing together on the same stage. Old Guo wouldn't let this kid off the hook. Only Yi Yunfei was seen fiddling with the microphone, muttering under his breath, "I'm not that short, just adjusted a bit." Ha! As soon as I saw this person's counterattack, the audience below erupted into even louder laughter. This kid is so bold. Woody Gang raised his fan in his hand, pretending to strike someone. Yi Yunfei quickly dodged out of the way. The scene of the two of them roughhousing had the audience laughing so hard they couldn't close their mouths. Woody Gang didn't actually hit him, but instead laughed and said, "Let this kid live." Yi Yunfei returned to his seat and said, "Master still cares about me." Woody Gang suppressed a laugh. "You've been eating my food for 10 years, I need to get my money's worth before I beat you to death." Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. Oh my, these two master and apprentice are so funny. Old Gui is about to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. Yi Yunfei is really bold, he doesn't fear anyone. "Hey, if you don't want to do this anymore, come to my house and be my Prince Charming." The young girls in the audience were extremely enthusiastic. But Yi Yunfei looked regretful. "I really want to go, but I'm more afraid that my master will hit me with a hammer." Woody Gang took the opportunity to weigh his fan, pretending it was a hammer. He said, "It's okay, Yunfei, go ahead. I promise I won't beat you to death." This double entendre once again had the audience in stitches. Yi Yunfei looked terrified and said, "Master, please rest assured. To express my gratitude for sparing my life, I will never leave the Daeyun Society. You'd better think this through. Don't come back later and say I interfered with your search for a wife. Think it through." Yi Yunfei said seriously, "I'm putting it out there today, whoever leaves is a coward." Upon hearing this, Woody Gang was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. He finally understood the purpose behind Yi Yunfei's words. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "All right. You're not wasting my mercy." Master and disciple understood each other without words. The seasoned audience members in the audience also understood the meaning behind it, and a round of applause erupted immediately. The new audience, however, took it all as a joke and laughed along. When the noise died down, Woody Gang took his place, and the opening act was over. It was time to get down to business. He looked at Yi Yunfei and said, "For that remark, the stage is yours today." Yi Yunfei, "Thank you, master." Woody Gang, "Go ahead, kid. What do you want to perform?" Yi Yunfei, "I heard that my uncle Yu doesn't know how to perform bamboo clapper storytelling, so I'll give it a try." Yu Qian rushed over in 2 steps. "What do you mean by that, you brat?" Ha! The audience below burst into laughter again. This guy doesn't even spare anyone's feelings. Yi Yunfei patted him on the back and said, don't get angry. I'm just trying to help. There are only 2 microphones on stage. You're standing there with nothing to do. We'll talk about something you don't know, so you won't feel awkward. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't be embarrassed at all." Yu Qian waved his hand impatiently and returned to his spot beside him. Woody Gang chuckled beside him and said, "This kid's bamboo clapper performance was all taught by me." Yi Yunfei, "Yes, I've been scolded a lot for this." Woody Gang pointed at him and laughed to the audience. "The silly kid just can't learn." Sigh. The audience erupted in cheers. When it comes to singing skills, how many members of the Daeyun Society can match Yi Yunfei? If he can't learn it, then what about the rest of them? At that moment, Yi Yunfei nodded on stage and said, "Yes, my master hasn't been teaching me these past few days, and then I accidentally received praise from Mr. Jiang." Ha! The audience below burst into laughter. Woody Gang was also amused, pointing at himself. "Wow, it turns out I was the one holding him back. Yi Yunfei, no, I mean, without my master's guidance, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today."
Finally, some words that are easy on the ears. Guodi Gang chuckled twice and continued, "Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get started. Should I give you the cue, or will you do it yourself?" "Yi Yunfei, I'll do it. You must be tired, master." Guodi Gang, "Oh, you know how to show concern for others, don't you?" Yi Yunfei, of course. "I'll start, master, you begin." Guodi Gang, "Let's sing together, okay? Come on. Da. Da." Yi Yunfei's bamboo clappers began to sound. Then, a clear voice rang out. Ying sits quietly, her hands resting on her cheeks, calling out, "Red girl, come quickly." When it comes to bamboo board storytelling, that's Guodi Gang's specialty.
They say Guodi Gang's voice is a gift from the gods.
This single note truly rings out clearly. There was no one in the entire Daeyun society who could match it.
But since they were here to support Yi Yunfei, they had to give way to the others below. A short while later, Yi Yunfei continued singing the lyrics, his voice clear and resonant, each word a pearl. Zhang Juanrui was originally a guest of the Tang dynasty, while we women are descendants of 3 generations of the Song dynasty. The Tang and Song dynasties were separated by 200 years. Who could have written this play? The Western Chamber? Chapter 44, A Director Comes Knocking? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei speak, Yu Qian was startled. Setting aside the voice itself, this was clearly someone who had been blessed by the ancestral master. But the singing technique. How did it become so exquisite? I didn't notice it so clearly in the video before, but standing there in person, his skill was immediately apparent. Wow, this kid has really figured it out. Guodi Gang, standing beside him, was even more shocked. He was a master of bamboo clapper storytelling, and in today's stand-up comedy scene, there were only a handful of people who could surpass him. As for Yi Yunfei's skills in this area, he is definitely no less skilled than him. Pronunciation, diction, vocal style, and even breathing. He has already developed his own understanding of these elements, and in terms of vocal technique, there is almost nothing to criticize. Not only that, Yi Yunfei also has a huge advantage in terms of his voice. His voice is clear, clean, and highly distinctive. With such outstanding vocal skills, his current performance is even better than his own. The more he listened, the more shocked Guodi Gang felt. A month ago, he had heard Yi Yunfei practice this section, and at that time, his skill was far inferior. He could barely manage to get up on stage and sing it. Compared to now, it's like heaven and earth. No wonder those who have awakened are so powerful. Guodi Gang felt a bit conflicted inside. But then he recalled what Yi Yunfei had said on stage earlier, and suddenly everything became clear. All his doubts vanished without a trace. Whether it was a moment of enlightenment or something else, this was still his disciple, Guodi Gang's disciple. This is what Guodi Gang taught him. Good. Very good. Excellent. The first line is waiting for the moon in the west wing. The second line, the door opens halfway in the breeze. 3 lines, the moon moves, and the flower shadows dance. 4 lines, I suspect a jade-like beauty is approaching. 3 lines, the moon moves, and the flower shadows dance. The performance on stage continues. In comparison, tearing down the west wing is more difficult than Tongren Tang. After all, it involves singing, so the requirements for rhythm and melody are slightly higher. But for Yi Yunfei, it wasn't a big deal. Even with the fast-paced movements and acrobatic maneuvers, he executed them all flawlessly. And he didn't feel any pressure. He mastered the bamboo boards, body movements, and lyrics perfectly. After all, this was his first performance in front of his master, so Yi Yunfei almost gave it his all. He wanted everyone present, including the 2 masters, to enjoy a genuine performance of the Peach Blossom fan. True gold fears no fire, and a straight path fears no crooked shoes. The night pearl has not yet been unearthed. Its authenticity is hard to discern. The night pearl has not yet been unearthed. Its authenticity is hard to discern. It takes 2 to tango. Don't blame others for your own shortcomings. A clever matchmaker has a sharp tongue and quick wit. A few words to resolve the West Chamber. To this point, Yi Yunfei looked at Guodi Gang, clearly up to no good. The 2 exchanged a glance and broke into mischievous grins. Then they sang together. This Miss Ying. She smokes, drinks, and has dyed her hair. Get lost. How can there still be me inside? Yu Qian rushed forward and shouted angrily, making the audience below laugh. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei stopped playing his drum, and the 3 of them shared a laugh, took a step back, bowed deeply, and exited the stage. Good. A burst of applause erupted from the audience. And so, today's special performance came to an end. However, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. All the actors have come onto the stage. We bow to the audience members present today in respect. After completing these tasks, everyone dispersed. Senior, you're so amazing. As soon as he returned to the backstage area, Yu Yunpeng looked at him excitedly. The other young performers also looked at him with admiration. Previously, no one had heard him sing these songs in person. They had only seen him perform them in videos. However, it now appears that his live performance was even better than what was seen in the videos. After all, they're all fellow disciples. We all know each other inside out.
Seeing such a performance with my own eyes left me utterly speechless. This work is so well done that it's awe-inspiring. Even the old masters would be ashamed of themselves. Look at the audience. Even after the show has ended, they're still talking about it enthusiastically. After this, Yi Yunfei's position was basically established. The senior master is absolutely flawless. Don't mention how early or late you started. In the trades, it's all about skill and experience. Those with ability are always respected. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and repeatedly thanked his fellow disciples. Yunfei, come over and have a drink of water. Sure, thanks, sir. After taking a few sips of tea to moisten his throat, he looked at Guodigang and said, Master, how are you? Yi Yunfei asked respectfully. During the performance of The Demolition of the Western Chamber on stage, he had noticed that his master's voice sounded unusual. After coming down, Guodigang also coughed dryly from time to time. Are you okay, Degang? Yu Qian also looked over. The voice is the most precious asset for a stand-up comedian. This matter is no small thing and cannot be taken lightly. Guodigang waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. It's just that after speaking for a long time, my voice gets a bit dry. I'll just drink some Pang Dahai to moisten it up and I'll be fine. Upon hearing this, everyone felt much more at ease. Yu Qian leaned back on the sofa and teased, I told you to let Yunfei come up. You insisted on rushing to finish the work. Now, forget about going to the small theater for the next few days. Just stay home and rest properly. Yun Pang, go prepare some more warm water. Got it, sir. Shortly thereafter, the organizers came over to entertain everyone. I was actually planning to discuss some matters. However, Guodigang naturally dislikes such dinner gatherings, and since he wasn't feeling well, he made an excuse to go home and rest. The organizers did not insist. However, Mr. Yu was very enthusiastic and treated a group of young people to a hearty meal. These guys were like animals at the table, talking more smoothly than they did on stage. I wonder how much they drank yesterday. By the time Yi Yunfei woke up, it was already the next afternoon. After finishing his morning routine, he finally picked up his phone. What he saw left him speechless. There was a notification on Weibo saying 999. After yesterday's event, his Weibo account gained over 500,000 new followers. Plus, he's all over the trending topics. 1. Culture crusher. Yi Yunfei. 2. Yi Yunfei. The ailment of the present. 3. Yi Yunfei demolishes the West Wing. 4. Yi Yunfei confronts Guodigang head-on. 5. Yi Yunfei satirizes Chao Yunjin on stage. Seeing these headlines, the person involved was completely baffled. I think I must have looked at a fake list. To be honest, even when Chao Yunjin left Diyun Society and the news broke, it wasn't nearly as big a deal as this. So many? Yi Yunfei opened the system panel and was startled once again. It seemed to show over 5 million. That's an astonishing speed. Keep in mind that it's only 1 p.m. At this rate, 10 million happiness points doesn't seem that hard to achieve. Thinking of this, Yi Yunfei didn't rush to enter the lottery. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Senior, hurry up and get dressed. It was Yu Yunping's voice. What's wrong? A few people just came by specifically to see you. I heard there's also a director inside. The master is currently talking with them. Please tidy up and come over quickly. Alright, I'll be right there. Chapter 45, is this guy here to turn the tables? After quickly tidying up, Yi Yunfei walked straight out the door. At the door, Yu Yunpeng hurriedly pulled him back. Brother, you're finally out. Come with me quickly. He was pulled downstairs. They made their way to the entrance of a private room. Outside, all the disciples were gathered, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. Yi Yunfei also peeked inside. Didn't they say there was a director too? There were only 3 people in the room, the reporter, the cameraman, and Guodigang. Yen Yunda said, the director said he didn't want the reporter to reveal the outcome so quickly, so he's been waiting in another private room. The old man is keeping him company with tea. There's no rush. Take care of this first, then go over there later. Alright, I'll go in first. I heard that Yi Yunfei has been with Diyun Society for over 10 years. Why did they only let him perform on stage recently? The female reporter asked politely. Guodigang smiled. Well, the child was a bit slow when he was young. No matter how you taught him, he couldn't learn properly. But this child persisted and put in the effort, so he finally made it through. What do you think of the evaluation from Mr. Zhang? Upon hearing this question, the fellow disciples at the door all perked up their ears. The feud between Zhang Kuan and Diyun Society was no small matter. Asking this question is just looking for trouble. But after all, they are journalists. Finding sufficiently compelling story angles is also part of their job description. Just as Guodigang was pondering his choice of words, Yi Yunfei knocked on the door, and everyone inside turned to look. Guodigang waved him over. Come here, it's time for your interrogation. Upon hearing this, the female journalist gave an awkward smile. This remark felt like it had exposed her true intentions.
However, the other person gave her some face, so she quickly smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Lin Jia, a reporter from the news department of Yanjing television station. Hello. Yi Yunfei walked over, sat down next to Guodi Gang, and said politely, if you have any questions, just ask me. Don't trouble my master. The old man can't even get a word out after answering one question. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Guodi Gang, sitting beside him, smiled and said nothing more. Lin Jia didn't dwell on the topic either, instead smiling and asking, Mr. Yi, I hear you've been studying under Mr. Guo for nearly 10 years, but you've never performed on stage. We're curious to know what keeps you going? It's all out of necessity. Yi Yunfei sighed and continued, actually, I wanted to give up years ago. Oh? Lin Jia was very interested and hurriedly asked, can you tell us why? Yi Yunfei looked at her seriously, you know, Yanjing is an expensive place to live. If I leave Diyun society, I might not even be able to afford food. After thinking it over, I decided it's better to stay here. At least I can scrape by and make ends meet. At that moment, Guodi Gang muttered beside him, I wonder why this kid won't leave. He's pretty cunning. Lin Jia burst into a silver bell-like laugh. The truth was certainly not that, but the answer was quite witty. Earlier, we also discussed this issue with Mr. Guo. He said that you were quite slow as a child and learned things slowly. Is that true? Yes, I was indeed slow back then. Yi Yunfei nodded and continued, the master taught me a lot, but I just digested it while eating. Lin Jia couldn't help but laugh again. She suddenly felt that this young man wasn't just good looking, but also had a very interesting personality. Yesterday was your first time performing at a commercial event, right? That's right. Thanks to my master, it was my first time performing in front of so many people. Did you write the segment of the stand-up comedy called The Current Illness yourself? Yi Yunfei laughed casually, yes, it came to me while I was browsing the news. The purpose of writing this stand-up comedy was to raise awareness about some hidden symptoms and encourage people to take them seriously. I didn't realize there was such a thoughtful intention behind this stand-up comedy piece. Lin Jiaxian nodded in agreement, then suddenly asked, does this initial intention have any connection to Mr. Zhang's evaluation of you? Lin Jia first nodded in agreement, then suddenly asked, is this initial intention related to Mr. Zhang's evaluation of you? Yi Yunfei shook his head without hesitation, there is no connection whatsoever. Any external evaluations will not influence my view of stand-up comedy, and I certainly won't pander to them. I will only do what I believe is right. Lin Jia, so, the idea of appealing to both the refined and the common, is that your perspective? Yi Yunfei said, yes, this is a matter of personal opinion. For example, human body art is considered elegant by some people. However, if someone were to engage in pretentious behavior by stripping naked on stage, they would likely be labeled as vulgar and even taken to the police station for a stern lecture. Therefore, the distinction between vulgarity and elegance cannot be generalized. Lin Jia's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Yi Yunfei to use such a comparison to explain the issue. Especially the phrase, pretending to be cultured. It subtly rebukes all those who criticized him, turning their criticism back on them. Do you think the art of stand-up comedy will fade away? Yi Yunfei shook his head and smiled, no. Lin Jia looked at him in surprise, why? Because stand-up comedy is an art form that brings joy to people. It is rooted in the lives of the working class and serves them. As long as there is unhappiness in this world and there are workers and farmers, stand-up comedy will always have a place to thrive. Lin Jia was puzzled, but most traditional art forms like stand-up comedy have already declined. Why are you so confident? Yi Yunfei replied, because I see hope. The decline of traditional art is because it serves history, but if traditional art can evolve with the times, it will still be loved by the masses. Although many people do not agree with my performance, my current popularity is the best rebuttal, and it also points to the future direction of art. Lin Jia listened to Yi Yunfei's enthusiastic explanation and couldn't help but feel an urgent desire to publish these words. You're saying all this, aren't you worried it might affect your career? Yi Yunfei shook his head and smiled, if they can do it, I don't mind being affected. Traditional art is already at a disadvantage in this society. If everyone clings to their own ways and nitpicks over every little thing, it won't be long before it falls into decline. Hearing these words, Lin Jia felt her heart race with excitement, and she couldn't help but cheer for Yi Yunfei in her heart. After the interview, she hurried back to the company. Lin Jia was confident that this article had the potential to go viral. And it's the kind that goes viral. At the same time, on the other side, Yi Yunfei was preparing to meet the director who had come to visit. When he opened the door and looked inside, he was completely stunned. Is this guy here to flip the cards? Chapter 46, Gui Jiamu's Piercing Gaze. Standing at just 1.5 meters tall with a slender build, she was none other than the prominent matriarch Gui Jingming. How did she end up here? The moment he saw the other person, Yi Yunfei froze in his tracks. Gu Jingming was someone he knew very well. Back then, the show where they selected a concubine caused quite a stir. Even young people have heard of his name and deeds. Of course. That's just talk. This guy is going to make a lot of money in the near future. Yunfei, come here. Yu Qian waved. This is Gui Jingming, the director.
Gui Jingming looked at Yi Yunfei, shook his hand politely, and greeted him. Hello, I've heard your stand-up comedy and songs on Weibo.
They're excellent.
At this point, Gui Jingming had already gained significant fame. Several consecutive hits from the Small Time series brought him both fame and fortune.
For a young actor to gain his recognition is undoubtedly a tremendous honor.
But in Yi Yunfei's eyes,
he actually felt a bit uneasy, especially when being stared at by the other person.
The man before him, Gui Jingming, was dressed in a tailored suit with dyed blonde hair. At that moment, he looked up at Yi Yunfei, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam.
Just a few hours earlier, he didn't even know who Yi Yunfei was.
After finishing his own tasks and checking the trending topics on Weibo, Gui Jingming was completely stunned.
Dominating 5 of the top trending topics. Trending across the entire internet.
These things are to be expected after all, they are controlled by capital. What truly caught his attention, however, were the related videos posted by the other party. In the videos, he was wearing a red robe and didn't have an exceptionally handsome face. He could only be described as relatively good-looking.
This kind of image is extremely common in the entertainment industry. What surprised Gui Jingming even more was, on stage, Yi Yunfei exuded a refreshingly traditional Chinese youthfulness, as if a gentle breeze were blowing through him. A humble gentleman, gentle as jade.
These words perfectly describe him.
Wow! Gui Jingming took a deep breath.
As a director who values traffic, he had seen too many talented young people.
There are countless good-looking ones,
but those with natural charm are few and far between.
What is most valuable in the entertainment industry? It's not looks.
There are plenty of good-looking people in the entertainment industry, but what sets stars apart is not just their acting skills, it's their presence that truly matters.
Charisma is the most important thing and the hardest to come by. People with elegance may not be conventionally attractive, but they leave a lasting impression on audiences.
Such individuals are naturally born with the potential to become big stars. On the other hand, those without charm may be physically attractive, but after seeing them a few times, audiences lose interest and fail to remember them.
The aura that Yi Yunfei exudes on stage is undoubtedly the most refined that Gui Jingming has ever witnessed.
And this gentle, jade-like aura is perfectly suited to his work. Whether it's fantasy, urban, or even manga adaptations, this is the perfect character setup.
At this thought, Gui Jingming couldn't help but get excited. At that very moment, Yi Yunfei also looked at him.
It was just an accidental exchange of glances.
Gui Jingming's heart skipped a beat, and he was utterly shocked in an instant. My goodness! Even I, a man, found it heart-fluttering.
You have to understand that he is Gui Jingming, a renowned director who has encountered numerous celebrities, including countless female stars. Even with his extensive experience, he was still affected.
One can only imagine the extraordinary charm of this individual. No wonder he went viral across the internet in just a few days. Perfect. Very perfect. Extremely perfect. Are you really here to turn the tables?
Yi Yunfei was also utterly shocked. Just now, when he exchanged glances with the other person, the guy's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gleam. It was like a 30-year-old bachelor suddenly seeing his teacher, as if he wanted to possess him.
As the protagonist with a system, Yi Yunfei was actually a bit afraid. This guy is toxic.
Yu Qian stood up slightly and said, "Alright, you guys go ahead and chat. I'll step out for some fresh air." The old man made to leave, but Yi Yunfei quickly pulled him back. "Old man, the rules of the Daunian society are that we can't take jobs privately.
If you leave, won't I be breaking the rules? Sit down, I'll go get the master too." Sigh.
Humph. Yu Qian shook his head and smiled. This child.
Gui Digang also arrived shortly after, and Yi Yunfei finally felt a bit more at ease.
They exchanged greetings and then got down to business.
Gui Jingming got straight to the point. "The reason I'm here is simple. I want Yi Yunfei to join my film crew to shoot a TV series or movie." Upon hearing this, Gui Digang hesitated.
Actually, making movies is part of his future plans. In recent years, he has also made several films, although none of them have been very successful, but he persists. In his view, for Daeun society to grow and thrive, it must expand into television, film, and variety shows.
Don't underestimate Gui Jingming's TV shows and movies, they're not that great. But they genuinely gained a lot of popularity among young people. The operational model of Daeun society is somewhat similar. It's all about audience selection.
Those who like it naturally do, while those who don't won't even give it a second glance. Originally, this was a good thing.
But Gui Digang always felt something was off.
Seeing that he didn't speak, Gui Jingming took the initiative to say, "The price is negotiable. The filming will take no more than 3 to 5 months from start to finish. I won't go into details, but how about 1 million yuan per month?"
1 million a month isn't a small amount. It's equivalent to the net worth of a second-tier celebrity. Keep in mind that Yi Yunfei has only been in the public eye for a few days. Gui Digang was starting to feel tempted. It wasn't just because of the money. It's more about the fame that making a movie can bring to Yi Yunfei. However, Guo Digang is also concerned about one issue. That is, Yi Yunfei lacks social experience. He has only been on stage for a few days and has already taken on such a major contract. He fears that the young man might become arrogant and neglect his skills in stand-up comedy. The entertainment industry is full of superficiality. Young people who haven't matured easily lose sight of themselves in it. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. If that's really the case, then Guo Digang is truly a sinner. After all, the potential Yi Yunfei has demonstrated in the world of stand-up comedy is the highest he has ever seen in his life. After all, the potential Yi Yunfei has demonstrated in the stand-up comedy industry is the highest he has ever seen in his life. Yu Qian was also aware of this, and spoke up at this point. Well, it's hard to say for sure. Being able to act in a movie is certainly a good thing. But we need to think it through carefully. It's easy to rise from low to high when the wind is favorable. But if one day you have to go from high to low, it's probably not an easy task. Yunfei, why don't you share your thoughts? Your master and I are here to offer advice, but ultimately, the decision is yours to make. The Luoying hammer had finally fallen into Yi Yunfei's hands. Luoying Shui also arrived in Yi Yunfei's hands. The three of them also stared intently. A blockbuster movie is definitely a chance to rise to stardom overnight. Earning 1 million a month isn't exactly cheap. Unfortunately, Yi Yunfei had already made up his mind. Master, sir, I don't think I'm suited for acting, and I haven't even mastered stand-up comedy yet. After the performance, I'll probably forget everything. Let's just skip this one. Chapter 47, Pretending to be Cultured, Shamelessly. Alright, since that's how you feel, let's just drop it for now. Maybe we can collaborate with director Guo again in the future. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei say this, Guo Digang was very pleased. After all, he still hoped that Yi Yunfei could gradually rise through the ranks in the world of stand-up comedy. Rather than relying on a hit movie to become an overnight sensation. Such fame comes quickly but fades just as fast, and it could even harm one's future career prospects. So not going is actually the best choice. Gu Jing was clearly unwilling to accept this, but since the words had already been spoken, he couldn't say anything else. He took out a business card and handed it to Yi Yunfei. Feel free to reach out to me anytime if you have any ideas in the future. Seeing his intense gaze, Yi Yunfei almost burst out laughing. You're looking for me? You must be out of your mind. Flip through your cards, why don't you just go to heaven? Yi Yunfei didn't say a word. After Guo Jingming left, he directly stuffed the business card into the trash can. Then, a group of people got into a car and returned to the small theater. At the same time, Lin Jia had already finished editing the copy. When the supervisor took a look, the old man was immediately surprised. Did he really say that? Lin Jia said, it's absolutely true. I didn't change a single word, he said. Alright. Let's release it now and have other departments promote this first. Yes, manager. After obtaining the supervisor's permission, Lin Jia quickly released the news. Due to Yi Yunfei's popularity on Weibo, this news has also gained significant traction. The click rate continues to rise. The topic on Weibo is also gaining significant traction. Countless netizens have commented on the topic on Weibo. That guy is so noble. He doesn't hold back at all for the sake of the development of stand-up comedy. He's truly my idol. Just ask those who criticize, do they feel ashamed? The masters are wandering, while the clowns are in the palace. Netizens' comments are going wild. Not only that, some still harbor resentment. Some even tagged the masters who had once criticized Yi Yunfei, wanting to show them what true wisdom and understanding mean. Soon, this exclusive interview, which went viral online, was shared in Zhang Kuan's Music Association group. A group of masters were furious. This pretentious, naked example on stage is clearly mocking them. He has the ambition of a wolf. He's as bold as a dog. At such a young age, he dares to mock us. What will happen when he becomes powerful? Such a vulgar and lowbrow club should be shut down. Exactly, they'll eventually ruin the reputation of our traditional arts. A group of people were filled with resentment. Some even took to Weibo to post messages, secretly mocking them in return. Clearly, they couldn't swallow their pride. Under the guise of the Folk Arts Association, they've grown accustomed to looking down on others. Not only would they dare to confront this junior member, but even Guo Digang himself would often be left speechless by their sharp retorts. There's no way we can let this upstart run wild. At that moment, a group of people began to speak up. They were mocking and ridiculing each other on Weibo. They didn't say it directly, but hinted at it indirectly. This approach is the most infuriating. It makes you increasingly angry yet powerless to respond. Yi Yunfei didn't care, let the clowns jump around as they pleased. But his fans couldn't stand it anymore. Last time, it was these people who came out and mocked him, and now they dare to secretly pressure him? Can we just let them get away with it? Without a moment's hesitation, a group of people started typing away on their keyboards. They launched a counterattack. Pretending to be cultured, shamelessly. All you do is talk in a sarcastic tone.
If you're so skilled, why don't you show us your work and compare it to mine? Ha, if he comes back with a couple of long, stinky old stand-up routines, I'm afraid your ears won't be able to handle it. Yeah, with their brains, it's no wonder they can't come up with anything original. Sorry, sir, we were wrong. They've ruined all the opera songs, and they still have the nerve to show off. Aren't you supposed to be refined? Show us something refined then. Can you match Yi Shyoga's dismantling the Western Chamber? If you can't, I'll apologize on the spot. If you can't, just shut your mouth. This is infuriating. These individuals have no idea what they're talking about. They're just a bunch of vulgar people, spewing filthy words. It's truly disgusting. Originally, these people weren't that angry. But the netizens' comments really set them off. Unable to take it anymore, they began to post wildly in the Music Association group. They hoped that a member who could sing folk songs would post a video to confront this guy and teach him a lesson about the world. Mr. Lee, why don't you give it a try? Master Lin, aren't you from a family of opera performers? Why don't you sing a bit? Master Lu? Isn't your bamboo clapper performance unmatched in the world? The moment someone mentioned challenging Yi Yunfei to a contest, the entire group fell silent. It was as if they weren't even there. Who the hell would dare to take this on? Anyone who knows anything about these things. No one dares to take on this job. That kid's skills are definitely top-notch. Especially the typing lyrics, good heavens. Even the old masters would be ashamed to hear him. You want us to compare ourselves to him? We can't even begin to compare. Duh. John Cohen was editing a paragraph, but after understanding the intentions of these people, he silently deleted everything he had written, leaving not a single word behind. Then he silently closed WeChat. Go take the photos of me at Diyun Society, use the paparazzi's account, edit a few Weibo posts, and post them. On the way back, Wei Jingming gave these instructions. Originally, he had planned to sign Yi Yunfei and then announce the official start of filming for The Legend of the Demon Sword. However, things took an unexpected turn. The filming schedule had to be postponed because the lead actor hadn't been finalized yet. However, today's visit wasn't entirely in vain. It's perfect timing since Yi Yunfei is so popular right now. We can ride his momentum to spread some buzz online. This will help build buzz for The Legend of the Demon Sword. Soon, several more major news stories began circulating on Weibo. Breaking news. Wei Jingming meets secretly with Diyun Society. 5 million yuan paycheck. Yi Yunfei's net worth soars. Lead role confirmed for Juji, production to begin soon. Upon hearing this news, countless female fans were left in awe. Earlier, Wei Jingming had already shared details about the upcoming production of Juji. It now appears that both parties have likely already signed a contract. At this thought, the female fans all burst into laughter. Especially those who also enjoy watching The Little Era, they couldn't stop smiling. That night, when Yi Yunfei returned to the dormitory, he also saw the message. However, he did not comment to confirm it. This topic is beneficial to both sides. Especially for someone like him, who has only recently gained popularity, this single topic alone can sustain buzz for several days. Chapter 48, Chao Yujin riding the trend. The next day, Yi Yunfei got up early and headed straight to the tea garden at Tianqiao Theater. The master's performance had just ended, and the fellow disciples had gathered together to discuss their insights. There were plenty of buns, steamed bread, and soy milk. Just talking about it. Gao Feng pulled Yi Yunfei into singing a folk song. Nothing else showed off their skills, but these typing lyrics were everyone's Achilles heel. Singing depends on natural talent. Among all these people, only Zhang Yunlei has a special talent in this area. He couldn't resist the warm invitation. Yi Yunfei also began to sing. Mr. Gao, feeling inspired, joined in and started keeping the beat. Just as the lyrics reached the halfway point, Guoqi burst in. Master and senior brother, something's wrong. Guoqi still looked tense. What's wrong, Dalin? All the other disciples looked over. It was Chao Jin, that guy. During the interview, he mentioned our senior brother and said that all those words were written by my father, and that the Weibo posts were paid for, as was the trending topic. Most importantly, this guy even went out of his way to slander my dad. Guoqi was so angry he stomped his feet. When did this happen? It seems like it was last night, but the buzz was suppressed by my senior, and it didn't climb to 7th on the trending list until this morning. Guoqi opened his Weibo. The top few posts were all about Yi Yunfei, and the 7th one was from Chao Yujin. At this point, Chao Yujin's Yun character had not yet been removed. Guo Digang had left him an escape route, specifically to wait for him to change his mind. But in fact, no matter how much he fantasizes about it, it is simply impossible to achieve. Over the years, there has been no contact between the two parties other than criticism. But yesterday, Yi Yunfei's popularity made Chao Yujin feel resentful. Especially after seeing him speak those words at the special event, her anger reached a boiling point. Yi Yunfei's words, "Whoever leaves is a coward." It was clearly aimed at him. Therefore,
When asked about Yi Yunfei, Chao Yujing showed no mercy, directly accusing Guodi Gang of deliberately putting on a show.
There's no such thing as a comedy genius, it's all just something Guodi Gang made up. The sole purpose is to outshine him in fame. In response, Chao Yujin appeared completely unconcerned, even mocking Guodi Gang's behavior as childish. She then proceeded to boast endlessly about how well she was doing outside and compared it to her previous situation at Daeun Society. Seeing this, Yi Yunfei closed the video. Just this one segment alone was enough to leave the disciples of Daeun Society seething with anger. Most of what Chao Yujin said was exaggerated and untrue. The art of stand-up comedy is a traditional art form, so there are naturally many rules and conventions that must be followed off stage. People today don't really understand that. Additionally, Chao Yujin's deliberate exaggeration has made netizens believe that Guodi Gang is a very harsh person. But that's not the case. Usually, the backstage of Daeun Society is very cheerful. Even during the most challenging 2 years for Daeun Society, Guodi Gang never subjected any of his disciples to hardship, and most of them continued to perform normally at the theater. Meanwhile, he himself traveled extensively for commercial performances to make up for the financial shortfall at Daeun Society. As a result, the fellow disciples who remained were deeply respectful of Guodi Gang and formed a close-knit group, never once showing any signs of hostility toward one another. This is also the main reason why Daeun Society has continued to thrive and grow stronger over the years. Nowadays, netizens jump to conclusions and spread rumors about my father everywhere, even digging up negative news about Daeun Society. The younger Guoqi is now really worried. Yi Yunfei patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Alright, brother, don't worry. We've survived the toughest years, so what's there to fear now?" Yu Yunping even wrapped his arm around him. "Exactly. Look at Chao Yujin, that guy tried to do this, and he was still crushed by his senior brother. Senior brother Yunfei is way more famous than him now. Look at how embarrassed he must be. Don't worry, Dalin. With Yunfei's skills, it's only a matter of time before he becomes famous." Mr. Gao also chimed in. It was clear from the lyrics of the folk song just now. Yi Yunfei is destined to become a big star, even surpassing Guodi Gang. After all, he's good looking, which makes him more popular with the audience. After being comforted by everyone, Guoqi relaxed a bit. "How is the master doing now?" Yi Yunfei asked. The performance in the small theater didn't need him to draw a crowd, but he was a little worried about his condition. Guoqi Dao said, "I haven't noticed anything unusual. He went to Mr. Yu's house to play with the birds this morning." "Oh well." Sun Yu waved his hand and laughed. "The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuchs are dying of anxiety." Enough. Let's not worry about that." Yunfei continues singing. "We've only heard half of it. Guodi Gang is indeed still in good shape." This morning, he saw the trending Weibo post. But 6 years have passed, and he has come to terms with everything. All he has wanted to do in recent years is to show those traitors that Daeun Society can produce better leading actors and that Daeun Society can thrive even better. With Yi Yunfei's current popularity, he is almost certain to achieve his goal. He certainly wouldn't let such a minor matter get in his way. By dinner time, Guodi Gang arrived at the small theater in high spirits. He gathered all his disciples together. "There is only one reason why I have gathered everyone here today. That is to announce that he is officially going to take care of everyone. The previous commercial performances weren't really considered promotion. As Guodi Gang put it, those were evaluations. It's about seeing if you have potential, if you're working hard enough. All of that is reflected in these schedules." After experiencing Chao Yujin's journey, Guodi Gang became even more cautious in selecting candidates. Yu Yunping's talent truly sets him apart from the others. But he excels in his loyalty. And it was precisely for this reason that Guodi Gang immediately selected him as one of the candidates. After such a long period of consideration, Yu Yunping has indeed lived up to his expectations. Originally, this child was the one most deserving of such treatment. But Yi Yunfei emerged out of nowhere and snatched it away. The difference in their levels was so great that Guodi Gang didn't even consider it. Additionally, there is another advantage to promoting Yi Yunfei. That is, it saves resources. This child just needs more opportunities to perform, and given time, he will surely become a big star. If we're lucky, we might even save some resources and promote Yu Yunping at the same time. Upon hearing his decision to promote Yi Yunfei, all the disciples present had no objections whatsoever. The performances over the past few days had completely won them over. For them, the master favoring Yi Yunfei is simply a matter of course. Alright, it's settled then. Everyone, keep up the good work, and there will be more opportunities in the future. Yunfei, come over tomorrow, and I'll tell you about the arrangements for the rest. Alright, boss. Chapter 49, Old Guo's Decision, appearing on the show. Late at night, in the study. Guodi Gang and Yu Qian are discussing matters. Have you decided how to arrange it? Yu Qian lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and asked. They had been discussing this topic for the past few days. But they haven't made up their minds yet. Almost. I plan to have Yu Yunping host a few of his own shows. The kid has pretty much found his niche. Let him get some exposure during this period so he'll have some confidence when he goes on TV. Who will he partner with? This. Guo Gang smiled bitterly, looked at Yu Qian, and said, I was just thinking about that. Hey, Qian, what do you think? Hey. You're passing the buck to me again. Yu Qian shook his head and smiled, took a drag on his cigarette, teased the birds in the cage for a while, and after waiting for a moment, finally began to mutter. Sun Yu and this kid make the best pair in the troupe. They're both skilled at both the verbal and physical comedy in their routines. If you really want to promote this kid now, then don't break up this team. As for Yu Yunping's side, I think pairing him with Yan Hexian would yield good results. Since things haven't really taken off yet, the partnership hasn't been officially finalized. In theory, Yu Yunping and Sun Yu have worked together on numerous projects and have developed a high level of chemistry. But Yi Yunfei, this kid, always comes up with something different. Some things you give to others, you really worry he won't be able to handle them. So Sun Yu still has to team up with Yi Yunfei. As for Yu Yunpeng, according to Yu Qian, teaming up with Yan Hexian seems like a decent move. Thinking of this, Guo Gang nodded repeatedly. Yan Hexian is a talented young man with solid skills in his role as a straight man, and he's also well built. These two make a good team. Having resolved this issue, Guo Gang felt relieved and wrote 2 words in succession. At this point, Yu Qian spoke up again. What about Yunfei's side? What are your plans? When the topic turned to Yi Yunfei, Guo Gang burst into laughter. I'm not worried about that kid at all. That song he sang, the peaceful lyrics, was better than mine. He could easily sing a Beijing opera drum solo and lead the main act with no problem. Look at you, so full of yourself. Yu Qian gave a dismissive smile, put down his cigarette, and asked carefully, these past few days, there must have been quite a few people looking for that kid for commercial performances, right? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. You won't believe it. Guo Gang said happily, in just a few days, I've received several calls looking for this kid. There are quite a few commercial performances, including a large one with 5,000 people. Wow! Such a big name. Yu Qian also laughed, so what are you going to do next? Originally, I was planning to have him do a solo performance first, then take on a few commercial gigs. However, Guo Jingming's visit reminded me that since the kid has talent, we should strike while the iron is hot. Go straight on the show? Yu Qian couldn't help but perk up. Appearing on a TV show was no different from a commercial performance. There were many rules to follow. If you accidentally let slip a word or two you shouldn't, the consequences could be disastrous. To be honest, Yu Qian still hopes that Yi Yunfei can practice more on stage. He has a solid foundation, and after gaining some more experience, he will be ready to perform flawlessly. Following this topic, the two continued discussing in the study until midnight. The next day. From a Weibo user's happiness score of 2. From a Weibo user with a happiness score of 1. From. During this period, the happiness value has been steadily increasing, rising rapidly. At this point, the joy points have already surpassed 9 million. We're almost at 10 million. After checking the system, Yi Yunfei opened Weibo. The trending topics on Weibo were still dominated by him. This buzz stems from his stand-up comedy, news coverage, and, more importantly, Wei Jingming's strategic management. However, his behavior is a bit excessive. Wei Jingming arranged for personnel to publish various versions of the story. This is just hype. And it's being done with malicious intent. When Yi Yunfei didn't make a statement on the first day, he assumed it was tacit approval. So the subsequent actions became even more brazen. After some consideration, Yi Yunfei decided to issue a statement. Creating buzz isn't necessarily a bad thing, but he didn't want to see it being exploited to the extreme. Just a simple sentence of a dozen or so words, posted directly. Upon seeing the statement, the fans immediately became enraged. What I saw in other places was detailed and specific. In the end, I realized I had been tricked. Netizens were naturally furious. They immediately rushed to several marketing accounts and started typing furiously. Regarding such online arguments, Yi Yunfei chose not to pay attention. He had something important to attend to and needed to visit his master today. He tidied up a bit and left right away. Guo Gang lives in a villa district. That was once the residence of Ho San. When Ho San passed away, he left behind a significant mortgage debt and a complicated inheritance case, which left many people deeply disheartened. Guo Gang was the one who stepped in at that time, using his own money to buy his master's villa. Regardless of the circumstances, it was at least a way to preserve some memories. Yi Yunfei arrived at the villa's entrance. Senior brother, you're here. Come in quickly. My mom is cooking, and my dad is in the study. Senior brother, you're here. Come in quickly. My mom is cooking, and my dad is in the study. Gu Qi had been waiting at the door. After the performances over the past few days, he had developed an almost fanatical admiration for his senior classmate, and his eyes sparkled whenever he looked at him. Master's wife. Never mind that. Go to the kitchen and say hello to the master's wife first.
The young disciples of Diyun society have received a great deal of care from their master and mistress.
Oh, Yunfei is here.
Master Wang Hui, wearing an apron, looked at him warmly. You've changed your clothes, you look like a different person.
That's great. By the way, Yunfei, you're 25 this year, right?
Yes, Mrs. Wang.
You're so old and you still don't have a girlfriend?
I'll help you find one someday.
Ah, Master's wife, I'll go ahead. Master needs me for something. This unlucky child went straight to Guodi Gang's study. Yunfei has arrived. Come quickly, come quickly. Take a look at my calligraphy. Guodi Gang wrote 2 lines of rhyming couplets.
He likes to write, read, or listen to opera in his spare time. Over the years, he has developed quite a talent for calligraphy.
Yi Yunfei praised him repeatedly. Old Guo was overjoyed. Sit down, sit down. I asked you to come over today because I have some things I want to ask your opinion on. What is it? I'm planning to have you participate in a program. What do you think? What kind of program? Happy Comedy People. Chapter 50, Happy Comedy People.
Happy Comedy People is a comedy competition show, and Yi Yunfei had naturally watched it. The show is presented in a variety show format, featuring performances such as stand-up comedy, skits, traditional Chinese comedy, and humorous performances, with participants evaluated and selected through a scoring system.
The competition is extremely intense.
Participants like Jia Ling, Shin Tang, and Song Xiaobao are all rising stars in the comedy scene.
Their talent is undoubtedly among the best in the comedy industry.
Moreover, they have been in the industry for a long time and have built up a loyal fan base.
For Yi Yunfei, who is still a newcomer, this isn't exactly fair. In addition,
others also have considerable fame at present. Take Li Qing, for example, he's a senior master.
His abilities are truly extraordinary. There's also Gao Xiaopan and others, they're leading figures in the new wave of stand-up comedy. Performing alongside them is no small pressure.
I discussed it with Udage for a long time, and he thinks it would be better for you to do a few more commercial performances before appearing on the show. Seeing that he didn't respond, Guodi Gang spoke up, explaining calmly.
But I think this program opportunity is rare.
If you weren't so popular at this particular time, they wouldn't have invited us from Diyun Society in the first place.
You know that too.
In recent years, with the crackdown on vulgarity, our Diyun Society has been the target of their efforts to make an example of us.
Fortunately, we've managed to get through it all. This program is a turning point for our Diyun Society.
Speaking of which, Yi Yunfei smiled and said, Master gave me the opportunity, so of course I'll go.
Hey, don't rush into a decision.
Guodi Gang stopped him and said earnestly, if you do a good job on this show, we'll be a huge hit. But if you don't, it might even affect your future career. So, my child, this show is different from a commercial performance. There are many rules to follow. You really need to think it through carefully and not put any pressure on yourself. If you decide not to go on this show, it means you're mature and steady, and your mentor will be happy. After you've done a couple of commercial performances, the opportunity to appear on the show will still be there for you. If you still want to go, it means you have enough confidence, and your mentor will be just as happy for you.
You'll still get the same opportunities in the future.
Additionally, appearing on this variety show under the name of Diyun Society is a heavy responsibility, and the path ahead will be challenging. In this passage, Guodi Gang almost poured out all his bitter tears. The days following the departure of Chao Yunjin and others were a time when he carried the burden of Diyun Society on his shoulders, taking one step at a time to reach where he is today. The bitterness he felt during that period is too profound to put into words.
And today,
Diyunshi has another opportunity to embark on the second phase of its journey. This path, though not as arduous as the one he had taken, was equally suffocating. Yi Yunfei has the ability. He could have waited 2 more years and done this alongside his fellow disciples. Taking on this responsibility now is still too much for him.
Guodi Gang didn't pressure him to make a decision, but simply waited quietly for his choice.
There was a few seconds of silence. Yi Yunfei smiled at him and said, Don't worry, master. I'll bring you back a trophy.
Upon hearing this, Guodi Gang was speechless.
From Yi Yunfei's serious expression, he could tell that this child was truly confident.
Good.
Guodi Gang walked up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Keep it up, and bring back a good ranking.
Yi Yunfei grinned, I'm going for first place. Guodi Gang also burst into laughter, You little rascal. Let's go eat. Your master's wife heard you were coming today and specially bought a big goose. She really understands me. As soon as he heard it was time to eat, Yi Yunfei was overjoyed.
He hadn't performed in years, but his master's wife had always taken good care of him, which was truly heartwarming. Fortunately, Mr. Yu was away today, so we could drink in moderation.
After eating and drinking, we didn't delay the evening performance. Tonight is also a busy night. Yi Yunfei just performed a quick beat poem and sang an encore tune, and that was how the day passed. The next day, did that kid really take it on?
Yu Qian finished his business and returned, directly seeking out old Gua.
Guodi Gang showed no sign of tension on his face.
Yu Qian, however, sighed, It's really hard for this kid. Xiangu, there's no need to worry. If he's made of gold, he'll shine eventually.
Yunfei is still young, even if he stumbles once, it's no big deal.
At worst, I'm still here, I won't let that child be overlooked. Alright, while these old bones can still manage a few more years, it's time to let these kids go out and make their own way in the world. Dayun society is now stable. As long as those two are still around, it won't collapse. Whether this is a blessing or a curse depends entirely on Yi Yunfei's performance. There's a good chance he'll gain popularity on a variety show. If you can secure a good ranking, it's truly a ticket to success. But if we perform poorly, that would be another massive blow for Dayun society. Not to mention others, even Yi Yunfei's fans would turn against him and give their master a taste of his own medicine. So the pressure is still quite intense. Plus, there are a lot of rules on stage. For this matter, Hua Digang and Yi Yunfei talked for several hours that evening. The main issue was that some of the explicit language in his stand-up comedy routine was inappropriate for television. This is crucial, one misstep could be disastrous. Finally, there's some good news. This program has no so-called judges or mentors. In Happy Comedy People, it's all about audience votes, and that's truly fortunate. Otherwise, shows with mentors would definitely be dominated by those people from the Music Association, and if that happened, the difficulty would truly become hellish. On the other side, upon hearing that Yi Yunfei was preparing to appear on TV, the fellow disciples of Dayun Society were all excited. One after another, they sent him congratulatory messages. As for Sun Yu, it was Yi Yunfei who reached out to him first. The details of the TV appearance had just been finalized with Hua Digang, and the co-host hadn't been decided yet, so he was told to choose someone himself. There's no question about it, choosing Sun Yu is the right decision. Master, will you accompany me on the show this time? Sure, no problem. Sun Yu agreed immediately. Although he had worked well with Yu Yunpeng before, nothing had been finalized. If either of them wanted to switch partners, they could always report the situation to Hua Digang at any time. Before Yi Yunfei joined, he didn't have many thoughts on the matter and felt that working with Yu Yunpeng was acceptable. But after these few performances, he began to waver. In the end, Sun Yu still prefers to perform literary-style stand-up comedy. Especially the stand-up comedy written by Yi Yunfei, whose punchlines and jokes perfectly suit his taste. Therefore, when Yi Yunfei invited him to participate in Happy Comedy People today, Sun Yu didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Don't say a word. I'm coming with you. Chapter 51, the first episode of Comedians, begin. There's less than a week left until the show starts. During this time, Yi Yunfei has been holed up in a side room of the tea garden, focusing solely on writing the performance he will present. Sun Yu wanted to help, but there was nothing she could do. He felt utterly dejected for several days straight. Writing stand-up comedy isn't child's play, you can't just do it with a group of people. Most of it is written by one person, and then others fill in the rest. The show's host, Hua Digang, and the queen of stand-up comedy, Yu Qian, both have the ability to handle large volumes of work. However, the prerequisite for such performances is, you have to get the work done first. With the show's start time getting closer and closer, they still hadn't even practiced a single complete routine together. Given the situation, saying they weren't nervous would be a lie. Day 3. Yi Yunfei finally emerged from seclusion. After hiding for 3 days, you're finally out. Sun Yu glanced at his hands but saw nothing, and couldn't help asking, has the show been scheduled yet? There's not much time left to practice. There were only 4 days left before the show was scheduled to start recording, and they needed to arrive 2 days early. They only have 2 days left to work. If it weren't for Sun Yu's confidence in his own abilities, he would have given up treatment altogether given the rushed circumstances. All set. Done. Yi Yunfei took the USB drive out of his pocket and said, 2 stand-up comedy routines. That should cover the first 2 episodes. Actually, he had heard both of these stand-up comedy routines before, but he had forgotten some parts. To continue the performance, Yi Yunfei really lost a lot of hair. Done? 2 more? Sun Yu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly grabbed the USB drive and quickly plugged it into his laptop. He opened the documents inside. Carefully review the content of the crosstalk. Before finishing, Sun Yu's face was already beaming with joy. This thing is way too addictive. Interesting, really interesting. Sun Yu finished reading the first document and was overjoyed. Then, upon reviewing the second document, he couldn't stop laughing. This has such a strong flavor of stand-up comedy. He looked at Yi Yunfei and said, Yunfei, your stand-up comedy is truly worthy of the Spring Festival Gala stage, clear, simple, yet filled with non-stop laughs. Yi Yunfei shook his head and smiled, here we go again. If you put it that way, Uncle Yi, we'd all be regulars on the Spring Festival Gala. Sun Yu said, of course. Just look at how popular it is lately, and you can see it for yourself. Alright, with you saying that, I feel much better. Yi Yunfei straightened his robe and said, come on, senior uncle. Let's start practicing while we have some time. Due to Yi Yunfei's enthusiasm, the Happy Comedy Show specially invited Dayun Society and specifically requested Yi Yunfei to participate as a contestant.
And that's how the subsequent events unfolded.
Once Gwadi Gang responded to the message, the production team immediately began their promotional efforts. Capitalizing on the current buzz, the Happy Comedy Show production team also jumped on the bandwagon, launching a large-scale online promotion. Official Weibo of Happy Comedy People, we are thrilled to invite Daeun Society to participate in the comedy competition.
Contestants include Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. Will the rising stars of stand-up comedy, comedy masters, and theater veterans deliver an intense showdown? Stay tuned for an unforgettable performance. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. When Happy Comedy People was first established, it wasn't well received, and its popularity wasn't particularly high. If it weren't for the official promotions by Shintang and his team, the situation would have been even more lackluster. But today, with the premiere just around the corner and the added buzz from Yi Yunfei, it instantly ignited the excitement of netizens. It's worth noting that the comedians invited this time are all big names, and this is Yi Yunfei's first time on stage. The competition between newcomers and big names? This is such a great selling point. Especially with the overwhelmingly positive reviews for Yi Yunfei online. Upon seeing this situation, everyone perked up. No wonder the small theater wasn't performing, they were going to be on TV. That's fantastic. The young guy is soaring to new heights. Go, go, go. Stand-up comedy versus sketch comedy, the odds are stacked against us, but we're still hoping for a surprise. Slay the gods and prove your path. Go for it, Yi Xiaoga. On Weibo, although many were not optimistic about this competition, they still offered encouragement. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not that Yi Yunfei's performance wasn't good enough.
Rather, Daeun Society has received enthusiastic support from the Music Association in recent years, leading to an abundance of negative news, which has misled many people. Additionally, given the significant disadvantage of stand-up comedy compared to sketch comedy, it is understandable that it is not highly regarded.
The most critical issue is, the competitors are Shintang, Jialing, and others, who have already made a name for themselves. They are genuine comedy legends. Winning this is really tough. Yi Yunfei didn't feel nervous at all whether this show succeeded or not wouldn't affect his future. Because as long as one has the talent, one is sure to become successful.
Moreover, he has the system, so with time and effort, becoming a master of the highest caliber is a sure thing.
These past few days, Yi Yunfei has been practicing with Sun Yu. Gwadi Gang also looked at his script and found it quite interesting.
There wasn't much that needed to be changed. Gwadi Gang is also worried that their styles might not mesh well, and making changes could affect his performance. As for other fellow disciples who want to try it out early,
Gwadi Gang drove them all away. If you want to watch it, go watch it on TV later.
Hearing this, everyone became even more curious, mainly because Gwadi Gang's laughter was so obvious.
No need to think about it, this stand-up comedy must be hilarious.
Before a group of handsome young men could find out the news, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu had already set off.
That evening, the two had already arrived at the recording site for the show Happy Comedy People.
They first met with the director and then returned to the hotel.
There wasn't much time left, and they couldn't afford to be careless.
They needed to practice a few more times.
Happy Comedy People is a reality TV show, so there's no such thing as recording. At most, they might delay it by half an hour before airing it on TV. This delay is to account for any potential stage accidents or technical issues. Otherwise, the show would be broadcast live. Therefore, it is even more important to ensure that you are in top condition.
At this moment, other comedy stars are not having an easy time either.
The show eliminates one comedian every 2 episodes and replaces them with a comedy star.
After the elimination rounds conclude, the finalists advance to the grand finale, where the champion and runner-up are selected. The more famous they are, the more seriously they take it, because the cost of being eliminated too early is something they cannot afford.
After getting familiar with the rules for a day,
finally, the day of the live broadcast arrived, and everyone received the call from the production team to enter the venue.
Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu also headed to the recording studio. Chapter 52, The Race of the Three Horses, a strategy that never fails. As soon as they arrived at the scene, people around them began to cast curious glances their way. Everyone participating in this program is a big shot.
If you compare them to the people from Daeun Society,
then Gwadi Gang can only barely hold his own. And these two,
in their presence, the difference in their status was truly not just a matter of a few ranks.
Are they really from the Daeun Society? I heard that Yi Yunfei has only been on stage for a few days, and he dares to come on this show?
The director isn't expecting him to win the championship.
They're just using him for his popularity. I bet he'll be eliminated in the second episode.
The guy is pretty handsome, but it's a shame this stage isn't right for him.
I don't think so.
His stand-up comedy skills are really impressive.
He might just pull off an upset. The staff backstage are all whispering to each other.
Here, most of them are members of the production team, along with the celebrities' agents. When they see someone like Yi Yunfei, who suddenly became an overnight sensation, most of them look down on him with disdain.
Discrimination among entertainers may not be high, but the people behind them are a different story. Especially when two people walked in completely naked, a group of people immediately started laughing, though it was subtle. In their eyes. This isn't just about losing face, it's about being down and out. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu walked straight to the waiting room. Just then, two people approached from ahead. One was thin, the other slightly overweight, and they were about the same height. That was none other than Yi Yunfei's master's younger brother, Li Qing. He was one of the founders of the Dayun Society, but had left the organization several years ago. To be honest, it's a bit awkward to run into him now. But that said, as the younger generation, I should still go up and say hello. After Li Qing left, he harbored no hostility toward Dayun Society. Their parting was amicable, a case of parting ways amicably. However, that was a matter for Gui Digang's generation. Yi Yunfei was a junior, so it was only proper to go and greet them. Master. As the other approached, Yi Yunfei bowed slightly. Li Qing was startled. Upon recognizing Yi Yunfei, a bitter taste filled his heart. Back then, he had also taught those children. Now that he's left, he really can't face them. Because after that, the Dayun Society nearly fell apart. He truly felt guilty. Hearing the title senior uncle again today made his heart feel even more complicated. Ah. Li Qing snapped back to reality, responded with a nod, and forced a smile. As long as we get through it, that's what matters. The director said he needed to talk to me. Master was busy. Yi Yunfei nodded and stepped aside to make way. Watching Li Qing leave, he sighed. If only everyone had stayed back then, the Dayun Society would have been much more successful. When they reached the waiting room, someone else came up to greet them. It was Shin Tang. He reached out his hand and said, "You must be Yi Yunfei." "Hello, I'm Shin Tang. We watched your stand-up comedy and almost laughed ourselves silly." Yi Yunfei shook hands with him and said, "Compared to your skit, mine was nothing special." Ailuan might not have known him well, so he didn't say anything. After everyone exchanged greetings, they all gathered in the waiting room. All the contestants for the first round had gathered together. After the draw, the program began. The host, Wu Xiaobua, walked onto the stage. The audience cheered continuously. The first episode of Comedy People had an audience of 500 people, who will be the main force in determining the final scores of the performers. After a brief opening, the show began immediately. The first performance was by May Studio, titled Crazy Logging Crew, Happy Birthday. The short play was well received. It's also quite short, ending in less than 10 minutes. Next up was Jia Ling's Woman to the Power of N. This skit is even shorter, but the concept is good, and the audience response was just about acceptable. Next up is Song Xiaobao's team. As the hottest Zhao family troupe at the moment, Song Xiaobao has also been propelled to an unprecedented height. Their talent is undeniable, and if things proceed as expected, they will undoubtedly secure the top spot in both the first and second seasons. This is a formidable opponent. 15 minutes later, the skit ended, and the entire audience erupted in cheers. Such a performance put immense pressure on the other teams. After that, then came Li Qing's stand-up comedy show. Judging from his performance on stage, he was unable to engage the audience emotionally. The punchlines in the stand-up comedy were not engaging enough. Moreover, the program elements are too chaotic. Not only has the quality of the program failed to improve, but it has also lost the original essence of stand-up comedy. Seeing this, Yi Yunfei in the backstage sighed in relief. "Master, it's a good thing we changed the order of the program." The two sat together, whispering to each other. Sun Yu nodded and smiled. "You're a sly one." When it was time to announce the program, Yi Yunfei brought out the second program early. Looking back now, that decision was truly brilliant. Currently, Jia Ling's performance is not outstanding. Her senior disciple Li Qing is even more mediocre. Under such circumstances, securing a higher ranking first would essentially secure a stable position in the second phase. The two uncles exchanged a glance, and a smile appeared on their lips. The strategy of Tianji's horse racing it never fails. Li Qing's program has ended. Now it's time for the happy manhwa performance. This is also a formidable opponent. This can be felt from the reactions of the audience on site. As the champion team of the first season of Happy Comedy People, the quality of the show is truly outstanding. Yi Yunfei wasn't nervous. He had full confidence in the upcoming stand-up comedy routine. At that moment, the two stood up and adjusted their robes, ready to take the stage. The fifth performance ended quickly. The host's voice began to echo from the stage. At this point, the audience was already eagerly peering toward the curtain. The agents backstage began to snicker. It wasn't that they looked down on Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. Rather, the performance style of stand-up comedy is too limited and simply cannot compare to sketch comedy. This is evident from the impact of Li Qing's performances. Especially when they saw the scene where Yi Yunfei called him master's uncle, they looked down on him even more. Comedy routines are generally better performed by older people. Even his master is like that. He's just a young guy, so he must be even more ordinary, right? On stage, The host began to announce the next team's entrance lines. The next group of comedians are ones that I believe many of you who enjoy Weibo have seen their stand-up videos and have been captivated by their unique way of interpreting words. As he spoke, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu had already arrived behind the curtain. The next second, the curtain was raised. Chapter 53, American Blockbuster, Transformable Reinforcing Bars. As the curtain rose, Yi Yunfei and Sun's figures appeared before the audience. Both were dressed in black robes, and this time they were adorned with intricate patterns. Originally, Yi Yunfei's robe couldn't be carved yet. However, considering it was his first time representing Diyun society on the show, Wadi Gang granted a special exception. All the audience's attention was focused on him. Under the traditional Chinese style effect, no one could ignore his presence on stage. This guy is even more handsome in person than in the video. It's his first appearance on the show, so he has to do his best. He looked pretty good in the video, but I didn't expect him to be even more handsome in person. It's a shame he's not an actor. I don't know what show it is, but stand-up comedy doesn't seem to go over well on this stage. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The actors on stage had successfully stirred up the audience's emotions, and the on-site atmosphere was excellent. However, this performance was quite stressful for the actors. If they mess up, the emotionally charged audience won't be happy. Fortunately, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu both have solid foundations, so they weren't the least bit nervous at this moment. Instead, they greeted everyone with confidence and ease. Yi Yunfei, whether you know me or not, my name is Yi Yunfei, a non-mainstream stand-up comedian from the Diyun Society. Sun Yu said, it's him. Yi Yunfei pointed at Sun Yu and said, what about this plastic bag? Ha! The audience burst into laughter. Although it was a live show, there was no sense of formality in the audience, and everyone was very enthusiastic. This instantly warmed up the atmosphere on stage. Go to hell. On stage, Sun Yu pretended to push his arm, measured herself, and said, can't you tell what kind of container this is? Yi Yunfei suppressed a smile and nodded repeatedly, yes. This gentleman is also an actor from our Diyun society. His name is Sun Yu. Sun Yu said, it's me. Yi Yunfei, today, the two of us will perform a comedy routine for everyone. Whether it's good or not, please be kind and bear with us. The two stepped back and bowed to the audience, thanking them for coming. The audience's cheers erupted in response. The opening was complete, and it was time to get down to business. Yi Yunfei spoke up, a few days ago, we received an invitation from a comedy troupe, and we were all very excited. Sun Yu said, yes. Yi Yunfei, but when we think about facing a national audience, we need to put in more effort and come up with some new material. After all, this is our first time performing on a television program. Sun Yu said, that's true. Yi Yunfei, but new stand-up comedy isn't like cabbage at the vegetable market. Sun Yu said, exactly, it needs to be meticulously crafted and refined over time. Yi Yunfei, I wish I could, but I just don't have the time. At that, the audience gathered their attention. Yi Yunfei hadn't even performed on stage 2 weeks ago, so the production team couldn't have invited him that early. Therefore, this statement is most likely true. Thinking about this, the audience became even more curious. Could it be that in just a few days, he really wrote a new stand-up routine? Even Sun Yu looked at him curiously and hurriedly asked, what are you going to do? Yi Yunfei spoke up, saying, there's no other way. I'll have to start my research. Upon hearing this, those who had watched the video burst into laughter. Here it comes again, the culture crusher is back. That familiar smell. Mr. Ye's class is starting. I wonder what type of material will be covered today. Oh well. Sun Yu looked at him impatiently and said, forget about that culture. Many audience members laughed again. But Yi Yunfei didn't respond. He gave a mischievous smile and looked at Sun Yu. He asked, Mr. Sun, I have a question for you. Sun Yu replied, go ahead and ask. Yi Yunfei, when you want to relax, what do you usually do? Sun Yu thought for a moment and said, I usually go shopping, listen to music, or watch a movie. Yi Yunfei immediately perked up and said, that's a great idea. I'm always so busy with work, so I like to watch movies to relax. Sun Yu said, yes, it's good for the mind and body. Yi Yunfei, when I thought of that, I started studying film. The audience below cheered again. What a guy. So it's the movie that's going to suffer this time. Sun Yu chimed in, oh, you're not reading books anymore? You've switched to watching movies? How annoying. Yi Yunfei gave a light tap and said, I've always enjoyed watching it. We used to watch movies when we were kids. Like The Underground War, Shangangling, and The Landmine War. We've seen them all and received patriotic education. Sun Yu said, that's right, they're all classics. Yi Yunfei, I don't watch them anymore now that I'm older. Sun Yu said, you don't watch it anymore? Yi Yunfei, because I'm learning stand-up comedy, so whenever I have free time, I have to listen to the old masters' performances. Sun Yu said, that's right, learning stand-up comedy requires hard work. Yi Yunfei, but now we need to pick up the movie again. Recently, I've noticed that young people today prefer watching foreign blockbusters. Sun Yu said, that's right.
Yi Yunfei, the most famous one inside is the shape-shifting rebar. The audience burst into laughter. How about deformed steel bars? Sun Yu smiled mockingly and said, can you still live in that house? Yi Yunfei was taken aback, what house? Sun Yu said, the rebar is deformed. You developers are so irresponsible. Alright. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Even the elderly men and women who had never heard a stand-up comedy routine before were clapping their hands. This is not just a stand-up comedy punchline. They're mocking the developers of those shoddy construction projects. These days, shoddy construction projects are all too common in society. Many people are suffering at the hands of these unscrupulous businesses, and netizens who come across such news are equally outraged, grinding their teeth in anger. Such individuals deserve to be severely criticized, and the entire nation should condemn these shameless scoundrels. The atmosphere below was heated. Even the audience members who had previously held some biases toward stand-up comedy were now listening intently. Yi Yunfei glared at Sun Yu and said, I'm just talking about a movie, and you've even gotten the developer to pull out? Sun Yu said, you were the one who mentioned the deformable rebar first. Yi Yunfei pondered for a moment and said, isn't this it? Sun Yu said, of course not. Yi Yunfei, that's right. Sun Yu looked speechless and said, that's called transformers. Transforming steel bars? You really know how to ruin things. Ha! The audience below couldn't help but laugh again. The actors teased each other, which was their favorite part of the show. Chapter 54, Jinxiang Opera. The Wise Conquest of the Tiger Mountain. Ha, transforming rebar. This part is so good, it made me laugh so hard. The waiting room for comedy stars is also unusually cheerful. Shen Tang was the one laughing the hardest. He admired Yi Yunfei's performance the most. His vulgar mannerisms and performance style were strikingly similar. On the other side, Jia Ling was laughing so hard she couldn't stop. Having started her career in stand-up comedy, she fully understood the humor and the key points of this particular routine. Especially the subtle movements on stage, these two have them down to a T. This kid has such solid skills. As their senior, Li Qing was even more amazed by the performance of the two on stage. When he taught this child before, he was still a bit slow, and many things were beyond his comprehension. But now, when it comes to his current performance skills, even he admits he's not as good. I heard that he wrote the comedy routine himself. This truly proves the old saying, a dragon is not meant to stay in a pond. Once it encounters the right circumstances, it will rise to greatness. The performance on stage continued. Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly, right, Transformers. That's an American blockbuster. Sun Yu said, that's correct. Yi Yunfei, many children enjoy watching this. Sun Yu said, that's right, the special effects are amazing. Yi Yunfei, but I don't like it. Sun Yu said, oh? What do you like then? Yi Yunfei, I like watching movies from our country. For example, the domestic film released last year, The Taking of Tiger Mountain. The Taking of Tiger Mountain was truly a masterpiece last year, with outstanding production in every aspect. It has been widely loved by netizens. Upon hearing this, the audience nodded in agreement. Sun Yu also became very interested, gave a thumbs up, and said, indeed, I like it too. Yi Yunfei, to be honest, when I was a child, I used to watch the 8 model operas with the elderly, and that's when I fell in love with The Taking of Tiger Mountain. Wait a minute. Sun Yu quickly stopped him, puzzled. Did you watch the 8 model plays when you were a child? The old gentleman of Yanjing who knew their stuff all understood. The 8 model plays are a thing of the past. Even those in their 40s haven't seen many of them. As for Yi Yunfei, he's just a young guy in his 20s. Why would he like to watch such an old play? Yi Yunfei, I'm just tagging along with the old folks. Sun Yu said, oh? Yi Yunfei, the 8 model plays, Red Lantern. Sun Yu asked, have you seen it? Of course. Yi Yunfei spoke up immediately and sang, your father is not your real father, and your grandmother is not your real grandmother. Stop. Sun Yu quickly stopped him, looking speechless. The audience below burst into laughter. Is that really his father? Could it be the old man from next door? Ha! This person is hilarious. Mr. Ye's class is way too intense. Oh my, this person is so mischievous. On stage, Yi Yunfei was puzzled, what's going on? Sun Yu was so angry she laughed, saying, let's not even talk about how well you sang that word. You might just be colorblind. Yi Yunfei, how am I colorblind? Sun Yu said, you can't even tell the difference between a red light and a yellow opera performance. The laughter from the audience hadn't even died down yet, and now they were laughing again. Enemies on the same stage, this is just too entertaining. Yi Yunfei looked at the audience and nodded apologetically, yes, I got it wrong. After all, the happy comedy show is a bit exciting. Sun Yu said, don't get so excited, just speak calmly. Yi Yunfei, I've seen all of these, but if I had to pick my favorite, it would still be The Taking of Tiger Mountain. I actually used to rehearse this play specifically. Sun Yu said, you've rehearsed Peking opera? No. Yi Yunfei looked proud and said, it's not Peking opera, it's Qinxiang. Upon hearing this, there was little reaction from the audience.
Because Xinjiang has become relatively neglected nowadays. Some people may still know a little about Kunku opera, but most have never heard of Xinjiang. Sun Yu pondered for a moment and said, the Xinjiang opera, The Wise Conquest of the Tiger Mountain, hasn't been performed publicly very often.
Yi Yunfei, right, but the feeling is the same. And there's one major advantage to Xinjiang. Sun Yu asked, what advantage? How generous. Yi Yunfei reached out his hand and said, sing it out loud and proudly. Xinjiang, also known as Bangziqiang, is sung with a bold and heroic style.
However, most of the practitioners of this art form are active in the Shanxi region.
As for the people of Yanjing, they have no recollection of it at all. On stage,
Sun Yu looked like he was trying to trick you and laughed, you're just introducing it like that.
The audience below can't feel the artistic charm.
Yi Yunfei, so what do you mean?
Sun Yu said, since you've rehearsed it, why don't you show us all?
Yi Yunfei adjusted his posture and said, perform for everyone here?
Great. The audience below cheered and applauded. No one could resist watching such a show of skill.
Yi Yunfei leaned closer to the microphone and said, first, I'd like to thank everyone for your enthusiasm, but there's a small issue.
Sun Yu asked, what's the problem?
Yi Yunfei gestured downward and said, before I came here, I didn't wear my tiger skin skirt.
Upon hearing the words tiger skin skirt, the audience burst into laughter.
Though they couldn't think of anything specific, the person's posture and mannerisms were enough to make everyone burst into laughter.
At that moment, Sun Yu looked at him and said, why don't I give you another weapon? Ha! The audience couldn't hold back any longer.
When they heard about the tiger skin skirt, they weren't quite sure what it meant, but they thought of Yang Zirong's story about fighting a tiger and found it somewhat amusing.
But now that the weapon was out,
it immediately sets the entire venue ablaze.
A punchline delivered twice in a row, absolutely brilliant. Yi Yunfei glared at Sun Yu and said, what do I need weapons for?
Sun Yu said, then why do you need a tiger skin skirt?
Yi Yunfei, it's to highlight Yang Zirong's heroic image.
Sun Yu waved his hand and said, you don't need to wear this professional attire. Just wear your regular clothes and show us all what you've got. Yi Yunfei, wearing a loose robe and showing off for everyone, that's called singing in the nude.
Sun Yu said, that's right. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and said, then could you make me a backing track? Otherwise, I can't sing it properly. Sun Yu looked helpless and said, I can't do that. You shouldn't sing with accompaniment.
Hey! Why don't you give us a classic dialogue between Yang Zirong and Zhou Shandiao?
How about it?
Yi Yunfei, classic dialogue.
Sun Yu said, right. Yi Yunfei, no problem. Then you can match it for me. Sun Yu said, why is it always my job? Yi Yunfei, it's a dialogue, I can't do it alone. Come help me with the lines, and we'll put on a show for everyone.
Sun Yu said, but I don't know how to act.
Yi Yunfei, it's okay. Have you seen the movie?
Sun Yu said, I have.
Yi Yunfei, do you remember the lines?
Sun Yu said, I know it roughly.
Yi Yunfei, what about Shanxi dialect?
Sun Yu replied, as a stand-up comedian, I know a little bit.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand and said, then there's no problem. Great. Snap.
The audience erupted into cheers. The old men and women of Yanjing were eagerly anticipating this Xinjiang performance. Especially the fans of The Taking of Tiger Mountain, who are particularly impressed by Yang Zirong's dialogue. Now that we can watch such a performance, it's simply too exciting to handle.
Chapter 55, Mr. Sun, you've done it. The audience below was very enthusiastic.
Sun Yu was also delighted inside.
He pretended to be surprised and said, is it time already?
Yi Yunfei, absolutely.
Sun Yu said, are you here for Yang Zirong?
Yi Yunfei shrunk his neck, glanced sideways, and adopted a pretentious, slightly mischievous expression.
He said, look at me, I'm the very picture of a hero. The audience chuckled lightly. Who would praise themselves like that?
And this person looks like they really deserve a beating. Sun Yu next to him had even lost connection, quietly watching him show off.
Yi Yunfei ignored him and continued his performance, saying, I'm playing Yang Zirong. This character is so convincing. Think about it, this heroic aura just comes through instantly. The audience laughed again. This person is so funny. Sun Yu couldn't stand it anymore.
She pulled him aside, pointed at his face, and said, let everyone see.
Back then, where could you find a hero with such delicate skin? Ha!
The audience erupted into laughter. During the War of Resistance, it was indeed impossible to find such heroes. Especially in the scene where they outwitted the bandits at Mount Tiger, with the icy mountains and snow-covered landscape, who wasn't a rough-and-tumble guy.
After the excitement died down, the young girls couldn't help but swoon.
The young man has such great charm, he's so much better than those fake idols who rely on makeup and plastic surgery.
On stage, Yi Yunfei didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. He even said proudly, I'm just good looking. What's it to you? Sigh. Viewers who watched the Dayun Society video immediately started cheering. Even some viewers who didn't quite understand joined in to cheer them on.
Yi Yunfei ignored them and continued to gesture toward Sun Yu's build, saying, "Your build and stature would be perfect for playing a bandit."
The audience laughed again.
Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively, looking utterly speechless.
Yi Yunfei said, "Let's work together and divide the front and back fields." Sun Yu asked, "How do we divide the front and back fields?"
Yi Yunfei gestured toward the table and said, "Let's move this table back a bit."
"All right."
The two moved the table back a couple of steps.
Yi Yunfei said, "Just put it here. The front and back areas are now separated. Now I am Yang Zirong."
Sun Yu gestured around him and said, "You're Yang Zirong now."
This scene is perfect.
At that moment, Yi Yunfei quickly composed himself and said, maybe we need a larger, more luxurious chair."
Sun Yu asked, "A luxurious chair?"
Yi Yunfei,
"The one that the boss sits in, right?" "Ha," the audience laughed again. "Oh well." Sun Yu said, "A mountain eagle needs a throne." "Alright, I'll go backstage and find one for you." After saying that, Sun Yu went to fetch the props. At that moment, Yi Yunfei on stage didn't keep the audience waiting either.
Standing at the microphone, he said, "Mr. Sun, I'm here."
"Don't go, I'll move it. I'm young and strong, I'll move it." Though he said that, Yi Yunfei didn't move a muscle.
And the expression on his face was nothing short of despicable. Seeing this scene, the audience burst into laughter, and the applause didn't stop.
"Oh my, this young man is becoming increasingly mischievous. This guy is so funny. Look at this guy's shamelessness. He's got no shame at all. Oh no, the more I look at him, the more I like him. Mr. Sun, I'll go move it. It's no problem, I can get some exercise." "Mr. Sun? Where did you go, Mr. Sun?"
Yi Yunfei continued his performance, looking around before finally lifting the red cloth draped over the table. Seeing this, the audience below laughed so hard their cheeks hurt.
How could this person be so despicable? Just at that moment,
Sun Yu emerged from backstage, holding a chair, with a look of disgust on his face.
"Sun Lao."
Yi Yunfei turned around and looked at him for 2 seconds, then stammered, "Mr. Sun, where did you go for a walk?"
The audience laughed and clapped enthusiastically. Sun Yu on stage threw down his stool and said angrily, "Come on, then."
Yi Yunfei quickly smiled, moved the chair to the center, and said, I'll come.
Sun Yu looked at him disapprovingly and said, "I moved over here for you, and now you're here? What kind of person are you?"
Yi Yunfei hurriedly smiled apologetically, "I'm sorry for the trouble.
Come on, let's get started."
After saying that, he lifted the long hem of his robe and stepped directly onto the stool with his left foot. Meanwhile, Sun Yu's right foot had just touched the surface as well. Yi Yunfei struck a pose and said triumphantly, "Mr. Sun, take a look at my stance."
"How does it look?"
Sun Yu gave him a disapproving look, reached out to nudge his leg, and said, "You can't do that."
Yi Yunfei was taken aback. "Why?"
Sun Yu said, "You're Yang Zirong, a hero.
"You can't do that. I'm Zui Shandiao, a bandit.
I can do this, but you, Yang Zirong, can't."
Yi Yunfei wasn't convinced and said, "This is how I show my boldness."
Sun Yu grabbed his leg and pushed it down, saying, "This is to highlight the bandit-like nature of Zui Shandiao. You, as a hero, shouldn't step on him."
Yi Yunfei wasn't having it. "I'm going to step on it." "You can't step on it."
Sun Yu pushed him down again.
This time, Yi Yunfei wasn't having it. He instantly turned into a troll. "I'm going to step on you, I'm going to step on you, I'm going to step on you, I'm going to step on you, and you can't stop me."
Sun Yu froze in place, completely stunned.
He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The audience below was laughing so hard they couldn't close their mouths.
This person actually dared to act up on the show.
What a weirdo. Yi Yunfei continued, "Characters are created, after all. Where would you find such heroic characters?"
Sun Yu looked helpless, but could only agree silently. At that moment, Yi Yunfei flicked his robe aside and stepped directly onto it, exuding a sense of flair. But Sun Yu looked pained. "Get down."
"Yi Yunfei, we agreed I'd step on it too."
Sun Yu grits her teeth and shouts, "You stepped on my foot."
Ha! The audience had another laugh.
The disadvantage of stand-up comedy compared to skits lies in the physical movements, but Yi Yunfei's performance completely made up for this aspect.
Every movement on stage is highly dramatic.
Moreover, the jokes come one after another, making it far more entertaining than the dull transitions in skits.
I'm sorry.
After apologizing, the two of them divided the space on the stool, each stepping on one half. Yi Yunfei rolled up his sleeves and said, Come on.
My heroic spirit is already up. Let's get started." Sun Yu said, "Then I'm now a mountain eagle." Yi Yunfei waved his hand and said, "Exactly. You're a mountain eagle." Ha! The younger audience burst into laughter instantly.
Usually, everyone uses slang terms like sand sculpture and fortress, so this sculpture isn't a good word.
Just thinking about it makes me cringe. This phrase is like a train going into a tunnel. Woo!
Chapter 56, The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger, sweat drops onto the rice plants.
This is bad.
The agents backstage who weren't optimistic about Yi Yunfei all furrowed their brows.
Judging by the intensity of the crowd, this team's ranking is definitely top-notch. And the show hasn't even reached its climax yet. Anyone with eyes can see that.
All the lengthy build-up before this was merely setting the stage for the main theme that follows.
If the setup is this effective, how could the main act possibly be any less impressive? Impossible.
Just thinking about it made many people nervous. After all, it's their own star, a comedy legend.
If they're overshadowed by this new couple, won't they just end up being someone else's stepping stones? This absolutely cannot happen.
On stage, the show continued.
Sun Yu said, "If I'm being rude, then I'm being rude. Yi Yunfei, I'm a dragon, and you're an eagle."
Sun Yu laughed in exasperation and said, "Alright, these two characters. I'll start."
Yi Yunfei also got into position and said, "Let's begin." Upon hearing this, the audience perked up their ears. The real performance is finally here.
All could be heard was Sun Yu's calm voice shouting, "The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger.
The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger. The pagoda subdues the river demon." This is the viral effect of the movie It's Red Hot.
The audience is also very enthusiastic at this moment, with many people repeating the second half of the line to themselves.
But, at this moment,
Yi Yunfei stood tall on the stage, raised his head proudly, and shouted, "Alright."
Upon hearing this, the audience was stunned.
Even Sun Yu looked completely bewildered.
All they could see was Yi Yunfei extending his thumb and proudly shouting, "Perfect. Put. Ha."
The audience, who had been momentarily stunned, burst into laughter instantly. Everyone assumed he would deliver a powerful line like, "The pagoda subdues the river demon," with a majestic presence and boundless ambition. But instead, he said, "That's great."
Oh my goodness. Do you have to be so silly? The old folks' cheeks can't take it. Get down.
On stage, Sun Yu violently pushed his legs away, his face speechless.
Yi Yunfei was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Yu looked at him impatiently and said, "Didn't you tell me to praise me? What do you mean, cover it well? Just say it the way it is. I want you to praise me." "Okay."
Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly and said, "As you say, as you say."
"I understand."
After discussing it, the two of them climbed back onto the stool. They established their bold posture.
Sun Yu paused for a moment before speaking, his voice deep and resonant.
"The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger." Yi Yunfei also spoke in a rough voice, saying, "Sweat drops onto the soil beneath the crops." Sun Yu looked up, spread his hands wide, and said, "Who knows where the food on our plates comes from?"
Yi Yunfei, "Every grain is hard-earned." Ha! The audience burst into laughter once again. All my cheeks hurt so much. I'm crying, it's so funny. Fat boy has been led astray, it's hilarious. Ha!
The king covers the earth like a tiger, sweat drips onto the crops, my goodness.
What the heck is this?
After finishing her sentence, Sun Yu finally snapped out of it and immediately kicked Yi Yunfei's leg away, shouting, "Go."
The audience below couldn't stop laughing. Yi Yunfei walked back, looking completely confused, and said, "Why keep pushing me?" Sun Yu replied, "I can't help but push you." Yi Yunfei, "What's wrong?"
Sun Yu said, "Is this a lyric?"
Yi Yunfei, "Why isn't it a lyric?"
Sun Yu said, "That's not the word."
"It's not that word." Yi Yunfei, "What is it then?"
Sun Yuan was getting impatient and blurted out, "It's the hottest part of the day for hoeing rice fields." As soon as the words left his mouth, he almost slapped himself. He quickly ducked to the side. Yi Yunfei stood where he was, muttering to himself, "I told you, sweat drops on the ground."
Upon hearing this, the audience laughed again.
The applause continued.
That's a continuous punchline. How amusing.
Sun Yu returned to his seat, looking disappointed, and said, "The phrases, 'The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger,' and 'the pagoda subdues the river demon.'"
Yes, I just slipped up for a moment. Yi Yunfei immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. He then placed his legs back on the stool and pretended to shout, "The pagoda holds firm."
Before he could finish, Sun Yu pushed him away and said, "I'll go first."
Ha! The audience below was laughing uncontrollably. The way this person was being teased was really funny. Amidst a round of applause, the two on stage repositioned themselves.
Sun Yu spoke again in a deep voice, saying, "The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger."
Yi Yunfei shouted, "The pagoda subdues the river demon."
This was the first line of the opening.
The momentum is building. Great. At that moment, Sun Yu lifted the curtain and said, "Emoha emoha." This was a secret code used among bandits. Many viewers no longer remember the meaning of the words that follow. Everyone is now waiting for Yi Yunfei to start singing. But then this person solemnly shouted out, "Kaniwa. PFFF." All the audience members burst into laughter. Oh no, I'm hooked. This person has been saying such silly things for days, it's hilarious. Oh my gosh, my stomach hurts so much. Ha!
This person has ruined the story of The Taking of Tiger Mountain.
Go! Yi Yunfei's leg was once again pulled down by Sun Yu. He slowly walked back, glaring at Sun Yu and said, "What's the matter now?" Sun Yu was furious and exclaimed, "What's with this Japanese idiot showing up here? Yi Yunfei replied confidently, isn't this the Japanese you were speaking? What? The audience is curious. Sun Yu was confused and said, when did I speak Japanese? Yi Yunfei looked serious and said, moha moha.
His tone was playful, and at first listen, it really did sound a bit like Japanese.
The audience couldn't stop laughing. Even Sun Yu was so annoyed he laughed, quickly explaining, that's slang. Mohamo. I'm asking you what kind of character it is. Oh. Yi Yunfei realized and said, what about me?
Sun Yu extended his hand and said, it's noon, no one is home at this hour.
Got it, got it. Yi Yunfei hurriedly said, it's high noon.
Sun Yu pushed him away again and said, I'll speak first.
Ha!
Ever since The Taking of Tiger Mountain came out, the audience's laughter hasn't stopped. The young girls all had rosy cheeks, covering their cheeks, feeling both pain and joy.
On stage, Sun Yu spoke in a deep voice, Mohama.
Yi Yunfei rolled up his sleeves and shouted, let's talk at noon.
No one has a home. Sun Yu pointed at his face and said, why is your face red? Yi Yunfei covered his face with both hands and said shyly, I'm sorry. Go away. Sun Yu walked off the stage, unable to face the audience, shaking his head in disbelief. See this scene. The audience laughed until tears came out. By this point, they couldn't laugh any louder.
So everyone, without any prior arrangement, began to clap their hands to express their growing enthusiasm for the program. Such an enthusiastic response completely overshadowed all the previous performances.
Chapter 57, 4 lines of singing. What should I sing?
Yi Yunfei stood there, looking a bit at a loss.
He muttered, I'm just a little shy. Sun Yu looked at him impatiently and said, you still know what it means to be shy? Ha! The audience had another laugh. These two are so funny. They're killing me. Amidst the laughter, Sun Yu continued, with the way you just acted, you still know how to be shy? Yi Yunfei looked completely confused and asked, what's wrong? Sun Yu said, you can't even remember this word. How are you going to sing this play? Yi Yunfei, it's been too long, I've forgotten a bit. Mr. Sun, please bear with me. Remind me, and I'll remember right away. Sun Yu pointed to her face and said irritably, why is my face red? Is it because I'm feeling refreshed? Why is it yellow now? It's the wax I put on to keep warm. You can't even remember that? Yi Yunfei interrupted him, nodding repeatedly, and said, I understand, I understand.
Just then, Sun Yu had just settled his legs when Yi Yunfei spoke up, saying, stay alert. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pushed Sun Yu's legs away. Sun Yu stumbled and limped 3 or 5 meters away. Yi Yunfei spoke solemnly, you speak first. Ha! The audience below were laughing so hard they couldn't keep their eyes open. Oh my goodness, it's so hard to work with this person. Feel sorry for the chubby guy for 3 seconds, poor thing.
You've really made the old man laugh. Oh my goodness, I can't even take a break.
Sun Yu walked back in a bad mood, sighed, composed herself, and finally stepped on it. She spoke up, why is your face so red? Yi Yunfei, wearing a long robe with a curtain, said, you look full of energy.
Sun Yu pointed at his face and said, why are you so yellow again? Yi Yunfei opened his hand and said boldly, it's wax to keep out the cold. Sun Yu pretended to adjust his sleeves and said, so you're really Sue's man, then? Facing Sun Yu's questioning, Yi Yunfei paused for a moment. 2 seconds passed. He nodded seriously and said, right. Puff. Ha! The audience had just caught their breath when they couldn't help but burst out laughing again. This person is so funny. You'll never guess what he's going to do next. This isn't even human anymore, it's a demon.
Sun Yu on stage was also at a loss for words, feeling like she wanted to confront him but was afraid of the trouble it would cause.
Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei was feeling quite triumphant at that moment.
He made an okay gesture with his hand and muttered some cheesy English, saying, that's right.
No problem. Slap. The applause from the audience never stopped. Everyone, young and old, was completely captivated by the performance.
Sun Yu didn't bother to argue with him over this, stepped forward to ask, and continued speaking. He held up 2 fingers and said, do you know that Colonel Su has 2 cherished possessions?
Yi Yunfei looked relaxed and said, of course I know. Sun Yu asked, which 2?
Yi Yunfei chuckled, speaking in a local dialect with a sly expression, and said, guess.
Ha! The audience was laughing so hard they couldn't breathe.
At this point, everyone started waving their prepared clapping toys.
Yi Yunfei continued to act silly and said, reverse dismantling. I knew it.
Sun Yu turned around and waved her hand dismissively, saying impatiently, one is a horse, the other is a knife.
Upon receiving his lines, Yi Yunfei immediately adjusted his posture and said, one is a horse, the other is a knife. Sun Yu asked in a stern voice, what kind of horse is it? The horse is a white dragon. Yellow pony.
Yi Yunfei almost let it slip, and both answers seemed a bit off. This left the audience on the edge of their seats.
They also wanted to know what it was. Only Yi Yunfei thought for a moment, then raised his hand decisively and said, Obama. Put. The entire audience was laughing so hard they couldn't breathe.
The cheers from this round of applause immediately elevated the atmosphere at the venue to a whole new level.
Hundreds of people were laughing so hard they were bending over. The wise men of the Tiger Mountain and Obama that had me in stitches. He hasn't told any jokes in days, and now he's even funnier. Sure enough, everything is abnormal in Yi Wan's mouth. I'm speechless. Even Obama has come out. The applause from the audience never stopped. Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei aside and said irritably, "Have you ever seen a bandit riding out on the US president?" The audience erupted into laughter once again. The jokes kept coming one after another, leaving the audience in stitches. Yi Yunfei, that should be?
Sun Yu extended his index finger, spinning it in a circle to explain, the horse is a Qingzong curly-haired horse, and the sword is a Japanese command sword.
Got it, got it.
Yi Yunfei readjusted his stance and shouted in a deep voice, the horse is a blue-maned curly-haired horse.
Sun Yu asked, what kind of sword is it? Yi Yunfei, it's a Japanese command sword. Sun Yu asked, who gave it to you, and where? At this question, Yi Yunfei was completely taken aback. After a moment, he said, one day.
Upon hearing these lines from the play, the audience burst into laughter again. Applause erupted. Sun Yu stopped him and explained, it was a gift from the Imperial Army, located at the Wuha Tower in Mudanjiang. Yi Yunfei gave a sly smile and raised his hand, saying, the gift from the Imperial Army is at the Wuha Lu in Mudanjiang. All right. Sun Yu pointed at him and said, so you really are one of Su's men.
Yi Yunfei made an okay gesture and said, no problem. His cheeky expression had the audience in stitches.
Sun Yu was also amused by this. He didn't bother to correct the man and continued speaking, saying, I hereby appoint you as the Lieutenant Colonel of the 5th Security Battalion.
Go and collect your reward.
It was almost time for everything to wrap up.
But Yi Yunfei on stage looked displeased, still just a deputy team leader?
Sun Yu gritted her teeth and nodded reluctantly.
At that moment, Yi Yunfei asked, is that okay?
Put.
Ha!
The audience burst into laughter.
Sun Yu said, there's no room for negotiation. I'll go down and collect my reward. You, Xia San. Go down and sing 4 lines, and then it's over. Oh. Yi Yunfei looked like he understood and said, you're dead in Japanese. Hearing this rustic Japanese, the audience below couldn't stop laughing. But Sun Yu was tortured by it and said irritably, why do you love speaking broken Japanese so much? Yi Yunfei, there was a Japanese soldier here just now, wasn't there? Sun Yu didn't bother arguing with him and asked directly, do you understand the lyrics?
We'll just listen to this section of Qinshan you sang at the end, and then we'll wrap it up.
Right. Yi Yunfei gestured to him and said, I'll play Siesani, then I'll sing 4 lines.
Sun Yu nodded, right, sing 4 lines.
Just then, Yi Yunfei suddenly blurted out, what should I sing?
Put.
Ha!
Oh my goodness, hurry up and get rid of this demon. It seems like this person didn't remember a single line of the entire play.
That's hilarious. This guy is so mean. I bet the chubby guy is totally devastated. Chapter 58, the show ends. The entire venue erupts. I absolutely love this person.
Jia Ling sat cross-legged in the waiting room, laughing so hard she was slapping her thighs.
In truth, she didn't know much about Yi Yunfei.
She had been busy with rehearsals these past few days and hadn't paid attention to the situation on Weibo.
Who would have thought that in just a few days, such a demonic figure would emerge? This is absolutely hilarious.
The second half of this show was one joke after another, leaving the audience no time to catch their breath.
Sis, I think he should have been the first one in the first episode. That's what I think. He's good looking, his stand-up comedy is funny, and he's probably like that. The girls next to her chimed in.
Only Jia Ling continued to laugh, not joining the conversation.
If we were judging solely based on the show's impact, Yi Yunfei's stand-up comedy routine would undoubtedly be the undisputed winner. But variety shows aren't as simple as they seem.
Whether to stay or leave, it's all pre-arranged.
As for this first one,
it depends on who among those behind the scenes wants it.
On stage, the performance was nearing its conclusion. Sun Yu said, what are you singing? Upon hearing the lyrics, Yi Yunfei immediately started singing, clearing his throat, you are my little ping.
The sudden line of lyrics made the audience laugh again.
Wait.
Sun Yu stopped him and said, you have to sing the lyrics. Yi Yunfei looked at him, matched his tone, and sang emotionlessly, bright moonlight before the bed, I wonder if it's frost on the ground. I lift my head to gaze at the moon, then lower it to think of my hometown.
Smack.
The applause from the audience erupted once again.
Sun Yu glared at him and said, you're actually a lunatic, aren't you? Yi Yunfei was taken aback and said, why am I crazy?
I was just discussing words.
Sun Yu said, are you serious? This is all just dialogue? Yi Yunfei, I'm just making some changes here. Sun Yu said, how can you change it like that? Yi Yunfei, I just got a little distracted. Give me a hint, and I'll figure it out right away. Seeing his expression, Sun Yu suppressed a smile and looked at him with interest, saying, forgot? Yi Yunfei stubbornly denied it, saying, I didn't forget. Sun Yu said, you haven't forgotten to sing it, have you?
Yi Yunfei, I can't remember. Sun Yu laughed, you've just forgotten. Yi Yunfei immediately retorted, quickly blurting out a line, forgotten is forgotten, and can't remember is can't remember. Forgotten means completely forgotten, and can't remember means you just have to. Alright. Sun Yu hurriedly stopped him and muttered to herself, what a chatterbox. Ha! The two of them put on such a performance that the audience below was very happy. On stage, Sun Yu remained unfazed and continued performing with Yi Yunfei, saying, the first line, today we drink together to celebrate our success. Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, Nexus. Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter again. Playfulness is the soul of this stand-up comedy. And Yi Yunfei's performance truly takes the art of being quirky to the extreme. Don't underestimate just a single expression and a line of dialogue, they already create a stark contrast with his earlier confident demeanor. When the two collide, it becomes a hilarious joke that everyone can't stop praising. Good heavens, you don't know a single line. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly and tried again, I will not rest until my ambitions are fulfilled. Yi Yunfei remained unchanged and said, 3? Sun Yu said, there's plenty of time to show off your skills. Yi Yunfei, ah. Sun Yu said, willingly shedding blood to write history, you don't know a single line of it, do you? Facing the accusation, Yi Yunfei didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he smiled and said, now that you mention it, I remember. Sun Yu said, then go ahead. Yi Yunfei stood tall and fierce, clasped his hands, and said, thank you, third master. The words Mr. Yi were spoken with great vigor. No need to guess, it was clearly setting the stage for the bold and heroic Qin opera that followed. All the audience members were listening intently. But just then, Yi Yunfei's tone suddenly softened, and he even curled his fingers like an orchid. As soon as he started singing, the entire venue erupted in joy. His slightly effeminate voice was simply too amusing to resist. Today we raise our cups in celebration, but our ambitions remain unfulfilled. The future holds endless possibilities, and we vow to pour out our blood and sweat to write our own history. Sing it with all the charm you can muster. Sun Yu immediately asked, is that Yang Zirong? Yi Yunfei laughed and said, I'm Yang Yueying. Stop singing. Sun Yu gave him a shove, and the two of them smiled broadly, took a step back, and bowed to the audience. The final punchline landed, and the segment came to an end. Unlike a sketch, a stand-up comedy routine doesn't have a musical or dance number at the end to liven up the atmosphere. For Yi Yunfei's performance today, there was absolutely no need for that. Because his show itself had already received enough applause and laughter. The curtain falls. And so, the 6 episodes of the first season of Happy Comedy People have come to an end. However, the applause and cheers from the audience continued unabated. Many excited audience members stood up to clap. The enthusiastic cheers have completely energized the venue. It must be said. Yi Yunfei's stand-up comedy routine was truly hilarious from start to finish. One punchline follows another, keeping the audience in a constant state of laughter, with little to no breaks. The inside jokes from the show are still fresh in everyone's memory. Especially the jokes about deformed rebar, the heavenly king covering the earth with tigers, and sweat drops on the rice plants. It's as if it's been burned into my memory. No need to think twice. After this program, there will definitely be several new buzzwords trending online. Additionally, there's a bit of a clever twist. Yi Yunfei fully capitalized on the popularity of The Taking of Tiger Mountain. The film had only recently been released in theaters, and its online reviews were excellent. This inherent audience appeal helped compensate for the inherent disadvantage in fame between him and other teams. All these factors combined have led to high audience recognition for his program. As a result, even after the program has ended, viewers are still reminiscing about it. Even those who initially weren't fans of stand-up comedy have come to fully embrace this form of comedy. At this moment, the host took the stage and gave a brief introduction. All the audience members understood that they each had 3 votes to select their 3 favorite programs out of the 6. I think the programs by De Yunxi, Song Xiaobao, and Xintang are the best. I agree. Jia Ling's show is also good, I'll vote for her. No doubt about it, I'm definitely voting for Yi Wangmao. He's so informative. Ha, we're on the same page, brother. Chapter 59, Soaring Viewership Ratings. Bang! When Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu stepped down from the stage, everyone in the waiting room erupted into applause. Among all these people, the 2 who were the least well-known were undoubtedly the skinny one and the fat one. The 2 of them even joined the competition midway through. This is because everyone else had already started preparing over a month earlier. The scripts for the skits were also written by masters in the field whom they knew personally. However, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu hadn't even had a week to prepare. Moreover, this stand-up comedy has never been performed anywhere else. Therefore, this is definitely a brand new performance. Let's not even talk about who helped measure this job. Just look at the rehearsal time, they only used a few days. And they managed to perform the comedy sketch perfectly. In just 15 minutes, he completely won over the entire audience. This even earned the approval of a group of comedy veterans. You guys are amazing.
Shintang gave a thumbs up, stepped forward to greet him, and laughed. You have no idea just now, all of us were laughing so hard we couldn't even stand up straight. At that, everyone burst into laughter. Yi Yunfei also kept thanking him repeatedly. Especially to Shintang, he felt deeply grateful. The initial scene in the waiting room was clearly a bit awkward, as no one knew the two of them, and they were also quite young, so there was a certain amount of awkwardness in the air. But after he said that, the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. Following Shintang's earlier remark, everyone began to introduce themselves to one another. Then, everyone started chatting casually. They needed to wait here for the results of the backstage voting and counting. It's clear that some people are still quite nervous. For example, senior uncle Li Qing. Stand-up comedy already has its disadvantages, and his show is a blend of stand-up comedy and drama, making it extremely difficult to achieve a good ranking. Another example is Jia Ling. Although she was smiling happily, one could sense that she was also very nervous. This episode, Jia Ling's sketch was too monotonous. If she's not careful, she might end up at the bottom. After all, the other participants' works are simply too outstanding. At the same time, in another room of the program production team, a group of people were carrying boxes back to the office. This is where all the teams cast their votes. There are a total of 500 votes, and organizing them does indeed take time. The staff began counting them one by one. The result of this counting truly shocked them. Wow! Almost every single one has a checkmark under Yi Yunfei's team. Of course, such matters should not be discussed openly. Because everyone else is a big shot. Discussing this matter is easy to offend people. A group of people silently calculated the votes on a blackboard. Just then, their pagers buzzed with a message from the director. Calculate based on the actual situation and do not overlook any votes. Understood. The most important part of this sentence is the first half. Since it's the first episode, even if the vote count is low, it can still be boosted in the second episode. Therefore, who comes in first isn't that strict. Moreover, Yi Yunfei's performance was simply outstanding. He was genuinely worried that when they were counting the votes, they might accidentally damage the system and lower his vote count, instead adding votes to the other big names. If that were to happen, this episode of Happy Comedy People would suffer a major blow to its online reputation, effectively ending its run. Manual counting is not very fast. By the time the counting is finished, it will be almost half an hour. At this point, the TV program was airing Yi Yunfei's stand-up comedy. As mentioned earlier, the half-hour delay was specifically implemented to address emergency situations. Originally, this period was part of the normal process. But today, the broadcast crew always felt like they were going through hell. Song Xiaobao's team's performance was undoubtedly the highlight of the show, and the ratings have been soaring during this period. It wasn't until the sketch ended that the ratings began to drop. And Li Qing's program. Even the original ratings couldn't be stabilized, and they dropped by several thousand points. But it's okay. They already knew about it in advance. The last two programs are also of exceptional quality. Especially Yi Yunfei's stand-up comedy. He's currently trending, and his show is great. This is definitely the hope for a surge in ratings for the entire program. The executive producer, Shi Jianing, is also filled with anticipation at this moment. Soon, the Happy Manhwa show began. Everyone was watching the ratings for the comedy show. 088, 089, 090. Director Shi, the ratings have surpassed 09. The staff reported the news with surprise. Keep watching. Shi's face was beaming with a smile. The ratings for episode 09 have already reached the expected target. In today's programming landscape, this is undoubtedly an outstanding achievement. However, this is definitely not the peak. Kaisen Manhwa's performance was excellent and should be able to keep the ratings stable around 0.94. If everything goes according to plan, Yi Yunfei, with his existing popularity and the show's good production, might just break through the 1 mark if he's lucky. Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out. That is, the audience may not be receptive to Doyun society. The Doyun society's reputation hasn't been great in recent years, so it's not surprising that some people might switch channels after watching for a while. What will happen next? We'll find out in just 10 minutes. Director Shi is closely monitoring the ratings. The Happy Manhwa program boosted the ratings to 0.947, exceeding expectations. But it was just as expected. As soon as the show ended, the ratings dropped. Fortunately, it only dropped by 0.03 of a percentage point. Next up was Yi Yunfei's program, which started right away. Just 10 seconds into the opening, the staff immediately exclaimed, "Director Shi, the ratings are rising." What? Shi Jianing rushed over immediately. Did the ratings go up just because the show started? Even a comedy veteran like Shintang couldn't boost ratings that quickly. A 2-point increase? Shi Dao was both shocked and delighted, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could it really be due to the heat? It might be, as there were still tags for Yi Yunfei on Weibo. Plus, since he hasn't posted any new work in days, this has made many netizens even more excited about our show.
A rebound is normal, but whether we can continue to break through depends on the next 15 minutes.
The staff said this. Stay tuned for updates.
After the director finished speaking, the other department began coordinating with relevant departments.
The vote counting is complete, and there are still about 10 minutes left for the performance. We need to prepare to continue recording now. This announcement of the rankings is the highlight of the show.
I'm sure it will capitalize on the buzz generated by Yi Yunfei and give the ratings another boost.
Just as he was thinking this, suddenly,
the staff over there let out a cry of surprise.
Director Sure.
The audience count for our show has surpassed 15,000. Chapter 60, the first episode of Comedians comes to a close, with the big spender taking first place.
What?
Sure Dao rushed over. If he hadn't seen the actual numbers, he wouldn't have dared to believe what he had heard.
What does it mean for the audience flow rate to reach 15? How could the director not know that?
The higher this number, the fewer people are leaving the program, and the more new viewers are coming in. If this trend continues, the program's ratings are sure to rise significantly in the short term.
Typically, this ratio hovers around 1.
Achieving 12 is already considered exceptional, let alone 15.
This is an absolute height that no director would dare to imagine. Rating, 0.96.
Viewership rating 100.
Viewership rating 106. Viewership rating 115.
Seeing the various numbers steadily rising on the computer, Sure was completely stunned.
The ratings suddenly shot up to over 1.
And the show had only just reached its climax.
This left director Sure completely stunned.
He never expected the effect to be so good, and he dared not even imagine it.
Actually, he hadn't planned to invite Yi Yunfei at all.
If it weren't for being teased by a few friends, he never would have made such an unusual move. Happy Comedy People wasn't favored from the start, but Sure Jianing was the only one who believed in it and stuck with it.
To carve out a fiery red sky.
A week ago, he decided to temporarily replace Yang Jinxi from the first episode with Yi Yunfei. This decision cost him a great deal of effort, but fortunately, Yang Jinxi was an acquaintance, and he expressed understanding for the situation. Looking at the results now, all the effort was well worth it.
Great! Keep up the good work.
Sure Jianing's face was beaming with joy. The 1% ratings were like a perfect score on a test. But now it seems that the comedy show can break through even further, with a possibility of reaching 12. Thinking of this, director Sure felt much better, but there was no time to relax now.
All departments, pay attention. Everyone, stay alert. Give more screen time to Yi Yunfei during the upcoming clips.
If today's ratings break 12%, everyone will receive a bonus at the end of the month.
Got it. Thanks, Director Sure. I waited for half an hour.
The door to the waiting room finally opened, and the program staff notified everyone to proceed to the stage. There were a total of 18 performers scheduled to appear on stage for this episode, including comedy veterans Jia Ling, Shin Tang, Xiao Shenyang, and Song Xiaobao. 7 sofas were arranged on stage. Each team was assigned only one sofa seat, but since Xiao Shenyang holds a more important position, an additional sofa was arranged for him.
At this point,
Yi Yunfei gave the sofa seat assigned to him by the production team to his senior disciple Sun Yu and sat behind him. The seniority hierarchy within the Dayun society still had to be respected at this point.
The program team won't make a big deal out of such a minor matter.
Host Wu Xiaobo said, "Thank you all for your wonderful performances on stage. You've brought so much joy to all the audience members and to me as well. If I announce the rankings and it makes anyone feel uncomfortable, please accept my apologies in advance." These words are meant to ease everyone's tension.
But they didn't have much effect. Because everyone cares a lot about the rankings.
Wu Xiaobo didn't waste any time and got straight to the point, saying, "Then I'll start by announcing the 3rd and 4th places first, the ones in the middle."
At that moment, Jia Ling asked pitifully, "Will you read it several times?"
Wu Xiaobo laughed and said, "I'm not like them."
Everyone laughed.
Wu Xiaobo continued, "Let's announce the 3rd place winner first.
The 3rd place winner is Happy Manhwa Studio." Upon hearing the results, everyone applauded.
But deep down, they were more shocked than anything else.
This result is truly astonishing, especially considering how outstanding Shin Tang and the others' performances were. Compared to ordinary skits, this production is definitely top-notch.
Yet despite its quality, it only managed to secure 3rd place.
How could this not be shocking?
Wu Xiaobo continued, 4th place goes to Baimei Studio. Upon hearing this, Jia Ling's heart skipped a beat. If she couldn't secure 4th place, she would at best be 5th, and 1st or 2nd were absolutely out of the question. Now we will announce the 1st and 2nd places. Everyone perked up. Especially the teams led by Yi Yunfei and Song Xiaobao. Unless something unexpected happens, the 1st and 2nd places will be decided between the two of them. The Shin Tang team, which is capable of competing at the highest level, has already secured 3rd place. At this point, Wu Xiaobo announced, the comedian who secured 2nd place in this round is Song Xiaobao, from the Xiao Shenyang team.
Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. Song Xiaobao was 2nd. Who needs to guess who's 1st?
Alright, now it's time for the exciting part. I'm thrilled to announce that the comedy team that won first place in this round of Happy Comedy Show is Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. As soon as the words were out, everyone clapped enthusiastically. There was no room for argument. The effect of that stand-up comedy was truly amazing. The punchlines were perfectly timed and delivered one after another, keeping the entire audience on the edge of their seats the entire time. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu bowed together in gratitude. As the applause died down, Wu Shobo asked, "What are your thoughts on winning first place?" Upon hearing the question, Sun Yu passed the opportunity to speak to Yi Yunfei behind him. Yi Yunfei said, "I am here representing my martial arts school, Daeun Society, to participate in this program. Securing a place in the rankings has achieved our first goal, and I have not disappointed my master's expectations. What's next? The second goal is to get more audiences to fall in love with stand-up comedy. This is an art form that is both fun and has a long history. We hope to use the stage of happy comedy people to tell the world that stand-up comedy is still alive and thriving." Upon hearing this perspective, the audience fell silent with respect, and the entire hall erupted in applause. Everyone is well aware of the state of traditional arts. Too many traditional arts have been lost or forgotten over time due to a lack of inheritance. If it is truly possible to keep an art form alive, that would undoubtedly be a scenario most people would welcome. Wu Shobo nodded, waited for the applause to die down, and then began to announce the rankings. Those who ended up at the bottom of the rankings would face immense pressure and be at a significant disadvantage when the second round arrived. Thinking of this, Jia Ling and Li Qing both took a deep breath. Soon, the final results were announced. Jia Ling came in 5th place, and Li Qing was 6th. These were lower rankings, nothing to cheer about, just a faint round of encouraging applause. At this point, the first season of Comedians has truly come to an end. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu took first place. Comedy stars such as Shen Tang and Jia Ling also cheered for Yi Yunfei and sent their congratulations. Afterward, everyone returned to rest, as there would be a celebratory banquet organized by the production team shortly. Chapter 61, Woody Gang's Advice. When leaving the theater, the staff returned all the audience members' belongings. After receiving their phones, many fans gathered at the exit to wait for the program to end. When they saw Yi Yunfei emerge, the young girls all gasped in excitement. "Big brother, can you sign an autograph for us? Can I take a photo with you? Hey, handsome, I want one too. Oh no, don't push me. I haven't gotten my autograph yet." Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Yi Yunfei didn't refuse. He stopped and started taking photos and signing autographs with the young girls. Sun Yu, standing nearby, was startled by the commotion. He hurriedly shielded Yi Yunfei. Fortunately, staff members from the production team quickly arrived to restore order, and everything proceeded smoothly. Fortunately, there weren't many people there, as most of them were there for Shen Tang and his group. After all, the two parties' reputations were still worlds apart. After that, there was a dinner hosted by the program team. Everyone was present except for Shen Tang, who had to rush off to another location for work. There was no doubt that Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were also the stars of the day. His performance on the show was simply flawless. Most importantly, it significantly exceeded the expected ratings for the show. He deserves all the credit for this achievement. Everyone cheered. They ate, drank, and had fun for a full 2 hours before finally dispersing. The dinner party came to an end. However, at that moment, Shi Jianing summoned Yi Yunfei and the other two to another private room, pulling them aside to chat. The two were still a bit puzzled by the nature of the conversation. After all, there wasn't anything important to discuss. Until half an hour later. The door to the private room suddenly opened, and everyone looked over. Two people walked in, one wearing a black heart-shaped hat, the other wearing a steel wool ball. It was none other than Woody Gang and Yu Qian. "Master, sir?" Yi Yunfei looked surprised. He never expected Woody Gang to come over here today. "Good job, kid. That stand-up comedy routine was truly impressive." Woody Gang couldn't hide his smile. He patted him on the shoulder, proud of him. Yu Qian also raised his thumb in admiration. "Impressive. Teachers Guo and Yu, thank you for your kind words." Mr. Shi, the director standing nearby, stood up to greet them. The two exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. It was clear that this matter had been arranged among a few of them, keeping Yi Yunfei completely in the dark. In fact, Woody Gang had also received an invitation from Shi Jianing a few days earlier. Shi's original intention was to have Yi Yunfei appear on the show for at least 4 episodes. However, he was concerned that Yi Yunfei was still young and inexperienced, and might rank lower in the first episode. To ensure success and help Yi Yunfei smoothly advance through the second round of eliminations, he invited Woody Gang to perform alongside Yi Yunfei and give him a helping hand. This can be considered a precautionary measure. But who could have imagined it? Yi Yunfei actually managed to secure first place in the first round solely through his own abilities. This directly granted him the qualification to advance to the second round of the elimination tournament. Woody Gang and Yu Qian hadn't eaten yet, but now they were eating and drinking again. Of course, most of the time was spent chatting.
Mr. Gua, as your disciple, I am truly impressed. Your stand-up comedy had the entire audience in stitches, even Song Xiaobao and the others were completely outshone.
That's remarkable.
The ratings for this comedy show reached 135, exceeding the highest expectations by 35.
To be honest, this is all thanks to Yunfei. That's right.
The peak viewership rating for this episode of Happy Comedy People was 135. This is 35 points higher than Shi Jianning's expected rating of 1, and 170 points higher than his friends' expectations. If they can produce enough good work in the next episode, I believe the comedians will be able to soar again. This is also the main reason why Shi Jianning is so enthusiastic.
I think we should reconsider the price we discussed last time.
Shi paused for a moment and said, alright, here's the deal. If Yunfei can secure a top 3 finish in the next episode, I'll definitely request a contract price increase of double the current rate from the production team. The director really values him.
Guo Digang was overjoyed.
The initial payment was 100,000 yuan per episode, which was definitely not low given Yi Yunfei's fame. After doubling, it became 200,000 yuan per episode. If he participated in all 12 episodes, that would amount to a total of 2.4 million yuan, which is no less than what a second-tier variety show star earns. After all, the filming schedule isn't that long.
Of course, the money isn't what Guo Digang is really focused on.
What truly brings him comfort is Yi Yunfei's talent. Now that he has caught the attention of a variety show director, his future prospects will undoubtedly become increasingly promising.
I'll do my best. Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement. Well, it's getting late. I won't keep you two from chatting.
Shi Dao stood up to leave, and as a final reminder, he said, the next episode will be recorded in a week, still as a delayed live broadcast. I hope there will be more surprises then. With those words, Shi Jianning departed. With his departure, the private room was left with only the old men and young masters of the Dayun society. There was no need for these few people to avoid any appearance of impropriety.
Guo Digang looked at Yi Yunfei and said, child, you came today for no other reason. First, it's to celebrate your achievement.
To come out on top among these people is truly remarkable.
Give them a thumbs up.
This is sincere praise. Changing the subject, he continued, secondly, I'd like to share a few thoughts with you.
Sun Yu, you can listen in as well. All right. Sun Yu nodded.
Both of you have solid foundational skills, both I and your uncle you give you a thumbs up. As for raw ability, I have no concerns at all. However, stand-up comedy has its limitations on such a stage and is significantly disadvantaged compared to skits. If you want to win, you'll need to put in more effort. However, according to the elimination mechanism of comedians, I think you don't need to rush to use your second original stand-up comedy segment.
Just use traditional stand-up comedy and add some filler lines.
Guo Digang advised the two using the same strategy as the race of the 3 horses from the classic Chinese tale.
Yu Qian took a sip of tea and said, actually, most of the audience has never heard of stand-up comedy before.
Traditional stand-up comedy works perfectly for them.
As for the new opening lines, use whatever you can think of. If you can't think of anything, just perform it properly.
In my opinion, the two of you have absolutely no problem with your skills. The words of the two masters were indeed reasonable. Yi Yunfei had also considered these points, but he had not yet made a final decision. But regardless, he had truly taken his master's words to heart. At that moment, the two nodded in agreement, humbly accepting the advice.
Chapter 62, Masterful Craftsmanship.
Next, Guo Digang and Yi Yunfei exchanged a few heartfelt words. He was mainly concerned that the superficial experiences gained from such programs might corrupt Yi Yunfei's true nature.
Just like Chao Yujin back then.
That kid was always out taking jobs, and he met a director who gradually led him astray with flattery and promises.
In fact, a person's greatest enemy is greed. He was also worried that Yi Yunfei might be influenced by this.
Of course, after nearly a decade of interaction, Guo Digang was well aware that Yi Yunfei was more capable and had better personal qualities, but his personality was not as competitive as Chao Yujin's. Instead, he was relatively honest.
This is his strength. Guo Digang believes in his character.
So the heartfelt words he just spoke were more of a reminder, based on his own years of experience.
Upon hearing these heartbreaking words, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but feel deeply moved.
Old Guo had endured so much hardship. To say nothing else, just that one incident because of a few thousand yuan, he even lived in a transparent display case for 2 days, like a monkey in a zoo, being stared at by everyone. It was precisely because of such experiences that Guo Digang came to understand how crucial it is to stay true to oneself.
Arrogance can completely change a person. This was the best advice he could give to Yi Yunfei. Master, rest assured. I will always remain a novice in the world of stand-up comedy. You little rascal. Hearing Yi Yunfei's serious yet playful response, Guo Digang couldn't help but laugh. Alright, Mr. Guo, let's head back and rest. We'll catch an early flight to Zhejiang province tomorrow morning. Master is leaving tomorrow? Yi Yunfei was taken aback.
We were planning to come and help you, but seeing the state you two are in now, I guess you won't need 2 old hands like us after all.
Guo Gang waved his hand, while Yu Qian picked up his teacup and smiled. Hey! Don't listen to your master's nonsense. We've always had confidence in you. This time, we were actually planning to go directly to Zhejiang province for a commercial performance, but we happened to come across you too, so we thought we'd drop by to see how you're doing. Alright. Seeing that you're both in such good spirits, we won't worry anymore. We'll head back and rest now. I see. Yi Yunfei, let's go to the hotel where we're staying. I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. That's great. As a comedian, I'll be the first to offer a special ride. That's quite the gesture. The master is giving you a shout out. After all that, I didn't get back to my place until 11 p.m. Yi Yunfei was too exhausted to handle anything else, so after brushing his teeth and washing up, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. During this time, on Weibo, a storm has erupted. With the airing of the first episode of the comedy show, the entire Weibo platform has gone wild. Some viewers had already posted news about Yi Yunfei's first appearance on Weibo and were celebrating there. This immediately caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Within just a few minutes, the incident spread rapidly. Keep blowing it up, is that really interesting? With Xintang and Song Xiaobao around, Yi Yunfei has no chance of winning first place. I actually like Yi Yunfei, but I also think this is just sensationalist fake news. The fans of Daeun Society are truly shameless, they'll do anything. The haters who were criticized earlier can't resist their impulses again. Many people have come forward to condemn this baseless behavior, mocking Daeun Society mercilessly. As the tide turned, more netizens joined in. At least half of the posts on Weibo were about this incident, with people arguing so fiercely that their faces turned red. It's not that Yi Yunfei isn't strong, it's just that the others are too strong. Song Xiaobao, Xiao Shenyang, Xintang, and Zhao Ling, they're all current comedy superstars. Getting the top spot from them is no easy feat. Just as everyone was in the heat of the competition. Finally, the comedy show Happy Comedy People has aired the episode featuring Yi Yunfei. The lively scenes on stage ignited the entire venue. The content of the stand-up comedy had countless people laughing out loud. But even so, there are still people who don't believe this show is number one. They are just out to discredit Yi Yunfei, so as long as they don't see evidence that truly silences them, they won't stop. This kept the battle going until the very end of the comedy show, when netizens posted screenshots of the scene on Weibo. At the same time, the official Weibo account of the comedy show also posted the news about Yi Yunfei first, finally bringing an end to the heated debate. With concrete evidence in hand, the fans of Daeun Society completely lost their composure. They flooded the Black fans' Weibo accounts with angry comments. Especially a few influential figures who had previously deliberately stirred up trouble, now they were being bombarded by thousands of people, getting slammed so badly they were left in a complete mess. Moreover, at this moment, those few individuals from the Music Association have once again been dragged out for public shaming. The joke about Yi Yunfei being all talk and no action will forever be remembered by the Daeun girls. At the same time, as the news on Weibo gained traction, the show Happy Comedy People has also been watched by a wider audience of netizens. Especially Yi Yunfei's stand-up comedy, which has been edited into multiple clips and has become a huge hit online. One hilarious joke after another has left netizens talking about it endlessly. The next day, Yi Yunfei woke up early, and the notification on the system panel made his scalp tingle. All of them were joy points sent by different netizens. Glancing at the number, it had already reached 10 million again. This joy meter is rising way too fast. It's true that TV shows have a huge influence. Even with just a 135 rating, the ripple effect is absolutely terrifying. Last time, with 1 million joy points, we only managed to obtain the Hall of Fame level Yuzuki board technique, which isn't very useful. I wonder what it will be this time. After all, it's a Go board, so it has such a limited use. However, the exquisite craftsmanship of this piece still gives Yi Yunfei great hope for this lottery draw. No need for further ado, let's get started. Diamond giveaway. The next moment, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the diamond wheel began to spin. The prize wheel, worth 10 million joy points, was indeed much more luxurious in appearance. It is currently radiating a dazzling glow. 10 seconds later, the light faded, and the wheel came to a stop. Ding! Ding! Congratulations! You have earned the reward, Masterful Learning Hall of Fame. Masterful impersonation, your stand-up comedy skills have reached the pinnacle of mastery. Mastery is the highest level. Even Guo Gang's most renowned performances are at most considered master level, and there is still a significant gap between that and Hall of Fame level. However, Yi Yunfei, who is just beginning his career, has already mastered the highest level of technical skills. This single craft alone is sufficient to earn him the title of master. However, for him, the future holds far greater possibilities. He is certain to master even more skills. Because only by mastering everything can one be called perfect. Chapter 63, De Gang is only 1.5 meters tall. After that, Yi Yunfei drove Guo Gang and Yu Qian to the airport. Then he followed Sun Yu back to the film crew.
The production team said they needed to make a few more clips and posters. It's clear that the comedy show was planning to promote them in the second episode. After all, they're newcomers, and their competitors are comedy veterans like Shintang.
What the audience wants to see is always the underdog taking on the big names.
Therefore, every time Yi Yunfei appears on the show, it significantly boosts the program's ratings.
The production team wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. There isn't much to it.
Yi Yunfei was naturally delicate featured, so her makeup was simple.
After a busy morning, the two returned to the hotel. The comedy show airs once a week, and the time in between is when everyone rehearses. In this regard, stand-up comedy is less demanding than sketch comedy. The two performers don't need to rehearse their lines too much. If it's traditional stand-up comedy, they can perform the entire show without rehearsing. So the two of them went out to explore the area in the afternoon. By the time they returned, it was already evening.
At that time, the program was also being broadcast live across all platforms. After gaining traction on Weibo, it attracted even more attention from audiences toward the comedian.
Newcomer comedian Yi Yunfei.
Outshining comedy veterans like Shintang and Song Xiaobao, he claimed first place in the show.
Such a headline is indeed eye-catching. Countless new viewers are joining in.
When viewers saw Song Xiaobao and Shintang's show, they were immediately surprised. Such a high-quality show, and it's still lost?
Countless people are curious about the subsequent programs. After listening to Yi Yunfei's stand-up comedy, the audience couldn't stop laughing.
This stand-up comedy routine was absolutely amazing. Beautiful. That stand-up comedy was amazing.
I haven't seen The Taking of Tiger Mountain yet. I'll catch up on it later.
Oh my goodness, I'm so glad I wasn't there, or I would have lost my composure.
Netizens were posting comments in real time.
After watching the show, everyone opened Weibo again. A new round of the battle began. Most people were unaware of the true situation and were merely spectators online at the time. But now that the truth has come to light, it's only fair to give those haters a reality check.
Of course, this isn't the hottest spot. The real fun is still on the microblogs dedicated to the brand.
This world is never short of silly netizens, especially when they get their hands on a set of funny slang terms, and the entire Weibo platform starts to get chaotic.
Countless netizens gathered together, all using the slang. And countless versions have emerged. The first popular post was, "The king covers the earth like a tiger."
Over 130,000 likes and more than 5,000 comments.
This clearly shows how many netizens have been influenced by Yi Yunfei. The ones that followed weren't about to be outdone either.
Phrases like Mohammed's face turned red, feeling embarrassed and afraid to touch it are equally popular. Netizens who watched the comedy show in the evening immediately joined in when they saw such an entertaining topic.
In no time, the entire Weibo platform was immersed in a sea of joy. But when a group of people play together, it just doesn't feel right. The jokes are too conventional and lack that sudden, unexpected flavor. This really bothers everyone.
Thinking of this, everyone started tagging Yi Yunfei.
Yi Yunfei, Mr. Yi, please give us another performance.
Yi Yunfei, I'm the great demon king Yi.
Hear the prayers of your followers. Yi Yunfei, the children are waiting to learn. Mr. Yi, please come out quickly.
Yi Yunfei, please teach us another segment.
Netizens responded enthusiastically.
Yi Yunfei was also in shock. You wouldn't believe it, but by the end of the day, he had gained over 8 million happiness points.
Sure enough, when there are enough silly netizens, the spread of joy is as fast as a rocket booster.
Looking at the numbers on the system and the enthusiastic responses from netizens, he couldn't help but reply to a few. Upon seeing Yi Yunfei make an appearance, the fans were all thrilled beyond words.
Mr. Yi is online. The little brother has been summoned. The segment from The Taking of Tiger Mountain was absolutely hilarious. The Demon King is coming, get ready. Yi Yunfei, the heavenly king who covers the earth like a tiger. The last one is an old acquaintance, Yuzu Jun, who is also here playing with the netizens.
Yi Yunfei thought for a moment and finally replied, the heavenly king covers the earth like a tiger, and his virtue is only 1 meter and 5 centimeters tall.
As soon as the reply was posted, it immediately caught Yuzu Jun's attention.
When she saw the content, she laughed so hard she rolled all over the bed.
The gang is only 1.5 meters tall, is that okay? Other netizens also started playing with this joke.
In no time, the latest replies on the entire Weibo feed were completely dominated by this one phrase. The king covers the earth like a tiger, and his virtue is only 1.5 meters tall. The heavenly king covers the earth like a tiger, but his virtue is only 1.5 meters tall. The heavenly king covers the earth like a tiger, but his virtue is only 1.5 meters tall. Dense and repetitive replies fill the screen, making one's scalp tingle.
Such a scene left countless onlookers completely bewildered. A single casual remark could cause such a stir. This person is truly terrifying. As for causing even more trouble, they tagged Guadi Gang. At this point, Yi Yunfei had already closed his Weibo account.
He opened the system panel and watched the joy meter rise rapidly. It seems that it's not just stand-up comedy that can boost joy points. Playing with memes can also yield significant rewards.
Within about half an hour, the joy meter once again reached the 1 million mark. Yi Yunfei didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately started the lottery draw. 10 seconds later, the dazzling light faded and the wheel came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations! You have earned the reward, Mastery of the 4-stringed instrument Hall of Fame level. Arrow Mastery, your arrow skills have reached the Hall of Fame level. In crosstalk, this technique isn't used very often, especially in modern performances. However, the 4-stringed arrow is not without its uses. When it comes to performing Beijing-style drum songs, the arrow is undoubtedly the best accompaniment instrument available. If I ever get the chance, I'll be sure to give it a try. After all, with such a beautiful voice, not singing a single piece of Beijing drum poetry would be a waste of such talent. After finishing all this, Yi Yunfei collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 64, the second season of Comedian begins. Yunfei, what show should we perform in a few days? After being told this by Guodigang, Sun Yu also thought it made sense. It's not easy to write original stand-up comedy. If the first episode came in first, even if the second episode came in sixth, it would still be hard to get eliminated. So sometimes it's really better to play it safe. It was precisely because of this that Sun Yu asked about the matter again. Yi Yunfei had also considered this issue. He had been mulling it over for the past 2 days, and it wasn't until today that he finally made up his mind. Let's just talk about the previous part. Yi Yunfei said. Are you sure? Of course. Yi Yunfei, it's not that difficult a stand-up routine, it's just about capturing a bit of humor. Sun Yu shook his head and laughed. You can't have a proper conversation with you. Writing an original sound effect isn't easy, but you don't seem to care at all. What are you talking about? Yi Yunfei also laughed and said, I'm serious. This stand-up comedy routine isn't very long. If you want to get good results in the first episode, it's basically impossible. Even if you put it in a later show, it might not be that effective. Moreover, the higher our fame, the greater the audience's expectations of us. Using this kind of stand-up comedy in the future may not yield sufficient results. Got it. All right. Sun Yu nodded. It's your writing anyway, so I'm happy with whatever you choose. Let's just practice. Okay. No problem. Time flies, and before we knew it, a week had passed. Morning. The program team sent a notice. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu arrived at the recording venue. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at the gathering room arranged by the director. After all, it was a live broadcast with a delay, so stage rehearsals were inevitable. Most of the morning and afternoon were spent on final rehearsals and checks to ensure a successful performance. Yi Yunfei and Li Cheng's two teams were performing stand-up comedy, which didn't require much in the way of props. As for rehearsals, they're even less necessary. These two have such a solid foundation, this kind of short stand-up comedy is basically second nature to them. Unlike other sketch comedy teams, who are now frantically putting things together. Especially the Shin Tung team. They have a huge number of props, and it takes a lot of time to set them up. Yi Yunfei didn't even have time to watch them handle these matters. As a highlight of the second episode, Sure found him right away, and he was super excited. Yunfei, you really are our lucky star. What's going on? Yi Yunfei was slightly puzzled. Sure Jianing looked at him excitedly. Do you know how many views our first episode got online? How many? 50 million. Sure Dao couldn't help but burst into laughter, excitedly exclaiming, this is just the effect of the first episode. If the subsequent episodes can keep up, we definitely have a chance to break the record of 100 million views per episode. Yi Yunfei nodded slightly in surprise. He wasn't very familiar with such matters. After all, in the film and television industry of the coming years, it was common to boast about hundreds of millions of views, so 100 million views didn't seem like much to brag about, did it? Of course, this was just Yi Yunfei's opinion. He had no idea how terrifying a figure of 50 million views truly was. At this stage, even the top variety show, The Limit Challenge, only gets up to 20 million views on the day it's released. Meanwhile, Happy Comedy People, a show that was initially not well received, reached its peak during its previous season with a total viewership of 27 million in a single day. But now, just the first episode alone surpassed 35 million views on its first day. Within a week, it reached an impressive 50 million views. This is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying achievement. Director Sher laughed and said, the second episode is the show's breakthrough moment. I hope you can bring more surprises to the audience, the production team, and me. Yi Yunfei, I'll do my best. Good luck. Sher patted him on the shoulder, then waved his hand and shouted, come over and touch up Ye's makeup. We're ready to shoot the flower scene. Since Yi Yunfei was the biggest highlight of the second episode, there were many additional scenes to shoot. Fortunately, stand-up comedy doesn't require much preparation, so these additional shoots didn't affect him. On the other side, the teams performing skits all encountered problems. Shin Tang and Song Xiaobao's performances had similar elements, causing both teams to feel a bit nervous. Jia Ling and Bai Mei Studio encountered some minor issues with their props. None of these were major issues.
But since it was a live broadcast, the actors were worried about unexpected situations arising, which would really affect their mindset. It wasn't until the afternoon that the production team finally managed to sort everything out. Finally, everyone began the lottery draw. Jia Ling drew number 1. The young woman let out a loud cry and burst into tears. Ah! The cries echoed throughout the village. Having lost the ranking ball, Jia Ling huddled on the sofa, tense and anxious, her composure nearly shattered. Being the first to take the stage wasn't exactly a pleasant prospect. In stand-up comedy shows, there are usually special warm-up acts. However, on the stage of comedians, there is no warm-up act. The first performer faces immense pressure, as they must perform in front of an audience with no atmosphere, and the demands on the actor are extremely high. The last one remaining was Yi Yunfei, coming in 6th. He was very lucky. A group of people were joking around backstage. Time passed slowly. Soon. It was 8 p.m. The Studio 4 Happy Comedy Show opens on time. The audience begins to enter, a new group of viewers. Having been exposed to the cultural impact of Weibo, many of them had come specifically to attend Yi Wang's class. As soon as they took their seats, the audience couldn't contain their excitement, glancing repeatedly toward the stage. How much longer until it starts? I'm here to see Yi the Demon King. We are too. The last episode was really great. I wonder which one of the guys went on stage first. After half an hour of waiting, the moment finally arrived. The show officially began. Wu Xiaobo, the host, took the stage first and delivered an opening speech before saying, "Let's welcome the first comedian of the show, Jia Ling." The venue erupted in cheers and shouts, with applause ringing out continuously. Under the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Jia Ling's team began their performance. Skit, Girls Who Love to Laugh Have Good Luck. Clearly, in the second performance, Jia Ling was in much better form than in the first episode. After the show, the audience's response was enthusiastic. Subsequently, Li Qing, Song Xiaobao, Xin Tang, and others took the stage one after another. Chapter 65. Does a walnut that's been caught in a door help with brain function? Li Qing's work is a continuation of his previous program, and the overall effect is much better. As for Bai Mei Studio, it is also a continuation of their previous work. However, this overly exaggerated performance style has clearly left audiences feeling a bit jaded. Judging from the audience's reaction, it was clearly a case of poor program execution. Next up was Song Xiaobao's team. There's no need to say more, the quality of Zhao's team's performances is exceptionally high. It's just a pity for Xin Tang, who will be performing later. Due to the program elements clashing with his outfit, coupled with the fact that he performed later, the effect of his performance was clearly at a significant disadvantage. What's worse, the pacing of this performance was also far from perfect. Taking all factors into account, the overall effect of the program can only be described as average. After the 5 comedy acts finished their performances, it was finally time for Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu to take the stage. After tidying up their costumes, the two walked forward. The next comedian was from Diyun Society. It was said that some people called him Yi the Demon King. Let's welcome Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. Wu Xiaobo didn't say much, but this one sentence immediately sent the audience into a frenzy. The entire audience erupted in cheers and excitement. Many of them were there specifically for Yi Yunfei. Especially the first episode of The Taking of Tiger Mountain, which garnered him enough popularity. I wonder what Yi Wan will be teaching in today's class. I'm ready for the challenge. The little brother is coming out, I'm so excited. Ah! Finally, I can see him in person. The audience all craned their necks to look up at the stage. At the same time, the applause was deafening. The curtain rises. The stage remains simply set up, with 2 microphones and a small table. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu took their positions and first bowed to the audience. The audience erupted into cheers once more, a sign of their support. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the next performance. Yi Yunfei, you may all know me, but following the rules, before performing stand-up comedy, I should first introduce myself. Sun Yu said, that's right, that's the old rule. Yi Yunfei, my name is Yi Yunfei, a stand-up comedian from the Diyun Society. This gentleman here is Sun Yu. Today, the two of us will be performing a stand-up comedy routine for everyone. Sun Yu, yes. At this point, Yi Yunfei looked very distressed and said, actually, whenever I think about going on a show, I feel really down. Sun Yu said, oh? Yi Yunfei, just a week ago, the stand-up comedy routine we talked about, to put it bluntly, that was something written in just a day or two. Sun Yu nodded, gave a thumbs up, and said, you're right. You're really talented. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and said, oh, don't mention it. Sun Yu asked, what's wrong? Yi Yunfei, the master originally asked us to appear on this program, and I was very nervous. After all, I haven't been on stage many times. Sun Yu, yes. Yi Yunfei, at first, I really didn't know what to do. Later, I figured it out and just decided to put something together and get through the first issue. Sun Yu asked, then what happened? Yi Yunfei sighed and said, who would have thought that such a casual piece would win first place? Sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into applause. Ha!
I seriously suspect this guy is cursing. One sentence and he's offended everyone, no wonder he's known as the Demon King Yi. Goodness, aren't you all paying attention to the main point? This guy can write a masterpiece of stand-up comedy in just a day or two, isn't that terrifying? It's just basic stuff for him. No need to be so surprised.
The atmosphere in the audience immediately followed the rhythm of the stand-up comedy, and Sun Yu was very happy inside, but as an excellent straight man, he had to keep the jokes coming.
What a stubborn person.
Sun Yu first muttered something to the audience, then looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. He said, "From the way you're talking, it sounds like coming in first isn't such a good thing, right?"
Upon hearing this, the audience also became curious. Isn't it good to come in first? What's so good about that?
All he could see was Yi Yunfei looking unhappy, who said, "My master never expected us to achieve anything great.
We'll just muddle through this round, and if we get eliminated, it doesn't matter."
Sun Yu said, "That's right.
Yi Yunfei, now everything is fine." Sun Yu asked, "What's going on now?"
Yi Yunfei, "My master has become arrogant."
Sun Yu said, "Got a big head?"
"You bet." Yi Yunfei, "Look, we came in first in the first round, which means we still have some real strength."
Sun Yu replied,
Yi Yunfei, "So for the second phase, we can't settle for 6th place, right?"
Sun Yu thought for a moment and nodded, "That makes sense."
Yi Yunfei, "So, here comes the trouble. My master believes that since we managed to come in first in the first round, we should at least secure a spot in the top 3 in the second round."
Sun Yu said, "Oh, that's a high bar."
Yi Yunfei, "You're telling me?"
Sun Yu said, "It's definitely not easy.
The previous few were all true comedy legends."
Yi Yunfei, plus, the timeline was tight, just a few days.
Asking me to come up with another stand-up comedy piece on such short notice is really asking too much.
Sun Yu said, "Yes.
These past few days have been so stressful."
Yi Yunfei, "I haven't come up with anything in 6 days."
Sun Yu said,
Yi Yunfei, thank goodness, Mr. Sun inspired me."
Sun Yu said, "I have that ability too?" Yi Yunfei, "Just yesterday, Mr. Sun mentioned that he's been feeling mentally drained lately and wanted to eat some walnuts to replenish his energy."
Sun Yu said, "That's right."
Yi Yunfei, "But I bought these walnuts and forgot to buy a tool, so I can't open them."
Sun Yu said, "I have a little trick." Upon hearing this, the audience became curious.
Walnut shells are hard, and it's really difficult to open them using ordinary methods.
Yi Yunfei nodded and said, "That's right.
Mr. Sun's method is particularly good. He placed the walnut in the door crack and used the security door to clamp it, which is both convenient and effortless." Sun Yu chuckled and said, "These are all little life hacks."
Yi Yunfei, "But I have a question that's been bothering me." Sun Yu asked, "What's the question?" The audience also perked up their ears.
It was clear that they were also very interested in this question.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a mischievous smile and asked curiously, "Mr. Sun, do you think walnuts that have been caught in a door jam are good for the brain?"
Put.
Ha!
This person is setting a trap for the fat guy again. It's hilarious. Sure enough, it's Yi the great demon king. His moves are impossible to defend against.
My handsome little brother, why are you always so mischievous? Chapter 66, Is My Dad a Walnut? The audience below laughed happily.
The stand-up comedy on stage continued. Sun Yu looked at him with a sour expression and said, "This walnut has already grown this big.
Does it really matter what tool you use to open it? Don't get angry, don't get angry."
Yi Yunfei chuckled and turned back to the audience, saying, "Actually, everyone can already see the effect from your current state."
Sun Yu asked, "What do you mean?"
Yi Yunfei, "You see, when we first heard about the show, we were all racking our brains trying to come up with a good stand-up routine."
Sun Yu said, Yi Yunfei, "Then what happened? You ate the walnuts that had been caught in the door?" Upon hearing this, the audience below burst into laughter.
He deliberately raised his voice when saying "caught in the door."
What a mean person.
Sun Yu said, "Just say walnut."
Yes.
Yi Yunfei, "You ate walnuts, and then I wrote the first episode of the comedy sketch, right?" Sun Yu thought about it, felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it, and finally nodded helplessly.
He said, "Right. Yi Yunfei, then, over the next week, we'll prepare for the second episode of the comedy show.
At that point, you'll have eaten walnuts again."
Sun Yu said, What's the matter?" Then I thought of the second episode of the comedy sketch.
Yi Yunfei smiled slyly, looking smugly at Sun Yu and asked, "How is it so coincidental?
How is it so perfect? How is it so flavorful?" Ha! The audience below was laughing uncontrollably. How could this person be so mean? You're so mean, little brother. This guy is either setting a trap or on his way to setting one. It feels like the fat guy wants to strangle him. This guy is so ridiculous. Sun Yu was so annoyed he laughed, saying, "So you're saying I ate walnuts and that's why I can't write stand-up comedy?" No.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands lightly and quickly smiled apologetically, saying, "What I meant was, because you ate walnuts, I was able to create these works with your help."
Wait a moment. Everyone, don't laugh yet. Sun Yu stopped the laughing audience, looked at Yi Yunfei, and raised an eyebrow. Mr. Yi, you didn't tell me you wrote a comedy sketch before going on stage, did you? Sun Yu stopped the laughing audience and looked at Yi Yunfei, raising his eyebrows. Mr. Yi, you didn't tell me you wrote a stand-up comedy routine before going on stage.
Oh, don't mention it.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and sighed regretfully. I thought of it when I was on stage, but unfortunately I didn't have time to print it out.
Sun Yu asked, didn't make it in time?
Yi Yunfei nodded, exactly. Sun Yu paused for a moment and said, then what should we say on stage? Yi Yunfei also felt a bit downcast. After thinking for a moment, he said, why don't we talk to the production team and have them lower the curtain first? We can go backstage to rehearse our lines? Upon hearing this, the audience below burst into laughter once again. Can we lower the curtain now?
No.
Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei, who was trying to find Wu Xiaobo, aside, and whispered, this is a live broadcast. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Let's just do it. We don't have much time anyway. Let's talk on stage about how you created this crosstalk. We won't discuss the quality of the performance yet, but at the very least, we can't let the audience notice that it's a performance mishap.
Oh, that makes sense.
Hey! That makes sense. Yi Yunfei, you've definitely eaten walnuts before your mind works quickly. Alright, let's talk about my inspiration. As soon as he heard this, the audience became highly interested. They were also curious to know how this person had created such strange and unusual works. Sun Yu said, come on, you try. Yi Yunfei, actually, the inspiration for this stand-up comedy routine came from the walnut we just mentioned.
Sun Yu said, walnuts? You can write a stand-up comedy routine about them?
The audience below was also puzzled.
Writing a stand-up comedy routine with walnuts? That's just too amazing. Only Yi Yunfei said, it's not just walnuts.
I saw the walnuts and couldn't help but think of Sun Yu's father.
Sun Yu chuckled, looking utterly astonished, and said, my father is a walnut?
Ha!
The entire audience erupted into loud laughter. The punchlines in crosstalk come from the reactions between the punchlines and the performers. In this regard, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu have mastered it exceptionally well. Although there weren't many jokes, they still kept the atmosphere lively and prevented the crowd from getting bored. Yi Yunfei, you can't say that.
Be careful or the old man will beat you up.
Calling your own father a walnut, is that something you should say?
Sun Yu said, but you said it first.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands lightly and laughed. I didn't mean it that way.
I was just saying that old master Sun likes to play with these walnuts.
Sun Yu said, that's true.
He has indeed enjoyed it a lot in the past 2 years.
Yi Yunfei, to be honest, Mr. Sun is really interesting. He's an old-timer from Beijing.
After retiring, he didn't have much to do, so he always wanted to find something to keep himself busy.
Sun Yu nodded, can't sit still.
Yi Yunfei, just a couple of years ago, Mr. Sun started getting interested in walnuts.
Sun Yu said, yes. Yi Yunfei, this isn't just any ordinary walnut. This is called a wanwan.
Sun Yu said, old Yen really likes this kind of thing.
Yi Yunfei, antiques are a very particular thing.
Sun Yu said, that's right. Yi Yunfei, once you get this item in your hands, you need to rub it. In the antique and collectibles world, there's a professional term for this, it's called polishing.
Sun Yu said, you really know your stuff.
Yi Yunfei, there's some knowledge behind this game too.
Sun Yu said, oh?
Yi Yunfei, you have to use the oil secreted by the human body to coat it. The final product will be red and shiny, with a texture like small coral.
Sun Yu said, that's exactly right.
Sun Yu said, that's right.
Yi Yunfei, and it's not just that.
The items in this tray are also quite special. Let's not talk about the others, just take this decorative walnut, for example. There's a lot of knowledge behind it. Sun Yu said, that's right.
Yi Yunfei, what do you mean by?
What's a?
And what's a?
Sun Yu said,
Yi Yunfei, back then, we didn't understand either. We just kept hearing his father say, what's this about making lion's head?
Sun Yu raised his thumb and said, that's right, that's the most valuable one. At this point, Yi Yunfei grew puzzled and said, that sounds a bit vague to me.
Sun Yu asked, what's wrong? The audience also looked over.
Only Yi Yunfei was pondering, muttering to himself, you say sculpt a lion's head, but won't it bite your hand?
Put.
Ha!
Spinning a lion's head and biting your hand? I bet you're completely gone.
Learn something new today, that's great. Old Mr. Sun is really asking for trouble. That's hilarious. He's trying to make a lion's head, and he's biting his hand.
Ha ha ha.
Chapter 67, not smooth at all. The audience's reaction was intense, but as a seasoned comedian, Sun Yu didn't forget his primary role. He pulled Yi Yunfei aside and said, wait, why are you biting my hand?
Yi Yunfei, think about it.
To make a lion's head, you have to go to the zoo and find 2 lions.
This old man isn't afraid of anything.
When he was a kid, he used to play with cats and dogs. Your father is the one who played with kittens and puppies. Sun Yu, who was nearby, wasn't happy, but the audience found it amusing. This scene of love and rivalry is simply too amusing.
That's exactly what I mean. Yi Yunfei didn't bother to engage further. He stood with his hands behind his back, hunched over, and waved his hand, saying, "Come here, come to your old man. I'll give you a good look." As he spoke, he squatted down, made a gesture with both hands as if hugging a lion, and accompanied his actions with the sound effects of ha ha ha, looking absolutely hilarious. The audience below was laughing uncontrollably. Get lost. Sun Yu pretended to push him and said, "So my dad went to his death on purpose, right? Ha!" The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. As the saying goes, it's 30% about what you say and 70% about how you act. The banter between these two on stage brought the performance to life. Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, "I didn't know that back then. Later, I found out that lion's head isn't that big, it's just a small ball like this." He clenched both hands and gestured to show the size. Sun Yu said, Yi Yunfei, just hold 2 lion heads like this and knead them. Sun Yu said, "That's right." Yi Yunfei, the next day, I followed his dad's example and made 2 lion heads. I started kneading them in my hands, but who would have known? At this point, Yi Yunfei wore an expression of unexpected pain. This piqued the audience's curiosity. Sun Yu was also puzzled and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Yi Yunfei looked disappointed and said, "Who knows? This thing keeps losing bits of meat as you roll it. Falling off in bits? The meatballs are falling apart. Did you scrape your hands?" At that moment, Sun Yu shook her hand and laughed, "Hey! These are meatballs." The audience was still stunned, but upon hearing this, they suddenly realized what was going on. Then the entire hall erupted in laughter. Everyone laughed until they were speechless. I said, "How can you knead lion's head and still have meat crumbs? It's actually meatballs." This always catches me off guard. Oh boy, another piece of traditional culture has been ruined. That guy is so funny, he's even rolling meatballs. I'm dying of laughter. On stage, Yi Yunfei ignored him and continued doing his own thing. He said, "Losing some meat bits is one thing, but the real problem is that my master's wife saw me. When she saw how I was wasting the food, she gave me a thorough scolding, yelling at me nonstop. It was absolutely terrible." As he spoke, Yi Yunfei kept rubbing his face vigorously. "Goodness, it looks like you've been put through a meat grinder." Sun Yu had a mischievous grin on his face. "Ha!" The audience was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Stuffing them into a meat grinder? That's way too brutal. Yi Yunfei glared at him and said, "What do you mean, a meat grinder?" Sun Yu said, "The sound of blood splattering just now was exactly like being stuffed into a meat grinder." Yi Yunfei, "If I went into a meat grinder, would I still have such a handsome face? No way. The little brother is the coolest." The audience was gracious enough to applaud his self-praise. Sun Yu smirked mischievously, "That's not necessarily the case. Maybe some people would end up in a meat grinder and get recycled." Put. Ha! The audience laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Throwing it into a meat grinder is like recreating it. How ugly would that be? You're not even human anymore, fat guy. These two are getting worse and worse now. If I really had that kind of looks, I'd try this method too. Yes. Yi Yunfei didn't argue and boldly admitted, "Thanks to my master's wife for giving me such a handsome face." "Thank you, master's wife." As he spoke, he bowed in gratitude. After finishing, Yi Yunfei returned to the topic and continued, "Speaking of lion's head, it's so fresh and delicious." Wait a moment. Sun Yu stopped him and said, "Why are you still eating? You were talking about walnuts." Right. Yi Yunfei gave a sly smile and said, "I was momentarily distracted just now. We were talking about lion's head, which is a type of walnut. I only found out about that later." Sun Yu said, "That's right. Yi Yunfei, old master's son, is quite skilled, and there's more to it than that." Sun Yu asked, "What else?" Yi Yunfei, "Then all the solid wood furniture in the house needs to be appraised too." Sun Yu looked puzzled and asked, "How do you polish furniture?" This was also the question on the audience's minds. Do you also appraise furniture? That thing is huge. Yi Yunfei continued, "There's a carved piece at home, this big." Sun Yu said, "How tall is it when someone stands next to it?" Yi Yunfei, "There's a dragon carved on top." Sun Yu said, "Yes." Yi Yunfei, "The dragon carving is absolutely stunning. The dragon scales are so distinct, and the claws are incredibly sharp." Sun Yu said, "What excellent craftsmanship." Yi Yunfei, "It is indeed good craftsmanship, but you see, when old master's son sees this dragon, he gets angry." Upon hearing this, the audience perked up their ears. Such fine root carvings, and they make you angry just looking at them? Sun Yu was also puzzled and asked, "Why does it make you angry?" Only Yi Yunfei was leaning against his waist, looking dissatisfied, and said, "It's dry and crumbly, sticky and messy, not smooth at all." Sun Yu hurriedly explained, "It's just been carved out, it's supposed to look like that." Just then, Yi Yunfei shouted, "Take him down." As soon as he said this, many audience members burst into laughter. But that's not the point. The real focus is on Yi Yunfei, who was making an exaggerated display of carving root sculptures, practically using his entire body as soap, rubbing himself vigorously against the root carvings. Seeing this scene, the audience below burst into laughter. Sun Yu quickly stopped him and said, "Wait a moment, are you going to carve such a large root?" "Of course."
Yi Yunfei, think about it, those dragon scales are like little knives, and those dragon claws are like little awls.
Sun Yu said, "Exactly."
Yi Yunfei, after old Master Sun finished claiming his territory like that, look at this root carving.
Sun Yu asked, "What's wrong?"
Yi Yunfei, not only are the edges smooth and rounded, but they also have a rich luster and have turned into redwood.
Wow. How about redwood? How much blood has been spilled on it? This person is truly poisonous.
The old man even carves root sculptures that's taking it way too far.
Chapter 68, Not even the dogs are spared? That's good. Backstage, other comedians nodded in agreement. This seems like a new trick, doesn't it?
The crowd didn't know much about crosstalk, but Jia Ling was Feng Gong's disciple and knew a little, so he spoke up.
It's a new routine.
Li Qing responded with a nod. He was one of the more seasoned members of the stand-up comedy scene today. Just from the words used in his stand-up comedy, he could tell that it was of high quality. This is definitely a new stand-up comedy routine. At the very least, he's been doing stand-up comedy for so many years, and I've never heard this bit before. Hearing this, the others felt a growing sense of crisis. Although the true impact of this stand-up comedy routine hasn't been fully realized yet, the fact that this performer has come up with new material for 2 consecutive episodes demonstrates that they truly possess genuine talent and skill. With high-quality acts like Song Xiaobao and Xin Tang in the lineup, it's no easy feat to secure a top spot.
Now, here comes Daeun Society. This makes an already tough situation even more challenging. The performance on stage continued. Sun Yu looked at him with a sour expression and said, "Hey, if you keep this up, is there any hope for my dad?"
Yi Yunfei said, "There's hope, of course there's hope. The old man still has a drop of blood left." Sun Yu said, "Then hurry up and take him to the hospital."
Yi Yunfei, "Yes, hurry up and take him to the emergency room."
What a pity.
At this point, Yi Yunfei sighed. This expression immediately amused the audience. Sun Yu quickly pulled him away and said, "Why are you sighing?"
Yi Yunfei, bad luck.
The hospital blood bank is running low.
Sun Yu said, "What should we do now?"
Yi Yunfei, "Thank goodness.
Thank goodness the hospital's academician has such extraordinary skills. They gave the old man some chicken blood and forced him to drink 3 buckets of it.
He's finally alive." Ha! The audience couldn't help but laugh. How about 3 buckets in a row? Sun Yu wasn't happy either and said, "I won't pursue the chicken blood thing, but you down 3 buckets in a row. Who did you go drinking with?" "Annoying." Yi Yunfei slapped him and said, "What drinking? How annoying is this guy? This is an emergency, you know?"
Sun Yu said, 3 buckets of blood for an emergency? Yi Yunfei, nonsense, you know how many wounds the old man has. One side is bleeding while the other is being transfused.
At least chicken blood isn't expensive.
3 barrels of it barely kept the old man alive.
Upon hearing this, the audience below burst into laughter.
The words that came out of his mouth were always new knowledge. Sun Yu didn't bother to argue, looking at the audience and smiling, "Alright, never mind how you saved him, at least he's still alive."
The audience burst into laughter once more.
Yi Yunfei said, "And the chicken blood really got the old man fired up." With a sudden burst of energy, he looked completely revitalized, his entire demeanor transformed.
Sun Yu asked, "What's going on?"
Yi Yunfei, "I'm excited. And this excitement makes the old man want to talk about anything and everything."
Sun Yu said, "Is that so?"
"That's right."
Yi Yunfei said, "Right at the hospital entrance, there's a piece of Shoshan stone.
Just looking at that Shoshan stone makes the old man lose his temper."
Sun Yu asked, "What's the matter?"
Yi Yunfei, with his hands behind his back and his back hunched over, imitated the accent of old Beijing, saying, "Dry and brittle, rough and unpolished, not smooth at all."
"Take him down." "Ha! I'm totally addicted. Who isn't? Everything I look at now feels dry and lifeless. I suddenly understand a lot more now. It's so addictive. Now I can't stop thinking about those 2 words." Alright.
Sun Yu quickly pulled him away and said, "Please take a break."
Yi Yunfei adjusted his sleeves and said, "Wow, after this round, the big stone will be worth a fortune." Sun Yu asked, "How will it be worth more?" Yi Yunfei grinned and pointed vaguely, "Chicken bloodstone."
Put. Before anyone could calm down, the audience below began to stir again.
So that's how chicken bloodstone is made? That's truly mind-blowing. How can someone who just got out of the hospital be like this?
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly. Yi Yunfei pointed and said, "After finishing this Shoshan stone, the old man saw an old man walking his dog at the hospital entrance."
Sun Yu asked, "Walking a dog?"
Yi Yunfei, "Yeah, walking a Shar-Pei."
Sun Yu said, "Oh, a Shar-Pei."
Yi Yunfei, "We all know that the Shar-Pei has a unique body shape, a head resembling a hippopotamus, a mouth like a clay pipe, triangular eyes, a blue-green tongue, and wrinkled skin all over its body when it is young."
"That's it. The worst part is all those wrinkles." Sun Yu asked, "What's wrong?"
The old man looked so distressed.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei once again crossed his arms behind his back, hunched over, and spoke in an old Beijing accent, dry and brittle, rough and uneven, not smooth at all. Sun Yu pulled him, saying, "You won't even let a dog off the hook? Yi Yunfei, I've already polished the Shoshan stone. How could I let this little thing go?" Sun Yu said, "No, can this animal even be carved?" The audience was also curious. Everything else is made of stone or wood, so there's nothing wrong with making a plate like this. But how could an animal be carved into a smooth, round shape? Especially a Shar-Pei, which is quite fierce. Only Yi Yunfei said, "I wish I knew, but I haven't seen it either." Sun Yu asked, "What's wrong now?" Yi Yunfei, the old man hadn't even made a move yet, but the old man already opened the small bucket in his hand and took out a brush. Sun Yu was puzzled and asked, "What's he doing?" Yi Yunfei didn't respond but instead knelt down and continued his movements, wearing a kind smile on his face. "Smoother. We're smoother now. Ha! Mr. Sun has become famous for his card games. This guy is hilarious. He even wants to train a dog. That's too much. I suddenly feel like I want to start organizing things. Bro, you're really into this." The audience was laughing hysterically. Sun Yu looked speechless and said, "I didn't even know about this." Yi Yunfei chuckled and said, "There's no need to bother with the Shopee anymore. The old man should head home now." Sun Yu nodded in agreement and spoke meaningfully, "We should go home. The outside world is truly too dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into laughter once again. Yi Yunfei casually chimed in, "Right, let's go home. I'll hail a taxi." Sun Yu replied, "All right." Yi Yunfei, but after returning home, the taxi driver insisted on not asking the old man for money. Sun Yu asked, "Why didn't he ask for the fare?" Yi Yunfei grinned mischievously and said, "The old man can't sit still. He checked out all the taxis along the way. Get lost." Sun Yu pretended to push him, and the two burst into laughter, taking 2 steps back and bowing as they exited the stage. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The final punchline had landed. This is the customary conclusion of a stand-up comedy routine. The audience stood up and cheered, both to applaud Yi Yunfei and to celebrate the perfect conclusion of the second episode of Comedy People. Next, it was time for the voting segment. Chapter 69, A Perfect Farewell. It's time for the much-anticipated voting segment. It's time for everyone's favorite voting segment. As always, please vote based on their efforts. Wu Xiaobo stood up from the side of the stage, walked to the center of the stage while speaking. This definitely has to be the big boss. In my opinion, given Yi Dewang's strength, he should have no problem winning the championship this time. It'll be tough for Shin Tang and his team to make it to the top this time. Let's wait and see the results before jumping to conclusions. I think it's probably about the same. The suspenseful moment has arrived. The moment has arrived. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Everyone is staring at the big screen, whether they are the actors on stage or the audience members below, all hoping that their team will come in first. Wu Xiaobo looked at the big screen again. It seems that the winner this time is the same as last time. Let's congratulate Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu from Deyun Society. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu, with a look of excitement on his face, walked to the center of the stage. Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei were chatting and laughing. The cheers from the audience grew louder and louder, with some people even starting to shout. Sure enough, they couldn't overtake them after all. It's a bit disappointing. I didn't expect this newcomer from Deyun Society to be so good. Yi the Great Demon King. Thank you all for your support for the two of us and for Deyun Society. Thank you very much. Yi Yunfei finished speaking and, together with Sun Yu, bowed deeply to the audience. Please keep up the good work and don't let the audience down. Ha! Both on stage and off, everyone burst into laughter at Wu Xiaobo's remark. Of course, these are all the people who support me. Yi Yunfei started bantering with the audience again. As soon as he said this, the audience erupted into laughter once again. You're truly the Great Demon King, Yi. Go, Great Demon King. Charge. As expected, there's no stopping you when it comes to talking. Ha ha. Wu Xiaobo walked over and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Of course. On stage, one family rejoices while another grieves, but it cannot be considered a tragedy, at least they tried their best. I never thought I'd lose to you today. Li Cheng walked out from behind and came over to pat Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Senior, you're joking. This time, it was just a lucky break. Exactly, you're all seniors. We're just pure luck. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were both very humble and didn't have that condescending attitude. Good job, keep it up. Let me see how you've improved next season. We'll have another go then. Alright, we'll settle this then. Yi Yunfei was also full of confidence as he made the arrangement with Li Cheng. Alright, now let's announce the results. Wu Xiaobo walked to the center of the stage, and everyone politely stepped back a few steps, as is customary. First place goes without saying, it's Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu from the Deyun Society. Second place is Song Xiaobao's team, third place is Li Qing's team, and fourth place is Shin Teng's team. The most unfortunate team this time was probably Shin Teng's team.
They performed after the show, and there was a wardrobe malfunction. Although their performance was quite good, they ended up at a disadvantage. Wu Xiaobo explained the situation to everyone. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's come back next time. After all, there was nothing that could be done this time, so Shinteng didn't complain too much. We didn't get first place. I never expected that we would lose to a newcomer. Looking at the newcomers over the past few years, they all seem to have a lot of potential. Song Xiaobao glanced at Song Yunfei and muttered to himself. Of course, Yi Yunfei also heard this, and he was overjoyed inside, but he couldn't show it. The senior is joking. How dare I? Just hearing such words from the senior is already a great honor. Yi Yunfei respectfully placed both hands in front of him and made a fist-clasping gesture. Alright, I look forward to your performance. Yi Yunfei had some understanding of etiquette, and this was also the most basic requirement of the Doyun Society. Everyone knows that, aside from their stand-up comedy, the Doyun Society is renowned for its excellent etiquette and manners. Yi De Wang, I won't watch season 3 without you. Me neither. The audience's cheers grew louder and louder, mostly for Yi Yunfei, while the veteran actor Yi Ting on stage was impressed by the newcomer Yi Yunfei. Alright, that concludes this season of Happy Comedy Show. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Wu Xiaobo finished speaking and bowed deeply to the audience. The second season of Happy Comedy People officially came to a close. Backstage. It's time to go, Sun Yu. Let's head back to Doyun Society. Yi Yunfei called out to Sun Yu with a delighted expression. The program had ended, and it was time to return and report back. Alright, you really did well today. Everyone is impressed with you, and the audience was practically bursting with joy when we went up there. I didn't expect such a big reaction either. I was just hoping to make it into the top 3, but who knew I'd end up first? Look at you getting so cocky. The real test is yet to come. After all, declaring war on the older generation isn't going to be easy. Sun Yu was a bit worried about what would happen next, but Yi Yunfei didn't think much of it. As they stepped out of the studio and were about to hail a taxi, they noticed that the area was swarming with young women waiting to get autographs. Yi De Ma Wan, don't leave. Please sign my autograph. What's the rush? I was here first, okay? Move over, I was here first. Let's take a photo together first. People on the side of the road began arguing over who would get to take a photo with Yi Yunfei and get his autograph. Hey, you're one lucky guy. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei and the group of young women by the roadside, gradually breaking into laughter. Yi Yunfei grew anxious. There were too many of them. If they came one by one, he'd probably get scolded again when he returned to the Doyun Society. Let me give you an idea. Just take them one by one. The master shouldn't have any issues with that. Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile. How about this? Let's take a photo together. I'll post it on Weibo when we get back. Time is tight, so we really need to hurry. Yi Yunfei had already said that much, so the fans didn't say anything either. They took a group photo with Yi Yunfei. Isn't that a coincidence? The screen just happened to capture all of them perfectly. Alright, everyone, goodbye. Goodbye, big boss. Don't forget to tune in for season 3. I won't watch without you. On the way, Yi Yunfei glanced back and saw his fans waving at him. Deep down, Yi Yunfei was filled with joy. He turned his head and quickly posted a Weibo message. Thank you all for accompanying me on this journey. Thank you. He also attached the photo he had just taken. The number of views skyrocketed instantly. Hey, you posted a Weibo, and it's getting a lot of views. Yi De Ma Wang, we're looking forward to your next performance. There are quite a few comments. Looks like you have a lot of little fans. Of course. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to Doyun Society. Chapter 70, Back to Doyun Society. The two of them walked back to Doyun Society, playfully fighting and teasing each other along the way. Just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Guo Digang and Yu Qian coming to greet them. Oh, here they are. Let's go inside. Guo Digang looked at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu, gesturing for them to come inside and talk. Alright, master. After entering the house, the two discovered that most of the members of the Doyun Society were present, along with all the senior and junior brothers. Everyone's here? Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu spoke in unison. I heard you won another championship. The masters are here too, so everyone came over to celebrate with you. That's what Guo Lin, the young master, said. It seems our two of us still have quite a bit of clout. Not only did the two masters come to congratulate us, but you all came as well. Yi Yunfei looked at everyone, his eyes slightly red. Hey, what's going on? The senior and junior brothers are celebrating for the two of us, why are you getting jealous? Sun Yu started teasing Yi Yunfei, though he was a bit jealous himself. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Seeing how close the two of you are, I'm satisfied. That's exactly what we've been hoping for. Guo Digang and Yu Qian watched the two of them speak quietly. Master, you flatter me. Yi Yunfei didn't know what to say in this situation either. After all, he was pretty excited this time. This time, you've worked hard.
Once again, you've brought honor to our Daeun society. Guo Lin walked over and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Senior brother, you've worked hard. No, you guys are making me want to cry. Master, take a look. Yi Yunfei began to vent his frustrations to his masters. Though his expression was pained, his heart still felt warm. Ah, don't mention it. If it weren't for the two of you, the others wouldn't have gotten such treatment. Junior brother, congratulations. Yan Hexian, standing nearby, walked over to Sun Yu, hugged him, and patted him on the back. You two are talking about this? It's not a big deal, and it's mostly thanks to Yi Yunfei anyway. Look at you two, it's not a big deal, and anyway, it's mostly thanks to Yi Yunfei. Sun Yu seemed to want to shift the focus to Yi Yunfei, but Yi Yunfei's situation seemed even worse. Yi Yunfei had also been severely beaten by Guo Lin and his group. Please spare us, everyone. Yes, please spare us. You must be pretty tired too. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were both struggling to endure it anymore and began pleading for mercy. They started begging for mercy. It had begun. Ha, no way. Everyone present burst into laughter. Guo Digang and Yu Qian exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. The others laughed at their playful banter, while the two of them laughed at the deep connection they shared with everyone present. Be honest, you've teased each other enough. Stop it, take a break, and we'll continue later. Yu Qian started joking again, and everyone started laughing once more. Alright, stop fooling around. Ha! No matter what happens, Yu Qian and Guo Digang will always have a good relationship. Let's talk business. Yu Qian also began to look serious. Although you are still the champions this time, you can be proud, but don't get too arrogant. There are always people better than you, and there are always higher realms to strive for. Do you understand? Guo Digang looked at Yi Yunfei with a serious expression, having lost the relaxed demeanor he had earlier. Yes, master. We will certainly do so. Understood, master. After saying that, the two placed their hands in front of them and bowed. Alright, we've said what we needed to say. Let's go. Yu Qian spoke first and began making arrangements for the rest. Where are we going? Yi Yunfei was completely confused. He had no idea what they were talking about. A victory banquet? After winning the championship, shouldn't we treat ourselves to something nice? Guo Lin was the first to speak up. After all, eating is a matter of utmost importance. You youngster, all you think about is eating. It's time you started thinking like Yi Yunfei. Ha! As Guo Lin burst into laughter, everyone else joined in. On the way to the celebratory banquet, everyone was chatting and laughing. Guo Lin, bored out of his mind, scrolled through Weibo and suddenly came across the photo Yi Yunfei had just posted. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for being with me all the way. There are still replies waiting for your next performance, Yi Demon King. Yi Great Demon King, I won't watch the next season without you. This guy is really lucky. He even has his own fan club. When will I ever be like him? You guys, really. Everyone is starting to pay attention to that Weibo post. Senior, your performance this time was a huge success. Not only did you boost the popularity of our Daeun society, but you also gained so many new fans. Guo Lin rushed over to find Yi Yunfei. Ha! Alright, stop teasing him. Sun Yu began to help Yi Yunfei escape. After all, he was his partner. At the celebratory banquet, Guo Digang and Yu Qian began discussing their performances during the show. You all did a great job this time, especially Yi Yunfei's original stand-up comedy routine. Moreover, his improvisation was also impressive, and his stage presence was exceptional. Guo Digang and Yu Qian offered some advice to Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. It must be said that Guo Digang and Yu Qian's collaboration was truly perfect. Even in their everyday interactions, they had a natural comedic rhythm, as if they were performing a stand-up routine. Their effortless demeanor couldn't help but inspire genuine admiration from everyone present. By the way, Yi Yunfei, you should spend more time thinking about creating your own stand-up comedy routines. After all, there's still a third season coming up, and both I and your mentor Yu Qian are looking forward to your performance. Keep up the good work. If you find original stand-up comedy a bit challenging, you can always start with traditional material. Yu Qian and Guo Digang started to get a bit serious. As expected, when it comes to this kind of topic, they start to get serious. Master, rest assured, we will do our best. That's right, Master, just trust us. Yi Yunfei created it himself, so you can rest assured. After saying that, Guo Digang and Yu Qian's expressions softened considerably. The two exchanged a glance and broke into smiles. Ha! Seeing that you're all still cooperating, I feel at ease. There's nothing left for us to worry about. I never expected that in just a few short months, our relationship would have grown so strong. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Well, what else could we do? Yi Yunfei began to act as if he were wronged. Here we go. Get ready to play the victim. I'll grab the good stuff and watch the show. As soon as Sun Yu saw Yi Yunfei's performance, she knew exactly what he was up to, so she had already prepared in advance. Look at the two of them just like us back then, so mischievous, huh? That's right, they're all our disciples. We taught them all the same.
Guo Gang and Yu Qian began reminiscing about when they were around the same age as their students, when the two of them teamed up and got into all sorts of mischief.
Yi Yunfei heard this and started teasing them. Master, since we've gotten this far, why not tell us about the romantic story between you and Uncle Yu? You little rascal, ha! Chapter 71, The Next Performance.
You, of all people, resorting to petty tricks.
Get out of here. What do you mean, a love story should make sense? Yu Qian said to Yi Yunfei with a very serious expression, though he was also joking.
However, Yi Yunfei, who was standing nearby, noticed the serious expression on Yu Qian's face and mistakenly thought he was angry.
Master, please don't be angry. I won't make this mistake again.
Yi Yunfei turned to Yu Qian and began to apologize to him.
Ha, you little rascal, you really don't know how to act. You can't even control yourself, ha.
Earlier, when you were joking with Uncle Yu, you looked serious and a bit angry on the surface, but it wasn't a big deal.
To put it bluntly, he was just teasing you. Sun Yu had been holding back laughter since earlier, though she didn't laugh out loud, a faint smile still lingered on her face.
Yi Yunfei listened, then raised his head, glanced at Guo Gang and Yu Qian, and then looked at Sun Yu.
The expression on Sun Yu's face was truly indescribable.
Sun Yu made eye contact with Yi Yunfei, who was observing him, and Sun Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud.
As Sun Yu laughed, Yu Qian and Guo Gang also began to laugh along with him. Great, so in the end, I was the only one in the dark. Ha, your reaction isn't very good either.
Sun Yu began to mock him mercilessly.
Alright, enough of that. Let's get down to business. Guo Gang cut off the conversation. It's like this, our Diyun society goes to different places every so often to perform stand-up comedy, you know? Guo Gang started asking about this. I know about that. Shouldn't you and Mr. Yu be handling it next? Why bring it up now? Oh, you mean that?
Mr. Yu and I have some business to attend to, so we're going on a business trip and came to ask you for a favor.
It's also a kind of experience for you.
Yu Qian also began to look at the two of them seriously, listening to Guo Gang's explanation.
Well, how should I put this?
You just returned from the program and I wanted to let you rest, but everyone else is busy at this time, so I'm asking you to make an effort.
Yu Qian looked at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu across from him and said seriously.
Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu, and the two exchanged glances before finally deciding to proceed.
Alright, this is a good opportunity for me and Sun Yu to get to know each other better. That's fine, we can practice some more too.
Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu agreed readily. After all, it was a chance to test themselves, and they didn't want to miss it.
Guo Gang and Yu Qian exchanged glances and then gave them some instructions.
You two should use this opportunity to get familiar with each other and figure out how to improve on your own.
Well, to be honest, we don't have much to offer this time. Just go ahead and do your best. Alright. Let's go back and figure out how to write it this time. Guo Gang glanced at his phone. It was 10 o'clock. Time to wrap it up. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. It's pretty late. Let's go, or we'll get scolded when we get back. Huh, master, you're still so funny. Even now, could your wife really punish you? Yi Yunfei teased Guo Gang. You little rascal. The next morning. Yi Yunfei, wake up, oh no. He still won't wake up.
Sun Yu looked helplessly at Yi Yunfei, who was almost asleep.
This kid, wake up already. What time is it?
Yi Yunfei slowly opened his eyes and looked at Sun Yu beside him, who was completely dumbfounded.
What's going on? Is something wrong? What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong. The performance starts the day after tomorrow, and you haven't written the script yet?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly, rubbed his head, and wondered what he had done in his past life to end up with such a headache-inducing partner in this one. Oh, almost forgot the draft was finished last night. I just stayed up late and am still a bit sleepy, so I haven't woken up yet. After saying that, he yawned widely and handed the manuscript on the table to Sun Yu.
We can go over the draft together this afternoon. You wrote it pretty quickly. Did you finish it in just one night?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was still lying in bed unwilling to move, and couldn't help but sigh.
You wrote all this in just one night? You're not just padding the word count, are you?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu beside him with a helpless expression. Indeed, in his current state, it was indeed difficult for anyone to believe him.
Don't you trust me at all?
Oh well, after all this time, our feelings have grown so cold. Usually, even if it's a self-written comedy routine, it takes at least a few days, right?
How can you finish it in just one night? Yi Yunfei didn't bother explaining to Sun Yu. Do whatever you want, believe whatever you want.
Anyway, we've finished writing it, so now we just have to wait for rehearsals.
Alright, let's do it this afternoon. The two of us can rehearse a bit to get familiar with it.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and felt a bit dizzy, then immediately lay down on the bed and fell asleep.
No, you should take a look at the draft first.
I'm feeling sleepy, I stayed up too late last night.
Alright, you go ahead and sleep. I'll take a look at the draft.
With that, Sun Yu walked to the door, but as she turned around, she saw Yi Yunfei asleep on the bed. This kid must have really not slept last night. Really, sigh. With that, Sun Yu walked out. Let's go back and check the draft first. After all, what kind of original draft could be written in just one night? It's hard to say, but judging by his attitude, it doesn't seem like he's just padding the word count. Oh well, never mind, let's just take a look first. With that, Sun Yu picked up the manuscript and began reading. As night was about to fall, Yi Yunfei slowly got out of bed and reached for his phone. Ah, I slept so well. What time is it? 5 o'clock? Oh no, I'm in trouble. I was supposed to review the draft this afternoon. After saying that, he hurriedly put on his shoes and coat and ran out to find Sun Yu. Yi Yunfei began running around the office looking for Sun Yu. Here. At that moment, Sun Yu was bored and wandering around outside when he happened to spot Yi Yunfei, who was looking for him. Finally found you. You've been driving me crazy. Hey, do you know I've been waiting for you all afternoon? Yi Yunfei blushed and scratched his head. Ah, well, after all, I stayed up all night writing yesterday, so please forgive me? Yi Yunfei spoke smoothly to Sun Yu, trying to change the subject. You're kidding, right? You're really something else. With just a little effort, you managed to write such a long article in one night. You're quite the prodigy. Give it a rest, you're really something. With just a little effort, you wrote such a long article in one night. You're quite the genius. Ha, thanks for the compliment. Yi Yunfei could tell that Sun Yu was teasing him, so he deliberately accepted the compliment without any shame. Alright, did you really think I was complimenting you? That's not possible. Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a meaningful glance. Never mind, I find you disgusting. Sun Yu said this, and Yi Yunfei laughed at Sun Yu alone. Chapter 72, the show begins. No rehearsal? It's almost time to go to bed. Why rehearse now? Let's just do it tomorrow morning. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who had just woken up and was full of energy, and felt helpless. You should go to bed early too, or else you'll have a hard time memorizing your lines. Sigh. Sun Yu waved her hand and walked toward her room. Oh well, I shouldn't have stayed up all night writing last night. I should have done it today. At least I still have tomorrow. Well, whatever. Yi Yunfei rubbed his head and headed toward his room. This kid, staying up all night like this, he'll end up ruining his health sooner or later. He's such a worry. Sun Yu began to complain about Yi Yunfei's attitude. The next morning. It feels so good to stretch after waking up in the morning. Listening to the birds singing in the early morning and basking in the spring sunshine, it's truly a moment to marvel at. This little sun is shining brightly, but it's a bit glaring. Just say it, you put your hand over your eyes to block some of the sunlight. Oh, you're awake. Let's go to rehearsal. Sun Yu, who had just come over to wake Yi Yunfei, saw him sitting on the bed basking in the sunlight. You still have the energy to bask in the spring sunshine? Come on, let's go. If we don't start rehearsing, we'll run out of time. Alright, I'll get up right away. Alright, I'll get up right away. Yi Yunfei felt utterly helpless and began to slowly get out of bed, dress, and wash up. Another long process ahead. Sun Yu sighed again. I'm usually pretty slow at everything, but when it comes to writing, I'm surprisingly fast. If you could just use half the speed you use when writing articles, you'd be much better off. Alright, you're just teasing me. Didn't you have something to do yesterday? I wasn't talking about yesterday. It's just that today is really tight on time. We have to start tomorrow. That's where you're wrong. We're talking about stand-up comedy, and part of it is improvised. Oh, just go away. I memorized it yesterday. Let's go over it later? Sure, it'll be good preparation for tomorrow. With that, Yi Yunfei stepped out of the washroom. Let's go find a place. Can't we stay here? Yi Yunfei looked around the office. There was almost no one there. Woody Gang and Yu Qian were both out on business trips, and the senior and junior colleagues were all busy with their own tasks. So let's just stay here. It's just the two of us anyway. Sun Yu also noticed this and looked around, seeming to think there wasn't anyone else around. You didn't mention it, but I didn't notice either. It seems like there are only two of them. Ha, I just noticed it too. Shall we just get started? Okay. After a whole afternoon of rehearsal, the two of them were also quite exhausted. It's already evening. Let's go eat. Yi Yunfei glanced outside. Is it night already? Time sure flies. Let's go. Finish eating and go to bed. We'll save some energy for tomorrow. After saying that, the two went to eat. When they returned in the evening, everyone had mostly come back. Let's go. Get up early tomorrow. Alright, don't worry. After saying that, Yi Yunfei, who had already walked halfway, waved his hand to signal to Sun Yu that he understood. Oh well, this kid is still so unreliable. Sun Yu also headed toward her own room, occasionally turning her head back with a hint of regret. Before he knew it, another day had passed. Early in the morning, Yi Yunfei got up early and sat beside Sun Yu, waiting for her. Hey, you're up pretty early today, huh? There's a performance today, so I have to get up early.
Yi Yunfei stood up, stretched, and felt refreshed.
Stretching in the early morning instantly made him feel relaxed.
Sun Yu glanced at her phone. It was 8 o'clock.
It was 8 o'clock. Time to go. Alright, let's go.
The two walked out the door, and someone had come specifically to pick them up.
Yi Yunfei, Sun Yu, here.
The driver waved at the two of them, signaling them to come over.
Alright. I'll be right over.
The two walked up to the driver.
Thank you for your hard work again. Ha, not at all.
I was actually here to pick up your master, but he said he had to go on a business trip today, so he asked me to send you instead.
Don't mention it.
We're still very grateful that you came to pick us up. After all, it's not easy for you to come all this way.
Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei kept thanking the driver. Don't just stand there. Let's go, I'll drive you there.
With that, the three of them got into the car. The driver drove the car slowly toward the venue. As soon as we arrived at the venue, we heard the host speaking. This time, Mr. Guo and Mr. Yu were hesitating about going on a business trip and didn't have time to come back, so the performance will be done by Yi Yunfei and his partner Sun Yu.
Let's give them a warm welcome as they take the stage.
There was a burst of applause from the audience. After saying that, the two of them also walked onto the stage. The stage setup remained the same as before, a table and two microphones.
Yi Daimao. The cheers from the audience grew louder and louder.
Some people had come to see Mr. Guo and Mr. Yu, but the two of them were away on business, and the substitute was Yi Yunfei.
They couldn't help but want to see this newcomer. Yi Yunfei cleared his throat and began his performance. Hello everyone.
Although you all know me, I'd still like to introduce myself.
I'm Yi Yunfei, and this is my partner, Sun Yu. Oh, right, as usual, don't forget. Yi Yunfei deliberately acted as if he were very tired.
These past few days, I just finished a performance and now I have to come here for another one.
I'm really exhausted. Exhausted? If you could muster the energy you had when you stayed up all night, would you be so tired?
Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei also started to get into the groove.
Isn't this an exception?
After all, the two of them left in a hurry, and no one else was around. You're unreliable, so I have to bear all this alone. After saying that, Yi Yunfei deliberately made a heartbroken expression. Sun Yu was really bullying him. Yi Yunfei was still getting into the groove, but upon hearing this, he burst out laughing instantly. Sun Yu, who was standing nearby, began to explain.
Don't talk nonsense. I didn't bully him. Yi Yunfei saw the situation and felt he could improvise.
That's right, in our Dayun society, there has never been any senior disciples bullying junior disciples.
We all get along harmoniously.
Yi Yunfei probably pretended to cry, but by then, the audience had already burst into laughter.
You, how dare you slander someone like that?
Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei and slapped the table again.
Look, here we go again. This isn't bullying, what is it then? Yi the Demon King is hitting him, fight back. That's right, we can't take this. The audience began to joke around as well. It must be said that Yi Yunfei's ability to control the crowd is quite impressive.
Upon hearing this, Sun Yu glanced at the table, picked up a fan, opened it, closed it, then opened it again before closing it once more.
This was clearly preparing for a physical confrontation. Has our Dayun society been bullied? Yi Yunfei saw this and went along with it.
Sun Yu hit him, and look at him, he's so spoiled that he's even started tattling on him. The audience thought the boss had just finished speaking, but Sun Yu burst into laughter on stage.
Chapter 73, Life Isn't Worth It.
That's right, Sun Yu hit him. Sun Yu took the fan from the table, held it in his hand, and tapped it once, then looked at Yi Yunfei with a mischievous smile.
What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything.
The relationship between senior and junior members of the Doyun society is very good.
The seniors always take good care of the juniors.
Yi Yunfei, seeing this, hurriedly began to turn the situation around. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience below burst into laughter. Yi Yunfei stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, walked over to the table, and adjusted the microphone to the right position.
This brings us back to a couple of days ago. Oh, did something happen 2 days ago? Didn't Happy Comedy People just finish airing a few days ago? Yeah, that's right, you're right.
That day, I was surrounded by a group of girls asking for autographs and photos.
There were so many of them, so I took a group photo with them. Yeah, I was in a hurry that day. Then that night I went to check the comments below.
At first, they were all about Yi De Wang, with people saying, "We can't wait for your next performance." But then there was this one comment, "Yi De Wang, you're so handsome.
Want to be buried together? Wow, the person isn't even dead yet, and they're already planning your funeral. Yi the Great Demon King." A young woman sitting close to the stage began to follow Yi Yunfei's instructions, pretending to cry out his name. Yi Yunfei on stage froze, and Sun Yu was the first to react. He's not dead yet, he's still breathing.
I'll give you a message when he dies.
Okay.
The young lady on stage was very cooperative and responded with a cheerful good, which elicited laughter from the audience.
Don't forget to give me a message. The people below also followed suit and joked with the two of them. So, guys, when you're out and about, always take care of yourselves. Why is that? Being too handsome is also a sin. Don't get too full of yourself. Hey, don't say that. Why doesn't anyone want to be buried with you? It's because you're handsome, you know. Yi Yunfei winked at Sun Yu and made a rather mischievous expression. Just as Sun Yu was about to speak back, a man in the audience shouted out. Sun Yu, want to be buried together?
As soon as Sun Yu raised her hand, she heard those words and immediately dropped it, burying her face in Yi Yunfei's chest and bursting into laughter.
Ha! Yi Yunfei and the audience below also started laughing. Hey, big guy, wait a moment. I'll give you a message when he leaves.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei hugged Sun Yu and smiled.
Ah, we're both members of the Dayun Society, yet why is there such a huge difference between us? Oh well, who knows, right?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a smug expression, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain.
Look at yourself, you pathetic loser. Oh well, I'm just a. I love how you can't do anything about how I treat you.
After saying that, the audience burst into laughter, and Yi Yunfei continued to make that smug expression.
Sun Yu couldn't help but want to give him a good beating. This was simply unbearable. Yeah, that's the solution. We have to beat him up.
Sun Yu also started mimicking Yi Yunfei's expression, smirking at him.
What's the rush? You can't just hit me like that on stage. Otherwise, I'll report you when we get back. A man in the audience started joking around.
Pull him down and beat him up, then continue. Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei both heard the big guy's words from below the stage. Yi Yunfei panicked, while Sun Yu began to feel happy.
This is a good idea. No, what did we say?
On stage, there are no seniors or juniors, but off stage, there are rules to follow.
Yu Qian, the teacher, has lost dozens of family members, yet we've never seen him get angry, right?
There are no ranks on stage, but rules must be followed off stage.
In other words, I can't get angry with you on stage, but I can scold you directly off stage, right? Ah, yes, that's pretty much it. Alright, everyone, let's take a few minutes break. I'll go handle something.
Go ahead. Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei's arm toward the stage, and Yi Yunfei, seeing the situation was bad, hurriedly began to argue back.
The performance is still going on. It's not over yet. Let's take a few minutes break.
Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei halfway away, only to see Yi Yunfei suddenly kneel down on the ground, clutching Sun Yu's hand. Some people in the audience saw this scene, while others had already started laughing.
Sun Yu saw Yi Yunfei in this state and couldn't help but walk back.
When Sun Yu stood by the table, Yi Yunfei started acting up again, still with the same smug expression.
See? I handled it. That's all you've got. This is a TV show, what can I do? That's true. Yi the Demon King, we've got some backbone, let's stand up to him. Yeah, let's take him on. Should we send him off?
Those watching from below saw this and started teasing him, encouraging Yi Yunfei to fight Sun Yu.
Look at how eager the audience is. We should at least play along, shouldn't we?
Sun Yu rolled up her sleeves and deliberately made a gesture as if she were about to hit someone.
On stage, there are no seniors or juniors, but off stage, we follow the rules, right? If there's anything to discuss, let's settle it off stage. There are so many people here, you know.
Sun Yu heard this and pulled Yi Yunfei, preparing to go down.
Down there, huh? Alright, let's go. We'll take a few minutes break. I was wrong. Yi Yunfei once again embraced Sun Yu's arm and knelt down on the ground.
In such a situation, Sun Yu had no choice but to return. Sun Yu tidied up her clothes and returned to her desk. Yi Yunfei, as always, returned to the table with his usual arrogant demeanor.
See that? Handled it with ease, that's how skilled he is. Sun Yu saw this and got angry. Let's go down to the audience. No, let's not. You're not going to get away with this. Yi Yunfei deliberately put on a pitiful expression and looked at Sun Yu.
Upon seeing this expression, Sun Yu looked utterly disgusted.
You're upset? What are you upset about? The senior brother is bullying the junior brother. Who can stand that? There are rules on stage and rules off stage, right? You have to follow the rules.
Sun Yu began to explain, while Yi Yunfei started to steer the conversation toward the main topic.
We've come back to where we started. Why are we back to that again? Let's talk about this rule. Oh, here we go again. Let's start with the basics. What do you mean by rules?
Rules are certain standards, laws, or customs.
Yes, that's right, that's the rule. So what you were doing on stage earlier was called the rules.
The audience began to use what they had just done to question the two of them.
What happened earlier wasn't following the rules. Right, that's called a performance. You know what, this newcomer has pretty good stage presence. They know when to be lively and when to be serious.
A few people in the audience who had come to see Pot Teacher and Yu Teacher were commenting on this newcomer.
Chapter 74, let's talk about the rules again. I think this kid is pretty good. He's not much different from Guodi Gang and Yu Qian back in the day. That's true.
We've been listening to stand-up comedy for so many years, and this is the first time we've seen a newcomer who's so talented. Ha! After finishing their conversation, the two exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. The two on stage also began to get down to business. No matter what it is, he always follows the rules. Oh, tell me, what other rules does he have? The two gradually got into the swing of things. Without rules, there can be no order. That's right. What stand-up comedians should study most is speaking, just like the two of us. Right, it's all about language communication. Of course, there are rules for speaking. Yi Yunfei spread out his left palm and tapped it with his right finger, indicating that there were many other rules of etiquette. Oh, you know quite a lot. Why don't you tell everyone else? Sun Yu made a half-circle motion with his arm in front of him, gesturing to Yi Yunfei, please go ahead. Different environments and different occasions require different ways of speaking and different tones of voice. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the audience below the stage. Where's the loud noise? Where's the quiet part? Yi Yunfei began to give Sun Yu examples. Loud voices, like in a restaurant, where people speak loudly. Is that so? Eating at a restaurant, some people can't help but argue, and some even get into fights, just to seem so enthusiastic. You mean that restaurant? Yes, the restaurant. Can two people get into a fight just from talking? Start yelling at each other? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei standing beside him in disbelief. That's right. Don't mention it, I haven't studied it either. Let's give it a try and demonstrate it. Alright, I think that's a good idea. Sun Yu took a step back, leaving enough space in front to accommodate Yi Yunfei's performance. What should we perform? Yi Yunfei replied. I'll go to the restaurant and ask the waiter. You play the customer. Sounds good to me. Let's get started. Oh, a performance restaurant. Let's see if they're talking loudly. Oh, their voices naturally got louder. Sun Yu gestured with his hands to illustrate the point. That's right. Okay, let's give it a try. Yi Yunfei turned his back to Sun Yu and began to imitate the waiter at the restaurant with some skill. Hey, come in, please. This is a restaurant, we have everything inside. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's manner and couldn't help but comment. Isn't that just nonsense? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu. Ah, you're here. Oh, you're here. Yi Yunfei took Sun Yu's fan and pretended it was the restaurant's menu. This is our menu. You can look around, order anything you like, take your time, look again, and feel free to ask if you have any questions. As Yi Yunfei spoke, he leaned closer to Sun Yu, who rolled her eyes at him with a look of disgust. Why are you so sarcastic? You'll get used to it. No, I can't get used to it. Sun Yu waved his hand. Yi Yunfei continued. Take a look, take a look. No, I'm not looking anymore. What's wrong? Can't you read? You're the one who can't read. Sun Yu tapped the fan on the table, and the audience burst into laughter. What's the matter, Mr. Sun? Don't you recognize the characters? A young lady teased. Sun Yu heard this, picked up her fan, opened it toward her, and occasionally flipped it back and forth. Come, take a look. Is there any writing on it? It's all blank. Where did the writing come from? Only smart people can see it. As soon as he said this, the entire audience burst into laughter. Who said that? Sun Yu looked around and pointed the fan at Yi Yunfei. Read what's written on it. Yi Yunfei looked at the fan. I can't see it either. Yi Yunfei touched his head. See, he's not very smart either. Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei with his finger. Ha! There were bursts of laughter from the audience. Great, so you're trying to trick me, are you? That's right. We've strayed off topic. Let's get back to what we were talking about earlier. I did go off topic. Let's continue. Speaking of which, why don't you look at that? Sun Yu Adedeo. What I'm eating is simple, I don't need a menu. What are you having? Yi Yunfei leaned his ear toward Sun Yu, and Sun Yu also leaned toward Yi Yunfei. I'll tell you, you're doing pretty well. Alright, go ahead. A plate of peanuts, 2 ounces of baijiu, and 3 ounces of pork head meat. Yi Yunfei made a surprised gesture, startling Sun Yu. Hey, what's wrong with you? What's gotten into you? I'm a little worried. Is that enough to eat? Don't worry, it's enough. Yi Yunfei picked up his fan, tapped it, and shouted. Alright, 1 plate of peanuts, 2 ounces of old white liquor, and 3 ounces of pork head meat. Yi Yunfei shook his fan and placed it back on the table. Here, it's ready. Please try some. Sun Yu pointed to the fan. Hey, don't mention it, it was pretty quick, wasn't it? It was done in the blink of an eye. Yi Yunfei walked to the side. Is the sound too loud? When two people talk naturally, their voices get louder, right? I'm telling you, you can't hide it from me. This kind of restaurant used to be everywhere before liberation. Back then, they had people shouting out orders. Sun Yu waved at Yi Yunfei. Now there is. Yes, it's still available now, but there are fewer of them. What was it like in the past? In the past, they would shout, hey, please come upstairs to the VIP seats.
It was noisy and bustling, with people everywhere. That was the past. Nowadays, restaurants emphasize a quiet environment and elegant dining. Speaking loudly is considered rude. What do you mean? Could you explain? Speak a little more quietly. Sun Yu made a gesture to keep the voice down. Keep your voice down? Yes. Let me explain. It's not appropriate. It's appropriate. Let's do it again. Yi Yunfei asked Sun Yu in return. Alright, let's do it again. Let's get started. What's the big deal about eating a meal? Why all the fuss? If eating isn't enough, maybe we should just fight. Sun Yu stood up straight, and Yi Yunfei began to get into character. He took the small fan and looked around, here and there. Suddenly, Yi Yunfei whispered something into the microphone, causing the audience below to burst into laughter. This was a restaurant where you could find anything. Sun Yu couldn't take it anymore and complained about him again. That's obvious. Yi Yunfei looked around again, then walked over to Sun Yu and spoke to him in a deliberately low voice. Oh, you're here. I'm here. Both of them deliberately lowered their voices to a whisper, causing a burst of laughter from the audience below. Chapter 75, No Rules, No Order. After a burst of laughter, Yi Yunfei continued walking, even taking a detour around Sun Yu. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei moving around and began to walk toward him as well. Someone was just here a moment ago. Oh, they're still here. Come on, let's go in and have something to eat. Sun Yu was startled and shivered all over. Oh my goodness, you scared me to death. Sun Yu's action caused a burst of laughter from the audience, and of course, Yi Yunfei was also quite startled. What would you like to eat? Yi Yunfei spoke softly and honestly, just like before, and Sun Yu began to cooperate with him, deliberately lowering her voice. What do you have there? We have everything. Here's the menu. Feel free to look around, take a look, and order whatever you like. Take your time, look around, and order whatever you like. Yi Yunfei said this while glancing at the audience below and making a sly smile. Sun Yu followed suit. I don't look at the menu. Why? Can't you read? You can't read. I eat simple food, I don't need to look at the menu. Sun Yu explained into Yi Yunfei's ear. Yi Yunfei also spoke into Sun Yu's ear, just like Sun Yu had done earlier, but he deliberately kept his voice low, as he had done before. What are you eating? Aren't you looking at the menu? Sun Yu gestured for him to come over. Come here, come here. Let me tell you, a plate of peanuts, 2 ounces of baijiu, and 3 ounces of pork head meat. That's all we need. Yi Yunfei's gesture and expression were a bit startling. Is that enough for you? You're so big, and you're only taking so little? Sun Yu couldn't help it either. After all, with his build, standing there, he weighed nearly 300 pounds. Then Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Don't worry, there's enough to eat. Yi Yunfei looked utterly shocked. Is that all there is? Is that enough to eat? Yi Yunfei looked around again, his expression turning panicked, and saw the same contemptuous look. Oh no, there's the police. Yi Yunfei pushed Sun Yu aside, finished filming him, and then took off running, reaching a spot just 1 meter away from the backstage area. This made the people below laugh, and Sun Yu also trembled slightly. Oh my goodness, there are police here? What are they up to? Sun Yu patted his chest to calm himself down. What's going on? This is a restaurant. Did you come here to meet someone? Is that appropriate? This isn't appropriate. Sun Yu tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Then why are you speaking so softly? Isn't that intentional? You say it's too quiet? We're in the park, you know. We don't want to disturb the neighbors. Yi Yunfei began to explain why the voice was so soft earlier. Then why were you in the park? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a blank expression. Aren't these 2 young people on a date? They were talking in low voices, as if they wanted the whole world to hear them. As Yi Yunfei spoke, he made a gesture with his hands, as if to say, take me with you, indicating that was what he meant. When young men and women are dating, they must speak softly, I know that. That's true. Yi Yunfei grinned mischievously and placed his hand on Sun Yu's shoulder. How about we give it a try? No problem, right? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei's hand on his shoulder, then looked at Yi Yunfei's smug grin, and snorted. Alright, if you want to act, then let's act. Alright, that's what I've been waiting for. Great, so I'm the one who got tricked in the end. Ha! A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. 2 young people are on a date, looking for a nice place. Where? There's a stone mountain in front, mountains behind, mountains to the left, mountains on all sides, and a long corridor in the middle. Yi Yunfei made a gesture to illustrate the point he had just made. Wow, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a long corridor in the middle, the 2 of them were sitting in a basin. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression, wondering why the 2 of them had chosen such a place for their date. The audience below burst into laughter. Of course they were also curious why would they choose such a place for a date. No, tell me, with mountains on all sides in this basin, how did the 2 of them get in there? Yi Yunfei was also confused. After all, he had only been thinking about being here and hadn't considered how to get in.
Ah, this. Parachuting. Wow, skydiving? That's a pretty expensive date. You even used a parachute. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands. But the environment here is so elegant, isn't it? Sun Yu held down one of Yi Yunfei's hands.
Even if it's surrounded by mountains on one side and water on three sides with a corridor in the middle, that would be fine. But you've made it surrounded by mountains on all sides with a long corridor and a basin in between.
Who could stand that?
Sun Yu explained his viewpoint.
Anyway, as long as there is water and a long corridor, that's fine, right? Yes, that's about right.
Yi Yunfei adjusted his earpiece and then clapped his hands.
Alright, let's get started, shall we? Alright, let's get started then. Alright. Before Yi Yunfei could begin, Sun Yu grabbed Yi Yunfei's hand and said, "Wait a moment. We're young people talking about love. There are two grown men on stage. Who should play the man and who should play the woman?"
Sun Yu asked hesitantly to Yi Yunfei, who was standing beside him with a confident expression.
Of course it's me, I'm the guy. Why? Why are you the man? Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a smug smile.
Because I have a masculine aura, I'm the guy, so you're the girl. No, let's talk about who's better suited to play the female role. Sun Yu placed both hands on the table. Yi Yunfei's words elicited a burst of laughter from the crowd, as Yi Yunfei was somewhat on the shorter side, though he was still taller than the average girl.
No, you're not suitable. You're better suited to play a woman.
The audience below echoed her, and Sun Yu was delighted.
Yi Yunfei looked awkwardly at the audience below, occasionally clapping his hands. Am I really this suited to playing a girl? Yes. You're perfect for playing a girl. The audience below echoed in agreement.
Sun Yu adjusted his earpiece, fidgeted with his hands, and grinned mischievously at Yi Yunfei. Since the audience down there are saying that, you might as well play along.
Look at yourself. Hey, no, you have the nerve to call me that? Ask the audience down there if your usual expression is any less despicable than mine? After hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei also looked at the audience, glaring at them with a disdainful expression, and asked a question. Is that so? Am I really that despicable in everyday life? Yes.
The audience was quite supportive of Sun Yu, with some even making more extreme remarks.
That's not right. Yi Yunfei noticed that there were audience members looking at him. Look, isn't that what they're saying? Right? You're usually even worse than this.
The audience burst into laughter again, and this time Sun Yu was laughing so hard he couldn't stop.
Well, in the end, I was the one who got fooled. Chapter 76, The Female Lead, Yi Yunfei. What should we do? If that doesn't work, should we go find a female actress? Yi Yunfei started grinning at the audience again. Hey, you came here to find a date, didn't you?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and shook his head helplessly.
Ah, I think that one is good. Yi Yunfei looked at the young women below with a smug expression and walked over to the side of the stage. Would any of you ladies be interested in being our leading lady?
The lucky audience members below were naturally thrilled. After all, getting to take a photo with Yi the Great Demon King and even speak to him was already a huge honor.
Is that really possible?
One of the lucky audience members below was flushed red, covering his face with both hands.
I'm so lucky to be here today.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei reached out to hold their hands, but Sun Yu couldn't stand it anymore and walked over to pull Yi Yunfei's coat.
Enough. Don't embarrass yourselves. No, this is too cheap. Don't be so mean. Follow the rules. Yi Yunfei followed Sun Yu back to the center of the stage. Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei, occasionally clapping his hands. What kind of person is this? He starts hitting on girls as soon as he sees them. Yi Yunfei got really angry when he heard that.
Hey, you're the one who said there were no female actors earlier.
Now I'm trying to find one for you, and you're not happy about it. Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a disdainful once-over from head to toe. I told you to act, but you wouldn't, right? I didn't say that wrong, did I? Yeah, so what if I don't act? Look at your figure, your height, your skin, all you need is long hair.
Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei and started to rant.
Old Yi, go to Taigua. When you come back, I'll marry you.
A man in the audience spoke, causing a burst of laughter from the crowd.
Yi Yunfei heard this and grew anxious. What are you talking about? Who's going to the Tai Kingdom? Who's going to change their gender? This is ridiculous.
Having said that, Yi Yunfei waved his hand, glanced at Sun Yu, and then looked at the audience below the stage.
Alright, I'll go first. Sun Yu smiled and waved her hand at Yi Yunfei. Of course not, otherwise I'd do it myself. Alright, I'll do the female part. Ah, that's better. In the end, I was deceived by you all. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly. I'm skinny? Goodness gracious, I'm laughing. Standing here, I weigh over 160 pounds, and you call me skinny?
Sun Yu walked over to Yi Yunfei and patted him on the shoulder.
Why don't we have a contest? I weigh 260 pounds even though I'm a station away. Are you skinny or what? Alright, I'm skinny, I'll play the girl. Oh, that's perfect.
Remember, most girls are slim, tall, and have fair skin.
That's you, right?
Sun Yu described the girls below the stage. Indeed, most of the girls sitting close to the stage were like that, slender, tall, and fair-skinned. Typical fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall.
Wow, that's quite a list of adjectives.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and signaled for him to begin.
So, what should we do this time? How should we demonstrate it? You go that way, and I'll come this way. Hey, wait a minute. You don't look like a girl at all.
Sun Yu interrupted Yi Yunfei's speech and made a sarcastic remark about him.
This is just bear with it. Yi Yunfei was helpless too.
Indeed, he didn't look like a girl at all.
He glanced down and accidentally noticed a wig inside the table. Oh, look at this.
Sun Yu looked in the direction Yi Yunfei was pointing, and his eyes lit up.
There was actually a wig inside. Oh my, isn't that a wig? Yi Yunfei took it out and put it on his own head. It actually fits pretty well.
Yi Yunfei felt a bit pleased as he noticed Sun Yu glancing at the audience below the stage.
Does he really want a girl that badly?
Yes.
The audience responded in kind. Don't act like that, you're just like them.
Wow, there's even a slow-witted guy following up with a line. Yi Yunfei had been holding back, but he couldn't help but let his immense joy show on his face. Sun Yu smiled at Yi Yunfei.
Hey, don't say that, he actually likes it.
So, shall we get started?
Sure, let's get started. It's like you're starting a new relationship right now.
Sun Yu even made a gesture mimicking yours and pointed specifically at Yi Yunfei.
Right, now it's time to start dating. Alright, let's go on a date. The two of them walked a few steps, standing back to back in perfect harmony. You know what? I've never actually acted in something like this before. Even if I have done something similar, I've never done it with a man.
Sun Yu sighed helplessly at the unfairness of life.
You weren't happy when I was trying to find you an audience earlier, and now you're complaining again? Let me tell you something.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei.
What should I tell you? It's too late. I'm telling you now, but it's already too late, you know. Alright, it's already started, let's just go with it. I don't mind.
With that, Sun Yu turned her head back and continued to stand back to back with Yi Yunfei.
What's wrong with you?
The two turned around and looked at each other. Just as they made eye contact, Yi Yunfei quickly turned his head away, leaving Sun Yu stunned.
Why did you turn your head back? Isn't that just being shy? Wow, you're still shy? Yi Yunfei grew impatient. What are you saying? I'm a girl now, your date, not Yi Yunfei. Alright, I'll listen to you. Let's try again.
The two walked back to back for a few steps and turned around in perfect sync once more. Yi Yunfei also began to feel shy, as he had mentioned earlier, and walked awkwardly over to Sun Yu's side.
This action elicited a burst of laughter from the audience below. Here it comes. Yi Yunfei fidgeted nervously, lowering his voice.
Given his current appearance, if one hadn't seen him put on the wig and adjust his voice, there might indeed be some who would mistake him for a girl. Yi Yunfei reached out his hand towards Sun Yu, which startled her, but with no other option, she followed his lead and spoke in a low voice.
Here it comes. When is your daughter arriving?
Ha! A few audience members who couldn't hold it in burst out laughing.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression. What are you talking about? What do you mean my daughter? Am I that old? Let everyone take a look, don't I look young? Yi Yunfei spread his arms and looked down at the audience. Not old at all.
Yi Yunfei looked at the older man who had just spoken.
Thank you, sir, for still supporting me. Don't scare me like that. Every time I see you, I think of my mother-in-law.
Sun Yu's expression at that moment was a bit frightened.
No, what's going on? Seeing me reminds you of your mother-in-law? Yeah, it's scary. If you haven't done anything wrong, why are you so scared? You must have done something bad. Chapter 77, A Perfect Match Made in Heaven. Oh, you're saying that.
Yi Yunfei was so angry that he took off his wig, shook his fingers, and pointed at Sun Yu.
I'm telling you, I'm the daughter you're talking about. Wow, whose daughter has hair like that?
The audience below chuckled, and Yi Yunfei glanced at the wig in his hand.
Isn't that just taking off the wig? Isn't this handsome? How handsome is this?
Yi Yunfei pointed to his own hair, then casually flipped it aside, striking a pose he thought was particularly cool, with a look of self-satisfaction on his face.
Yes, Yi the Great Demon King, you're the coolest. Yi de Mao Wang, you're the best looking.
The few young ladies who were just dragged away by Yi Yunfei have started speaking on his behalf. Yi Yunfei was delighted at this, spreading his palms toward the three of them and gesturing for Sun Yu to look at them.
Look, they all say I'm handsome. How can you not agree?
Sun Yu sneered and immediately began to refute, pointing at Yi Yunfei with his finger.
Come on, let's ask the audience. Do you think he's handsome? Yi Yunfei looks at the audience. Am I handsome?
A murmur of confusion arose from the audience. Yi Yunfei saw this and wasn't pleased, his face turning a bit dark.
This isn't cooperating. Am I not handsome?
Out of all these people, I only heard those three young ladies say I was handsome earlier.
Alright, let's not discuss this anymore. We're getting off topic. I think that's fine. Let's get back to the main topic. You're the daughter, right? We have to call you by your name when we meet, right? Of course, we have to call you by your name. What else would we call you? The two began to perform together. Sunyu also began to speak hesitantly, occasionally glancing around. Here it comes. Yes, here it is. Yi Yunfei was also shy and hesitant, but Yi Yunfei's portrayal of a shy girl was quite good, and she looked more like a girl than the actual girls. Big Baldy, hello. The audience burst into laughter. Yi Yunfei looked at Sunyu with a puzzled expression. How did she become a bald woman? Is your daughter-in-law called Bald Woman? No wonder you're afraid of your mother-in-law. Sunyu explained, pointing at Yi Yunfei's hair. No wonder my mother-in-law is afraid of me. Are you sure you're not bald? Your hair is so long, how can you not be bald? Yi Yunfei thought about the haircut he had just gotten a few days ago. I just got it cut a few days ago. It is short, but it's not exactly bald, you know? Well, what should we call it then? You can't exactly call it a bald spot. Yi Yunfei turned to Sunyu and began to explain to him. No matter how bald a girl is, you still have to call her miss. That's the least you can do. Yi Yunfei slapped his palm against his palm, growing a bit impatient. Alright, I'll call your girlfriend. That's right. Isn't it called Big Baldy? Of course not. It's called Girl. Sunyu fiddled with his earpiece and placed both hands on the table. This feels a bit against my conscience. What a sin, what a sin. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. How did that become a sin again? Yi Yunfei looked at Sunyu helplessly. Alright, that's enough. Let's get started. Alright, you have to call her Miss, not Baldy. Yi Yunfei and Sunyu got back into the groove. Here they come. Yi Yunfei shyly shook his hands, looking very embarrassed. Here it comes. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sunyu again before lowering his head once more. The girl is here. Here it comes. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Sunyu's hand. Sunyu was startled and looked at Yi Yunfei in panic, quickly pulling her hand back. What are you doing? I'm not into that. I'm not into that. Ha! Another burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Yi Yunfei was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Sunyu with a disgusted expression, making a face as if he were about to vomit. With you? Forget it, if you really want to do that, find someone like you. You're so much wider than me, even from a distance. Yi Yunfei gestured with his hands to indicate the size and drew a large circle. Sunyu wasn't happy about that. What's wrong with being fat? It just means you absorb nutrients well. He started explaining to Yi Yunfei. What you're saying is wrong. I'm fat, but that only means I absorb nutrients well. Take me, for example. I can gain weight just by drinking water all day, while you might not be as fat as me even if you eat meat every day. Yi Yunfei can't take it anymore. What do you mean you eat meat all day and still end up thinner than you are now? You're making it sound so easy. I wish I had that kind of money. Sunyu clearly forgot this point and scratched his head. Oh, right, I forgot that point. You don't have any money. Don't give up. My husband will support you. A young woman shouted this from the audience, and the crowd erupted in laughter once again. Yi Yunfei looked in the direction of the voice. Sitting next to the young woman was a young man. Yi Yunfei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman sitting next to a young man. Is that guy next to you your boyfriend? Yi Yunfei cautiously asked. No, I came here with my sister. She said, pointing to a girl next to her. Yi Yunfei placed his hand on his stomach and stroked it gently to calm himself down. Oh, that's fine. After realizing he wasn't her boyfriend, Yi Yunfei felt more confident. If her boyfriend had been there, things might have gotten ugly. Yi Yunfei stood up again and faced Sunyu. Did you see that? Someone is still willing to take care of me. What about you? Probably no one, right? Sunyu wasn't convinced. Yi Yunfei's words were enough to make anyone angry. Oh, just listen to that. Yi Yunfei deliberately provoked Sunyu, challenging him to a bet. Let's ask the audience below, shall we? The audience's eyes are sharp. Sunyu glanced at Yi Yunfei and also thought the plan was feasible. Alright, let's go with that then. Alright, I'll get started. Alright, let's get started. Yi Yunfei faced the audience. Those who want to take care of me, please raise your hand. Those who want to take care of Sunyu, please nod your head. Wow, the only ones raising their hands down here are the same young lady and her friends from earlier. As for those nodding, well, even if they're there, we might not even notice them. Yi Yunfei looked down at the crowd, then glanced at Sunyu. Alright, I'll give you this one. Did you see that? You still have to raise your hand. No one nodded. The crowd below started to cheer again. Yes, all of us nodded. And us over here. After these guys finished speaking, Yi Yunfei couldn't smile anymore. It was obvious that he might have lost, but he refused to accept it. He confronted Sunyu, still insisting on clapping his hands.
Look, the ones nodding are all the older guys, while the ones raising their hands are all the young women.
Alright, whatever you say. Where were we? We've gone off topic. Oh, right, I forgot about that earlier. Sorry about that.
Yi Yunfei still had that same smug expression on his face.
Even if struck by 5 bolts of lightning, he wouldn't change it. Chapter 78, asked by fans about their relationship. Alright, let's continue then.
Sun Yu adjusted his earpiece and glanced at Yi Yunfei.
Where were we just now?
Yi Yunfei thought about the cause of what had just happened.
It seemed like he had just asked me if I had arrived. Yes, that's it.
The young lady who just helped Yi Yunfei recall what happened earlier.
Alright, I love you.
Yi Yunfei heard the young lady's response and was even more certain of where he had been earlier. He then made a flying kiss gesture.
Ah.
Yi Yunfei's gesture caused a wave of screams from his fans below the stage, while the young woman who received the flying kiss was also filled with excitement, feeling incredibly lucky. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei walking over there, looking at him with a mocking expression.
Look at you, you cheapskate. You go after anyone who's good looking.
Yi Yunfei didn't say a word this time, he just stared at Sun Yu, occasionally batting his eyelashes at her.
What's the matter?
You're just saying a few words, and you're already trying to make me feel uncomfortable. Sun Yu finished speaking, turned her head away, and didn't say a word. Yi Yunfei saw this and knew he had to act quickly. If he dragged this out any longer, it would be over.
Sun Yu, shall we give it a try?
Sure, let's go. Yi Yunfei started to get into the groove, feeling a bit shy and awkward. Sun Yu also started, slowly approaching Yi Yunfei.
You're here, Yunfei. Okay, I'm here, Sun Yaya.
As soon as Yi Yunfei finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter.
The two of them also felt a bit awkward. Why don't you two just get married? The young lady below joked, which sparked another round of laughter from the audience.
Hey, you know what? This newcomer from Doyun society is pretty impressive. After all, he was trained by old Gua.
Can't you give him a little confidence?
Ha! The two looked at each other and smiled.
Yi Yunfei on stage was the first to object.
No, if I had the opportunity, I would marry this girl.
This remark sparked another round of laughter. Given Yi Yunfei's circumstances, finding such a good wife would be no problem at all.
She was articulate, capable, and met all the standards modern girls look for. She was simply too perfect.
Sun Yu couldn't take it anymore.
Although she was a bit overweight, it wasn't that bad.
Although marrying a man was indeed a bit of a compromise, what did she mean by having conditions? Hey, you're not being fair. What do you mean having conditions to find a woman? If you don't have conditions, why would you want to marry a man? Sun Yu's retort left Yi Yunfei speechless. Hey, is that even reasonable? Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and said to Sun Yu. Sun Yu grabbed Yi Yunfei's hand, signaling him to stop. It seems like we've strayed off topic. Yi Yunfei thought back. Come to think of it, it seems like it. You still remember that?
We started out talking about rules, and now look what we're saying. Yi Yunfei recalled what he had said earlier and looked at Sun Yu again.
Now that you mention it, you're right. From the beginning, we've been talking about giving examples, but we haven't actually given any.
Sun Yu also began to recall what had just happened.
It really is your fault. You've been causing trouble all along. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a confused expression. I'm causing trouble. Here we go again.
You're the one who kept interrupting and saying there was a problem earlier.
Yi Yunfei retorted. Oh, come on, what's with this guy? Yi Yunfei glanced at the time. It seemed like it was time. Oh, it's time. That's all for now. See you next time. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion. Is that it? Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu and then at the audience. That won't do. It's time. We can't delay. We have to follow the rules, understand? Sun Yu waved his hand and pointed at Yi Yunfei. Alright, we're at the end. Let's get back to the main topic. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a helpless expression. What could he do? Right? Isn't this just impossible? Alright, it's already time, let's go.
With that, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu walked side by side to the table and bowed together.
Alright, everyone, see you next time. Bye for now. Yi Yunfei gave me a smug grin and led me to look at the audience. This performance also ended perfectly. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu walked off the stage together. Oh, it's a bit cold.
Sun Yu also felt the chill coming toward them.
You're right, it really is a bit cold.
At that moment, the two people walking back to Doyun, she saw the female fans they had just seen earlier. It must be said, they were indeed quite pretty. When those fans saw the two of them together, they got a bad idea.
Hey, Yima Wang, we're your fans. Can you sign something for us? Yi Yunfei saw this and felt his excitement rising again. Well, it's not that urgent anyway.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a mocking glance, his eyes brimming with derision. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain. Yi Yunfei was still busy signing autographs and taking photos with his fans, spending a full half hour on it. After finishing, Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a relaxed expression and even mocked him. See that?
That's what I call charm. Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a disdainful glance. Wow, is that supposed to be charming?
Suddenly, a fan walked over to Yi Yunfei and asked him, his expression still very animated and full of curiosity. The few people behind him also looked curious.
May I ask, are you and Sun Yu really not in the kind of relationship that was mentioned on stage? Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were both stunned, standing there dumbfounded. What's their relationship?
The young lady, feeling embarrassed, asked them again.
It's that best friend relationship you were talking about.
After saying that, the young woman who had asked the question covered her face to hide her embarrassed expression and the redness on her face. Yi Yunfei looked helplessly at Sun Yu beside him, then turned back to the young woman and began to speak to her in a gentle tone. Actually, everything on stage was just a performance.
Sun Yu and I are just partners. The young lady's face turned bright red in an instant, and even covering it with both hands couldn't hide it.
She spoke extremely awkwardly.
Oh, how embarrassing. Don't doubt that it's true. Yes, it's true when it's true. Sorry, we misunderstood.
We sincerely apologize and hope that our words won't have any strange effects on you. As soon as they finished speaking, the young woman standing behind them also walked over, and the group bowed together to express their apology.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand helplessly, signaling that it was nothing to worry about. With that, the few of them left, leaving the two of them still standing there in a daze. Hey, what's going on here? Yi Yunfei drove off to watch their backs. They must be new here and not very familiar with the area. Never mind. Yi Yunfei waved his hand. Sun Yu said. Should we go back or go somewhere else? Let's find a place to eat first. I'm starving. Chapter 79, Jajangmyeon Noodle Shop. How about that place over there? Yi Yunfei pointed to the restaurant ahead. Fried sauce noodles, you really love fried sauce noodles, don't you?
Sun Yu looked at the shop Yi Yunfei was pointing at, then looked at Yi Yunfei again, and sneered at him with a look of disdain.
The fried sauce noodles are delicious, and I've eaten here before. They make them especially well here. Oh, you just asked me what I thought of that restaurant, and now you're saying you used to eat there all the time? You sure change your mind quickly. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly. Of course, if Yi Yunfei wanted to eat there, she had to go too. After all, she couldn't let him go alone. After all, he was her partner. Let us go, let us go. Hurry up, or there won't be any left.
Yi Yunfei pouted and pulled Sun Yu's hand, looking just like a child who wanted to go out to eat but wasn't allowed by their parents.
Sun Yu grew a bit impatient, quickly pulling her left hand away from Yi Yunfei's grasp.
She shot him an exasperated glance and sighed.
Alright, fine. If you say we should go there, then let's go there. Don't act like a child every day. It's embarrassing. Is that embarrassing? Who doesn't have a childlike side? That's right.
They say boys never grow up, and now I finally understand.
It's true. Yi Yunfei walked ahead, with Sun Yu following behind.
The two of them walked into the fried sauce noodle shop.
As soon as they entered, Sun Yu looked around. To be honest, although it didn't look very big on the surface, it was actually quite spacious. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei. You picked a pretty nice spot here, it's quite grand. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a proud expression. Of course, don't you know who I am?
Hey, you're getting a bit too much out of a few kind words.
Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
Yi Yunfei saw the boss he had often seen before and went over to greet him.
Hey, boss, I'm here.
The boss initially thought it was someone else, but upon seeing him, he realized that Yi Yunfei was also considered a minor celebrity.
Hey, isn't that a big celebrity?
The boss teased Yi Yunfei, saying that he used to come to this shop often before he became famous.
You could say they knew each other.
The boss was joking with Yi Yunfei, who used to frequent the shop before he became famous.
They could at least be considered acquaintances.
Yi Yunfei didn't want to chat about trivial matters with him, so he just told the boss directly.
Boss, is there any space left?
The boss glanced at the first floor and found that it was almost full, with no more empty seats available.
Of course there are.
We don't have that many people to begin with, so there are still plenty of seats available.
Yi Yunfei had no idea what was going on.
He didn't know about the second floor, so he looked at the boss with a blank expression.
Isn't it almost full? How could there be any empty seats?
The boss smiled to cover it up.
You haven't been here for a while, have you? Yi Yunfei thought about it carefully and realized it had been a while.
It had been a while since he had come by, as he had been busy lately, and by the time he finished, it was usually well past midnight, so he hadn't had the chance to come by. The boss smiled and told Yi Yunfei about everything that had happened earlier.
That's exactly right.
While you were away, we added a second floor because things were pretty busy recently.
Yi Yunfei suddenly understood.
At that moment, Sun Yu was still looking around, admiring the patterns on the walls, which were full of artistic flair, though he didn't really understand them himself. That's possible, it seems like business has been going well lately.
The boss noticed Sun Yu standing behind Yi Yunfei and looked at her curiously. Yi Yunfei's observational skills were also quite sharp.
He immediately noticed who the boss was looking at and quickly pulled Sun Yu over.
Sun Yu was a bit startled at the time and didn't pay much attention to Yi Yunfei.
Thus, the 260-pound man was forcefully dragged over.
Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is my current partner, his name is Sun Yu.
Sun Yu, seeing that Yi Yunfei had already spoken, also responded to the boss.
Hello, boss.
My name is Sun Yu, and I'm Yi Yunfei's current partner.
Sun Yu felt a bit awkward. The boss was also someone who could see through the situation and helped Sun Yu save face.
Alright, so it's just the two of you, right?
Yi Yunfei said enthusiastically, making a two-finger gesture with his hand.
To the two of us.
The boss nodded and pointed to the stairs over there, gesturing for them to go to the second floor.
You two go to the second floor from that side. There aren't many people on the second floor, and it's pretty quiet.
Yi Yunfei pulled Sun Yu and turned to leave, while the boss resumed his work. Just as the boss turned around and remembered something, he started calling out to Yi Yunfei, waving his hand to signal him to stop.
Hey, Yi Yunfei, wait a moment. You haven't ordered yet. Yi Yunfei felt like something was missing.
Just as he turned his head, he heard the owner calling him.
The boss was the same as always. This time, he wanted 2 portions.
The boss heard Yi Yunfei's response and raised his hand in a dismissive gesture.
Alright, wait upstairs. I'll be right up. Yi Yunfei also responded briefly. Alright, we'll wait for you upstairs.
After saying that, he took Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu up to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they noticed that the space was slightly larger than the first floor, likely because there was no kitchen.
You know what?
This place is actually pretty decent in that regard, both the decor and everything else.
Yi Yunfei couldn't help but smile at Sun Yu's expression. Ha, not bad, huh? I've always liked it here. Sun Yu seemed to understand why Yi Yunfei liked coming here.
To be honest, the environment was elegant, it was quiet, the decor was nice, and the owner was a nice person.
The two found a spot by the window. Yi Yunfei sat quietly, gazing out the window at the street below.
The two sat there feeling quite uncomfortable.
The owner of this shop is quite nice.
Sun Yu felt awkward staying silent, so she started asking Yi Yunfei questions.
Yi Yunfei started teasing Sun Yu.
This story goes back a very long time. Sun Yu hurriedly grabbed Yi Yunfei's hand and began to him, urging him to stop.
Wait a moment, wait a moment.
Yi Yunfei feigned confusion as he looked at Sun Yu, with a hint of helplessness.
What's wrong? Didn't you ask me?
Sun Yu frowned and looked at Yi Yunfei coldly.
Just give it a rest. That was ages ago. You could probably even drag it back to your last life. Yi Yunfei had already guessed what Sun Yu was going to say next.
After all, they had been working together for several months.
Yi Yunfei didn't beat around the bush and just said it straight out.
At the time, I just thought the jajang noodles were delicious, so I often came here. Mainly because of the atmosphere, it was quiet and elegant. Sun Yu smiled, and the cold expression from earlier had completely vanished.
You need such a nice atmosphere just to eat some fried noodles? Usually, it's indescribable. Chapter 80, Talking About the Past. Chapter 80, Talking About the Past. Yi Yunfei nudged Sun Yu and made a face.
Oh, don't worry about the details.
Come on, shouldn't we pay attention to details now? Sun Yu waved at Yi Yunfei helplessly.
While Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei were chatting, the boss walked over with 2 bowls of fried sauce noodles, smiling. Yi Yunfei, here are your 2 large bowls of fried sauce noodles.
Yi Yunfei looked at the boss and waved his hand, indicating to sit here.
This is where. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were positioned right by the outer wall, while the staircase entrance was inside.
From the staircase entrance alone, one could only see Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei.
The boss followed the sound and saw the two of them as well, slowly bringing over the fried noodles.
You two sure know how to pick a spot. You can even enjoy the view.
The boss set down the fried noodles, his hands firmly planted on his hips. Yi Yunfei casually ran his fingers through his hair, striking a cool pose.
Of course, who am I? I'm pretty relaxed here, and I can even take a look around. The main thing is that there aren't many people around.
Yi Yunfei finished speaking, then rested his head in his hands and stared intently outside, his eyes brimming with curiosity.
The boss followed Yi Yunfei's gaze and looked out the window.
It was an intersection, with couples holding hands and vehicles flowing aimlessly, unsure of their destination. Indeed, this was just a small intersection, yet there were quite a few people, and people came here every day. The boss spoke with pride in his voice.
After all, the location was indeed excellent, and many people passed by during holidays. The location was indeed well chosen.
Sun Yu also began to look around. The place wasn't very big, but there were quite a few people, and it was quiet and elegant.
That was no easy feat when we were searching for a location. It took me a lot of effort.
I spent a long time searching this entire area before finally finding this place. The boss stood there with his hands on his hips, looking quite at ease. Sun Yu looked at the boss's expression and felt full of confidence.
The boss really has a good eye.
A place like this will probably attract people with good taste, and there will definitely be competition. The three were chatting idly when the kitchen suddenly started calling for the boss.
Upon hearing this, the boss bid farewell to the two and went downstairs. Boss, come down to take orders. Customers have arrived. Alright, I'll be right down. Don't worry. Alright, you guys go ahead and eat. I'll go handle things first. With that, the boss waved goodbye and followed the two of them down the stairs. Alright, you go ahead and get to work. Sun Yu waved goodbye to his boss. Alright, take your time. Call me if you need anything. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu saw this and also took their leave. After that, the two continued their casual chat. Sun Yu watched the boss's back and silently sighed. The boss has it tough too, running the entire restaurant by himself. Yi Yunfei also started talking normally with Sun Yu, using his usual comedic tone, occasionally getting serious. That's for sure. The catering industry is really tough. Without some basic skills, even if you find someone, they might not respect you. Sun Yu was taken aback. Having never worked in this field, she naturally had no idea about the ins and outs of the industry. Why? How could she not agree to that? Yi Yunfei picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the fried sauce noodles, and began to drink as Sun Yu spoke softly. In this industry, some bosses work in the kitchen, while others are managers in the dining area. Of course, there are fewer female bosses, especially in this field. Oh, so you mean there are actually female bosses in this industry? That's rare indeed. Sun Yu also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Hey, don't say that, it's actually pretty tasty. Yi Yunfei continued drinking as Sun Yu spoke. If the boss doesn't know how to do it, what qualifies you to tell them what to do, right? You need to have the ability, right? That's true. For example, if Guo Digang and Yu Qian, the two teachers, couldn't perform stand-up comedy or weren't very good at it, do you think anyone would listen to them at Daeyun Society? Sun Yu listened attentively to Yi Yunfei's words, occasionally taking a bite of his jjajang noodles and glancing at Yi Yunfei from time to time as he pondered. What you say makes sense. If you don't know anything, you really wouldn't know how to do it, and you wouldn't have the qualifications to ask others to do it. Yi Yunfei sighed and continued eating his fried sauce noodles, which had grown a bit cold. Oh, it's getting cold. Eat quickly, or it'll be cold and not as tasty. Sun Yu heard this and said again. Jjajang mian is better when it's cold. Yi Yunfei swallowed the noodles in his mouth. No, I'm not used to it. I think it tastes better when it's hot, but it's actually pretty good cold too. Sun Yu smiled. Don't mention it, we're actually the opposite in that regard. Yi Yunfei smiled and thought for a moment. Ha, you're right, it's actually the opposite in that regard. Yi Yunfei paused for a moment, thought about it, then continued drinking and said to Sun Yu. The two of us hadn't even thought about it, but it's all backwards. Sun Yu also recalled the incident. Yeah, that's right. Never mind, let's just eat quickly before it gets cold. Yi Yunfei put down his chopsticks, paused for a moment, and spoke to Sun Yu. You like cold food, so why are you saying it's not good? You said hot food tastes better, right? I haven't tried hot food much, and since you think this place is good, why not give it a try? What's the matter? Have you changed your mind? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's expression, and Yi Yunfei gave her another smug smile. No, what are you talking about? Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. Alright, hurry up and eat. It'll get cold soon. Well, I guess I'll just obey then. With that, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu began to eat. After a while, after finishing his meal, Yi Yunfei placed his chopsticks on the bowl. At that moment, Sun Yu had also finished eating, so he began to call Sun Yu to leave. Shall we go? Let's go, we've finished eating anyway. The two of them said that and started moving downstairs. Most of the people downstairs had already left after all, it was getting late. Hey, boss, settle the bill. The boss heard the sound and walked over. That was pretty quick. Let me look for it. Yi Yunfei glanced around. It was just a downstairs area where quite a few people could sit. You seemed pretty busy when we arrived earlier. Oh, no, I was almost done by the time you arrived. Alright, I'll leave the money here. Do you want to check it? The boss looked at Yi Yunfei. No need. You've been here often enough, and I trust you. Oh, boss. As he finished speaking, someone else came over, and the boss turned his head to look. Alright, I'll be right there. Seeing this, Yi Yunfei didn't say anything else. You go ahead and get back to work, boss. We'll be on our way. Alright, take your time, and please come back again sometime. Yi Yunfei waved goodbye to the boss and then pulled Sun Yu away. Alright, I'll definitely be there. After saying that, the two of them happened to walk out the door and began heading toward the Daeyun Society. Such a long way to walk back? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu. Just think of it as exercise. You could use to lose some weight. Chapter 81, Start Preparing. Chapter 81, Start Preparations. Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu another smug look, his words dripping with sarcasm. He then casually patted Sun Yu's stomach and burst into laughter, oblivious to the other person's feelings. Look at you, you're so fat, what have you become? Compared to me, you could be two of me. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain and snorted lightly.
Humph, look at yourself. I'm just well nourished, that's why I'm so fat. Look at you, skinny as a stick. You must have had poor nutrition growing up. Yi Yunfei heard this and thought it made sense, so he retorted. This is just poor development. I didn't eat well when I was a child, and I didn't eat properly during my growth period. Now that I'm old, I can't gain weight no matter how much I eat. Sun Yu shot Yi Yunfei a glance. Yi Yunfei still had the same smug expression as before, with plenty of mocking ability. Yeah, I ate too well during my growth spurt, got fat. Who's like you? You've always had poor absorption since you were a kid. Coincidentally, just as I walked a short distance away, I saw some of Yi Yunfei's fans. A few girls were walking along when they spotted Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu in the distance. Though they looked similar, they weren't entirely sure if it was them. Take a look, is that Yi Yunfei over there? It looks like him. Should we go over and take a look? Let's go take a look. It might be it. If it's not, just consider it a walk, but if it is, you'll have made a profit. After saying that, the few of them ran over, filled with excitement. Suddenly, one of them shouted. It sounds like him. It really is him. Yi the Great Demon King. Yi Demon King. They were still some distance away, but several of them started shouting directly at Yi Yunfei, not caring what the people around them thought. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu heard the voices and looked over in their direction. A few girls ran over toward them. Yi Ma Wang, I never expected to see you here. Yi Yunfei was also a bit stunned. Oh, hello. Can you take a photo with us? I've been going to see your performances there all along. Why didn't you let me know this time? Yi Yunfei was caught off guard by this unexpected event and was momentarily at a loss for what to do, so he could only scratch his head. Alright, I guess I might as well take this opportunity. One of them even jumped up with joy. Really? Really, I'm not lying. I can't run away again. You go ahead first, I'll wait here. Really? Is that okay? Sure, it's fine. You go ahead first. Alright, I'll go first then. A few girls started discussing who would take a photo with Yi Yunfei first. After saying that, the girls took out their phones and started posing one by one to take photos with Yi Yunfei. This left Yi Yunfei completely flabbergasted. The girls took turns taking photos with him, each striking various poses. After a long while, they finally finished. A few girls in Yi Yunfei said thank you and left. Thank you, we'll be on our way then. Thanks, Yi Ma Wang. Remember to post on Weibo next time you go somewhere. We'll all be there. Alright, we'll head over first. Let's meet again sometime. Then a few of us walked side by side toward the front. One of them pointed ahead, gesturing for Yi Yunfei and the others to go first, then joined them and walked away together. After finishing, the two of them continued walking back to the Daeun Society. You know what? You're pretty popular, aren't you? People are always asking you to take photos with them wherever you go. Yi Yunfei still had the same smug expression as before, smiling at Sun Yu. What's wrong? Jealous? Sun Yu shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a smug expression, different from before. This time, it seemed even more ruthless than before. What's wrong? Jealous? Sun Yu looked disgusted. What's there to envy? It's just surprising how someone can become such a big star in just a few months. Yi Yunfei also just realized how much he had changed in such a short time. You're just envious of me, jealous of my talent. Yi Yunfei spoke arrogantly as he joked with Sun Yu. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei. Oh my goodness, I envy you so much. Tell me about it. Don't mention it, but you're right. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have thought it had been like this for years. Sun Yu smiled. Your memory is like a fish's, probably only lasts 7 seconds. After hearing this, Yi Yunfei also smiled. Hey, by the way, what topic should we use for our next performance on stage? Sun Yu also thought about it for a moment. I don't really have any recommendations. If all else fails, the topic we were discussing at the restaurant earlier seemed pretty good. I think that's fine too. I think the topic we were discussing earlier was also good. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin, silently contemplating the next topic. Maybe that one from earlier would work too. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and thought for a moment. You mean the one we talked about before you came to find me? Yi Yunfei explained to Sun Yu. The one just now? Not what we were talking about earlier? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion. That's when I said you were jealous of me. Sun Yu suddenly realized and remembered that there was another topic to discuss. Oh, which one are you talking about? I think that one is fine too. By the way, why are you interested in our back and forth? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, waved his hand, and shook his head helplessly. Never mind. We'll talk about it later. Who knows when the next time will be? Sun Yu also thought about it for a moment before turning to Yi Yunfei and saying, that's true. Out of the entire Daeun Society, only the two of us have it easy. I wonder when the next opportunity will come. Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly, his mind filled with worries. Oh, this is so troublesome. There are so many things to do every day. Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Come on, come on.
There will be plenty more situations like this in the future.
This is just the first time.
You'll still have to write the articles yourself in the future. This time, Sun Yu was imitating Yi Yunfei, copying his smug expression and speaking with a hint of schadenfreude, occasionally mocking Yi Yunfei.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly and shook his head. I'm completely hopeless. Writing this is so tedious. Why don't you help me write it?
Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a mischievous smile, his eyebrows arching slightly.
Sun Yu didn't back down, waving her hand dismissively. Forget it, you're the one who has to write the article. I can't do it, you know that, right? It's just a draft. Just write it and practice more. That's how I learned it. The two of them kept being modest, and finally Yi Yunfei couldn't walk anymore. He tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder. Let's take a taxi.
It's still a long way to Daeun Society, and I'm afraid I really can't go on.
You can't handle it? You said you wanted to lose weight? I didn't even say you were tired, and you're already giving up? Chapter 82, Back to Daeun Society. Chapter 82, Back to Daeun Society.
I can't take it anymore, I really can't stand it, my feet hurt. Saying this, Yi Yunfei lifted his left foot and squeezed it, probably because it was also too painful to bear.
Sun Yu examined Yi Yunfei's foot carefully, seeming unwilling to joke around anymore. It must have been unbearable. Alright. Looking at you like this, you might get into trouble if you keep walking.
Yi Yunfei pointed ahead, and Sun Yu followed his gaze. There was an empty taxi over there, and Sun Yu finally understood what Yi Yunfei was thinking.
Wow, I bet you saw that empty taxi earlier, didn't you? Alright, you got me.
Yi Yunfei started to argue, refusing to admit it and coming up with all sorts of excuses.
What do you mean, plotting against you?
My foot was killing me, and there was an empty taxi over there, it was fate. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain, then turned her face away.
Look at yourself. How pathetic are you? Yi Yunfei thought about it carefully and didn't bother to argue. He just came clean with Sun Yu.
Yi Yunfei turned his face away, puckered his lips, and looked like an angry child.
Sigh, I'm just tired and don't want to go.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly, waved her hand, and decided to listen to him this time. She didn't feel like walking either, so it would be better to just take a taxi.
Never mind. I'll listen to you this time. Let's take a taxi. Yi Yunfei was quite excited upon hearing this.
He patted Sun Yu on the shoulder, smiled, and started running while pushing Sun Yu along.
Let's go, run, hurry up. The earlier we get on the bus, the earlier we'll be back at Daeun Society.
Sun Yu ran for a while and was out of breath, complaining to Yi Yunfei.
Oh my gosh, why are you running so fast? You're not tired, but I am,
she said, panting heavily, bending over with her hands on her knees. Yi Yunfei saw this and didn't push Sun Yu any further, waiting beside him for a moment. While waiting for Sun Yu to regain his strength, Yi Yunfei grew a bit bored and glanced at the taxi from earlier. He noticed that the taxi had already turned from green to red, and someone had already gotten in.
Oh, that car seems to have someone in it.
Saying this, Yi Yunfei placed his hand above his eyes like binoculars and looked at the taxi over there.
Sun Yu exclaimed in surprise, I ran all the way here to get in the taxi, and someone beat me to it. How frustrating. What? Someone else was there? Oh well, why did we both run so fast then?
We're both exhausted.
Yi Yunfei was so angry he couldn't speak, standing there with his hands on his hips as the taxi drove away. Yi Yunfei could only wave helplessly. Oh well, never mind. Let's just find another one.
Sun Yu had also rested enough and stood up, standing with his hands on his hips just like Yi Yunfei.
There was nothing else to do. After all, they had gone first, and we couldn't go over there again. Sigh, let's just switch to another vehicle. We'll just have to switch to another one. Otherwise, we'll have to walk back.
Yi Yunfei spoke to Sun Yu with a serious expression, without his usual smile, looking unusually earnest. Sun Yu was startled by this and quickly grabbed Yi Yunfei's arm, patting him.
It's not that bad. It's such a big place we shouldn't have trouble finding a taxi.
Yi Yunfei felt more confident after hearing Sun Yu's words, but with the mindset of just having fun, Yi Yunfei started teasing Sun Yu again. Yi Yunfei deliberately acted very sad and said to Sun Yu, patting her on the shoulder and sighing.
Oh, it's already 6 o'clock. There are no more buses. Let's walk back together.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain and began to slowly confront him.
Wait, what time is it now? You told me there were no taxis at 6 p.m.? Buses stop running at 10 p.m., and now the buses haven't stopped yet, but you're saying the taxis have stopped? That's nonsense, isn't it?
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do now. There didn't seem to be any bus stops nearby, and the taxi he had just seen had already picked up passengers. Yi Yunfei, with his sharp eyes, spotted a small green light up ahead and focused on it.
Sure enough, it was a taxi.
After confirming this, Yi Yunfei began to signal to Sun Yu.
Sun Yu, look ahead.
Sun Yu was still thinking about how to get back and whether to call someone to pick them up when they heard Yi Yunfei calling him again.
he replied impatiently to Yi Yunfei. What's going on? Did you find a car? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and pointed with his finger to where the taxi had been. Over there, was the taxi green? Sun Yu also started looking in the direction Yi Yunfei was pointing. Sun Yu looked carefully and it seemed there really was an empty taxi. You're right, there really is one. Sun Yu tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and started running toward the taxi. What are you standing there for? Run. Head to that intersection over there. Yi Yunfei hesitated for a moment, then started running toward the intersection just like Sun Yu. Ah, okay, I'll be right there. With that, the two began to sprint toward the intersection. When Yi Yunfei and the others reached the intersection, the taxi happened to be parked there, so they hopped in. Where are you two heading? Yi Yunfei answered first. Dayun Society, the two of us. The driver said this and turned his head away, starting to check the navigation. Alright, please wait a moment while we wait for the red light. Yi Yunfei picked up the call. No problem, no rush, take your time. Wow, that was exhausting. After getting on the car, Sun Yu started feeling the aftereffects. She had been running for quite a while earlier. Yi Yunfei, seeing Sun Yu in this state, started provoking him again. It was the same old Yi Yunfei, with his familiar smirk. Oh, you're already tired? Where's the momentum from earlier when you were shouting and running around? Sun Yu shot Yi Yunfei a disapproving glance and replied helplessly. If you were as heavy as me, over 260 pounds, you'd feel just as uncomfortable running, and you'd be just as tired, maybe even more so than me. As the two were talking, the driver started to think about striking up a conversation with them. Did you just finish your performance? Why are you going back so late? Yi Yunfei heard the driver's words and started chatting with him. The performance ended around 4 p.m. We were just playing around earlier, so it took a bit longer than expected. After listening, the driver turned his face back and continued driving with full attention. That's fine. After the performance, there will still be time to rest and play around. Yi Yunfei continued. It's tiring to talk about it, but it's also easy to talk about it. After all, when you're busy, you're really busy. The driver turned his head again to look at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. That's about right, after all, you don't have much to do when you're busy. I envy your life, you even have some free time. Yi Yunfei is in a similar situation. After all, he came here through time travel, so he understands these matters well. Oh well, everything is difficult, take it slow. Chapter 83, starting to try a draft. The driver continued chatting idly with Yi Yunfei, his words filled with helplessness. What can you do? I didn't work hard before, so now I just have to keep doing this. Yi Yunfei glanced at the driver and didn't say anything else. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu sat in the back, turning their heads to look out the window. Everything here was still so familiar. After a while, Yi Yunfei closed his eyes and dozed off. A short time later, he opened his eyes and looked around. Suddenly, he realized they had arrived, they were almost home. Then Yi Yunfei woke up Sun Yu, who was half asleep, and told him to get up and prepare to get off the vehicle. Wake up, Sun Yu, wake up, we're here. Sun Yu hurriedly opened her eyes, glanced at Yi Yunfei, then looked out the window. You know what? It's still faster to take a car. Otherwise, who knows when the two of us would have made it back on foot. After a while, the driver stopped the car, and the two slowly got out. As soon as he got out, Yi Yunfei stretched his arms, feeling quite comfortable. He glanced at his phone. 7:30. Not bad, it only took a little over an hour to get here. Yi Yunfei saw Sun Yu slowly getting off the car and went to settle the fare with the driver. After settling the bill, the driver waved goodbye to Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei, then drove off. Yi Yunfei also waved back. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion, then glanced at the driver who had just left, standing there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. After a moment, Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and felt a bit awkward, so he casually glanced at the entrance of Dayun Society. Let's go home. Sun Yu couldn't help but smile when she heard this. No, your expression and the way you're talking are too silly. It doesn't suit you at all. Yi Yunfei was taken aback and looked at Sun Yu, his mind filled with confusion. Is that right? Is he really just staring like that, looking so dumb? Sun Yu couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed again, patting Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. That's right, the contrast is too sudden. You're usually such a goofball, but when you suddenly get serious, it's really awkward, and it sounds really uncomfortable. Yi Yunfei rubbed his chin, beginning to reflect on his actions. The two of them stood there at the door for nearly half an hour. A cool breeze swept past, causing Sun Yu's sturdy frame to shudder. Oh my goodness, it's a bit chilly. Then Sun Yu took out her phone and saw that it was 8 p.m. Oh, it's 8 o'clock already. Time flies. Yi Yunfei also came to his senses. It's already 8 o'clock? We've been standing here for half an hour, and I didn't even notice. I thought it was only a few minutes. Yi Yunfei waved at Sun Yu, scratched his head, and then walked toward the office. Never mind, let's not discuss this issue for now. Let's go back to sleep. Sun Yu followed him into the office. Alright, go to sleep. The two walked side by side into the office. After walking halfway, Sun Yu reminded Yi Yunfei. Let's go to bed early today and get up early tomorrow to think about the draft. Otherwise, it'll end up like last time, and we'll all be in a mess. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu. Alright, we'll follow your lead. We'll finish the draft tomorrow morning and can review it together in the afternoon.
After saying that, the two returned to their respective rooms to prepare for bed.
That night, Yi Yunfei couldn't sleep.
He tossed and turned in bed, once again contemplating what topic to choose for his next performance rehearsal. In his mind, he recalled the conversations he had with Sun Yu earlier that afternoon.
That should be okay, never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore, it's making me feel worse. I'm going to sleep.
Sun Yu looked troubled, rolled over on the bed, then lay down and touched his head before falling asleep peacefully.
The next day,
Sun Yu got up early and went to Yi Yunfei's place to ask him to write the article. As soon as Sun Yu entered the room, he saw Yi Yunfei lying on the bed with the blankets in disarray, wondering what he had been up to the night before.
Sun Yu walked over and woke Yi Yunfei up. Hey, Yi Yunfei, wake up. It's morning, the sun is already high in the sky.
Yi Yunfei was half awake, half asleep, opening his eyes to look at Sun Yu, who was calling him beside him. After getting up, Yi Yunfei rubbed his eyes, stretched lazily, and slowly sat on the edge of the bed to put on his clothes and begin making the bed.
Sun Yu stood by silently, watching Yi Yunfei's every move.
Sun Yu saw that Yi Yunfei had just finished tidying up and was about to say something, but Yi Yunfei spoke first.
Sun Yu, wait a moment.
I need to wash my face.
Ha? Okay, go ahead. Yi Yunfei left one person standing there dumbfounded in the room.
Sun Yu scratched his head helplessly.
My goodness, what did I do yesterday to make such a mess? Yi Yunfei walked to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After a while, Yi Yunfei emerged from the bathroom.
Yi Yunfei sat on the edge of the bed, touched his head, and looked at Sun Yu.
Have you thought of any ideas yet?
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly, sighed, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
There's nothing else. I can't think of any other topics. Maybe we should think about it some more. Maybe we can come up with something fresher. What do you think? Yi Yunfei looked at the floor and thought for a moment before saying quietly. I think it's fine. We still have a few days before the performance.
At that moment, Guodi Gang, the teacher, returned, just as Sun Yu was heading back to think about the topic.
Oh, master, you're back?
Yi Yunfei was the first to approach and strike up a conversation.
Guodi Gang walked into Yi Yunfei's room and sat directly on the edge of the bed. Guodi Gang saw Yi Yunfei's appearance, looking very haggard, and asked Yi Yunfei, what did you do last night? Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly and said to Guodi Gang, I have no idea what to do. We might have a performance in a few days, and I can't come up with a script today. Guodi Gang looked at Yi Yunfei, then glanced at Sun Yu.
He patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and spoke to him softly.
Tomorrow, I have a performance with Mr. Yu. You can watch Sun Yu carefully and learn from him, okay?
Yi Yunfei slowly raised his head, looking at Guodi Gang with eyes full of hope.
Really? We'll definitely go tomorrow.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu again, so excited that he started dancing and even jumped up and down. Guodi Gang looked at Sun Yu, and the two of them glanced at Yi Yunfei. Without meaning to, they both burst into laughter. Yi Yunfei gradually stopped dancing and looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression.
What are you two laughing at? What's so funny? Guodi Gang and Sun Yu stopped laughing, then exchanged glances.
After a moment, they looked at each other again and burst into laughter once more.
Yi Yunfei took a moment to recover, thinking about what he had just done, and then realized what they were laughing about.
Yi Yunfei silently lowered his head and hugged his head with both hands.
Oh, I've made a fool of myself. Sigh. Sun Yu smiled, then suppressed the urge to laugh uncontrollably. It's okay, you've made a fool of yourself plenty of times before. Chapter 84, Putting in the Effort. Ha! As soon as Sun Yu finished speaking, Guodi Gang started laughing. Guodi Gang patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and said half-jokingly to Yi Yunfei. It's okay, Sun Yu is your partner, and I'm your mentor. We're all family, so there's no need to worry, right? We won't say anything to outsiders.
Sun Yu followed Guodi Gang's lead and placed the phone in front of him, facing Yi Yunfei, pretending to be filming a video.
Right, why would we tell outsiders that? We'll send it out in video form. Yi Yunfei heard this and his face turned pale.
Without thinking twice, he rushed over and snatched the phone from Sun Yu.
Sun Yu saw this and handed the phone to him. Yi Yunfei took the phone and realized that Sun Yu hadn't recorded any video. Yi Yunfei rubbed his stomach, exhaled, and finally felt at ease.
Hey, it turns out it was just the two of you scaring me all along. Yi Yunfei also returned to his usual state, full of energy, but seemed slightly less energetic than usual.
Well, of course not. If you don't play like this, do you think your mindset would be any better?
Sun Yu took the phone, crossed her arms, and said with a delighted expression.
Isn't this because you're worried that you'll lose heart after this?
Yi Yunfei looked up, gazed deeply at Sun Yu, stood up, and patted her on the shoulder.
Alright, at least you know to help me out. Sun Yu also patted his chest proudly and looked at Yi Yunfei. That's not like someone sent us here to be partners.
I don't care, and your master doesn't care either. Your senior and junior brothers aren't home, so who's going to look after you?
Yi Yunfei excitedly hugged Sun Yu and patted her on the back.
Even in his most desperate moment, his partner had come to comfort him.
Guo Digang saw this and smiled. Ha, it seems like you guys have been through a lot these past few months.
Yi Yunfei returned to his usual demeanor and spoke to Guo Digang with a radiant expression. Of course, we're partners, after all. At that moment, Yi Yunfei's right arm was still wrapped around Sun Yu. Sun Yu also smiled and placed his left hand on Sun Yu's shoulder. Guo Digang saw this scene and smiled contentedly. After all, how well two people get along determines whether they can work well together as partners. Alright, seeing how well the two of you get along, I can rest assured.
Guo Digang patted Sun Yu on the shoulder and said earnestly.
You're not only his partner but also his senior master.
Remember to take good care of Yi Yunfei and don't bully him. I'll be going now. I'll go practice with your Uncle Yu. Just remember to come by tomorrow. After saying that, Guo Digang walked out. Alright, Mr. Guo, take your time. Guo Digang waved his hand at the door, indicating that he understood.
Remember to tidy up your bed later.
Look at the mess you've made. You're such a grown man, don't you feel embarrassed if others see it?
Yi Yunfei blushed and scratched his head.
Alright, I understand, Mr. Guo. Alright, I'll head out then.
Mr. Yu is waiting for me to help him review his lines.
With that, Guo Digang went to find Yu Qian. Only the two of them remained in the room. The two watched Guo Digang leave, then returned to the bed and sat down. What are you standing there for? Get to work.
Sun Yu reminded Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei also put down his hands and patted his own face.
Right, it's time to get to work. Alright, you go ahead and get started. I'll go take a quick walk. With that, Sun Yu walked out.
Yi Yunfei turned his head to glance at Sun Yu, waved his hand at him, and then began to tidy up the messy bed.
Oh, this is such a hassle.
After a while, Yi Yunfei finally finished making the bed.
Phew, finally done.
Yi Yunfei wiped the sweat off his forehead, which was as big as beans, and plopped down on the bed. As soon as he lay down, drowsiness overwhelmed his entire body, and he eventually succumbed to sleep, drifting off gradually.
In the afternoon, Yi Yunfei's stomach started growling, and he woke up.
Oh, my head hurts so much, and I'm so hungry.
This is so tough. Yi Yunfei stood up, looked around, and searched through his room but couldn't find anything to eat.
He could only sigh and rub his head helplessly.
Never mind, I'll go out and buy something to eat.
With that, he headed toward the door.
As soon as he stepped out the front gate, a cool breeze blew in. No doubt last night had been much more relaxing.
Yi Yunfei stretched his arms outside.
Supermarket, let's go.
With that, Yi Yunfei set off on his journey to the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, Yi Yunfei felt a bit unfamiliar. After all, it had been a while since he last visited, and he had been so busy with performances that he hadn't had time to even think about going to the supermarket.
Yi Yunfei walked around the supermarket picking up various snacks.
He filled half of a small shopping cart with snacks and, satisfied with his selection, began moving toward the checkout counter.
Oh well, another hefty expense today.
After buying everything, I carried 2 large bags of snacks and slowly walked back to Dianxi. In the evening, I ate the snacks while watching the collection of stand-up comedy routines that Guo Digang had mentioned earlier, pondering the master's extraordinary skills.
Yi Yunfei checked the time and decided it was about right.
He tidied up and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. After all, he had to go watch his master perform stand-up comedy tomorrow and take notes for reference.
Time to sleep.
The next day, Sun Yu came to call Yi Yunfei as usual, but this time she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by Guo Digang.
Oh, Mr. Guo, you're here too. Guo Digang pointed to Yi Yunfei's room. Let's go see how he's doing. I have a performance this afternoon. See if he can come listen and get some ideas for your next draft. The two chatted as they entered Yi Yunfei's room.
However, things had changed quite a bit this time.
Yi Yunfei had already gotten up and was sitting on the edge of the bed, admiring the sun outside. Sun Yu walked in and was startled by Yi Yunfei's appearance. Yi Yunfei? Are you human or a ghost?
Yi Yunfei shouted at Sun Yu with a helpless expression.
Guess if I'm human or a ghost? Guo Digang laughed and joked with Yi Yunfei. This is definitely a person, but you never respond when I don't call you. What's going on today? Yi Yunfei scratched his head and answered Guo Digang's question with an embarrassed expression. Isn't there a performance today?
I went to bed early yesterday, so I woke up early, but I didn't know what to do, so I just sat here. Sun Yu sighed helplessly and pursed her lips.
You still know you stay up late every day? Really, don't you know that staying up late is bad for your health?
Yi Yunfei stuck out his tongue like a child and scratched his head.
Isn't this just not being able to control oneself?
The longer he stayed awake, the more energetic he felt.
Guo Digang smiled helplessly.
You two, always competing over such matters.
You make quite the pair.
Chapter 85, Relax and Enjoy Yourself. Woody Gang glanced at the time on his phone. It was getting late, and he still needed to find Yu Qian to practice with. It's about time. Yu De and I will head over first. Don't forget to go check it out this afternoon.
After saying that, Woody Gang patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder, then patted Sun Yu, and walked out.
Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu watched Woody Gang's retreating figure.
Yi Yunfei gestured to Sun Yu with his hands, then walked out.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion as he tried to leave. Where are you going again?
Yi Yunfei stopped, turned around, and waved his hand again.
Let's go out for breakfast. Skipping breakfast in the morning can be hard on the stomach.
Sun Yu smiled slightly and pointed at Yi Yunfei.
Oh, you know that not eating breakfast can make your stomach feel uncomfortable in the morning.
Yi Yunfei turned around at the door and smiled at Sun Yu, still with his usual smirk.
It seemed like he had recovered quite a bit. That's for sure. When your stomach hurts, you can't eat all day, and that's even worse. Yi Yunfei said, rubbing his stomach.
Sun Yu waved his hand, signaling Yi Yunfei to leave, then also rubbed his own stomach. After all, he was pretty hungry too.
Let's go, let's go. What are you standing there for? Let's go eat. I'm hungry too.
Yi Yunfei heard Sun Yu's rebuttal and patted her on the shoulder.
Aren't you waiting for me? Otherwise, I would have left already.
Sun Yu casually pushed down Yi Yunfei's left hand, which was resting on his shoulder, and made a stop gesture.
Hey, stop. I didn't say you had to wait. You're the one who chose to wait. Don't blame me.
Yi Yunfei paused for a moment, shook his head, and said helplessly.
Hey, you won't even let me get close to you.
Sun Yu glanced back at Yi Yunfei and continued walking forward.
Hey, don't do that.
We're partners now, there's no need to be so formal.
Ha, you're right, it's just the two of us. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily, then jogged over to stand beside Sun Yu. Where should we eat? Any recommendations?
Sun Yu looked up and thought for a moment, realizing that all the places she usually went to were quite far away.
There really weren't any. They were all pretty far away. After listening to Sun Yu, Yi Yunfei thought about it again. Ugh, what should we do? Sun Yu waved his hand, signaling Yi Yunfei not to worry. It's okay. We can just go for a walk outside. It's still morning, and the master won't start performing until the afternoon. There's no rush.
Yi Yunfei jumped at the sound of those words, thought for a moment, and realized that it was still early in the morning, and there was plenty of time to play before the afternoon.
Yeah, that's true. No rush. Sun Yu realized something was off and immediately pressed Yi Yunfei for answers. Hey, what's up? What's the plan for today?
Yi Yunfei wanted to turn his face away, but upon further consideration, he realized that doing so would make it easier to be exposed, so he simply turned his face towards Sun Yu. No, there's plenty of time today. Sun Yu naturally sensed something was off, glanced at Yi Yunfei, and continued to press the issue.
Are you sure? Will you go out with me after dinner?
Yi Yunfei thought about it for a moment, feeling it wasn't a good idea, then answered Sun Yu's question. At that moment, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and his eyes started to wander.
Alright, whatever. There's nothing else to do anyway.
Sun Yu noticed this, smiled, and continued to question Yi Yunfei, mimicking Yi Yunfei's usual sarcastic smile as he faced him.
Really? There's really nothing wrong? Yi Yunfei turned his face away as soon as he arrived, then turned it back after 2 seconds. Of course, what could possibly be wrong with me? At that moment, Yi Yunfei was panicking.
Although it wasn't a big deal, he suddenly felt uneasy about going out to relax.
Sun Yu smiled and immediately called out Yi Yunfei's lie. Oh my goodness, is there anything you can't tell me? What's going on? Are you going to find some young girl to help you? Yi Yunfei heard this and waved his hand dismissively before confessing the truth. Oh, it's not that I'm in a bad mood, I just wanted to relax a bit.
Sun Yu didn't quite believe Yi Yunfei's explanation. After all, she knew how difficult it was to write articles, so she didn't think much of it.
What? That's all? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in astonishment, unable to believe the expression on her face. Is that really your reaction? Can you keep it a little more under control? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei, thinking, you want to go out to relax, but what else are you hiding?
No, just go out for a bit to relax.
Why make such a big deal out of it? I already know, so why react so strongly?
Yi Yunfei crossed his arms, looked at Sun Yu with disdain, and touched his head.
I thought your reaction would be more dramatic. I'm a little disappointed.
Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei with disdain, then continued walking, looking for a place to have breakfast.
Just give it a rest. You should be happy you're able to recover at all. Going out to relax isn't really your thing.
Sun Yu finished speaking and waved her hand, ignoring Yi Yunfei as he continued searching for a place to eat. Yi Yunfei had no choice after all, he rarely went out on his own.
Never mind, it is what it is. Let's change the subject. Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei but didn't say anything and kept walking.
By then, there was a short distance between Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei, so Yi Yunfei jogged to catch up. After catching up with Sun Yu, Yi Yunfei naturally placed his hand on Sun Yu's shoulder.
Sun Yu also instinctively moved Yi Yunfei's hand away. After Yi Yunfei's hand was removed, he also voluntarily put his hands back into his pockets. Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei.
Since there wasn't much to do today, she hadn't worn her usual overcoat when she came out.
She took another careful look at Yi Yunfei's attire. Yi Yunfei also noticed Sun Yu's actions, which left him feeling confused. What's wrong? Am I dressed inappropriately? Or does it not match?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei again and waved his right hand. No, it's just that seeing you like this now, it's such a relief that you ended up at Dayun Society instead of joining a gang.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in confusion and then asked. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you didn't go to the gang but came to the Dayun Society instead? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's current appearance and attire. If he weren't as humorous as usual, he might have been misunderstood. No, look at you. When we're not talking or performing, you're usually pretty cold and walk with your hands in your pockets, right? Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement.
Sun Yu, seeing him nod, continued speaking. Look, you're a bit cold and you like to walk with your hands in your pockets, giving off an air of superiority.
I think people might misunderstand you.
Sun Yu finished speaking, clapped her hands, then spread them out, explaining her point logically and convincingly.
Yi Yunfei stopped in his tracks and began to reflect on his usual behavior. Chapter 86, Long Distance Call. You know what? It does sound like it. It does have a certain resemblance. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with excitement, his face full of enthusiasm. What do you think? Should I quit the Dayun Society and try joining a gang instead?
Sun Yu furrowed his brows, looking at Yi Yunfei in astonishment as he reached out his right hand to grab Yi Yunfei's left arm.
No, it's just a joke. Don't go for real. If you leave, I'll have no partner. Ha! Yi Yunfei smiled at Sun Yu's appearance. Sure enough, you still care about me. You're still kind to me.
As he spoke, Yi Yunfei placed his hand on Sun Yu's shoulder again. Sun Yu instinctively moved his hand away, but Yi Yunfei placed it back on her shoulder once more.
Sun Yu moved it away again.
The two of them continued this playful banter for quite some time.
Sun Yu couldn't take it anymore and spoke up first. Enough. What time is it? Why aren't we looking for a place to eat? Hearing this, Yi Yunfei's stomach growled.
He unconsciously rubbed his stomach and looked at Sun Yu helplessly.
Look at your stomach, it's so weak. It's not even that late yet, and it's already growling. Oh, I'm hungry. By the way, we've walked this far and still haven't found a place to eat? Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder, comforting him as he was starving. It'll be ready soon, don't worry. Right? I'm just as hungry as you are. Look at me, I'm not even in a hurry.
Sun Yu said this, and her stomach growled uncontrollably.
Ha! Yi Yunfei couldn't help but laugh when he heard Sun Yu's stomach growl.
Just now you were teasing me, and now look at your own stomach, it's not very cooperative either. Sun Yu felt embarrassed and scratched his head. Oh, I didn't want it to bark either, but it barked on its own, so there's nothing I can do about it. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and started looking around for something to eat. Alright, let's just eat here. Sun Yu also started looking around. It wasn't that there weren't many places, there were none at all that sold breakfast. Oh my goodness, why is there no place to buy breakfast in such a big place? That's ridiculous. Yi Yunfei had sharp eyes and spotted a place with smoke rising from a distance. He tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder and pointed to the smoking area, gesturing for Sun Yu to follow. Sun Yu, is that over there? Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei's gaze and saw that there were quite a few people there. That direction seemed right, it must be the breakfast shop. Yi Yunfei heard those 3 words and perked up instantly, rushing over quickly. Sun Yu hadn't even had time to react before Yi Yunfei had already charged past him. The two who had been chatting just moments ago were now left with only Sun Yu standing there in a daze. Oh, look at that kid. He didn't even wait for me. Sun Yu complained about me, then started running alongside Yi Yunfei, shouting at him as he went. Wait for me. Why are you running so fast? However, at that moment, Yi Yunfei had already been driven mad by his hunger and ran straight ahead without caring about anything else, completely oblivious to Sun Yu's calls from behind. Finally arriving at the breakfast shop, there weren't many people left when Yi Yunfei arrived, so he quickly joined the queue. When it came time to order, he naturally thought of his optional companion, but after looking around, he didn't see him anywhere, so he bought 2 portions. Yi Yunfei took the 2 breakfasts out of the shop and started looking for Sun Yu. Just as he stepped out, he saw Sun Yu running toward him. Since Yi Yunfei was holding the breakfast, he didn't run over immediately. Instead, he walked over, though he did so quickly. When Yi Yunfei reached Sun Yu's side, Sun Yu also stopped, bent over, placed both hands on her knees, and was clearly exhausted. Hey, you ran pretty fast. After speaking, she stood up and gave Yi Yunfei a dirty look, then sat down on a nearby stool. Yi Yunfei handed the other breakfast he had just bought to Sun Yu. Here, I brought you one. Sun Yu's mood changed instantly upon arriving here, and she was much calmer than before. Oh, you even remembered to bring me a share. Yi Yunfei smiled and said proudly. That's right, who made you my partner?
If it were someone else, they wouldn't get this treatment. Sun Yu smiled. Ha, that's right, someone else wouldn't understand the feeling of chasing after you and not being able to catch up, no matter how much you call out to them. Yi Yunfei was a bit confused, really confused. He couldn't catch up, that was true, but why wouldn't they answer when he called? Ha! If you can't catch me, I'll admit it. I do run fast, but when did you call me? Sun Yu told him what had just happened. Just as I finished speaking, you started running. You ran quite a distance before I realized what was happening, so I shouted after you frantically, but you kept charging forward. Sun Yu said this while bending down to touch his leg, and the posture made it clear how tired he was. Yi Yunfei put down his breakfast, patted Sun Yu on the back, comforting her while also feeling guilty about his own actions. Alright. This won't happen again. It was just a special circumstance this time, right? I was so hungry I couldn't stand it. Sun Yu looked up and shot Yi Yunfei a disapproving glance. Alright, I get it. The only way to prevent this from happening again is… Sun Yu deliberately paused without saying what it was, making Yi Yunfei very curious. Yi Yunfei suddenly looked at Sun Yu with a serious expression and asked what it was. What is it? What method? Tell me about it. Nonsense, I'm just not going out with you. Sun Yu said angrily, then turned her head away and continued eating her breakfast. Yi Yunfei felt helpless and slowly turned his head back, starting his breakfast as well, his mood a bit low. After they finished eating, Yi Yunfei stretched lazily, looking very comfortable. Yi Yunfei stood up again and patted his stomach, indicating that he was full. Ah, it feels so good to be full. Sun Yu had also finished eating. After finishing, she took the breakfast bag from earlier, walked over, and threw it into the trash can. Then she turned to Yi Yunfei and said, "Are you full now?" Yi Yunfei rubbed his stomach and glanced at Sun Yu. At least I'm full now. Sun Yu took a break, then stood up, glanced at Yi Yunfei, and patted him on the shoulder. Alright, I'll go ahead then. Aren't you going to the park? You can go later. Remember to call me when you're done, and we'll go watch the master's performance together. Sun Yu turned her head, waved, and left. Yi Yunfei also responded to Sun Yu and waved his hand. Alright, don't worry. I'll come find you after I'm done. Sun Yu waved from a distance. Take your time and have fun. We'll go when it's time. Don't get too carried away and forget the time, or you'll make the master angry. Yi Yunfei replied to Sun Yu. Alright, got it. Just wait for me. I'll come find you once I'm done. Chapter 87, Preparing to Depart. Yi Yunfei waved goodbye to Sun Yu. Yi Yunfei looked up at the sky boredly, rested for a moment, then sat back down. He looked at the clouds in the sky, then at the cars on the road and the people walking by, and couldn't help but sigh, how unpredictable life is. How much things have changed. It's been quite some time since I came here. Yi Yunfei sighed and rubbed his head helplessly. Oh well, never mind. Let's head to the park. With that, Yi Yunfei set off on his way to the park. Yi Yunfei walked along the road aimlessly, his hands stuffed in his pockets, occasionally stopping to look around at the scenery before continuing on his way. After a while, Yi Yunfei finally arrived at the park. As soon as he entered, he sat down on a nearby stone. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired. I didn't expect the park to be so far away. Saying that, he pulled out a few tissues from his pocket and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yi Yunfei pulled out his phone. It was 11 o'clock. It was 11 o'clock. Time had passed quickly, and his physical strength had mostly recovered. It was time to start exploring the park after all. It had been a long time since he had last visited. Yi Yunfei stretched lazily, then continued on his way with his hands in his pockets. Halfway there, Yi Yunfei spotted a lake ahead and walked over. There were quite a few people around, and the fish were also very active at that moment. There were also many parents bringing their children to enjoy the scenery, as there was an artificial hill nearby. Yi Yunfei placed his hands over his eyes, using them as binoculars to look at the lake, and also to block the glaring sunlight. It was really bright coming out at 11 o'clock to look at the lake. The sun was really strong. Mom, what's bubbling over there? The child's mother squatted down, hugged the child's shoulders, and pointed to the distant bubbling spot, explaining in detail what it was. This is a lake, and the bubbling spot over there has fish. Do you understand now? There are fish. Got it. Yi Yunfei suddenly noticed the mother and daughter standing nearby. He stood there quietly, watching the mother talk to her daughter about the lake and the fish inside it. At that moment, there were also many families with their children there to enjoy the scenery, as well as numerous young couples in the midst of a romantic relationship, taking advantage of the holiday to go out and have fun. Oh dear, it seems I've come at the wrong time today. Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly. After speaking, Yi Yunfei walked toward a small pavilion in the center of the lake. The pavilion was well designed. One side was refreshingly cool at noon, sheltered from the sun, while the other side, even when exposed to the sun, remained comfortably warm. At this time, there weren't many people around, so Yi Yunfei found a spot on the sunny side to sit. The sun didn't hit his head, and his back felt warm. It was quite comfortable.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei leaned against a pillar next to the pavilion, set an alarm, and fell asleep. At 1 p.m., the alarm went off, and Yi Yunfei woke up. Yi Yunfei turned off the alarm clock, got up, and stretched lazily.
He checked the time on his phone. It was 1 p.m.
His master's performance was scheduled to begin at 3 p.m., and he planned to return by 2 p.m., which meant he had exactly 1 hour left. After saying that, Yi Yunfei patted himself on the back to stay alert, then headed toward the main entrance. Just as he stepped out the door and walked a short distance, he spotted a restaurant and walked over.
As Yi Yunfei walked inside, the staff greeted him warmly.
"Hello, sir.
Are you here alone?"
"Yes, just me."
"Alright, follow me. I'll take you there. This side is already full, and there aren't many people inside. I'll take you inside."
Yi Yunfei looked around. It was just mealtime, so it wasn't surprising that there were so many people.
But it was already past 1 o'clock, so why were there still so many people? "Alright, let's go inside."
"Okay, follow me."
With that, the shop assistant led Yi Yunfei into the inner room. "There aren't many people inside. Please take a seat wherever you like. I'll go get the menu. Please wait a moment."
"Okay."
Yi Yunfei walked inside and sat down at a random spot.
Usually, the two of them would argue while eating, but today, with one person missing, it felt so unfamiliar. The waiter brought the menu over.
"Hello, here is the menu. What would you like to order?"
Yi Yunfei just ordered a few items at random.
"Alright, please wait a moment.
The food will be ready shortly."
With that, the waiter left.
"Alright, you go ahead and get busy." Since Yi Yunfei was working near the edge, there was also a window nearby. Out of boredom, he glanced out the window.
After a while,
"Sir, your meal is ready, sir?"
"Sir?"
Yi Yunfei suddenly snapped out of it.
"Ha?
Oh, I was distracted for a moment.
Sorry. No problem. I won't disturb your meal then. Enjoy your meal."
With that, the staff member left. Yi Yunfei looked at the dishes on the table. He had ordered a bit too much.
"Never mind, let's just pack it up. We can continue eating later tonight."
With that, Yi Yunfei began to eat.
After a while, I'm full. Eating is so comfortable."
After finishing his meal, Yi Yunfei stretched lazily on the chair, then glanced at the table and saw there was still quite a bit left, so he called the officials.
"Waiter, pack it up to go." The store clerk heard Yi Yunfei's words and responded accordingly. "Alright, I'll be right there."
The staff member then brought over the boxes, packed them up, and Yi Yunfei walked out of the restaurant.
"Ugh, it's already 2 o'clock, why is it still so bright?"
Yi Yunfei was getting a bit annoyed by the sun, so he hailed a random taxi on the street and headed toward Dayun Society. After a while, Yi Yunfei finally arrived at his destination, Dayun Society, after enduring the bumpy ride. Yi Yunfei took the leftover food he had packed earlier back to his room, placed it on the table, and then went to find Sunyu. At that moment, Sunyu was also bored, so he started watching his master Guodigang's comedy sketch collection and couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei had already arrived at the door. "Hey, what are you looking at? You look so happy." Sunyu saw Yi Yunfei coming and sat up. "Oh, you old man, you still know how to come back?" Yi Yunfei shot Sunyu a disapproving glance. "Of course, I have to go back to watch my master's performance later. I have to come back, otherwise I'll get scolded to death when my master comes back tonight." Sunyu smiled as she looked at Yi Yunfei. "Oh, you old man, you're still afraid of being scolded, aren't you?" Yi Yunfei looked at Sunyu. "Of course. After all, he's my master. If he ever gets angry and expels me from the school, I'd be in big trouble." Yi Yunfei checked his phone. It was already 2:30 p.m. "Alright, that's enough. It's already 2:30. If I play a little longer, it'll probably start soon." Sunyu also checked her phone. "You're right, if I had been any later, I would have been scolded." Yi Yunfei glanced at Sunyu. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Alright, I'm getting up."
"You get dressed first.
I'll go out and hail a taxi. Remember to come out quickly."
Yi Yunfei then waved goodbye to Sunyu.
Chapter 88, almost missed the time. Yi Yunfei hailed a taxi at random outside and waved at it. "Hey, driver, wait a moment." When the driver saw Yi Yunfei waving, he stopped the car and leaned out the window. "How many people?" "2 people." Yi Yunfei glanced behind him and noticed that Sunyu hadn't arrived yet.
He told his master to wait a moment, then went inside to call Sunyu. "Master, please wait here for a moment."
"I'll go inside to call someone." "Alright, hurry up."
Yi Yunfei had just reached the door when he saw Sunyu coming out. "Hurry up, slow down, the master has finished telling his jokes."
Sunyu waved his hand. "Come on, let's go. Did you find your car?" Yi Yunfei pointed outside. "Found it, it's parked outside." Sunyu and Yi Yunfei walked swiftly out the door and got into the car. "Let's go, master." "Alright, hold on tight."
Then the driver started driving them toward their destination.
Midway through the journey, Yi Yunfei received a call from Guodigang. "Yunfei, where are you? It's almost 3 o'clock, aren't you coming yet? We're almost there, sir. Don't worry, Sun Yu and I will be there shortly. Alright, just come over. Of course I'll come. How could I miss your performance? Woody Gang laughed after hearing Yi Yunfei's words. Alright, that's fine. You're here, so let's not argue anymore. We need to get on stage quickly. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang curiously. How about it, did they come? Woody Gang replied apologetically. I'm on my way. Yu Qian nodded and checked the time on his phone. Alright, you're here. We should get started. Let's go up on stage. Woody Gang straightened his robe. Alright, let's go. With that, the two headed toward the stage. Next, please welcome the Dayun Society to perform the comedy sketch The Heavenly King Covers the Earth with Tigers. The performers are Mr. Woody Gang and Mr. Yu Qian. Please give them a warm round of applause. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a round of applause from the audience, and Woody Gang and Yu Qian walked onto the stage. The stage setup remained simple, 2 speakers and a table. At that moment, Yi Yunfei glanced at the time on his phone. It was exactly 3 o'clock. Oh no, it's 3 o'clock. The master and the others have already started the performance. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in astonishment. Is this for real? After hearing Sun Yu's exclamation, Yi Yunfei opened his phone and let Sun Yu take a look. Take a look, isn't it 3 o'clock now? Sun Yu checked the time on her phone. It really did pass quickly. What should we do? We haven't arrived yet. Yi Yunfei started to panic, and Sun Yu, noticing this, began to comfort him. Don't worry, we'll tell the master that we were stuck in traffic on the way. It should be fine. The driver spoke up at that moment. Don't worry, it's just past the next intersection. Yi Yunfei heard the driver say they were almost there and immediately relaxed. That was pretty quick. We're already here. Sun Yu clapped his hands and pointed to the side. The driver stopped the car, and the two got out. Alright, we're here. As soon as they got off the bus, the two of them rushed inside and found their seats. At that moment, Woody Gang and Yu Qian had just taken the stage and were introducing themselves. Yi Yunfei's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. He rubbed his stomach and tried to calm himself. Phew, I finally made it in time. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, what's going on? You've never been afraid before. What are you worried about today? Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a disdainful look. How could you sleep? This is the master's performance, and he specifically told us not to be late today. If we're late, won't that cause a big problem? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's serious expression and couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in confusion, unable to resist making a sarcastic remark. Are you crazy? Are you laughing? Sun Yu stopped laughing and slapped Yi Yunfei, then immediately retaliated. You're the one who's crazy. Sun Yu looked very unhappy. Who would be happy in this situation? He was suddenly scolded for no reason. Who would be happy? Yi Yunfei continued to ask Sun Yu. If that's not the case, then why are you laughing? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei, then turned back. Seeing you looking so serious all of a sudden, after working with you for so long, anyone would laugh. You're completely different from your usual self. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a mix of disbelief and curiosity, then waved his hand. Never mind, never mind. Let's not argue about it now. Let's finish watching first and talk about it later. On the other side of the stage. Let's introduce ourselves first, even though we all know each other. We can't break the rules. The two of them spoke in unison. Hello everyone, I'm Woody Gang. I am Yu Qian. The two introduced themselves to the audience below. Although everyone already knew them, the audience still applauded. Woody Gang adjusted the microphone and continued speaking. The one who just walked by was my son, Huiqilan, and my disciple, Yan Hexian. As a father, I am very happy to be standing on the same stage as my son. As Woody Gang spoke, Yu Qian hurriedly grabbed Woody Gang's right shoulder. Woody Gang turned to look at Yu Qian, who finally let go of his arm, raised it in the air, and waved it, signaling him to stop. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Alright, go ahead. Don't say that, you're including me too. Woody Gang turned his face away. You're different from him. He's the eldest son. After saying that, Woody Gang turned his face toward Yu Qian. Yu Qian pointed at himself and looked at Woody Gang. What's the matter? So I'm the second son? What kind of talk is that? After he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Woody Gang swayed back and forth, then pointed at Yu Qian with his left hand. I have to criticize you. Yu Qian widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and pointed at himself. Criticizing me? Yeah, criticize you. Oh my goodness, criticizing me? Let everyone else judge, and you're still saying that about me? Woody Gang glanced at Yu Qian and gestured with his hand. If these were two kids doing a comedy routine, one would be 6 and the other 7. Go ahead. I'm your father, you're my son, and so on. The audience will find that very annoying. That's right, the audience doesn't like to hear that. Yu Qian looked at the audience.
Suddenly, Wei Digang spoke solemnly. These two kids are so poor and annoying. Yeah, that's right, poor and annoying. It's no fun when you get to our age. Wei Digang started laughing as he spoke, and the audience laughed along with him. Who's the father, who's the son? Would they be afraid of these people? Yeah, that's right. After saying that, Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Wei Digang. Wait, that's not right. We need to clarify his age first. Guo De began to explain. Don't take it to heart. Yu Qian glanced at Wei Digang. Who took it to heart? Wei Digang waved his hand. What do you need a household registration book or ID card for? Just do whatever you need to do. Don't worry about that. Chapter 89, The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger. As long as you have me in your heart, that's all that matters. Yu Qian reached out and grabbed Wei Digang's hand, stopping him. With a look of disgust on his face, he touched his own chest. Why? Why should I have you in my heart? Why should I have you in my heart? Wei Digang glanced at Yu Qian, turned his head, and touched himself. This was neither a time for talking nor laughing, nor for making a scene. Yeah, that's right. What's the purpose of this stand-up comedy? It's just to make the audience laugh after they finish listening. Yu Qian nodded and placed his hands on the table. Yes, just for fun. Wei Digang, take up 20% of this stage. Yu Qian looked at Wei Digang and asked in confusion. Oh, what about the remaining 80%? Wei Digang said solemnly. Yu Qian and his family. Yes, that's right. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. At that moment, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu also smiled. Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a gentle push on the shoulder. Don't mention it, our master and his partner were so funny. Sun Yu shot Yi Yunfei a disapproving glance. That's right, after all, he's our master. His foundation is solid. If he's lower than us, then we're finished. Yi Yunfei gave an awkward smile. Yeah, that's right. Yu Qian suddenly realized. Oh, no. Yu Qian turned his face to look at the crowd below the stage. He pointed at them and said, look at them. There might actually be someone who doesn't understand stand-up comedy and criticizes me, saying something like that. What do they say? Yu Qian looked seriously at Wei Digang. Wei Digang also explained seriously. Speaking of Wei Digang, he always talks about Yu Qian's father, Yu Qian's wife, and Yu Qian's children. Because I always talk about Yu Qian's wife, you think I'm so happy? At this point, Wei Digang smiled, looking a bit mischievous. Yi Yunfei, who was below, interrupted and nudged Sun Yu. Hey, don't say that our master's expression looks a bit like mine when I'm performing on stage. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust and rolled her eyes. Give it a rest. Our master's expression isn't as vulgar as yours. Is that so? After saying that, the two continued to perform their delightful comedy routine. Yu Qian looked at Wei Digang, who was looking around, and said, I think you're just so happy. Oh. Yu Qian tapped the table. You've really outsmarted me. The audience below smiled. Wei Digang waved his hand to indicate that there were a few more points to come. I think it's necessary to clarify something. Clarify what? So what are you going to clarify? Wei Digang thought for a moment. Everyone knows what crosstalk is, but only about 20% truly understand it. Oh, so few. Crosstalk is one of the simplest art forms in the world, but it is also one of the most difficult. Yu Qian glanced at Wei Digang. What do you mean by that? Please explain. Wei Digang began his explanation, his hand moving back and forth between Qian and Wei Digang. There were just the two of us on stage. Whether there was a table or a large robe, it didn't interfere with our performance. Yu Qian nodded. Yeah, right, none of this is important. Wei Digang turned his face toward everyone. But we have nothing, it's all just what we said. Wei Digang counted them one by one with his fingers. Characters, time, place, setting, conflict, and resolution. Yu Qian glanced at the audience below and turned back. All of this is what I said. All I asked for was one sentence to bring you into the conversation. I didn't mean anything else. Oh? Wei Digang started counting on his fingers again. After subtracting the time spent on talent shows, singing lessons, Peking opera lessons, and other such activities. Yes. Yu Qian nodded. The rest was just the two of them standing apart, telling stories. Yes, that's right, just the two of them telling stories. But storytelling needs a protagonist. Of course there has to be one. The first type is about our family, so I just tell you. The second type is about him, so I have to tell him. Having said that, Wei Digang spread his hands toward Yu Qian. Right, just these two. Are there any more? Yu Qian also placed his hands on the table and looked at Wei Digang. The third possibility is someone outside of the two of us, and the only people outside of the two of us are our relatives. Oh, right, close relatives. Right, you can't really call them an audience either. Then can't we say it's the audience? Yu Qian looked up at the audience and then at Wei Digang. Wei Digang started to get playful and looked toward the audience.
The fat guy in the third row, fourth from the right. I get along pretty well with his wife. Hey, ho, you look great. Guo Gang spread his hands. Wow, they started fighting before even saying a word. Of course we'll fight. If you say that, who's going to get angry? We can't take it outside. Yu Qian rubbed his nose, placed his hand on the table, and quietly looked at Guo Gang. How can we not tell anyone else? Let me tell you a story. This story is about a man who lives in Taiyuan City, Shanxi Province. If you walk to the intersection of a certain neighborhood, turn right, go to the second floor, then turn left, you'll find an old man named Wang. We're just outsiders. Yu Qian clapped his hands. This is too far away. Guo Gang pointed to his head with his finger. The audience had to follow along. In Taiyuan City, Shanxi Province, at the intersection of such and such neighborhood, turn right, go to the second floor, then turn left, and there lives an old man named Wang. The audience had to follow along. Wow, that's quite a mouthful. Yeah, you have to think hard, and it takes up so much time. Guo Gang clapped his hands. So what do you mean? Yu Qian asked Guo Gang in return. So, to put it simply, we should just skip the part about how Qian's uncle is this and that, and we can bring you in directly. Alright, this is simpler than the previous sentence and also better than the previous section. Guo Gang slapped the table and stared intently at Yu Qian. It has to be this simple and straightforward. Yi Yunfei couldn't sit still anymore and nudged Sun Yu. Hey, our master's omission here is something we could learn from, don't you think? Sun Yu shot Yi Yunfei a disapproving glance. You should be ashamed of yourself for watching our master's comedy compilations every day. You've learned all that from him, haven't you? I'm so dizzy I'm not happy anymore. I slapped Sun Yu. Oh, don't worry about the details. You know, details determine success or failure. Sun Yu also spoke seriously to Yi Yunfei, leaving him speechless. Yi Yunfei had no choice but to sit back silently and watch his master and the other two perform. I started learning storytelling at 7, stand-up comedy at 9, and began singing opera in 1988, performing for 5 years. Guo Gang raised his hand, made a 5-finger gesture, glanced at the audience, then looked at Yu Qian, and turned back. Oh. Then, Guo Gang made a circle with his hands. I've been in this line of work for almost half my life. Chapter 90, Earning This Money. Yes, it's almost half a lifetime. Guo Gang placed his hands on the table and tapped it twice. When I first started performing stand-up comedy, I was just a novice. Yu Qian glanced at Guo Gang. Oh, you're the straight man. Guo Gang raised his hand toward the sky. I've been fighting at this table for 10 years. Yu Qian's gaze followed Guo Gang's hand as it moved up and down. Hua. Who's standing outside talking about me? Oh, you mean that too, right? What about Guo Gang's father? What about his son? What about his wife? What about his family? Yu Qian nodded, seeming to understand only half of what was said. Oh. Guo Gang tapped the table again. It's not that we have to say who knows, but whoever is taking the money should be the one to speak up. As soon as Guo finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from the audience, as if they had understood something. Yu Qian looked down at the audience with a helpless expression. Hey, you mean this position is just like this, right? Guo Gang continued. Singing Peking opera. Yes. This old artist sings softly. He was 95 years old when he first appeared on stage. Wow, the two of us combined aren't as old as that old artist alone. Yu Qian let out a surprised expression. It's not because you're acting in this role, and it's not because you're older that we're saying this. Yu Qian began to ask again. What do you mean? Guo Gang glanced at Yu Qian, then turned to face the audience. At 95, you're up there singing like a young actor, and you're still a grandson. Right, that's right. Guo Gang gestured with his hands to indicate a beard, placed it on his face, and gestured to indicate his height. Such a big kid with a beard, if he went on stage at 6 years old, he'd be playing a grandfather. Ah, that's called an old man. Yi Yunfei curiously nudged Sun Yu. Sun Yu, do you know about this? I don't know. I've never heard of it before. I haven't really listened to opera much. Yi Yunfei felt around in the dark. Sun Yu patted him on the shoulder. Listen carefully, maybe there will be more to say later. Yi Yunfei then sat down in his seat and slowly enjoyed the comedy routine performed by Guo Gang and Yu Qian. This was his first time attending a live performance so close up. This is the money I earn. Yu Qian nodded silently and replied with a solemn oh. Oh. Having said that, Guo Gang extended both hands toward where Yu Qian was standing. This is all fake. Not all of it is fake. If it's real, then we're done for. What's the matter? Are you still bringing up Yu Qian's defense? Yeah. You seem very moral. Yeah. You watch a movie, and he calls him dad. How do you know he's not real? Guo Gang started giving examples again, his right hand never stopping for a moment. Watch a TV drama, where a man and a woman are lying in bed together. How do you know it's fake? On a theater stage, with a gunshot, one person falls down. How do you know it's fake? Yu Qian clenched his lips tightly.
Woody Gang looked gloomy as he faced the audience. But how did all this happen to me? It's all true. Why did you buy tickets if you're so smart? As soon as Woody finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu also started laughing. Hey, if I say that to you in the future, won't people come to your defense? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei and then turned her head away. I don't know if anyone will come to your defense, but I know you'll die a miserable death. Yi Yunfei gently rubbed Sun Yu's back. Sun Gu, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Sun Yu shot Yi Yunfei a glance. That's all you've got. Yi Yunfei wanted to say something after hearing this, but he didn't say it and went back to his seat. Yu Qian nodded. You know what, you've got a point there. Woody Gang glanced at Yu Qian's expression, then looked at the audience and spread his arms wide. What do you think, everyone? Woody Gang gestured again with his right hand. So, art originates from life but transcends it. Entering this room and having a good laugh is better than anything else. Yu Qian nodded in agreement. That's right, it's just for fun, nothing else. To be honest, we both know that we're getting old. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with a puzzled expression. Old? Woody Gang began to explain. In his early 20s, standing on stage telling jokes, he didn't feel tired. Yu Qian seemed to understand and nodded. Ah, yes, youth. But standing for long periods of time really takes a toll on your back and legs, and you might even feel sore the next day. Yu Qian placed both hands on the table. Oh my, I didn't realize it. I thought time hadn't passed that quickly, but before I knew it, I'm already old. Woody Gang pointed at Yu Qian. Even Yu Qian's wife says that about me. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Yu Qian's gaze shifted from the audience to Woody Gang. What did my wife say about you? You're not as good as you used to be. Yu Qian rolled up his sleeves and looked at Woody Gang. Who said that? Why does my wife have to say that? Shouldn't you be the one saying that? Yu Qian said halfway through, and the audience below burst into laughter. Woody Gang continued speaking. Gao Feng's wife also said that I was getting worse every day, and Sun Yu's wife also said the same thing about me. Yi Yunfei heard this and patted Sun Yu on the shoulder. Oh, your wife mentioned this to our master? Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a disdainful look. Go away. Ha! Yi Yunfei laughed for a while, then sat down and carefully pondered every word his master had said, drawing inspiration from them. Yu Qian glanced at the audience. Hey, you're pretty popular. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty well liked. I've spent most of my life making friends quietly. Yu Qian waved goodbye to Woody Gang. Oh well, just keep making friends. Woody Gang composed himself, smiled, and tapped the table with his right hand. Alright, let's continue with the stand-up comedy. Yu Qian cleared his throat. What did you think it was? The audience loves us so much. Yes, they do. To reach 80 or 90, what a blessing that would be. Talking about stand-up comedy until 90? Woody Gang said solemnly. Performing stand-up comedy is our hobby, but it is also our job. Yes, they are one and the same. To be honest, not everyone's hobbies and work are the same, they're not the same thing. Of course not. Do you think textile workers love weaving, or steel workers love steel making? They have to do it to survive. Isn't that forced? It's just the nature of the job. Yi Yunfei heard this and poked Sun Yu again. Are your hobbies and your job the same? Of course they are. I've always loved stand-up comedy, which is why I begged my family to let me come here. What about you? Me too. I'm really into stand-up comedy. Chapter 91, Prominent Figures. Yi Yunfei lay back on the bench. Well, we have the same hobbies and jobs, don't we? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. That's true. Let's continue to cooperate well in the future. Of course, we're partners for life. Sun Yu looked up at the sky. A lifelong partner, that sounds good. Yi Yunfei smiled. Ha! Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei, and the two shared a smile. Ha! You have to eat, don't you? You have to do something, don't you? Then you have to do something. Woody Gang raised his head and looked at the audience. How can you do what you love? If that's the case, then it's all good. As soon as Woody finished speaking, laughter erupted from the audience, accompanied by the sound of people clapping and cheering. Woody Gang turned to Yu Qian with a smile on his face. Yu Qian looked at the audience and pointed at them. You guys are so evil, you're so evil. Just after the new year, there was a burst of laughter and joy. Woody Gang continued. Performing stand-up comedy is our passion. The laughter from the audience couldn't be contained. I've never heard anything like it before. Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian, extended his left hand, and tapped the table. Just say whether you want to do it or not. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang and smiled. Hey! Crosstalk is indeed our passion. Yes, it is indeed our hobby. Woody Gang spread his hands wide, facing the audience. To be honest, folks, telling jokes really can bring joy until you're in your 80s or 90s. Yu Qian nodded in agreement. Right. Woody Gang tapped the table again. 100 years old. Are you planning to talk until you're 100? How about 110? Hey, look, it's getting longer. 120 years old. Wow, that's 10 years for each time. 140 years old. Yu Qian looked at Gui Gang in confusion. You're already 140 years old and you're still telling jokes? Gui Gang looked at the stage where he was about to perform, gestured with his right hand to indicate the distance from there to here, and said, "This is where you stand, and you stand here." Gui Gang looked at the stage, gesturing with his right hand to indicate the path from there to here. I'm 140 pounds. It takes at least 40 minutes to walk here from there. Ha! Yi Yunfei said to Sun Yu. Ha, our master is still as strong as ever, his strength hasn't diminished over the years. What do you mean still going strong in his old age? He's not old yet. Even if his skills are weaker, he's still better than you are now. Ha, well, my abilities haven't changed anyway. Of course not. If it's not as good as before, then we're done for. After saying that, the two exchanged glances and continued sitting on the stools, watching their master's performance. Yu Qian looked at the distance from the stage entrance to the center of the stage. With your current physical condition, I think even 40 minutes would be considered short. Gui Gang looked at Yu Qian helplessly, his left hand resting on the table, then turned his gaze back to the audience. When the time comes, as soon as you arrive, place both hands on the table. If you can stand up, that's good enough, you can keep your hands on the table. Gui Gang touched Hua's microphone. When the time comes, just come over here and stand there panting for a while. That's tough. Gui Gang lowered his voice. Hello everyone, I'm the elementary school student who does stand-up comedy. Hey, you're 140 years old and still calling yourself a primary school student? My name is Gui Gang. I'm 140 years old and I really enjoy telling jokes for you all. Yes, it is indeed a pleasure. I'm already 104 years old. Yes, please introduce yourself. Let me introduce you to Mr. Yu. After saying that, Gui Gang gestured for everyone to look to his left. Oh, I'm here too? In this box. After saying this, the audience burst into laughter. Oh, what a thing to say. How did I end up in the box? Gui Gang glanced at Yu Qian. Today marks the 100th anniversary of Mr. Yu's passing, so I brought him along. Yu Qian waved to the audience below the stage. Damn it, I should have died years ago. I shouldn't have lived this long. Gui Gang clasped his hands together in front of him, then looked down at the ground, pretending there was a box there. Open the box lid, and Mr. Yu can greet everyone. Yu Qian glanced at Gui Gang and then looked at the audience. Wow, they're all lying in coffins, and they're still coming out to say goodbye. But I can't pick up your box. Yu Qian looked at Gui Gang in confusion. Why can't we pick it up? Because I'm 140 years old, I'm afraid I'll spill it on you if I pick it up. Oh, I'm shaking so much, afraid my hands will tremble and spill it. Gui Gang made a big gesture, his hands shaking, then tried to imitate the box and spilled it. Oh my goodness, your actions are enough to reduce me to ashes. The audience burst into laughter. Wow, now you've done it. The whole stage is covered with you. Good guy. Let's meet everyone. What kind of meeting is this? It's all about appearances. Oh no. I would be very sad. Gui Gang rubbed his eyes and pretended to wipe away tears. What's bothering you? It's not your ashes that were scattered. Because I have rhinitis. Yu Qian looked at the audience in confusion, then turned to Gui Gang. What does this have to do with rhinitis? Sneezing. Yu Qian touched his nose with his hand. Oh, you have rhinitis and sneezing is uncomfortable, right? Yes. So you didn't take it to heart when I crushed you to dust, but you remembered my sneeze, right? Yu Qian silently stared at Gui Gang, who was smiling broadly. The key point is that this box isn't big enough to hold all of them. He said halfway through, and Gui Gang laughed. Of course, there's only one box, and I can't raise many with that. Gui Gang rolled his eyes and silently turned his face away. What should I do? You'll affect my income. Oh, so I'm holding you back? What can you do about it? Gui Gang pointed to the stage entrance. Then bring a box of cement to the stage door. What for? Every time you go out, you pack a box. Wow, even my ashes have to be mixed with something else when they meet everyone. I was just joking. What I meant was that the two of us should just perform a good comedy routine together. Right, that's exactly what we should do. Both thunder and dew are blessings from heaven. Yes, that's what I said. Being able to stand on stage and perform stand-up comedy for everyone is a great blessing from our ancestors. Shang Fu. Gui Gang rubbed his nose. Oh, I love this job so much, it's great. Yeah. People really need to have a hobby. Is that so? No matter what you do, it's such a big deal, it's so nice to smoke, it's so nice to drink. Yu Qian placed both hands on the table and nodded. Having a hobby is a good thing, just like you, old you. Eating, drinking, and enjoying yourself, that's not bad at all. Say that, and everyone laughs. Yu Qian looked at Gui Gang, who waved his hand and continued speaking. That has absolutely nothing to do with gambling. Chapter 92, Yu Qian's 3 Great Hobbies. Yeah, I don't touch gambling. The spot for gambling was taken by the prostitute, so how could I gamble? I can't gamble. Guo Digang cleared his throat. Then let's eat, drink, gamble, and play women.
Yu Qian hurriedly pulled Guo Digang back, signaling him to stop.
There's no such thing. There's a good saying about that. What was it?
If someone has no hobbies or interests, don't be friends with them.
Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with confusion. Why?
Guo Digang glanced at Yu Qian, then looked at the audience and slowly explained. Because he has no ambition.
How should I put it?
Wow, you don't have any hobbies, yet you're thinking about hurting people?
Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with a puzzled expression. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Yunfei nudged Sun Yu.
You tell me, if I hadn't been so interested in stand-up comedy back then, and hadn't come here to do it, what would I have done instead?
Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei.
You're probably going back to mess with some innocent young girl.
Yi Yunfei turned away again.
I feel like if you hadn't come here to tell jokes, you'd be wasting your time with some innocent young girl.
What are you talking about? What do you mean I'd waste someone's virginity? I'm such a good person, why would I do that? If anyone's going to do that, it's you.
Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei as he spoke.
Hey, is that really what I love doing? Yi Yunfei retorted to Sun Yu. How could it be me? Look at me, I'm so chubby, I'm obviously an honest person.
Sun Yu patted his own belly.
Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu. You might as well give up.
I'm not going to bother arguing with you about this. I'm too lazy to argue with you about that.
With that, the two of them lay down on the chairs in perfect harmony.
Guo Digang clapped his hands and continued speaking.
Pay attention to people like this around you and keep your distance. They are clearly not saints. Ha! That's eating people without even cleaning your mouth. Alright, it seems like I still have a saint by my side.
Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the shoulder.
Enough. Don't flatter me like that.
Sun Yu brushed away the hand that Yi Yunfei had placed on her shoulder.
Wei Digang continued talking about the previous topic.
Only someone as wicked as him would do such a thing.
Yu Qian nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. That makes sense. Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian and gave everyone an example. Let me give you an example. Qiango likes to drink and smoke, everyone knows that. The audience murmurs in response. Yu Qian looked at the audience and silently acknowledged it.
Yes, I smoke, I love drinking, and now everyone knows.
Oh well, wherever you go, everyone knows that you love smoking and drinking, but you don't know everything, do you? Ha! What's not the same? Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian, who seemed a bit dazed, and smiled slightly. However, this smile made Yu Qian feel a chill down his spine. Everyone knows Mr. Yu's 3 hobbies, right?
Guo Digang stretched out his hand toward the sky, facing the audience.
Smoking, drinking, and getting a haircut. The audience all shouted in unison.
After saying that, Guo Digang made a peace sign, and Guo Digang was overjoyed on stage.
Yu Qian smiled and waved his hand. Everyone, there's no need to be so formal. Hey, it's not like our old man Yu has such hobbies.
Yi Yunfei laughed so hard tears came out.
He reached out and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Alright, just laugh it off. It's all in good fun. Don't take it seriously.
Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei explained slowly.
Didn't I just say that? Whoever takes the money is the one who gets blamed. Mr. Yu is often accused of the same thing.
It's not that he doesn't touch any of the 3 things, but he just rarely does.
Do you understand? Yi Yunfei nodded. Oh, then I guess I can talk to you too from now on.
Su Yu placed her hand on Yi Yunfei's shoulder and patted it a few times, lowering her voice and speaking slowly.
You can give it a try.
Yi Yunfei still chickened out, pushing his hand away and trying to distance himself from Sun Yu.
Forget it. I'm scared. Guo Digang continued on stage. If you want to drink, just drink. Yeah, drinking is fine. Eat less, no more. Drinking is fine, but don't drink too much. Right, drink in moderation.
Drinking too much is not good, as it will lead to excessive alcohol consumption.
Guo Digang pointed his finger at Yu Qian. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with a blank expression. What?
He ate 1.5 pieces using the chopsticks as chicken claws.
Oh, I'm not afraid of pricking my mouth. Guo Digang pointed again toward the stage. Do you know any of the hosts today?
There was a burst of cheers from the audience.
Alright, there are still quite a few people who recognize him. Guo Digang gestured with his hands to draw a large circle. This host has a big face. He's my junior, and you might not know much about him.
His name is Hojin, and he's the eldest son and grandson of Ho Bolin, a legendary figure in the world of stand-up comedy.
Oh, right. Proper and upright. Young Marquis. Yu Qian also nodded. A family of crosstalk artists. Yi Yunfei tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder. Do you know who set up this monkey trap? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. Didn't you hear?
He's the eldest son and grandson of Ho Bolin, the patriarch of the crosstalk world, and Guo Laoshir's junior disciple.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and asked, "Does he have a performance? I'd like to watch it." Sun Yu was stumped. Not only had Yi Yunfei never seen it, but neither had Sun Yu. It's really hard to say. I've never seen it either. This is the first time I've heard of it today.
Yi Yunfei tore it apart, rubbed his chin, and continued to think.
Ugh, this is a bit tricky. What's wrong? What are you trying to do? Of course I'm asking for advice. What else could I be doing?
Sun Yu looked completely unconvinced.
You? Ask me? Forget it.
Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand and continued thinking about his own problems. Just a hobby. What kind of hobby? Yu Qian looked at Gui Digang in confusion. Eat? Gui Digang also looked at Yu Qian, who was looking puzzled. Oh, it's delicious. Gui Digang held up 2 fingers.
2-legged creatures don't eat children, 4-legged creatures don't eat chairs.
What a guy. Gui Digang tapped the microphone on the stage.
There were originally 4 microphones on the stage today. There was a burst of laughter from the audience, and Yu Qian glanced at the stage to see only 3 microphones left.
What's going on? Did he not get his chance? Gui Digang pointed to the stage with his finger. Isn't that where you pick your teeth? Are you still picking your teeth? What teeth are you picking? There's a wire stuck in my teeth, and I can't get it out. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Wow, that's pretty impressive. How big of a tooth gap would it take to get a wire stuck in there? He has a hobby, after all. You can't not have a hobby. If you say you don't have any others, you could just say you enjoy listening to stand-up comedy. That counts as a hobby, right? Listening to stand-up comedy is also a hobby.
Some people might say, I don't like listening to stand-up comedy, I don't enjoy it, and that's perfectly normal.
Right, that's normal too. Everyone has different interests, don't they? Chapter 93, People should have some interests.
Gui Digang was wrong, rubbing his hands together as he continued speaking.
There is no art form or artist in the world that everyone likes. Yu Qian looked at Gui Digang and nodded. That makes sense. Yes, he's not being scientific.
Gui Digang made another large gesture.
It's like everyone in this place loves listening to crosstalk. Do you think this place can hold everyone? Of course not. There are already tens of thousands of people just standing around. Right, this place is too small. There's no room for everyone. Yeah, you can't handle that many people. 2 or 3,000 is enough.
Oh? Someone told me, Master, Zhang San and Li Si are at your place, cursing you.
Yu Qian looked at Gui Digang in confusion. Ha? Just let him do as he pleases? Master, he's insulting you. I said, what's going on? Do we really need so many friends? Yu Qian looked at the audience in confusion. How should this be interpreted? Gui Digang followed up with an explanation to Yu Qian. There are too many of us to teach them all. Just stick with the people you get along with. There is some truth to that. Hey, look, you have to know how to live. Yu Qian looked at Gui Digang and asked. How should I put that? Oh, I don't like Sichuan hot pot. If I don't eat it, I don't eat it.
Of course, if you don't eat hot pot, you have to go to the door of a Sichuan hot pot restaurant and curse, then you deserve to be beaten to death.
Oh, who is so mean? Do you like hot pot? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei. Me? Of course, who else would I ask? In this circle, who else do I know besides you? I love eating. So what? Yi Yunfei furrowed his brows.
Damn, I was going to use a bit of reverse psychology on you, just to see if you take the bait.
Try what? Go curse at people outside a hot pot restaurant? Do I want to die? Ha, just kidding, just kidding.
Gui Digang stretched out his fingers and counted 1 by 1, then continued speaking. I don't like listening to Gui Digang's stand-up comedy, but then I go online to listen to every single one of his performances, and then I end up cursing him.
Isn't that crazy? A few people in the audience couldn't hold it in anymore and started laughing. Gui Digang clapped his hands. This tooth root is really deep. Where did it go? It's more than a meter deep.
No sooner had he finished speaking than the laughter from the audience began again.
Isn't that just asking for trouble? There's no such thing.
I didn't hurt you or do anything to you, so why are you going to all that trouble?
It's your fault.
Gui Digang made a gesture to stop him.
You say I don't like Gui Digang's stand-up comedy, well, I guess I should thank you then.
Yu Qian placed both hands on the table, and the two of them sang in harmony.
There must be something suitable for you, right? Why don't you go watch a movie? Sure, why not? The man said again, I don't like watching movies.
Gui Digang made another gesture to come over. Then come back and listen to the crosstalk.
The audience burst into laughter again. So there are only 2 options? You have to live, right? Yeah, you have to live. Gui Digang pointed at Yu Qian. Movies, Qian movies are pretty good, aren't they? Sometimes the filming is pretty good.
Like the one shot by Wu Jing.
Yu Qian looked at Guo Gang with a look of surprise on his face. Gan Lang? You must have made a mistake. Guo Gang wore a worried expression. Sometimes I feel scared for him. What are you scared of? I wasn't scared at all. Guo Gang shook his head and continued speaking. That's not a dog, it's a wolf.
Yu Qian hurriedly grabbed Guo Gang and waved his hands.
Nonsense, that's called Wolf Warrior. Wolf Warrior, right? Yeah. This is the place, right? The name is Wolf Warrior. Just standing here. Before Guo Gang could finish speaking, he was pulled away by Yu Qian. Go back, go back. Ah, I don't care, I don't care. That's your business. We can't meddle too much.
This is Mr. Yu's private matter.
What's that? We don't get involved in emotional issues. What emotional issues? What are you talking about? This is a movie. Oh my, look at him, he's getting so worked up.
Yu Qian waved his hand.
Go away, go away.
I heard they bought it for billions.
Yu Qian nodded. Yes, that's right. There are quite a few.
I'll go find Wu Jing to split the box office proceeds when I get back.
No, why should I? Why should you go divide the box office? Aren't you representing Dayun Society's investment by participating in the film? No, it's not.
Yu Qian waved his hand.
Don't say that. Qian shots aren't bad. Actually, I've helped out with movie productions quite a bit over the years.
Yeah, you haven't helped much, but you haven't been much help either.
I've also come up with a great name for it. Yu Qian looked at Guo Gang with curiosity. What's the name? Tell me if you like it. Guo Gang rubbed his nose. People keep calling it a terrible movie. Wow, you're something else.
Guo Gang placed his hands on the table, glanced at Yu Qian, then looked at the audience.
Actually, I feel pretty wronged. You're still complaining about that? Yes. Why? Guo Gang touched his chest.
Because I know myself best. On this stage of stand-up comedy, the masters have given me too much.
Oh?
Everyone, remember this, a person can only excel in one field.
It's not natural to be outstanding in every field.
Guo Gang held his hand out in front of him and waved it dismissively to indicate it was impossible.
Oh? Guo Gang continued. There's an animated film, and I went to do the voiceover for it. Wow, you've done that before? After accompanying them, the audience heard my voice and broke character. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Yu Qian widened his eyes, glanced at the audience, then looked back at Guo Gang. Wow, you can tell what's going on just by listening to the voices? I know myself inside out. I know I can't act. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Ha!
Suyu looked completely bewildered at Yi Yunfei, who was standing beside her, unable to stop laughing.
What are you laughing at over there? What's wrong? Have you lost your mind? Yi Yunfei suppressed his laughter and retorted to Sunyu. You're the one who's crazy. Didn't the master just say we were going to dub voices so the audience could hear the actors' voices and mix them up? Sunyu still didn't understand and asked Yi Yunfei. What's wrong? Is something off? Yi Yunfei pressed both hands against his face, then burst into laughter.
He had just imagined the scene, and then he couldn't stop himself.
You're exaggerating too much. Try to think about it yourself and you'll understand.
Sunyu initially didn't believe it and didn't want to try, but seeing Yi Yunfei laughing so hard he was bending over, she thought about it for a moment and couldn't stop herself. The two of them started laughing like crazy, unable to stop.
Ha, I can't take it anymore. I can picture it. The two of them just laughed stupidly for a few minutes before finally stopping. Chapter 94, The Leading Actor and Actress.
Yi Yunfei touched his chest and calmed himself down.
Oh no, I can't keep laughing like this, or I'll be in trouble today.
Sunyu also stopped and touched her chest.
Hey, if you said there's nothing wrong, but now that you mention it, I can picture it clearly. Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement. Wow, that's so addictive, it's almost brainwashing.
That's for sure.
After all, he's our master. You have no idea how hypnotic his voice is. Ha, no, don't say anymore, don't say anymore.
I'll start laughing again, and I haven't caught my breath yet.
How's it going with watching the master's performance for reference? Sunyu asked Yi Yunfei eagerly. Yi Yunfei was dumbfounded. He hadn't even thought about what to talk about. He had been mostly listening to the master tell jokes and then laughing.
Before thinking about it, he decided to borrow some methods first.
The script could be roughly simulated.
Sunyu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of shock on his face.
Wow, you think fast. You haven't even found a topic yet, and you've already simulated most of it?
Yi Yunfei looked smug, scratched his head, stuck out his tongue at Sunyu, and Sunyu couldn't stand it, so she hurriedly pulled him away.
Enough, enough. Stop trying to be cute. Don't stick out your tongue and act adorable. It's disgusting. You think acting cute is disgusting, but when I don't act cute, you criticize me.
Sigh, this partnership is impossible. Yi Yunfei deliberately acted very sad, sitting on the chair and sighing silently.
Enough, enough. You're always like this. Look at yourself now.
Anyone would find you disgusting. Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a disgusted look, then sat back down on the chair and continued watching her master and the other two perform. Yi Yunfei waved his hand to signal that he understood, then sat down on the stool to think about the next topic to discuss. He needed to make sure the timing was just right. Too long or too short wouldn't work. Yi Yunfei rubbed his head. Oh, this is quite a hassle. Sun Yu heard Yi Yunfei complaining and glanced at him, but didn't say anything else. He turned back to watch Guo Digang and Yu Qian's performance. Guo Digang continued speaking on stage. I knew I couldn't act. Oh. It's not that I'm not taking it seriously, it's that you're always ready to mess up. After he finished speaking, some of the audience members who knew the story burst into laughter. Guo Digang gestured toward himself. Ah, Guo Digang, the stand-up comedian. That's how it is, right? From that moment on, I realized I couldn't act, so I never planned to win an Oscar in my life. Yu Qian gave Guo Digang a disdainful glance. You? Yeah. Win the Best Actor award? What's going on? Hey, you can't even act in a short animated film and you're aiming for an Oscar? You must be dreaming. Guo Digang held Yu Qian's hand to signal him to stop. Hey, don't say that. We can't get the Best Actor award, but we still have a chance at the Best Actress award. Yu Qianla shook his head back and forth and swayed his head from side to side, unable to stop. The audience below let out a series of sighs, one after another. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu, who were sitting below, started laughing again, unable to stop themselves. Hey, master. Hey, the leading actress. Yi Yunfei was already laughing so hard he couldn't catch his breath. Sun Yu, seeing this, hurriedly patted Yi Yunfei on the back. Enough, stop laughing. I'm really afraid you'll pass out. Yi Yunfei paused for a moment, then placed his hand over his chest again to stop himself from thinking about it. No, I have to hold it in. I can't let myself go yet. I still need to study the stand-up comedy routine with him until I understand it thoroughly. I can't give up now. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in shock. Sun Yu stared at Yi Yunfei in shock. Wow, you've only been here a few months, and you're already thinking about such profound issues. You're still the same, haven't changed a bit. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu. Well, that's still me, isn't it? Otherwise, who would I be? Your dad? Sun Yu reached out to hit Yi Yunfei, but fortunately Yi Yunfei reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around his head in an instant. However, Sun Yu's slap didn't land, and Yi Yunfei slowly began to test Sun Yu. Why aren't you hitting me? I've already protected myself. Sun Yu retorted to Yi Yunfei. Have you ever seen a dog bite a person, but never seen a person bite a dog? Yi Yunfei had no response. Hey, you're trying to trick me, aren't you? Sun Yu waved his hand, wanting to continue watching, so he didn't continue arguing with Yi Yunfei. Who set you up? You dug this hole for yourself. Sun Yu then continued watching Guo Digang and Yu Qian's stand-up comedy performance. Yi Yunfei saw that Sun Yu wasn't paying attention to him, so he didn't call out to Sun Yu either. Instead, he slowly began thinking about how to write his own script. Guo Digang continued speaking on stage. That's not difficult, just give a nod and leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than a few audience members began to laugh. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang. You, just stop complaining. So I know myself well enough to realize I won't become a great movie actor, but if someone asks me for help, I'll definitely go. Yu Qian nodded. Sure, I'll definitely help out. Guo Digang turned his hand toward himself, then toward the outside. If they can promote it a bit more through me and help me sell a few more tickets, isn't that a win? Plus, we'll have a good relationship then, and that's what it's all about. Oh, right. Guo Digang began to explain to Yu Qian and the audience. Movies have been the same in recent years. A movie is the director's work and has nothing to do with the actors. Yeah. No matter how famous the actors are who have appeared in this film, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, it has nothing to do with them. Yu Qian nodded as if he understood. Because you don't know what the final product will look like once it's finished, whether it meets your standards or not, all of that is uncertain. Guo Digang said, come here and count them one by one. All these performances over the years weren't written by me, weren't directed by me, weren't because I invested in them, and certainly weren't because I starred in them. Guo Digang looked helplessly at the audience below the stage. None of this has anything to do with me. I didn't even know about this movie. Just because I helped out, I have to take the blame for this terrible film. Why should I be blamed for something I didn't do? Is this even fair? Let's talk about reason. Guo Digang. A few lively young women in the audience began responding to Guo Digang's words. Guo Digang then gave another example. It's just like this year's happy comedy people. People turn their noses up at it, call it a bad movie, and refuse to watch it. The people involved are pretty unfairly treated. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Mr. Guo, are you free? If you have time, could you come over and take a look? Chapter 95, Forged Through Trials and Tribulations. Guo Digang extended his hand, palm facing the audience. Mr. Guo, you have to help us.
You made the movie, so it wouldn't look good if you didn't appear. That's true, it would look a bit off if you didn't appear. Woody Gang clapped his hands. Yeah, it's not good.
So I went, and wow, I haven't seen the script in so long.
Wow, it's all done, and I haven't seen the script yet.
After he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from the audience, and Woody Gang waved his hand.
That's right, I've never seen one before. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang in confusion. Then how did you act it? Woody Gang began to explain.
I only went there for 2 days, so just tell me what to say, and then you can leave.
Yu Qian nodded in agreement. That's fine too.
No need to memorize the lines.
Wow, no need to memorize lines?
After filming, wow, over 10,000 people will call it a bad movie.
Woody Gang came, so it's a bad movie. Just because I'm in it, it's a bad movie.
There's also Mr. Han Do in it.
Oh really? There's such a big shot involved? Why didn't you mention that? That's true. Let's not get into that. You can't be too picky about such things.
Half the money one earns is earned by enduring criticism. Yu Qian placed both hands on the table facing Woody Gang.
Wow, there's that expression too. Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian, then at the audience, and waved his hand. If you're going to be so dramatic, then just don't act. Yeah, that's true. Yi Yunfei nudged Sun Yu. Hey, look at what the master said.
If you get scolded by others, you can't even tolerate being a little drunk, and you still talk about stand-up comedy.
Sun Yu couldn't hold back anymore and reached out from behind Yi Yunfei to slap him, but Yi Yunfei dodged quickly, narrowly avoiding being hit. Wow, quick reflexes. You didn't hit him. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a terrified expression. You hit him so hard, he's probably dead. Why did you hit him so hard? Sun Yu turned her face away. If you don't fight like this, you'll never die. What's the point of living?
Yi Yunfei swallowed hard, looking at Sun Yu in panic, keeping his guard up at 120%, afraid that Sun Yu would strike again.
Enough, enough. I'm not joking around with you. If I keep this up, I'll probably end up dead here today. Sun Yu rolled her eyes at Yi Yunfei and then continued watching the performance on stage. That was a real blow. Thank goodness I reacted quickly.
Yi Yunfei muttered to himself, then glanced at Sun Yu. After Sun Yu had settled back into her seat, Yi Yunfei finally sat down as well. Woody Gang extended his hand, turned it toward the audience, and gestured the shape of a beard and a wig. If an actor, at 4 in the morning, sticks on his beard, puts on his wig, and pulls his hair so long that it feels too long, then by noon, when the director says, "You're not in today's scene, go back and wait," that's normal.
Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang in confusion and tapped the table. Well, that's normal. Woody Gang turned to Yu Qian and explained to him. Yes, that's normal. Half of the money you earn comes from the backstage. Ha!
There are gains and losses in life. Mindset is the most important thing.
Yu Qian nodded, indicating that he understood. That's true.
Woody Gang glanced at Yu Qian, then pointed at him with his finger. Of course, after all these years of performing stand-up comedy with Qiangu, I've honed my skills.
Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with a puzzled expression. But what does this have to do with me?
Woody Gang glanced at Yu Qian, then raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up.
Qiangu is the one in charge here. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with a surprised expression. Oh, you're finally giving me some praise. You're flattering me. I know quite a bit about their family affairs.
Of course, I love to praise you.
I know a lot about their family.
A burst of laughter erupted from the audience, and Yu Qian looked helplessly at the crowd.
Let's talk about the movie again. Woody Gang laughed so hard he couldn't stop, laughing so hard he was bending over backwards. Why are you always talking about our family?
Yu Qian smiled helplessly.
Woody Gang stretched out his hand and listed them one by one.
Movies, TV, and radio. These few things, to be honest, are all closely related to us. Yeah, especially radio. It's really important to us.
Woody Gang waved his hand to stop Yu Qian. Hey, don't say that. Things aren't as good as they used to be.
The radio station hasn't been doing well these past few years.
Is that so? I'm not really sure.
You can tell just by looking.
Some of the audience members are older and might know about it.
Back when we were kids, the radio was a big deal. Yu Qian pressed his hand against the table and nodded silently. Yes, the radio station was indeed powerful back then. Many actors became well known to audiences through the radio.
Yes. Nowadays, fewer people watch TV.
Yes,
there are fewer now. There aren't many people watching movies these days. Well, these days, TV isn't even a mainstream medium anymore.
Right, after dinner at 7:30 sharp, we used to wait for the TV show, but now there's no such thing as a TV. Just one kid connects to Wi-Fi and plays on their phone wherever they put it.
Woody Gang made a gesture of playing with his phone and watching videos.
Times are changing, society is progressing, but you say you're driving on the road, and you can't do without the radio. Yu Qian pressed his hand on the table and nodded.
Of course it's indispensable, especially when driving on the expressway.
Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian and waved his hand. Right, you can't go on the expressway without the radio.
Otherwise, you might not make it unless someone is there to chat with you.
Yu Qian waved his hand, dismissing Guo Digang's opinion. No, it's the road conditions, the weather, the temperature, and all sorts of other things. Guo Digang thought for a moment, nodded, and replied apologetically.
Yes, that's true. Yi Yunfei nudged Sun Yu. Ha? What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to vent, just let it out. Oh, come on, don't talk like that. We're partners, it doesn't sound good to say things like that.
Sun Yu pretended not to recognize him and looked at Yi Yunfei with a serious expression.
Who are you? Do I know you?
Don't just go around saying you're my partner or anything.
That would be misunderstood and not good. Yi Yunfei was completely baffled. What? You're my partner, Yi Yunfei? It's been so long, several months, and you're my partner?
Sun Yu seemed to remember something and muttered under her breath.
Oh, my partner. I almost forgot. Oh, my partner, I almost forgot about you.
Yi Yunfei felt a pang in his heart, as if something had squeezed it, leaving him feeling a bit heartbroken.
He reached out and touched his chest. It's better to think about it.
Sun Yu felt he had gone a bit too far, so he reached out and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder to comfort him.
Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore.
It was just a joke, don't take it seriously.
Yi Yunfei's heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. He touched his chest and took a deep breath. Whoa, you scared me to death. I thought you were serious. Chapter 96, 3 Generations of the Broadcasting Station. Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Just teasing you. Look at that serious expression on your face. Yi Yunfei turned around and slapped Sun Yu on the shoulder. You scared me to death. I thought you weren't going to partner with me anymore. Sun Yu turned around and patted Yi Yunfei on the back. Hey, why wouldn't I partner with you? We agreed to be partners for life.
Yi Yunfei embraced Sun Yu excitedly, his eyes filled with hope.
Alright, lifelong partners.
Sun Yu sighed helplessly and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
Yi Yunfei's embrace left Sun Yu feeling awkward and utterly helpless. Enough. That's enough.
People around him cast skeptical glances, and Sun Yu looked at the audience beside him, explaining one by one. He's been a bit withdrawn lately.
Later, someone saw Yi Yunfei and pulled him away. Alright, stop making such a big deal out of it. I was just joking with you earlier, and you took it seriously. You almost started crying. Why are you being so dramatic? Alright, I won't bother you anymore. It's about time. Sun Yu pushed Yi Yunfei away and pointed at him. You bastard, so you were just teasing me earlier. Yi Yunfei wiped the tears from his face. No, there are also sincere words. It's just that. I hope you'll always be my partner.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a confident expression.
Enough. With that attitude, I feel like even if I switched partners, I wouldn't want to work with you. Wow, so you're the only one who thinks I'm pitiful, huh?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and smiled.
Yeah, it's because you look so pitiful. Yi Yunfei lowered his head and sighed. Oh my, everyone says it's hard to find a partner these days, but who knew finding a partner was even harder? And even when I finally found one, they still think I'm pitiful. Sun Yu smiled and pushed Yi Yunfei away. Alright, that's enough to disgust me.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and smiled without saying a word.
Ha! Guo Digang waved his hand to the audience. The road conditions are definitely terrible. There's a car accident ahead, a car accident behind, a car accident on the left, and a car accident behind. Yu Qian looked quite anxious as he looked at Guo Digang, his hands pressed directly on the table. Alright, there are car accidents everywhere. Why bother going out? Isn't it better to stay home? It's so dangerous out there. The audience below smiled, and Guo Digang nodded. Are we going to drive around dodging left and right? Steer left. The audience members below actively responded to Guo Digang's question. Guo Digang looked up, thought for a moment, and then continued speaking. Oh, you mean left rudder, right?
Then the Commonwealth uses right rudder. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang helplessly, then fiddled with his earpiece and said nothing.
Right, we're on the left side, and the Commonwealth is on the right. Guo Digang continued speaking. Actually, I've also seen Zhongduo. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with a puzzled expression. What about the middle rudder?
Where did this middle rudder come from? The center rudder has 3 wheels, dud. Guo Digang was sitting and driving at the same time. Yu Qian waved his hand, telling him that wasn't called the center rudder. Let me tell you, that's not called the center rudder, it's called the 3-legged rudder.
What center rudder? Guo Digang ignored Yu Qian's words and continued speaking. You're driving this truck, you should listen to some music too. Yu Qian nodded. Actually, it doesn't matter what kind of bike you ride on the road as long as you can listen to music. Actually, when we were kids, we also had a thing for radios. We used to think how great it would be if we had a radio. Guo Digang looked up at the sky.
If only I had a radio station, I could start my own private TV station. Yu Qian turned to the audience and smiled.
Oh my goodness, you have this scene too? Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian with embarrassment. There really was. When I was a child, I had a lot of wild ideas. I thought about it back then. What did you want to do? If I had a TV station, I'd call it Woody Gang Broadcasting Station. Of course you can.
Naming it after yourself isn't illegal, so there's definitely no problem with that.
Woody Gang Broadcasting Station, does it have a children's channel under it? Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with confusion. Itai? What is Itai? Ertai is the Guolin Broadcasting and Television Station.
Wow, that's called a substation, not a child station. Yu Qian fiddled with the table a few times. The substage below was the Yu Qian Broadcasting Station.
Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang, waved his hand, and signaled that he didn't. I'm telling you, there's nothing behind me. Why are you dragging me into your family affairs? Laughter erupted from the audience. This is just one of those things, 3 generations of the same family running a broadcast system. Yu Qian pulled Woody Gang's arm. Enough. Go away. I'm not getting involved in your family's affairs.
Woody Gang checked with both hands and continued speaking.
Woody Gang Broadcasting Station, now beginning our broadcast.
Yu Qian stood up, nodded, and greeted the audience on behalf of Woody Gang.
Oh, here we go. It's starting. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Woody Gang put his hands behind his back. Now it's the first program, now it's the second program. Oh, that's pretty good. There are still 2 more programs. Not bad. Please note the differences between the 2 sets of programs. What's the difference? Could you explain? The first set comes with eggs, and the second set doesn't. Wow, that's impressive. You announced it like you were selling pancakes, and there are 2 sets. Alright, you're quite skilled. Alright, Woody Gang TV has officially ended. Now we'll begin the weather forecast. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with a puzzled expression. How did this turn into a weather forecast? Tonight. Woody Gang looked up at the space above his head. Wow, is that the weather forecast? Ugh, I can't see anything. How fresh it is. There's a lid on top. What can you see?
Oh well, it was fine yesterday, but not today.
What do you mean it was fine yesterday?
Alright, everyone, today's weather forecast will be broadcast tomorrow at the usual time.
Wow, another day has passed,
And it's time for the weather forecast again.
Yu Qian waved his hand. You don't have anything, you know that? Yi Yunfei tapped Sun Yu. Hey, Sun Yu, what do you think would happen if our master really became a news anchor? Sun Yu was intrigued by the question.
He gestured for Yi Yunfei to wait for him, and Yi Yunfei stood quietly beside him, watching Sun Yu think.
Then Sun Yu turned his face away.
I feel that if I were to perform stand-up comedy now, I might just get a single response.
Yi Yunfei looked curiously at Sun Yu, who was teasing the audience. What was that line? Hey, why didn't you go tell jokes today? Why did you come here to give the weather forecast? That's vivid and descriptive. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin. I feel like that might be the case too. Chapter 97, Woody Gang's radio show. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Think it over carefully and adjust your approach accordingly.
Yi Yunfei was very puzzled, tilting his head slightly.
To be honest, it was quite cute. What are you trying to match?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust and touched his head. That announcer just now, if our master went there, he'd probably end up in the wrong scene.
Yi Yunfei's eyes darted around, and he thought about it for a moment. That's right. With our master's voice, anyone who hears it would think he's telling a joke.
Sun Yu also smiled and twisted her face.
That's for sure. Our master is one of the best in the crosstalk circle. With so many people listening, they'll definitely remember his voice, especially since it's so distinctive.
Sun Yu couldn't help herself and started laughing, covering her head with her hands. That was true, his voice was indeed. Before Yi Yunfei could finish speaking, he joined Sun Yu in covering his head and laughing. On stage, Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian and made a gesture as if he were answering a phone call.
Hello, please speak. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with a confused expression. Hello, is this Woody Gang? Yes, it's me.
Woody Gang put down the finger he was using as a phone and waved his hand.
Finally, he called me back.
Woody Gang twisted his face and pretended to be the voice on the other end of the phone. I've been trying to call since I was young, and I finally got through now. Yu Qian let out a look of surprise and turned to look at Woody Gang.
What? Since he was young? How old is he now? He's never come in even after a lifetime of phone calls. He's doing pretty well for himself. How old are you now?
I'm 79 this year.
I'm old. Wow, 79. Thank you, I finally got through. I'm an old Kyoto resident. Yu Qian nodded.
Oh, you're from Kyoto.
My surname is Yu. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with confusion. Surnamed Yu? That's quite a coincidence, we share the same surname. My son's name is Yu Qian. He's a stand-up comedian.
Yu Qian turned his head to look at Guo Digang and pointed at him. Wow, that's my dad. Hey, Mr. Yu, hello? Hey, hello. I wanted to ask if you have any songs by Lu Dehua. Hey, you wouldn't believe it, but this old man is pretty fashionable. He even wants to listen to Lu Dehua's songs. Yeah, I want to request a song for Mrs. Zhao next door. After he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Yu Qian looked helplessly at the crowd below and clapped his hands helplessly. What a guy, ordering something to send to the neighbor to find an old lady. Is that appropriate? That's not appropriate at all. Oh, Mr. Yu asked again, can you block my wife when you broadcast on the radio? Yu Qian grew impatient and looked up at Guo Digang, shouting at him. No way. What's wrong with this old man? He doesn't give any to his own wife, but he gives some to Mrs. Zhao next door. I said, and the audience below burst into laughter, with a few people laughing so hard they were bending over. Oh well, never mind, let them laugh. If they can't beat me, let my spouse listen too. Wow, you're really going all out for Mrs. Zhao next door, aren't you? Yu Qian tapped the table with his fingers, speaking angrily. Oh, right, after the broadcast, remember to tell Mrs. Zhao, okay? Yu Qian looked up in a hurry. Go away. What's wrong with this old man? Guo Digang pretended to hang up the phone. Alright, thank you to our kind listener for your call. That was a call from Mr. Yu, the father of renowned stand-up comedian Yu Qian. Yu Qian hurriedly waved his hand to stop Guo Digang from continuing. That's enough, don't mention me anymore. That's what Mr. Yu said. I'm Mr. Yu, the father of Yu Qian. I want to request a song by Lu Dehua for Mrs. Zhao next door. Yu Qian sighed helplessly, placed the fan on the table, and pressed his hands down on the surface, his expression clearly showing his frustration. Oh no, here we go again. Guo Digang picked up the fan, closed it, held it in his right hand, and tapped his left hand with it. Alright, please tune in to the song requested by Mr. Yu, Forgetful Water by Lu Dehua. Yu Qian looked at the crowd below with a puzzled expression, then turned to Guo Digang. Why is it the West River drum? Guo Digang picked up a fan and tapped the table rhythmically, once after another. When? Yu Qian pointed at Guo Digang's fan, which was tapping on the table. Wow, there's even a drum. Back in the day, I was young and full of dreams, always striving to fly forward. Yu Qian checked out Guo Digang. Oh, you sing pretty well, don't you? After Guo Digang finished singing, he straightened his clothes and added. Zhao Dama, bye-bye. Yu Qian waved his hand. Go on your way. Yi Yunfei poked Sun Yu. Sun Yu, does our master still know how to sing this? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain. Of course he can. After all, his martial arts foundation is no match for ours. We're no match for him. Wow, you're getting more and more interested in stand-up comedy. Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a little nudge this time. You can wait a bit, maybe one day you'll get to hear a song from the typing lyrics again. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and pondered slowly. The song of peace and prosperity, I feel like I've heard that before. Sun Yu stopped Yi Yunfei's thoughts. Ah, our master's typing lyrics is something no one else can match. You can look forward to it, maybe one day it'll be sung. Yi Yunfei rubbed his chin and gave a sly glance. Alright, I'll look forward to it then, while I haven't heard anything yet. Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Just wait and see. Yi Yunfei was also curious about how good his master was and wanted to see for himself. Yu Qian waved his hand. Hey, what time is it now, and you're still remembering that? Guo Digang put down the fan and slowly slipped both hands into the sleeves of his long coat. Alright, everyone, listen up. We're now moving on to the next program. Up next is our health checkup segment. Yu Qian furrowed his brows as he looked at Guo Digang, then turned to the audience. This is just a matter of waiting to see what happens. Will he be okay? In this program, we invited several renowned doctors from our city to address our difficult questions. Oh, that's fine. Inviting renowned doctors to address difficult questions is perfectly reasonable. Alright, let's start taking the first hotline call. Alright, there are hotline calls too. That's great. Alright, our first guest is renowned Dr. Wang Baishan. After speaking, Guo Digang bowed to indicate that he was now the doctor. Hello, everyone, I am Wang Baishan. Yes, I'm from Kyoto. In our family, 3 generations have been doing this. Wow, a doctor by family tradition. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. I hope everyone stays healthy and lives a long, happy life. Alright, that's good. Let's start taking the first call. Wow, that was fast. Chapter 98, Dr. Wang and Shizhen Shan. Answer it, hurry up and answer it. Guo Digang waved his hand. Hey, you're pretty sharp-tongued. Hello, is this Dr. Wang? Guo Digang turned his face away, changed his perspective, and signaled to everyone that Guo Digang had switched roles. What nonsense! I've been talking to you for ages, and you can't hear me? Yi Yunfei tapped his own thigh. Ha, I can't take it anymore, this is too funny. Our master's expression and way of speaking are just like that.
Sun Yu quickly pulled Yi Yunfei aside and made a shushing gesture. Alright, keep it down. There are people around. Yi Yunfei finally came to his senses and apologized to everyone around him one by one. Sorry everyone, I got too excited. The people around me quickly looked away and silently watched the performance.
Yi Yunfei finished apologizing, returned to his seat, and sighed. Oh well, I made the master too happy and forgot that I was still listening to the performance.
Sun Yu rubbed his head, feeling quite exasperated by Yi Yunfei's performance. Wow, you're something else. I didn't even notice you were watching the performance again from the start. Yi Yunfei was a bit confused, staring blankly at Sun Yu. Ha? Why? I was pretty serious.
Sun Yu waved her hand, interrupting Yi Yunfei's train of thought, and then slowly revealed the truth of the matter.
Hey, you're being so serious. Why are you being so serious? You're always picking on me. You're being so serious.
Yi Yunfei blushed and scratched his head, then glanced at Sun Yu before looking away.
Well, isn't that just excitement?
Plus, there was some curiosity in the middle, and he didn't know what was going on. Sun Yu rubbed his head and quietly watched Yi Yunfei seriously spouting nonsense.
Go on, keep talking. Yi Yunfei was so embarrassed by Sun Yu that he just turned his face away and didn't say anything. Wei Digang continued speaking. What kind of person is this? I've been talking all day and you still don't know who I am. Next.
Yu Qian slammed the table angrily.
That's it? They just asked a question and that's it? What kind of people are these?
Wei Digang bent over slightly, turned his head, changed his posture, and continued speaking.
Dr. Wang, hello.
There's a lump on my arm, and it hurts when I prick it with a needle. Wei Digang turned his face away and changed his posture.
Then don't do it anymore. This way it won't hurt. Yu Qian and the audience below laughed so hard they couldn't stop.
Yu Qian turned his face and smiled, looking at Wei Digang. Oh well, this method is almost the same as not saying anything at all.
Wei Digang waved his hand. Alright, next. Yu Qian looked at the audience. Alright, that was quick, everyone. 2 phone calls and it's over.
Wei Digang turned his face and changed his posture.
Dr. Wang, what should I do about my prematurely gray hair? Oh, there's a solution. Yu Qian glanced at the table and looked at Wei Digang. Oh, there's a way to do that? Of course. Dye your hair. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Wow, you guessed it right away. There's no other way to say it. Alright, let's move on to the next one. Wow, that's 3 in a row. That was fast. Hey, Dr. Wang, I'm sick.
I know you're busy, otherwise I wouldn't have called.
Hey, Dr. Wang, what kind of attitude is that? What kind of attitude? Do you believe me if I kill you? Wei Digang was twisting his body and changing his posture on stage.
It was incredibly difficult for one person to keep up with the voices of 2 people.
Wow, that's bold of you to actually go through with it. Alright, everyone, due to Dr. Wang's emergency call, the program will be temporarily suspended. Yu Qian looked utterly shocked. Hey, this isn't a house call, this is an attempt to kill him. How can this be a house call?
Yu Qian fiddled with the table a few times.
What kind of doctors are these?
They have such bad tempers.
Wei Digang looked up and pondered deeply.
Alright, since the doctor who was on duty earlier has left, we will now invite our obstetrician and gynecologist to answer your questions. Yu Qian pointed to Wei Digang. What a guy, he's got the makings of a gynecologist.
Let's cherish our romantic history.
Yu Qian stood behind the table, stunned.
Wow, what a funny name. Alright, let's take the hotline call. Wow, this shouldn't be a gynecologist. The name sounds more like an ENT specialist.
Wei Digang changed his voice and was shouting at Taizhongyang Station.
Hello everyone, I am gynecologist Shi Jinxiang. Yu Qian waved his hand helplessly. Alright, no need to repeat yourself. Yi Yunfei was laughing so hard his face was almost distorted. He poked Sun Yu. Wait, Sun Yu, are you serious? Is there really someone with that name?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was full of curiosity, with a helpless expression.
I really don't know about that. If you want a name like that, you can name your child that when you have one. Then you won't have to think about it later. How convenient. Yi Yunfei shot Sun Yu a sideways glance. Get lost, go away. I'm a Yi, and the child is a Sure? Are you crazy? Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
When the time comes, find a wealthy woman surnamed Sure. When you go to her house, tell her you're marrying into her family, and the children will take her surname. Having said that, Sun Yu clapped her hands and turned to face Yi Yunfei.
Well done, look at that. It's all settled now. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with disdain and even gave him a slap. Wow, he can be manipulated anywhere. I'm so handsome and talented, how could I ever end up marrying into that family? Su Yu snorted disdainfully, glaring at Yi Yunfei, who was boasting beside her. Wow, you're so handsome, you're so talented. Yi Yunfei was speechless, spreading his hands and looking at Sun Yu. Hey, this is blatant jealousy. You're just envious.
Sun Yu was also a bit speechless.
Wow, am I jealous now?
Yi Yunfei waved his hands, crossed his arms, lay back in his seat, and gave Sun Yu a dismissive glance, looking a bit superior.
You're just jealous of my talent, that's why you're saying that.
Sun Yu turned her face away, took a deep breath, and raised her palm toward the sky. Yi Yunfei saw the preliminary motion of the raised hand and immediately dodged backward, causing the palm to strike empty air. Yi Yunfei was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat on the spot, barely managing to swallow his saliva. Wow, that slap would have killed him if it had hit his face. Sun Yu stared at Yi Yunfei's face, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Wow, dodging that was crazy. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a panicked expression. Well, if I can't escape, I'll just have to give myself up here.
Su Yu smiled at Yi Yunfei, rubbing her hands together, and looked at him with a kind expression. Yi Yunfei was panicking, wanting to run away, but he couldn't do that in public. In a moment of desperation, he quickly placed his hand on Sun Yu's shoulder.
Alright, just kidding, don't get upset. We're good partners, you know. Chapter 99, Steady as an Old Dog.
As soon as Yi Yunfei finished speaking, Sun Yu raised his hand again.
This time, Yi Yunfei didn't dodge. Sun Yu's hand stopped just as it was about to touch Yi Yunfei's face. Yi Yunfei had clearly prepared himself mentally and said nothing.
In truth, while he appeared calm on the surface, his inner turmoil was overwhelming. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who showed no expression, and slowly withdrew his hand.
Oh, you didn't dodge this time? Not afraid anymore?
Yi Yunfei pretended to be calm as he shook his head at Sun Yu and said,
Are you not afraid anymore? Because you're my partner, would you really be able to do it?
Just as he finished speaking, Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a feint, quickly raising his hand as if to strike him. This time, Yi Yunfei instantly covered his head with both hands. Sun Yu saw this and withdrew his hand.
Wow, that was a quick reaction.
Yi Yunfei looked up and saw Sun Yu's hand, which had been raised in the air, slowly lower back down. The heart that had been hanging in his throat finally settled back into place. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was still in a state of panic, slowly lowered his hand, and gave him a smug smile.
This really scared Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei hurriedly backed away. What are you trying to do? We've already fought. You wouldn't dare take my clothes, would you?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. Goodness, I wouldn't go so far as to strip a man's clothes off.
Yi Yunfei sighed in relief and slowly sat back down. That's fine. I was worried your expression was too scary. Hey, where did you learn that smirk? Don't you have any self-awareness? Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes and said to Sun Yu. Isn't that a coincidence? It really isn't the way it seems. Sun Yu waved his hand, signaling Yi Yunfei to stop there. Enough. We've caused enough trouble and had our fun. What else do you want to do?
Yi Yunfei sighed and rubbed his head helplessly. I want to strengthen the bond between us as partners. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust.
Hey, do we really need to build a relationship? Are you out of your mind? Yi Yunfei shouted at Sun Yu. You're the one who's crazy.
Then he slowly sat back down in his seat. Sun Yu watched as Yi Yunfei obediently sat down in his seat without saying a word, so Sun Yu also remained silent.
The two of them sat there quietly, watching Guodi Gang and Yu Qian perform on stage. Hello everyone, my name is Shi Xiang. I am very happy to meet you all at 6:30 every evening and chat with you from 6:30 to 7 o'clock every day. Yu Qian looked at Guodi Gang helplessly and pressed his hand on the table.
You're quite skilled at choosing your timing, it's precisely during mealtime.
Please remember my name, I'm Shi Xiang. Yu Qian waved his hand helplessly. Here we go again. This is starting to sound disgusting.
As soon as he finished speaking, the audience below burst into laughter.
Shi Xiang. Guodi Gang repeated himself again. Yu Qian waved his hand helplessly, looking at Guodi Gang. Alright, we all know your name. There's no need to repeat it or remember it. Alright, let's take the next call. Guodi Gang changed his posture. Hello, you must be Shi Xiang, right? Yu Qian grabbed Guodi Gang's shoulder. Enough.
There's no need to repeat yourself.
I'm an old-timer in Kyoto.
My surname is Yu, and I'm the father of the famous stand-up comedian Yu Qian, Mr. Yu the Elder.
Here he comes again, the old man. Hello.
Guodi Gang changed his posture, turned his face, and began to imitate the speech of a gynecologist.
Hello, how is Mrs. Zhao?
Yu Qian was so embarrassed that he lost his head, raised his head, and shouted directly at Guodi Gang.
Why are you asking him? Why are you always following him and recording this? The audience below burst into laughter.
Yu Qian's shout startled Guodi Gang so much that it took him a while to recover.
Oh, no, that's not right. That's all in the past. Now it's not Mrs. Zhao anymore, now it's Mrs. Sun. Yu Qian pressed his hand on the table. Wow, in just a few minutes, there's a new person.
Just a moment ago, it was Mrs. Zhao, and now it's Mrs. Sunday.
What kind of person is this? That's the one I wanted to ask about. Alright, go ahead. I'm curious to hear what he has to say.
I just wanted to ask if it's because I'm getting older that I wake up so many times every night.
Is it related to that? Guo Gang changed his posture.
I'm sorry, I'm a gynecologist, I really can't answer that.
Oh, if I could answer that, that would be ridiculous. He's getting impatient. Guo Gang slammed the fan on the table. Alright, that's all for today's Health Watch program. We'll wrap it up here. Finally, it's over.
Now it's time for our tiebreaker segment, hosted by our expert panel.
Yu Qian looked helplessly at Guo Gang, pointing at the audience and then at Guo Gang. What's the point of singing anymore? They're all amateurs. How could they possibly sing this?
As everyone knows, there are many enthusiasts, so today we invited two amateur singers, or rather two netizens, from the internet.
Yu Qian nodded slightly, seeming to understand but not quite. Alright, please continue.
Those two names are a bit unusual.
Yu Qian glanced at the audience. What kind of bizarre method is that? One person is named Who's Going to Kill Me, and the other is named Who Should I Kill? Wow, here come the two best partners on stage. Guo Gang rolled up his sleeves.
Today, the two of them sang traditional songs together, either duets or in harmony.
Oh my, this play is quite good, but won't they end up fighting?
The two of them, one plays the young male lead, the other the female lead. One has a high-pitched, soaring voice, while the other has a low, melodious tone. Wow, they each have their own unique style, and they work well together. The only thing is, their names are a bit unusual. I'm worried they might start arguing on stage halfway through the performance. As he finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter.
Guo Gang cleared his throat and began to sing. In Hunan, there was a great man Tu Yang Bingbas. Everyone says he has a wonderful voice.
At that moment, Yi Yunfei directly delivered an elbow strike to Sun Yu, hitting the bone on his shoulder. The pain was so intense that Yi Yunfei wanted to scream, but since he was in the venue and couldn't make a loud noise, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, his face turning bright red.
Sun Yu smirked at Yi Yunfei. That was a good hit. It's just what we needed. Yi Yunfei covered his arm and slowly got up. Ouch, my bones are so stiff. Ugh, that hurts. Sun Yu smiled as she looked at Yi Yunfei's face. Oh my goodness, you insisted on doing this, didn't you? I didn't force you. You did it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Yunfei covered his right arm. Ouch, I didn't say it had anything to do with you, and I'm not trying to shift the blame either.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei adopted a haughty expression, his face almost contorted into a cry. Chapter 100, If you can rely on brute force, never resort to words.
Yi Yunfei endured the pain and silently watched Sun Yu. Wow, you can take a lot of pain. Looks like you can handle a lot of damage. Why don't I give you a couple more punches to help you out?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was on the verge of tears, and rubbed the fist he had clenched tightly in his hand. Yi Yunfei panicked, quickly stepping back, his face filled with fear as he looked at Sun Yu.
That's out of the question.
If you hit me with that punch, I'll either be dead or severely injured. I might even lose my life. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain, gave him a dismissive glance, and turned her face away.
That's all the courage you've got? You can't even take a single punch from me. Sigh. Hey, that's all the courage you've got? You can't even take a single punch from me. Sigh.
Yi Yunfei stared at Sun Yu in shock, recalling the punch from earlier, and instinctively swallowed hard.
Wow, you should have found someone who could actually block that punch. That was terrifying, you know?
If it had been a dog or a cat, it would have died right there on the spot. Sun Yu ignored what Yi Yunfei said, shook his head, and continued to banter with Yi Yunfei, even taking the opportunity to rub his fist.
Sigh, some people are just cowards. They don't even dare to take a punch from me.
Yi Yunfei sighed, rubbed his head, and looked over at Sun Yu, who was itching to fight.
Some people just resort to violence to solve problems. Sigh. Just say it, Yi Yunfei sighed, lowering his head and looking at Sun Yu.
Sun Yu was enraged upon hearing this. He lowered his fists and looked at Yi Yunfei, then smiled.
It seems like you're not convinced. How about we settle this with a physical test?
After saying that, Sun Yu clenched his fists, making a loud cracking sound, and looked at Yi Yunfei with a calm expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent and defiance.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's clenched fists, swallowed hard, and appeared visibly flustered on the surface.
As for his inner state, there was no need to mention it. He was even more panicked.
Alright, I can't beat you, I can't beat you. If I can't beat you, I can at least avoid you, right? Really?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand, trying to end the fight, but this wasn't something he could decide on his own. On the other side, Sun Yu seemed to have no such intention, continuing to fiddle with his fingers as before, showing no signs of stopping.
Yi Yunfei finally backed down.
If he landed that punch, the person would likely be dead.
Yi Yunfei compared the outcomes, though there was no real need for comparison. He looked at Sun Yu and waved his hand at him. Alright, I know I was wrong. Let's end this fight.
Sun Yu turned her face away and shook her head at Yi Yunfei.
Why didn't you just say so earlier? Really, you had to make me use force. Yi Yunfei sighed and looked at Sun Yu.
Damn it, if I had known earlier that this would almost kill me, I wouldn't have done it. Yu Qian raised his hand to signal Guo Gang to stop.
That's enough, that's enough. Stop singing. Your song is driving me crazy. Don't sing anymore. If you keep singing, you'll kill them both. Not a single one will survive, I'm telling you. The audience below burst into laughter. What the heck is this? Woody Gang cleared his throat and stood up straight again. Cough, dear audience, do you like jajang noodles?
Yu Qian adjusted his earpiece to a comfortable position and looked at Woody Gang with a puzzled expression.
What on earth are you doing now? How did you end up messing with the jajang noodles again? Don't you guys put any yellow bean paste on your fried sauce noodles? Woody Gang asked the audience. The audience was also uncooperative and remained silent. Next, Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with a confused expression. Is this an advertisement? How much did the jajang noodles pay you? I'll give you double for beef noodles. Laughter erupted from the audience.
Woody Gang pointed to Yu Qian beside him and looked at him helplessly.
Wow, I just said it offhand, and now it's turned into an advertisement.
Wow, you were talking about something else, and then you started talking about jajang noodles.
How did that happen?
Woody Gang pointed at Yu Qian, about to say something, but it seemed stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get the words out.
Woody Gang's eyes darted around. Don't say that, it actually looks pretty similar. It does kind of resemble an advertisement for jajang noodles, doesn't it?
Yu Qian sighed helplessly and tapped the table.
Don't say anything now. Just keep talking. Let's not explain anything, right? Just take the advertising money, right?
At least he's clean.
Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian and tapped the table with his fan. What do you mean, at least the money is clean? Would I transfer dirty money? Yu Qian smiled slightly and looked at Woody Gang. You're joking, right? Hey, you don't know how to do it? Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian and said indifferently. Am I supposed to go back and do that? Yu Qian gave a cold laugh and looked at Woody Gang. You wouldn't do something like that, would you? Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian and shook his head, looking very disappointed. Hey, Yu Qian, we've been partners for half our lives, and this is how you treat me? Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang in confusion, then glanced at the audience below. Hey, wait, I didn't say anything, did I? Right. The audience actively cooperated with Yu Qian.
This made Woody Gang look a bit awkward, so he pointed his finger at the audience below the stage.
Wow, everyone followed along when I was speaking, but when I had something to do, you were all so eager to help. Great job, everyone. Ha! A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang. May I ask, do you have any further explanation?
Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian, his face tense, standing tall with his chest puffed out. He would rather die than surrender, and would accept any punishment, as long as it was in accordance with the will of the emperor. The audience erupted into a frenzy, with everyone's blood boiling except for Yu Qian, who was completely bewildered. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang in confusion, then glanced back at the audience. What's wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you so eager to kill him? Woody Gang stood on the stage like a man ready to die for a noble cause, walking straight to the microphone and waving his hands.
Today, you can do whatever you want, but I won't admit it.
Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang in confusion, checked his ears, and turned his ears toward Woody Gang. He saw Woody Gang stand up straight with his chest puffed out and his back straight. What was the last thing you said? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Woody Gang looked down on Yu Qian with an air of superiority. Sorry, that's impossible. Oh, he didn't say that? Can someone repeat it? Do as you please, kill or torture me, I won't admit to anything anyway. The audience shouted in unison. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with ill intent. What's wrong? Is there anything else you want to say? Say it now while you still can. Once you miss this chance, your doubts will remain unresolved. Alright, I'm putting this ad in there today. What are you going to do about it? Woody Gang said arrogantly. Yu Qian clapped his hands and looked at Woody Gang. Alright, you're really something, you're quite the one. Chapter 101, how much did you end up getting? Of course not. Who do you think I am? I'm Woody Gang. Yu Qian waved his hand helplessly, looking at Woody Gang. Alright, I know you're Woody Gang, so you're not going to continue? Woody Gang snapped out of it and slowly started to act more like his usual self. Alright, let's continue. Yu Qian pointed at Woody Gang. Alright, let's get down to business. Woody Gang cleared his throat and began to speak solemnly again. When you're eating fried sauce noodles, don't you want some cucumber? Wow, this is an advertisement for cucumbers. Don't you want some soybeans with your fried noodles? Wow, this is an advertisement for soybeans. Woody Gang continues to spout nonsense with a straight face. When you eat fried sauce noodles, don't you want some yellow plates? Yu Qian, furious, waved his hand angrily and shouted loudly, startling Woody Gang. I've never heard of that. Where did you hear about eating jajang noodles with pork slices? Ha ha. He had the audience in stitches. What on earth is going on here? Eating fried noodles is one thing, but adding soybeans and cucumber is another. I can tolerate that, but do you really need to add some yellow sauce? I think you've been watching too many pornographic films and have gone mad. Yu Qian spoke so passionately that he was out of breath.
Yi Yunfei tapped Sun Yu. Sun Yu, do you think our master is advertising for them?
Sun Yu shook his head and slowly followed Yi Yunfei's words.
I don't know, but I don't think so. Do you think master is the kind of person who would go after money? He wouldn't do that kind of thing.
Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and looked at Sun Yu seriously.
I don't think he's that kind of person either.
What you said does make sense.
Sun Yu started talking again, stating his own views. Even if our master took the money and wanted to advertise for them, he should have specified the brand beforehand. He didn't mention the brand at all, just said fried sauce noodles, soybeans, and cucumbers.
He didn't mention any specific brand, right?
Yi Yunfei thought carefully for a moment and continued.
Ah, soybeans and cucumbers, is there a brand for fried sauce noodles?
It seems like there's only the one our master mentioned, the yellow plate one. Sun Yu thought about it for a moment and realized that soybeans, cucumbers, and fried sauce noodles don't have different brands.
Wu Digang raised his head, signaling to everyone that he was switching topics.
He cleared his throat, adjusted his collar, and changed his voice to a deeper tone than before.
Alright, everyone, it's time for our spine-chilling ghost story segment. Yu Qian looked at Wu Digang with confusion. This part is okay.
There are still some people who like to hear this, unlike earlier. However, viewers over the age of 50 are advised to listen with their parents present. Yu Qian pointed at Wu Digang.
Wow, this is quite something. Those over 50 need to be accompanied by their parents. They all have to go over there.
After saying that, Yu Qian pointed outside.
Wu Digang cleared his throat. Ah. Wow, you have a nice voice. Wu Digang lowered his voice. Damn it. Wow, just hearing the sound is pretty scary. Little Tadpole says, are you my mom? Yu Qian couldn't hold back any longer and snapped back. What the heck is this? Why are you acting like a little tadpole looking for its mother? Ha! A burst of laughter erupted from the audience.
Yu Qian banged on the table and shouted at Wu Digang.
What's going on here? How did the little tadpole end up here looking for its mother?
Wu Digang scratched his head and said helplessly to Sun Yu.
Sorry, I put it in the wrong place. What were you doing just now? You even put it in the wrong place. Wu Digang cleared his throat. Next up is our relaxing hour.
Oh, they've changed the program again.
It's only been a few minutes. Hello everyone, I'm your host, Xiao Chengsong. Let's relax a bit.
Yu Qian pointed at Wu Digang.
Alright, this host is suitable. He looks young and energetic.
Tap 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 tap.
Yu Qian stared wide-eyed at Wu Digang. Ha? What is it? Wu Digang ignored what Yu Qian said and continued speaking on stage.
He reached out and plucked out the eyeball, slowly placing it in his mouth and chewing it. Next, he began to remove the heart. Yu Qian saw this and hurriedly stopped Wu Digang.
Alright, don't say anything else.
Not only will we not be able to broadcast it now, but we might also scare to death a few audience members down there.
Sorry everyone, the recordings for the last two programs were mixed up. Yu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, I got it backwards. I thought Xiao Qing had gone crazy.
Ha! Wu Digang glanced at the table with his fan.
It was now time for the preview of tomorrow's program.
Yes, there's more previews.
Tell us what they are.
The second half of Passionate Total Blockade will be released soon.
Oh! The audience below shouted in unison. Wu Digang tilted his head to one side, and his mischievous thoughts were written all over his face.
As for the content? You know what I mean, don't you?
When I said play, I even added a trailing note and dragged it out.
Oh my goodness, what a mess you've made of this. None of you are serious.
I'm curious to know what our enthusiastic listeners think.
Let's hear from them on the hotline.
Wow, they're already teasing tomorrow's content and there are still calls coming and that's crazy. Yu Qian pointed his finger at Wu Digang beside him.
Chapter 102, the official end of the performance. Wu Digang raised his voice. I am an old Kyoto resident.
Yu Qian turned his face away helplessly, and the audience below also burst into laughter.
As soon as I heard I am an old Kyoto resident, I couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Yu Qian turned his face back, touched his face, and waved his hand.
Damn it, I knew he'd come, just maybe a bit late. My surname is Yu.
I am the father of the famous stand-up comedian Yu Qian, known as Uncle Yu.
Yu Qian can't get through this.
He adjusted his earpiece and shouted at Wu Digang.
What's the big deal?
You're just being difficult for no reason.
Does the passion always start in the wee hours of the morning?
You can tell from the sound of Yu Die's voice that he's getting a little impatient.
Goodness, you've made them wait so long that they've started calling to you. Wu Digang turned his face away.
Mr. Yu, we have to wait until the wee hours of the morning.
It's only 9 o'clock in the morning now. How could it be on yet? Mr. Yu's expression softened considerably.
Wow, look how anxious you made them.
They started playing it in the middle of the night and started calling at 9 a.m. to harass them.
Who knows why Yu Qian's father is in such a hurry?
Just as he finished speaking, Yu Qian pushed Guo Gang.
You haven't finished yet.
There's no need to repeat yourself.
Hurry up and start yours. Alright, now it's time for the magic trick you've all been waiting for.
Yu Qian was about to agree and praise him, but then he thought, wait a minute, this is the radio station.
Even if the magic trick is performed perfectly, no one will be able to see it. I wondered if magic was even a program that should be on the radio. Could they even see how it started? Ha!
Guo Gang placed one hand on the table and began humming a tune.
Alright, that's a nice tune. Next, please enjoy some acrobatics.
Yu Qian hurriedly grabbed Guo Gang's hand.
Wait, what's the next act? Did I hear that right? Acrobatics? Guo Gang ignored what Yu Qian said and continued humming to himself.
However, this song was different from the previous one, as this was an acrobatics performance, while the previous one was a magic show.
Alright, even that performance is over. Finally, it's time for your favorite part. What show is it? Paper cutting. Oh, none of them are right.
Some of the audience members were already laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Guo Gang continued humming the same tune he had been singing earlier.
Yu Qian looked helplessly at the audience, wondering if there was anything he could do. This was a matter of life and death. After Guo Gang finished humming, Yu Qian added a line from behind.
Wow, 3 performances, 3 songs, and 2 of them are exactly the same.
Alright, you're something else. Alright, let's move on to the next program. What's the next program going to be? Guo Gang glanced at Yu Qian. Next, please enjoy the 4th performance, a pantomime.
Yu Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wow, pantomime, paper cutting, acrobatics, magic, 4 things that should be seen live, and you made us watch them on the radio.
Guo Gang looked at Yu Qian, his left hand resting on the table. Alright, now it's time for our commercial break. That's it? That's all there is to the 4 performances? Yi Yunfei tapped Sun Yu, who was laughing uncontrollably. Ha, no way, the master is too funny.
Sun Yu slapped his thigh and looked at Yi Yunfei, who was laughing just as hard beside him.
Ha, that's hilarious.
Performing 4 acts on the radio: mime, paper cutting, acrobatics, and magic.
Yes, all 4 require a live audience to be completed.
Sun Yu slowly began to calm down, no longer laughing so joyfully. She stroked her chest and looked over at Yi Yunfei, who was doing the same thing, also stroking his own chest.
Yi Yunfei wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Wow, that's so funny, it made me cry.
Yi Yunfei heard the sound and looked at Sun Yu. There were also tears on Sun Yu's face, and Yi Yunfei mocked her directly.
You're talking about me?
You're not even trying to hold back your tears, are you? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, and Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei. Both of them were doing the same thing, wiping the tears from their eyes.
Wow, they're really a great team.
At a time like this, anyone else would have stopped talking long ago, or even sat back down to continue watching.
We're different.
We just stand here looking at each other and start laughing like idiots.
No wonder we're a team. Yi Yunfei heard this and said arrogantly. Of course. Who can resist our master's humor?
Just as she finished speaking, Sun Yu remembered something and hurriedly grabbed Yi Yunfei's hand.
Alright, stop talking. If you keep going, you won't be able to handle it.
Yi Yunfei acted quickly, taking advantage of the fact that Sun Yu wasn't paying much attention, and crawled over to her ear, whispering softly. On the radio, there are 4 programs: a pantomime, paper cutting, acrobatics, and magic, with 3 songs in 1 pantomime.
Wow, just as I finished speaking, Sun Yu suddenly blurted it out. Alright, stop talking. If you keep going, he'll be gone.
Yi Yunfei heard this and decided to stop there.
Alright, I'll stop here too. You can get up now. Saying that, he bent down and pulled Sun Yu up.
It must be said that our master's foundation is truly solid. Sun Yu looked down on Yi Yunfei with disdain.
Are you just here to make fun of us? Our master's stand-up comedy skills are top-notch. Who could compare to him?
You're probably not even close to his age, let alone being able to perform stand-up comedy.
Yi Yunfei lowered his head and thought about it for a moment.
It seemed to make sense, otherwise he wouldn't have come to teach them. That does make sense, otherwise he wouldn't have taken us as disciples or sat in this position.
Sun Yu said solemnly. That's true. Without any foundation, who would listen to you or believe you? Well, a master is a master. Experience truly makes one wise.
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly, rubbing his head with his left hand before looking at Yi Yunfei.
Just give it up. The 2 of us haven't even been here for a year yet.
Our master has been performing stand-up comedy for decades. The age of those who perform stand-up comedy is even greater than the combined age of the 2 of us. After saying that, Sun Yu stood up halfway, patted his back, straightened his seat, and tidied up his large bag.
Wow, that was tough.
Without a solid foundation, being a master is really no easy task.
Our master has it tough too.
Well, our master has been through so much. Compared to us 2 newbies, he can handle anything better than us.
Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbed his head, and stood up, stretching his arms.
What can we do? Sometimes I feel like if I ate the leftovers from breakfast, I might become a really great stand-up comedian. Chapter 103, Memory Not on Point.
Sun Yu gave a cold laugh, glancing sideways at Yi Yunfei. Though it wasn't out of disdain or disbelief, he just found the remark a bit amusing.
Ha, you might not be able to make it after all.
Yi Yunfei patted his own chest and placed his hand on Sun Yu's shoulder.
I might not be able to do it on my own,
but the two of us working together can definitely make it happen. Sun Yu's sarcastic remarks were just a facade. Deep down, he was overjoyed.
He waved at Yi Yunfei. Don't flatter me. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's delighted expression and continued speaking. Look at what you're saying. This isn't flattery, it's the truth. How could I manage without you to play the straight man?
Sun Yu stared at Yi Yunfei, sighed, and then looked up at the stage. Well, so they just needed someone to play the straight man.
I thought it was me they were after.
Yi Yunfei scratched his head and then looked at Sun Yu.
What do you mean, missing a straight man? What do you mean, I thought it had to be you? Don't think it's just you. It's not just you. Got it? Sun Yu burst out laughing and then looked at Yi Yunfei. Look at you, you're so anxious. Yi Yunfei pointed at Sun Yu. Hey, you're trying to trick me.
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly, spreading his hands as if it had nothing to do with him.
Hey, who's got it in for you? I didn't say anything.
Yi Yunfei pointed at Sun Yu and said helplessly. You're such a person, causing trouble.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly. Sun Yu lay on the bench, staring at Yi Yunfei. What's wrong with me? I'm fine. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu. Humph, right, you're so old and kind, there's nothing wrong with you at all. Sun Yu blared angrily at Yi Yunfei. What do you mean there's nothing wrong with it? It was a perfectly fine statement, but how did it turn into something so offensive coming from your mouth? You're full of sarcasm. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu.
Oh, that's just asking for trouble. Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei, looking utterly helpless.
Alright, you're the one who talks too much. Just hurry up and watch the master's performance. Otherwise, if he asks about it after it's over, it'll be a hassle.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand toward Sun Yu, slowly sat down in his seat, and behaved himself.
Alright, I'll follow your lead.
Guo Digang placed his left hand on the table, glanced at Yu Qian beside him, then looked down at the audience.
Alright, everyone, it's time for our commercial break.
Yu Qian slapped the table and shook his head.
Oh no, here we go again with the ads.
Guo Digang cleared his throat and changed his posture.
Sister Wang. What are you up to now? Sister Wang, I'm unexpectedly pregnant. What should I do?
Yu Qian looked around helplessly, then turned to Yi Yunfei.
There's everything in here, why is there also an unexpected pregnancy?
There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Guo Digang changed his posture and continued speaking.
An unexpected pregnancy isn't a big deal. What should I do? Go to the Big Iron Rod Hospital and find the head doctor. Here we go again with the advertising. You'll have to pay for that, won't you? Ha! What money are you talking about? Seriously, can we really take that kind of dirty money?
Yu Qian placed both hands on the table and glared coldly at Guo Digang.
Why can't you just let it go?
I believe others when they say they don't want it, but you might not be the same.
Guo Digang stared intently at Yu Qian with wide eyes. How could you say I would definitely do that? Would I ever do such a thing? You will. You definitely will.
The audience below started cheering.
Yu Qian laughed, looking at Guo Digang with a joyful expression. Oh, look at what the audience is saying. Let's just admit it. Guo Digang is at it again, bringing up the same old stuff from the last show.
He looked just like a heroic martyr, standing on stage with a fan in hand, standing tall and straight behind the microphone.
I am here today to fight to the end, and I will never admit defeat. The audience below burst into laughter. Yu Qian hurriedly pulled Guo Digang back and looked at the audience below with a helpless expression. Alright, stop. You've already used that topic and that approach. Let's try something else. Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian, his face full of embarrassment. You've used it, right? Let's switch to another one.
Guo Digang instantly collapsed to the ground, raised his index finger in a delicate gesture, and wiped the tears from his face with the other hand.
Even if you beat me to death today, I won't say a word. The crowd below continued to cheer. Yi Yunfei poked Sun Yu. Ha, no, why is our master so funny? Sun Yu frowned and looked at Yi Yunfei. I don't know either. Maybe it's because our master has more experience. Yi Yunfei touched his chin and looked at Sun Yu.
If I were as skilled as our master, I could have such great control over the situation.
That would be so great. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. He didn't even know that? Every time he appeared on stage, the cheers from the audience were no less enthusiastic than when Guo Digang spoke. Hey, your stage presence isn't that strong yet? Was the crowd's energy low last time you came out? It was all because of Yi the Great Demon King, don't you get it? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in confusion, thinking about the expressions of the audience during his usual performances. Now that you mention it, you're right. Every time I come on stage, everyone does shout Yi the Great Demon King.
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly and looked at Yi Yunfei, who was looking a bit excited at the moment.
Hey, you didn't even know about this? Wow, so you didn't know about this yourself?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu and explained slowly.
Hey, you can't say it like that. I didn't really pay attention to the audience's expressions at the beginning. Anyway, they always seem pretty excited, so I thought it was because you were here.
Sun Yu quickly pressed his hand to his face, then repositioned it and looked back at Yi Yunfei.
It's always because of you. After every performance, fans always come to ask for your autograph and take photos with you, right? You forgot? Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei seemed to recall something.
He thought about the reactions after each performance and compared them to the audience's reactions during the climax of his performances on stage.
Oh, now that you mention it, you do have a point. You're absolutely right.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei clenched one hand and slammed it into the other palm, making his intentions clear. Sun Yu was completely baffled by Yi Yunfei's words, his head filled with question marks as he looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion.
Have you lost your mind in the past few days? Or is your memory completely gone? Every time someone asks you for an autograph or a photo, you show it off to me, and you just forget about it?
Yi Yunfei started to recall the usual times, and indeed, there were such incidents.
Every time someone came, he would show off. But that was a special situation, wasn't it?
The circumstances were different.
Chapter 104, When you have to back down, you have to back down. Chapter 104, When to back down.
Sun Yu rubbed his head, looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly, then patted his chest and offered Yi Yunfei a suggestion.
Why is it different now? I think you should go see a doctor. If you keep going like this, I might end up getting depressed.
Yi Yunfei felt like nothing was wrong, so he continued to look at Sun Yu, his eyes filled with question marks.
This. Sun Yu heard this and looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly.
She pushed him and sat him down on the chair, gesturing for him to finish reading first.
Alright, let's sit down properly. It'll be over soon, and we can chat afterward.
Yi Yunfei glanced at Guodi Gang and Yu Qian performing on stage, then looked at Sun Yu, who was frowning beside him, and nodded blankly.
Alright, I'll do as you say. Whatever you say goes. Sun Yu saw Yi Yunfei's current state and still couldn't help but feel a little uneasy.
She sat there with one hand on her leg and the other supporting her head, silently watching the performance on stage. Yi Yunfei, observing Sun Yu's thoughtful demeanor, said nothing, simply sitting there quietly, watching Guodi Gang and Yu Qian perform on stage, lost in his own thoughts.
Yu Qian glanced around the room, took his hands off the table, turned to look at Guodi Gang beside him, and waved his hand. I didn't touch you. You fell down on your own. I didn't do anything.
Guodi Gang continued lying on the ground, gazing at Yu Qian with a look of deep emotion, clutching his thigh, and making a pained expression.
Oh my, you'll have to pay for this. It'll cost at least 100 or 80,000 to get up. Oh my, you hit someone? Yu Qian looked around in confusion, waved his hands, and continued to look at Guodi Gang. Who bumped into you? I was just standing here. How did you bump into me? Oh, I don't care. You're just pretending. Give me money and I'll get up. If you don't, I won't.
Guodi Gang continued to cling to his own thigh, pretending to be in pain.
Yu Qian had no idea what to do. He looked around and walked directly to the table, pressing his hands down on it. Right, there are audience members below, and some unknown cameras recording. Let's see how you handle this.
I don't care.
I won't get up unless you pay me. The audience below laughed as they looked at the two of them. Wow, you finally admitted it. What are we going to do?
You ruined our friendship over such a small amount of money. Yu Qian clapped his hands and silently looked at Guodi Gang beside him. Guodi Gang paid him no mind, continuing to hug his legs and pretend to cry.
Ouch, it really hurts. Yu Qian waved his hand and looked toward the audience. Did anyone record that just now? Call 110 and we'll handle it on the spot.
Guodi Gang heard this and silently stood up, brushing the dirt off his body, instantly becoming alert.
Oh, that was just another version of me inside me, not the real me, you know.
Yu Qian looked at Guodi Gang beside him in shock.
Oh, how did you get up? Lie back down quickly, the 110 is almost here. Lie down, don't stand up. Standing is tiring.
Saying that, Yu Qian began to push Guodi Gang back down to the ground.
Guodi Gang began to try to stop Yu Qian. What happened earlier wasn't me. It was another me. You can go now. I'm me, but I'm not me. Do you understand? Guodi Gang looked at Yu Qian, who was pulling him by the arm with a confused expression.
Yu Qian placed both hands on the table and glared coldly at Guodi Gang.
I'm giving you two options. 1, you lie back down now. 2, I'll force you to lie back down. Choose one. Guodi Gang looked helplessly at Yu Qian beside him and wiped his hands. Come on, it's not a big deal, right? Is it really worth getting worked up over? With that, Yu Qian began counting down from 3.
Yu Qian slowly checked the numbers in his hand.
3.
Guo Digang waved his hand, signaling him to stop, but Yu Qian had no intention of stopping and continued speaking.
2.
Guo Digang was in a hurry, looking anxiously at Yu Qian beside him, a forced smile on his face. Yu Qian continued to fiddle with the timer in his hands.
1.
After finishing his words, Yu Qian turned his head directly to look at Guo Digang.
Guo Digang's reaction was also quick. He instantly sat down on the ground.
Yu Qian turned his head to look at Guo Digang sitting on the ground, and everyone was stunned.
Why did you sit down again? You weren't backing down just now. What's going on? Guo Digang sighed and explained silently. It's just that I'm afraid you'll beat me up if I tell you the truth.
Yu Qian waved his hand, glanced at the audience below, and then looked at Guo Digang.
Alright, I get it. Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian, who seemed to be in a better mood, and asked quietly. May I stand up now, Mr. Yu?
Yu Qian was stunned, looking at Guo Digang slowly. It was clear that Yu Qian was completely flustered by Mr. Yu's remark. Wow, this guy even called him Mr. Yu.
Alright, you stand up first. Let's talk about it when you're standing.
Yu Qian took the hands that were reaching out to shout and pulled Guo Digang to his feet, then looked at everyone below the stage. Seeing this scene, many audience members could no longer contain themselves.
On the second stage, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were grinning like fools. Ha, no, they're too funny, making me want to laugh. Ha, who knew that teacher Guo could sit down on the ground like that? I didn't expect that either. Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu again and said confidently to her. Moreover, our master is quite unique. He swiftly sat down on the ground. Others might not be able to do that.
Sun Yu stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then looked over at Yi Yunfei beside him. It was indeed a bit challenging. It was clear he had practiced this at home. Yi Yunfei seemed to notice something amiss and waved his hand to signal him to stop.
Wait a minute, this clearly means he's done a lot of work at home. Why does that sound so wrong?
Sun Yu looked at Sun Yu with a helpless expression and casually touched his head.
You've got to play it safe. After all, the master didn't say he wasn't afraid of our master's wife. Yi Yunfei also stroked his chin, watching Yu Qian beside him as he pondered deeply. Well, he may be capable, but when it comes to his wife, he still has to back down. His master is truly his master. After Yi Yunfei finished speaking, Sun Yu burst into laughter. Ha, that makes perfect sense.
At our master's house, Wu Lin and Sure are the same. They have no status at all.
Yi Yunfei was stunned upon hearing this. Wow, the father and son are both so fearless. Ha, like father, like son.
No wonder they're blood related. Even this trait has been passed down through the generations.
It's all encoded in their DNA, isn't it? Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Don't go engraving everything into the DNA. You never know how it might affect the next generation. Chapter 105, Continuing the Advertisement. Oh boy, if it affects future generations, that's not good. It'll be a real hassle later on. Sun Yu nodded.
That would indeed be quite troublesome.
Who would go out of their way to engrave something into their DNA? Who would go out of their way to engrave anything into their DNA, right? Yi Yunfei nodded.
That's true as long as there's nothing wrong with it. He wouldn't say he'd engrave something into his DNA. Yi Yunfei watched Guo Digang and Yu Qian's performance, then looked at Yu Qian and patted Sun Yu on the shoulder.
Let's finish watching first, then we'll continue talking later.
Sun Yu was clearly startled.
How could those words come out of Yi Yunfei's mouth? Wow, you finally lost your mind. How could you say that?
Yi Yunfei was completely dumbfounded, staring at Sun Yu with a look of confusion on his face.
Wait, why does it sound so different coming out of my mouth?
After saying that, Yi Yunfei spread his hands and looked at Sun Yu helplessly.
Sun Yu sneered coldly.
Oof. I don't know how you could say that, but it's definitely out of character. Yi Yunfei was still speechless, just quietly watching Sun Yu beside him without saying a word.
Sun Yu also stared silently at Yi Yunfei. The two of them just stared at each other without saying a word.
During this time, Yi Yunfei casually shifted into a more comfortable position, propping his head up with his left hand as he looked at Sun Yu.
Wow, that's pretty comfortable, isn't it? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and blinked his eyes.
It was indeed quite comfortable. There was no need to exert oneself, and one could think about other things. It was just that comfortable.
Sun Yu's temper just flared up like that. Hey, you're pretty idle, aren't you? Is it comfortable just standing there watching? Yi Yunfei nodded, feeling no hint of impending danger. It felt okay, just a bit more comfortable than usual. How about I make you feel even more comfortable?
As she spoke, Sun Yu raised her right hand.
Wow, you're getting physical right off the bat?
Yi Yunfei hurriedly placed his arms in front of himself, trying to prevent the consequences from unfolding.
You can only bully me, he muttered.
Sun Yu lowered his raised right hand.
Alright, it's fine. I can't bully you, but I can still bully you. Yi Yunfei silently stared at Sun Yu. Wow, making it seem like I'm not important at all.
Du Pa patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and spoke slowly.
You're not really that important. Alright, let's continue watching the show. Yi Yunfei helplessly waved his hand. Alright, I'll do as you say. You're the boss.
After saying that, the two stopped their mental calculations and silently watched the performance on stage. Guo Digang stood up, looked at Yu Qian beside him, and slowly walked toward the microphone next to him.
Hey, what's the matter? You haven't had enough fun yet, why did you get up so soon? Yu Qian sighed silently. You're right. If I don't stand up, someone will probably vote me out.
There was a burst of laughter.
Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian beside him and asked this question. If I hadn't managed to get down on the ground just now, what would you have done?
Yu Qian pointed at himself and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Me? What can I do? You go ahead.
I'll just stand here and watch you.
Guo Digang looked completely confused at Sun Yu beside him. Just stare like that? Not do anything? Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang in confusion. What can I do? How can I sue you? If I sue you, where will I get the money? Guo Digang pointed at Yu Qian. Hey, you're still thinking about the money at this point? Yu Qian adjusted his headset and said to Guo Digang. Alright, just continue quickly. Otherwise, we'll both be out of here in no time. So soon? Alright, I'll start. Yu Qian waved his hand helplessly and looked at Guo Digang. Alright, let's get started. Will this delay your work? No, it'll only take a few minutes. It won't offend anyone nearby, you won't be laughed at, and it won't interfere with your work. You'll have the surgery today and be back at work tomorrow. Remember that.
If you have an abortion, you'll have to go to the hospital with a big stick and find the head doctor. Yu Qian pointed at Guo Digang and spoke slowly.
Wow, just listening to that is so satisfying. Isn't this the time to forget about advertising? I've given the director plenty of money, you know. Guo Digang smiled and silently held up 4 fingers. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang.
Wow, 4,000 is good, that's not a bad deal. Guo Digang shook his head silently, hinting that he didn't agree and wanted him to think about it some more. Yu Qian stared wide-eyed at Guo Digang, who was silently shaking his head.
Isn't 40,000 enough? Is that too little? It's not much.
A young master wouldn't need to mention such a thing for this purpose.
4,000 this time, right? Guo Digang was still standing there silently shaking his head. Hey, that's not right. Ads are usually all the same. They're all about the same size. Why is yours higher than everyone else's? Guo Digang shook his head helplessly. You guess. Yu Qian thought about it for a few minutes and finally decided it should be a little smaller. 4,000 is slow?
Yu Qian shook his head helplessly. No, you guess, and I'll see how long you can guess.
Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang helplessly, rubbing his chin. He couldn't forget his family's tradition of rubbing his chin. But it can't be 4,000, right? That's pretty cheap. Guo Digang looked helplessly at Yu Qian beside him. I won't pretend anymore. I'll just tell you straight. Guo Digang held up 4 fingers and showed them to everyone. Earlier, none of you guessed it. Let me tell you all, it's actually 40. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang in shock. You're supposed to be a big shot, how can you charge only 40 yuan? Guo Digang wiped away his tears. It's a long story. It all started many years ago. Yu Qian hurriedly pulled Guo Digang back. Stop right there. Skip the plot and get to the point. Just tell me what happened.
Guo Digang glanced at Yu Qian and thought that what Yu Qian said made sense.
The rest of the money is being held by my wife, so I can't do anything about it, you know. How could someone else appreciate such heartfelt crying?
As he spoke, Guo Digang glared at Yu Qian with a defiant expression.
A classic example of a good man in China.
Wow, just a few words, and he slowly became a model of a good man in China.
That's not easy, it's really not easy.
Yu Qian patted Guo Digang on the shoulder and said quietly.
Man, you've got it tough. If you miss me, you wouldn't even give the money to your wife, right?
You just transfer it directly into your own account.
Guo Digang silently watched Yu Qian. Hey, you've been saying that since earlier. I thought you weren't going to hand it in. Chapter 106, Unprecedented and Unmatched. Yu Qian raised his head, looked at Guo Digang, and sighed. Well, we have to return it. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. After saying that, Yu Qian let go of Guo Digang's hand, wiped the tears from his face, and said. Guo Digang also wiped the tears from his face, walked over, hugged Yu Qian, and patted him on the shoulder. These two guys had it tough. Alright. It's been tough for everyone.
Yu Qian let go of Guo Digang, placed both hands on the table, and took a deep breath.
Damn, who has it easy in this world nowadays? Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian and sighed silently, then turned his gaze toward the audience.
Life is tough for everyone, but it's even harder for us in this line of work. We stand on our feet for hours on end, with no time to rest. Guo Digang looked up at the stage, then threw his fan onto the table, turned around, walked around once, and came back.
I dare not do it anymore. Do whatever you want. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang in a daze and pointed at Guo Digang walking toward the stage. What on earth triggered this?
Yi Yunfei saw that the situation was getting out of hand and nudged Sun Yu. What's going on? Everything was fine just now. Why did he just leave like that? Sun Yu rubbed his chin and looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly. Clearly, Yi Yunfei also looked helpless, and the two had the same expression. Even if you ask me, I have no idea either. I can't even guess what kind of medicine our master is selling. The two exchanged a glance and both lowered their heads with a sigh. Damn it. Harm, I wonder what our master thinks. Yi Yunfei sat down quietly at his seat and watched the stage silently. After a while, Guo Digang slowly walked over from the stage entrance and stood silently behind the microphone. Yu Qian watched Guo Digang silently, then exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you're back? Guo Digang picked up the fan he had just thrown on the table and tapped it on his hand. Ah, that relaxed me a bit, and my mood improved instantly. Yu Qian was startled and looked at Guo Digang. Wow, just a moment ago he sounded so desperate, and now he's so cheerful? Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian and spread his hands. Yeah, that's pretty normal, isn't it? Yu Qian slammed the table and looked at Guo Digang. Wow, you let it go pretty quickly. You've got a good attitude. Guo Digang held a fan in his right hand and tapped it with his left. In our line of work, you have to have a good mindset, otherwise, those haters will play you like a fiddle. Yu Qian nodded and looked at Guo Digang. What you said makes sense. That makes sense. Yi Yunfei pushed Sun Yu again. I feel like we can do this too in the future, say half of it, then walk down to the audience and come back up. Sun Yu rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then looked at Yi Yunfei with a serious expression. I think it's feasible. This method can indeed be used. For now, only our master has used it. Yi Yunfei also lowered his head to think for a moment. Indeed, this method is quite good. It's truly innovative and unmatched. We can give it a try in the next round. Sure, we can. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and confirmed with him. Alright, then we can use this method next time. Sun Yu rubbed his chin, spread his hands, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Of course it can. Anyway, you're the one writing the script, not me, right? Yi Yunfei frowned and looked helplessly at Sun Yu beside him. Great, you're trying to trick me, aren't you? Sun Yu wasn't happy about this and looked at Yi Yunfei angrily, spreading his hands. What do you mean by scheming? My goodness, you're saying this now? You were supposed to write the first draft, and I was only supposed to memorize it afterward. Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes and shot back perfectly. Exactly, you're responsible for writing the script, and I'm responsible for memorizing it. Sun Yu continued to retort. That's right, I'm responsible for writing the script, and you're responsible for memorizing it. Right, or rather, you write the script, and I'll memorize it. Pfft, what do you mean I'm responsible for writing the script and you're responsible for writing the script and I'm responsible for memorizing it? Then on the day of the performance, the two of us will go over the script together. That's exactly what you said back then. Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei. The two on stage continued talking. Yu Qian patted Guo Digang on the shoulder, and Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian. Alright, that's enough. Let's get back to what we were talking about. Guo Digang snapped out of it and tapped his head with his fan. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Look at me, I got too caught up in the moment. Yu Qian raised his thumb in admiration, looking at Guo Digang with a look of respect. Alright, you can even incorporate that into a serious situation. You're truly impressive. Guo Digang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. Guo Digang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. Alright, let's not talk about trivial matters. Are there any other issues? Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with a puzzled expression. That's all, please continue. Alright, shall I begin? Yu Qian waved his hand impatiently and looked at Guo Digang. Alright, let's get started. What's the problem here? Guo Digang cleared his throat and continued. Alright, everyone, it's time for our traffic program. Alright, it seems pretty comprehensive, even including a traffic program. Please enjoy it. There are no green lights all day long. Yu Qian slams the table, startling Guo Digang. Wow, all red lights? Doesn't the traffic bureau do anything about this? Guo Digang touched his chest, took a moment to catch his breath, and continued speaking. Alright, everyone, please listen to the traffic update from our reporter at the accident scene. Alright, the traffic updates are good. Guo Digang switched to a different voice and began reporting on accident-prone road conditions, shouting the latter part in a dazed tone. Hello everyone, I'm a reporter from this station. I'm currently at an intersection where something has happened. This is a big intersection. Guo Digang's shout startled Yu Qian, who visibly flinched and stared at Guo Digang, then shouted back at him. What are you shouting about? Oh my goodness, you scared me. Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian. You don't understand this, do you? You need to savor it slowly. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with a puzzled expression, glanced at the audience, then looked back at Guo Digang. What's going on? Did the host bump into someone? Guo Digang turned his face away and continued speaking. Due to a loss of signal, we will temporarily return to the studio. Yu Qian stared wide-eyed at Guo Digang. So he remembered that he was hit by someone right there on the spot.
Some people in the audience laughed.
Yu Qian patted his hand on his back.
This is never going to end. Who's going to do this job now? It's dangerous. Guodigang changed his tone and clenched his fists tightly. Wang Jia, I accidentally got pregnant again. What should I do? Yu Qian looked at Guodigang helplessly. Was this unexpected pregnancy a bit too sudden? Chapter 107, The length of time doesn't matter. I've told you once already.
If you get hit by an iron rod, go to the hospital and find the chief surgeon.
It's a 3-minute safe surgery. Will it delay your work? No, it won't. You can go back to work the next day. Remember to go to the hospital and ask for the director. Guodigang acted out a monologue, occasionally twisting his body.
Yu Qian pointed at Guodigang and said humorously,
Alright, this advertisement is quite impressive.
They are willing to go to such lengths for $40.
Guodigang grabbed Yu Qian's arm. Alright, let's just forget about the $40.
Yu Qian looked at Guodigang and waved his hand.
Alright, it's over. Let's not mention it again. It's all in the past. Alright, then I'll continue. Cough cough. Guodigang cleared his throat and continued speaking.
Next, please tune in to our program, Peking Opera Showcase. Next, please tune in to our interview with 97-year-old Peking Opera master, Comrade Wang Xiuhua.
Yu Qian looked at Guodigang with a serious expression.
Wow, at 97 years old, he's a great artist. Yu Qian changed his voice.
Hello everyone, my name is Wang Xiuhua. I have loved singing opera since I was a child.
Yu Qian pointed at Guodigang.
Alright, this hobby has been cultivated since childhood.
It's clear that making friends with this old artist is a worthwhile endeavor. Back then, I was with that artistic master Mei Lanfang, and we were taking in neighbors.
Oh, he was a good neighbor.
I guess he was influenced by his neighbors who were always singing and doing other things.
That's exactly what Master Mei said about me back then. Yu Qian looked at Guodigang with a puzzled expression. What do you mean?
You're such a girl.
With that voice, it's a shame you don't sing opera or Cantonese opera.
Oh, so he ended up going to sing Cantonese opera instead of Peking opera.
So was he going to sing Peking opera or Cantonese opera?
I've been torn about this ever since, and now I'm almost 100 years old. Yu Qian slammed both hands down on the table.
Wow, so he's been agonizing over this his whole life. Guodigang continued. Alright, now we've finished talking about the Peking opera program. Yu Qian stared wide-eyed at Guodigang. Ha? So this Peking opera official isn't singing through the curtain? Guodigang glanced at Yu Qian. Right, did I say he could sing opera?
Yu Qian pursed his lips and looked at Guodigang.
He really didn't say that. Then that's it, isn't it? What do we do next?
Yu Qian pointed to Oolong at the end of the year, Guodigang.
Wow, there's more of these. I wonder how many more there are.
Guodigang glanced at Yu Qian, turned away, and continued speaking in a different tone.
Hey, Sister Wang.
Yu Qian shook his head helplessly.
Here we go again. I'm unexpectedly pregnant again. What should I do? Yu Qian helplessly lowered his head and looked at Guodigang. Does she have nothing better to do all day? How can she keep getting pregnant by accident? Doesn't she plan to do something else? Sis, I've told you 3 times already. What do you mean, you've told me 3 times?
It's that place, the hospital with the iron rods. Find the director, and it'll be done in 3 hours. Wow, they sure know how to market themselves. No, in just a few minutes, you've advertised them 3 times, and the 120 is already in the bag.
That's great. In your pocket? You have to hand it over. You can't keep it for yourself.
As they spoke, the two of them exchanged a deep, loving glance on stage.
Oh no. Damn it, this is too hard.
I finally managed to earn some extra money, and now you've gone and exposed it. If my partner finds out when I get home, they'll kill me.
Wow, did your sister-in-law really go that hard?
Yu Qian suddenly realized there was something he hadn't finished saying to everyone, so he immediately reminded Guodigang beside him.
You seem to have left something unsaid, right?
Guodigang's eyes darted around, as if he had also remembered something. After speaking, Yu Qian patted his own wrist and looked down at the audience below the stage.
Will this affect work? It won't affect work. We can continue working tomorrow after finishing today. Oh no, I keep getting pregnant unexpectedly. Why even go to work? Yu Qian blushed. Oh, you're so right. Who knows what they're up to every day? Guodigang looked helplessly at Yu Qian beside him. Oh, people these days. Just today, there have been 3 unexpected pregnancies. What can you say? Yu Qian patted Guodigang on the shoulder. Hey, why are you bothering her? You can't control this matter either. Just continue with what you're doing. Alright, I'll keep talking then. Alright, go ahead.
After speaking, Yu Qian placed both hands on the table.
Guodigang cleared his throat with the others.
Next, please tune in for the local government officials.
Wow, he's still a local official. Please tune in to Beha Bangzi Zhanzi Dun Dun Dongda Longzi. Are you tired? Wipe the sweat off.
Yu Qian silently pointed at Guo Gang and slowly started to complain. Wow, now no one understands what's going on. Yi Yunfei saw this and poked Sun Yu again, then stroked his chin in thought. What did our master just say? Why didn't I understand that? Sun Yu tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Don't ask me either. It's just what our master said, and I don't really understand it either. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly. At first, Yi Yunfei thought that since Sun Yu had been with the master for a long time, he might know something. Oh well, I thought you knew that, after all, you've been with him longer. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression and sneered. What do I know? I haven't been with the master long enough to know such things. Besides, we're not like the master. He's done so much more than us. We've only been here a few months. You're just teasing me. Sun Yu nodded, seeming to understand the logic. Yi Yunfei nodded, seeming to agree with that logic. There was some truth to that. After all, we hadn't really tried anything else besides stand-up comedy. It was a skill that required practice, and it would be beneficial to have some understanding of other fields as well. Otherwise, how could we expect to excel in anything? Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a cold smile. Wow, hearing you say that really gets under my skin. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a cold expression, pointing at himself and gesturing for Sun Yu to wave his hand. Alright, you decide. Whatever you say goes. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly and shook his head in resignation. When it comes to this art form in our country, stand-up comedy can be considered the simplest and of course, the most challenging. The two performers simply stand there, and the rest is up to them to improvise, as long as they can keep talking non-stop for an entire day. Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement with Sun Yu's viewpoint. That's right. The simpler something is, the harder it is to master to perfection. The key is what it is. In stand-up comedy, you have to respond to the audience in some way, and even just maintaining the basic level is challenging. Chapter 108, Performance Complete. Chapter 108, Performance Complete. Well, now that the blood flow has started to slow down, it shouldn't be too bad. At least we're still young. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei beside him and said silently. Should we go learn it another day or just go find a master directly? Yi Yunfei asked Sun Yu, as he was completely at a loss about what to do next. Doing it alone would be challenging, but at least two people would be better than one, even if it was still difficult. The speaker continued on stage. Guo Gang waved his hand and pointed at himself. Sister Wang, I'm unexpectedly pregnant. What should I do? Yu Qian held up 4 fingers and silently looked at Guo Gang. Wow, that's the 4th time today. 4 times in one day? Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Guo Gang turned his face toward everyone. This time, I can't help you. What? Why not? Guo Gang pointed at himself and smiled at the audience below. Because I'm pregnant too. Wow, she's pregnant too. After saying that, the two of them laughed together and took a step back. The performance was over. Thank you all for your cooperation. After speaking, the two bowed deeply together, and the performance came to an end. Alright, the performance is over. Thank you all for your cooperation. We look forward to seeing you again next time. Oh. There were also quite a few people in the audience who cooperated. We look forward to seeing you at your next performance. Yu Qian pointed to the man who had just spoken and smiled at him. What a guy, he even said he'd come back next time. You're quite the character. I hope to see you again next time. Alright, I'll come back next time if you're there. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu stood up. Alright, we should go too. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yueshun quickly stood up and began walking toward the backstage. Just as the two of them reached the backstage area, Guo Gang and Yu Qian were also preparing to leave. Guo Gang waved his hand at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. Let's go, let's go. The show's over, and there's nothing else to do. Yu Qian also continued to follow behind. How was it? Not bad, right? My performance with your master. Yi Yunfei started to get lively and said to Guo Gang. It's definitely more than watching the replay on a phone. Guo Gang glanced at Yu Qian and smiled. Ha! Guo Gang walked in front, followed closely by Yu Qian, with Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu bringing up the rear. Master, where are we going next? Guo Gang stopped to think for a moment and looked at his phone. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Let's go eat. Yu Qian glanced at Guo Gang. We can't go eat, so what else can we do? Yi Yunfei watched the two of them bickering. Ha, you two are something else. Guo Gang stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and saw 3 of them. Hey, do you have any recommendations? I don't know if there's anywhere to eat around here. Yu Qian also started thinking, looking up, looking down, and occasionally turning around. There shouldn't be any here. Yi Yunfei heard this and got excited, glancing at Sun Yu. I remember there's a noodle shop with minced pork sauce around here. I think it's pretty good. If you don't mind, we can give it a try. Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. Oh no, he's starting to advertise for someone again. This is going to cost us money. Yi Yunfei playfully slapped Sun Yu on the shoulder, though it was just a joke.
What do you mean, advertising? Isn't this what you said there's no place to eat? Where did you recommend? Besides, can I even earn that kind of money? Would I end up like our master?
After saying that, Yu Qian was the first to laugh, patting Guo Digang on the shoulder.
Ha, you don't have a good impression of your disciple, do you?
Guo Digang sighed and turned his face away, looking at the three of them helplessly.
Oh well, I guess I'm just leaving a good impression on my disciples.
Yi Yunfei checked the time on his phone and then called the three of them over.
Alright, it's time to go. It's already this late.
If we leave any later, we might not find a spot.
Sun Yu tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and gave him a smug smile.
Look at him, he's getting so worked up.
What's the matter? Did you not pay him enough or something?
Guo Digang picked up his phone to take a look, then looked up again at Sun Yu behind Yi Yunfei.
Oh, you're right. By the way, Sun Yu, that expression doesn't really suit you. It makes people feel a bit uncomfortable. Yu Qian also glanced over. Sun Yu's expression was indeed off, and it was indeed awkward, unlike Yi Yunfei's. Sun Yu, just don't make that face. It looks really awkward on you. Yi Yunfei heard this and burst into laughter.
He removed Sun Yu's hand, patted her on the shoulder, and mocked her as he spoke.
Hey, did you hear that? That expression is mine. You can't use it.
Guo Digang smiled at Yu Qian, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, gradually understanding each other's meaning.
No, it's not that you're not suitable for that.
It's because you're usually so normal that acting suddenly inappropriate makes you seem awkward.
You know that Yi Yunfei is different, right?
He's never been proper, so he doesn't seem awkward.
After hearing Guo Digang's words, Yi Yunfei's smile vanished instantly, and his entire demeanor changed. Wait, master, what do you mean by that? Am I not being proper?
Sun Yu silently watched Yi Yunfei, trying hard to suppress her laughter, but she couldn't help but burst out laughing in the end.
Ha, this is ridiculous. Ha, I can't stop laughing. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Enough. Stop laughing. What's so funny?
Sun Yu was delighted to see Yi Yunfei in this state.
Oh well, some people just won't admit it, huh?
Yi Yunfei acted like a spoiled little wife, tapping Sun Yu on the shoulder with a shy expression, leaving everyone completely baffled and even a bit disgusted.
Hey, what are you doing? Be serious, okay?
Why are you being so disgusting?
I only said a few words to you. It's not that bad, is it? Guo Digang looked at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu helplessly, but didn't say anything.
He just stood there silently watching, a smile on his face.
Old Ju, what do you think of these two kids? If Yi Yunfei were a girl, I feel like they'd be another divine couple.
Yu Qian's face bore a smile similar to Guo Digang's.
I feel the same way. Yi Yunfei's personality is quite suitable for a girl.
Yu Qian called out to Yi Yunfei, who was in the middle of a lively argument with Sun Yu.
Yunfei, should we go to Tea Country to change our personalities? I think you could make a good pair with Sun Yu if you became a girl. Yi Yunfei's face turned dark instantly. He looked at Sun Yu and then at Yu Qian. Transition and come back to team up with Sun Yu?
He doesn't deserve it. Sun Yu heard this and got upset, pushing Yi Yunfei aside.
What? What do you mean I'm not worthy? I think you're the one who's not worthy. You're nothing. Chapter 109, Iron-Faced Indifference. Chapter 109, Iron-Faced and Merciless. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly and spread his hands. Oh well, we're not worthy. We can't afford to compensate Mr. Sun, the big boss. Guo Digang walked over and patted Sun Yu on the shoulder. Sun Yu, I'll find you a better one in the future. Sun Yu, I'll find you a better one in the future. Yi Yunfei looked at Guo Digang in confusion, spreading his hands and asking Guo Digang. Wait, master, what do you mean I'll find you a better one? I'm such a good partner, and you're just going to get rid of me like that?
Yu Qian walked over from behind, stood next to Guo Digang, leaned back, and looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression.
Wait, who are you? Do we know each other? Sun Yu waved away Yi Yunfei's hand that was resting on his shoulder and said to Yi Yunfei. Who are you? I don't think I know you. Please don't put your hand on me like that. Thank you.
Sun Yu patted her own shoulder where Yi Yunfei had touched her earlier, looking a bit disgusted, but she was just playing along with Yu Qian. At that moment, Yi Yunfei must have felt a pang of sadness and a chill in his heart. He looked at Sun Yu, spread his hands, and asked silently. Are you serious about what you just said? Do you really dislike me so much that you don't want me as your partner? Am I really that bad? Guo Digang realized that Yi Yunfei was starting to act strangely and get serious. He was about to step forward to stop him but was pulled back by Yu Qian. Yu Qian shook his head at Guo Digang, gripping his shoulders with his right hand and staring at him. Alright, you're on night shift, so don't get involved. We can't discuss this partnership between the two of us. Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian and thought he had a point, so he nodded at him. I agree. Let's just stay here and see how things go. We'll say what needs to be said and keep the rest to ourselves, right? Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang and nodded, then turned to Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. The team what should be said and what shouldn't be said, you should know for yourself.
Their relationship has managed to stay this good up to now. I guess neither of them really knows the other. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were discussing matters, while Guodi Gang and Yu Qian were whispering to each other.
Yi Yunfei spread his hands toward Sun Yu. Do you really dislike working with me that much? Am I really that easy to dislike?
Sun Yu sighed helplessly, rubbing his head, then placed his right hand on Yi Yunfei's shoulder.
Alright, I don't mean to offend you. It's just that sometimes you seem off.
Yi Yunfei tilted his head, looking at Sun Yu, clearly confused.
What do you mean you don't look down on me? Didn't you just say that? Who are you? Do I even know you? Isn't that looking down on me?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly, touched her face, shook her head, turned to the side, and looked at the side again.
My goodness, is that the point? Are you not noticing that I'm just playing along with our Mr. Yu? Am I supposed to be him? Goodness gracious, is this the point? Are you not picking up on this? Am I just playing around with Mr. Yu again? Am I supposed to be cooperating with him?
Yi Yunfei looked helplessly at Guodi Gang and Yu Qian beside him, staring intently at the two of them before pointing at himself.
Great, so I'm the one who got tricked in the end?
Guodi Gang and Yu Qian exchanged glances, then looked at each other and at Yi Yunfei and the others before breaking into laughter.
Ha! Ha, I was just joking. Earlier, Sun Yu was just teasing me and didn't mean it seriously. It was all in good fun. Sun Yu didn't mean to insult you.
Mr. Yu hurriedly waved his hands toward Yi Yunfei, trying to resolve the misunderstanding.
Yi Yunfei clapped his right hand on his left hand and said a long "oh."
Yi Yunfei struck his left hand with his right hand and uttered a long "oh."
Oh.
Yi Yunfei seemed to understand something instantly and pointed at himself. Great, in the end, I'm the one who got screwed.
Yi Yunfei began pacing back and forth. Oh well, who could have known? I thought he was serious, but in the end, I was the one who got screwed over. Guodi Gang couldn't take it anymore.
He touched his forehead, shook his head, and then straightened Yi Yunfei's arm.
Enough. Stop swaying around like that. It's making me feel uncomfortable. Yu Qian took a step forward and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Alright. What needs to be done is up to you. We've done all we can to help. Sun Yu walked forward with a confused expression, watching the three of them chat. She crossed her arms and walked toward them. Why does that sound so awkward? What does "it's up to you guys" mean?
We'll help as much as we can, but I don't understand what you're trying to say.
After asking this, Sun Yu scratched his head, looking completely confused. Yi Yunfei saw this and was completely baffled.
At first, he thought the three of them had conspired to prank him, but now he realized something was off. Wow, look at Sun Yu's expression. It doesn't seem like the three of you planned this together.
Yi Yunfei looked at the three of them helplessly and asked them skeptically.
Guodi Gang and Yu Qian exchanged glances, then both turned to look at Yu Qian and then back at Yi Yunfei, sharing a knowing smile.
Hey, old Gua, Yunfei's words were too funny.
Yu Qian looked at Guodi Gang and said slowly. Guodi Gang glanced at Yu Qian, who was smiling a bit awkwardly, then silently looked at Yi Yunfei beside him and asked.
Yunfei, we're stand-up comedians, right? Yi Yunfei tilted his head, looking utterly confused at Guodi Gang, and silently nodded. Yeah, we are stand-up comedians, but what does that have to do with this?
Guodi Gang glanced at Yu Qian, pulled his hand back, and followed Yi Yunfei's lead.
This must be related. We're stand-up comedians, we have scripts and the ability to improvise. So when we're on stage, our skills are definitely not ordinary. Plus, you and Sun Yu have been here for quite some time now.
Yi Yunfei was still confused. He scratched his head, waved his hand, and looked at Guodi Gang with a puzzled expression.
So that's why I feel like these two things aren't related. Guodi Gang slipped his hands into his sleeves and silently looked at Yi Yunfei. Let me put it this way, killing him isn't a big deal, but there's still a connection, you know?
Since I've been involved with you and your uncle, and Sun Yu wants to frame you, they've been planning this for a long time. Yi Yunfei looked at Yu Qian beside him, then at Sun Yu, and felt that Guodi Gang's words made sense. After all, the ability to improvise on the spot and memorize scripts is absolutely crucial in stand-up comedy. It's something you can't underestimate.
It would definitely make things very uncomfortable.
Yi Yunfei paused for a moment, rubbing his chin and closing his eyes as he pondered the matter.
That does make a bit of sense, doesn't it? Guodi Gang spread his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. Isn't that obvious? There must be some truth to it. We're the ones who study this field. If we don't understand these things, then who else would know? Yi Yunfei nodded at Guodi Gang with a look of half-understanding, seeming to realize it as well.
Well, at least it wasn't me who ended up getting screwed over in the end.
Chapter 110, The Missing Two. Guodi Gang waved his hand toward Yi Yunfei, signaling him to stop. Alright, there's no need to dig your own grave, you know that, right?
Yu Qian also took a few steps forward and spoke to Yi Yunfei with a solemn expression.
Alright, don't be angry.
Yunfei, we were just joking around with you. If it were your master Gua or your elder Yu, and we had done something wrong, we would apologize to you. Yi Yunfei hurriedly grabbed Yu Qian's hand, spoke to him with deep emotion, then waved his hand, pointing at himself.
No, I'm just a little confused. Plus, Sun, you mentioned it earlier, so I feel a bit helpless. There's also a little bit of heartache. No, I'm just a little confused. Plus, Sun, you just mentioned it earlier, so I feel a bit helpless. There's also a touch of disappointment, you know.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly, patted his shoulder, and said with a sigh.
What do you mean, a little hurt by me? Which part of what I said hurt you so much? Woody Gang and Yu Qian exchanged glances and stepped back in unison. Woody Gang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian.
Alright, from now on, the two of us will just keep an eye on things. If they really can't handle it, we'll step in and explain later. Yu Qian rubbed his chin and looked at Woody Gang.
I think it's fine. I feel that keeping it simple is better.
After all, the two of us older folks might find it difficult to fit into their circle.
Woody Gang nodded in agreement and looked at Yu Qian. I think it's fine.
After all, the two of us aren't attending the meeting, so it's better not to get involved.
It would be too much trouble.
Yu Qian stood beside them, nodding uncertainly, then adopted the posture of someone who had raised you, patting your head. The two of them walked backward in perfect sync. Sun Yu sighed helplessly, rubbed his head, took a step forward, and placed his right hand on Yi Yunfei's shoulder once more.
Alright, stop messing around. Just say it straight. Our master and Mr. Yu are both here.
It's best to say something similar to what our master said. Sun Yu took her right hand off Yi Yunfei's shoulder and silently looked at him before spreading her hands. We're stand-up comedians, we have the ability to adapt to the situation on the spot. That ability, along with our performance skills on stage, isn't something we need to dwell on. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin, looked at Sun Yu beside him, then glanced at Yi Yunfei beside him and spoke quietly.
Yi Yunfei listened carefully and realized something was off.
He couldn't believe he had heard that it sounded so serious.
But Sun Yu's expression just now looked so serious it didn't seem like she was joking around.
Woody Gang and Yu Qian exchanged a meaningful glance, then looked at Sun Yu helplessly, spreading their hands toward her.
Sun Yu, are you really serious about this?
Yi Yunfei shrugged his shoulders and looked at Woody Gang, saying helplessly.
No, I was just going along with what Mr. Yu wanted.
Yu Qian waved his hand at Yi Yunfei and spoke slowly, explaining everything to him. Yunfei, this time it's your old man who's sorry. I was just joking around, but I didn't expect it to bother you so much. Yi Yunfei hurriedly grabbed Yu Qian's hand and said to him.
No, you're overthinking it. I was just having some fun too.
No, you're overthinking it.
I was just having some fun too.
Sun Yu, who was standing behind him, suddenly changed her expression and walked forward to grab Yi Yunfei's shoulder.
Hey, so you've been playing with me here.
Yi Yunfei turned around and looked at Sun Yu in confusion, his eyes darting around.
Weren't you the one who started playing first? Why are you making me play through you?
Sun Yu blushed and scratched his head, then lowered his head in embarrassment.
Ah, it seems so.
Yi Yunfei reached out and gently tapped Sun Yu's shoulder. Sun Yu slowly lifted her head and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, I know you weren't serious. I wasn't serious either, I was just joking around with you.
Sun Yu realized what was happening and also slapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
Hey, you know I wasn't serious, yet you're still playing along with me. Hey, you knew I wasn't serious, yet you still played along with me.
Yi Yunfei stood up straight, chest puffed out, and looked at Sun Yu with a proud expression.
Of course, who do you think I am?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei beside him with a look of disgust. Great, so I'm the one who got tricked after all. Woody Gang watched the two of them bicker with a satisfied smile, then turned to look at Yu Qian.
Wow, this feels pretty good. Their relationship is much more harmonious than we thought.
Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang and patted him on the hand.
Alright, let's not get involved in this anymore. Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian and nodded, thinking it made sense, so he didn't say anything else.
Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were taking turns teasing each other, having a great time.
Alright,
but in the end, the fool turned out to be me. Woody Gang and Yu Qian were standing beside them, trying to stifle their laughter. They wanted to laugh, but if they laughed out loud, it would cause trouble. Yu Qian tapped Woody Gang on the shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and whispered.
De Gang, let's go.
It's not good for us to stay here. Woody Gang nodded and leaned close to Yu Qian's ear, whispering softly.
Alright, let's go first. We'll have them call us later.
After saying that, the two of them glanced back at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu, who were still arguing heatedly, and slowly left the scene. At that moment, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were still engaged in a heated argument.
Yes, it's my fault. This has nothing to do with you.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a hint of anger, didn't respond, and then turned to look at Woody Gang and Yu Qian beside him.
Master, please say something to settle this.
At that moment, Sun Yu finally noticed that Woody Gang and Yu Qian had already disappeared, and hurriedly pushed Yi Yunfei.
Yunfei, where are our masters? Yi Yunfei looked impatiently at Sun Yu and pointed ahead. Aren't they right here? Can't you see them?
Really? After saying that, he looked ahead, looking puzzled. All he could see were some other background actors and the production crew behind the scenes.
He didn't see Woody Gang and Yu Qian anywhere.
Yi Yunfei crossed his arms, tilted his head, and looked at Sun Yu helplessly.
Where are our masters?
Sun Yu shrugged helplessly and looked at Yi Yunfei.
I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't ask you.
Yi Yunfei puckered his lips and looked at Sun Yu, then made a friendly, surprised expression.
Let's go look for them. What if our master and the others have gone missing? What if they've been kidnapped by human traffickers? Sun Yu impatiently pushed Yi Yunfei beside her. Go away. Our master is an adult. How could he just disappear? Human traffickers only target children. Who would target someone this age?
At that moment, Wu Gang and Yu Qian had already gotten into the car and were discussing what to eat when they got back.
Wu Gang had only said half of his sentence when a sneeze erupted. Oh my goodness, that sneeze. Chapter 111, The Angry Young Wife.
Yu Qian took some tissues from his pocket and handed them to Wu Gang. Wu Gang took the tissues and wiped his nose, having just sneezed.
Yu Qian kindly asked Wu Gang. What's going on? Are you feeling under the weather? No, someone must be thinking about me.
Wu Gang wiped the snot from his nose after sneezing and teased Yu Qian.
Yu Qian looked at Wu Gang with a disgusted expression. Enough. Who wants you? You're just a big old man.
Wu Gang turned his face away, gave Yu Qian a disdainful look, and then turned back.
Just give it a rest. I'm an old man, and you're even older than me.
Yu Qian turned his face to look at Wu Gang.
Yeah, I'm an old man too, but I'm not as bad as you, right? Wu Gang stretched out his hand and counted them one by one. That's right, you're being so proper. All you do is smoke, drink, and get your hair done every day. Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Wu Gang.
Alright, remember that, no smoking, no drinking, and no dyeing your hair. Of course, those are Mr. Yu's 3 great hobbies.
You might not know him, but you have to know these 3 things. Yu Qian glanced out the window and then looked at Wu Gang. Did you think that sneeze just now was them looking for us?
Wu Gang said this, and it seemed likely, since they hadn't said anything when they left. He took out his phone to call them, but just as he opened it, Yi Yunfei called.
Wu Gang pointed to his phone.
Wow, just as I was about to call them, he called first, and he was pretty punctual. Yu Qian waved his hand, looking at Wu Gang, who was grinning from ear to ear.
Alright, stop playing around. Answer it. He'll hang up soon. After saying that, Wu Gang answered the phone.
The 2 people on the other end were still at the factory, looking for them.
Yi Yunfei, upon hearing the phone ring, looked at it and addressed the 2 men. Master, where are you? We can't find you. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu looked at their phones, completely confused, at the images of Wu Gang and Yu Qian. Wu Gang didn't bother with them and got straight to the point. The 2 of us took a car back.
Your mentor's wife called and told us to go back first, so we left.
Yi Yunfei was momentarily stunned, then asked. Then he just left without saying a word to us?
It was clear that Yi Yunfei was a bit angry when he spoke this time.
Weren't you arguing with Sun Yu at the time?
You didn't tell us, and we finally managed to create a good atmosphere.
Now you've ruined it. How bad is that? Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a disdainful look.
Sun Yu happened to catch Yi Yunfei's gaze and returned the look with the same expression, muttering something under her breath.
You look at me like that, but I look at you even worse.
Yi Yunfei heard this, puckered his lips, and silently stared at Sun Yu without saying a word. On the other side, Wu Gang and Yu Qian overheard the conversation and glanced at Yi Yunfei's expression, teasing him playfully.
Yunfei, your expression right now looks just like an angry little wife, you know that?
Yu Qian had just started driving and was admiring the scenery while taking a sip of water. When he heard Wu Gang's remark, he nearly spit out the water he was drinking, choking badly.
Cough, old Gua, your words nearly sent me off. Wu Gang heard Yu Qian's movements and looked over.
Yu Qian was coughing, so Wu Gang reached out and patted him on the shoulder to help him calm down. When Yu Qian had recovered somewhat, he waved his hand and slowly raised his head. Wu Gang slowly withdrew his hand. Yu Qian placed his hand on his chest and slowly stroked his chest, taking a deep breath.
My goodness, I almost didn't make it. Life is so difficult. Wu Gang frowned, looked at Yu Qian, and waved his hand. Enough. You're not that old yet. Don't talk about such things.
Yu Qian waved his hand and slowly raised his head to look at Wu Gang.
You're already half in the ground. What's the point of all this nonsense? He's already half in the ground, why bother with all this nonsense?
Yi Yunfei looked over at Wu Gang and the others, who seemed to be in the car.
Are you guys planning to go back to Daeyun society? Or where are you heading?
Sun Yu continued where Yi Yunfei had left off.
We should probably go eat. We were just talking about that topic earlier. Wu Gang hurriedly chimed in. No, we're getting ready to go back.
You can come back after you finish eating. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with pride.
You guessed wrong. We're getting ready to go back, not to eat. Sun Yu looked awkwardly at her phone. Really? Aren't you going to eat? Wu Gang touched his nose and said to Sun Yu. We won't go. We'll give you 2 a chance to bond. Take your time eating. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression. Great, in the end we ended up like clowns. We thought we were going together, but now it's just the two of us left.
Sun Yu waved his hand, glancing at Yi Yunfei beside him, who looked utterly helpless.
Alright, let's just stick to the two of us. It doesn't matter.
Yi Yunfei sighed after listening, then hung up the phone as soon as Guo Digang finished speaking.
Alright, then, take your time, master. We'll head back after we finish eating. Guo De was just about to tell Yi Yunfei that it was fine, but before he could say anything, Yi Yunfei had already hung up the phone. Guo Digang pointed at his phone with his finger. Hey, look at this impatient kid. Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Guo Digang. Alright, that's enough. He might be a bit upset too. After all, we didn't say a word and just left. Guo Digang agreed. Well, isn't this all about creating a good environment?
Such a great atmosphere, it would be a shame to disrupt it. Yu Qian turned his face and nodded, looking out the window.
Wow, he's thinking a lot.
Guo Digang slowly put his phone back into his pocket.
Of course not, he's my apprentice.
Yu Qian suddenly remembered something and turned to Guo Digang and said it all.
Wait, old Guo, are we just going back like this? How are we going to eat? Guo Digang thought for a moment and replied apologetically. There's a small restaurant next to our Daeyun society, isn't there? We can go there. The food is decent, and there's plenty of it. Yu Qian nodded silently. It doesn't matter what we eat, as long as we're full, but where did this small restaurant appear next to our Daeyun society?
Guo Digang paused for a moment, scratched his head, and looked at Yu Qian.
How could there not be? It's right across the street from our Daeyun society.
Yu Qian began to slowly recall everything on that street across from them.
Is that right? I don't remember.
I often pass by there, but I didn't know there was a restaurant over there.
Guo Digang clapped his hands and looked at Yu Qian. It seems you're still too young. You can't even remember this. When we get back, I'll show you what you're missing.
Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang beside him with a look of disgust.
You're such a hypocrite. Just a moment ago, you were saying I'm half in the grave, and now you're calling me young?
Hey, just a moment ago you were saying I'm half in the ground, and now you're saying I'm young again.
Chapter 112, The Meaning of Life. Guo Digang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian beside him. Enough. Two old men are discussing the affairs of two young people.
Yu Qian turned his face away to watch everything happening outside. A bustling crowd of people, a half-lit, half-dark space, and colorful clouds hanging on the horizon. Alas, one hasn't even lived a full life yet and is already halfway to the grave. Life is so difficult. What if something unexpected happens one day and I'm no longer here? Where would I go after death? That's also a question.
Guo Digang patted Yu Qian on the shoulder.
When Yu Qian turned his face away, Guo Digang comforted him.
Alright, stop thinking about all that nonsense. Living well is the best thing.
Don't spend every day worrying about what to do if something happens. There's no way so many accidents will happen, and even if they do, they won't happen to you. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang, listened to what he said, thought about it carefully, and then began to ponder the meaning of life once again.
Indeed, these are not things we should be thinking about. Just being alive is good enough. Why make things so complicated? Guo Digang placed his hands behind his head and closed his eyes silently. What happens after death isn't something we should be thinking about now. We should just focus on what to do next. Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang and nodded silently.
Indeed, things were not bad now. He had a wife and children, his parents needed care, and he had a decent job. Living a modest life was not so bad after all. Guo Digang was also feeling a bit upset by Yu Qian, with many things piling up on his shoulders. Suddenly, the driver said something, and both Guo Digang and Yu Qian seemed to snap out of it, silently staring at the driver. Who has it easy these days? Who still lives an easy life? Think about me, I'm at the bottom of society, and I haven't even complained yet. You guys are already complaining. What are we supposed to do? Guo Digang and Yu Qian exchanged a knowing smile. No need to be so polite, you're just joking. The driver couldn't turn around while driving, so he waved his hand. This isn't a joke. Mr. Guo Digang, Mr. Guo, and the teacher next to you, Mr. Yu Qian, are all well-known figures. Yet, at times, your thoughts are similar to ours, you're all considering your families. Guo Digang took his hand and placed it on his thigh, sitting up straight with a serious expression.
Well, let's not talk about other things for now. Let's just talk about men.
After a man gets married, he should think about his family, his parents, his wife, and his children and take care of them. Yu Qian nodded beside him, looked at the driver, and tapped his left palm with the back of his right hand.
This is something that must be considered. If you can't even take care of your own family, what kind of man are you?
The driver nodded, reached for a cigarette, but put it back before it reached his mouth. This action puzzled Guo Digang greatly. Why did you put the cigarette back after you were about to light it? The driver looked down at the cigarette, then quickly looked up again. You say this is about cigarettes. They're clearly not good for you, yet people still insist on smoking them. Yu Qian nodded and silently watched the driver in front of him.
Indeed, even though it clearly says harmful to health, he couldn't resist taking a drag. Guodi Gang glanced at Yu Qian, then waved his hand. Come on, you still smoke, drink, and dye your hair. Yu Qian was unhappy about this, so he quickly got ready and watched as Guodi Gang confronted him, not forgetting to wave his hand in between. What do you mean I smoke, drink, and dye my hair? I've never done any of those things. The driver noticed that the mood of the two people in the back was slowly improving, so he added a sentence in the back. Yu Qian and Mr. Yu's three hobbies are smoking, drinking, and getting their hair styled, right? Some people might not know you personally, but your hobbies are probably well known to everyone. Upon hearing this, Guodi Gang smiled and looked at Yu Qian, then reached out to the driver in front of him. Look at you, look at you. Even the driver said so. Yu Qian clapped his hands twice, then looked at Guodi Gang with a puzzled expression before glancing back at the driver in front. Wow, so I'm famous because of these three hobbies, huh? Guodi Gang waved his hand and spoke slowly to Yu Qian. No, there are still 4 more. Yu Qian looked at Guodi Gang in confusion and asked silently. Which 4? Which 4 are you referring to? The driver looked at the rearview mirror hanging in front of him, watched the two of them, and heard their conversation. He caught the word 4 in the middle and immediately chimed in. Those 4 must be the ones you were talking about who were eating, drinking, and engaging in immoral activities, right? Yu Qian stared wide-eyed at Guodi Gang beside him and the driver in front. Wow, so out of these 7, the ones who aren't proper, I've stood up for all of them for nothing. Guodi Gang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. No, it's not that all 7 of these are improper, you've got all 7 of them. Yu Qian turned his head away and clapped his hands. You're not just one of the 7, you're all 7. Wow, he got everything. Guodi Gang and the driver in front of him gradually started laughing. Then Guodi Gang remembered that the driver probably knew about the incident he had just mentioned, so he asked the driver. Do you often go to listen to stand-up comedy? You seem so familiar with it. The driver shook his head and looked away, unable to turn around because he was busy. No, I actually wanted to go. If you want to go, why don't you just go? The driver drove with his left hand and used his right hand to check the front of the car. Isn't this a taxi? There's no time. If we can go, we'll go. Guodi Gang nodded helplessly and then looked at the driver. Indeed, you are quite busy, basically working around the clock without any rest. The driver waved his hand and explained slowly. 24 hours is not accurate, it's basically a minimum of 12 hours, and the maximum is 14 hours. Guodi Gang nodded. That's true. Driving for too long can easily lead to accidents. Yeah, half the day is spent driving, it's already so tiring. If I really can't handle it one day, that would be a big problem. The driver started switching his hands from left to right, giving each a good shake. It felt good, and he was almost ready to stand up and stretch, but since he was still driving, there wasn't much else he could do. Guodi Gang turned his head to look out the window. The scene outside was familiar, yet it felt strangely unfamiliar. Yu Qian heard this and also looked outside. It's just as you said. Familiar yet unfamiliar. The driver interrupted their conversation. Is this unfamiliar? I don't quite understand. Guodi Gang scratched his head and explained to the driver. How should I put it? This is really a bit hard to explain. Yu Qian pulled Guodi Gang aside and said, let me explain. Guodi Gang saw this and didn't say anything else, leaving Yu Qian to explain. The actual place here is indeed very familiar, but when your mood is different, walking the same path with different emotions brings a different feeling. Chapter 113, Taking a Chance. The driver waved his hand at the two of them. Alright, this isn't something we should be thinking about right now. Guodi Gang nodded and looked ahead. Indeed, one should live in the present. Why dwell on matters after death? Yu Qian clapped his hands and looked at Guodi Gang. Exactly, why bother thinking about the future? Living in the present is good enough. Guodi Gang furrowed his brows, patted Yu Qian on the shoulder, and looked at him. You've got some nerve saying that. Yu Qian was taken aback for a moment, then slowly turned his face toward Guodi Gang and pointed at himself. Why can't I say that? Am I not qualified? Guodi Gang lowered his head, touched his forehead, and apologized to Yu Qian, speaking slowly and carefully. Think carefully about what you just said. If you can't remember, I can help you recall it. Yu Qian looked at Guodi Gang with a confused expression. Alright, I can't remember. Help me recall it. You were the one who brought up what to do after death first, weren't you? Yu Qian lowered his head and recalled. Now that you mention it, it does seem like I brought it up. Guodi Gang clapped his hands and looked at Yu Qian. Isn't that great? You were the one who suggested it, right? Yu Qian lowered his head and thought carefully, then looked up and quietly replied to Guodi Gang. Indeed, it was my fault. Guodi Gang looked outside helplessly, and the scenery outside gradually became familiar. Hey, that's the street in front of our Daeyun society. Yu Qian heard this and turned his head to look outside. Yes, this is indeed that street. Yes, this is indeed that place. The driver asked Guodi Gang and Yu Qian curiously. Are you getting off here? Guodi Gang hurriedly pulled the driver and denied it.
No, we need to go a little further past Daeun Society.
Turn left at the intersection in front of Daeun Society. The driver waved his hand at the two of them. All right. Woody Gang smiled and looked at the driver in front of him.
It seems you've watched a lot of stand-up comedy in your spare time.
Of course I have, but I've never been to a live performance.
I mostly watch recordings.
Woody Gang looked up and smiled, then slowly turned his gaze toward the driver.
Hey, don't say that. It's really not that different. If you think it's nice, it'll still look great.
There's no need to go to the venue to watch the live stream.
That's really unnecessary.
The driver curiously asked Woody Gang.
Why not? Don't you guys ever help the production team gather some people for the show?
Woody Gang waved his hand behind him, dismissing the driver's words. No, we actually wanted everyone to come, but it's impossible for everyone to come.
The driver nodded in agreement.
That's right. The tickets there cost half of my monthly salary.
Compared to that, it's definitely more cost-effective to watch the replay online.
Woody Gang nodded and looked at the driver. If you really want to come, just make some time. We'll definitely welcome you warmly.
The driver smiled.
Sure, I'll definitely go if I get the chance. Yu Qian nodded and said.
A gentleman takes his time to avenge himself. 10 years is not too late.
We're not in a hurry, so let's take our time. The driver got out again.
Of course, there's plenty of time in the future.
We can go then. The driver looked down at the map. We're almost there. Should we go straight to Daeun Society, or keep driving around? Turn left at the intersection in front of Daeun Society. The small restaurant there is difficult to drive into. Alright, I'll go ahead and meet you there. Woody Gang, you go to the back. Alright, then I'll trouble you. The driver is waving at us up ahead. What's the big deal? This is our job, and the customer always comes first. Isn't that how it is in the service industry? The customer always comes first. As he passed by Daeun Society, Woody Gang glanced outside. Yu Chen, what do you think we would be doing if we hadn't come here? Yu Qian thought for a moment and said to Woody Gang. Even if you ask me that, I wouldn't know.
After all, when we made the selection, we didn't leave any room for ourselves. Woody Gang was a bit shocked when he heard this and was about to ask, but the driver in front of him spoke first.
Not leaving you an emergency exit is a bit too harsh, isn't it?
If it doesn't work out, there's no backup plan, and that would be really tough.
Yu Qian waved his hand behind him and said.
Hey, don't say that.
Sometimes it's better to leave yourself a way out. You might not be able to bring yourself to be completely ruthless.
Woody Gang shook his head and said to the driver.
Sometimes this can be considered a method. After all, you never know if you'll be able to keep up the effort in the long run. The driver reflected on his past and spoke earnestly. Indeed, if I had been as determined to study back then, things might have turned out differently.
Woody Gang could see that something was amiss as things continued to develop.
Enough. Let's not complain anymore. Regretting it now is useless. What's done is done, and we can't change the past. Yeah, you're right. Thinking about it now doesn't really matter.
At most, we can just reminisce about what happened back then and remember the version of ourselves who worked so hard.
Woody Gang looked out at the scenery and smiled.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty cool when you're fighting hard, but it's pretty embarrassing when you end up getting stuck in traffic.
Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang with curiosity.
Old Gua, what exactly did you go through before?
Woody Gang glanced at Yu Qian and didn't say much.
Well, if I lose the bet, I don't really care. Anyway, I made the right decision at the time, so there's no regrets now. Yu Qian was a bit disappointed, sighed, and looked at Woody Gang again.
Well, it turns out you weren't the one who lost after all. I thought it was you.
Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian and pointed at him. Hey, you really want me to lose, don't you? You don't want me to win even once, do you?
Yu Qian patted Woody Gang on the shoulder. Hey, I was just trying to help you feel better after you lost.
Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian with disbelief, and seeing Yu Qian's expression, Woody Gang was completely unconvinced.
Your expression looks off no matter how I look at it. You must be hoping I lose so you can laugh at me.
Yu Qian smiled and looked at Woody Gang. Alright, you really know me well. You always know what I'm thinking. Woody Gang gave Yu Qian a disdainful look.
Hey, we've known each other for over 10 years and have been performing stand-up comedy together for so long.
How could I not know you?
You're really something, Yu Qian said, giving Woody Gang a thumbs up.
Yu Qian gave Woody Gang a thumbs up.
Alright, all these years haven't been wasted.
Chapter 114, the same experience?
The driver slowly pulled over to the side of the road.
Alright, I'll drop you off here.
Woody Gang looked outside and saw that it was a familiar place.
Alright, let's stop here.
After saying that, the two opened the car door and slowly got out.
After getting out, Woody Gang waved to the driver. After they got out, the driver said to them, Alright, take your time. I still have orders to fulfill. Woody Gang waved goodbye to the driver. Alright, take your time too.
The driver turned around, waved his hand, and drove off.
After the driver had left, Woody Gang looked around.
Then he pointed to a place where the lights were on.
Yu Qian looked at the spot Guodi Gang was pointing at, completely confused.
There's only a bright light, no sign or anything.
How could there be a restaurant? Guodi Gang looked at Yu Qian and silently explained to him. Ah, you wouldn't know that. There are many secrets to the things here. Yu Qian looked at Guodi Gang in shock. Oh, there are things I don't know? Oh my, is there something I don't know about? Guodi Gang waved his hand at Yu Qian. There's still a lot you don't know. Have you heard about the noodle shop that Yunfei mentioned, the one with the spicy sauce? Yu Qian waved his hand awkwardly at Guodi Gang. Alright, I don't know. Is that okay? You don't know that either? Yu Qian waved his hand impatiently and silently looked at Guodi Gang. Alright, hurry up and go inside.
If you don't go in, I'll starve to death.
Guodi Gang suddenly came to his senses. Right, I almost forgot. Let's go.
With that, Guodi Gang led Yu Qian slowly toward the small, unmarked restaurant. As soon as they reached the entrance, Yu Qian glanced around nervously but saw nothing out of the ordinary.
There's nothing special here either. Compared to ordinary restaurants, it just lacks a sign. There's nothing special here either. Compared to ordinary restaurants, it's just missing a sign. Guodi Gang waved his hand and explained slowly to Yu Qian. This is a long story.
Before Guodi Gang could begin, Yu Qian reached out and grabbed Guodi Gang's arm.
Don't say so much. Let's go inside first. We can talk while we eat. Guodi Gang shook his head and looked at Yu Qian. Alright, I'll follow your lead. You're the boss.
Yu Qian's skin prickled all over, and he hugged his arms tightly.
Alright, you're being so sappy. Guodi Gang laughed heartily, then led Yu Qian into the restaurant. Ha!
Yu Qian entered the store and looked around, but didn't notice any difference.
Old Gua, I don't notice any difference either. Guodi Gang looked at Yu Qian and said solemnly. Yeah, there's really no difference, but if there is a difference, the noodles here are delicious. Yu Qian glanced around again. There was nothing special about it. It was just like usual, with square tables, one door leading to the second floor, and another door leading to the kitchen. Guodi Gang tapped Yu Qian on the shoulder. Alright, don't just stand there. Let's go find a place to sit down.
Yu Qian seemed to be a beat behind, waiting until Guodi had already walked past before he thought to respond.
Alright, let's find a place to sit down.
After saying that, Guodi Gang slowly walked to a spot near the inner wall and sat down slowly.
Yu Qian followed suit. This is a decent spot. It would be even better during the day so we could see the view outside.
Guodi Gang pointed outside with his finger, gesturing for Yu Qian to look out the window. Yu Qian naturally turned his head to look as well.
What's there to see?
It's pitch black outside, you can't even see your hand in front of your face.
Guodi Gang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. No, I mean the lights outside aren't on yet. They should turn on in a minute. It'll be nice once they do.
Yu Qian looked outside for a while but didn't see any lights on either side.
Are you sure there are lights here? I don't see any.
The boss's wife slowly walked over.
What would you like to order?
Guodi Gang spoke slowly, then looked at Yu Qian after finishing.
Me? I'll just have a bowl of noodles. What about you, Yu Qian?
Yu Qian said slowly.
Me? I'm just like you. I'll have a bowl of noodles too. Alright, just wait a moment, I'll be right there. Just as the boss's wife turned to leave, Guodi Gang called her back. When will the lights across the street turn on? You mean that light? It should turn on soon.
There's no set time, but it's been turning on around this time every day lately.
The boss's wife followed Guodi Gang's gaze and looked out at the street. Is that so?
Then let's wait a bit longer.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yu Qian called out to the boss's wife and spoke slowly.
Can I have a glass of water? Sure. After taking down the order, the boss's wife headed straight for the kitchen.
As soon as she reached the kitchen door, she called out to the people inside. 2 bowls of noodles, large ones.
Alright, coming right up. The kitchen replied.
As the 2 passers-by continued discussing when the light would come on, the boss slowly walked over with the 2 cups and a pot of water.
Here's your water and 2 cups.
Guodi Gang glanced at the boss's wife, then respectfully took the cups and the pot of water from her hands.
Alright, let me know if you need anything else.
Guodi Gang watched the boss's wife walk away, waved at her, and said, come back when you found a girl.
Alright, you go ahead.
Yu Qian took the cup and started drinking it cup by cup. Guodi Gang saw Yu Qian like this and said with a look of disgust.
Have you not had water in centuries? You're so thirsty. Yu Qian waved his hand toward the cup and looked at Guodi Gang.
Hey, I've been standing here for half the afternoon, didn't even get a chance to speak, and didn't drink a single drop of water.
How could I not be thirsty?
Guodi Gang nodded at Yu Qian, then noticed the bright lights behind him. He turned his head to look behind him and tapped Yu Qian on the shoulder.
Yu Qian, look behind you.
Yu Qian turned his face in confusion to look behind him. As soon as he turned, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, unable to tear his gaze away from the scene before him.
Oh my goodness, it's actually quite nice. Guodi Gang said proudly to Yu Qian.
Of course. If there wasn't anything here to catch my eye, I wouldn't have come either. Here are your 2 bowls of noodles.
The owner's wife slowly walked over from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of noodles.
Woody Gang hurriedly turned around to take them. Alright, thank you. The boss waved her hand at Woody Gang. You're too kind. Our little shop is always grateful for your patronage. Woody Gang looked up and smiled, chatting and laughing with the shopkeeper. Ah, you're too kind, madam. Madam, please order.
The boss lady scolded in a loud voice, looked toward the cash register, said something to Woody Gang, and then walked over.
I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back to work. Woody Gang glanced at the cash register and said to the boss's wife. Chapter 115, Sinister Plot. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. We'll call you if we need anything. Woody Gang waved to his boss.
At that moment, Yu Qian was still admiring the scenery outside, and his earlier bad mood had gradually faded away.
Ah, it's better to just enjoy the scenery. Woody Gang held his chopsticks and looked at Yu Qian.
That's right, scenery is the easiest thing to let go of, and it's also easy to change your mood. Yu Qian turned his face back and looked at Woody Gang, who slowly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat.
Well, might as well enjoy it while I can. Woody Gang waved his hand at Yu Qian. Alright, hurry up and eat. It'll get cold. Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Woody Gang. Alright, I'll listen to you.
At that moment, on the other side, Yi Yunfei arrived, and Sun Yu also stepped out. Yi Yunfei glanced up at the sky, looking at the streak of colorful clouds.
Huh, it's already so late. Why is it so dark? Huh, what time is it? It's so dark already. Huh, it's already this late? It's so dark.
Sun Yu also looked up at the sky and saw that it was indeed a little dark.
Huh, you're right. Just as the two were talking, Yi Yunfei's stomach growled uncontrollably.
Yi Yunfei was embarrassed and brought my hand to his stomach.
Enough. Stop making noise. You're really embarrassing.
Sun Yu smiled excitedly and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
Alright, no wonder it's your stomach. It's just as unambitious as you are. Yi Yunfei heard this and immediately rebutted. This is not something I should say. You are the one who should be ashamed of yourself. You are the one who is not ambitious. 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 You. He didn't like that at all. What did he mean by saying he was just as good for nothing as him? If you're not ambitious, then you're not ambitious. Why make such a big deal out of it?
As soon as Sun Yu finished speaking, her stomach growled, and she felt like she had slapped herself in the face. He then lowered his head in frustration. Yi Yunfei heard the sound of Sun Yu's stomach growling and walked over, still wearing that smug smile, and patted Sun Yu on the back.
Oh, you were just talking about me earlier, but your stomach is the same, isn't it? You're just as weak as me.
Sun Yu waved her hand and pushed him away, still looking quite proud of herself.
Alright, you're right. I'm just not good enough.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who was beaming with pride, and muttered under his breath.
This is the first time I've seen you so shameless. This is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. Sun Yu slapped Yi Yunfei hard. Hey, you saw him today, didn't you? And aren't you the same?
Yi Yunfei looked shocked, pointed at himself, and then looked at Sun Yu.
Wait, I have no shame? That's going too far. How dare you say that to me? Sun Yu was just as shocked as Yi Yunfei. He pointed at himself and retorted. Hey, you have the nerve to talk to me? Don't you know what you're like? Ha! Yi Yunfei suddenly became serious and looked at Sun Yu with a straight face. Wow, you're making it seem like I don't even know myself. Sun Yu clapped her hands beside him and then silently looked at Yi Yunfei. Wow, you didn't know? Let me remind you.
As soon as he heard this, Yi Yunfei immediately backed down, grabbing Sun Yu's arm and calling out to her in a voice that was nothing but affection.
Alright, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust, pushed his arm away, and then casually tapped the sleeve of his right hand.
Stop grossing me out. I'm afraid I'll throw up. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Ha, does it feel like Tang Sanzang reciting the tightening spell to Sun Wukong?
I'm Tang Sanzang, and you're Sun Wukong, feeling uncomfortable all over and with a splitting headache. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly and waved his hand toward Yi Yunfei. No, I feel just like the general of the curtain who was recently demoted to the mortal realm. Yi Yunfei was quite curious as to why he felt this way. Oh? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei, who was brimming with curiosity. Being with you means enduring the agony of 1,000 swords piercing my heart every day, and then the wounds heal automatically every day, repeating the cycle endlessly. Yi Yunfei shrugged it off with a smile.
Ha, that's quite a metaphor.
Sun Yu hurriedly pulled Yi Yunfei aside and stopped him from speaking. No, this analogy applies to you too, and also to our master and the others.
At that moment, Guo Digang was still eating when suddenly another sneeze erupted. Wow, who could be thinking about me?
Yu Qian saw this and quickly grabbed a few tissues and handed them to Guo Digang.
Wow, you're something else. You think everyone's thinking about you, so you're not afraid of catching a cold. Guo Digang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. Come on, that's impossible. You can't have a cold. There's a saying about sneezing, right?
1 sneeze means you're thinking about someone, 2 sneezes mean you're cursing someone, and 3 sneezes or more mean you have a cold.
You should go to the hospital right away. Don't say that, it actually sounds pretty smooth. Guo Digang smiled and said to Yu Qian.
Take it, it was passed down from our elders.
Yu Qian gave Guo Digang a thumbs up, then asked again. So who do you think was thinking about you just now?
Guo Digang paused for a moment, then spoke to Yu Qian with a serious expression.
I think it's Yunfei.
Yu Qian furrowed his brows, looking at Guo Digang, feeling that the distance between them had suddenly grown.
Are you still interested in this area? Guo Digang hurriedly interrupted Yu Qian's statement. Stop. I think the reason it's Yunfei is because we didn't just leave directly. I think it might have come up again. Yu Qian nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I thought you had feelings for Yunfei.
Guo Di had just finished a sip of soup when he heard that, and he almost choked to death from laughing so hard.
Cough, are you trying to kill me? Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang with a blank expression. Ha? I harmed you? Give it a rest.
If I really wanted to harm you, you'd be long gone by now.
Guo Digang thought about it carefully.
The two of them had been together for so long. If he really wanted to kill himself, he would have done it long ago.
That's true, but wait, if you say that, then you still want to kill me. What exactly do you want? What do you want?
Yu Qian slowly said to Guo Digang while holding his chopsticks.
Stop. There's no ulterior motive. What could I possibly want from you? Stop, there's no ulterior motive. What possible ulterior motive could I have toward you?
Guo Digang had originally intended to confront him, but upon further consideration, he decided to let it go since they were still eating.
Alright, let's not make a scene. Let's just eat.
What you said earlier was right.
If they really wanted to kill me, I would have been dead long ago.
Yu Qian glanced up at Guo Digang but didn't say anything, then lowered his head and continued eating his noodles.
At that moment, on the other side,
Yi Yunfei was walking along when he suddenly sneezed, startling Sun Yu beside him.
Are you okay? Did you catch a cold? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu.
No, my constitution isn't that weak that I'd catch a cold so easily. Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a thorough once-over.
With your physique, dressed like that, it's no wonder you caught a cold. That's only natural. Chapter 116, back to the main topic. No, it's not that cold yet.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disbelief, rolled his eyes, and turned to look at Yi Yunfei again.
Then what does that mean? If it's not frozen, then what is it?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with disdain and patted his chest.
You don't know my constitution? I can't possibly have a cold. Someone must be thinking about me.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a confused expression, curious to know more.
How can someone be thinking of you just because you sneezed?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with pride and explained slowly. You probably didn't know this, but it's something our master mentioned earlier. It seems to have been passed down from the older generation.
Sun Yu nodded and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, go ahead and tell me what it is. Yi Yunfei cleared his throat.
Cough, 1 sneeze means I miss you, 2 sneezes mean I'm cursing you, and 3 sneezes or more mean I have a cold.
Sun Yu nodded and looked at Yi Yunfei.
I don't think that's quite right. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and looked at Sun Yu.
Actually, I'm not sure either. Since it's something passed down by our elders, let's just believe it for now.
Sun Yu waved her hand and led Yi Yunfei out of the backstage area.
Alright, let's not discuss this anymore. Let's go first.
Yi Yunfei caught up with Sun Yu in front and tapped him on the shoulder.
Alright, why are you walking so fast? Are you going to reincarnate or something?
Sun Yu pushed down Yi Yunfei's right hand, which was resting on his shoulder, and looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust.
Can't you say something nice? What do you mean reincarnate? That's so offensive. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a helpless expression and slowly explained to Yuningfei. I had no choice. I couldn't catch up to you. Why did you run so fast? Sun Yu recalled the first few days when she was looking for a breakfast place and how Yi Yunfei had been running wildly on the side of the road, unresponsive to her calls, and then looked at him with disdain. You know how frustrating it is to be unable to catch up, right? When we went out to find a breakfast place a few days ago, did I catch up to you? Or did I even manage to call out to you? Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbing his head, and lowered his head in embarrassment. I wasn't afraid of not being able to get in line and ending up hungry, was I? Sun Yu furrowed his brows and looked at Yi Yunfei, waving his hand at him. Yes, whatever you say is right, and whatever I say is wrong. Yi Yunfei noticed that Sun Yu's expression was off and quickly changed the subject. Alright, I was wrong last time, and you're wrong this time. We're even now. Sun Yu didn't bother to acknowledge Yi Yunfei, just waving her hand dismissively at him. Alright, then we're even. That's all I have to say. Yi Yunfei's stomach growled again, and Sun Yu glanced at him and said coldly. Look at your weak stomach, it's starting to growl again. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu but didn't argue with him, instead going along with his suggestion. Alright, I'm not worth arguing with. Let's just go eat. Otherwise, I'm afraid my unworthy stomach will get hungry. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a smile and rubbed her stomach. Why didn't you just say that earlier? Why go through all that trouble? Let's just eat sooner. I'm pretty hungry too. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly and shook his head. Just now you were saying my stomach wasn't cooperating, and now you're saying you're hungry too. Sigh, people. Yi Yunfei rubbed his chin and asked Sun Yu. Shall we go later? The same place as last time, the fried sauce noodle restaurant? Sun Yu also lowered her head to think for a moment, furrowed her brows, and looked at Yi Yunfei. It seems like we have no choice but to go there now. There are no noodle shops or places to eat around here. Yi Yunfei walked halfway and stopped, looking around. It seemed like there really weren't any. You're right, there really doesn't seem to be anything around here. Let's just go there then. We don't have any other options anyway. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly and scratched his head. Who knows what's going on? This stage is still standing in such a place where no one has eaten, and I have no idea what's happening. Yi Yunfei stopped in his tracks, looked around at his surroundings, and then spoke to Sun Yu. It doesn't have to be a place with restaurants. The scenery here isn't bad either. Sun Yu scratched his head, looking completely confused at Yi Yunfei. Wait, is there another scenic spot around here? Yi Yunfei laughed out loud upon hearing Sun Yu's response, then slowly explained to her. There's no scenic area here, but there are other things. I think there's an amusement park too. Sun Yu didn't react at first and even felt a bit disappointed, but upon hearing about the amusement park, she immediately perked up. The amusement park sounds nice. We should come here another day. Yi Yunfei stared at Sun Yu in shock. Oh, you're interested in this young man's mistake, aren't you? Sun Yu hurriedly waved his hand at Yi Yunfei and said. What do you mean, you old man? I'm not that old yet. Yi Yunfei smiled and looked toward the distance. Hey, you're not that old, are you? Even though we're about the same age, we're both practically 1 foot in the grave. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a thumbs up. Wow, how many years has he even lived? At most 35 years, and he's already thinking about getting into a coffin? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. Enough. What do you mean, thinking about getting into a coffin? Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile, deliberately slowing down his tone, then whispered into Yi Yunfei's ear. If you really want to experience what it's like to be in a coffin, I can help you. If it comes to that, I'll pay to have you put in there myself. Yi Yunfei saw Sun Yu's expression and immediately got goosebumps all over his body. He shivered a few times and then looked at Sun Yu with disgust. Alright, don't use that expression anymore. It's making me feel uncomfortable when I look at you like that. Sun Yu furrowed her brows and looked at Yi Yunfei beside her, then asked. Is it really that awkward? Yi Yunfei rolled up his sleeves and showed Sun Yu the goosebumps on his arms. They hadn't faded yet. Take a look. The side effect of your expression just now caused me extreme harm. Sun Yu smiled and looked at Yi Yunfei. Ha, I didn't expect there was still something that could scare you at this point. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a look of disgust. Give it a rest. Even our master can't pull off that expression. Sun Yu pinched her chin and thought carefully about what had happened earlier. My master never made that expression before, at least not as far as I can recall. Yi Yunfei also began to recall. Yes, there was one before, but it was so funny that it made me laugh for a long time. Chapter 117, Threatening with Force. Sun Yu asked Yi Yunfei curiously. By the way, did you take any photos? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a look of disgust, then waved his hand. Hey, I wouldn't do something so dirty. What are you thinking? Then Sun Yu rubbed her chin and made an excited expression. From the way you're talking, I think you recorded it, right?
Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly, then looked at Sun Yu, who was excitedly chatting beside him, with obvious disdain. No, there's no video or photos. Even if my master gave me 100 dares, I wouldn't dare.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in shock, slowly approaching him and saying, "Wow, is there something you're afraid to do?" Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. "Of course there is. I'm not some particularly brave person, how could I not be scared?"
Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively with a disappointed expression, then continued walking.
Damn, what a bummer. It's not easy to hear about the master's scandal, and you didn't even take a photo.
Yi Yunfei angrily said to Sun Yu, then deliberately delayed his actions.
If you think you're so great, go do it yourself. Don't just stand there criticizing me. Besides, I wouldn't do something like that anyway. It's so annoying.
Sun Yu saw that Yi Yunfei was about to get angry, so she deliberately changed the subject.
Alright. Why don't we go to the amusement park near here tomorrow morning? We've got plenty of time anyway.
Yi Yunfei gradually forgot about what had just happened and began to think about what Sun Yu had said earlier.
I think it's okay.
Anyway, there's nothing important to do, so I might as well relax and unwind a bit early. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, and Yi Yunfei's face no longer showed any anger, so Sun Yu felt relieved.
Do you have any plans? Anyway, there's plenty of time. We can just stay a few extra days at the end and rush to finish the manuscript, right? I think that's fine. Then Yi Yunfei had a sudden idea and thought of many places.
Let's go to the amusement park here tomorrow and take a walk around, then the day after tomorrow we'll go to the park I visited that day.
Anyway, the weather is just right now.
Sun Yu stroked his chin and nodded silently.
I feel like I can do it, but what about the next few days?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand generously and then looked at Sun Yu.
Let's talk about it in a few days. We've got about a week, so we can go check out a bunch of places.
Sun Yu waved her hand and looked at Yi Yunfei, who was beside her, looking excited and thinking about how much fun they would have over the next week.
Enough. We only have this much time. You still want to go out and play every day? Aren't you rushing to finish your manuscript? Aren't you going to practice a few times? Aren't you going to memorize your lines?
Yi Yunfei also silently lowered his head and thought.
Yes, that's true.
There's only a few days left, and I still have to finish the manuscript and practice. After saying that, Yi Yunfei held his head in frustration. Sun Yu sighed helplessly, patted his head, and helped Yi Yunfei up from the ground, beginning to console him. Alright. Let's just finish up what we need to do over the next couple of days, and then we'll talk about the rest later. Yi Yunfei thought about it carefully and realized that everything seemed to be resolved. His earlier worries vanished instantly, and he stood up, placing his hand on Sun Yu's shoulder and patting it.
You're right. This isn't something we should be thinking about right now. Let's just get through this first.
Then Sun Yu hit him from behind.
Think about the present first?
If you don't find a place to eat, I'll still be hungry. Yi Yunfei immediately crouched down again, hugging his back as the pain began to intensify.
Oh my god, can you be a little gentler? Is it that heavy because you're afraid I won't die?
No sooner had she finished speaking than Sun Yu raised her hand again, preparing to slap Yi Yunfei.
Startled, Yi Yunfei quickly stood up, not even bothering to check if his back hurt, just wanting to avoid another blow. Enough. One hit is enough.
Sun Yu held up her palm and slowly turned to look at Yi Yunfei.
Does it still hurt? Yi Yunfei dared not utter a single sound. It doesn't hurt anymore. How could it hurt? It feels so good, just like a massage.
Sun Yu pulled her ears and slowly walked toward Yi Yunfei, who instinctively stepped back.
Why are you backing away? I'm not going to hit you. What are you afraid of? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. It's instinct. Yi Yunfei finished speaking and went back to class.
Sun Yu didn't seem to want to continue, so Yi Yunfei quickly came up with an idea and waved his hands, saying he was going to the restaurant.
Alright, go ahead. I'm not hungry, but I am. Just then, Sun Yu's stomach growled uncontrollably.
She lowered her head, rubbed her stomach, and sighed.
Oh, why are you so weak? You're already hungry.
Yi Yunfei smiled, noticing that the tension Sun Yu had felt earlier had completely vanished.
It's normal to be hungry. I'm hungry too, but I just haven't eaten yet. While Yi Yunfei was still half awake, his stomach suddenly growled. This time, it was Sun Yu's turn to laugh at Yi Yunfei. What goes around comes around. Just now you were laughing at me, and now look at you're not much better. Yi Yunfei desperately explained. I've been working hard all day and haven't eaten anything. Of course I'm hungry.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a skeptical expression.
You haven't eaten anything all day? Give it a rest. You haven't eaten all day? You haven't eaten for a few hours, right?
Yi Yunfei turned away with a flushed face and continued walking, deliberately avoiding Sun Yu's gaze.
Let's go eat.
Sun Yuling quickly changed her mind, walked over to Yi Yunfei, and began to mock him.
Hey, what's going on? What happened? Why are you blushing? Are you shy? That's not like you. Yi Yunfei must have practiced twisting more to the left, so he ended up standing to Yi Yunfei's right. No, how could that be? I wouldn't be shy, would I? Ha!
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust, then waved her hand.
Enough. Is it really necessary to throw a tantrum? You're acting like a child.
Yi Yunfei turned his face away and slowly lowered his head in thought.
Sigh, does it really look that much like him?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in shock, then shrugged his shoulders.
Wow, so you haven't noticed until now? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression, then shook his head. To be honest, I really don't feel anything.
Sun Yu sighed and rubbed his head helplessly.
Wow, his self-confidence is unmatched. Yi Yunfei was completely baffled.
He spread his hands out, looked left and right, and had nothing to say. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei standing at the intersection, slowly pacing back and forth, then scratched his head and said nothing. The two of them continued to walk slowly, arguing all the while.
Occasionally, Yi Yunfei would glance around to see if there was anything interesting or tasty nearby. Chapter 118, Toys from Childhood.
The two of them strolled along the road for a long time before suddenly noticing a 2-yuan store by the side of the road.
Yi Yunfei walked straight inside without bothering to consider Sun Yu's feelings. Sun Yu stood by the roadside watching Yi Yunfei walk inside. With a sigh, he shook his head and followed him inside. What are you trying to do? Yi Yunfei was searching for the toy he wanted while talking to Sun Yu.
Just as he recalled the toys from his childhood and thought about playing with them again, he began to search slowly. Sun Yu also picked up the items on the table, looking at each one, and slowly finished her meal.
Is this thing really that fun?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in confusion, wondering why she hadn't experienced the joy of this thing.
Did you really never play with these when you were a kid? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly and shook his head. This must be something I've never played before. If I had, I wouldn't be this clueless about what it is.
Yi Yunfei picked up a toy that looked similar to Transformers and slowly explained it to Sun Yu. This one is similar to Transformers, it can also transform, but there are still some differences. If you play with it too much, it might break and then it'll be useless. Sun Yu picked up the small gadget and fiddled with it slowly.
Wow, this isn't bad. Let's buy one to play with at home.
Yi Yunfei looked up at Sun Yu with a touch of pride. That must have been fun, but times have changed so quickly now.
Everyone has a smartphone and a TV who would still play with those things?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, whose eyes were filled with regret.
It feels pretty good. Should I buy one? Any recommendations? Yi Yunfei looked at the stage, thought for a moment, then picked up a helicopter. This one is pretty good. I really like it. After transforming, it has those dual blades, which look pretty cool.
Sun Yu took the small gadget that Yi Yunfei handed him. It was mostly orange with some white parts, and Yi Yunfei took it and transformed it for him. Sun Yu stared wide-eyed at Yi Yunfei as he fiddled with it, not daring to blink, afraid of missing any important details.
Once it was finished, Yi Yunfei handed it back to Sun Yu. Wow, that was pretty quick.
I bet you spent a lot of time tinkering with this when you were a kid.
Yi Yunfei smiled at Sun Yu's surprised expression. Of course I'll play with it. This was all the joy of my childhood.
Sun Yu went over and slowly admired this Transformers toy. Yi Yunfei was still searching for what he wanted on the shelf when suddenly he spotted one he hadn't played with as a child, so he just took it down. Sun Yu was also drawn to the item in Yi Yunfei's hands.
Wow, that's not bad either. Yi Yunfei held up the one he had just picked up and showed it to Sun Yu.
That must be good, after all, I looked for it for a while and thought it wasn't there. Sun Yu was a bit confused and tilted his head slightly.
Yi Yunfei knew exactly what he was thinking.
When I first saw these, this was exactly what came to mind, because I was very interested in these things as a child and always had a favorite.
Sun Yu nodded in a half-understanding way.
The part about the first thing that came to mind when seeing these was understandable, but the part about always having a favorite was a bit tricky, since there were so many to choose from.
Alright, the one you have in your hand is pretty cool, a 3-headed dragon. But it doesn't seem like it can transform, does it? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, waving his fingers, and said proudly. You don't understand. It can transform. You don't understand, do you? It can change.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei fiddled with it full of hope, while Sun Yu watched eagerly from the side.
Alright, that's all there is to it.
Yi Yunfei placed the finished toy in his palm and showed it to Sun Yu. Oh, this one is definitely a bit cooler than the one I have in my hand, but the fact that the hand is shaped like a dragon's head makes it a bit hard to accept. Yi Yunfei took it to have a closer look, then replied to Sun Yu.
No, I think it's pretty cool.
There are 3 heads, 2 of which are hands, and the one in the middle can be pushed back to reveal another head.
Plus, there are wings at the back. How cool is that?
Sun Yu stroked his chin and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Maybe I just can't appreciate it.
I still think the helicopter in my hands is cooler. Yi Yunfei also stroked his chin and looked at Sun Yu.
I think it's about right. After all, everyone has different preferences, right?
The two of them reached a consensus on this matter for the first time. Indeed, from your perspective, yours does look good, but from my perspective, mine is also quite handsome.
Yi Yunfei looked at the stage again. There were 12 of these items on stage, so there were probably some that hadn't been brought up yet or were out of stock. After all, he had seen many more of these when he was a child. Alright, you don't want anything else, do you? Yi Yunfei looked at the toy in his hand and tilted his head toward everyone. Sun Yu took a moment to react. Ah, yes, that's all. Let's go. Yi Yunfei smiled and looked at Sun Yu. Wow, you're already hooked after just getting started? I never played with this kind of thing when I was a kid, so I definitely need to check it out now. The colleague who said that didn't stop what he was doing either. Sure, that's fine. Take your time and see if you can collect the entire set to keep at home.
After saying that, the two slowly walked toward the cash register.
Sir, how much are these two?
The boss took the toys from their hands, looked them over, and silently said,
$10 each.
If you want them, take both for $18.
Yi Yunfei thought carefully.
Now they were only 10 yuan each, but when he was a child, they cost 3 or 4 yuan more.
Alright, it's not too bad. We even made a profit.
After paying, Yi Yunfei left with Sun Yu and continued walking toward the noodle shop. It wasn't too far ahead the road turned, and they were almost there. At this point, Sun Yu had already begun to slowly develop a fondness for this dish. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu but said nothing. He then noticed a convenience store nearby and walked inside, purchasing 2 bottles of glue. Just as he finished buying them and stepped out, Sun Yu was already nowhere to be seen. Yi Yunfei panicked, hurriedly looking ahead, and just as he was about to call to ask where he was, he saw him sitting at the entrance behind him.
Yi Yunfei gradually relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief.
He then handed the 2 bottles of glue he had just bought to Sun Yu in a box.
Here you go, glue.
Sun Yu took the glue and stared at it blankly for a while.
What is this for? Does it have a special use? Of course it does. If not, I can give you some. Come on, I'll show you how to use this glue. Chapter 119, Yi Yunfei can read books?
Yi Yunfei reached out his hand and taught Sun Yu how to use it step by step. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei carefully as he fiddled with it, opening it up and applying glue to the key areas. Yi Yunfei touched 2 spots, then blew on them and waited for them to dry.
Don't touch it yet, wait until it's dry before putting it back together.
Yi Yunfei pointed to the toy he had just finished making. Sun Yu took the toy and examined it slowly, looking left and right, but it seemed unchanged.
What's the point of this? Yi Yunfei neatly organized the glue and placed it in the box, then explained the reason to Sun Yu. Actually, it doesn't really matter. It's just maintenance. If the key parts break and don't hold properly, it'll be really uncomfortable. Sun Yu nodded uncertainly, looking at Yi Yunfei. Oh, now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Yi Yunfei just bought a toy and put it in a transparent box, then placed it in his bag. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why do you need to buy a box?"
Yi Yunfei took out the box he had just bought, looked at it, then turned to Sun Yu.
Ah, you mean this box?
It doesn't really have any other use, it's just for decoration.
Sun Yu scratched his head and looked at Yi Yunfei. Wow, so you didn't buy it just for fun? Yi Yunfei smiled as he looked at Sun Yu, who was completely baffled. Ha, that's definitely not it. It's just there, and sometimes I bump into it.
I don't play it much, so it's mostly just sitting there.
That's not a bad idea. I actually have some space in my room where I could put it.
I don't need it right now, and there's an empty spot where I keep my books. Sun Yu suddenly remembered that there was an empty space on top of the bookshelf in his study, besides where the books were placed. Yi Yunfei thought about his own room, just a desk, with books scattered everywhere, and even some on the floor.
A desk? I think I could buy one too.
Sun Yu thought about Yi Yunfei's room, and as she thought, she lowered her head. Indeed, there were quite a few books in your room, and they were scattered everywhere.
Yi Yunfei stretched lazily. Alright, let's go buy one then. I was planning to buy some books anyway. Sun Yu nodded. You can buy one, but you should get a bigger one. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu curiously and asked in confusion. Why? Why not just buy one similar to yours? Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. You have more books in your room than I do, right?
Yi Yunfei closed his eyes and thought for a moment before answering Sun Yu. It seems like there are more than yours. The 4 great classical novels mostly have 2 versions, and there are also some myths and such. Sun Yu stroked his chin. That's right, there are at least half as many books in my room as there are in yours. Otherwise, you should buy one similar to mine, and you'll end up putting some of them on the floor. Yi Yunfei thought for a moment and then replied to Sun Yu.
Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Let's get a bigger one, then. We'll need to buy some books in a few days anyway.
Sun Yu stared at Yi Yunfei with wide eyes.
Are you still buying? What kind of romance novels? Urban? Fantasy? Or classics?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu.
Alright, after hearing you say that, I can tell you've really been watching a lot.
Sun Yu looked up proudly and patted his chest. That's right, he always liked to read books when he had nothing else to do.
Yi Yunfei stared at Sun Yu in shock. Oh, we're pretty much the same. I also love reading when I have nothing to do. Sun Yu smiled and looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, it's been months, and I didn't realize you liked reading either. Yi Yunfei scratched his head and sighed helplessly as he looked at Sun Yu. It's been months, you know there are books in my room, quite a few of them, and yet you tell me you didn't know I read books. Sun Yu patted his chest and looked at Yi Yunfei. Of course I don't know. When I went to find you, you were either playing on your phone or sleeping. The sun has been out for half the day, and you're still lying there. Who would believe you were reading a book? No normal person would think you'd be reading a book. Yi Yunfei lowered his head, looking a bit depressed, then suddenly looked up, startling Sun Yu, who was about to reach out to comfort him. Sun Yu touched her chest. Goodness, you scared me. What's gotten into you? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a confused expression, looking left and right, then pointing at himself. No? What did I do? Sun Yu turned around, touched his chest, and took a deep breath. Hey, what did you do? After I finished speaking, I noticed you didn't seem in a good mood, so I was about to reach out to comfort you, but you suddenly looked up and really startled me. Yi Yunfei blushed and scratched his head, sticking out his tongue as he looked at Sun Yu. Ah, I didn't know, and I didn't see it earlier either. Sun Yu composed herself and waved at Yi Yunfei. Alright, it's nothing serious. You were just scared. Yi Yunfei smiled at the sky, then looked at Sun Yu. Ha, I'll apologize later. I'll treat you to the fried sauce noodles, okay? Sun Yu's eyes darted around, then she looked at Yi Yunfei. Really? Yi Yunfei patted his chest, straightened his back, and looked at Sun Yu. Who do you think I am? I'm Yi Yunfei. I keep my word. After hearing this, Sun Yu placed her hand on Yi Yunfei's left shoulder. Alright, let's change locations today and go somewhere a bit more upscale. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression. What the hell? Are you just waiting here for me? Do you miss my family that much? Wow, just waiting here for me? You miss my family that much? Sun Yu waved his hand and looked off into the distance. No, am I that kind of person? We've been together for months, don't you know what I'm like? Yi Yunfei snorted and looked at Sun Yu's smug expression. You're sure you don't look like that? Because you're exactly that kind of person. Sun Yu's momentary pride quickly turned to disappointment. She lowered her head, crossed her arms behind her back, and silently stared at the ground. Oh well, I never expected you to see me this way. I guess our friendship over the past few months is over now. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, clapped his hands, and looked at Sun Yu. Alright, you wanna play this game with me, huh? Playing the victim won't work on me. Let me tell you, I'm immune to that. How about that? Sun Yu looked a bit disappointed as she shook her head at Yi Yunfei. You're a tough one. I didn't expect you to be immune to this after all these months. I underestimated you. Wow, after all these months, I didn't realize you were immune to this. I underestimated you. Yi Yunfei looked up and smiled. Ha, you miscalculated. I knew you might try that trick. With that, Yi Yunfei suddenly wrapped his arms around Sun Yu. Ha, I'll gradually help you improve in that area later. Then it'll be easier for you to treat me to a meal. Chapter 120, Weight Loss Plan. Yi Yunfei smiled, looking quite happy. Alright, that's fine. It's rare for me to have such a flaw. You can think about it. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei without saying a word. Sigh, I need to think of a way to handle this. Yi Yunfei let go of his left arm around Sun Yu and silently chewed on his fingertips, thinking about what to do next. This is bad. What should I do? Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. It's nothing. It's no big deal, right? It's just a matter of making up an excuse to treat you to a meal. Yi Yunfei walked over and patted Sun Yu on the shoulder. That won't work either. We won't ask anyone else, but we won't ask you either. Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. Great, in the end, I'm the one being looked down upon. Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the arm. What do you mean I dislike you? I love you so much. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a face full of disdain. Hey, you call that caring about me? If you care about me, why not treat me to a meal? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a look of disgust. You feel sorry for me, so you have to treat me to dinner? Who said that's fair? Sun Yu patted his chest and said to Yi Yunfei. These were the words of Sun Yu, the great educator and thinker of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Yunfei burst out laughing, unable to stand up from laughing so hard. Great thinker and educator, huh? How could I forget the 32? Ha ha. Sun Yu's face turned dark instantly. You're only 32 years old. After saying that, he playfully tapped the head of Yi Yunfei, who was laughing hysterically beside him. Yi Yunfei laughed, then paused for a moment before continuing to laugh. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. He was only 32 years old. Sun Yu helplessly waved his hand at Yi Yunfei, not forgetting to pat Yi Yunfei on the back. Alright, you're the big manager of Manhwa, what are you laughing at? You're only 18, did you forget? Yi Yunfei stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes.
Ha, that's hilarious. He was only 18.
Sun Yu heard Yi Yunfei say died at the age of 18 and laughed along with him. Ha, right, he was 18 years old when he passed away.
Yi Yunfei smiled halfway, then thought carefully and realized something was wrong, so he asked Sun Yu. Who did you say passed away at the age of 18? Sun Yu stopped laughing and looked at Yi Yunfei.
I'm talking about you, Yi, the manager of our dragon country. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and thought carefully. Wow, now that I think about it, I've been dead for over 10 years.
Sun Yu took a step back and looked at Yi Yunfei.
That's for sure. I lost mine unexpectedly when I was 18. You're in your 30s now, you've definitely lost yours.
Yi Yunfei rubbed his head and looked at Sun Yu. Hey, don't laugh at me. You're gone too. You've been gone for years now.
Sun Yu waved his hand and gave Yi Yunfei a smug smile. You're such a jerk.
Hey, what's the big deal?
You've only lived 12 years longer than me. The two chatted as they walked, and as they approached the crosswalk, Sun Yu didn't notice they were almost there.
Yi Yunfei quickly pulled him back. Hey, watch out. If you keep going, you'll get hit.
Sun Yu snapped back to her senses, glanced at Yi Yunfei, then looked ahead at the road. A car zoomed past in front of them.
Sun Yu swallowed hard and took a few steps back. Oh my goodness, that was close.
Yi Yunfei grabbed Sun Yu from behind, and in his haste, he accidentally hit Sun Yu.
Are you crazy? Don't you value your life? It's been years since this happened, and you want to go through it again?
Sun Yu stepped back to a safer spot and slowly touched his chest.
Whoa, that was close. I almost lost it again. Good thing you called out to me.
Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbing his head, then turned to look at Sun Yu, who was still catching her breath beside him.
Hey, what were you thinking?
You didn't even look where you were going and just walked off. I called you several times, but you didn't respond. Sun Yu thought carefully but couldn't remember what she had been doing earlier. She lowered her head, touched her forehead, waved her hand, and didn't look at Yi Yunfei.
I don't know. I can't remember what I was thinking about either. I must have been scared just now. Let's talk about it later. Let's wait a bit. Yi Yunfei crossed his arms and sighed.
Oh, come on, nothing's happened yet, there's no problem. Sun Yu had recovered somewhat, but her legs were still a bit weak.
Yi Yunfei helped me up, but I couldn't walk properly, my legs were weak. Yi Yunfei said impatiently. You still need help standing up. What were you doing just now?
Although he looked reluctant to help, he still went over and supported Sun Yu.
Sun Yu smiled and looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, you weren't going to help me up, were you?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with disdain. If it weren't for the fact that you're my only partner, I wouldn't even bother helping you.
Sun Yu smiled. Ha, you still know I'm your partner. Not bad.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in confusion and sighed, then helplessly rubbed his head.
What on earth are you talking about? What do you mean you still remember? I never forgot, okay?
Sun Yu ignored Yi Yunfei and pointed to the red traffic light by the roadside.
The light's green. Aren't we going? Yi Yunfei looked over and saw that the light was indeed green.
The people around him also began to slowly move toward the other side.
Can we make it? It's only about 30 seconds.
I'll hold you up, and if it turns red again before we're halfway across, we'll turn back. Sun Yu stood up and took a few steps before nearly falling to the ground again.
Yi Yunfei hurried over and helped him back up. Where are you going? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You can barely walk right now. You should rest for a while.
Yi Yunfei pulled Sun Yu up, looked around, and noticed a chair behind them.
He then pulled Sun Yu over to it. There's a chair behind us. Let's go sit there for a while.
Sun Yu looked back and saw that there was indeed a chair, so the two of them walked over, one in front and one behind. Yi Yunfei exerted a great deal of effort to help Sun Yu to the chair. After Sun Yu sat down, Yi Yunfei immediately sat beside her, breathing heavily.
Hey, you really need to lose some weight. This is too much. Just this short distance has worn me out. Sun Yu patted his own stomach and gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile. Hey, what can I do? I just can't lose weight.
Yi Yunfei was still panting heavily, gazing up at the sky.
Then think of a way to lose weight. Get up early every morning and go for a run.
Running 10 kilometers a day should definitely help you lose weight. Sun Yu closed his eyes and looked up at the sky, then touched his head. Good heavens, running 10 kilometers a day would probably kill a person. Yi Yunfei switched places, waved his hand at Sun Yu, and patted him on the shoulder. No, it's only a few kilometers.
At most, you'll be exhausted, but you won't die. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, why don't you run a few miles tomorrow so I can take a look? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu helplessly.
Come on, with my physique, running 10 kilometers would leave me as skinny as a stick, ready to be blown away by the wind.
Sun Yu has a lot of lower-level characters like Yi Yunfei. I don't think we can get it. Flying is impossible with the wind here. It's just not possible. Chapter 121, almost had an accident. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu. What are you talking about?
I was just using a metaphor to say I'm too skinny. If I get any thinner, I'll disappear.
Sun Yu also waved her hand. I know, I just want to take you with me. I can't suffer alone, so I have to drag someone else along. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a helpless expression. Great, I guess I'm the one who has to take the blame for this.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a smile on his face.
Yes, you must take the blame for this.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair for me to suffer alone. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbed his head, sat up, and looked at Sun Yu with a helpless expression.
Great, I shouldn't have said anything. Why did I make you go running? You're just making things harder for yourself. Sun Yu lay on the bench and smiled. Hey, who told you to say that? Otherwise, there wouldn't be any trouble.
Sun Yu sat safely on the chair and laughed, but suddenly the chair made a loud noise, as if something had cracked, startling Sun Yu so much that she jumped up in fright.
What on earth was I thinking?
Seeing Sun Yu stand up, Yi Yunfei was so scared he stood up too.
Wow, you scared me to death. I thought it was something else.
Yi Yunfei stood up, pushed Sun Yu aside, and silently looked at the chair.
On the surface, nothing seemed broken, but the details didn't escape Yi Yunfei's notice.
Yi Yunfei casually pressed down, and a broken piece of wood fell straight to the ground. Yi Yunfei bent down, picked up the wooden plank, and waved it in front of Sun Yu a few times.
Ha, it's broken. Broken. Ha.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly and waved his hand, signaling him to stop.
Alright, stop talking. It was clear that Yi Yunfei couldn't stop laughing. Ha, I can't stop laughing, or I'll die.
Yi Yunfei slowly stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes.
Oh no, who would have thought you could break it like that? Yi Yunfei slowly picked up the broken wooden plank in his hand and couldn't help but smile again.
Sun Yu sighed helplessly, wanting to say he wasn't that heavy, but the fact was he had broken the board, so he didn't dare to insist.
Laugh all you want. Laugh until you die. Yi Yunfei quickly stopped laughing, half squatting with one hand on his knee and the other holding Sun Yu. Enough, stop laughing, stop laughing.
Sun Yu slowly helped Yi Yunfei, who was laughing so hard he was about to collapse.
Enough. Get up.
Yi Yunfei got up, composed himself, and straightened his clothes. Sun Yu looked on in shock.
Oh, you still care about your image?
Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes and glanced at Sun Yu, slowly looking down on him.
Hey, you think I'm just like you? I'm a big shot now, you know.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei struck a pose he thought looked cool and ran his fingers through his hair. Sun Yu couldn't take it anymore and kicked him, grabbing Yi Yunfei by the butt.
Enough. Big shot, stop playing around. It's time to go.
Yi Yunfei was caught off guard by the sudden kick and felt a bit sore. He pressed one hand against his buttocks and used the other to steady himself on the chair leg.
Ugh. That really hurt. You kicked me hard.
Sun Yu spread his hands as if it had nothing to do with him.
Does it hurt? I don't know, I don't feel any pain.
Yi Yunfei screamed as he slowly stood up, then touched his buttocks again.
Ouch, that really hurts. Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. Alright, I didn't even use any strength, I just kicked it once. Why are you making such a fuss from over there?
Yi Yunfei felt embarrassed and started to make excuses, scratching his head and sticking out his tongue as he looked at Sun Yu.
Don't say it out loud, it's embarrassing. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's expression and it was one of utter disgust. Enough. Stop grossing me out. You'll make me throw up again.
I didn't eat anything, and I'll probably just end up throwing up stomach acid.
With that, Sun Yu walked toward the traffic light intersection and looked at the red light. Great, it's still red. This is really bad timing.
Yi Yunfei watched Sun Yu walk over, quickly placed the wood on the chair, and slowly made his way toward Sun Yu.
Wait a moment, why are you in such a hurry? Sun Yu turned around and looked at Yi Yunfei. Isn't this supposed to be back to normal? Then suddenly I got hungry. Yi Yunfei furrowed his brows. What a guy. He just threw his good brother here just to have a meal.
Sun Yu deliberately said this to Yi Yunfei, then looked around intentionally.
Good brothers? Where? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu.
What a guy, he doesn't even treat me like a human being. Sun Yu saw the green light and didn't bother with what Yi Yunfei had just said.
He grabbed Yi Yunfei and walked away. Let's go. The light's green. Yi Yunfei hadn't even reacted yet when he was suddenly pulled away.
Since Sun Yu was pulling him so hard, Yi Yunfei didn't have time to react and was dragged away, nearly causing him to fall flat on the ground.
Oh my goodness, you almost pulled me down. That was so close. Sun Yu glanced back at Yi Yunfei. Are you okay?
Yi Yunfei stood up straight again, adjusting his clothes as he walked.
It's okay. Just let me know in advance next time you're going to pull me.
Sun Yu waved his hand and then apologized to Yi Yunfei.
I'm sorry. I was too impatient this time.
Yi Yunfei was clearly shocked, staring at Sun Yu with a panicked expression.
Wait, who are you? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a completely confused expression. Are you kidding me? Me, Sun Yu? Did you just take it and then forget about it? Yi Yunfei hurriedly waved his hands at Sun Yu. No, I haven't lost my memory. It's just that I didn't expect you to apologize to me. I was just messing around. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly and silently looked at Yi Yunfei. Wow, after all this time, that's all you have to say? Is that even human behavior? Yi Yunfei clapped his hands beside him. Wow, it's been months, and you're still being so rude. You didn't even apologize earlier, but today you just pulled me once and apologized. I never expected that. Sun Yu paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Yunfei with a confused expression. Come on, tell me, what could be more excessive than what just happened? Yi Yunfei began to list one thing after another, pointing his finger at each one. Let's not talk about the other things for now. Just take today's incident, for example. When we were watching our master perform today, you didn't hesitate to lay a hand on me, did you? That was excessive, wasn't it? And you didn't even apologize, did you? Sun Yu waved her hand at Yi Yunfei. Stop. Today's incident was different. You were the one who started it. I only resorted to violence because we couldn't resolve the issue through words. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and said nothing. The two of them continued to bicker as they walked toward the restaurant entrance. Chapter 122, beginning to discuss tomorrow's plans. The two walked to the restaurant entrance, and Yi Yunfei was the first to react, then grabbed Sun Yu. It was clear that Sun Yu was clearly annoyed. She shook off Yi Yunfei's hand and said dismissively, "Let's go." What's going on? What's the matter? Why did you call me over again? Yi Yunfei disdainfully pointed to the sign next to him. We're here. Where else are you planning to go? Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei's gaze and saw the sign. Only then did Sun Yu realize where they were. He looked around and noticed that the area did seem somewhat familiar, with an intersection nearby. Wow, they arrived pretty quickly. I thought they were still at the previous intersection. Yi Yunfei said to Sun Yu. What's wrong? Want to go to the intersection ahead to eat? You can go ahead, but there's at least 2 kilometers to the next intersection. Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei's gaze. He didn't know how far it was to the next intersection 2 years ago, but it was definitely quite far. I don't know how far it is, but it's definitely not close. How would you know there's a restaurant at that intersection? Yi Yunfei scratched his head, pointed toward the distance, and explained to Sun Yu. Over there. I've been there once before. It's not bad, but it's a bit far. Sun Yu turned her head and looked into the distance again, though she couldn't possibly see 2 kilometers away. Wow, I should go check it out sometime when I have the chance. Yi Yunfei crossed his arms and said to Sun Yu. Alright, let's do it tomorrow night. Aren't we supposed to come over here tomorrow? Sun Yu suddenly remembered that she had to come back again tomorrow. Oh, right, I almost forgot about that. I have to go out and play tomorrow. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbing his head, then looked at Sun Yu. My goodness, your memory is also unmatched. You were just talking about it a moment ago, and now you've already forgotten. My goodness, your memory is truly remarkable. You were just talking about it a moment ago, and now you've already forgotten. Sun Yu was about to suggest going now since it wasn't urgent, but suddenly her stomach growled. Sun Yu rubbed his stomach uncomfortably. Oh well, maybe I'll go tomorrow. I'm hungry. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a look of disgust. Good for you, still so unambitious. Sun Yu waved his hand in rebuttal to Yi Yunfei. Right, you're really putting up a good fight, but I don't see anything you've done particularly well. Yi Yunfei stood up straight, chest puffed out. That's right, I'll try my best. At least my stomach isn't growling. Sun Yu was too lazy to argue with Yi Yunfei anymore, so she just waved her hand and dragged Yi Yunfei inside. Alright, let's go. Don't worry about who's more or less capable. Let's just go inside. We'll talk about it later during dinner. With that, Yi Yunfei was dragged inside. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Yunfei looked around and noticed that there weren't many people today, so there was an empty seat available. The two stopped and waited for the owner to come over. Yi Yunfei took a few steps forward and called out directly. Boss, are you there? The boss heard the shout and slowly emerged from the kitchen. Here I come, don't worry. The boss looked at Yi Yunfei and was clearly quite shocked. Oh, you have time to visit our store today. Yi Yunfei waved his hand casually and said to the owner. Same as before, but this time 3 bowls. The boss smiled at Yi Yunfei. Alright, however many bowls you want, we'll provide them. Where will you be this time? First floor or second floor? Yi Yunfei turned around and glanced at the first floor, feeling it was a bit crowded, and replied to the boss. Let's go to the second floor. I feel like there are too many people on the first floor, and the streetlights should be turning on soon. It'll be a good view from the second floor. The boss stood with his hands on his hips, watching Yi Yunfei. Oh, you know how to turn on the lights here? Looks like you've been here quite a few times before, huh? Yi Yunfei waved his hand at the boss. No, I've never been here before. I just happened to see a video of it online. The 2 intersections with the lights on looked pretty nice, so I thought I'd come take a closer look today. Sun Yu watched the two of them chatting idly and casually took the bag from Yi Yunfei's hand, saying something before heading upstairs on her own. I'll go up first. It's the same place. Yi Yunfei heard this, waved his hand, and watched Sun Yu slowly walk up to the second floor. The boss also watched Sun Yu go upstairs, then looked outside. I guess they'll turn on the lights soon. It's usually around this time, and it looks pretty nice. It would be even more beautiful with a few lanterns. Yi Yunfei had just turned his head when the lights outside came on. Wow, not bad. It's just like you said, missing a lantern. The boss noticed Yi Yunfei admiring it and told him. You go up first. I'll bring it up once it's ready. Yi Yunfei turned his head and waved at the boss. Alright, thanks for your help. I'll head up first. The boss turned around and waved at Yi Yunfei. Alright, just wait for the food to be served. After saying that, the owner walked toward the kitchen, while Yi Yunfei headed upstairs. As soon as Yi Yunfei reached the second floor, he headed toward the same spot he had been to last time and extended his hand toward Sun Yu, who was admiring the lanterns. Hey, did you miss me? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust and changed her posture. Miss you? Of course I miss you. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in astonishment. You really missed me? Of course I do, I definitely miss you. Where do you miss me? Sun Yu waved her hand helplessly, then looked at Yi Yunfei. Miss you? I hope you're dead. Why are you still alive? Yi Yunfei turned around and sighed helplessly. Hey, am I affecting your performance just by being alive? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei, then turned her head to look at the scenery outside, and spoke calmly. Yeah, it affects my performance and my ability to make money. Yi Yunfei turned his face away and sighed helplessly. What a mess, it's just like that thing. After saying that, Sun Yu didn't bother with Yi Yunfei anymore. Seeing that Sun Yu wasn't paying attention to him, Yi Yunfei also remained silent, and the two of them just sat there quietly, staring out the window. After some time, the boss walked over with 3 bowls of noodles, breaking the silence that had lingered for so long. Here's the noodles you ordered. Yi Yunfei paused for a moment and looked at the owner. This retro feel is what it's all about. The boss was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Are you saying this is objective? I've been watching a TV series lately, and I think this way of calling people is pretty good too. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin thoughtfully before sharing his opinion with the boss. I think it's good, but it feels a bit off. It's probably just because we're not used to the new wording yet. The boss also thought about it. Maybe so. Let's just use the usual wording then. Yi Yunfei lowered his head and thought for a moment. What was the way he started speaking again? I forgot. The boss looked at Yi Yunfei, who was staring blankly, and laughed. Ha, your memory is getting worse? Chapter 123, Old Memories. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbing his head with a sheepish smile. Hee, when you're old, you have no choice. Sun Yu looked at Sun Yu with a look of disgust. You're so old. What am I then? I'll never be able to rest in peace. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression and said. We're about the same age. You're calling me old and saying I'll be in the ground soon? The boss looked at them in confusion and pointed at each of them in turn. Are you two similar? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, and the two exchanged a glance before smiling and turning to look at the boss. Right, we're about the same age, just that Sun Yu is 1 or 2 years older than me. The boss scratched his head in confusion, looked at Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei, then lowered his head again. Goodness gracious, you two are almost the same age, yet you don't look alike at all. Yunfei looks like a teenager who just turned 17 or 18. Yi Yunfei pointed at himself and laughed so hard he was bending over, looking at Sun Yu. Ha, he looks just like a teenager. I guess I'm still a kid at heart. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei across from her with disdain. Not only do you look like a child, but your behavior is also childish. Yi Yunfei heard this and became displeased, looking at Sun Yu with a disdainful expression. Yeah, I'm just like a kid. I'm only 17 or 18, who are you to talk to me like that? You're practically old enough to be my father. Sun Yu listened to this and immediately retorted to Yi Yunfei. The boss was standing nearby, silently watching the two of them argue, and silently smiled. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu stopped bickering, exchanged glances, and then looked at the boss. What are you laughing at, boss? The boss stopped smiling and looked at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. Ah, you're asking why I was laughing just now? Yi Yunfei nodded wildly. Yeah, that's right, I'm just curious about what you're laughing at. The boss put down the plate he was holding and brought over a stool for the two of them to sit and chat. You mean this? It reminds me of when I was young. Those were pretty good times. After hearing what the boss said, Yi Yunfei looked up and silently pondered something. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was staring blankly, reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Yi Yunfei slowly lowered his head and looked at Sun Yu. What's wrong? Sun Yu waved at Yi Yunfei. Nothing much, just curious about what you're doing while you're standing there. Yi Yunfei pointed a finger toward the sky and then looked at Sun Yu. You're talking about me spacing out earlier, right? I was just thinking about what my previous boss was like and what it means to be young.
Sun Yu was also pondering the same question, and the two of them lowered their heads in thoughtful silence.
Suddenly, the boss tapped the table and looked at them helplessly. Sai, aren't you going to eat? If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold.
Yi Yunfei looked at the noodles in the bowl and buried his head in his hands. Sai, I was thinking about playing and forgot I still had noodles to eat. Sun Yu also looked at the 2 bowls of noodles in front of him, sighed helplessly, and lowered his head.
Ugh, 2 bowls.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu and explained slowly. Oh, it's because I saw you were so hungry earlier, so I ordered an extra bowl for you as a treat. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a helpless expression.
But this is really a bit much.
Yi Yunfei stood up, patted Sun Yu on the shoulder, and silently comforted him.
It's okay, it's just 2 bowls of noodles. Don't go hungry. Eat up, and if you're still hungry, we'll order more. I'll cover it. It's okay, it's just 2 bowls of noodles. Don't go hungry. Eat as much as you want if you're still hungry, we'll order more. I'll cover it all. After saying that, Yi Yunfei silently sat back down.
At this point, Sun Yu felt a bit flustered. Looking at the 2 large bowls of noodles in front of her, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh before lowering her head to start eating.
Yi Yunfei couldn't hold back any longer upon seeing this.
The noodle he had just put in his mouth nearly came flying out, causing him to cough quite heavily.
The boss handed Yi Yunfei 2 tissues and kindly patted him on the back. Come on, it's not that big of a deal, is it really worth laughing so hard?
Yi Yunfei leaned forward slightly and waved his hand at the boss to signal that everything was fine.
The boss withdrew his hand and silently sat back down in his seat. Yi Yunfei also slowly sat up straight. Yi Yunfei placed his hand over his chest and took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Oh my goodness, I almost didn't make it.
Sun Yu silently stopped talking and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Enough. That's all you've got.
You can't even watch someone else eat noodles without getting so worked up. If there were more people around and they were eating something better, you'd be completely overwhelmed.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with his chopsticks.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with the chopsticks.
Alright, it's just that you almost choked while eating. You're usually fine.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and pointed at himself.
Great, so in the end, it's all my fault?
Yi Yunfei lowered his head, rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then extended his finger to tell Sun Yu.
Actually, it's not that. It's just that the way you were eating noodles earlier was so funny.
The boss was standing nearby, propping his head up with his hand, silently watching the 2 of them bicker, and silently smiling.
Yi Yunfei caught a glimpse of the scene out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but give the boss a mischievous grin. Boss, what are you laughing at? You finally noticed me?
The boss looked at this smile and seemed to understand something, so he joined in the fun with Yi Yunfei.
That's right, I've got my eye on you. After hearing the response, Yi Yunfei's smile vanished, and his chopsticks nearly fell from his hands.
He stared at the boss in shock, while Suyu continued eating her noodles, enjoying herself as she watched.
Is this for real? Yi Yunfei's tone grew increasingly panicked as he asked the question.
The boss covered his mouth and smiled at Yi Yunfei.
Look at you, so flustered. I was just joking with you.
Yi Yunfei let out a sigh of relief, then picked up his chopsticks again and looked over at the boss, taking a bite of noodles in between.
I thought you were serious. If you really like me, then I wouldn't have to try so hard.
After saying that, he gave the boss a sly glance. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust.
Yi Yunfei, let me tell you, you're not going to amount to much in life. The boss picked up the small metal tray he was holding and smacked it hard on Yi Yunfei's head. Yi Yunfei immediately clutched his head and started screaming. Ouch, that hurts.
The boss looked at Yi Yunfei in astonishment, then glanced at the plate in his hand.
Ha? Does it hurt that much?
I only touched it lightly, I didn't use any force.
Sun Yu continued eating the noodles, watching Yi Yunfei's expression with a look of disdain in her eyes. Enough.
He only touched you once, and he didn't use any force.
I didn't even hear a sound. How much could it possibly hurt? Yi Yunfei blushed and scratched his head before standing up.
I was hoping to keep playing for a bit longer.
Chapter 124, Deja Vu?
Sun Yu waved her hand and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Enough. Stop being so dramatic. How much could one hit hurt?
Yi Yunfei sat there and clapped his hands.
Wow, you're something else. How much does it hurt to clap once? Why don't you try it?
Sun Yu clearly didn't want to continue arguing with Yi Yunfei, so he pointed to the bowl in front of him.
Let's argue later. Look at the noodles in your bowl, they're all soggy. Yi Yunfei finally realized he hadn't finished eating yet. Darn, I forgot about that. After saying that, Yi Yunfei also lowered his head and started eating. The boss sat beside them, silently watching the 2 of them eat.
After a while, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu finished eating. Both of them lay on the chairs, feeling so full they could barely move.
Yi Yunfei closed his eyes, lifted his head, and waved at Sun Yu. I can't do it anymore, I can't eat anymore.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain.
Enough, enough. You've only had one bowl, and I've already finished two. I didn't say anything, so why are you shouting at me?
The boss smiled silently. Yi Yunfei looked back at the boss and returned to the previous topic.
Hey, boss, what exactly are you laughing about? You've been laughing non-stop since earlier. The boss silently flipped the chair over, lay down on the back, and watched Yi Yunfei. You mean this?
Yi Yunfei nodded frantically, while Sun Yu, clearly stuffed to the brim, didn't even bother to move, just watching the two of them.
Yes, I really want to know. The boss, after tidying up his hair, slowly said to Yi Yunfei.
Actually, seeing the two of you arguing so much reminds me of when I was young.
Back then, it was also.
Before the boss could finish speaking, Yi Yunfei reached out and stopped him from continuing.
Boss, hold on a moment.
You said you were young back then, but you look no older than your late 20s or early 30s now.
How can you say you were young back then? Sun Yu asked Yi Yunfei the same question. The boss looked at the surprised expressions on their faces and couldn't help but laugh. This action left Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu completely baffled.
The boss laughed for a while before stopping and speaking slowly to the two of them.
No. I'm almost 40 now.
I'm not that young guy in his 20s anymore. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu both stared at the boss with wide eyes, unable to believe that the man in front of them was nearly 40 years old.
Yi Yunfei scratched his head and held out his hand, signaling the boss to wait a moment. Wait a moment, my head is a bit aching, let me take a moment to rest. The boss looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly, then glanced at Sun Yu across from him, and their eyes met.
Sun Yu shrugged his shoulders at the boss, indicating that he had no idea what was going on either.
After a moment, Yi Yunfei silently raised his head.
The boss looked at Yi Yunfei, who had just raised his head, and silently asked this.
Are you feeling better now? Yi Yunfei waved his hand at the boss. It's going to take some time to recover.
After all, he doesn't look like someone in his late 30s.
Sun Yu chimed in with a comment. I don't believe you're almost 40 either. Yi Yunfei dragged his face and looked at the boss.
So, boss, how old are you exactly?
The boss sighed and rubbed his head, looking at the two of them. Don't you know that asking a girl her age is very impolite?
Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, scratched his head, and waved his hands at the boss.
Is that so? I didn't realize that was a bit impolite. The boss waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. Alright, it doesn't matter.
We've known each other for a while now, so I don't care about this.
Yi Yunfei took a deep breath and looked at Sun Yu. Wow, that really made me panic.
The boss smiled, leaned back on the stool, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, I was just joking to see if you'd get scared.
Hey, I was just joking around to scare you. Yi Yunfei slapped the table and sat up straight. Oh my gosh, this is a huge blow to me.
I don't know anything about girls, so I definitely don't know about this kind of thing.
The boss looked at Yi Yunfei in shock. Ha? Does he really know nothing about girls? Yi Yunfei slumped in his chair, half-heartedly glancing at the boss. I wouldn't lie to you. I definitely haven't had any contact with them. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know the basics. Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile. Come on, give it a rest.
Every time you take photos with your fans, you never talk to them. You just tell them to stand still and wait for you.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand helplessly and looked at Sun Yu. This is different. I've never dated anyone, and I've never liked anyone's daughter. I just don't understand.
The boss leaned over the chair, reached out, and patted Yi Yunfei on the head with a smile.
Hey, Yunfei, you're really unlucky. Everyone else your age is getting married, and you still don't have a girlfriend. Yi Yunfei was completely dejected, slumped over the chair in the same posture as his boss. What a mess. The boss continued to idly run his fingers through Yi Yunfei's hair while talking to him. If that's the case, you didn't have a girlfriend when you were in your late teens or early 20s, did you?
Yi Yunfei stared blankly at the boss, saying nothing, just lying on the chair.
The boss continued to probe deeper into Yi Yunfei's background. So you've never experienced youth? Your youth must have been pretty boring, right?
Yi Yunfei looked like he was about to cry, helplessly glancing at his boss before turning to Sun Yu, who was gloating beside him.
Enough. Stop laughing. You don't have a boyfriend either.
Sun Yu pointed at himself in confusion, looking at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression.
Ha? I don't have a girlfriend? Wow, I've learned something new.
Yi Yunfei jumped up from the chair in shock, staring at Sun Yu in disbelief.
You have a boyfriend?
Sun Yu smiled at Yi Yunfei, clapping her hands and laughing so hard she was bending over.
Ha, I can't help but laugh. I have a boyfriend, and I'm already married.
Yi Yunfei suddenly stood up, pressed his hands on the table, and looked at Sun Yu.
Ha? You're married?
Sun Yu was startled by Yi Yunfei, who had just stood up and touched his chest.
Oh my goodness, why did you suddenly stand up? You scared me half to death.
Yi Yunfei felt guilty seeing Sun Yu so scared. I was just startled, a bit surprised.
The boss looked at Yi Yunfei with a shocked expression. Don't you know that Sun Yu got married? Yi Yunfei looked at his boss with a puzzled expression. I don't know.
We've only known each other for a few months.
The boss stroked his chin and looked at Yi Yunfei. That shouldn't be the case.
He shouldn't have forgotten after just a few months. Sun Yu propped her face up with her hand and waved at Yi Yunfei.
I never told him.
I thought he was married, but it turns out he doesn't have a girlfriend.
Yi Yunfei's young heart was deeply hurt. Chapter 125, Returning Home.
Yi Yunfei lay weakly on the table, looking helplessly at Sun Yu.
Sun Yu couldn't stand this anymore. She waved her hand helplessly at Yi Yunfei. Enough, enough. I can't stand that expression of yours. Yi Yunfei helplessly turned his face away and looked at the boss. The boss sighed and rubbed his head, then reached out to comfort Yi Yunfei. Alright. Even with that expression, there's nothing I can do.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand helplessly at the boss.
No, I'm just curious. Why can he find it and I can't?
Sun Yu covered her mouth and looked at Yi Yunfei, smiling so widely she couldn't close her mouth, but she couldn't let it show too obviously. Yi Yunfei was truly at a loss, waving his hand at Sun Yu as he looked at her.
Alright, stop laughing. Is it that funny?
Sun Yu slowly stopped laughing and gradually changed her tone of voice.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. We've played and we've had our fun. It's time to get back to business, right?
Yi Yunfei slowly got up from the table, looking listless at Sun Yu.
The boss patted Yi Yunfei on the head and gave him a light slap. Enough. That's enough. Is that really necessary?
Sun Yu couldn't take it anymore and rolled her eyes at Yi Yunfei.
You wanted to go to the amusement park tomorrow, right? Fine, I'll pay for it.
Yi Yunfei jumped to his feet the moment Sun Yu mentioned paying, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
Really? You're really going to pay tomorrow? Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei with a serious expression. Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't keep their word? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and sneered. Don't pretend to be something you're not. I can tell you're exactly the kind of person you are.
Sun Yu crossed her legs and glanced at Yi Yunfei before turning her face away, no longer looking at him.
Alright, Yi Yunfei, that's how I exist in your heart, isn't it? Alright.
The boss quickly pulled the two of them apart in the middle, also worried and afraid that this incident might lead to a breakdown in their relationship.
Alright, it's not a big deal. Don't let this little thing ruin your relationship.
Sun Yu curiously glanced at Yi Yunfei, who was also looking at her. The two then turned their gaze to the boss, who seemed both tense and helpless.
Yi Yunfei spoke first, addressing the boss.
No, it won't break up over something like this.
Sun Yu waved his hand and added, it's okay. Ha, boss, you're overthinking it. It won't happen.
If our relationship were to break down over something like this, it probably would have ended months ago.
The boss looked at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Weren't you two just now? That reaction looked like you were having a tantrum, and it might even lead to you not speaking to each other again over a single disagreement. I'm really worried.
Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu with a smile, then turned his face away and smiled at the boss.
Ha, no way.
Our relationship is basically such that we can break up every few days, then make up again after a few minutes. Yi Yunfei slowly explained to the boss, while Sun Yu followed along, echoing his words. It took a while before he finally explained everything clearly to the boss. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu sat down at the table, and the boss poured each of them a cup of water. The two grabbed the water and drank it voraciously, their throats parched as if they were about to dry up.
Yi Yunfei finished drinking the water, slowly placed the cup on the table, and took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, my throat is killing me. It really hurts.
After saying that, she looked out the window again. The lights outside were still the same as before, still so beautiful. Sun Yu also lay down silently on the chair, sighed, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
His throat was almost hoarse, and it really hurt. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu. Come on, you didn't say much just now.
Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei and shot back at him.
Alright, I didn't say anything, did I?
The boss smiled silently, watching the two of them get along so well, and felt at ease.
Alright,
seeing how harmoniously you two are getting along, there's nothing to worry about.
Yi Yunfei smiled and looked at the boss. Ha, don't worry about our relationship. It doesn't matter. If it breaks, it's just a meal, right? Sun Yu heard Yi Yunfei's words and quickly glanced at him. A meal? Are you really inviting me?
Yi Yunfei spread his hands and looked at Sun Yu, then patted his chest.
Of course, I mean what I say.
If our relationship breaks down, a meal will definitely mend it.
Sun Yu continued on his way down the street. Alright, you'll cover tomorrow's meal then. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression. Ha? Why am I paying? Didn't we agree that you'd pay?
Sun Yu deliberately turned her face away.
That won't work. If you don't invite us, we can't possibly make up.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked around helplessly.
Great, they're trying to trick me here. The boss laughed at their noisy way of arguing. This kind of relationship is truly enviable. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at the boss. What's there to envy? It's just the same as usual.
Suddenly, someone from the kitchen called out to the boss, who just waved his hand and walked away. After the boss left, only the two of them remained. They sat on the stools and watched the lights outside for a while. Yi Yunfei was the first to speak to Sun Yu. How about it? The lights outside are pretty nice, aren't they? Sun Yu looked outside. It's really nice. It's been a while since I've seen the lights. Yi Yunfei smiled as he looked at Sun Yu. Ha, not bad, huh? I haven't seen it in a long time either. It does bring back memories. When we were kids, we used to go out to see the lanterns together. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in shock. Oh, you guys played like that when you were kids too? Yi Yunfei waved his hand. Of course. Back then, there were no cell phones or TVs. The only joy was going out to play with them. The two began reminiscing about their childhood again. That's true. That's what childhood happiness was all about back then. A few of us would go out and run around, and we could play all day long. Sun Yu was reminiscing about his childhood. Yi Yunfei smiled and continued looking at the lights outside. Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything else to do. Being able to see it once a year is more than enough. Sun Yu nodded. That's true, I don't have time to watch it now. I'm too busy. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly, looking at Yi Yunfei. That's true. I don't have much time left anyway. Yi Yunfei deliberately said some provoking words. No time left? How could it be gone? Sun Yu waved her hand at Yi Yunfei and retorted directly. Go away. Do you think I'm going to lose everything like you? Yi Yunfei stood up straight and looked at Sun Yu. Who's going to lose out? I'm still alive and well, aren't I? Sun Yu clapped her hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. Just now, weren't you saying that I was done for? Chapter 126, The Eve of Departure. Yi Yunfei, with a puzzled expression, reached out to stop Sun Yu from continuing. Sun Yu, sensing the situation, stopped mid-sentence and made a gesture inviting Yi Yunfei to speak. Go ahead, go ahead. Yi Yunfei began recounting what had just happened. Didn't you just say you didn't have much time left? Aren't you about to die? Sun Yu sighed helplessly, then looked at Yi Yunfei, who had an innocent expression on his face. Go away, you. What do you understand? When I said there wasn't much time left, I meant there wasn't much time left in the day, not that I was about to die. Do you understand now? Yi Yunfei slumped back onto the chair, looking dejected. Wow, I thought you were about to give up. Sun Yu helplessly waved his hand as he looked at Yi Yunfei lying on the table. You're the one who's going to lose out. Without you, I'll be better off. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who seemed a bit smug. Why can't you just let it go? If you weren't here to oppose me, wouldn't I be living a much more comfortable life? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was looking smug, and said slowly. If I'm gone, you might not even have a partner to work with. How happy do you think you'll be then? Yi Yunfei lowered his head and slowly pondered what Sun Yu had just said. He felt there was some truth to it. Currently, there were only a few people in the Daeun society who got along well, and they all had partners. Sigh. That's true. There really aren't many who can get along with me, and even if they could, they all have partners and wouldn't perform with me on the same stage. Sun Yu's phone suddenly vibrated, catching Yi Yunfei's attention. What's going on? What's happening? Why did you set an alarm? Sun Yu waved her hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Nothing much, it's just a reminder that it's time for me to go to bed. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in shock. Oh my, this guy, I really don't believe he sleeps at this time every day. Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei, not caring whether he believed him or not. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, it's time to sleep. Yi Yunfei looked around, then tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder. Alright, let's go then. Don't stay out too late, or else our master will scold us when we get back. Sun Yu stood up, stretched, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, let's go. It's mostly digested anyway. The two of them slowly made their way downstairs. Suddenly, the area downstairs was almost completely filled with people, leaving Yi Yunfei completely bewildered. Wow, it only took a moment for the place to get so crowded. Sun Yu handed his phone to Yi Yunfei to take a look. What do you mean in a bit? We arrived just after 6, and it's already 8 now. What do you mean in a bit? While the two were chatting, the boss also happened to have some free time and slowly walked over to them. What? Are you ready to go? Yi Yunfei turned his head to look at the boss and nodded. Alright, it's time to go. I won't bother you anymore. The boss smiled and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, what's the big deal? It's not a big deal. Alright, we'll go now. We'll come back another day when we have time. Alright, feel free to drop by anytime. We'd love to see you again. Yi Yunfei waved his hand without saying a word, pulling Sun Yu out. The boss watched them leave reluctantly, still feeling a bit worried. On the other side, the two of them. Old Gua, how are you doing? Have you eaten yet? Yu Qian asked Gua Digang, who had eaten 3 bowls. That's enough. What's the matter? Yu Qian helplessly glanced at Gua Digang. Wow, 3 bowls? You ate more than Sun Yu. You call that enough? You're really something.
Guo Digang patted his stomach and smiled helplessly. Wow, Sun Yu and I have different body types. He gains weight even from drinking water, but I'm different.
Look at me now, I eat quite a lot, but my weight has stayed the same for a long time. Yu Qian looked at the bowl in front of Guo Digang, then at Guo Digang's physique, and nodded helplessly.
It's true. If you say he eats a lot, he doesn't gain weight. If you say he eats little, he definitely doesn't eat less. Sigh, I don't know what to say. You're so enviable. Guo Digang glanced around, then stood up and asked Yu Qian. Shall we go? Yu Qian also stood up and patted himself down. Let's go. We can't eat much more anyway. We're full. Guo Digang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. Can you really get full from just one bowl?
Yu Qian waved his hand to signal Guo Digang not to worry.
Don't worry about that. You'll definitely have enough to eat. Guo Digang sighed and rubbed his head helplessly. Alright, as long as you can eat your fill, don't go back and cook for yourself at night. Yu Qian turned his face away. You're such a kid. I'm not that hungry. Come on, I'm not that hungry. Alright, let's go. Guo Digang turned around and went to the cash register, while Yu Qianza walked straight out.
Yu Qian waited outside for a short while, then Guo Digang slowly emerged from inside.
Oh, are you done?
Guo Digang stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the lights ahead.
Now that I'm done, no matter what, this is still my old home, so I have to call out loudly. Yu Qian nodded in agreement, thinking that Guo Digang had a point. Alright, the arrangements are all made. Shall we go? Guo Digang also glanced at Yu Qian. Alright, let's go then. There's nothing else to do anyway.
Yu Qian rubbed his chin and slowly began to think about what to do next.
Ugh, how are we going to get back? It's quite a distance from here to the Daeyun Society, isn't it? Ugh, how are we going to get back? It's probably quite a distance from Daeyun Society. Guo Digang bent down to think for a moment, then told Yu Qian. Let's go for a walk. It won't hurt to exercise a little. Yu Qian glanced at Guo Digang. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious.
After saying that, Guo Digang walked straight toward the Daeyun Society, and Yu Qian shook his head and followed behind him. On the other side, the two of them. Hey, why didn't you check the distance? We've already walked halfway to the next intersection. Sun Yu complained while looking into the distance. Yi Yunfei didn't bother to listen to Sun Yu's complaints anymore. Alright, we've only walked about a kilometer. It's not a big deal, it's not like we're going to die from exhaustion. Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. Come on, what's wrong with you today? You keep talking about death. Do you really want to go to the underworld? Yi Yunfei hurriedly waved his hands at Sun Yu.
Forget it, I really don't want to go. It's good enough to be alive. Why do I have to go down there? Oh, but you're the one who's always talking about death. You've infected me with your attitude. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu. Hey, you're the one who's always talking about death. Now you've caught it from me. Here we go again, blaming everything on me.
Sun Yu's displeasure was written all over his face.
Here we go again, you're blaming me. Why don't you think about what you did? Chapter 127, Yi Yunfei's long-winded speech.
Yi Yunfei scratched his head in confusion and looked at Sun Yu.
Ha? What did I do? I don't know anything about this. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's confused expression and guessed he couldn't remember, so he didn't ask any further. Alright, I can tell you don't know either. I think it's better not to try to remember. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's confused expression and decided he probably couldn't remember, so he didn't ask any further.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu beside him, who was slowly waving his hand, and waved back at him.
Alright. Since you don't want to say it, I won't ask anymore.
Sun Yu picked up the toy she had just bought and looked at Yi Yunfei.
This thing is pretty cool.
It seems to have some aesthetic value. Yi Yunfei also took a look at the bag he was holding in his hand. Of course. These little trinkets may not seem like much now, but I really loved them when I was a kid. Sun Yu picked up the helicopter and examined it slowly for a while.
I think it looks pretty good now.
You can reminisce about your childhood, and you can also play with it for a while to pass the time.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in shock.
Oh, you're still wasting time with nonsense. Sun Yu waved his hand and continued fiddling with what he was holding.
That's definitely a way to kill time. Otherwise, what's the point of just sleeping and eating all day?
Yi Yunfei slowly caught up with Sun Yu, patted her stomach, and smiled.
Ha, you finally realize that eating and sleeping all day is boring, so get up and exercise a bit. Losing some weight wouldn't be bad, would it?
Sun Yu tapped the hand that had just touched her stomach and looked at Yi Yunfei. It's not that I don't want to lose weight, it's just that I can't. Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the shoulder.
Hey, don't say that. How do you know unless you try? Right? Sun Yu lowered her head and took a deep breath. Damn it, if I hadn't tried it, I wouldn't have said that.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu helplessly.
You're not serious, are you?
You've only been gone for 2 days and you're already giving up.
Sun Yu nodded and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Yes, he gave up after just 2 days.
It was too difficult, it's really not easy to stick with it. Yi Yunfei rubbed his chin as he looked at Sun Yu. It can't be that hard, right? Just run a few kilometers a day.
It's not like training where you have to run 10 kilometers without stopping. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly, looking at Yi Yunfei, and slowly recalled his previous experiences.
It was a sad memory that dated back to a long, long time ago.
Yi Yunfei reached out to stop Sun Yu from continuing to recount events from so long ago.
Stop, now is not the time. I'm not asking you to start from a long time ago.
I just want to hear the main reason why you can't keep going.
I don't want to hear the reasons. After finishing, Yi Yunfei rubbed his head and looked at Sun Yu.
Seeing that Yi Yunfei had said that, Sun Yu didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Seeing that Yi Yunfei had said it so plainly, Sun Yu didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly.
Alright, I'll listen to you.
To put it simply, my physical abilities are practically non-existent. Even a little bit of exercise leaves me exhausted, so I really don't want to go through that kind of pain. Yi Yunfei saw something glowing yellow ahead, so he patted Sun Yu, who was pulling him, and they ran over. Sun Yu was completely taken aback as Yi Yunfei suddenly yanked him, nearly causing him to fall to the ground.
Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance quickly. Oh my goodness, why did you pull me like that? I almost fell to the ground. Yi Yunfei ignored Sun Yu and continued to pull him along. I'll explain later.
The two of them ran to the next intersection, where Sun Yu pressed her hands against her knees and gasped for breath.
My goodness, why are you running so fast?
Sun Yu was panting as he spoke to Yi Yunfei, but Yi Yunfei seemed not to have heard a word Sun Yu had said. Yi Yunfei reached out his hand as if doing something, and then a taxi slowly drove up. Sun Yu slowly came to her senses and looked at Yi Yunfei.
What have you been doing since just now? I asked you a question, but you didn't answer.
Yi Yunfei turned his face in shock, his mouth slightly open, and pointed at himself with his finger.
What? Did you call me?
Sun Yu slowly stood up straight, waved her hand, and looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly.
Of course I called you. Yi Yunfei scratched his head and looked at Sun Yu sheepishly. Ah, I didn't hear you. I was trying to flag down a taxi and didn't notice.
Sun Yu waved her hand and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, I'm not blaming you. It's just that you pulled me so suddenly that it made me a little nervous. Yi Yunfei smiled and looked at Sun Yu. Why are you so nervous? We're not fugitives. If I drag you along, does that make me a criminal?
Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei were joking around and chatting.
Well, it's not exactly illegal, but if I had fallen, I could probably sue you for 100 or 80,000 yuan.
Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes, turned his face away, and clapped his hands.
You're something else.
At a time like this, you're still thinking about how to swindle me out of 100 or 80,000.
You're really something. Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. Alright, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Yi Yunfei imitated Sun Yu's actions and looked at Sun Yu. I know. I know you're joking. I didn't take it seriously.
Yi Yunfei turned his face to look beside him. The taxi arrived, and Yi Yunfei hurriedly tapped Sun Yu.
The car is here. Let's go. Sun Yu stretched lazily and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright.
The driver slowly stopped the car at the intersection where the two were standing and rolled down the window.
How many people? Yi Yunfei lowered his head to talk to the driver. The two of us are going to Diyun Society.
The driver opened the door, and the two of them slowly got into the car. As soon as he got in, Yi Yunfei collapsed onto the seat like a paralytic, motionless.
Finally, I'm in the car. This walk was really tough.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain.
Hey, you still know what tired feels like? You said you weren't tired. It's not that far.
Yi Yunfei slowly sat up, his eyes fixed on Sun Yu.
How dare you say that? I was running all the way over here, and you were holding on to me the whole time.
Plus, I was wearing sneakers, and my feet hurt so much.
Yi Yunfei lowered his head and pressed his feet.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei awkwardly, then turned her head away and said nothing. Sun Yu turned her face to look at the lights outside, her face filled with satisfaction.
Hey, don't say that. It really is quite beautiful outside. Yi Yunfei put down his feet and followed Sun Yu's gaze to look outside. That's for sure. The feeling of admiration now is completely different from when he was a child.
Back then, he was innocent and carefree, but now he's burdened with all sorts of worries. Seeing such a beautiful scene couldn't help but stir his heart. Yi Yunfei launched into another lengthy speech, and Sun Yu waved her hand, glancing at Yi Yunfei.
Wow, why don't you consider writing a book? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. What book are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. Chapter 128, If you can talk, write a book.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a delighted expression.
Oh, really?
You're so good with words, why not write a book?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. Alright, you don't have to flatter me. Sun Yu smiled and looked at Yi Yunfei.
This isn't flattery at all, you truly have that talent.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu.
Though she didn't react much on the surface, she was still very happy inside.
Enough, enough. Don't flatter me. There's no need for that.
Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei, then reached out and patted his shoulder.
Hey, to be honest, there's no need to flatter me. You really could write a book, right?
After all, you're a famous novelist in our dragon country.
Yi Yunfei tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder. You're something else. Wow, now there's another name to remember. Sun Yu waved his hand and smiled broadly at Yi Yunfei.
No, you're being too modest, Yi the great demon king. Yi Yunfei heard this and felt a sudden chill run through his heart as he lay on the chair.
Come to think of it, it's been a few days since anyone called me Yi the great demon king.
Sun Yu had someone lying on a chair watching Yi Yunfei.
It has been a while. Why are you thinking about them again?
Yi Yunfei turned his face away helplessly and looked at Sun Yu.
Well, that's obvious, of course I want to. There are hundreds of people in the audience laughing because of your 2 sentences. Don't you feel happy?
Sun Yu stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Well, that's indeed quite exciting. After all, this is what we do for a living. If they're happy, we're happy.
If you go up there and end up embarrassing yourself, that wouldn't be good at all. Yi Yunfei looked up at the ceiling of the car and silently pondered some things. I think we need to revise our stand-up comedy material.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. How do you plan to change it?
Where should we start? Yi Yunfei pointed to the sky and looked at Sun Yu.
I don't know, but that's a good idea.
Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei and slowly sat back down.
That's like you didn't say anything at all, making me get my hopes up for nothing.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand and smiled at Sun Yu.
What's there to be surprised about? You always say you haven't read it anyway.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust.
Oh, I have seen it, but if we could write it together, it would be better than just you alone.
Yi Yunfei thought for a moment, then turned his head to look at Sun Yu.
Are you talking about speed or content? If it's speed, it'll definitely be faster, and there'll be time to memorize the script or something. Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei, indicating that this wasn't the point.
No, I was talking about the quality of the content, not the speed. After hearing Sun Yu's explanation, Yi Yunfei turned his head to look at the ceiling, deep in thought.
What you're saying makes some sense.
What you're saying does make some sense. Sun Yu listened to his response, then slowly sat back down, turning her head to look at the street outside and the colorful lights.
You can think about this on your own.
We can also shift the topic to something more mainstream, at least it's simpler than what we're discussing now.
Yi Yunfei turned his head, his expression clearly showing some discomfort. Yeah, you're right. Our master's topics are really interesting. When I get back, I'll make sure to ask him for some advice. Sun Yu waved his hand as he looked at Yi Yunfei. That's obvious. We should have gone to ask him long ago.
After hearing this, Yi Yunfei turned his face away, glanced at Sun Yu, then stretched lazily. These matters can be discussed later.
I will go find our master to discuss them.
Sun Yu followed up with a puzzled remark.
Are you planning to go by yourself?
Yi Yunfei turned his head to look at Sun Yu.
Well, then, why don't you come with me?
Sun Yu reached out and gave Yi Yunfei a slap, looking at him with disdain.
Are you kidding me? Of course we're going together. If you go alone, you won't even tell me. I know how you two discussed it.
Yi Yunfei rubbed his chin and looked at Sun Yu, his face full of confusion.
What do you mean you won't tell me? Is there something I haven't told you? Personal matters aside, at least I haven't lied to you about our relationship, have I?
Sun Yu also recalled the time she had taken me, Yi Yunfei, with her.
Indeed, you never deceived me in any way before.
Sun Yu suddenly felt like she had strayed off topic.
Aren't we getting a bit off topic? Weren't we just talking about the next topic?
The two chatted idly in the car, then looked outside, where the scenery began to look familiar. Sun Yu looked out the window. It was darker than other areas.
Hey, we're here. Time to get out.
Yi Yunfei looked around, then tapped Sun Yu and said to him. Sun Yu also looked around and found it somewhat familiar.
We're already here? That was pretty fast. Yi Yunfei pulled out his phone and glanced at it.
It was almost 9 o'clock.
Wow, it's almost 9 o'clock.
We got on the bus at 8:10, and it's almost an hour now.
Are we still going?
Sun Yu heard this and also pulled out his phone to check.
Wow, it's really 9 o'clock already. Time sure flies.
The driver found a spot nearby and pulled over. Then the two of them got out, and the driver suddenly turned his head to look at them.
Check to see if there's anything left behind.
Yi Yunfei had just closed the car door when he heard those words and felt like something was missing from his hand. He immediately opened the door and looked inside the car. Sun Yu happened to be walking over from the other side, watching Yi Yunfei search for something. The toy was in her hand, so she tapped Yi Yunfei.
Hey, are you looking for this again?
Yi Yunfei heard the sound and turned his head to look at Sun Yu. Sun Yu lifted the bag slightly, and Yi Yunfei spotted it immediately. Yi Yunfei stepped out of the car, took the bag, and gradually relaxed. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei take the bag, then slowly crossed her arms and looked at him. Look at your memory, you could forget something like that.
Yi Yunfei took the bag, opened the car door for the driver, and then went over to thank him.
Thank you, sir. The driver waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei.
No need to thank me, no need to thank me.
The customer is always right, what's there to thank me for? Yi Yunfei thanked the driver again and then went back. The driver waved goodbye to Yi Yunfei and then drove off. Yi Yunfei turned around and looked at the driver who had driven away. Don't say that. The driver was a nice guy.
Sun Yu also watched the taxi drive away.
At least he reminded me to take my things before getting out. Yi Yunfei lowered his head and sighed. These days, there aren't many drivers like that anymore. Most wouldn't even bother to respond.
Sun Yu waved his hand to signal Yi Yunfei to stop.
Stop, you haven't taken enough taxis. Chapter 129. Who are those people on the side of the road? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Ha? Why are there fewer seats?
The two continued to chat about this topic. The other two slowly walked over.
Woody Gang pointed first toward Yi Yunfei and the others.
Hey, old Gua, are those two over there Yunfei and Sun Yu?
Yu Qian followed Woody Gang's gaze and looked over, staring intently for a moment before answering Woody Gang. It looks a bit like it, but not quite. Woody Gang glanced at Yu Qian. You're kidding me. That's like saying nothing at all. Yu Qian turned around and said to Woody Gang. It's pitch black at this time of night. How can I see who it is? Woody Gang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. Never mind, asking you is pointless. I might as well just call you by your name.
Yu Qian sighed helplessly, rolled his eyes, and clapped his hands.
If you have a solution, why are you asking me?
You're just looking for trouble.
Woody Gang looked at Yu Qian helplessly, also feeling a bit worried. What if it wasn't that? Wouldn't that be awkward? Right?
Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang, also looking helpless, and smacked his lips.
Sigh, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's the middle of the night and there's no one around. What are you afraid of?
Woody Gang turned his hand away, and the two stood there like that. Woody Gang turned his back, and the two of them just stood there.
Should I call out? Yu Qian glanced at Woody Gang but didn't say anything. He just stood silently beside Woody Gang, following his gaze toward the two people over there. At that moment, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were also pondering the same question.
Yi Yunfei nudged Sun Yu, gesturing for him to look at the other side of the road.
Are those two people over there our master and his group?
Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei's gaze. It looked somewhat similar, but it was pitch black in the middle of the night, so I couldn't be sure.
Yi Yunfei quickly thought of a plan. Why don't I give you a suggestion? Sun Yu turned her head and looked at Yi Yunfei with disbelief. Tell me, I'll listen. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a smug grin. Just shout over there, are you Woody Gang and Yu Qian? If they say yes, they're your friends. If they say no, they're not.
As soon as he said that, he hit Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Yi Yunfei didn't have time to dodge and took a hard blow, crouching on the ground and silently enduring the pain.
Why didn't you scream? If that really was our master, the two of us wouldn't be here telling jokes. Let's just go home.
Yi Yunfei forced himself to stand up, holding his left arm with his right hand.
Ouch, that really hurts. Could you have been a little gentler? It's really painful. I think there might be internal injuries.
As she spoke, Sun Yu raised her left hand again, causing Yi Yunfei to step back repeatedly in fear. The other two, seeing the situation here, dared not immediately conclude that it was them.
Ugh, I can't tell who it is at all. Yu Qian waved his hand helplessly and looked at Woody Gang. Alright, don't even think about it. It's probably just the two of them. Alright, don't even think about it. It's probably just the two of them. Goody Gang looked at Yu Qian with disbelief. Why are you so sure? What if it's not that?
Yu Qian waved his hand, looking at Woody Gang, who was wearing an expression of disbelief and mockery.
Whether you believe it or not, those two over there are definitely Yunfei and Sun Yu. Woody Gang still didn't believe what Yu Qian said. Why are you so sure about that? Yu Qian had clearly reached his breaking point and glared at Woody Gang. If it weren't for the two of them, I'd be buying your meals tomorrow.
Woody Gang heard this and his eyes went wide.
Wow, you can still bet?
I've bet all my money for 3 meals.
Yu Qian waved his hand helplessly as he looked at Woody Gang. You'll just be responsible for calling them over later. Goody Gang looked confused and pointed at himself, then looked at Yu Qian. What? Why am I the one being called? Yu Qian reached out and slapped Woody Gang. Didn't you bring this up?
You must have shouted it. Woody Gang clapped his hands, spread his hands, and looked at Sun Yu.
Hey, why do I have to shout when I'm the one who brought it up? Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Woody Gang.
You can shout all you want, but if I lose, that's a day's worth of meals I won't have to pay for myself.
Woody Gang thought for a moment, waved his hand, and looked at Yu Qian. Never mind. We've been friends for so many years there's no need to play games. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang and smiled. Hey, tomorrow the sun will probably rise from the west. That's not like you. You didn't try to trick me.
Hey, it looks like the sun will rise in the west tomorrow. That's not like you. You didn't set me up. Woody Gang clapped his hands and looked at Yu Qian. Huh, you think that's all I've got? You think I'm just a fool? Wow, you think I'm just like this in your eyes? My status is that low? On the other side, Yi Yunfei watched their actions, which were quite similar to those of Woody Gang and Yu Qian. Yi Yunfei nudged Sun Yu, wanting to make a bet with him. After careful consideration, Yi Yunfei concluded that at this time, the two men were roughly the same height and build, so it must be them. Dare you take the bet? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression and asked. How should we fight? You tell me. Yi Yunfei reached out to stop Sun Yu. Wait, let's block it first, okay? Sun Yu impatiently waved his hand, gesturing for Yi Yunfei to continue. Go on, go on. Yi Yunfei forced himself to suppress the smirk on his face and acted as usual. If you win, I'll pay tomorrow. If I win, you'll pay tomorrow. Sun Yu thought about it carefully and realized there wasn't anything wrong with it, so he agreed. Alright, let's go with that. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a smile. Alright, I'll bet that the two people in front of us are our master and Mr. Gua. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a cold expression. To put it simply, I had no choice but to refuse. Yi Yunfei smiled at Sun Yu. Well, not exactly, but you could say that, since there are only two options. Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei in front of him. What a guy, he's been set up. Yi Yunfei smiled at the sky, pointed at his own head with his finger, then looked at Sun Yu. Hey, don't put it so harshly. What do you mean by scheming? That's just intelligence. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. Give it a rest, you've got some intelligence left? I bet a dog is smarter than you. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. Enough, enough. Let's go, right? On the other side, the two gave up on the bet, while Yi Yunfei was confident of victory. Finally, Woody Gang couldn't hold back any longer. He took 2 steps forward and shouted across the road. Yi Yunfei, Sun Yu, is that you too? Yi Yunfei recognized the familiar voice immediately and knew he had won the bet. He was so excited he almost jumped out of his skin. Sun Yu, however, was not so happy. He could only rub his head helplessly and look at Yi Yunfei. Great, I'll have to shell out more money tomorrow. Yi Yunfei comforted Sun Yu. It's okay, it's just tomorrow's money, right? Chapter 130, Groundless Accusations. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain and pointed at him with her finger. Wow, you're something else. You're always trying to outsmart me, aren't you? Yi Yunfei instinctively stepped back. How can that be called scheming? You said you wanted to block it, right? Sun Yu helplessly waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. This was indeed something he had agreed to. Alright, fine, you decide. You're the one in charge. After saying that, the two looked at Woody Gang and the others, who were still waving. Yi Yunfei pointed at the two across from them. Alright, go over there. We'll discuss this matter tonight. Let's handle the immediate matters first. Sun Yu also looked up at Woody Gang and Yu Qian across from him, waved his hand, then pulled Yi Yunfei and walked over. Alright, go over there. If they get too impatient waiting, it'll cause trouble. The two of them slowly made their way toward their destination. Woody Gang and Yu Qian watched the two of them approach slowly. Finally, they're here. We've been waiting so impatiently. Yu Qian waved his hand as he watched Yi Yunfei and the others. Alright, you came over so quickly, that's good. At least you didn't have to wait there for too long. Woody Gang turned his head to look at the person in front of him. It seems like you know quite a bit about the two of them. Yu Qian rolled his eyes and looked at Woody Gang. How can you be their master? They are so similar in this regard, but they don't get along in any other way. Woody Gang nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. You're right, I didn't know that. They seem pretty harmonious usually. Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Woody Gang. Alright, you're not doing a very good job as a master. Woody Gang glared at Yu Qian with a look of defiance, pointing his finger at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu, who were slowly walking over. What do you mean I'm unqualified? Look how well I've trained them. Yu Qian burst out laughing. Yes, they have been well trained, but you don't know them at all. Woody Gang lowered his head, smacked his lips, and then rubbed his chin. That's true. I don't know much about that aspect of their relationship, but I do know that they often don't get along. Yu Qian looked at Woody Gang, who was looking very serious. Wow, you know they don't get along? Woody Gang narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Yu. Hey, I'm still your master, I should be able to tell. While the two were chatting, 2 other people walked over, one holding a bag and the other holding this toy. Woody Gang looked puzzled and pointed at the bag in Yi Yunfei's hand, while Yu Qian looked at the toy in Sun Yu's hand. Woody Gang looked puzzled and pointed at the bag in Yi Yunfei's hand, while Yu Qian looked at the toy in Sun Yu's hand. Did you two go shopping? Yunfei's is still somewhat normal, but what is that toy in your hand? Yi Yunfei lifted the bag in his hand and pointed at Woody Gang. You mean this? I saw it while out playing today and decided to buy it on a whim. Guo Gang took the handbag with curiosity and looked inside with delight. Wow, is that all you got?
Yu Qian looked at the toy in Sun Yu's hand, took it, looked at it, and then looked at Sun Yu.
Are you two acting like kids again? Why are you interested in this little thing?
Yu Qian snatched the toy from Sun Yu's hands and began to fiddle with it slowly.
You know what? It's actually pretty fun. Sun Yu smiled and looked at Yu Qian. That's obvious, of course it's fun. If it wasn't fun, we wouldn't buy it. Guo Gang opened the handbag and looked at the toy piece by piece, filled with curiosity. How do you play with this thing? We didn't have this when I was a kid, and we couldn't afford it. Even if we had the money back then, we wouldn't have been interested in these things anymore.
Yi Yunfei immediately sensed the hostility and quickly snatched the toy from Guo Gang's hands, clutching it tightly with both hands, determined not to let Guo Gang touch it again.
What are you trying to do? What do you want to do to my toy?
Seeing Yi Yunfei's reaction, Guo Gang stretched out his hand and stood there dumbfounded, while Yu Qian and Sun Yu, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh. Yu Qian reached out and patted Guo Gang on the shoulder.
Old Guo, you're such a person. If you want something, just go buy it yourself. Don't always compete with Yunfei for everything. He's still young, and if you keep doing this, when he grows up, won't all his things be taken by you? Guo Gang was left completely baffled, bearing the unjustified blame, and clapped his hands in frustration.
Wow, he was suddenly labeled with this unfounded accusation.
What a mess this has become. Yi Yunfei smacked his lips and looked at Guo Gang.
Just now you were staring at the toy in my hand, and now you're saying that this title you've been given is undeserved?
What do you have to say about that? Yu Qian also smacked his lips and looked at Guo Gang. Yu Qian also smacked his lips and looked at Guo Gang.
Everyone has already revealed your evidence of guilt.
Are you still claiming it's groundless? This is the truth. Guo Gang looked at the two of them helplessly, clapped his hands, and spread them out.
Well, whatever you say is right, and it's all our fault.
Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Guo Gang. Isn't that nonsense?
You were the one who started it by messing with his toy.
Guo Gang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. No, you can't say that.
You know, I was just curious about the toy, but I never intended to take it from him.
If I really wanted it, I could have bought it, right? Yu Qian looked at Guo Gang with a disbelieving expression. Right, do you have money?
Just now you were talking about this and that, asking me if the two people across from us were Yunfei and Sun Yu.
I said I'd cover your meal today, and now you want me to pay for your meal? Can you even afford toys? Guo Gang sighed and waved his hand helplessly at Yu Qian. Well, I have nothing to say.
Yi Yunfei heard this topic, glanced at Sun Yu, and the two of them smiled.
Their laughter caught Guo Gang's attention, who pointed at Yi Yunfei. You, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Yi Yunfei hurriedly waved his hands, glancing at Guo Gang and Yu Qian.
No, because the two of us were also thinking about this issue earlier. Unfortunately, I guessed correctly all the money for tomorrow will be covered by Sun Yu. After saying that, Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a smug pat on the shoulder. Sun Yu, who had been smiling just moments ago, immediately stopped smiling and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Go on, you know exactly what the outcome will be, yet you still try to deceive me. You're really something. Yi Yunfei sighed and muttered under his breath. Some people just like to play games like this. They don't keep their word.
They clearly agreed to it just now.
Sigh, some people just love to play games. They don't keep their word. They clearly agreed just a moment ago.
Sun Yu couldn't stand Yi Yunfei's constant nagging. It made her feel suffocated.
Enough, stop talking. It's not like I'm unwilling to pay the money. Why are you saying that? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a serious expression. Really? Are you really going to pay for it tomorrow? Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Sun Yu, keep my word. I will definitely come out. Our master is also here, he can serve as a witness. Chapter 131, 4 people, 1 show. Guo Gang extended his thumb towards Sun Yu. Alright, that's generous. Would the boss be willing to take on another person? Yu Qian walked up and slapped Guo Gang on the shoulder. Enough. Can't you show some decency? They're just going out to have fun. Why are you following them? What kind of behavior is that, freeloading off others?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Guo Gang and then looked at Sun Yu.
This is a bit of a problem.
Guo Gang heard this, raised his head with a smile, and waved his hand toward Yi Yunfei.
Do you think your master is the kind of person who would do something like this, freeloading off others?
Yi Yunfei glanced at Yu Qian, gave a cold laugh, and waved his hand to signal Guo Gang to stop. No, master, you really don't look like it, because you are that kind of person. Guo Gang clapped his hands and glanced at Yi Yunfei, who was looking at the back door.
Wow, he just dismissed it like that. No wonder he's my disciple, he really understands me. Yu Qian sneered at Guo Gang. You're kidding yourself, aren't you? You don't even know yourself. Look at how well Yunfei understands you. You don't know anything about them, do you? Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu exchanged glances, then looked at Guo Gang. Wow, what a great master. Guo Digang turned his head, spread his hands, and looked at the two of them. The law doesn't require you to know all your apprentice's hobbies, does it? Yi Yunfei nodded, grinning wickedly at Guo Digang.
There is no specific legal provision, but it seems you know Mr. Yu next to you quite well. After saying that, he reached out to touch Yu Qian, who looked completely bewildered at Yi Yunfei.
Me? What did I do? Yi Yunfei gave a flirtatious glance in the direction of Yu Qian and looked at Guo Digang.
Guo Digang looked dumbfounded at Yi Yunfei's expression, which grew increasingly lecherous, causing his body to shiver involuntarily.
Yunfei, don't look at me like that. I'm already panicking. Your expression is making me feel really uncomfortable.
Sun Yu, standing nearby, felt a chill run down her spine. She covered her arms with both hands and rubbed against Yi Yunfei.
Enough, enough. Stop making that lecherous expression. It's too uncomfortable. Yi Yunfei looked on in confusion as Guo Digang and Sun Yu wore expressions of utter despair. Never mind, never mind.
I'll just compose myself.
Yi Yunfei cleared his throat, straightened his clothes, and looked at the two of them. Is this okay? It's no different from usual. Guo Digang's expression slowly returned to normal.
Come on, you just now that expression was so painful, no normal person could pull that off.
Sun Yu continued. Is he normal? You don't even think about it.
Guo Digang turned his face back, rubbed his chin in thought, and then said, "Humph, indeed, he was definitely not a normal person."
Yu Qian sneered at the three of them. Right, the two of you were saying that Yunfei isn't a normal person, making it sound like you two are normal. Yi Yunfei walked over to Yu Qian's side and looked at Guo Digang and Sun Yu.
Come on, you two should take a look at yourselves before criticizing me. Guo Digang clapped his hands, looked at Sun Yu, then turned to Yi Yunfei.
Did you see that?
That's a classic case of turning your back on your own and teaming up with outsiders to take on your master. Sun Yu shook his head at Guo Digang, then looked at Yi Yunfei with a sympathetic expression. Oh, Yi Yunfei, I never thought you would one day team up with Mr. Yu to oppose our master. Yu Qian waved his hand, glancing at the two people on the other side.
Alright, look at what Yunfei has become. Look how scared he is.
Yu Qian turned to look at Yi Yunfei and patted him on the shoulder, gesturing for him to demonstrate. Yi Yunfei, who had just been looking down on him, instantly changed his expression after Yu Qian slapped him. He hugged Yu Qian's arm and crouched down, whimpering.
Mr. Yu, what should I do? They're teaming up to bully me.
Yu Qian saw this expression and smiled, pretending to ease the atmosphere as he spoke to Guo Digang.
Look at you, you scared the child. Guo Digang rolled his eyes, glanced at Yu Qian, then looked at Yi Yunfei.
Sigh, some people are like that, they forget their principles when they see something profitable. Once they find new pleasures, they forget their old masters. Sun Yu also echoed Guo Digang's words.
Hua, that's right, people like him aren't worth paying attention to. For men make a play.
As they spoke, a cold wind blew by, freezing the four of them to the bone. One by one, they hugged their arms tightly.
Yi Yunfei spoke first. Let's call it a day. I can't take it anymore. It's too cold.
Sun Yu was also a bit cold. After all, there were only the two of them and they weren't wearing much. Right, I don't think there's anything wrong with the two of you, but the two of us can't hold on much longer. Guo Digang and Yu Qian had already taken off a lot before coming out, and then they took off more at the venue because it was hot.
They didn't expect to need them again at night.
Guo Digang glanced at Yu Qian and subtly signaled to him with his eyes.
Alright, that's it for today. Let's wrap it up. Yu Qian also agreed with Guo Digang. Alright, let's go. Look at these two kids, they're freezing. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were shivering uncontrollably.
Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu, made a gesture, and then the two of them sprinted into the Dayun Society.
Guo Digang and Yu Qian were still outside. The two exchanged a glance and smiled. How about that? My acting wasn't too bad, was it? Yu Qian waved at Guo Digang. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Go back. I'm actually a bit cold now. Guo Digang stared at Yu Qian in shock. So, you've been working for nothing all this time? Yu Qian waved his hand and looked at Guo Digang. No, it's not that.
It's mainly the wind blowing in from my neck, making me feel cold all over.
Guo Digang nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. Wow, I thought you didn't have anything to do.
Yu Qian listened to Guo Digang finish speaking and glared at him.
You can go away. Just because you're wearing thick clothes doesn't mean you can freeze here. I'll bring you your blanket in a moment. You can sleep over there. Guo Digang looked at Yu Qian with a look of despair. No, it's not that serious.
I just saw you wearing so many layers and thought you weren't hurt too badly.
Yu Qian looked at Guo Digang and explained to him. Come on, you're just standing there like an idiot. He's cold. If he catches a cold or gets a fever, you'll be the one in trouble. Come on, even if there's nothing to do, you can't just stand there like an idiot. He's cold. If he catches a cold and gets a fever, you'll be the one who suffers. Guo Digang rubbed his chin and spoke to Yu Qian with a puzzled expression. That's true, we really can't just stand here.
Before Guo Digang could finish speaking, Yu Qian began walking forward.
Yu Qian waited for Guodi Gang to finish speaking, then turned around and glanced at Guodi Gang. Alright, stop going on and on. We can talk about it another day. It's freezing out here, you'll catch a cold. Guodi Gang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qian. Alright, I'll go right away. Don't worry, I'll be there shortly. Chapter 132, Waking Up in the Middle of the Night from the Cold, Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei ran back into the house, placed the handbag he was holding on the table, and slowly began to take off his coat. Wow, it was really cold just now. Yi Yunfei stretched lazily and felt much more comfortable instantly. Ah, that's comfortable. Sun Yu stood at the door listening to Yi Yunfei's cries, pushed the door open, and then heard Yi Yunfei's cries of "Where are you?" Whoa, you scared me to death. What were you shouting about? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu standing at the door with a confused expression. Oh, hello there? A rare guest indeed. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. Come on, don't act like you're so special. I didn't come to your room that day. Yi Yunfei waved his hand to signal that Sun Yu was wrong. No, you came in the morning, but you didn't come in the evening. Sun Yu grew increasingly disgusted as she looked at Yi Yunfei. Enough already. If it weren't for my toys being here, I wouldn't even be here. Sun Yu reached out his hand to ask Yi Yunfei for something. Yi Yunfei took the helicopter out of his handbag and slowly handed it to Sun Yu. Here you go. I thought something was wrong. It's just this? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly. Isn't that obvious? If there's nothing left for me at your place, why would I come to your room at night? Yi Yunfei handed the item to Sun Yu. Alright, take your things and leave quickly. Sun Yu impatiently grabbed his things and turned to leave. Yi Yunfei stopped Sun Yu. Are you really just leaving like this? Is there nothing else you want to say? Sun Yu turned her face to look at Yi Yunfei. Come on, there's so much going on, and you're still talking so much about that thing. Really? Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu. Oh, this is so boring. I don't know what to do either. Sun Yu looked around at the books scattered everywhere and pointed them out one by one to Yi Yunfei. There are books on the table, on the floor, and even by your bedside. Pick any one and take a look. Or you can play with the toys you just bought. If you don't want to do either of those, then use your phone to watch our master's performance video. Yi Yunfei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by what Sun Yu had said. Isn't this just loneliness? Thinking about this person. Before Yi Yunfei could finish speaking, Sun Yu interrupted him. Stop. Just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush and make me uncomfortable. Yi Yunfei gave an awkward smile and looked at Sun Yu. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Just tell me straight, how big do you think I should get for that bookshelf? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. That's it? Yi Yunfei nodded and looked at Sun Yu. That's right, that's what I'm talking about. What did you think it was? Sun Yu clapped his hands and looked around. Wow, I thought it was something else. If you wanted to ask, just say so. Why are you teasing me like this? Yi Yunfei said it with a straight face. This isn't because there's nothing to do, it's just for fun. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain. Give it a rest. Are you just looking for trouble and trying to gross me out? You're pretty good at it. Yi Yunfei gave an awkward laugh toward the sky. Ha, how dare I disgust you? I'm just giving you a bedtime show so you won't have trouble sleeping. Sun Yu hurriedly waved her hands to signal Yi Yunfei to stop. No, don't say another word. If you keep talking like this, I might not be able to sleep tonight. Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes and looked at Sun Yu. Enough. What's with all this? Let's talk about the important stuff. Sun Yu was startled by Yi Yunfei's sudden seriousness. Why did he suddenly get so serious? It was like he turned into a different person in the blink of an eye. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu. No, you're too kind. Sun Yu looked down on Yi Yunfei, who was acting so arrogant. Enough. Stop being so proud. Let's get down to business. Hurry up and finish so we can go to sleep. Yi Yunfei suddenly remembered that he hadn't mentioned the important matter yet. Oh, right, I almost forgot about that. Where were we just now? Sun Yu looked at the unreliable Yi Yunfei and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Earlier, he mentioned the bookshelf. Yi Yunfei heard this and suddenly remembered, slapping his head. Right, the bookshelf. Look at my memory. Yi Yunfei tried to break the awkward silence with an awkward smile, but Sun Yu followed suit, and the two ended up laughing for a full minute. Yi Yunfei couldn't take it anymore and reached out first to stop Sun Yu from laughing any further. Enough. What's the big deal? If you have something to say, just ask. Yi Yunfei suddenly became serious and asked Sun Yu. Should I buy a bigger bookshelf or just a decent one? Sun Yu lowered his head and thought slowly. I think you should get a bigger one. Based on how much you're buying books now, plus the fact that you've started buying toys, you'll definitely need a bigger bookshelf. Yi Yunfei listened to Sun Yu's explanation and denied her claims. Well, how should I put it? Anyway, this is the last toy I'll buy. I won't be going back to buy anymore. Sun Yu hurriedly interrupted Yi Yunfei's words. Alright, but who knows what you'll do in the future? You might just pass by the store one day and can't resist buying it. Yi Yunfei lowered his head and thought about it. He felt that Sun Yu had a point. After all, if he couldn't control himself, he'd at least have a place to put it. That does make sense. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at the desk. You'll have to figure this out on your own. I'm just here to offer some advice. I don't want to get too involved, as that wouldn't be appropriate. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression. Well, I guess that's okay. What you're saying isn't entirely without merit. Sun Yu waved his hand to signal Yi Yunfei to stop. Alright, don't say it out loud. Just think about it yourself tonight. When the time comes, whether you buy a bigger one or not, it'll still depend on what you think. Sun Yu finished speaking, then slowly gathered her things and walked out the door, making sure to close it behind her. After Sun Yu had left, Yi Yunfei looked at his room and fell into deep thought. What should I buy? It's too big, I'm afraid I won't be able to fit everything in, but if it's too small, I'm afraid it'll be too cramped. Thinking about it is such a hassle. With that, Yi Yunfei simply collapsed onto the bed. The fatigue of the entire day gradually overwhelmed his body, and his eyelids felt heavy as if something were pressing down on them. He slowly closed his eyes. In the middle of the night, Yi Yunfei was suddenly overcome by a chill that swept over his entire body. Startled, he sat up abruptly, looking around in confusion, then glanced at the moon outside. Before he could recover, Yi Yunfei sneezed. Goodness, that really startled him. Yi Yunfei began to worry that he might have caught a cold. Hey, don't actually catch a cold. If you do, that'll be a hassle. We still have plans to go out tomorrow. After saying that, Yi Yunfei slowly climbed into bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 133, Is Yi Yunfei feverish? The next morning, Sun Yu got up early and went to Yi Yunfei's room to wake him up. Yi Yunfei was still sleeping soundly and was startled awake by Sun Yu in a daze. Hey, wake up! The sun is already high in the sky. Time to get up. Yi Yunfei was impatiently woken up by Sun Yu. He had just gotten out of bed and had been exposed to the sun for so long that his face felt a bit warm. Plus, he hadn't fully woken up yet, so he felt a bit feverish and like he was coming down with a cold. Sun Yu sensed something was wrong, so she touched Yi Yunfei's forehead and then her own. Oh no, you have a fever? Your forehead is so hot. Yi Yunfei heard this and paused for a moment, then touched his own forehead. Is it hot? I don't feel anything. Sun Yu pulled Yi Yunfei's hand and secretly touched her own forehead. Yi Yunfei jumped in surprise. We're so different, you're so cool. Sun Yu waved her hand dismissively, looking at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. That's obvious. If I didn't feel there was a difference, would I say you have a cold and a fever? Yi Yunfei frowned and looked at Sun Yu. Oh no, this is going to be trouble. Sun Yu didn't know what to do, so he just looked around at the table next to him. Don't you have any medicine in your room? A thermometer would be fine too. Yi Yunfei pressed his head and silently thought about the things in his room. Hey, can you check what's in my room? I forgot. You look around. There's no medicine, but I remember taking a thermometer from our master's room before. Sun Yu listened and started searching for the thermometer Yi Yunfei mentioned on the desk, which was so messy it couldn't get any messier. Are you sure it's on your desk? It's such a mess. Yi Yunfei also glanced at the desk and covered his face. Oh my gosh, I never really paid much attention to it before. Why is it so messy? Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a cold smile. Alright, I'll tidy things up another day. Maybe I'll find something unusual. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly, propping his chin on his hand as he looked at Sun Yu. No, that's impossible. How could there be such strange and unusual things here? They're just some books and a bunch of random stuff. Sun Yu continued rummaging through the pile of books, pulling them out one by one, and then taking out some strange and unusual items one by one. Wow, there's quite a lot of stuff here: nail clippers, tweezers, ear scoops. You're missing a box. Yi Yunfei reached behind him and pulled out an item, handing it to Sun Yu. Here, the box is over there. I told you there were so many things missing inside. Sun Yu snatched the box and glared at Yi Yunfei. You can tidy up tonight. I bought the bookshelf you mentioned yesterday. Just remember to collect it when the time comes. Yi Yunfei yawned, waved his hand, and looked at Sun Yu. Alright, I'll tidy up once the bookshelf arrives. Sun Yu waved her hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, I won't try to persuade you anymore. It's no use. Yi Yunfei waved his hand helplessly as he looked at Sun Yu. Alright, I got it. I'll take care of it tonight. Once the bookshelf arrives, you can help me tidy it up. Sun Yu continued searching through the pile of books and suddenly spotted a white box. She picked it up and took a look. Oh, what's this? Sun Yu didn't open it and handed it to Yi Yunfei, who took it and looked at it. This should be it. I remember it was in a box, and there should be quite a few inside. Sun Yu looked at the box with some doubt and touched his head. Are you sure there's a thermometer in this box? It doesn't look like one at all.
Despite his doubts, Sun Yu decided to open the box. Yi Yunfei spoke first. I told you it was definitely in this box, but you didn't believe me. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. Come on, just now when I was about to start, I saw you were more nervous than I was. And with your memory, do you really think you can remember it? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and smiled helplessly. Ha, you still remember that I have a bad memory. Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. Come on, there are a few people in our club who don't know. Sun Yu randomly grabbed a thermometer from the box and handed it to Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei took the thermometer, looked at it, then shook it twice before pinching it under his armpit. Oh well, we'll have to wait another 5 minutes. Sun Yu slowly walked toward the bed and sat down next to Yi Yunfei. Wait. I got up at 5 o'clock, and it's already past 9 now. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Yi Yunfei rubbed his head. Oh no, there'll be so many people at the amusement park later. Sun Yu waved her hand and placed her hand on Yi Yunfei's shoulder. Stop. If you really have a fever, why go to the amusement park? You should go to the hospital and get in drip instead. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a reluctant expression and waved his hand. That's not possible. After all, you paid for it, how can I go to the hospital? Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Enough. What's with all this trouble? You're really running a fever and you've been feeling worse for days. Why are you still going out to play? As long as you don't faint on the way, it's fine. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with pride and patted his chest with his right hand. Who said that? With my physical condition, I wouldn't faint from a little cold or a slight fever. You really underestimate me. Sun Yu touched Yi Yunfei's forehead. Give it a rest. With your physical condition, if you were really strong, would you catch a cold? Would you run a fever? Yi Yunfei explained to him one by one. It's because you didn't cover yourself properly last night, right? You just lay there for a while and then fell asleep, so you caught a cold. Do you understand? Sun Yu shook her head disbelievingly and looked at Yi Yunfei. Come on, you're the one who couldn't even stand being outside in the cold for a while yesterday. How could you forget to cover yourself with a blanket? Yi Yunfei explained slowly. After returning yesterday, I sat on the bed thinking, and then woke up at around 1 or 2 in the morning because I was freezing. I only covered myself with a blanket then. Otherwise, what did you think? Sun Yu still didn't believe it, smacking her lips, then looking at Yi Yunfei. Alright. You could catch a cold now. As he spoke, Yi Yunfei glanced at his phone. It's been 5 minutes, it's time to take it out. Then Yi Yunfei took the thermometer from his armpit and looked at it closely. 37.4 degrees? Sun Yu, who was standing nearby, was also startled. How much? 37.4? Oh no. Yi Yunfei slapped the bed. Oh no, I've got a fever. I can't go to the amusement park now. I'll have to go to the hospital for drip. What a hassle. Sun Yu stood up and tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Stop, try again. Maybe you didn't measure it correctly just now. As she spoke, Sun Yu shook the thermometer vigorously again and took it to look. Can't you shake it down? Chapter 134, A False Alarm. Yi Yunfei snatched the thermometer from Sun Yu's hand and shook it himself. It was indeed a bit difficult to swing it anymore. Sun Yu touched his chest, looking at Yi Yunfei with trembling fear. Whoa, you scared me. I thought you had a fever. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu. Come on, how could I possibly have a fever? That's not the real reason. Sun Yu then took another thermometer out of the box, shook it, and the mercury dropped quickly. She then handed it to Yi Yunfei. Here, this one can be shaken down. How about this one? Yi Yunfei took it and looked at it. It had indeed come off. He then added it to his armpit and began another long wait. Here we go again, another 5 minutes of waiting. Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively, looking down on Yi Yunfei. Alright. At least I didn't drag you straight to the hospital for drip. Yi Yunfei trembled all over when he heard the word drip. Forget it, I don't want to get in drip. I'd rather suffer than get in drip. Sun Yu touched her head and went over to stand beside Yi Yunfei, watching him. What's going on? Why the cold shivers? It's just in drip, it doesn't hurt that much. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and explained. No, I didn't say it hurts. It's just that I've been sitting here for half a day and can't move around. There's nothing to do, and it's so boring. Sun Yu clapped her hands and looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly. Hey, you're just being mean to me. You're just playing with your phone, watching videos. What else do you have to do? If you really can't do anything, just sign up for a book. Yi Yunfei sighed and slapped his face with his right hand before looking at Sun Yu. Come on, who would bring a book with them to get in for? That would just make you look like an idiot in other people's eyes. Sun Yu didn't want to continue arguing and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, stop talking. I can see you're just trying to get attention. Even if you were running a fever, I wouldn't go to the hospital, right? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a determined expression. I won't go, I absolutely won't go, not even if I have a fever or a cold.
Sun Yu sighed helplessly, glanced at Yi Yunfei, then clapped his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, you're the expert in this area. Yi Yunfei listened in confusion, then tilted his head silently and looked at Sun Yu.
Sun Yu glanced at the time, then patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
It's time. Take it out. Yi Yunfei glanced at the time and saw that it was indeed 5 minutes, then took out a thermometer. 36.4 degrees.
Yi Yunfei's joy was written all over his face, as if he were about to jump for joy. Sun Yu hurriedly pulled Yi Yunfei back.
Alright, you're not even running a fever, why are you making such a fuss? Yi Yunfei stopped coughing and looked at Sun Yu. Oh, you're not happy? Sun Yu waved his hand helplessly, blocking Yi Yunfei. Alright.
If there's too much commotion, we'll just bring our master over later.
Yi Yunfei slowly sat down on the bed and glanced out at the sun. The sun was really blinding. Sun Yu glanced outside. What nonsense is this? It's already 10 o'clock. Of course it's glaring.
Yi Yunfei turned his face in surprise and looked at Sun Yu.
Is that true? So fast?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain.
Come on, you got up at 9:30 and you're already in such a hurry? Yi Yunfei carefully recalled the events, then slapped his face. Darn, this is too hard. I really wanted to get up earlier.
Sun Yu sighed and looked at Yi Yunfei, then pointed outside at the sun.
Just give it a rest. You got up early,
And now you're pointing at the sun outside, which won't rise from the west.
Yi Yunfei laughed heartily and slowly stood up. No. I'll get up tomorrow and show you. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a mix of disbelief and skepticism. Alright, let me see how good you really are.
Yi Yunfei slowly stood up, put the thermometer he had been holding back into the box, which was filled with thermometers.
Wow, so many thermometers.
I wonder where our master got them all from.
Sun Yu waved his hand as he looked at Yi Yunfei. Who knows? We don't know either. Why don't you ask someone else another time? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu, his face clearly showing denial. Never mind. Don't ask.
I bet our master doesn't know where this came from either. Yi Yunfei picked up the thermometer and shook each one, then shook his head and looked at Sun Yu.
Wow, out of 10 thermometers, only one was broken, and you happened to pick that one. You could call that lucky, but it's the only one that's broken. Sigh.
Sun Yu also looked at the thermometers one by one with a puzzled expression.
Wow, it really is. Let's just throw the broken one away. It's useless anyway. Yi Yunfei nodded and looked at Sun Yu. That's true, it's useless to keep it, but this mercury can be used for fun. Sun Yu slapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Come on, what time is it to be playing with mercury? Aren't you afraid it's poisonous?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu, then bent down, broke off the other end of the thermometer, and poured the mercury into a paper box.
What's there to be afraid of? It's just sitting there anyway, and no one touches it.
After saying that, he threw the broken thermometer into the trash can, then picked up the cardboard box he had found and started cleaning up the mercury.
Sun Yu just watched Yi Yunfei play around there. Your happiness is pretty simple. Don't go and knock it over one night while you're asleep. That wouldn't be fun at all.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands, his eyes still fixed on the mercury in the paper box.
Happy and simple? Boys will always be kids at heart. Of course happiness is simple. Sun Yu waved goodbye to Yi Yunfei with a joyful expression on his face. You're so lucky. You're the only one who's always so happy.
Anyway, I rarely see you sad or upset. Yi Yunfei put down the paper box in his hands and looked at Sun Yu with a proud expression. That's right, a famous person once said that. Yi Yunfei slowly stood up, walked around, and spoke to Sun Yu with a serious expression.
Life is full of ups and downs, and we must face it with a smile. Sun Yu clapped her hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, it definitely isn't you. Yi Yunfei suddenly lowered his fingers and looked at Sun Yu. Come on, it wasn't me who said it. I really can't remember what it was called.
Sun Yu waved her hand, glanced at the time it was 10:30 and then looked at Yi Yunfei.
Hurry up and get ready. It's already 10:30. If we go later, there'll be more people. Yi Yunfei suddenly realized. Right, I almost forgot about that. Sun Yu walked over and tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Hurry up, what are you standing there for?
Yi Yunfei hurriedly began to get dressed and pack his things.
Chapter 135, Departure, Amusement Park.
By the time Yi Yunfei had dressed and tidied up his bed, which was in a mess, it was already 11 o'clock. Sun Yu glanced at her phone, then looked at Yi Yunfei.
Huh, that's half an hour gone. Wow, that was quick. Half an hour gone already. Yi Yunfei looked surprised and took out his phone to check. Wow, it really is 11 o'clock. Sun Yu hurriedly tapped Yi Yunfei. Alright, let's go. Don't linger. If we're late, we'll waste another hour on the road, and we won't be able to play today. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily and then rushed out the door. It's okay, it's no big deal. Sun Yu followed behind. Alright, stop messing around.
Hurry up. I'll go over there. You go catch a car. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and ran out without looking back. Alright, hurry up. Sun Yu watched the figure running away. Look at you, you're in such a hurry. Why are you running? You'll fall. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Yunfei collapsed at the corner.
Sun Yu struggled to suppress his laughter and slapped his face.
Why did you run so fast?
Yi Yunfei forced himself to get up despite the pain and slowly made his way toward the door.
Ah, it hurts so much. Who poured water here? This is a bit cruel.
Sun Yu slowly walked into the room and started laughing, then casually tapped the table.
Ha, no, I can't stop laughing. How could you drop that?
He laughed for a while, then put on his hat and jacket and went out. Yi Yunfei also caught a ride outside, explained the situation to the driver, and went back to call Sun Yu.
Sigh, driver, please wait a moment. I'll go find someone.
The driver quickly rolled down the window and watched as Yi Yunfei waved at him.
Alright, go ahead. I won't leave until you're done.
Yi Yunfei blushed and scratched his head as he looked at the driver.
Alright, thank you for your trouble. It won't take long, no rush.
Sun Yu happened to come out at the same time, heading to the same place. As Yi Yunfei reached the door, he saw Sun Yu suddenly sit down on the ground with a thud.
Yi Yunfei couldn't help himself when he saw this scene.
He squatted down on the ground and stared at Sun Yu.
Hey, you just said I fell down here, and you did too.
Sun Yu slowly stood up, rubbing his butt.
Oh my god, who poured water over me? How thoughtless.
Sun Yu looked up at Yi Yunfei, who was laughing hysterically, and shouted at him.
What's so funny? Shut up.
Yi Yunfei slowly let out a laugh, then slowly stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes.
Alright, stop laughing. Get up quickly, the driver must be waiting impatiently.
Sun Yu slowly walked toward Yi Yunfei, then casually flipped her hair and put on her hat, exuding an air of a big shot.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in shock. Oh my, what's going on today? Why are you wearing a hat?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, his gaze more composed than usual, giving off an air of maturity.
Nothing much, I just suddenly noticed that hat. Yi Yunfei couldn't help himself and finally burst out laughing.
The sudden seriousness caught me off guard, leaving me completely baffled.
Sun Yu took out a hat and put it on Yi Yunfei.
Here, take this.
The sun is pretty strong today, so you should wear it.
Yi Yunfei took the hat, put it on slowly, and after putting it on, he didn't forget to give Sun Yu a glance.
How does it look? Not bad, right?
Sun Yu turned her head to glance at Yi Yunfei, gave him a thumbs up, and continued watching him.
Alright, this hat is indeed quite nice, it suits you well. Yi Yunfei listened with a delighted expression, then slowly walked over and adjusted his appearance. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei from below and couldn't help but sneer, pointing at him. You've changed your appearance. What's the matter? Are you afraid someone will confront you, or are you afraid of something else? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. Isn't this the hat someone gave me the other day? I should at least be worthy of it. Sun Yu looked up and down at Yi Yunfei. His entire demeanor was completely different from before. You suddenly acting so serious is really awkward. Yi Yunfei slapped Sun Yu on the shoulder and returned to his usual expression. You still feel awkward, don't you? You still know, don't you? Just now, I could tell you felt the same way, you know. Sun Yu waved his hand to stop Yi Yunfei. Alright, I understand.
Yi Yunfei also stopped what he was doing and looked at Sun Yu.
You know what? Your outfit, paired with that hat, actually looks pretty good. It's just that you're a bit on the heavy side, giving you a slightly bulky appearance.
Sun Yu took another look at herself and checked her makeup. Indeed, she had gained some weight, which made her look a bit unattractive. Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the shoulder.
Alright, just for you and to match your outfit, you should start working on losing some weight. Sun Yu looked down at her own clothes, then at Yi Yunfei's sincere expression. Alright. I'll start dieting tomorrow. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly. You tell me, these days, even if you want to lose weight, you have to be nagged into doing it. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion. What? Why don't you come with me?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly, then waved his hand at him.
Alright, I'll accompany you tomorrow.
Sun Yu excitedly said to Yi Yunfei.
Alright, then you'd better go early tonight.
If we finish running and then go to the park, it'll probably be afternoon by the time we get there. The car suddenly stalled, and Yi Yunfei was startled by the sound, making him touch his chest and take a while to calm down. The car started up again, and the driver opened the window and addressed the two of them. How about it? When are you leaving? Yi Yunfei paused for a moment and looked at the driver. The driver will be there shortly. After saying that, Yi Yunfei pulled Sun Yu and walked down the stairs. The two of them slowly walked down and got into the car. After getting into the car, Yi Yunfei ruffled his hair and grinned at the driver, apologizing. Ah, the driver, I'm sorry for the trouble earlier. We were chatting and got carried away and forgot about it. Please understand. The driver waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Oh, no need to be so polite. It's no big deal.
I already agreed to give you a ride earlier, and I can't leave until you're done, right? Yi Yunfei smiled at the driver, just about to reach out and pat him on the shoulder, but his hand stopped midway and retracted. Yi Yunfei looked out the window and thought about getting up early tomorrow, accompanying Sun Yu to lose weight, and then going to the park. Suddenly, the three things came together in his mind, and Yi Yunfei hurriedly patted Sun Yu on the shoulder. Since we're getting up early tomorrow to exercise, why don't we just run to the park? Chapter 136, The Principles of the Service Industry. Sun Yu snapped his fingers and suddenly realized. Right, I can just run there tomorrow and won't have to get up too early. Yi Yunfei gave a flirtatious glance, adjusted his hair, and looked at Sun Yu. Of course not, who do you think I am? I'm the smartest guy in the Daeun society. Sun Yu furrowed his brows and glanced at Yi Yunfei. Give me a break. You call yourself the smartest guy around? I bet you couldn't even solve a middle school math problem right now. Yi Yunfei lowered his head and fiddled with his phone for a moment, searching for a few math problems. I really don't know how to solve this one. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Exactly. You can't even solve a second-year middle school math problem, and you still have the nerve to claim you're the smartest? Yi Yunfei handed his phone to Sun Yu in a defiant manner. Come on, you try it. You're so good at this. Give me the answer. Sun Yu rolled up his sleeves and looked at Yi Yunfei. Today, I'll show you what I've got and let you see what true intelligence looks like. Sun Yu slowly took Yi Yunfei's phone and looked at the question carefully. Sun Yu stared at the question for about 5 minutes. Yi Yunfei watched her expression change, and sweat began to form on his forehead. Then Sun Yu wiped the sweat droplets the size of beans from his forehead. My goodness, this is indeed a bit challenging. I don't know how to do it either. Yi Yunfei tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder and mocked him. Hey, what's going on? Weren't you going to show me what intelligence looks like? Why didn't you do it? Sun Yu was thoroughly humiliated and looked at Yi Yunfei with embarrassment. Enough. Stop making such a big deal out of it. I'm not smart enough to do something like that. You're the smartest person in the Daeun society, how come you didn't do it either? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei remained calm, then pointed at himself and looked at Sun Yu. Me? I don't know how to do it. Me? I don't know how to do that. Yi Yunfei said this, clapped his hands, and looked at Sun Yu with a straight face. Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei. Alright, that reaction is typical of you. You sure have some thick skin. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a proud expression. As the old saying goes, the ancients said, a person without shame is invincible in the world, a tree without bark is doomed to die. Sun Yu clapped his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. How on earth did you hear all these strange old sayings? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression, then opened his phone and showed it to Sun Yu. See? I often come across these strange old sayings. Sun Yu looked up at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. Enough already. You haven't remembered a single word the ancients said, yet you spout nothing but pirated nonsense. The ancients also said that one learns from one's mistakes, but have you learned anything from yours? Yi Yunfei tilted his head and pointed at himself while looking at Sun Yu. Wow, have I finally learned something? The smartest guy in the entire Daeun society needs to learn something? Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at him. Wow, you're the smartest one here? Did you solve that 8th grade problem earlier? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly and gave him a sidelong glance. What's this? You can't get past this part, can you? This is a second-year middle school question that's beyond his level. Didn't you see it says beyond the syllabus written there? Sun Yu waved her hand at Yi Yunfei. I don't care if he went beyond the scope or not. Anyway, you didn't do it, so you're no good. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu helplessly. Right, I can't do it either. You didn't manage to do it either, did you? That's definitely true. Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. I'm not the smartest person around, am I? If you can't do it, how could I? After saying that, he crossed his arms and looked at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei didn't respond. After all, he had indeed said he was the smartest, so he pointed at Sun Yu and turned his face away, refusing to look at Sun Yu. Yi Yunfei ignored him. After all, he had just boasted about being the smartest, so he simply pointed at Sun Yu and turned his face away, refusing to look at him. The two of them didn't say a word and slowly made their way toward the amusement park. The two were starving, and Yi Yunfei's stomach was growling constantly, while he kept muttering under his breath. Why aren't we there yet? If we don't get there soon, we'll starve to death. Sun Yu looked impatiently at Yi Yunfei. Alright, we'll be there soon. Don't say you're hungry, I'm hungry too. I didn't eat breakfast either. Alright, Yi Yunfei rubbed his stomach. Yi Yunfei sat up with a dejected expression, looked at Sun Yu, and waved his hand helplessly. Just give it a rest. You've got fat, you're still a bit overweight. You can handle being hungry, but I'm different, I'm skinny. Sun Yu waved her hand at Yi Yunfei, lying there without even wanting to move. Give it a rest, you're making it seem like my weight matters. The two lay there without speaking, tilting their heads to look at the scenery outside. Dead Machine drove while looking behind him, then reached over from the passenger seat and handed them both a piece of bread. The two of you in the back, if you don't mind, you can eat these first. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu's eyes lit up. They exchanged a glance and then shyly accepted the bread. Thanks so much. This is truly a lifesaver. Without this bread, we might not have made it to the amusement park. The driver waved at Yi Yunfei from the front. Ah, it's nothing, it's just 2 loaves of bread, it's not a big deal, it's very simple. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu exchanged another glance and smiled at the driver. No, this bread is really a lifesaver. Otherwise, we might have collapsed as soon as we got off the bus. The driver waved awkwardly at the 2 people behind him. No, the customer is always right. If I didn't have any in the car, I might have taken you to the convenience store on the side of the road. Yi Yunfei suddenly became interested in that statement, rubbing his chin as he looked at the driver. Or is this a basic rule of your industry? The system crashed, and he turned around, looking completely bewildered at Yi Yunfei. Oh? Which one are you talking about? Yi Yunfei spoke slowly to the driver. Yes, the car usually has water and some snacks, like bread. If something happens to the customer and they express their gratitude, the first thing to say is that the customer is always right. The driver smiled and glanced at Yi Yunfei. Oh, you mean this? Well, I guess it counts as one. After all, we're in the service industry, so we all have to deal with it. If a customer isn't satisfied and files a complaint, we might get docked pay. Yi Yunfei gave an awkward smile, eating his bread while looking at the driver. Oh, really? I thought it was just you guys thinking to go the extra mile. The driver waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. Sigh, you can't put it that way. Actually, I was pretty annoyed at first, but then it gradually became a habit, and now I just do it out of habit. Yi Yunfei ate while listening to the driver's account, occasionally humming in agreement and nodding his head to concur with the driver. Though he said that, it gradually became a habit, didn't it? Chapter 137, Doing Good Deeds and Accumulating Virtue. The driver spoke while looking at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei also looked down at the driver. Indeed, once it becomes a habit, there's nothing you can do about it, and it's a good habit at that. The driver smiled slightly in front. Ha, that's true. Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue will surely bring good fortune in the future. Yi Yunfei smiled and began to share the wisdom he knew. There's an old saying from ancient times. Before Yi Yunfei could finish his sentence, Sun Yu immediately interrupted him. As the saying goes, right? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in astonishment. Oh, you know that too? Sun Yu waved her hand with a smile on her face as she looked at Yi Yunfei. Look at what you're saying. That's something our master often says. Yi Yunfei smiled at the car window. Hey, remember that, okay? Sun Yu waved his hand. Ha, I'll definitely remember that. After all, it's kind of a catchphrase for our master and the others. Sun Yu waved his hand as he looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, stop messing around. Continue. Yi Yunfei tidied himself up, cleared his throat, and continued speaking. Cough, let's continue. As the old saying goes, good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are rewarded with evil. It's not that they aren't rewarded, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. The driver sat quietly in front, listening to Yi Yunfei's famous sayings, nodding silently. Yes, that makes sense. Sun Yu waved his hand and slowly brought his face forward. That's right. There are some things we may not believe in, but we shouldn't deliberately avoid doing them. If we can accumulate some virtue, we should do so. The driver nodded and looked at Sun Yu. Now that you mention it, you do have a point. My grandmother also often told me many things, just like what you just said. You don't have to believe it, but you can't disrespect it. Yi Yunfei curiously leaned forward to look at the driver. You're so old, how old is your grandmother? Sun Yu heard this and immediately slapped Yi Yunfei, giving him a look to signal him to stop. The driver sighed in front and shook his head silently. How can I put it? She was fine, but then she suddenly fell ill and passed away. I didn't get to see her one last time, and that's really hard to bear. Yi Yunfei, feeling embarrassed, lowered his head and scratched the back of his head before apologizing to the driver. I'm sorry. I didn't think about it much earlier. Sun Yu hurried over to save the day. My friend sometimes speaks without thinking. I'm sorry if that brought back painful memories for you. After saying that, the two of them clasped their hands together and bowed their heads, looking at the driver. The driver hurriedly waved his hands at Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu. No, it's not necessary. How should I put it? You mentioned that matter earlier, and it reminded me. Not being able to see him one last time is also a regret, isn't it? He looked off into the distance, then turned back to the road and continued driving. At least now that I've said it, I feel a lot better. At least it's not as painful anymore. The three of them ended up in an awkward situation. Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei stood behind them, glancing at each other, unsure of what to say, and just stood there dumbfounded. The bus was about to arrive, and the driver called out to the two of them. Where are you two getting off? At the main gate or the intersection next to it?
Yi Yunfei pulled out his phone to check the navigation, biting his finger as he pondered. Let's get off at the next intersection.
It seems a bit inconvenient to park near the main gate.
The driver nodded and continued driving. Alright, I'll park at the intersection.
Sunyu stood with one hand on her hip and the other supporting her chin, staring at the driver.
So you know your way around here pretty well, huh?
Earlier, Yi Yunfei was the one leading the conversation, but he ended up making it awkward.
Now it's Sun Yu's turn to take the stage.
The driver turned around, and his expression had clearly softened. I guess speaking up must have eased some of his guilt.
You mean this?
It's just that there are a lot of people around lately, and with the holidays, there are even more children around. Today, they've been coming here non-stop.
Yi Yunfei took out his phone and checked the time. No wonder it's so crowded today, it really is Saturday.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression.
How did you know there were so many people there?
Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly and tried to hand his phone to Sun Yu.
Here, the map has satellite views and map reading features. Can't you see all the cars over here? Sun Yu looked at his phone.
Indeed, there were significantly more cars on the road today than usual. The driver looked at the two of them with a delighted expression.
Hey, you two seem to know your way around here pretty well.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at the driver.
No, do you understand?
It's just that I've been coming here often these past few days, and I've been paying attention to people's movements.
The driver smiled and looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, you guys are pretty good at observing the crowd. Where did you learn that?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at the driver and spoke slowly.
No, you guys are better at this.
For taxi drivers, if you don't know where the crowds are, it'd be tough to make a living.
The driver thought back to the places he usually went to.
Pretty much, I go everywhere, but on Saturdays, Sundays, and public holidays, there are more people coming here, mostly to parks, amusement parks, and places like that.
Yi Yunfei smiled and continued lying on the chair.
Of course. During holidays, everyone is busy, and most people go out to have fun, especially children. They are filled with endless curiosity and anticipation for these things.
The driver sighed silently.
Yeah, it's not bad that they can spend time with their kids. At least they're all together. Yi Yunfei could tell from the driver's words that he probably rarely spends time with his own children.
That's right, it's good to have them around, especially during holidays.
We've all been through it, so we all know how it feels.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. Hey, is that how you interpret watching kids? If I remember correctly, you don't even have a girlfriend, do you?
Yi Yunfei awkwardly waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu.
Enough. You're still bringing up my past. Haven't you had enough? The driver glanced at Yi Yunfei.
You don't look like an 18 or 19-year-old kid to me.
You must be at least 25, right?
Sun Yu couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter beside him.
Ha, 25, you don't look like an 18 or 19-year-old kid, ha.
Yi Yunfei looked out the window helplessly and shyly held up 3 fingers. He was almost 30 now, he wasn't that 18 or 19-year-old kid anymore.
The driver silently glanced at Yi Yunfei.
Wow, he's almost 30 and still single.
Isn't he planning to find a partner?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked out the window.
Let's talk about it later. I'm not in the mood for it right now.
Chapter 138, arrived safely at the station. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and the driver both laughed. Hey! The driver glanced around and saw that they were almost at the stop, then turned back to remind the two to get off.
Yi Yunfei followed Sun Yu, each turning their heads to look outside. Yi Yunfei looked around in confusion, helplessly rubbing his head. Oh my god, where am I?
Sun Yu rubbed the back of his head and tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
Where are we going? To the intersection across from the amusement park, right?
Yi Yunfei was suddenly snapped out of his daze, clapped his hands, and looked at Sun Yu. Oh, you seem pretty familiar with this. Sun Yu helplessly turned her face away and looked outside. Yesterday, we walked from the theater to the restaurant and passed right by here.
Don't you remember?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a skeptical expression. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, scratched his head, and looked at Sun Yu with a sheepish expression. Forget it. I ate too much yesterday and didn't sleep well last night, so my memory isn't what it used to be. Sun Yu waved her hand helplessly, still not looking at Yi Yunfei. Come on, with your memory, you'll probably forget what we just said, let alone what we did yesterday afternoon. Yi Yunfei was about to retort, but upon further reflection, Sun Yu did have a point.
It was indeed true. You do have a point there.
Sun Yu turned her face away and gave Yi Yunfei a cold smile.
That must make sense, and it's also the truth.
Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbing the back of his head as he looked out at the scenery. Oh dear, getting old, not as sharp as I used to be, memory failing me. The driver smiled and looked at Sun Yu.
Ha, don't say that. If you're old, what am I? I'm already over 40, half my life is already behind me.
After hearing this, the three of them exchanged a smile.
Dead Machine pulled the car over to the side of the road.
There happened to be a parking spot, so he parked the car there.
Yi Yunfei was the first to jump out of the car and stretch his arms. Ah, that feels good. Finally off the bus. Sun Yu also got off the bus, casually putting her hat on her head and tidying her hair. Alright, stop fooling around. Put your hat on, the sun is too strong. Yi Yunfei looked up at the blinding sun and obediently put on his hat. Goodness gracious, the weather changed so quickly. Last night, standing outside for even a moment felt freezing, but today at noon, it's not just cold, it's almost unbearably hot. Sun Yu waved her hand at Yi Yunfei, who was still tidying up his clothes. Are you taking so long? Not done yet? Yi Yunfei continued to work on his own clothes. No, I buttoned it wrong just now. It's crooked and feels uncomfortable. Sun Yu took the opportunity to wave his hand and gave a thumbs up. Wow, you managed to mess that up? You're really something. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a proud expression. Hey, that's right, don't you know who I am? I'm Yi Yunfei. The driver got out of the car, glanced at the two of them, gave a wave, and then drove off. I'll go first, I still have other orders to attend to. Yi Yunfei turned his head and waved to the driver, then watched as the driver drove down the hill. Alright, take your time. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, then glanced at the driver who was driving away. Wow, he's a guy after all. He just let his feelings show like that. Yi Yunfei smiled but didn't say anything. However, his stomach couldn't help but growl, and Yi Yunfei could only helplessly rub his stomach, looking at Sun Yu with an embarrassed expression. Ha, this unruly stomach is at it again. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly. Alright, let's find a place to eat first. The two then began looking around for a place to eat. Yi Yunfei looked to the side, then at the supermarket next to him, and tugged at Sun Yu's sleeve. Sun Yu, what do you think they have inside? Sun Yu turned her head to follow Yi Yunfei's gaze and saw that there was indeed a chain supermarket. You mean inside there? Yi Yunfei continued to look around the supermarket. That's obvious. Where else could it be? Sun Yu looked helplessly at the person across from him. Even if you ask me, I don't know. I didn't even know there was a chain supermarket here. Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly and looked at Sun Yu. I've said it all, don't you get it yet? After saying that, he clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu. Sun Yu turned his head in confusion and looked at Yi Yunfei. So what should we do now? Yi Yunfei sighed and tapped his head helplessly. Go in, it's that simple, don't you know? Sun Yu shook his head helplessly, looking at Yi Yunfei, who was looking anxious. I don't know. Yi Yunfei unconsciously tapped his head. My goodness, how could you not notice something so obvious? How did you even find a partner? Facing Yi Yunfei's ruthless mockery, Sun Yu felt like striking back. Hey, you're so bold, how come you're still single? You're almost 30 and still haven't settled down. Yi Yunfei was speechless upon hearing this, not knowing what to say. Alright, let's go inside and take a look. Maybe there's something to eat. With that, Yi Yunfei pressed the button and walked toward the supermarket without looking back. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly behind him, but eventually decided to follow after him. The two of them walked into the supermarket. The first floor was just like any other chain supermarket, filled with gold and silver jewelry. Yi Yunfei watched others picking out jewelry in pairs, while he was here with a guy just looking for something to eat. He felt increasingly awkward. Sun Yu walked in and saw the scene. She walked over and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? Are you jealous of them? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and sighed, saying nothing. Sun Yu took the opportunity to pat Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and then walked ahead. Alright, is today supposed to be a day for you to feel sad? Let's go to the amusement park. Eat first, then you can feel sad later. Yi Yunfei listened and thought it made sense. He took a deep breath and followed along. Sun Yu turned her head and saw Yi Yunfei coming over, so she didn't pay any attention to him. The two of them slowly made their way up to the second floor. As soon as they arrived, Yi Yunfei glanced at the shelves filled with an array of items. If it were any other day, he would have already gone up to buy something. Hey, what's wrong? Feeling hungry? Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the shoulder. That's obvious. Who wouldn't want to buy all this food? Sun Yu sighed and looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly. Come on, with your wallet, you couldn't even afford it even if you turned it inside out. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu. You really know me well. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, this isn't something we should be looking at. Let's go check out the third floor. Yi Yunfei stretched lazily and began walking toward the elevator at the back. The two of them slowly made their way up to the third floor. Upon arriving, Yi Yunfei glanced around at the clothes and rolled his eyes. Chapter 139, Expressions that Change in the Blink of an Eye. Upon arriving on the third floor, all that met the eye were various types of clothing. Yi Yunfei's mood instantly soured. He tapped his leg and looked at Sun Yu with a dejected expression. The third floor isn't where we eat either. This is really a bit of a hassle. Sun Yu scratched the back of his head and looked at Yi Yunfei. Come on. There's another floor above. Why are you so down? Alright, there's still another layer above that. Why are you so discouraged? Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and his expression became much more lively than before. Right, there's another floor. Let's go take a look. Yi Yunfei said and ran over. Sun Yu stood there dumbfounded, helplessly rubbing his head. He was acting like a child who never grew up, so full of energy, getting discouraged at the slightest setback, and happier than anyone else when something good happened. After saying that, he sighed and followed after him. By the time Sun Yu reached the elevator, Yi Yunfei had already arrived on the 4th floor. Yi Yunfei stood at the elevator entrance, waving his hand and gesturing for Sun Yu to come over. Sun Yu, hurry up and get in. There's all kinds of food over here. Sun Yu stood slowly on the elevator below, looking up at Yi Yunfei, who was smiling broadly, then waved at him. Alright, I'll be there shortly. You go ahead and find a spot first. Yi Yunfei scratched his head and looked at Sun Yu. You're already here, why didn't you let me go first? It's just a few steps. Can't you walk up? You have to wait for the elevator to come slowly. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu helplessly. Sun Yu stood in the elevator below, hands on her hips, leaning against the railing and looking at Yi Yunfei with a smug expression. Yes, I'm lazy and I don't want to walk. I just want to stand here and watch him slowly walk up. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands above and looked down at Sun Yu helplessly. Alright, you're really something, aren't you? Sun Yu patted his chest and looked at Yi Yunfei. Sun Yu patted his chest and looked at Yi Yunfei. Of course I can. Who do you think I am? Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly and glanced down at Sun Yu, who was showing off below. Yeah, who do you think you are? You're the most shameless Sun Yu in the Daeun society. Sun Yu slowly followed the elevator up to Yi Yunfei's side, smiling as he took Yi Yunfei's hand. Oh, isn't this the smartest man in the Daeun society? It's truly an honor to meet you here today. Yi Yunfei also shook Sun Yu's hand, his expression changing from surprise to delight. Hey, isn't this the guy the Daeun society doesn't want to train? It's truly fortunate that I got to meet you today. The two shook hands for a moment, then let go and awkwardly looked around. Suspicious glances were cast their way, and the two exchanged a glance before awkwardly leaving the scene. Under the skeptical stares of the crowd, the two awkwardly made their way to a nearby milk tea shop. Yi Yunfei and the other person sat down on the stools. Yi Yunfei immediately leaned his head on the table and tapped it with his hands. Then the boss silently printed out the order and brought it over, clearing his throat as he looked at the two of them. What flavor would you like? Yi Yunfei picked up the menu and began to look through it. I think the strawberry one looks good. What do you want? After Yi Yunfei finished speaking, he looked at Sun Yu. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a blank expression, then took the form from his hand and silently read it over several times. I'll just have that lemonade. I'm not used to milk tea. The boss took the order, grabbed 2 cups, and walked over. Alright, please wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at the boss. No rush, take your time. Yi Yunfei looked at the boss with a lecherous expression. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's expression and felt a bit disgusted, then bumped into Yi Yunfei's shoulder, which was resting on the table. What are you looking at? You've been smiling since earlier. Yi Yunfei snapped out of it and looked at Sun Yu with a confused expression. Huh? Am I still laughing? Sun Yu furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at Yi Yunfei. That's obvious. If I didn't laugh, would I tell you? I'm just looking for trouble. After listening, Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Huh? Is that so? I don't feel anything. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a helpless expression. Right, you didn't laugh. It was me who was laughing just now. I've been laughing the whole time, so you didn't notice, of course. Yi Yunfei scratched his head, looking completely bewildered at Sun Yu. Should I? I didn't feel anything just now. After saying that, he lay down on the table with a dejected expression. Sun Yu saw Yi Yunfei's expression and didn't say anything else. The boss brought over a cup of milk tea and a cup of lemon water. Your milk tea and lemon water are ready. Yi Yunfei still looked pretty down, not moving a muscle, and his hand felt soft and limp. Sun Yu reached out to help Yi Yunfei pick it up, stood up from his seat, and gave Yi Yunfei a light pat on the shoulder. Let's go. What are you doing just sitting there? Yi Yunfei looked completely confused as he realized what was happening, staring at Sun Yu's cup of milk tea. Alright, I'll be right over. After saying that, he turned around, got off the chair, adjusted his hat, tidied up his clothes, took a deep breath, and slowly walked over to Sun Yu to take the milk tea from her. Wow, it's hot, but not bad. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. It must be hot, right? Otherwise, what else could it be? There's no such thing as cold milk tea. Yi Yunfei pointed at the lemonade in Sun Yu's hand. Look at that, there are still water droplets on it. Isn't it cold? Could it possibly be hot? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly, then glanced around the room with a sigh. Wow, with that level of intelligence, you still have the nerve to claim you're the smartest in our Daeun society? You really have some nerve. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Huh? Isn't that right?
Sun Yu took the lemonade in her hand and handed it to Yi Yunfei. Here, take a good look at this.
This is lemonade, not the same as your milk tea.
After saying that, Sun Yu pushed her lemonade toward Yi Yunfei, who took it and looked at it.
Ah, it's definitely not milk tea.
Yi Yunfei awkwardly scratched his head and then looked at Sun Yu.
Wait a minute, when did you buy the lemonade? I thought we ordered 2 cups of milk tea.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression.
Wait, are you out of your mind?
You ordered a strawberry milkshake and mine is lemonade.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's lemonade and found it increasingly appealing. Can I have a sip? Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Drink up, drink up. I don't mind.
Yi Yunfei took a sip of Sun Yu's lemonade, then stuck out his tongue and looked at Sun Yu.
Pfft, it's a bit sour. How did you manage to drink it? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion, then took the lemonade and took a sip, savoring it for a moment before looking back at Yi Yunfei. Is it sour? I don't feel anything.
It's just a bit sweeter than plain water. Not much of a difference.
Yi Yunfei frowned and looked at Sun Yu. You have a strong tolerance for sourness. I can't handle it. Sweet is more my style.
Sun Yu waved her hand, glancing at the milk tea in Yi Yunfei's hand.
Chapter 140, Victory is within reach.
Yi Yunfei felt the icy stare from Sun Yu and glanced at the milk tea in his hand.
What's wrong? Want some? He said this while making a face that seemed to say, you're not going to drink it, are you? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's despicable expression and couldn't help but shiver. Hey, your expression is really scary.
Yi Yunfei turned his face and changed his expression, then handed over the milk tea he was holding.
Here, if you want some, just say so. I'm not going to refuse you.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was handing her the milk tea, with a look of surprise, staring blankly without reaching out to take the cup. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who was still hesitating, then glanced at her and then at his own milk tea.
What's wrong? Not going to drink it? Do you think I'm disgusting?
Sun Yu snapped back to reality, waved her hand, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
No, I just didn't expect you to be so generous. You never gave me any when we bought milk tea together before. Go ahead. Sun Yu took the milk tea from Yi Yunfei's hand and took a couple of sips.
Yi Yunfei scratched the back of his head and looked at Sun Yu.
Is that so? I thought this was the first time the two of us came to the milk tea shop?
Sun Yu handed the milk tea to Yi Yunfei and then looked at him and said.
Yes, this isn't the first time. We went there once when we first met. Don't you remember?
Yi Yunfei took the milk tea Sun Yu handed him, took a sip, and looked up with a sigh.
No way, I thought this was the first time. Yi Yunfei handed Sun Yu the lemonade and then looked at her. No, I don't think so.
I remember we weren't very close back then, so we didn't go. Sun Yu took the lemonade, took a couple of sips, and looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression.
Really? I don't remember that. Yi Yunfei took another sip and then pointed at Sun Yu. Is that so? Did I remember wrong?
Sun Yu turned her head away and thought for a moment, then touched her head and looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression.
Could I have remembered wrong?
Yi Yunfei thought about it again and glanced at Sun Yu. No, my head hurts.
If I keep thinking about it, I'll probably lose it. Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Never mind. If you can't remember, just forget it.
Anyway, one of us must have gotten it wrong.
That much is certain. Yi Yunfei rubbed his head and looked at Sun Yu. That's true.
Anyway, there's one mistake, so we'll just fix it later when we remember.
Sun Yu waved her hand and glanced at Yi Yunfei. Alright, let's just leave it at that.
We can discuss it further when we remember later.
Just as he finished speaking, Yi Yunfei's stomach growled. The two exchanged glances, then looked at Yi Yunfei's stomach and burst into laughter. Hey, your stomach really isn't very good, is it? It's not even that big yet.
Sun Yu had just finished mocking Yi Yunfei when her own stomach growled. Yi Yunfei mocked him back, staring at Sun Yu's stomach.
You're talking about me? Your stomach isn't any better. The two exchanged glances, then held back their laughter, adjusted their hats, and headed toward a small restaurant across the street. Alright, stop laughing. It's getting late. Let's eat and then go. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. Leave? Aren't we going to the amusement park? Why are we leaving?
Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu at that moment had the same expression, both looking at each other in confusion.
Let's go after dinner. It's still early. We definitely have to go to the amusement park. Sun Yu spread her hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. Didn't you just say you were going back?
Yi Yunfei suddenly realized, scratched his head, and then smiled at Sun Yu.
Oh, you mean that?
I was talking about going straight to the amusement park after eating, not going home.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei thought about it carefully and found it a bit funny.
Sun Yu also sighed helplessly and rubbed his head.
Yes, it's still your fault for not explaining clearly.
Yi Yunfei slowly stood up and looked at Sun Yu, waving his hand helplessly. Yes, this time it's my fault for not explaining clearly.
Yi Yunfei then waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu.
Alright, stop talking. If we keep going, I'll starve to death. Let's go eat first. With that, Yi Yunfei grabbed Sun Yu and headed toward the small restaurant over there.
Sun Yu watched from behind as Yi Yunfei was still pulling quite hard, and casually remarked.
You're breathing heavily. What's wrong? I'm still walking. Are you that tired?
Yi Yunfei turned his face back to Sun Yu helplessly. If you were as heavy as me, around 120 pounds, and had to drag someone who weighs over 200 pounds while they walk slowly, you'd know what real suffering is. Sun Yu suddenly realized what he had done and sheepishly waved his hand at Yi Yunfei.
Oh, you mean this? You didn't know I walk slowly?
Yi Yunfei stopped helplessly, waving his hand at Sun Yu.
Don't mention it, I really didn't know either. Yi Yunfei glanced forward. The small shop wasn't far away. He looked at Sun Yu again and waved at him. Alright, we're almost there. I'll take you there to order some fried rice and sit down. Take your time. With that, he turned his back to Sun Yu and ran off like the wind. After hearing this, Sun Yu shouted at Yi Yunfei. I want a plate of fried rice too, don't forget.
Yi Yunfei ran ahead without looking back, just waving his hand casually.
Alright, hurry up and come over here.
Sun Yu was walking slowly behind them.
Hey, this kid.
He was so hungry he couldn't walk earlier, but now he's running pretty fast. After saying that, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, probably from the heat, and continued walking toward that direction. Yi Yunfei hurried to the entrance of the small shop, panting heavily as he looked at the shopkeeper.
Those 2 orders of fried rice.
The staff member wrote down the order, handed it to Yi Yunfei, then shouted to someone behind him and gestured for Yi Yunfei to go sit down and wait. Please wait over there for a moment. 2 egg fried rice dishes will be ready shortly.
Yi Yunfei held up his hand in an okay gesture and then sat down at a nearby spot. Just as he sat down, Sun Yu also hurried over. Wow, I'm so tired.
Sun Yu sat down across from Yi Yunfei and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with disdain.
Come on, you only ran a short distance and you're already so tired. Sun Yu patted his stomach and looked at Yi Yunfei. Come on. You're over 200 pounds, all muscle. Do you really think I'd be this tired otherwise?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand, gave Sun Yu a helpless look, then sat down at the table.
See?
I told you to lose weight, but you wouldn't listen.
Now you know the consequences, don't you?
Sun Yu lay on the chair, not even glancing at Yi Yunfei, and just waved her hand casually.
You're just making excuses. You knew it all along, didn't you?
I told you to lose weight earlier, but you didn't listen.
Now you're complaining about the consequences. You're kidding, right? You're just figuring that out now? I knew it a long time ago.
We tried it once before, but it didn't last very long.
Chapter 141, The War Caused by Weight. Yi Yunfei waved his hand again and looked at Sun Yu. Well, who told you not to stick with it? Now you regret it, don't you? It's better to be thinner.
Sun Yu looked up at Yi Yunfei.
Hey, being skinny isn't bad, but look at you, you look like a monkey. It feels like you could fly away in a strong wind. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu and mocked him back.
Come on, with your weight, it's true that it's hard for you to fly, but you're always so troublesome in everyday life. Sun Yu looked serious as he watched Yi Yunfei speak.
Come on, tell me where it's inconvenient. I'll just sit here and listen to you.
Go ahead, Yi Yunfei. He extended his hand toward Yi Yunfei, gesturing for him to continue. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's gesture, slowly sat up, stretched, and slowly put his hat down.
Sun Yu was puzzled by this action and asked Yi Yunfei, "What are you doing? Why did you take off your hat?"
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's puzzled expression, pursed his lips, and smiled slightly. There's no special meaning behind it, I just want to have a serious discussion with you.
The hat is blocking my view. After listening to Yi Yunfei's explanation, Sun Yu also took off his hat. Oh, you're pretty serious about this. Well, I'll stick around and chat with you too.
After saying that, Sun Yu took off her hat and placed it beside her, then stood with her hands on her hips, staring at Yi Yunfei.
Yi Yunfei was different from Sun Yu. He crossed his legs and leaned back, looking down at Sun Yu with an air of superiority. Let's chat. Why isn't it convenient for you usually? You must sometimes have to squeeze onto the subway or bus, right?
Especially during peak hours or when there are no taxis available, you have no choice but to squeeze in.
But you're a bit overweight, aren't you?
After saying that, he glanced at Sun Yu, who nodded silently.
Yes, I am fat. So what? Am I proud of it?
Yi Yunfei was about to continue his thought when Sun Yu interrupted him, causing him to burst into laughter and lean over the table, staring at Sun Yu.
Wait, you're proud of that? Don't you have any self-respect? Goodness gracious. Sun Yu spread his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, wait a minute.
You said you're the smartest in our Diyun society.
I said I'm proud of being fat, and you call me shameless? What about your sense of shame?
As the two argued, a store clerk walked over from behind with a tray, slowly placing 2 plates of fried rice on the table.
Here's your 2 plates of fried rice. Enjoy your meal. Yi Yunfei smiled at the waiter. Alright, thanks a lot. The power source smiled slightly and waved at Yi Yunfei. No, you're too kind. The shop assistant said as he returned with the plate. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu and began speaking again. What was I saying earlier? Then he lowered his head in thought for a moment. Sigh. Sun Yu lowered his head and took a bite of fried rice, then looked at Yi Yunfei, who was still deep in thought. Just now, I asked you where you got the nerve to call me shameless. Yi Yunfei's thoughts cleared instantly upon hearing Sun Yu speak. Right, we were just talking about that. Now that you mention it, why didn't I have the nerve to say that to you? Then Yi Yunfei lowered his head, took the spoon, and ate a mouthful of fried rice, looking utterly shocked. Oh, it's actually pretty tasty. Sun Yu heard this and nearly spit out the mouthful of fried rice he had just taken. Why don't you have the guts to say it to me? Don't you have any self-awareness? You claim to be the smartest, yet you can't even solve a middle school math problem. How dare you call yourself the smartest? Yi Yunfei turned his face away and looked at Sun Yu. That question is beyond the scope of the curriculum. Don't you know that? It's not something a second-year middle school student should be able to do. Sun Yu put down her spoon, checked her waist, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Then you're useless. Even a second-year middle school student can do it, and you're a college student, how come you can't do it? Yi Yunfei clapped his hands, then spread his hands and looked at Sun Yu. You forgot, didn't you? And you didn't do it either at the time. How dare you say that to me? Sun Yu looked around helplessly before turning his gaze back to Yi Yunfei. I never said I was the smartest, you did. So you're the one with the higher IQ, which means you know everything, and it's only natural that I don't. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Wait a moment. I'm smarter than you, so if I don't know the answer, you won't either. Is that what you mean? Sun Yu calmly sat back down and continued eating her fried rice, then glanced up at Yi Yunfei. That's a no-brainer. You can't even do it yourself, and you expect me to? Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu. Alright, you're really something. I doubt there's anyone else with a mind like yours. Sun Yu continued to confront Yi Yunfei. Of course, after all, I'm one of a kind. There's no way you'll find another one like me. Yi Yunfei nodded, then continued to look at Sun Yu and mocked him mercilessly. Humph, right, the one and only. You really have no shame. Sun Yu sneered and looked at Yi Yunfei. You don't want it anymore, so what do I want? Yi Yunfei's stomach growled again, giving him an excuse to leave. Wow, this stomach isn't cooperating. Better eat first and continue later. Yi Yunfei picked up his spoon, glanced at his own fried rice, then looked at the fried rice on Sun Yu's plate, which was already half gone. My goodness, you're eating so fast. Half of it's gone. Goodness, you're eating so fast. Half of it's gone. Sun Yu waved her hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Do you think everyone is like you? You're so busy chatting that you don't even eat. Yi Yunfei smiled and looked at Sun Yu. That depends on the person. If it were someone else, I probably wouldn't even bother with them. After saying that, Yi Yunfei lowered his head and continued eating his fried rice. Sun Yu heard this, looked up at Yi Yunfei, and pointed to his own face. Oh, so now you realize how important I am? Or are you intentionally trying to flatter me? Speak up. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a look of disgust. Give it a rest. You're trying to make yourself look good, but you're not even worth the gold. Gold isn't cheap, you know. What about you? I bet no one would even take you for 2 cents a pound. You'd have to pay them to take you. Sun Yu smiled silently. Give it a rest. I'd be the one paying you, and if I did, you'd probably be the one no one wants even then. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. Never mind. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. If we keep this up, I'll starve to death. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I need to make up for it at lunch. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a disgusted expression. Come on, what do you mean you didn't have breakfast? Don't make it sound like I'm the one who ate breakfast. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and glanced at Sun Yu. You haven't eaten yet. You woke up at 6 o'clock and didn't bother to make yourself something to eat. Who else can you blame? It's certainly not my fault. Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei with her finger. Exactly, it's not your fault. Whose fault is it then? It was you who said we should wait for you, wasn't it? Chapter 142, the same intersection, different people. Chapter 142, the same crossroads, different characters. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression and clapped his hands. Hey, I said wait for me so we could go to the amusement park together, not go out for breakfast. Sun Yu clapped her hands, crossed her arms, and flopped onto the chair behind her, staring at Yi Yunfei. Did you make it clear at the time? I thought you meant we'd have breakfast together, so I was waiting for you. Yi Yunfei finished speaking, tapped the table with his right index and middle fingers, and looked at Sun Yu. You're not stupid, are you? Why didn't you go out and buy something to eat? And with all that time, even ordering takeout should have been enough, right? After saying that, he looked at Sun Yu, though he didn't mean to argue with her. Regardless, Sun Yu seemed to take him seriously. Sun Yu sighed and looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly.
Sun Yu sighed and clapped his hands, looking at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, you're right about this. I was the one who was wrong. I shouldn't have mentioned calling you the next day.
Yi Yunfei sensed that Sun Yu was in a bad mood, glanced at her, and sighed, lowering his head.
How can I say that? This isn't entirely your fault. I was also at fault. Well, to be honest, this isn't entirely your fault. I also made a mistake.
Before Yi Yunfei could finish speaking, Sun Yu hurriedly pulled him back.
Yi Yunfei looked up at Sun Yu in confusion.
No, don't say that about yourself. It's my fault, not yours. Yi Yunfei saw Sun Yu's expression and felt pretty upset himself, so he just silently lowered his head and didn't say much else. Sun Yu sighed helplessly, sat down, finished the remaining fried rice, and then sat on the stool, staring at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei still felt it was his fault. As Sun Yu had said, he hadn't explained himself clearly. Yi Yunfei sighed and picked up the spoon, taking 2 bites of the fried rice.
The taste was clearly off. Ugh, I'm full. I can't eat anymore.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei put down his spoon, lay back in his chair, and rubbed his stomach. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and pointed to the fried rice in front of him.
What's going on? Not eating? What a waste.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu.
Enough, I'm full.
It was okay at first, but now it's a bit cold and doesn't taste right.
I can't eat anymore.
Sun Yu sighed, reached out her hand toward the plate of fried rice, and gestured for Yi Yunfei to pass it over.
Never mind, you eat it. Otherwise, it'll go to waste. Never mind, never mind. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. Otherwise, it'll go to waste.
Saying that, he reached out his hand toward the plate of fried rice. Yi Yunfei also got to work, pushing the fried rice over.
Alright, you eat it. It would be a waste to leave it here.
Sun Yu reached out to take the plate, slowly picked up the spoon, and began to eat. Yi Yunfei, bored, fiddled with his phone beside him, growing more and more annoyed the longer he did so. He decided to put his phone on the table, took off his hat, and placed it over his face, then lay back on the chair, motionless. Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei but didn't say anything, continuing to eat his fried rice with his head down. At that moment, both of them were thinking about how to apologize, but neither dared to approach the other. So there they were, Yi Yunfei lying there, and Sun Yu eating her meal. By the time Sun Yu had finished eating, Yi Yunfei had also taken off his hat, put it back on, and slowly stood up, looking at Sun Yu.
Shall we go?
Sun Yu picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth, then looked at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, it's almost done anyway. Let's go.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei walked ahead, with Sun Yu following behind. Neither of them spoke, and they awkwardly made their way downstairs. The two of them walked to a small intersection at the bottom of the stairs. Yi Yunfei walked ahead absent-mindedly, not noticing the red light ahead. Sun Yu grabbed Yi Yunfei from behind, and Yi Yunfei, who had been pulled back, looked at Sun Yu with a confused expression.
What's going on? Why did you pull me? Sun Yu pointed to the red light ahead.
Just as Yi Yunfei turned around, a car sped past, causing Yi Yunfei to step back in fear and swallow hard. This scene feels strangely familiar.
Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. That's right, it was just yesterday. But last time, I was almost hit. This time, it was someone else. Yi Yunfei rubbed his chin and looked at Sun Yu. So, according to you, do I have to lie down for a while longer? After saying that, Yi Yunfei made a feigned move as if he were about to fall to the ground, and Sun Yu hurriedly grabbed him from behind. Wait, I haven't found a chair yet. After Sun Yu finished speaking, Yi Yunfei felt a warm sensation in his heart and looked at Sun Yu with a smile. You're still the same as before. I was just teasing you. It's okay, it's okay. After saying that, he slowly stood up and smiled, pointing at Sun Yu's nose. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's smug expression, slowly calmed down, raised his hand toward the sky, and then smiled sweetly at Yi Yunfei. So you were just pretending earlier, were you? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's smiling expression and knew what was going on. He slowly took a few steps back, but in the opposite direction of the sidewalk, otherwise he would have been afraid of running past her. When he saw Sun Yu closing in, Yi Yunfei took off running, and no one could catch him. Sun Yu pointed at Yi Yunfei from behind. Don't run away. Yi Yunfei turned his head around to look at Sun Yu. I'm not running? Are you waiting for me to get beaten up? I'm not stupid. After saying that, he turned his face away and burst into laughter. Sun Yu was running behind, panting for breath. Yi Yunfei, hearing no movement behind him, turned his head to look at Sun Yu, who was half crouching on the ground, panting heavily, and occasionally shooting Yi Yunfei a defiant glance. Yi Yunfei stopped, took a breath, and then slowly walked toward Sun Yu's direction. When he reached Sun Yu's side, he looked at the frail-looking Sun Yu and patted him on the shoulder. You think you're so tough? Get up and hit me. I won't run away. Sun Yu seized the moment and struck Yi Yunfei's neck with lightning speed. Run? You're so tough, aren't you? You're such a good runner, aren't you? Why aren't you running? Can't you run anymore? Yi Yunfei was choked by Sun Yu and could only submit to being toyed with in Sun Yu's hands. Yi Yunfei slapped Sun Yu's hand that was choking his neck, pleading with her to let go. Stop, I can't breathe. Let go. I'll die here if you don't. Sun Yu heard the serious tone in Yi Yunfei's voice and realized he wasn't joking, so she slowly let go of his hands. I'll tell you this, if I weren't afraid you'd die here, I never would have let go. Yi Yunfei, whose neck had been released, crouched on the ground, rubbing his neck, coughing violently. Cough, oh my god, you almost made me sacrifice you to the heavens. Sun Yu touched his wrist and looked at Yi Yunfei. Come on, I didn't use much force. Why are you coughing like that? Yi Yunfei rubbed his neck and slowly stood up, looking at Sun Yu's disgusted expression. Don't say that. If you were being choked like that, you wouldn't be saying that. You have no idea how painful it is. Having said that, Yi Yunfei pointed at Sun Yu's neck. Chapter 143, Personality Switch? Sun Yu listened to Yi Yunfei's words, looked at her own hands with a mix of disbelief and curiosity, then pinched her own neck. Is it really that painful? As soon as Sun Yu finished speaking, she was immediately proven wrong by her own actions. She quickly let go of her hands, crouched down, and began coughing just like Yi Yunfei. Cough, cough. It's actually pretty uncomfortable, isn't it? Yi Yunfei touched his own neck, feeling the pain, then looked at Sun Yu. What's going on? You just said it wasn't this bad. Why are you coughing now that you're crouching down? Sun Yu squatted on the ground, waving her hands as she looked at Yi Yunfei. Oh well, I didn't expect it to be this painful either. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu, who was crouching down, then silently turned his head to look at the traffic lights behind him. Alright, get up. The light will turn green soon. Go ahead, you've said enough. He patted Sun Yu, who was crouching on the ground. Sun Yu looked up at the traffic light, saw there were a few seconds left, stood up, and walked over to Yi Yunfei's side. Alright, let's go. Yi Yunfei adjusted his hat again, then changed his expression and walked toward the other side. This action left Sun Yu completely baffled, and she tilted her head to look at Yi Yunfei. What's wrong with you today? You've been fiddling with that hat the whole time. I bet you wouldn't be doing all this if you didn't have that hat. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu and slowly explained to him, though he didn't straighten up as he spoke. How to put it? As a man, one must always be mindful of one's appearance. Otherwise, what if you suddenly run into some acquaintances? Sun Yu smiled silently, looking at Yi Yunfei with a smile, and reached out to touch Yi Yunfei's forehead. What's wrong with you today? Did you burn your brain with a fever this morning? I bet that thermometer was broken too. Yi Yunfei pushed away Sun Yu's outstretched hand. Get lost. You're the one with a screw loose. You're the one who's not normal, your whole family isn't normal. After saying that, Yi Yunfei turned his face away, crossed his arms, and puckered his lips, looking just like a child sulking over nothing. Sun Yu struggled to suppress his laughter and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Alright. If it weren't for me knowing. Speaking halfway, Sun Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, pulling me along with her. She placed her right hand on Yi Yunfei's shoulder, then rested her forehead against her right hand, leaning against Yi Yunfei's shoulder and laughing. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who was laughing uncontrollably beside him, with a helpless expression, his eyes filled with contempt. Enough. Is it really that funny? Is it really that funny when I take it seriously? After saying that, Yi Yunfei removed Sun Yu's right hand and looked into her eyes. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was being so serious. Oh my, what's going on today? This sudden seriousness really scared me. Yi Yunfei pointed at himself with his finger, wide-eyed, staring at Sun Yu. Ha! Did I do something inappropriate earlier? Sun Yu couldn't help but laugh again, and Yi Yunfei, standing beside her, rolled his eyes and looked at Sun Yu. Ha! No way. I never expected those words to come out of your mouth. Yi Yunfei waved his hand beside him, looking at Sun Yu with a gloomy expression. If there had been a hole in the ground, Yi Yunfei would have probably stuck his head in it. Enough. I finally took the time to dress up and come out to cheer myself up, and now you're saying that to me. I can't be happy anymore. Sun Yu slowly raised her head to look at Yi Yunfei, whose eyes were dull and lifeless, and waved her hand at him. Alright, stop laughing. Seriously, you're being serious, but you know, when we're together, I feel a little awkward looking at you, you know? Yi Yunfei listened to Sun Yu's explanation, then casually found a bench by the roadside and sat down, resting his chin on his hands as he looked down at the ground and began to think. Sigh, is he usually this silly? Sun Yu clapped his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei, who was sitting on a stool deep in thought. You know what? It's actually pretty similar. Though I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. You're 1 minute like that, and the next you're completely serious. The way you switch back and forth makes people wonder what's really going on. Yi Yunfei listened to Sun Yu's explanation and nodded helplessly, then looked down at the ground again. Sigh, so this is what they call a split personality, huh? Having said that, Yi Yunfei extended his palm towards Sun Yu. To put it another way, the one speaking to you now is another version of myself. The original me is currently in a deep sleep, and I am about to begin the process of taking control of his body.
Sun Yu stood by silently, listening to Yi Yunfei's overly dramatic and over-the-top words. After Yi Yunfei finished speaking, he silently opened his phone, entered a number at random, and then looked at Yi Yunfei. Hello? Is this the mental hospital? There's one right next to me. When can you come over? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who was making the call, with a look of surprise, then sighed and clapped his hands helplessly. Wow, he just called a car? To save me from having to go in? Sun Yu put down her phone and turned on the screen for Yi Yunfei to take a look. See? I didn't make a call, I was just pretending. Yi Yunfei looked at the phone screen with a mix of disbelief and suspicion, then quickly looked away. Wow, you're trying to scare me. Now I'm worried they'll force me to go there. Sun Yu turned her head, smacked her lips, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Come on, a single ambulance ride costs hundreds of dollars. With that money, we could buy so much food. Don't you think about it? Yi Yunfei lowered his head and thought carefully for a moment, then looked up at Sun Yu. You're right, that's true. Several $100s could indeed buy quite a lot of good things. But then again, you don't seem like the type who would be unable to come up with a few $100s to return home. After hearing Yi Yunfei finish speaking, Sun Yu sighed helplessly, turned her face away, and clapped her hands, then looked at Yi Yunfei. Hey, even if you're rich, you can't play around like that. Maliciously dialing emergency services is illegal now. For minor cases, you'll be detained for 15 days, and for more serious cases, you'll be locked up for several months. Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and looked up at the sky. Wow, you're right, it does feel like that. But I don't believe it unless you show me. Sun Yu helplessly waved her hand at Yi Yunfei, then instinctively reached for her phone to dial emergency services. But just as she entered the first two digits, she suddenly realized Yi Yunfei was playing a trick on her. Realizing what had happened, Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a smug smile. You're quite cunning. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have had to lock him up for 15 days. Yi Yunfei stood by, looking unconcerned as he watched Sun Yu. Come on, give it a try. Maybe it's just a lesson for you? Right? What if you don't have to spend those 15 days? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. Then why don't you go there? Let me go. I dare you to come and fight me. Chapter 144, Yi Yunfei suddenly gets serious. Yi Yunfei stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at Sun Yu. No way, I'm not going. If I end up inside, I'm done for. My life might just be ruined right here. Sun Yu clapped her hands behind him and looked at Yi Yunfei. Wow, when did you start caring about these things too? Yi Yunfei patted his chest and looked at Sun Yu with a proud expression. Of course not. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly neglect my appearance? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. Oh my goodness, what's going on? I've never seen you care so much before. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu and looked toward the distant sky. Isn't this supposed to be a day out to have fun? I feel like my usual personality isn't quite suitable for this. Maybe I should just be more serious. Sun Yu smiled from her seat, watching Yi Yunfei suddenly become so serious. Alright, finally decided to start changing? Let me look forward to it? Yi Yunfei turned to look at Sun Yu and patted her on the shoulder. Of course. We definitely have to look forward to it. After all, we're partners, aren't we? Sun Yu slowly stood up, patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder, and stretched lazily. Alright, we've rested enough. Let's go. Yi Yunfei adjusted his hat again and checked his pockets with both hands. Alright, let's go. The journey has only just begun. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. What on earth is going on? Just going to an amusement park has turned into a journey? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who was completely oblivious to his feelings, and sighed, tapping her gently on the shoulder. Sigh, how can you be so insensitive? Life needs a sense of ceremony, you know. Sun Yu sneered and looked at Yi Yunfei. So you're just saying it's a trip? After saying that, he spread his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei in confusion. Yi Yunfei nodded vigorously and looked at Sun Yu. Right, it feels really ceremonial, doesn't it? Sun Yu shook his head helplessly. Sigh, I still don't feel any sense of ceremony, just a bit awkward. Yi Yunfei sighed and rubbed his face as he looked at Sun Yu. Oh well, you just don't understand, do you? As soon as Yi Yunfei extended his finger, he was about to explain to Sun Yu. Sun Yu hurriedly grabbed Yi Yunfei's hand. Stop, don't say anymore, I don't understand this, I don't understand. Yi Yunfei lowered his fingers, glanced at Sun Yu without speaking, then the two of them walked straight toward the amusement park. Yi Yunfei raised his hand to block the sunlight and glanced up at the sky. Man, the sun is really intense today. It's blinding. Sun Yu smiled slightly and then looked at Yi Yunfei. That's obvious. Did you forget how hot you were this morning? Your forehead was burning up. Yi Yunfei sighed and rubbed his head, then looked down at the ground. Ha, that's right, I was so scared this morning, I thought I really had a fever. Sun Yu recalled Yi Yunfei's panicked expression from earlier and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, don't mention it, don't mention it. You really made me laugh this morning. I was so worried for you, I even thought you were really sick. As she was talking, Sun Yu quietly squatted down, holding her stomach and laughing. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbing his head and patting Sun Yu on the shoulder. Alright, there are so many people here. Don't just stand there laughing. It looks a bit silly to others. Sun Yu listened carefully, then slowly composed her expression and stood up, trying not to look at Yi Yunfei's face. Just as she thought that, Yi Yunfei leaned in closer, and she couldn't help but start laughing again. Ha! Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly and glanced at Sun Yu. Enough. Is it really that funny? Sun Yu squatted on the ground to compose herself, then turned her back to Yi Yunfei. Wait a moment, let me catch my breath first. Don't turn your face away, or I'll start laughing again. After hearing this, Yi Yunfei widened his eyes and glanced at Sun Yu, only to find that he was facing away. He sighed and spread his hands helplessly. Alright, I've calmed down. Let us continue. I'll take a look around to see if there's anything interesting. Alright, I've calmed down. Let's continue on. I'll take a look around to see if there's anything interesting. Sun Yu turned her back to Yi Yunfei, took a few deep breaths, then turned around, patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder, and gave him a glance. Let's go, keep exploring. Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu. Oh? You're feeling better? Sun Yu walked ahead and waved to Yi Yunfei, who was following behind. It's almost done, there shouldn't be any major issues. Yi Yunfei snapped his fingers behind him. That's good. Don't start squatting there and laughing again after we've walked a bit further. What are you doing? Sun Yu waved calmly in front of him, refusing to turn her head. It's okay. As long as I don't see your face, there's basically nothing to worry about. Yi Yunfei walked behind for a while, then stopped and thought for a moment. Sigh, am I really this handsome? Even a guy can't handle it? Damn, am I really that handsome? Even a guy can't handle it? Sun Yu was acting calm on the surface, but deep down, he really wanted to laugh. Wait a moment, let me compose myself. It wasn't because you're too handsome that I didn't want to look at you earlier. It's just that seeing you reminded me of your expression this morning, and that made me want to laugh. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands behind him, watching Sun Yu's back, and silently smacked his lips. Sigh, you're such a person. You're good at nothing else but picking faults and eating fish. You're even better at it than a cat. Saying that, he silently walked over to Sun Yu's side. Sun Yu waved his hand to signal Yi Yunfei to look up. Look up there. Yi Yunfei turned his head to glance at Sun Yu, then followed her gaze to where she was pointing. As soon as he looked up, he immediately covered his eyes with his hands. What's over there? The sun? Sun Yu sighed helplessly, put down his hand, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Are you trying to make the sun feel bad today? You can't see anything but the sun. Yi Yunfei raised his hand to block the sunlight, then lowered it and looked at Sun Yu. Well, I'm feeling a bit off today. I don't know what's wrong. Sun Yu waved his hand to stop Yi Yunfei from speaking. Come on, you're always like this. You've got a few flaws. Yi Yunfei turned his face away, clapped his hands, and pursed his lips. Hey, you're still the same old you, with a few flaws here and there. Sun Yu also clapped his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. I still have my flaws, but I'm still somewhat decent. You're different. Yi Yunfei looked at himself in confusion, then turned to Sun Yu. Ha? I'm not being serious? Don't act like you're so serious, okay? Sun Yu clapped her hands. Alright, you're the expert at finding faults. After saying that, Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a thumbs up. Sun Yu also gave him a thumbs up in return. No, you're the expert in this area. Compared to you, I'm like a small Buddha seeing a great Buddha, there's no comparison. With that, Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes at Sun Yu. Chapter 145, Tense and Thrilling. Yeah, you're still too young. Compared to me, you're nothing. With that, Yi Yunfei waved his hand and gave Sun Yu a smug smile. Sun Yu sighed beside him, looking at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust. How can you be so shameless? Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked around. Alright, let's drop this topic for now. We can talk about it another time. Let's just explore a bit more first, otherwise, we'll have to leave soon. Sun Yu listened, glanced at the time, and realized it was indeed getting late. She nodded in agreement. Alright, let's start exploring. What's there to see? After saying that, Sun Yu also looked around to see if there was anything fun. Yi Yunfei flipped through the manual for a moment, rubbed his chin, and said to Sun Yu. A bungee jump, a Ferris wheel, a carousel, a roller coaster, a spinning chair, and a pirate ship. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's amusement park guidebook with a look of surprise on his face. Oh, you still like looking at it, old man? Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly and glanced at Sun Yu. Come on, what do you mean, you old man? I'm not that old, and I didn't even say that. Sun Yu reached out to stop Yi Yunfei from continuing. Are you trying to say that I'm still young and not even halfway through my life, so how can you call me an old man? After saying that, he looked at Yi Yunfei with confidence. Yi Yunfei, standing beside him, widened his eyes and clapped his hands, looking at Sun Yu. You really know me well.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a thumbs up, signaling that he was capable and impressive.
Sun Yu smiled helplessly and took the amusement park guidebook from Yi Yunfei's hand and flipped through it.
These past few days, every time this question comes up, you'll say the same thing.
I'm sure I'll remember it. Yi Yunfei leaned in closer, and the two silently flipped through the amusement park guidebook.
There's probably not much else here. Why don't we just do what I suggested earlier? Anyway, at this time of day, there's not much else we can do.
Sun Yu glanced at the time and flipped through the amusement park guidebook again. Alright, let's do it your way. 5 hours is about all we have anyway. Yi Yunfei lowered his head and glanced at his phone. It's 1 o'clock now. Let's go out for dinner around 6, then head back.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei stood up, stretched, and looked at Sun Yu. Sun Yu also stood up, stretched, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, let's do it your way. Maybe we'll make it back on time.
Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu, then began searching for his first target, the bungee jumping machine. Yi Yunfei pointed to a spot, and Sun Yu followed his gaze.
There, that one. The bungee jump. I think it's pretty cool. Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei's finger and looked in the same direction, feeling inexplicably afraid.
Whoa, this is a bit. Sun Yu said it casually, then froze up. Yi Yunfei stood by, fanning the flames and mocking Sun Yu.
What's wrong?
Scared?
That's all you've got?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei beside him, who was smirking triumphantly, unwilling to admit defeat.
Let's go, then. Whoever backs down is a coward.
With that, Sun Yu strode confidently toward the bungee jumping platform. Yi Yunfei followed behind, checking his waist, and as he watched Sun Yu walk ahead, he couldn't help but shake his head.
Oh, you and your habits. It's really frustrating.
After saying that, he rubbed his head and ran over to Sun Yu's side.
The two walked down to the bottom and looked up. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but sigh beside them. Wow, it's so high. This is really fun.
Sun Yu also nodded in agreement beside him. Indeed, just thinking about that height is thrilling.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and pointed inside. Let's go. Whoever's scared is a coward. Come on, let's go.
Sun Yu looked at the bungee jumping machine in front of him and couldn't help but swallow hard.
Alright, let's go. Whoever backs out is a coward. With that, the two walked in side by side.
The security personnel nearby stopped them. Sir, please go in from that side.
Thank you for your cooperation.
After saying that, the security guard pointed to the entrance beside him. The two men awkwardly scratched their heads and walked over. Sun Yu leaned close to Yi Yunfei's ear and whispered softly.
Hey, you don't know that? Yi Yunfei sighed and rubbed his head against Sun Yu's ear. I don't know. It's my first time here. I thought you knew.
Sun Yu sighed and rubbed his face, gazing off into the distance.
I'm also here for the first time. I thought you had been there before.
Yi Yunfei looked awkwardly at Sun Yu and patted both sides of his thighs.
Oh no, I thought the same as you. I thought you had been here before and wanted you to bring me along. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei. Forget it, it's just a lucky break. Might as well go all out and see what happens. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid? Sun Yu stared blankly at Yi Yunfei. What are you afraid of? Yi Yunfei pointed to the nearby bungee jumping machine. The bungee jump? Aren't you scared? Sun Yu glanced at the bungee jump machine beside him, listening to the screams of the people below, though they weren't exactly screams, and grinned maliciously at Yi Yunfei. What's wrong? Scared? Whoever backs down is a coward. Don't forget that. Yi Yunfei clenched his fists tightly and glared at Sun Yu. Alright, you're really something. Come on, let's go. I'll play with you until the end today. Sun Yu clapped his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, you've got guts. Let's go. After saying that, the two exchanged glances, neither willing to back down, and then walked inside. After they entered, the previous group had just come down. The two of them walked to the bungee jumping machine and silently climbed up. Just as they settled in, Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu beside him. How about it, are you scared? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei and then sneered. Pfft, is that all you've got? Are we afraid? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's trembling legs. Look at your legs, they're shaking like that. Sun Yu hurriedly lowered her head and looked at her own legs. This doesn't need your help, and aren't you just as scared as me? Your legs are shaking too. Yi Yunfei lowered his head and looked at his own legs. This doesn't require your attention. The two continued to bicker like children, and then a staff member came over to check the facilities. Alright, everyone, get ready, 3, 2, go. With the staff's command, the bungee jumping machine rose up. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu listened to the staff's instructions, their hearts pounding in their throats. Yi Yunfei shouted down at Sun Yu from the sky. Sun Yu, are you scared? If you're scared, just say so. Being a coward is better than what's coming later. Sun Yu shouted at Yi Yunfei with a defiant expression. You're the one who's scared, aren't you? I can tell you're pretty nervous right now.
Just as he reached the top, he heard it for less than 2 seconds, and Yi Yunfei froze for a moment, looking at Sun Yu. Why did it stop? Sun Yu was also puzzled and looked at Yi Yunfei. I don't know either. Before I could finish my sentence, the bungee jump machine dropped down. Chapter 146, One Good Throw Up? Yi Yunfei glanced at Sun Yu. Look at you. What's the rush? Are you that scared? You just stopped for a second, and you were already rushing back up. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu's mouths were blown so hard they were making whistling sounds, and their faces felt like they had been pricked by small twigs, causing a stinging pain. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei from the side, gripping the handrails tightly. What's going on, Yunfei? Are you done? If that's the case, I don't care if you call me a grandson. Just don't lose and make a scene. Sun Yu said mockingly, peeking out, but his hands remained tight, even gripping harder. Yi Yunfei also struggled to peek out, forcing a smile as he looked at Sun Yu. Come on, that's all you've got? Sun Yu peeked out and looked at Yi Yunfei. We have to keep going. Yi Yunfei also turned around and lay back on the chair. Continue. We must settle this today. Yi Yunfei lay behind, shouting at Sun Yu. Come on, keep going. We're not backing down. As soon as Yi Yunfei finished speaking, the suicide jump machine that had just stopped at the bottom began to rise again. Yi Yunfei began to gradually enjoy it. Oh. He began to slowly lose his mind, slowly sitting down and starting to howl, causing Sun Yu beside him to look completely bewildered. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's screams, the others also began to shout. Especially the few girls nearby, whose screams were so loud that they even startled Yi Yunfei. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei screaming beside him, then glanced at the girl screaming on his left, and slowly started screaming along with them. Oh. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu beside him with a surprised expression. What's going on? Why are you shouting too? Sun Yu forced a smile and looked at Yi Yunfei beside him. You have to join in and call out to liven up the atmosphere, don't you? The bungee jump machine rose to the top, paused for a moment, and Yi Yunfei turned his head to look at Sun Yu. This is the last time. Are you ready? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who was smirking beside him, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly fell silent. After several ups and downs, the bungee jump finally came to a stop. The two slowly opened the device and helped each other out. Yi Yunfei helped Sun Yu to a nearby chair and sat down. Wow, that's intense. Then, looking at Sun Yu, who seemed completely drained, Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. Sun Yu sat beside him, nearly vomiting. Yi Yunfei reached out and patted Sun Yu on the back. Enough, enough. You've held on as long as you could. That's enough. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. It's okay, it's not that bad. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly and looked at Sun Yu. What? Are we going to keep going? Sun Yu reluctantly lifted her head and forced a smile at Yi Yunfei. We can't stop now, can we? I can't just let you win and lose face like this. Yi Yunfei sighed and waved his hand helplessly at Sun Yu. Alright, you're just stubbornly unreasonable in this regard. You just refuse to admit defeat. Sun Yu sighed and waved his hand helplessly, looking at Yi Yunfei. I'm only decent at this, I'm not good at anything else. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who was looking rather weak, and shook his head helplessly. Alright. You rest here for a bit. I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly, sat down on the ground with his hands on his head, and slowly took a few deep breaths. Yi Yunfei walked toward the small shop ahead, occasionally glancing back to check on Sun Yu's condition. Oh no, I'm really worried something might happen to him. He's clearly not feeling well, yet he's still pushing himself. After saying that, Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly. He walked to the small shop, bought 2 bottles of black card, and slowly made his way toward where Sun Yu was. Just halfway there, he saw that the bench was empty, and Yi Yunfei panicked instantly. Oh my god, is that Sun Yu? Without another word, he didn't bother to think twice and ran over. Just as he reached the side and took a quick look around, he saw Sun Yu crouching behind a tree. Yi Yunfei hurriedly took the water and walked over. Sun Yu vomited beside him, bringing up everything she had eaten at lunch. Yi Yunfei set down the water and patted Sun Yu on the back. Look at you. I told you not to go up there. Now you've ruined the trip by throwing up. Sun Yu squatted on the ground, vomited for a while, then stood up and felt in his pocket. Finding no toilet paper, Yi Yunfei hurriedly handed him some before Sun Yu could speak. Quick, wipe it off. Sun Yu took the tissue paper, wiped her mouth, found a trash can, threw the tissue paper away, and returned to the chair she had been sitting on. Yi Yunfei extended his hand and looked at Sun Yu. You go throw out the trash first. I'll go get a chair. Remember to come back later. Sun Yu, who was walking ahead, waved her hand to signal that Yi Yunfei understood. Upon seeing the gesture, Yi Yunfei didn't say much and walked over. Yi Yunfei slowly walked over to the chair, twisted open the water bottle, took a sip, and his throat instantly felt more comfortable. You know what? It's actually pretty sweet. Say, it's pretty sweet. After saying that, he took the bottle and had a look.
While Yi Yunfei was idly staring at the bottle, Sun Yu also walked over and sat beside him, watching Yi Yunfei holding the bottle.
What are you doing there? I've been watching you for a while. What are you doing? You've been there for a while.
Yi Yunfei was startled by Sun Yu's voice, touched his chest, and looked nervously at Sun Yu beside him.
My goodness, when did you come?
You scared me half to death. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who had been startled, with a puzzled expression. There was no need to scare him like that.
I just called you. What were you doing just now? I only called you once, and you got so scared.
Yi Yunfei placed his hand on his chest and looked at Sun Yu.
That's right, you're fine.
I was just reading the explanation behind this, and you scared me half to death. After saying that, Yi Yunfei pulled out another black card from behind him and handed it to Sun Yu.
Here, it's for you.
Sun Yu pointed at himself and smiled at Yi Yunfei.
Hey, what's going on today? You're being so generous. Hey, what's going on today? You're being so generous.
Sun Yu blushed as she accepted the drink Yi Yunfei handed her and took a couple of sips.
Oh, it's pretty sweet. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a smug expression. Right?
I was also wondering why this thing was so sweet, and then you scared me. Sun Yu listened, sat there, smiled, and didn't say anything. Yi Yunfei sat to the side, took a couple of sips of water, and watched the crowd in front of him.
Wow, there are really a lot of people today. At least twice as many as usual, I'd say. Sun Yu nodded in agreement.
After all, it's Saturday, so there's bound to be a lot more people. We're counting on this time slot to make money.
Yi Yunfei smiled to himself. That's true. Anyway, during holidays, it's always adults bringing their kids here. Sun Yu nodded beside him, watching Yi Yunfei. Should we take it? Otherwise, there are a few couples in the honeymoon phase who might come here to have some fun. Chapter 147, The Second Opening. Chapter 147, The Second Opening.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand to signal Yi Yunfei to stop.
Alright, stop talking. It's making me feel uncomfortable.
Sun Yu clapped her hands, looked at Yi Yunfei, took a sip of water, and almost choked on it.
Sorry, I forgot about that. I forgot you're still single. Yi Yunfei's young heart was deeply wounded.
He stood alone, touching his chest, and looked at Sun Yu with deep affection.
Enough. This is another deep wound.
Sun Yu was laughing uncontrollably beside him.
Ha, it's okay, it'll happen eventually. After saying that, Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. After a while, Yi Yunfei stood up and stretched lazily. Alright, let's go, Ferris wheel.
Sun Yu stood up with a helpless expression, stretched, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, I'll listen to you and go.
After saying that, the two of them headed toward the Ferris wheel.
Yi Yunfei looked up at the Ferris wheel. Alright, I think this will work. The speed isn't too fast, and it's pretty stable. Sun Yu nodded and looked at the Ferris wheel. Safety is the main concern.
At least it won't be like earlier, with the wind stinging my face. Yi Yunfei smiled beside him, looking at Sun Yu with a mischievous grin.
Ha, don't you dare throw up again. If you do, I'll look down on you.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the shoulder, mocking him.
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly and looked at Yi Yunfei. This is different from the last one. The first time I tried it, it did make me feel a bit queasy, but this one might be different. Yi Yunfei rubbed Sun Yu's stomach. Look at your stomach. It's just as weak as mine. You can't handle even a little bit of fun. It seems like eating so much hasn't done you any good after all. Look at your stomach. It's just as weak as mine. You can't even handle a little playtime. It seems like getting so fat hasn't done you any good after all.
Sun Yu pushed Yi Yunfei's hand away and looked at him with disdain.
Give it a rest. Do you think this is some kind of favor from someone? Yi Yunfei pointed at himself and looked at Sun Yu in confusion. What's going on? This has nothing to do with me, why are you dragging me into this? Sun Yu spread his hands out and then looked at Yi Yunfei. It's not my fault, you know. If I hadn't helped you eat that fried rice, nothing would have happened.
Yi Yunfei remembered that Sun Yu had helped him eat half of his fried rice at lunch, and he felt embarrassed, scratching his head. What you're saying does make some sense.
Sun Yu turned away and kept staring at the Ferris wheel. That's obvious, isn't it? It's all your fault.
Yi Yunfei didn't feel like continuing the argument, so he just brushed it off casually.
Alright, it's my fault.
Sun Yu felt a bit uneasy around Yi Yunfei, looking at him with confusion. She reached out to touch his forehead, then touched her own forehead, and spoke with a puzzled expression.
He doesn't have a fever either? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a blank expression. What's going on? Have you ever seen someone go out for a walk in the middle of the day and suddenly get a fever? Sun Yu shook her head and said sincerely to Yi Yunfei. You're right, I haven't seen anything like that before. But then again, these things happening to you seem pretty normal to me.
After saying that, Sun Yu clapped his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei turned his face away, pursed his lips, then turned back to look at Sun Yu.
So you're saying I'm not proper, right? Sun Yu clapped her hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. No wonder he's the smartest person in the Daeun society. He understood it right away.
Yi Yunfei turned his face away, refusing to look at Sun Yu.
Alright, you're something else.
They say birds of a feather flock together, and people of the same kind gather together. It seems that saying doesn't apply to me after all. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, puzzled.
What do you mean by that?
Yi Yunfei turned his head to look at Sun Yu.
Sigh, I'm so smart, look at you. It's so obvious, and you still haven't figured it out yet. Sun Yu sneered at Yi Yunfei. You're implying that I'm not intelligent enough, aren't you?
Yi Yunfei raised his thumb and looked at Sun Yu.
Alright, not bad reaction. You're definitely my good partner. Sun Yu gave a cold laugh. Come on, you think everyone is like you? Everyone reacts as slowly as you do?
Yi Yunfei listened to this, then lowered his head and slowly pondered the previous statement.
So, how did the two of us end up eating together? That's a question worth pondering.
Sun Yu hurriedly waved her hand and pulled Yi Yunfei.
Stop, don't say anything. Let me tell you.
Yi Yunfei rested his chin on his hand, smiled, and looked at Sun Yu.
Alright, don't act like you know everything.
Sun Yu smiled at Yi Yunfei.
Don't mention it, I really know.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with disbelief and made a gesture inviting him to speak.
Come on, go ahead. Let's see what you can say.
Sun Yu answered the question that Yi Yunfei had been pondering with a serious expression.
That's just being argumentative. After listening to Sun Yu, Yi
Yunfei stroked his chin and fell into deep thought.
Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. That's a given, isn't it?
Of course it is.
See how quick I am? Yi Yunfei sneered at Sun Yu. Yes, you're getting there.
Sun Yu grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, casting a skeptical glance at Yi Yunfei. Why does what you're saying sound so sarcastic? Yi Yunfei pretended not to know, spreading his hands and looking at Sun Yu.
Ha! Can I do that?
Sun Yu turned her face away and slapped her hand. Alright, there was definitely some sarcasm in that remark. Yi Yunfei saw that Sun Yu was about to notice, so he hurriedly pulled her inside.
Alright. We'll go back later and you can take your time. Let's go to the Ferris wheel first.
Otherwise, we won't have time later, and it's already 2 o'clock.
Alright, we'll go back later and you can take your time. Let's go to the Ferris wheel first and play for a while.
Otherwise, we won't have time later, and it's already 2 o'clock. Sun Yu looked at her phone in disbelief.
Oh my god, it's already 2 o'clock? That was fast. Yi Yunfei said helplessly to Sun Yu. Is this just idle chatter? Beautiful moments always pass so quickly. Sun Yu waved his hand helplessly.
Well, I didn't find anything good, but I did find a lot of troublesome things.
Yi Yunfei organized his thoughts on continuing to stay with Sun Yu. Alright, let's go back later and feel sad then.
Sun Yu sighed helplessly, rubbing his head as he looked around.
Alright, I'll do as you say.
His words were filled with impatience.
2 of you? The staff asked Yi Yunfei.
Yi Yunfei let go of the staff member's hand and looked at him.
That's right, there are 2 of us. How much longer do we have to wait?
The staff looked up at the sky and pointed to the carriage that was about to arrive.
This one is empty, you two can get on right away. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with excitement.
Oh, today's luck isn't bad. The bungee jump just now was also pretty smooth, I didn't have to wait long before going up. Sun Yu flipped her hair and adjusted her hat.
Chapter 148, The Rest of Our Lives. The two stood below, silently waiting for the Ferris wheel to descend. After a while, an empty car came down, and the staff motioned for the two to get in. Alright, let's go. Yi Yunfei stretched lazily and slowly sat down.
Sun Yu glanced at the scenery outside, then followed Yi Yunfei inside. The two of them sat on the Ferris wheel, admiring the scenery outside. As the Ferris wheel rose halfway up, Yi Yunfei rested his left hand on his chin, with his shoulders leaning against the nearby support.
I feel like we should have come later. It doesn't look very good at this time.
Sun Yu looked out at the scenery and then looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression.
Is something wrong? I don't see any changes. Yi Yunfei smacked his lips and looked at Sun Yu.
No, look, if we come at night, the streetlights will be on, and if you look down from up high, it'll be amazing. Sun Yu rubbed his chin and then replied to Yi Yunfei.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Your plan to ride the Ferris wheel tonight won't work.
Yi Yunfei stared at Sun Yu expressionlessly. Why? Isn't this suggestion good?
Sun Yu shook his head beside him, looked out the window, then extended his finger and listed them one by one for Yi Yunfei.
Why is that unrealistic?
First, we only have so much time, we have to leave by 8 o'clock at night.
Second, are you sure the place will still be open after 8?
Yi Yunfei lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded at Sun Yu.
Indeed, I hadn't considered either of those points you mentioned.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression and waved his hand.
Come on, I bet you didn't even think about what you were saying before you said it. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu. Alright, you really know me.
I didn't even think about it just now. I was captivated by the scenery in front of me. After saying that, Yi Yunfei continued to drag his chin, turning his head to look outside. Sun Yu shook his head, sighed, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Come on, you're just being distracted by the scenery. Why not just say you're too lazy to think or you forgot about it? With that, he gave a cold laugh and looked at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly and looked at Sun Yu. Enough, enough. Is it that much fun to borrow my notes? Yi Yunfei spread his hands and looked at Sun Yu.
Sun Yu turned her face away, clapped her hands, and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Of course not. There's no one else around, so what's there to be shy about? Why hide it?
Yi Yunfei waved his hand helplessly as he looked at Sun Yu.
Oh, come on, it's just that I'm embarrassed. Now that I think about it, that was pretty stupid. Sun Yu shook her head and gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile. Well, should I just tell you everything then?
Yi Yunfei stared at Sun Yu across from him, who was grinning mischievously, and rubbed his chin as he looked at him.
No, don't say it. It's too embarrassing. Sun Yu was laughing so hard she couldn't stop, slapping her thigh. Hey, you actually know you're embarrassed? You never pay attention to these things usually. What's going on today? Yi Yunfei patted his chest and looked at Sun Yu with a serious expression. Oh, today is a day out, after all. It's not like usual when I'm so careless. I definitely need to pay attention to my appearance.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei from head to toe, occasionally smacking her lips as she gazed at him. Sun Yu stood beside him, sizing him up from head to toe, occasionally smacking her lips as she looked at Yi Yunfei. Wow, to see you care so much about your appearance in your lifetime, it seems like this life wasn't lived in vain after all. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu, who was standing beside him with a smug expression. What's up? Have you finally resolved your issues? Are you ready to go have a drink with the King of Hell and discuss what to do with your life from now on? Sun Yu waved his hand beside him, looking at Yi Yunfei across from him. Go away, go away. What do you mean, go drink with the King of Hell and discuss life? Can't you say something nice? Yi Yunfei smiled and continued lying beside him, gazing at the scenery outside. If you put it that way, doesn't that mean this life hasn't been in vain? Isn't that just saying this life is over? Sun Yu puckered her lips and looked at Yi Yunfei. Come on, what am I talking about? I'm saying that after knowing you for so long, I never expected that you'd ever come out looking so put together and paying attention to your appearance. Yi Yunfei reached out and touched his chest, looking at Sun Yu. Wow, you scared me. I thought you were ready to go drink with the King of Hell. I was already prepared to attend the feast. After saying that, Yi Yunfei deliberately lowered his head and sighed, looking very disappointed. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei, who was sighing beside her, with an expression of helplessness. You're really something. I wouldn't even go drink with the King of Hell if you asked me to. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a smile and patted his thigh. You might as well give it up. You've lived longer than me, you're probably only around 100 at most. Sun Yu clapped his hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. 100 years old isn't bad either. At least it's better than dying young in your 20s or 30s, isn't it? Yi Yunfei smiled faintly, his expression cold as he looked at Sun Yu. Give it a rest. I'm still fine now. You, on the other hand, I doubt you'll even make it to 40 with your irregular lifestyle. Alright, Yi Yunfei reached out and patted Sun Yu on the shoulder. Sun Yu extended his left hand and knocked away Yi Yunfei's right hand that was resting on his shoulder. Enough, give me back this lifestyle? No matter how you look at it, it's better than your irregular lifestyle, right? Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu with a smug expression. Oh, my life has become irregular? Sun Yu nodded, resting her right hand on her chin, then looked at Yi Yunfei. That's obvious. Staying up late at night and sleeping in the morning. Yi Yunfei looked outside helplessly, then awkwardly at Sun Yu. Indeed, that was the truth. He sighed and rubbed his head helplessly. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a cold expression. The moon doesn't sleep, so you don't either? Are you a bald little treasure? Only rich people stay up late. You, on the other hand, have no money and still stay up late. Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a disapproving look. Come on, I didn't do that. I go to bed at 11 p.m. sharp every day and wake up at 11 a.m. sharp the next morning. Yi Yunfei waved his hand to signal Sun Yu that he was wrong and pointed it out. Sun Yu gave a cold laugh. You're kidding, right? I can tolerate you getting up at 11 a.m. every morning, but you go to bed at 11 p.m. every night. If you ever went to bed on time even once, I wouldn't say a word. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu helplessly. Alright, if you don't believe me, you can come over at exactly 11 p.m. tonight and see for yourself, right? Sun Yu waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. Alright, I won't stay up late. I usually go to bed around 10 o'clock. Chapter 149, A Sudden Preventive Shot. After speaking, Sun Yu looked outside and sighed. Ah, old age, I can't even stay up late anymore. After listening to Sun Yu, Yi Yunfei, bored, rested his chin on his hand and continued to admire the scenery outside. Wow, getting old so early? At 30-something, shouldn't one be enjoying life?
No rain, no rainbow.
Sun Yu glanced sideways at Yi Yunfei and continued looking outside.
Well, it's your turn to go through this now, not mine. I've had my share. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu in confusion. Ha? Are you sure? You've experienced it? You're only in your 30s, right? How could you have experienced that? You're just starting out.
Sun Yu shook her head and continued looking outside.
No, we're almost there.
Of course, we've experienced most of it already.
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who looked weathered and weary, and nodded. That's about right.
You're married, have children, your life is stable, and your job is secure.
There's really nothing else to say. Sun Yu thought about Yi Yunfei's single status again and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I just remembered something. You're single, right?
He said this with a mischievous smile, looking at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei was completely dumbfounded, pointing at himself before looking at Sun Yu.
Me? That's a no-brainer. Of course I'm single. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei. It's rare for you to dress up like this. You're usually not this serious. You must be here to check out some young lady, right?
Yi Yunfei saw that Sun Yu had figured out his thoughts, leaving him in a cold sweat. He lowered his head and touched his forehead. Forget it, I can always find another girl from someone else's family.
Don't you have a daughter?
After saying that, Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the shoulder and gave her a mischievous smile. Sun Yu immediately sensed the growing hostility emanating from Yi Yunfei and slowly reached out to grab his neck.
I'm telling you, if you dare, I'll make sure you go in tomorrow.
Sun Yu stared at Yi Yunfei with a serious expression, and Yi Yunfei swallowed nervously.
Yi Yunfei removed Sun Yu's hands from his neck and silently touched his own neck. Ouch, that really hurts. If you'd squeezed a little harder, I probably wouldn't be here anymore.
Sun Yu was leaning against the window, staring intently at Yi Yunfei.
Well, if my daughter were to fall into your hands, I'd probably have to find someone to take care of you. Yi Yunfei touched his neck, looking at Sun Yu in shock, not even pretending to be joking. I wouldn't touch your daughter. It was just a joke. How could I possibly do something like that to your daughter?
We're more than 10 years apart.
How could I go back and do something like that? Right?
Sun Yu was standing right there, watching Yi Yunfei speak so seriously. I know you're joking, but I'm just worried that you might actually fall for her and take action.
I'm just giving you a heads up in advance.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu helplessly.
You're something else. I feel like you're a doting father. Let me tell you.
Sun Yu waved his hand to signal Yi Yunfei to stop. No, let me clarify something. I'm not a daughter slave, I'm just. Sun Yu pointed at herself with her finger, looking at Yi Yunfei with a serious expression. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands, glanced at Sun Yu, then looked outside.
Alright, if one day your daughter gets married, you'll have to kill your son-in-law, won't you?
Sun Yu lowered his head and thought silently for a moment.
I guess you're right.
I think I really need to find someone to take care of him. Yi Yunfei waved his hand, puckered his lips, and looked at Sun Yu.
Come on, don't actually do it. Just say it. Who plays like that? You're thinking of killing your own son-in-law on your daughter's wedding day?
Sun Yu shook her head helplessly.
Oh, what a doting father. His daughter is so wonderful, how could he bear to let her leave him? Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes and smiled. Well, I have to go even if I don't want to. I'm not saying I won't come back to see you. What, do you want her to live alone for the rest of her life?
Sun Yu waved her hand as she looked at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, I actually had that in mind.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu in shock.
Wow, you're really smitten with your daughter, aren't you?
Sun Yu shook his head helplessly.
Well, what can you do? It's just the way I was born. I can't change it.
Yi Yunfei's eyes darted around, and with a mischievous smile, he reached out and placed his hand on Sun Yu's shoulder, looking at her with a determined expression.
Why don't I help you fix this bad habit? I think I'm the right person for the job.
Sun Yu pouted and waved her hand helplessly at Yi Yunfei.
Alright, don't mention it. You might as well find someone more your own age. There's such a big age gap between you two, and I won't agree to it. Besides, you're not good enough for him, right?
With that, Sun Yu clapped her hands and spread them out. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, turned his face away, and clapped his hands.
Great, now I'm not good enough for you, huh?
Just a moment ago, you were thinking about how to strangle me, not saying a word but ready to act. Now you're not even bothering to act, but your words are truly poisonous.
Sun Yu waved his hand. Well, she's still my daughter, how could I give her to you? Don't you know what kind of person you are?
Yi Yunfei rested his chin on his hands as he looked at Sun Yu.
Well, it seems like marrying your daughter won't be easy after all. I guess I'll have to keep my distance from you.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of disgust.
Alright, keeping your distance is easy. Just open the door and jump out from here. Look, you'll be out in no time.
Having said that, Sun Yu clapped his hands and gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile. Yi Yunfei peered outside, then looked back at Sun Yu. Wow, jumping off there would mean certain death. Even if he survived, he'd probably spend the rest of his life in bed. Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei and took a look outside. It's okay, it's okay. It's either death or spending the rest of your life in bed. It's nothing to worry about. Yi Yunfei shook his head and looked at Sun Yu. Alright, I think we should just forget about this distance thing. It's too scary. Sun Yu waved his hand to signal that Yi Yunfei was wrong. No, don't say that. Look, if you go down there, what will people say about you? Yi Yunfei frowned and looked at Sun Yu in confusion. What are you saying about me? Sun Yu sighed and rubbed his forehead. Oh, why didn't you realize that? Look at you, if you jump from here, you're basically done for, right? What would people say? They'd probably say you died young, right? Look at you, suddenly you're so young. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands in shock, staring at Sun Yu. Wow, just because I'm younger, you agreed? Sun Yu's mischievous smile instantly turned into a serious expression. I disagree. I definitely disagree. What use is my consent if you're not here? How can I let my daughter marry into a ghost marriage and then become a widow? Am I? Chapter 150, The Sudden 100-Meter Sprint. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu with a serious expression. Well, that's pretty convincing. Everyone wants to keep their daughter at home forever, don't they? Sun Yu was also deeply moved by Yi Yunfei's words. You're right. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu. Come on, you really need to change that habit of yours. They say boys should be raised in poverty and girls in wealth, but you're completely deceiving everyone. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? I don't feel like anything is wrong. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and shook his head as he looked at Sun Yu. No, I feel like you spoil your daughter too much. It's almost like you're doting on her. Sun Yu stroked her chin and thought for a moment, then looked up at Yi Yunfei. That's not right. How did you know I've been overly indulgent toward my daughter? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly and rolled his eyes. How slow are you thinking? You just said you're a daddy's girl. Isn't that what daddy's girls do? Sun Yu finished listening, patted his chest, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Well, you've seen it today, but I'm not. Yi Yunfei sneered and looked at Sun Yu coldly. Hey, you're not? You're not the only one in the world, you know. Let me tell you something. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly and looked at Yi Yunfei. Well, believe it or not, there's no such thing as excessive pampering. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly and gave Sun Yu a half-hearted response. Yeah, right, whatever you say. After saying that, he glanced outside and then stretched lazily. Alright, time to go down. Let's get ready for the next place. Sun Yu also glanced outside and saw that they were indeed about to reach the ground. Alright, time to prepare for the next stop and head to the next location. Yi Yunfei leaned against the window again, gazing out at the scenery. Though he had been looking at it for quite some time, at least half an hour, it still held some interest for him. The two of them waited there slowly, patiently awaiting the moment they would touch down. After landing, the staff slowly opened the door, and the two followed them down. Yi Yunfei stretched lazily as soon as he stepped down, then quietly put his hat back on. Sun Yu watched Yi Yunfei's peculiar actions from behind and couldn't help but laugh. Sun Yu stood there watching Yi Yunfei fiddle with the clothes for a while. Alright, you've tidied it up enough. You've been fiddling with it for a while now. Yi Yunfei suddenly turned his head to look at Sun Yu. You're down? I thought you were stuck up there. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, you go ahead. I'm stuck here. It's not that big of a place, I can stay here. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a smile on his face. What if you really get stuck up there? Right? I'm just worried about you. Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and smiled as he spoke to him. Let me tell you, there's no way I could have gotten ahead of you. Yi Yunfei rolled his eyes and looked at Sun Yu with disbelief. Come on, you couldn't possibly get ahead of me, so just give it up. If I get ahead of you, do you really think you could pass me with your physique? After saying that, Yi Yunfei patted Su Yu's stomach with a mischievous smile and looked at Sun Yu. Sun Yu smiled as well, reached out to wrap her arms around Yi Yunfei's neck and pulled him aside. Yi Yunfei was forced to move while being held by Sun Yu. He tried to break free, but Sun Yu's strength was too great, and he couldn't escape. Alright, Sun Gu, let go of me. If you keep choking me like this, I'll probably just leave soon. Sun Yu continued to pull Yi Yunfei forward. It's nothing. It's no big deal. If it comes to that, I'll just go down and have a drink with the king of hell. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu with sincere eyes. No, I don't want to go so early. I can wait until I'm old. I'm still so young, right? Sun Yu wrapped her arms around Yi Yunfei and gave him a mischievous smile. No, you're not young anymore. You're almost 30. Isn't it better to go down sooner and reincarnate sooner? Yi Yunfei continued waving his hand, looking at Sun Yu. No, I haven't lived enough yet. Don't say that. I'm scared. Sun Yu let go of Yi Yunfei's right hand, patted his left shoulder, and looked at him. It's okay, you're not afraid, right? What are you afraid of?
Yi Yunfei continued to beg for mercy. No, I'm really scared, I'm not joking with you. Actually, I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a child.
Yi Yunfei still had a tearful tone as he spoke to Sun Yu. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's expression and felt that he had really gone too far, so he let go of his hand and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder.
Alright, I'm not going to tease you anymore. Let's find a place to sit down. I'm tired.
After saying that, he sighed and rubbed his head, then looked around aimlessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei quietly smiled to himself, then looked at Sun Yu and waved his hand.
I see a bench over there. Shall we go there?
He then pointed to the chair in front of them, and Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei's gaze.
Alright, let's go there then.
Yi Yunfei suddenly acted as if nothing had happened, running over like the wind and sitting down on the chair.
Sun Yu was still standing behind, staring blankly at Yi Yunfei as he ran away.
Sun Yu sighed silently to herself.
Wow, that was fast.
Yi Yunfei sat on a stool, gazing into the distance like a child. Sun Yu slowly caught up from behind, sat down next to Yi Yunfei, and clasped her hands tightly as she gazed into the distance.
Alright, with your 100-meter speed, you should go compete in international sprinting. I'm telling you, you'd be wasting your talent. Yi Yunfei sat beside him, waving his hand as he looked off into the distance. Well, I really don't want to go. First, it's tiring, and second, it's not normal rest. That kind of thing is really embarrassing for me, someone who's used to freedom.
Sun Yu clapped her hands beside him and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Wow, you've got some good reasons. Why didn't you mention them earlier? You didn't report that.
Yi Yunfei clapped his hands beside him and looked at Sun Yu. Well, I came here for stand-up comedy in the first place.
I really don't want to think too much about physical labor. It's too much trouble. It's better to just stand on stage. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in astonishment. Oh my, I didn't expect you to have no interest in such a glorious opportunity.
After Sun Yu finished speaking, Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a serious expression.
What's wrong? You still want to go? With your physique and weight, forget it.
Say it, Yi Yunfei habitually patted Sun Yu's thigh, half mocking his weight. Sun Yu had already caught on to what Yi Yunfei meant. He silently lowered his head and gave a cold smile before looking back at Yi Yunfei.
Well, you really don't have any lofty aspirations, do you?
Just think about it, if you manage to outrun him, it'll be announced on TV.
How glorious that would be. Chapter 151, The Third Opening. Chapter 151, The Third Opening.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, looking at Sun Yu with disdain.
Come on, you're exhausted every day, and now you've even won on TV. What a hassle.
Yi Yunfei lowered his head inside, then continued speaking.
Actually, it's not that this profession is bad, you know. It's just that I'm no longer suited for it now. It's too late.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei, who seemed a bit regretful and helpless, shook his head, and patted Sun Yu on the shoulder.
Well, if you don't want to go, then don't. I'm not saying anything else. But with your 100-meter dash speed, how can you not go?
Yi Yunfei frowned and looked at Sun Yu with disdain. Well, my 100-meter dash speed is only triggered under special circumstances, it's not something I can do anytime I want.
Sun Yu rested his chin on his hands, staring at Yi Yunfei. What? It still needs to be activated?
Yi Yunfei slapped his thigh and looked at Sun Yu.
That wasn't something you could just do on a whim, you really thought it was that easy to just run out like that? Sun Yu stared at Yi Yunfei. Isn't that right?
I saw those people at the competition, they could just run up there so easily.
Yi Yunfei waved his hand and sighed. This is different.
They train every day, while I just eat, drink, and have fun, thinking about the script for the next performance.
I definitely don't have the time for that.
Sun Yu stroked his chin and nodded.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. Why don't you start working out every day too? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a disgusted expression. Come on, I don't have that much time. Maybe later when I'm free. Isn't this supposed to be about helping you lose weight?
Sun Yu was startled upon hearing the word diet, and recalled what she had said earlier that morning. She hurriedly ran from the Daeun Society to the park nearby.
Ugh, if you hadn't mentioned it, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now that you've brought it up, I'm scared.
It takes more than half an hour by car from Daeun Society to this park.
If we run there, it'll take us over an hour.
Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and thought for a moment.
How long will it take?
There's nothing much to do anyway, and tomorrow is also free.
We're just here to have fun, and it's a park. There shouldn't be much trouble if the two of us go there at night, right?
Sun Yu took out her phone and searched for the map.
Wow, that's quite a distance.
It's such a long way, and the navigation says it'll take about 2 hours to get there.
Yi Yunfei took Sun Yu's phone and looked at it, then pointed it out to Sun Yu.
Let's leave from Daeun Society tomorrow, walk to the intersection over there, where there's a breakfast place, eat, rest for a while, and then continue on our way. Sun Yu stroked his chin, looking at the route Yi Yunfei had pointed out on the map.
I think this way is also possible.
Let's go as you said, but if we take a break along the way, we might arrive a bit later. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu with a serious expression.
Don't worry about that. I've already planned it out. If we arrive around 11 o'clock, that should be fine.
The park isn't small, but we should be able to explore it in a few hours in the afternoon.
Sun Yu thought for a moment, then stared blankly at Yi Yunfei. What? If you arrive around 11 p.m., you'll have to get up around 8 a.m. Can you manage that?
Yi Yunfei heard Sun Yu's mocking tone, patted his chest, and looked at Sun Yu with a serious expression.
Alright, don't doubt me. Anyway, I'll get up early tomorrow and show you. Getting up early once won't hurt.
Sun Yu looked at Sun Yu, who was beaming with pride, and couldn't help but laugh at the sight.
Then she cleared her throat and looked at Yi Yunfei.
You better be prepared, this isn't just for one day. I'll have to go almost every day until I lose the weight. Yi Yunfei widened his eyes, unwilling to believe the truth, and looked at Sun Yu with curiosity.
Get up early every day? Sun Yu nodded beside him, watching Yi Yunfei. That's right, we have to go every day. Do you think I'm just going to accompany you for a day?
Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, feeling as though he had lost the will to live.
This is too much trouble. I have to get up early every day. Can I back out?
Yi Yunfei stared at Sun Yu with wide eyes as she acted pitiful.
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's expression and resolutely refused him. No way, absolutely not. If I don't go with you, who else can I go with? Are you really going to make me go alone?
Yi Yunfei stood beside him, his hands propping up his chin, looking utterly dejected as he stared at Sun Yu.
Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I never should have agreed to your proposal.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei lowered his head, sighed, and looked at Sun Yu helplessly.
Sun Yu, however, was very happy.
He reached out and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder, smiling broadly as he looked at him.
No problem, no problem. From now on, I'll be counting on you to accompany me in my workouts.
According to Sun Yu, Yi Yunfei got goosebumps all over his body, hugged his shoulders with both hands, and looked at Sun Yu with a disgusted expression.
What's going on today?
Just a moment ago, you were saying I was acting strangely, and now you're the one acting strangely. Sun Yu waved her hand, looking at Yi Yunfei's listless expression.
Enough, enough. Look at yourself now. You look like you're going to meet the Grim Reaper tomorrow. Yi Yunfei waved his hand at Sun Yu. Stop, don't say it like that. What do you mean you're going to see the King of Hell tomorrow? That's so harsh.
Sun Yu sighed and waved her hand, then stood up.
Alright, whatever you say goes. I'll follow your lead.
Sun Yu slowly stood up and stretched. Yi Yunfei watched Sun Yu stand up, then stood up himself and looked toward the pirate ship behind them.
Let's go. Next stop. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a look of surprise. What? You're leaving already? Aren't you going to rest for a bit?
Wow, upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei was stunned, staring at Sun Yu.
Well, if we keep this up, it'll be late. It's already 2 o'clock. Should we stay a little longer and play some more? Sun Yu subconsciously pulled out his phone to check the time. Sun Yu instinctively pulled out his phone to check the time. Wow, it's already 2 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun. Yi Yunfei waved his hand and looked at Sun Yu. Alright. You'll have your moment tomorrow morning.
Saying that, he patted Sun Yu's shoulder sympathetically, then gave him a mischievous smile. Sun Yu coldly pushed Yi Yunfei's hand away and looked at him.
Alright, you'll have to come with me tomorrow too. What are you smiling about? As she spoke, Sun Yu couldn't help but laugh. Yi Yunfei listened silently and then crouched down on the ground. Huh, that's right, I completely forgot about that. How about I find a hotel to stay at tonight? Then I'll go straight to the park to find you tomorrow. What do you think of that?
Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a disgusted expression.
Well, that's all you've got, isn't it? Not a bit more.
Yi Yunfei stood there silently, hands on his hips, staring at Sun Yu.
Right, whatever you say.
You should lose weight yourself instead of dragging me into it.
Chapter 152, do you understand?
After speaking, Yi Yunfei lowered his head and shook it, then sighed and looked at Sun Yu. Sun Yu clapped her hands, pursed her lips, and looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly.
Come on, weren't you the one who suggested I lose weight? You even said you'd accompany me. Now you're complaining? How dare you? Yi Yunfei rubbed his head and looked at Sun Yu. Oh well, I dug this hole for myself, and now I'm the one falling into it. Why am I doing this to myself?
Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and looked at him.
Alright, just as you said, you'll have to deal with the consequences of your own actions.
Yi Yunfei kept his hands behind his back, sighed, and looked off into the distance.
Oh, what a hassle. I have to accompany you every day for exercise and running. Why did I ever get myself into this? Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Alright, stop complaining. Let's go to the next pirate ship.
Yi Yunfei turned his head to look ahead and slowly walked over.
Alright, let's go. Keep playing. Whoever backs down is a coward.
Saying that, he grabbed Sun Yu and walked away.
Sun Yu followed Yi Yunfei toward the pirate ship. Yi Yunfei looked up at the pirate ship above. Wow, that looks pretty thrilling and impressive. Playing on that would probably scare the heart out of anyone up there. Sun Yu also looked up to take a look. Wow, that's pretty impressive. It's grand, but if you're a bit timid, you might end up getting into trouble up there. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu and pointed to the bungee jumping machine over there. Take a look at that one, then take a look at this one. Maybe after you ride that one, you won't find this one as fun anymore. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a mischievous smile. Come on, you just finished the roller coaster. The pirate ship isn't as fun. You're scared, aren't you? Sun Yu walked over to Yi Yunfei and patted him on the shoulder. If you're scared, just call me Grandpa and we'll call it even, okay? After saying that, Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile. Yi Yunfei couldn't stand this kind of provocation and looked at Sun Yu with disdain. Alright, I'll play along with you today. You're always trying to get me to quit. Who was the one who came down from the bungee jump and threw up for ages just now? Sun Yu blushed and turned away, but Yi Yunfei reached out and turned his face back, giving him a mischievous look. Who was that? You said I was a coward, but you're no better. You were the one who threw up all over the place, and I had to help you over, didn't I? Sun Yu glanced sideways at Yi Yunfei. You're telling the truth, I did vomit, I won't deny that. But you know, I wasn't the one backing down, right? You've been the one backing down since just now. After saying that, Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei's trembling legs and pointed at them. Look, your legs are still trembling. You called me a coward, yet you have the nerve to say that? Yi Yunfei lowered his head to look at his own legs, which were only trembling slightly in the wind. In reality, there was nothing wrong with them. My legs are trembling? Take another look. After saying that, he rolled up his pant leg and let Sun Yu take a look. Sun Yu looked down and took a closer look. These pants are also a magical thing. They're so baggy, I feel like I could wear them. Yi Yunfei lowered his head to look at his own pants, then glanced at Sun Yu's pants, and silently rubbed his chin. They are a bit loose, but if you say you can wear them, then maybe you can. Sun Yu squatted down, measured his own legs with his hands, then felt the thickness of Yi Yunfei's pant legs, and silently looked up at Sun Yu. It's almost the same. I think I can wear it too. It's about the same. I think I can wear it too. Yi Yunfei smacked his lips and looked at Sun Yu with disdain. Hey, why don't I give you my pants tonight so you can try them on? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei in astonishment. Forget it, I'm afraid I'll break it. What should I do if you make me compensate you? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Hey, we've been partners for months, and you're telling me this? Sun Yu waved his hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Come on, we've been partners for months. If I didn't know what kind of person you are, would I say that? With that, Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Yi Yunfei glanced sideways at Sun Yu. Come on, you know what kind of person I am. Just give it a rest. Don't think you know me so well, okay? Sun Yu glanced at Yi Yunfei. Alright, whatever you say goes. Yi Yunfei waved his hand to stop Sun Yu. No, I'm not worthy of you. Sun Yu waved his hand and patted Sun Yu on the head. Come on, you're not good enough for him. Give it up. After saying that, Yi Yunfei scratched his head and smiled at Sun Yu. Ha, you're really something. You know exactly what I'm thinking. Sun Yu smiled as he looked at Yi Yunfei, who was beaming with joy. Alright, I can still tell what you're thinking, at least for now. Yi Yunfei frowned and looked at Sun Yu. Hey, why does that make me so uneasy? What if something happens to me one day and you can't tell the difference? I'm afraid I'll end up dying at your hands. Sun Yu lowered her head, touched her chin, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Ugh, I don't think so. If something happens to you, I don't know where I'll end up. You might already be drinking with the king of hell. Yi Yunfei turned his face away, clapped his hands, and then turned back toward Sun Yu. Oh boy, something must have happened. There's no way you'll save me now. I guess I can't count on you after all. Sun Yu frowned as he looked at Yi Yunfei. Alright, if you say so, I won't help you if something happens to you. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands. Alright, do you want to help or not? And what could possibly happen to me? At worst, I'll catch a cold. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disdain. Give it a rest. The way you looked this morning, you probably had a fever and didn't even know it. Yi Yunfei waved his hand helplessly. That's a special circumstance, you know. It only happens once in a while, and it just so happened that you happened to be there this time, you know. Sun Yu sighed and clapped his hands helplessly. Yeah, right, whatever you say. We don't know who wakes you up every day, do we? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu helplessly, then at the pirate ship ahead, waving his hand at Sun Yu. Alright, let's not argue anymore. The group ahead will stop soon. Let's go, it's time to board the ship. Sun Yu adjusted his hat and stretched lazily. Alright, let's go. Look at you. You were just saying to mind your appearance, and now look at your hat. Sun Yu walked toward the pirate ship and casually adjusted Yi Yunfei's hat. Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly and waved at Sun Yu. Enough, enough. You've mocked him enough. It's time to stop. Sun Yu sighed and clapped his hands, looking at Yi Yunfei. Wow, just showing concern once and this is how you respond. Chapter 153, Boarding the Ship. Chapter 153, Boarding the Ship. Some people, you just can't be too nice to them, you know? They take kindness for granted. After saying that, Sun Yu lowered her head and took a deep breath. Yi Yunfei, who was listening beside him, was truly annoyed. He helplessly waved his hand at Sun Yu. Enough, that's enough. You still have the nerve to say that to me? Look at yourself. You can't even ride a roller coaster without getting sick. What can you do, anyway? Sun Yu turned around and glanced at Yi Yunfei as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Yunfei grabbed him by the arm. Let's talk about that later. Let's get on the boat first. If we wait any longer, we might miss the next wave. Sun Yu, who was being held by Yi Yunfei, froze for a moment before quickly turning her head and following Yi Yunfei as they ran off together. The two of them ran all the way to the pirate ship. Slow down, I'm tired. Yi Yunfei turned his face towards Sun Yu and waved his hand helplessly. Come on, look at yourself now. If you don't lose weight, what else can you do? The two of them walked to the back of the crowd. Yi Yunfei stopped, turned his head to look back, but was so out of breath from looking that he could barely catch his breath, and saw Sun Yu. Hey, you're really slow. Sun Yu used the last of her strength to lift her head and look at Yi Yunfei. Come on, you're just like me. Before Sun Yu could finish speaking, Yi Yunfei followed up and interrupted him. Since we weigh the same, I won't say it, right? Is that what you were going to say? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who was crouched on the ground panting heavily, with a sincere expression. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei helplessly. You're still so deserving of a beating, especially with that expression on your face. Yi Yunfei raised his head and smiled silently, but since there were many people around, he didn't dare to speak too loudly and pressed down his hat. No way, that expression is all mine. No one else can pull it off, and even if they try, they won't look as deserving of a punch as you do. Sun Yu waved her hand and looked at Yi Yunfei. Well, you're right, there really is one. Didn't you say before that our master could imitate it? And based on what you said, I feel like you're still better at this. Yi Yunfei extended his thumb towards Sun Yu. Of course. I'm an expert in this area. Yi Yunfei said this with a touch of pride, his expression still as amusing as ever, though he dared not show too much, as there were quite a few people around. Sun Yu had recovered enough to slowly stand up, looking at Yi Yunfei with a serious expression. What? You really thought I was complimenting you? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a look of disgust. Alright, I know you're mocking me. I guess I'll play along with you, huh? Sun Yu turned her face away, clapped her hands, and looked at Yi Yunfei. Wow, what's going on today? Even when we have class, you can be so cooperative with me. If the two of us were doing stand-up comedy, how easy would it be? Why make it so complicated? Yi Yunfei turned around and looked at Sun Yu with a disdainful expression. Come on, this isn't like usual. Today is a special occasion. Do I deserve special treatment? Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei and clapped her hands. Wow, if you had done that on any other day, it would mean you've changed. So, for my sake, keep up the good work, young man. Sun Yu finished speaking, nodded, and patted Yi Yunfei on the shoulder. Yi Yunfei adjusted his hat, looked at Sun Yu helplessly, and made an international hand gesture toward him. Alright then, no need to trouble you, old man. You should just focus on your own affairs. The people in front began to move, and the staff helped everyone board the pirate ship docked above. Sun Yu saw this and immediately turned Yi Yunfei's body around. Alright, let's continue this later. It's time to go. Before Yi Yunfei could finish speaking, Sun Yu suddenly turned him around, leaving Yi Yunfei completely bewildered. He had just turned his face away when it was twisted back again. This is a bit challenging. We might have a tough time up there. Yi Yunfei counted the number of people in front, and Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei twice. Seeing how serious he was, she didn't call him anymore and silently watched from behind. Don't worry, the two of us will definitely make it up there. I just checked the head count, and it's exactly the right number for the two of us. Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with disbelief. Oh no, what should we do if we can't get up there? Yi Yunfei stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Sun Yu with pride. If you can't get up there, you're my dad, got it? Sun Yu clapped her hands behind him and watched Yi Yunfei. Alright, I'll just give up then. Yi Yunfei turned his face to look at Sun Yu. Alright, if you go up there, you'll have to call me dad. Oh, what a good son you are. Just as Yi Yunfei finished saying dad, Sun Yu suddenly let out a sigh. Yi Yunfei stood in front, looking at Sun Yu with a helpless expression. What the heck, are you trying to trick me? Sun Yu helplessly waved his hand at Yi Yunfei. You're playing this game with me? You're a bit too early. I've been doing this for years, so I definitely know something. What are you trying to do? Yi Yunfei sighed and clapped his hands, looking at Sun Yu. You're something else. You're really observant. You can tell I'm being careful. Wow, you're something else. You really are observant. Sun Yu patted his chest and looked at Yi Yunfei, feeling quite proud of himself. That's right, you have to pay attention to the details, as they determine success or failure. Yi Yunfei stood at the front and muttered to himself under his breath. Come on, who cares about the details? Sun Yu hadn't heard what Yi Yunfei said, so he tapped Yi Yunfei on the shoulder and asked him. What? I didn't catch that.
Yi Yunfei was startled by the tap on his shoulder and nearly jumped up. He turned around and waved at Sun Yu.
No big deal. Sun Yu continued to hold on to Yi Yunfei's shoulder and spoke to him. No, I'm not trying to brush you off. I just didn't hear you clearly because I'm hard of hearing.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei turned around and sighed, then said to Sun Yu.
Well, I told you, you never paid attention before, and now you're starting to talk about it. Details determine success or failure. You really are a fickle person. Yi Yunfei gave Yi Yunfei a gentle push on the back. Walk ahead, we'll be there soon.
Yi Yunfei hurriedly turned his head and caught up with the large distance ahead.
Hey, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. I almost forgot to mention that too.
Sun Yu turned her head around and walked forward.
Just a moment ago, you were talking about how details determine success or failure, and now you've forgotten all about it in the blink of an eye?
Yi Yunfei turned around, waved his hand, and looked at Sun Yu.
You have to know when to care about these things.
Sometimes you definitely have to care, but sometimes you'll definitely forget.
You can't remember every single moment.
Sun Yu clapped his hands behind him and looked at Yi Yunfei in front of him.
Wow, you're almost as fast as me in a 100-meter dash.
You must need some kind of trigger to get going.
Chapter 154, Serious or Not? Yi Yunfei waved his hand helplessly.
That's a given, of course there are conditions.
How else would you know how strong you really are unless you're in a desperate situation?
Sun Yu lowered his head to look at Yi Yunfei, then lowered his head again and stroked his chin. It seems I need to come up with a way to put you in a desperate situation, otherwise I won't be able to showcase my true strength. Yi Yunfei frowned as he looked at Sun Yu. Sigh, you're such a person, always thinking about these things with ill intent. You're such a person, always thinking about these things with bad intentions. After saying that, Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly and looked at Sun Yu.
Sun Yu pushed Yi Yunfei again from behind and turned to look ahead. Alright, let's go board the ship. Yi Yunfei turned around and looked ahead. Oh, you're just saying that. It's just right for the two of us.
Sun Yu sighed and clapped her hands, looking at Yi Yunfei.
Wow, you were right. It really did come down to the two of us.
Yi Yunfei turned his face proudly to look at Sun Yu.
Come on, call me Dad. Sun Yu patted Yi Yunfei on the back, smiling broadly as he playfully pinched Yi Yunfei's neck. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you repeat that?
Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu's expression, then glanced at her hand around his neck, swallowed silently, and waved his hand.
Nothing to say, nothing to say. He just turned his face away. Sun Yu listened but didn't let go of his hands, still choking Yi Yunfei's neck. Did you just say you wanted me to call you Dad?
Yi Yunfei was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, quickly turned his face away to look at Sun Yu, and waved his hands frantically.
No, you heard wrong.
I was talking about that little boy over there. Look at his dad, he's so strong.
Yi Yunfei casually found a parent with a child behind him and asked them to take a look. Sun Yu hurriedly pressed down on Yi Yunfei's hand and glanced at him. Stop, don't point, it's very impolite. If the parents come looking for us later, it'll be a lot of trouble.
Yi Yunfei immediately lowered his finger after hearing this and silently bowed his head in apology.
Wouldn't that seem very impolite? Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei. That's obvious, isn't it? It would definitely be rude. If someone pointed at you in public, would you just shrug it off?
Yi Yunfei stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then looked up at Sun Yu.
Probably, I feel like I would find it very rude. Sun Yu clapped her hands and looked at Yi Yunfei. That's right. Put yourself in his shoes. That's how it should be. Yi Yunfei turned his face away and nodded silently. Indeed, what you say makes sense.
Sun Yu sighed softly behind him and quietly touched his forehead.
Then it was their turn to go up.
Yi Yunfei walked up step by step, with Sun Yu following closely behind.
The two of them sat down in the remaining empty seats.
Yi Yunfei gripped the handrails on both sides, and Sun Yu did the same.
Ugh, I feel a bit anxious.
Sun Yu looked up at the sky and smiled, then turned to look at Yi Yunfei.
Is that all? You didn't seem panicked just now. You looked like you were having a blast on the bungee jump ride. And who was it who said that after doing the bungee jump, this one wouldn't feel like anything?
After saying that, Sun Yu gave Yi Yunfei a mischievous smile and patted his shoulder.
Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly and looked at Sun Yu.
What happened earlier was earlier, now is now.
It's different. Yi Yunfei waved his hand awkwardly at Sun Yu. Sun Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei.
Now you're starting to make excuses again.
You shouldn't have been so stubborn earlier. You're embarrassing yourself.
After saying that, Sun Yu looked at Yi Yunfei with a mocking expression and shook his head.
Yi Yunfei turned his face away in embarrassment and touched his cheek with his fingers.
I didn't feel anything down there just now, but once it came up, it felt different from what I imagined.
This is a bit uncomfortable.
Sun Yu stood by, watching Yi Yunfei with a smug expression, silently smiling to himself. Oh, come on, show us the same spirit you had earlier. Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu, who suddenly became serious but couldn't help but let a smile slip through, and couldn't help but shiver. Please go back to your usual way of speaking. You're making me feel really uncomfortable. Yi Yunfei finished speaking, hugged his arms, and coldly stared at Sun Yu. The crew members below the boat clapped their hands, signaling everyone to stop. The people on the boat lowered their heads and looked at the crew members below. Everyone, please listen up. We're about to begin. Please hold on to the handrails and fasten your seatbelts. Everyone on board checked their seatbelts to make sure they were fastened, including Sun Yu and Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei patted Sun Yu on the shoulder. Hey, Sun Yu, do you think I've done this right? Sun Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation, looking at the clueless Yi Yunfei. Ugh, these past 20 years have been a waste of my life. Sun Yu reached out and tugged at the seatbelt in front of Yi Yunfei's stomach. It's fastened properly. There's nothing to worry about. You've really lived 20 years for nothing. You don't even know how to fasten a seatbelt. Yi Yunfei sighed and rubbed his head, then looked at Sun Yu with a sheepish expression. Oh, come on, this is something you hardly ever use when you go out. Have you ever seen me use it before? Oh, this is something you hardly ever use when you go out. Have you ever seen me use it before? Yi Yunfei spread his hands and said to Sun Yu. After hearing this, Sun Yu also looked helpless. Sun Yu waved his hand helplessly at Yi Yunfei. Oh well, you'll get used to it. It's no big deal. Anyway, I'm used to these things happening to you. Yi Yunfei clapped his hands and looked at Sun Yu. Well, to put it bluntly, you're just used to it, aren't you? Sun Yu clapped his hands at Yi Yunfei and gave him 2 thumbs up. Wow, that's nothing unusual. Do you think your usual antics aren't crazy enough? Yi Yunfei looked at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Wow, the things I usually do are that outrageous? I never would have guessed. Sun Yu turned her face away, one hand supporting her chin and the other resting on her knee, smiling as she looked at Yi Yunfei. Well, you're really something. You didn't even realize it yourself. Yi Yunfei was even more confused after hearing that, staring at Sun Yu for a while. One of the staff members walked up, checking each person one by one, and soon reached the 2 of them. Are you 2 ready? Sun Yu looked up and glanced at the staff. Alright, that's good, right? The staff member reached out and adjusted the seatbelt in front of Sun Yu. Alright, that's fine. There's nothing else to do. You can rest assured about the quality of the seatbelt. Sun Yu waved his hand and looked up at the staff member. No, you're overthinking it. I'm not worried about that, it's just a little small. The staff member smiled at this remark. Ha, we'll try to fix it and make it bigger for him next time. After saying that, the staff member walked over and adjusted the seatbelt in front of Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei spread his arms and let the staff adjust them. Chapter 155, Playing on the Pirate Ship. Don't act like you're not scared now. You'll be scared out of your wits in a minute. Yi Yunfei turned his head to glance at Sun Yu beside him and whispered softly. It's just a pirate ship. It's nothing special. There's something much more exciting nearby, and we've already experienced it. Sun Yu, however, seemed completely unfazed, as if he hadn't been the one scared earlier. Hee hee, just wait and see. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but feel a little excited inside, as he had already looked up pirate ship on Baidu earlier. This pirate ship project, though it didn't look particularly terrifying, only revealed its true essence once you actually got on it. He guarantees that Sun Yu will be scared half to death when the time comes. Everyone, the seatbelts are all secured. We're about to set sail. Get ready. The staff member on the side addressed the people on the boat, and everyone looked eager to go. Only a few young girls looked a little nervous. Let's get started already, I can't wait any longer. Sun Yu glanced at the staff and muttered under her breath. Just as he finished speaking, the pirate ship officially began to move. Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu, who were still seated in their original spots, felt as though they were weightless as the pirate ship began to rise. Moments later, the pirate ship had reached the peak of its ascent, and at that moment, Sun Yu couldn't help but let out a shriek. Ah! After the pirate ship reached its peak, Sun Yu let out such a sound, and upon seeing this, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but laugh. Haha, who was it who said they weren't afraid at all earlier? Now look at them, such a mess. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but mock Sun Yu, who tried to suppress his emotions but found it difficult to do so. Damn it, why aren't you afraid at all? Ah, it looks a bit sad. Yi Yunfei saw this and laughed even harder. As the pirate ship descended, Sun Yu felt an odd sensation, as if she were completely weightless, with her entire body tingling and numb. Sun Yu couldn't help but let out such a sound, which had an inexplicable charm. Wow, ahau, what's wrong with you? How did you make that sound? Yi Yunfei asked with a puzzled expression, while Sun Yu's cheeks flushed red. This is all because of that damn pirate ship. Sun Yu looked a bit resentful, but the pirate ship continued to rise and fall, and Sun Yu couldn't help but let out that sound. At that moment, he shot another disapproving glance at Yi Yunfei. Sun Yu, this time you've lost. There's no use trying to argue. Yi Yunfei said with a smile. I'm scared like this, and you don't even come to comfort me. Just pretend I lost, okay? Sun Yu said again.
Hearing this, Yi Yunfei also felt a mix of worry and tenderness in his heart. Seeing Sun Yu's flushed cheeks, he couldn't help but reach out and embrace her. At that moment, Sun Yu also felt a strong sense of security, and she grew even more dependent on Yi Yunfei. It was as though all the fear on the pirate ship had vanished. But that unique feeling still lingers. Yi Yunfei, it's so good to have you. He couldn't help but snuggle up against Yi Yunfei's chest and whisper those words softly. Haha, next time if you're scared, just say so earlier, so I can feel sorry for you sooner. Yi Yunfei said tenderly as he stroked Sun Yu's hair. Just as Yi Yunfei finished speaking, terrifying music suddenly began to play around the pirate ship. As the music began to play, the pirate ship seemed to rise even faster. This pirate ship is actually quite fun. It even has such an entertaining scene, making it look as though you're really out at sea. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yunfei not only didn't feel afraid but actually looked very excited. I feel a little scared. Sun Yuwang snuggled closer to Yunfei's embrace and said softly. Don't be afraid, I've always been by your side. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei hugged her even tighter. Slowly, the feeling of fear in his heart vanished once again. The pirate ship continued on its way, but the fear in Sun Yu's heart had diminished greatly. Under the sweet gazes of those around them, the pirate ship finally came to a stop, and Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu stepped off the ship. Come on, the pirate ship is over now. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Yi Yunfei whispered to Sun Yu, and at that moment, Sun Yu was snuggled up beside Yi Yunfei, the two of them looking extremely affectionate. After getting off the pirate ship, Sun Yu was also extremely happy. Although the pirate ship experience had been a bit scary, Sun Yu was still quite satisfied. Yi Yunfei, I definitely want to try this pirate ship again next time. Although there were a few minor setbacks along the way, Sun Yu was also left with a deep impression. Alright, let's continue playing next time. However, it's already late, so let's go have dinner. Yi Yunfei glanced at the time and saw that it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Coincidentally, both of them were feeling a bit hungry. Alright, my stomach is indeed very hungry. Sun Yu rubbed his stomach, which happened to growl at that moment. Pfft, look at you, you're almost starving. Let's go, I'll take you wherever you want to eat. Yi Yunfei held Sun Yu's hand, and the two of them walked toward the exit of the pirate ship amusement park. I feel like having hot pot. I heard there's a pretty famous hot pot restaurant nearby. Let's go try it together. He immediately mentioned the name of the hot pot restaurant, which was called Xian Yun Restaurant. Oh, Xian Yun Restaurant, huh? I heard it's owned by a celebrity and has some special braised dishes that seem to taste really good. Yi Yunfei also became interested. He had heard about Xian Yun Restaurant online before. Yeah, I've watched a lot of videos about the Xian Yun Restaurant online before. Maybe we'll even run into some celebrities this time. Sun Yu said excitedly, and Yi Yunfei also felt a sense of anticipation. This Xian Yun Restaurant was opened by a big celebrity, but it hadn't been open for very long, so it often attracted celebrities. Since these celebrities dine at Xian Yun Restaurant for free, and they also wish to establish connections with the famous celebrity, it is common to see celebrities at the hot pot restaurant. Let's go, let's hurry up. I'm starving. Even if there are no celebrities, we should at least be able to spot some influencers. Sun Yu tugged at Yi Yunfei's sleeve urgently. Alright, let's go now. I'll look up the location of that Xian Yun Restaurant on Baidu first. Chapter 156, Celebrity Restaurant, Xian Yun Restaurant. This Xian Yun Restaurant is very close to us. Let's just take a taxi there. Yi Yunfei checked the distance and said this, and Sun Yu nodded in agreement. Let's go. We'll head over there right away. Yi Yunfei took out his phone and quickly booked a taxi. What surprised both of them was that the car that picked them up was a BMW. Are people these days so wealthy? A BMW came to pick us up. Yeah, I just randomly booked a ride on the app and it was even on sale. I never expected it to be a BMW. Yi Yunfei was also extremely surprised. After all, such a scene was something he had only ever seen on TV before. Maybe they're just out there experiencing life. Sun Yu chuckled and said with a smile. Sun Yu chuckled and spoke up. That makes sense. Maybe he really is here to experience life. Yi Yunfei expressed his agreement. The car wasn't very far from the two of them, and after 4 or 5 minutes, it had already arrived on this side. After getting into the car, the two discovered that the driver was a middle-aged man. Gentlemen, are you heading to Xian Yun Restaurant? The driver asked, and Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement. Yes, we are indeed going to Xian Yun Restaurant, and it's our first time eating there. Xian Yun Restaurant is really great. I went there once when it first opened, and the food was indeed delicious. They even have special treatment for couples. After hearing what the car owner said, Yi Yunfei also felt a bit of curiosity in his heart. Speaking of which, you don't seem to be short on money, so why are you out driving? While on the road, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but ask, driven by his curiosity. Well, you can guess for yourselves. The car owner also smiled and said, they must be out experiencing life, right? Yi Yunfei asked with a smile.
The car owner sighed deeply at that moment, shook his head, and his lips curled into a bitter smile. Actually, it's not as easy as you think. Although I'm not exactly rolling in money, my family situation has always been very complicated, and being at home has always made me feel really uncomfortable. The reason I chose to drive is simply to escape the situation at home. The car owner told Yi Yunfei quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei seemed to understand something, realizing that there were so many reasons behind it. Perhaps you could discuss it thoroughly with your wife. However, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but voice his suggestion. I've also considered this issue, but I've never known how to bring it up. He spoke reluctantly. Immediately after, Yi Yunfei offered the car owner some suggestions. I believe that if you open up to her, your wife won't be completely ununderstanding. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, the car owner finally felt a surge of courage rise within him. Alright, once I return, I will try to speak with him and see if he can change his mind. The car owner's name is Zhang Yuncheng. After this conversation, Zhang Yuncheng also had a very good impression of Yi Yunfei. At this point, the car had arrived at the entrance of Xian Yun Restaurant. We've arrived at Xian Yun Restaurant. You two can get out now. The driver said. At that moment, Yi Yunfei picked up his phone. Alright, thank you, Mr. Zhang Yuncheng. Let me scan your code for you. But what surprised Yi Yunfei was. At that moment, Zhang Yuncheng did indeed wave his hand. No need, no need. These are nothing. If you can really help me solve the problem at home this time, I will give you some compensation. At this point, Zhang Yuncheng spoke these words. Upon hearing Zhang Yuncheng's words, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but laugh twice. Deep down, he knew that Zhang Yuncheng was indeed not short of money. Alright, since that's the case, thank you very much. I hope you and your wife can work things out and mend your relationship. In the end, Yi Yunfei didn't pay, but he did offer his blessings. Zhang Yuncheng nodded, a slight smile appearing on his face. After watching Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu get out of the car, he drove away. No wonder it's a famous hot pot restaurant. Even from the outside, it looks very grand. And it's incredibly unique. At this moment, Yi Yunfei also looked at this Xian Yun restaurant and couldn't help but speak up. Sun Yu nodded in agreement after hearing Yi Yunfei's words. This Xian Yun restaurant was indeed very unique, with a layout that other hot pot restaurants didn't have. Alright, let's hurry inside. Sun Yu couldn't help but speak up. Because both of them were young people. Therefore, they also tend to prefer such places. Sir, are you two alone? As the two walked toward the Xian Yun restaurant, a waiter approached them and asked the same question. Yes, just the two of us. How much is it? I'll pay. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, the server also brought out a payment code. Yi Yunfei then scanned the payment code. Payment successful. Yi Yunfei paid first, but it was only the base price. Later, the two of them would order their dishes, finish eating, and then pay again. Let's go in and eat now. When it's time to eat, you'll just want to eat this. Yi Yunfei spoke up, then took Sun Yu's hand and walked into the Xian Yun restaurant. The sesame oil hot pot would take a little time to cook. However, there were still some dishes available to eat immediately, as well as some fruits, inside the Xian Yun restaurant. Sun Yu, take a little less. Don't eat all your dinner. By then you'll already be full. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but speak up. The food at this hot pot restaurant is so delicious I wouldn't dare complain. Sun Yu countered, and Yi Yunfei couldn't help but smile helplessly. If that's the case, then I'll help you get some fruit too. Yi Yunfei stood up and walked toward the fruit section. Sun Yu saw Yi Yunfei's expression and a smile also appeared on the corner of her lips. Then remember to grab me 2 bananas and some cherries. Sun Yu added a few more words from behind, and Yi Yunfei walked over to the fruit section. There were indeed a lot of fruits here, and there were even strawberries. You should know that strawberries are quite expensive. Therefore, most hot pot restaurants do not offer strawberries. However, this place offers a variety of fruits, and the prices are not overly expensive. Chapter 157, Special Services, Confession Flowers. At that moment, Yi Yunfei stood there and also caught a whiff of a rather unusual scent. Was it the smell of braised dishes? That was also a specialty of this Xian Yun restaurant. Yi Yunfei turned his head and saw quite a few pickled dishes. There were even chicken feet and duck intestines, which were his favorites. Seeing this, Yi Yunfei's mood became even happier. He walked over there again, picked up a few duck intestines and chicken feet, and placed them on the plate. Of course, he didn't do a very good job, so he'll have to pay attention to it later. By the way, take some of these fruits and other things as well. Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei walked toward Sun Yu with the items he had already selected. At that moment, Sun Yu also brought over 2 glasses of juice. Yi Yunfei, I got you a glass of juice too. It's grape flavored. You should like it. After hearing those kind words, a smile also appeared on Yi Yunfei's lips. As long as you bring it to me, I'll like it no matter what it tastes like. And grape flavor is my favorite. You really do know me well. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yuaya looked somewhat smug. Of course, in this world, I am the only one who truly understands you. Immediately afterward, the two of them sat down at the table. During this time, Sun Yu took some more dishes. However, by the time he got there, his stomach was already growling with hunger. So halfway through, he ate some fruit and actually burped from being full. These dishes had just been served, and we hadn't even started eating properly yet, but you already looked like you were full. Yi Yunfei couldn't help but smile. With that kind of appetite, the two of them might not even finish their meals. It would probably take another 4 or 5 minutes for the dishes that had just been served to be ready. Nonsense, I'm not full yet. I just burped. Sun Yu couldn't help but say. He rubbed his stomach and looked a bit proud. Alright, we'll see how much you can eat in a bit. Yi Yunfei said with a mischievous smile. While the food was cooking, the two of them didn't just stand around idly, but started chatting about various things. Have you heard the latest news? It seems like a celebrity has been caught cheating. Sun Yu couldn't help but speak up. He usually kept himself well informed about current events. How did you know about this? I didn't expect you to know so much. You're really nosy. You're the one being gossipy. This is clearly just making good use of my time. Sun Yu pouted. Alright, I think I've heard about this before. The name of that celebrity seems to be Yao Hua. Yi Yunfei spoke up. Although he hadn't specifically watched the news recently. However, when he was browsing earlier, a pop-up window appeared with such a news article. Although Yi Yunfei didn't read it carefully. However, after glancing through it, he had a general idea of what it was about. Yeah, this is way more explosive than we imagined. Because yesterday, another scandal broke out. The male celebrity, who had already been widely criticized, suddenly made a comeback. Sun Yu spoke these words in a mysterious manner. There was such a thing? How did he turn it around? Yi Yunfei also felt a bit curious. Seeing Yi Yunfei's expression, Sun Yu couldn't help but look a bit smug. You didn't know that, did you? It's because there's even bigger news out there about Yao Hua's wife, Su Jingru. She had already cheated on him with multiple men in the past. After hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei was also very surprised. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the entertainment industry. However, he was well aware that Su Jingru was a top-tier female celebrity in the entertainment industry. I had heard of Su Jingru before. Wasn't she famous for her innocent image? How could she do such a thing? Yi Yunfei was truly shocked. Because every one of these top-tier female celebrities has an extremely high public image. And Su Jingru's persona just happens to be bronze. I never expected him to do such a thing behind everyone's back. It's laughable. In public, he still acts so innocent. Yi Yunfei spoke up. He had never been particularly fond of celebrities. In the past, he felt that these celebrities were somewhat hypocritical. Because, in his view, the things these celebrities did were merely to please the masses. Their true selves are perhaps known only to themselves. Regardless, they are merely ordinary people, and it is only because these events happened to them that they have had such a profound impact. Yi Yunfei commented, and Sun Yu nodded in agreement. At that moment, the ingredients in the hot pot were almost cooked. Alright, the food is ready. Let's eat. Yi Yunfei spoke up. He then ordered a few more dishes and handed a plate of chicken feet to Sun Yu. Sun Yu, try this chicken wing. After cooking it in this hot pot, it has a unique flavor. When Sun Yu saw Yi Yunfei pass him a chicken wing, his cheeks flushed slightly, and a sense of happiness began to spread through him. Alright, I'll give it a try. I heard that the broth at this hot pot restaurant is also the most unique. Immediately after, Sun Yu picked up a chicken wing and took a bite, and it was indeed very delicious. Are you two a couple? Just then, two waiters walked over and addressed Yi Yunfei. Are you a couple? What would you do if you were a couple? Yi Yunfei asked curiously. If you two are a couple, we would prepare a bouquet of flowers for you to give to the lady at that time. When the waiter said this, I felt that Sun Yu immediately agreed. Of course we're a couple. Have you ever seen a couple who aren't together eating together like this? Seeing that Sun Yu had already spoken up, Yi Yunfei didn't say much either. Immediately afterward, the waiter brought over a bouquet of flowers, which Yi Yunfei accepted. He then stood up, knelt down on one knee, and presented the bouquet to Sun Yu. Look there, there's a confession. Customers nearby saw the scene and started screaming. That man is so handsome. I wish he were confessing his feelings to me. A woman said that. And some men looked a bit jealous. He's just a pretty face. What value could such a flower possibly have? Chapter 158, The Bug in the Soup. Since Sun Yu was also extremely beautiful, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu looked incredibly well matched when they were together. Therefore, when Yi Yunfei made such a gesture towards Sun Yu, it naturally attracted the attention of so many customers. If it were an ordinary person, there wouldn't be many people paying attention. Alright, get up quickly. There are so many people watching. Sun Yu blushed as she accepted the flower, looking a bit shy as she spoke. He was indeed very shy. So you accept my confession, right? Yi Yunfei smiled mischievously, and Sun Yu blushed and nodded her head.
Next time when there are fewer people around, let's do it this way.
Immediately afterward, the two of them began to enjoy their meal. After a while, the flavor at the bottom of the pot had become somewhat bland, and there wasn't much soup left in the pot.
The waiter came over to add some more soup.
Yi Yunfei called out to the waiter beside him.
This Xian Yun restaurant was different from other hot pot restaurants. Because at this Xian Yun restaurant, if you want to add soup to the pot, there is an extra charge.
Alright, sir.
I'll be right over to add some for you. The waiter agreed and rushed over 2 minutes later.
How much more soup would you like, sir?
After arriving, the waiter also asked the two of them.
Just add whatever you like, as long as it's not too much.
Alright, sir, I'll add it now.
Immediately, the waiter began to add the soup, and before long, it was ready. A few large red chili peppers were floating on the surface. Take a look at this chili pepper, it's my favorite chili pepper from this hot pot restaurant.
Sun Yu spoke up at this moment.
But just at that moment, Yi Yunfei's eyebrows twitched slightly.
What is this thing?
He picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a chili pepper, only to find a small insect on it.
Oh my goodness, it's a bug. There's a bug in the hot pot. Sun Yu exclaimed loudly, though he hadn't meant to.
After all, girls naturally have a great fear of insects. And this particular bug was found in hot pot soup. This was my first time eating hot pot, and I saw a bug in the broth.
Yi Yunfei recalled this incident and felt a bit queasy.
This bug must have been added to the soup when it was being reheated. Because this insect is on the surface of this chili pepper, which was recently added.
Yi Yunfei thought for 2 seconds and made his own judgment. Thinking about it, the nausea in his heart wasn't as intense anymore.
After all, if this one bug just got in, it means there weren't any bugs before.
What should Yi Yunfei do now? I'm already losing my appetite.
Sun Yu said with a look of grievance. After all, finding bugs in hot pot is indeed very off-putting. Fortunately, both of them had already eaten quite a bit by then.
Never mind, I'll ask the waiter.
After saying that, Yi Yunfei turned his head and looked to the side.
Waiter, come here.
Yi Yunfei's voice wasn't exactly quiet, and the waiter heard him and immediately started walking over.
What happened, sirs? Do you need any help? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei gave a cold laugh.
He added this one large red chili pepper. Take a look at what's on this chili pepper. The waiter looked down and didn't see it clearly at first, but then noticed it was something like a grain of millet. It wasn't until he looked closely that he realized it was actually a bug.
Sir, where did you find this insect?
Although the waiter was a bit flustered, he couldn't help but ask.
Where else could it have come from?
It was found in this hot pot.
I've never eaten hot pot before, and now there's a bug in it. What should we do?
Yi Yunfei put down his chopsticks and asked the waiter.
Seeing Yi Yunfei like this, the waiter also looked a bit flustered.
But after a moment, he regained his composure. Sir, there is indeed a bug here. However, you cannot prove that this particular insect is from our hot pot. It might have been placed there by you yourself, for all we know. Originally, Yi Yunfei had thought that if this Xian Yun restaurant could apologize to him, perhaps this matter could be resolved very easily. What he didn't expect was that Xian Yun restaurant would react in such a strange and ambiguous manner after discovering bugs in the hot pot.
Oh, really? I never expected Xian Yun restaurant to take such an attitude. After reaching an agreement, Yi Yunfei slapped the table, looking somewhat angry.
If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter won't be resolved so easily.
Yi Yunfei said coldly. Although he lacked nothing. However, the waitstaff at Xian Yun restaurant were too numerous, which made him feel extremely annoyed.
At that moment, more customers were also coming over from the supermarket.
Isn't that the couple who confessed their feelings earlier?
They actually found bugs in their hot pot.
Someone spoke up.
He was also extremely surprised. Everyone, this might be something this gentleman staged himself. Perhaps he just wanted to eat for free, and there is currently no evidence to prove that this insect came from our hot pot restaurant. If it was indeed our fault if we accidentally put it in the food and there is evidence to prove it, we will compensate him generously. However, we absolutely refuse to be framed or falsely accused. The waiter said firmly. At that moment, several high-ranking officials from the Xian Yun restaurant also walked over. The waiter's words were spoken under the instructions of the higher-ups at the Xian Yun restaurant.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei felt even more anger welling up inside him. The waiter was right.
After all, we had been eating hot pot at this restaurant for so long and had never heard of anyone finding bugs in it before.
How could this man have found bugs in the hot pot on his first try?
Maybe he actually put them in there himself, just to get a free meal.
Someone nearby overheard and said that. Yi Yunfei heard this and couldn't contain his anger anymore. He stood up abruptly. Since you claim your hot pot restaurant is so clean, dare you let me go into the kitchen to take a look? After saying that, Yi Yunfei walked straight toward the kitchen. Besides, your hot pot restaurant isn't worth me framing you. I don't need the money for a meal, and today I'm going to take a good look at your kitchen. Chapter 159, The Boss's Offer, Yi Yunfei's Refusal.
Chapter 159, The Boss's Response, Yi Yunfei's Refusal. At that moment, some of the waitstaff in the hot pot restaurant also began to feel a little tense. I'm sorry, sir, but you are not allowed to enter the kitchen area. They seemed to want to stop Yi Yunfei, but they couldn't stop him. As Yi Yunfei headed toward a specific area in the kitchen, the staff at Xian Yun restaurant grew increasingly tense. Several employees from Xian Yun restaurant tried to stop Yi Yunfei from entering the kitchen. However, Yi Yunfei's movements were extremely swift, and they were unable to stop him. At that moment, Yi Yunfei had already reached the entrance to the kitchen. As he was about to step inside, everyone inside the Xian Yun restaurant was watching him. Seeing how determined this young man looked, could it be that he was telling the truth? Someone spoke those words. There are also some doubts about previous speculations. That's true. Although Xian Yun restaurant looks very good on the surface, we haven't actually entered the kitchen. It might not be as clean as we imagine. Some others also expressed agreement in their hearts. At that very moment, a middle-aged man emerged from a room adjacent to the kitchen of Xian Yun restaurant. This middle-aged man exuded an air of confidence and dignity. The clothes he wore were different from those of the staff around him, indicating that he was likely a high-ranking official at Xian Yun restaurant. Sir, please wait a moment. I am the owner of Xian Yun restaurant. One of our employees made a mistake earlier, and I would like to apologize to you. Would you be willing to give me an opportunity to provide a reasonable explanation? This person's name is Wang Gang. Wang Gang spoke these words at that moment. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Yi Yunfei also paused briefly. Yi Yunfei, should we listen to what this person has to say? Sun Yu also turned to ask Yi Yunfei. In his view, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, and this seemed like a reasonable outcome. Moreover, he was somewhat curious about the words spoken by his boss, Wang Gang. Alright, since that's the case, then tell me how you plan to handle this matter. I'll see how you handle it. Seeing this, Yi Yunfei didn't rush either. Instead, he pulled over a chair from the side, sat down in place, and looked at Wang Gang. Wang Gang approached Yi Yunfei with a smile on his face. He could tell that Yi Yunfei was no ordinary person. Therefore, he was prepared to give Yi Yunfei a satisfactory response. Sir, since you claim to have found insects in our hot pot, I will waive the charge for this hot pot. Additionally, we will provide a token of our apology to all customers at Xian Yun restaurant. Wang Gang said these words. Immediately afterward, he waved his hand, and a small cart was pushed out from the side. The cart was loaded with various fruit platters, all of which were quite expensive. These fruit platters were then distributed to everyone present at the Xian Yun restaurant that day. Wang Gang said this, waving his hand in a grand gesture, looking very generous. The other people inside the Xian Yun restaurant saw this scene and felt a sense of surprise in their hearts. I never expected Mr. Wang Gang to be so generous. Sir, please don't dwell on it, just forgive Xian Yun restaurant. At that moment, someone tried to stop him. After hearing the words spoken by those around him, Yi Yunfei coldly snorted. That alone was not enough. He said indifferently. In his view, if Wang Gang, the owner of Xian Yun restaurant, had come forward and spoken to him like that earlier, he might have forgiven him. However, Yi Yunfei was certain that Wang Gang had witnessed everything that had happened earlier and had only come forward now. Where were you just now? Why didn't you come out sooner? Yi Yunfei furrowed his brows. Wang Gang's expression also grew slightly awkward after hearing Yi Yunfei's words. It seems that you are not entirely satisfied with what I gave you earlier. In that case, let me make it up to you. Today's meal will be on us. And we will compensate you with a free meal voucher, so you can come back to our Xian Yun restaurant and enjoy a free meal next time. After saying this, Wang Gang waved his hand, took out a meal voucher from his waist, and handed it to Yi Yunfei. However, upon seeing the meal voucher, Yi Yunfei merely gave a cold smile. This voucher is unnecessary, but I will reimburse today's meal expenses. However, I will report today's events truthfully online. Yi Yunfei spoke up. At the time of the incident, he had already recorded all the audio here. He also took some video footage. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Wang Gang's expression changed slightly. Sir, isn't that a bit too much? He looks a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Do you want me to praise you? Xian Yun restaurant? After saying that, Yi Yunfei took a few more steps and walked straight into the kitchen. This time, upon entering the kitchen, he glanced around and took in the scene inside. He noticed some unsanitary conditions. After seeing these unsanitary conditions, Yi Yunfei felt it was even more necessary to report the situation here online. If I were to report the situation here online today, I would also feel a sense of guilt. Don't think that money can resolve everything. Yi Yunfei said indifferently. Anyway, they had already eaten most of it earlier. So at this point, Yi Yunfei was also preparing to leave with Sun Yu. Sun Yu, let's leave this place. After saying this, Yi Yunfei grabbed Ahi's hand and turned toward the entrance of Xian Yun restaurant, leaving behind Wang Gang with a pale face. Watching Yi Yunfei leave the Xian Yun restaurant, Wang Gang felt extremely displeased inside. However, he had no idea what to do about it.
After all, there were so many people at the Xian Yun restaurant he couldn't possibly force Yi Yunfei to stay. After Yi Yunfei left with Sun Yu, not much time had passed before he and Sun Yu returned to the hotel where they had previously rented a room. After Yi Yunfei left with Sun Yu, not much time had passed before he returned with Sun Yu to the hotel where they had previously been staying. They had already booked the hotel when they first came here to sightsee. After arriving at the hotel, the two of them rested and sat on the sofa. Chapter 160, The Final Punishment. Overall, today was a pretty good day, but the events that unfolded at the Xian Yun restaurant toward the end left a bitter taste in my mouth. Yi Yunfei said indifferently, and Sun Yu nodded in agreement. Yi Yunfei, are you really going to post that recording and those videos online? At that moment, Sun Yu also turned to Yi Yunfei and asked him the same question. Yes, that's how it should be, only then can I be at peace with myself. After all, everything he had filmed was real, so he had nothing to fear from anything else. Alright, Yi Yunfei, I support you. Sun Yu also spoke those words, so he couldn't possibly stop Yi Yunfei. Moreover, what Yi Yunfei was doing wasn't a bad thing. And even if this matter were to cause any trouble, I am confident that Yi Yunfei could handle it with ease. Therefore, he is not overly concerned. Alright, don't worry about this matter anymore. Earlier, didn't we say that you would face the consequences of your words? Have you thought it through? Alright, don't worry about this anymore. Earlier, didn't we say that you would be punished for what you said? Have you thought about the punishment yet? At that moment, Yi Yunfei gave Sun Yu a mischievous look and spoke those words. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu's expression grew tense. Yi Yunfei, what kind of punishment do you want? Hearing such words, she couldn't help but feel a little worried, afraid that Yi Yunfei might demand something excessive. Can I really just say whatever I want? Yi Yunfei asked casually. Sun Yu thought for a moment and finally nodded. Go ahead, I want to hear it. After Sun Yu finished speaking, Yi Yunfei chuckled softly. Suddenly, he pounced on Sun Yu and pinned him to the bed, whispering, "That's exactly the punishment I wanted to give you." As Yi Yunfei spoke those words, he had already tackled Sun Yu onto the bed. Sun Yu suddenly became extremely tense, not expecting Yi Yunfei to act so boldly. His face flushed with embarrassment in an instant. This isn't quite right. Sun Yu said these words. At the moment he uttered those words, he had already been pinned down by Yi Yunfei. What's so bad about it? I've made up my mind, this is the punishment. Yi Yunfei gently pressed Sun Yu beneath him. Even if she wanted to resist, she didn't have the strength to do so. As a woman, her strength was limited. You're so cruel. Even though Sun Yu said such words. However, there was not a trace of blame on his face, instead, it was filled with shyness. Nevertheless, Yi Yunfei said this. His actions did not go too far, he simply held Sun Yu in his arms. Could it be that you've already guessed what I'm planning to do? I just want to hold you close and sleep soundly. Today, we're both exceptionally tired. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu's cheeks grew even redder. For some reason, there was also a hint of sadness in his heart. You really won't do anything excessive? Sun Yu asked cautiously. Upon hearing the words he wanted to hear, Yi Yunfei smiled. Don't you dare suggest I do something excessive. Although Yi Yunfei also had some thoughts in his heart. However, he did not want to force Sun Yu. So tonight, he planned to simply hold Sun Yu in his arms and sleep soundly. Alright, since you're not going to do anything, then forget it. Let's both get some rest. Sun Yu could only say that. However, Yi Yunfei was really quite busy today. So it wasn't long before he felt extremely tired. After some time had passed, he fell directly into a state of sleep. Since the two of them had returned home quite late today, they lay in bed at night, with the sound of crickets chirping outside. Yi Yunfei held Sun Yu in his arms, and Sun Yu was also in Yi Yunfei's embrace. In truth, Sun Yu was sometimes a bit afraid of the dark. However, when he was in Yi Yunfei's arms, he felt no trace of fear in his heart, and he felt particularly at ease. That night, both of them slept very well. While sleeping, Yi Yunfei also had a dream. Damn it, what on earth did Yi Yunfei dream about? Damn it, what kind of dream did Yi Yunfei have? While Yi Yunfei was dreaming, Sun Yu suddenly woke up. Because he had discovered Yi Yunfei. He was muttering in his sleep, and it was this strange sensation that brought him back to consciousness. However, after confirming it again, he discovered that Yi Yunfei was actually asleep. This Yi Yunfei doesn't even behave himself when he's sleeping. It has been confirmed that Yi Yunfei was indeed dreaming. However, even while dreaming, Yi Yunfei's mouth still tended to speak. Moreover, Yi Yunfei had drawn him very close, and Sun Yu tried it out. He couldn't break free at all. Moreover, if he really wanted to break free, he would definitely wake Yi Yunfei up. After thinking it over, Sun Yu decided not to remind Yi Yunfei, and the two of them remained in that state. Then he also made an effort to continue entering a state of sleep. Although Yi Yunfei's hand was constantly touching his body. However, Sun Yu did not feel overly distressed inside. He forced himself to accept this sensation. Thus, Sun Yu successfully fell asleep once again. When he woke up the next morning, Yi Yunfei slowly opened his eyes.
At that moment, sunlight was already streaming into the room. Last night, I seem to have had a very beautiful dream. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Otherwise, Sun Yu wouldn't know how to scold me. Yi Yunfei thought silently to himself. At that moment, he opened his eyes. Yi Yunfei was also deeply shocked inside. What exactly happened last night? Why does Sun Yu look so disheveled? Yi Yunfei was utterly astonished. Because at that moment, Sun Yu's clothes were slightly exposed, but fortunately, only Yi Yunfei noticed. However, seeing it up close like that nearly made Yi Yunfei's nose bleed. Chapter 161, Sun Yu's culinary skills. And Sun Yu was still in Yi Yunfei's arms. At that very moment, Sun Yu slowly came to her senses. Yi Yunfei felt a sense of tension in his heart as he sensed that Sun Yu might misunderstand. After all, Sun Yu was currently dressed in a disheveled state, and he had woken up early. Perhaps Sun Yu might think that he had intentionally made him look like this. Yi Yunfei, you're awake? At that moment, Sun Yu also turned to Yi Yunfei and asked. After saying this, Sun Yu realized that his clothes seemed a bit disheveled. Yi Yunfei's expression also looked extremely anxious. Sun Yu, haven't you noticed anything unusual? Ah, what on earth did you do last night? Although Sun Yu was asking. But he did not intend to blame Yi Yunfei. Because of what had happened to Yi Yunfei the previous night, he had some suspicions of his own. Moreover, during his dream last night, he also sensed it. I'm so sorry. I had no idea this would happen. Yi Yunfei looked somewhat apologetic. However, what surprised Yi Yunfei was that Sun Yu didn't seem to be blaming him at all. Never mind, never mind. This one thing isn't entirely your fault. Hearing Sun Yu say such words, you were also very surprised inside. I didn't expect Sun Yu to be so understanding toward himself. It seems that something must have happened last night. But I have no idea what it was. Yi Yunfei thought to himself silently, and before he knew it, he blurted out another sentence. Don't worry, Sun Yu. No matter what happened last night, I'll take full responsibility. Take responsibility for what? Taking responsibility is the last thing you need to do. I'm too shy to say such things. Immediately after, he grabbed his own head and gave a sheepish laugh. He walked straight up behind him and embraced him. Alright, don't be angry. I know what you're thinking. Yi Yunfei said softly. Sun Yu also felt a touch of sweetness in her heart. Enough of this nonsense. You haven't eaten yet. Let me go make you breakfast. After hearing those kind words, you couldn't help but feel a little surprised inside. Before you started cooking, I hadn't seen you cook very many times. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu gave a sly smile. Just wait and see when I finish it. Sun Yu looked mysterious. Yi Yunfei also began to speculate in his heart. Could it be that Sun Yu really knows how to cook? It seems like he must have learned how to cook recently. I'll wait a bit and see how his cooking tastes. Yi Yunfei thought to himself silently. So he sat down where he was and began to wait. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, 7 or 8 minutes had already passed. At that moment, a pleasant aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Yi Yunfei was also a bit surprised. So he quietly made his way toward the kitchen. By the time he had dressed and arrived at the kitchen, Yi Yunfei also saw Sun Yu in the kitchen, stir-frying a dish in the pot. Tomato and egg stir-fry? You can make this too. Yi Yunfei felt a bit surprised inside. Although tomato and egg stir-fry isn't exactly a rare dish. However, Sun Yu has mastered this dish exceptionally well. Just looking at the color alone is already very appealing, and most importantly, although this dish isn't particularly complicated. However, it is indeed the dish that Yi Yunfei enjoys the most on a regular basis. Right, Yi Yunfei, you always love this dish, don't you? I'll make it for you today. Besides that, there are a few other dishes to prepare. Can you guess what else I'll be making later? After hearing what Sun Yu said, Yi Yunfei also felt a bit curious inside. He glanced into the kitchen and noticed several vegetables on the kitchen table. Besides the vegetables, there was even a carp. Are you planning to cook the carp for me to eat? Yi Yunfei asked curiously. No, I was going to make fish soup for you to drink. Sun Yu chuckled and immediately got back to work. Yi Yunfei also began to feel excited inside. Alright, just wait outside. I'll be ready soon and bring it out for you. After hearing and saying those words, Yi Yunfei nodded seriously. In that case, I will wait outside patiently. Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei walked toward the kitchen and sat down at the dining table, waiting quietly. Yi Yunfei was also filled with anticipation. To be precise, this was the first time Sun Yu had ever taken the initiative to cook for him with such care. Therefore, he was very excited inside. After about 20 minutes, the sounds from the kitchen had also quieted down. Sun Yu had already finished cooking and was now bringing out dish after dish for Yi Yunfei. This tomato and egg dish was indeed very well made. I hadn't even taken a bite yet, and I was already craving it. Yi Yunfei commented. Immediately after, Sun Yu brought out another bowl of fish soup.
Looking at the bowl of fish soup, Yi Yunfei felt it was extremely tempting. After drinking this bowl of fish soup, even if today is exhausting, I won't feel tired. Immediately after, Sun Yu brought out several more dishes and also served 2 bowls of rice. Yi Yunfei looked at the dishes. Although the quantity wasn't particularly large, there was a variety of dishes, including both vegetables and meat. There was also a little soup and rice, making it almost perfect. Most importantly, all the food had been prepared by Sun Yu. Yi Yunfei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give it a try. At that moment, Sun Yu also lifted her head, looked at Yi Yunfei seriously, and said eagerly, Alright, I'll give it a try right now. After saying that, Yi Yunfei picked up his chopsticks, placed them on the dish, added another dish, and began to savor the flavors. After taking a bite, he found it to be quite delicious. Then I added some soup and tasted it, and it was very fresh. Sun Yu, when did your cooking skills get so good? If good simply meant cooking a few dishes, he wouldn't be that surprised. But the quality of these dishes was on par with a restaurant. Hee, it's delicious, isn't it? I learned how to make it just for you. Chapter 162, Longing for Home. Sun Yu, you're so kind to cook for me. Yi Yunfei was also deeply surprised, yet also felt a touch of joy. He was overjoyed and leaned close to Sun Yu's ear, unable to resist giving her a kiss on the cheek. Seeing Yi Yunfei's action, Sun Yu also looked a bit shy. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it for you often in the future. If you like it, that's all that matters. Sun Yu said shyly. Upon hearing Sun Yu say those words, Yi Yunfei felt even happier inside. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll make sure to eat the meals you cook for me more often in the future. These were Yi Yunfei's heartfelt words. After all, Sun Yu's cooking was so delicious that he truly hoped to be able to enjoy her meals regularly in the future. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu felt even happier inside. After all, this also meant that Yi Yunfei approved of the taste of the food he had prepared, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. Sun Yu, you should count yourself lucky to be able to eat the meals I cook so often. This is truly your good fortune. Seeing this, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but find it somewhat endearing. You're right. This is indeed my good fortune. Being able to eat the meals you cook is the happiest thing in my day. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two of them began to tidy up their belongings. Yi Yunfei, where should we go today? After hearing Sun Yu ask that question, Yi Yunfei also sat down to think for a moment. Earlier, we had planned that our itinerary would end today. If that's the case, maybe we should just go back. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu clearly looked a bit disappointed. Is it time to go back already? There's still a part of me that doesn't want to leave. Sun Yu spoke these words. After all, every day I went out to play recently has been incredibly enjoyable. Although there were a few minor hiccups along the way. However, it wasn't that bad overall, and I was still very satisfied. If only I could have stayed a few more days. After hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei shook his head. Alright. We can come out when we have time in the future. If you want, I can take you out whenever you like. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu jumped up like a child. Really? Yi Yunfei? After hearing the words spoken, Yi Yunfei nodded seriously. Yes, besides, your daughter is still at home. We can't just stay out here and ignore her, can we? After hearing Yi Yunfei say this, Sun Yu also nodded in agreement. Yi Yunfei was right. His daughter was still at home alone, he couldn't just leave her there. Yi Yunfei was right. His daughter was still at home alone, and he couldn't just ignore her. Thinking about his daughter, Sun Yu also began to feel a little worried. After all, he and Yi Yunfei had been away from home for such a long time. Perhaps his own daughter misses him very much too. Just as he was thinking this, his phone rang. Sun Yu picked up the phone and saw that it was his daughter calling. It's my daughter calling me. I'll answer it. After saying that, I answered the phone. Hello, daughter, you finally remembered to call your mother. When she answered the call from her daughter, her expression softened greatly. Mom, I've been thinking about you. When are you coming back? At that moment, his daughter also spoke in the same tone over the phone. After hearing his daughter's words, the longing in his heart also began to overflow. Alright, don't be upset. I'll come back today, okay? After hearing Sun Yu's words, his daughter's heart filled with joy. Alright, Mom, I'll be a good girl and wait for you at home. Upon hearing her daughter's response, Sun Yu nodded in satisfaction. After a moment, he hung up the phone. Yi Yunfei, you're right. We should have left earlier. My daughter is already waiting impatiently at home. After receiving his daughter's call, Sun Yu also felt a sense of urgency, wanting to return home as soon as possible. Thinking of his daughter's face, he felt an overwhelming longing. Moreover, without his daughter by his side, he felt a bit out of place. It's strange, but when my daughter was first born, I felt very restless, but as time has passed, I've grown to love her more and more. At that moment, Sun Yu also said this to Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei nodded after hearing the old man's words. Sun Yu, you're right. People are always like that, ever-changing. But that's also why your daughter is so adorable.
Since that's the case, do you want to come with me to see my daughter?
At this moment, Sun Yu also turned her head and spoke these words to Yi Yunfei. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yi Yunfei also felt a stir in his heart. After all, Sun Yu's daughter was so adorable, and Yi Yunfei had seen her a few times before.
Since that's the case, I'll go with you to see your daughter when the time comes. Yi Yunfei agreed immediately.
Seeing that Yi Yunfei had agreed, Sun Yu felt a sense of joy in her heart. Just don't get too caught up in playing with my daughter when the time comes. However, Sun Yu also added a few words at this point.
Because he had already noticed that Yi Yunfei also seemed to like children. But he liked Yi Yunfei even more.
Therefore, even though he wanted to invite Yi Yunfei to his own home, but he was also afraid that his daughter would compete with him for his affection.
Alright, stop overthinking it.
When the time comes, bring your daughter along, and maybe we can all go out and have some fun together.
After hearing what Yi Yunfei said, Sun Yu also nodded seriously. Your suggestion is actually quite good.
So the two of them began to pack their things.
Yi Yunfei picked up his phone and quickly booked a flight.
The flight was scheduled for noon, which meant they had to arrive at the airport by 11 a.m.
And it's already past 9 a.m. now. Let's hurry up and go out. If we don't go out soon, it'll be too late. Chapter 163, The Phone on the Plane. After hearing what Yi Yunfei said, Sun Yu also nodded in agreement.
The two of them packed their belongings, picked up 2 suitcases, and hurried toward the airport. They arrived at the airport quickly and had breakfast nearby.
After finishing breakfast, they checked the time and found it was almost 11 o'clock. Alright, let's head to the airport and get ready to board the flight. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu nodded and the two of them walked into the airport.
Before long, they had passed through security, and time slowly ticked away. By 12 o'clock, it was time to board the plane.
Alright, the plane has arrived, and we can board now. Yi Yunfei said with a smile.
Through his perspective, a massive Boeing 747 could be seen approaching from the distance.
This Boeing 747 is the plane they are going to board.
Everyone, your plane has arrived.
You may now board the aircraft.
At that moment, several flight attendants approached and addressed Yi Yunfei and the other passengers with these words.
Hurry up and get on board.
Luckily, I charged my phone earlier, otherwise, it would have been almost dead by the time we got on the plane. At that moment, Sun Yu also spoke those words. Immediately afterward, the two of them held hands and walked toward the plane.
Their intimate demeanor drew envious or jealous glances from those around them.
Soon, Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu were seated on the plane, which began to take off slowly.
However, just as the plane was about to take off, Yi Yunfei's phone rang. Yi Yunfei picked up the phone and glanced at it.
Immediately, he felt a surge of surprise.
Because he had never seen this phone number before. Who was the call from? This is Sun Yu asking about Yi Yunfei as well.
After hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei shook his head slowly. This phone call, I had never seen before, and I didn't know who had made it. Although Yi Yunfei was feeling quite puzzled inside, he still answered the call. After all, if he didn't answer, he wouldn't know who had called.
Hello, is this Mr. Yi Yunfei? That's the voice that came through the phone.
When Yi Yunfei heard this voice, he felt a slight surprise in his heart. Because he felt that this voice was quite familiar.
Yes, this is Yi Yunfei. May I ask what you need? Answer the phone and start by asking questions. This is Mr. Yi Yunfei, that's correct. Do you remember me?
I'm Zhang Yunqing, the previous after-sales service representative.
You once rode in my car. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Yi Yunfei finally remembered.
This Zhang Yunqing was the person who had driven him around in a BMW earlier. At the time, Yi Yunfei thought he was just trying out a different lifestyle.
It's Zhang Yunqing, isn't it? What's the matter with you calling this time? Remember when there was a family dispute at Zhang Yunqing's house before? That's why Zhang Yunqing didn't want to stay at home and ended up driving a BMW as a taxi.
At the time, Yi Yunfei also gave Zhang Yunqing some advice, but it's unclear whether Zhang Yunqing followed it after returning home. Mr. Yi Yunfei, I am calling this time to express my gratitude for the suggestions you provided to me earlier. After returning home, I tried it out, and the results were excellent.
My wife and I are now completely back on track.
After hearing Zhang Yunqing's words, Yi Yunfei also felt a sense of joy in his heart. After all, helping others can also enrich one's own heart.
Is that true?
Your wife's feelings for you have improved, which is wonderful. Yi Yunfei was also extremely delighted inside. At the time, he had merely made a casual suggestion. Little did he know that it would actually help Zhang Yunqing. In hindsight, he had inadvertently done a great favor. After all, Zhang Yunqing's issue was crucial to an entire family. Moreover, Zhang Yunqing already has children. Yes, Mr. Yi Yunfei, if it weren't for you, I don't know how long this issue in my family would have continued.
Do you have time? I'd like to come and thank you in person soon.
At that moment, Zhang Yunqing spoke these words with great sincerity.
Yi Yunfei was also somewhat surprised inside.
He hadn't expected Zhang Yunqing to call specifically to thank him.
You called a bit late.
If you had called earlier, I might not have left the city yet. But now I'm already on the plane heading back.
Yi Yunfei said seriously to Zhang Yunqing over the phone.
Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Zhang Yunqing was also somewhat surprised.
However, he also felt a sense of regret deep within him. This is truly regrettable. I never imagined that Mr. Yi Yunfei had already left the city.
If I had known, I would have called you sooner.
Zhang Yunqing's words were filled with deep regret.
Upon hearing his words, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, it's no big deal. If we ever get the chance in the future, we can get together and have a good drink. Yi Yunfei finally spoke those words, and Zhang Yunqing could only think the same in his heart. After all, he couldn't very well go to the airport to look for Yi Yunfei now, could he? Moreover, the plane Yi Yunfei was on had already taken off. Alright, since that's the case, Mr. Yi Yunfei has no choice but to proceed this way. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again in the future. At that time, I will definitely express my gratitude to you.
Zhang Yunqing said these words, and he also indicated that when Yi Yunfei comes to this city again in the future, if there is anything he can assist with, he should come to him immediately. Rest assured, if I ever need your help in the future, I will call you immediately. Rest assured, if I ever need anything from you, I will call you right away.
Yi Yunfei also agreed.
Because deep down, he knew that if he didn't agree, Zhang Yunqing would undoubtedly feel a sense of disappointment.
Alright, since that's the case, I'll hang up first.
Wishing Mr. Yi Yunfei and your wife a smooth journey and all the best in your studies.
At that moment, Zhang Yunqing also said the same thing. After hearing Zhang Yunqing's words, Yi Yunfei's lips also curled into a smile. Chapter 164, The Mischievous Little Girl.
Although Sun Yu and I haven't reached that final stage yet. However, the relationship between him and Sun Yu is already on the verge of taking another step forward. Therefore, Yi Yunfei did not refute this matter. Immediately afterward, he hung up the phone, and Sun Yu's face also appeared slightly blushing. Because Yi Yunfei had overheard some of the conversation between Zhang Yunqing and Sun Yu. Although he didn't hear everything clearly, he managed to catch the last sentence distinctly. How dare Zhang Yunqing make such false claims about our relationship? Although he said that, he didn't seem to be blaming me. Alright, he didn't mean it on purpose, right? Yi Yunfei spoke those words. Immediately afterward, the plane had completely taken off into the sky. At this point, Yi Yunfei could no longer make a phone call. After all, he would lose it soon. At that moment, a flight attendant came over and signaled for everyone to turn off their devices.
Yi Yunfei also switched his phone to airplane mode.
At that moment, he simply carved his name into the seat and began to rest. After about 10 minutes, the flight attendant pushed several carts over again and distributed some food to everyone.
Sir, here is your meal. What would you like to drink? After the flight attendant came over, she also quietly asked Yi Yunfei in the same manner. Just bring me a cup of tea.
You've stated your request clearly. At that moment, the heir also handed him a cup of tea.
Sir, here is your food and your tea.
Immediately afterward, the flight attendant noticed Sun Yu sitting next to him.
Beautiful lady, what kind of food and drink would you like? Because Yi Yunfei was traveling in the VIP cabin this time.
Therefore, the service was also excellent, with a wide variety of options available for both food and beverages. Additionally, there are other services available. I'll have the same as him, please. Finally, Sun Yu also stated his request, which was to have the same as Yi Yunfei.
The flight attendant naturally fulfilled Sun Yu's request.
Immediately afterward, the two of them began to savor the tea.
The flight attendant also left the area. Sun Yu, you're really interesting. You chose the same drink as me. Yi Yunfei said with a smile.
He clearly remembered that Sun Yu hadn't liked tea before. But this time, he chose tea without hesitation, which came as a bit of a surprise to Yi Yunfei.
What's wrong? Can't I like it?
Sun Yu puckered her lips and asked softly. Yi Yunfei saw Sun Yu's expression and shook his head gently.
There's nothing to it. If you like it, then go ahead and drink it.
I just want to get to know you better, and besides, this tea is quite delicious. Sun Yu also made a casual comment.
Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei's lips curled into a faint smile.
Time passed quickly, and just over an hour later, they had already arrived in their own city. After getting off the plane, they immediately hopped into a car and rushed straight home. It didn't take long before Yi Yunfei and Sun Yu arrived at Sun Yu's front door. At this point, Sun Yu began to hesitate. After all, he thought of his daughter and wondered what expression she would have on her face when he walked in.
Yi Yunfei, you told me to open the door. When my daughter sees me come back, how will she react? Sun Yu seemed a bit hesitant. Just open the door and you'll see. Maybe your daughter will rush right up to you. Yi Yunfei voiced his assessment.
Because, in his view, Sun Yu's daughter had always been very lively. After not seeing her mother for such a long time, she might be missing her very much. Seeing your mother return suddenly would undoubtedly be extremely exciting, and you might even rush toward her.
Alright, since that's the case, I'll open the door. Sun Yu said.
Immediately after, he inserted the key into the door, turned it slightly, and the door opened. However, when Sun Yu opened the door, he discovered that there seemed to be no one inside the room. Since the room was very quiet, Sun Yu looked around and became even more puzzled.
What's going on? Why doesn't my daughter seem to be in the room? Maybe she went out to play.
Yi Yunfei also thought to himself that, after all, when he wanted Sun Yu to come back, he hadn't directly told Sun Yu's daughter. Therefore, Sun Yu's daughter should not have known that he and Sun Yu were returning now. If she went out to play, it would be perfectly normal. I don't think that's right, because my daughter doesn't usually like to go out and play much, so she probably wouldn't do that. Later, however, I became even more confused. Just as the two of them were thinking this, as they stepped into the living room, a voice suddenly burst out from behind the nearby door.
Mom! Sun Yu's daughter rushed straight into Sun Yu's arms.
It turned out she had been hiding behind the door earlier.
Oh, my daughter, are you trying to scare your mother to death? Although Sun Yu said this. However, it appears to be very clear. Although he was a bit startled at first. However, what followed was a huge surprise. Before you even came in, I could already hear what you were saying outside. So I hid behind this door to give you a surprise. Sun Yu's daughter said this. Although his age was not specified. However, he appears to have a mischievous and playful demeanor. Alright, stop being so mischievous. This time, it's not just Mom who's here, your uncle Yi Yunfei has also come. Sun Yu said indifferently. He pointed to Yi Yunfei beside him. At that moment, Sun Yu's daughter also jumped down from Sun Yu's arms. Uncle Yi Yunfei, welcome to my home. I've missed you very much too.
Sun Yu's daughter also smiled and said, her eyes sparkling like little stars.
Uncle really likes you too. I haven't seen you in a while and didn't realize you've become even cuter. Yi Yunfei also praised Sun Yu's daughter. Sun Yu's daughter looked very happy after hearing what Yi Yunfei had said. Uncle, you're pretty cute too.
Sun Yu's daughter playfully said those words.
Yi Yunfei heard this and found it rather amusing.
He walked over to Sun Yu's daughter and playfully tickled her nose, little troublemaker. Although Yi Yunfei made such a gesture, Sun Yu's daughter didn't get angry. Instead, she gave a little chuckle.
Chapter 165, Sweet Interest, Minnie's World. So that evening, Yi Yunfei decided to stay at Sun Yu's house. Sun Yu was also very welcoming, and her daughter, who was very lively, clung to Yi Yunfei's side. After a while, she slowly returned to her own room. After Sun Yu's daughter returned to her room, she did not come out for a long time. Sun Yu, what's going on with your daughter? She's been in her room for so long and hasn't made a sound. Could she have gone to bed early? Yi Yunfei also asked in confusion.
Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu shook her head. Yi Yunfei, you don't know that my daughter is very fond of playing games. Lately, she seems to be playing a game called Mini World.
And she's been spending money on the game. Right now, she might still be playing it. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei also felt a sense of surprise. Your daughter loves playing games so much. It's not a big deal for children to play games, but if she gets too into it, it could be very harmful. Moreover, your daughter is spending money on games, which is definitely not right.
Yi Yunfei said in a condescending tone, and Sun Yu nodded in agreement.
Yes, I feel the same way, but I haven't been able to come up with any solutions.
Seeing Sun Yu in this state, Yi Yunfei felt it was necessary to help her.
Sun Yu, just watch. I'll talk to your daughter and make sure she quits gaming for good.
Yi Yunfei stood up and spoke slowly.
Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu became somewhat excited. Yi Yunfei, can you really help my daughter quit her gaming addiction?
If you can, you'd be doing me a huge favor.
Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei nodded. Don't worry, it's no big deal. He already had an idea in mind.
Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei opened the door and headed toward the room where Sun Yu's daughter was staying.
Sun Yu's daughter was currently keeping the door tightly shut.
However, when Yi Yunfei approached, he could hear the sounds of someone playing a game coming from inside the room.
It seems like they're still having a lot of fun. Yi Yunfei thought to himself, glancing at the time and realizing it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening.
He recalled his childhood, when his family would not allow him to play games at this time, and he felt a touch of envy. I'll make sure you can't play games today.
Yi Yunfei thought mischievously. Immediately afterward, he stood before the door of Sun Yu's daughter's room and gently knocked once. Tian, are you in there? Yi Yunfei asked. Sun Yu's daughter's name is simply Tian. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's voice, she was also somewhat surprised. Uncle Yi Yunfei, how did you get here? Uncle, I saw you hadn't come out yet. So I wanted to see how you were doing. Don't you welcome your uncle?
Upon hearing Yi Yunfei say this, Sun Yu's daughter responded that it wasn't like that.
Immediately afterward, she opened the door.
After opening the door, Yi Yunfei also saw Sun Yu's daughter, Tianshi, dressed up. Tian was wearing a rabbit costume at the time, looking just like a little rabbit, and could be described as extremely cute. When Yi Yunfei saw her, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't resist reaching out to touch Sweetie's head.
Tian, your outfit is absolutely adorable. Uncle, why do you touch my head when we meet? Tian said shyly. However, she didn't seem angry. By the way, uncle, what exactly was going on in my room? Tian lifted her head and stared at Yi Yunfei with wide eyes. Uncle came to see you and wanted to give you a candy. Take a look at this candy. Yi Yunfei said.
Immediately afterward, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of candy. This candy was something Yi Yunfei had purchased in advance in another city before arriving here. This particular candy is not available in the city where Sweetie lives. Therefore, Sweetie has never tasted this candy before. And this candy is also very delicious, and the price is also quite expensive.
Wow, white sweet rabbit candy. I've heard of this candy before, and I heard it's extremely expensive. I doubt many people in our entire school have ever tried it. Tian looked extremely excited when she saw the candy.
Seeing Sweetie like this, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but smile slightly.
How about it? Do you like it? Do you still welcome uncle? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's question this time, Tiancher hurriedly nodded her head. Welcome, uncle. Come in quickly and give me this white, sweet rabbit candy. Tian looked a bit eager, and Yi Yunfei found her expression quite charming.
As she walked in, she handed him a white, sweet rabbit-shaped candy. For children, this white, sweet rabbit candy was extremely rare and precious. However, for adults, it's not worth mentioning, just a sweet treat.
This one candy. Then, they continued playing.
His mobile game was called Mini World.
Sweetie, what's the name of the game you're playing? It looks really fun. Can you tell uncle about it? If uncle has time, he can play with you too. At that moment, Yi Yunfei also said mischievously. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Tianzhu raised his head. Her head looked a little happy. Uncle Yi Yunfei, will you really play this mini world with me? Hearing the sweet words, Yi Yunfei nodded seriously.
Don't worry, I've always been very interested in this kind of game, but I've never come across one this fun before.
Actually, Yi Yunfei wasn't lying.
Because back then, he was indeed very interested in this kind of game, but as time went on, he gradually lost interest.
Uncle, this game is so much fun. Look. Tian picked up her phone and started telling Yi Yunfei about it. However, Yi Yunfei glanced at it and found several issues. Tian, this game doesn't have any decent equipment at all, it's really a bit embarrassing. Hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sweetie also looked a bit upset. Uncle, I also want to top up my account.
I also want to buy more gear, but my mom doesn't support me.
If I dare to do that, she'll definitely scold me badly. Chapter 166, Naughty Yi Yunfei, uninstall the game. Seeing Sweetie's dejected expression, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but laugh mischievously. Isn't uncle here? Uncle can help you recharge your account. Yi Yunfei looked very sincere, and Tian didn't have any ulterior motives. She believed Yi Yunfei immediately. She lifted her head and glared at him with wide eyes. Uncle, will you really help me recharge my phone? Yi Yunfei heard his words and nodded seriously. Of course, uncle will help you recharge. After all, this amount of money is nothing to uncle. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's response, Tiancher was so excited she nearly jumped for joy. Uncle Yi Yunfei, you're so kind. I love you so much. After saying that, Tiancher immediately leaned in close to Yi Yunfei's face.
Then she gave Yi Yunfei a firm kiss on the face. Yi Yunfei was also slightly taken aback, not expecting Tian Yuan to make such a move. If Sun Yu saw this, she might even feel a little jealous. Good thing your mom isn't here, Yi Yunfei said indifferently. Tian heard Yi Yunfei's words and raised her head in confusion. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Yi Yunfei shook his head. It doesn't mean anything. Don't overthink it. Come on, uncle will top up your account for you, Yi Yunfei said indifferently. Of course, he wasn't really going to top up Sweetie's account. After all, he had already promised earlier that he would figure out a way to help Sweetie continue playing games as a hobby. So I was planning to give Sweetie a little makeover. However, when Sweetie heard about the gesture on her face, Yi Yunfei's heart also began to waver slightly. After all, where in this world is there a child who doesn't like games? Is it their fault that they enjoy playing them? In truth, there's nothing wrong with that at all. At that moment, Yi Yunfei's heart began to waver slightly. However, he had already promised Sun Yu earlier, and if he didn't do this, it wouldn't be right. Since that's the case, let's give him a taste of his own medicine, Yi Yunfei thought silently to himself. Immediately afterward, he picked it up. The phone seems to need to be recharged for Tian. Sweetie, don't look at your phone yet. I'll recharge it for you in a moment, and then you'll see how much I'm going to recharge it for you, Yi Yunfei said to Sweetie in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, she seemed a bit reluctant. But uncle, I just want to see how much you'll top up for me. Seeing Sweetie's expression, Yi Yunfei shook his head. If you don't listen, uncle won't recharge your account, you know. Yi Yunfei's words seemed to strike a nerve with Tiancher, who quickly turned away. Alright, uncle, go ahead. I'll be a good girl, and you can top up my account a bit more.
Seeing Sweetie like this, Yi Yunfei's lips curled into a smile. Alright, since that's the case, then just wait patiently. Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei picked up his sweet-sounding phone and began to operate it gently. Time passed slowly, and Yi Yunfei appeared to be using Sweetie's phone to make in-game purchases for her game, but in reality, he hadn't spent a single penny. Instead, he clicked the uninstall button and directly removed the Mini World app from Sweetie's phone. She also posted a screenshot showing that Sweetie's game had been completely deleted. After completing these steps, Yi Yunfei finally returned the phone to Sweetie. Tian, it's all done. Take a look. Yi Yunfei said indifferently. Tian turned around, her body trembling with excitement, and took her phone to see how much money Yi Yunfei had topped up for her. Uncle, how much did you top up for me? Let me see quickly. Tian said urgently. At that moment, he finally took the phone and began to read it carefully. After taking the phone, Tian became a bit confused. Because she noticed that the game Mini World seemed to have disappeared from her phone. Upon seeing this scene, he was also greatly surprised. He raised his head, still looking as innocent as ever. Uncle, what's going on? Why can't I find Mini's World anymore? When Sweetie asked this question, she had already begun to feel some doubts and suspicions in her heart. However, because of his trust in Yi Yunfei, he didn't think the worst of him. Yi Yunfei heard his words and looked at him seriously. Tian, do you really want to know the answer? After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sweetie nodded once more. Deep down, he had already begun to suspect something was amiss. Uncle will tell you, but don't blame Uncle, and definitely don't hit Uncle. Uncle just logged you out of your game. And I uninstalled it too. Yi Yunfei said this seriously. When Yi Yunfei finished speaking, Tian Yuan froze in place, looking as though she had been struck, her eyes filled with disbelief. She looked at Yi Yunfei, her pupils slightly out of focus. Uncle, what did you say? You said you just uninstalled my game and even logged out. Until this moment, he still couldn't bring himself to believe it. And deep down, she also felt that Yi Yunfei had no reason to do such a thing. However, Yi Yunfei nodded seriously at that moment. He then took the phone from Tian Yuan's hand and flipped through the photo album. The one she had previously saved. Yes, Sweetie, look, this is the screenshot I took when I logged out. Could this one be fake? Yi Yunfei said seriously. He then placed the image in front of Tianshi. Upon seeing it, Tianshi's heart began to race wildly. He couldn't believe that Yi Yunfei had actually deleted his mini-world. In that moment, he suddenly became somewhat. Feeling extremely stimulated, he raised his head, and his gaze made Yi Yunfei feel a bit uneasy. He clenched his small fists, looking extremely angry. Uncle, why are you doing this? He looked at Yi Yunfei, but this scene, as seen through Yi Yunfei's eyes, was somewhat adorable. After a moment of intense anger, a look of deep hurt emerged in his sweet eyes. After all, he was just a child and didn't have the strength to stand up to Yi Yunfei. In his eyes, he had foolishly trusted Yi Yunfei, and he felt extremely wronged. Chapter 167, Sweet Sorrow, Revealing the Truth. Her trust had been betrayed by Yi Yunfei's deliberate deception, which was truly despicable. Uncle, tell me, why did you do this? At that moment, tears began to well up in Sweetie's eyes. When Yi Yunfei saw this, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Playing games like this isn't good for you. Your mother has told you before, and I'm sure you know that. And you're even spending money on the game. Uncle can't just sit back and do nothing about it. Yi Yunfei spoke these words with a righteous expression. However, Tianshi grew even more furious. Uncle, you're really despicable. I hate you. Tian said this, looking extremely wronged. Immediately after, she turned her head away and began crying bitterly on the table. Come on, it's just a game. You'll find more enjoyable things in real life. Yi Yunfei tried to persuade Tian Yuan. However, Tian remained unmoved by Yi Yunfei's words. At that moment, she was still there, crying helplessly. And she raised her little fist, gently pounding it against Yi Yunfei's body. Uncle, go away. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Seeing him like this, Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Sun Yu seemed to have arrived as well, and the sound of her footsteps could be heard from outside. Alright, since you dislike your uncle so much, then stop what you're doing and go out first. Yi Yunfei said indifferently. He then walked toward the door of the room. Upon exiting, he indeed saw Sun Yu standing outside the room. What happened to Yi Yunfei? Why is my daughter crying so hard? At that moment, Sun Yu also looked concerned and asked. Sun Yu, come over here and I'll tell you. Immediately after that, Yi Yunfei pulled Sun Yu over to the side. After bringing Sun Yu over, Yi Yunfei began to explain everything to her in detail. After hearing the entire story, Sun Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. Yi Yunfei, did you really delete his game account? At this moment, Sun Yu's consciousness asked, even though he had always wanted his daughter to play games before. However, at this moment, his daughter was crying so pitifully. He felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Yi Yunfei, you didn't bully my daughter, did you?
At this moment, Sun Yu also had some strange thoughts and asked Yi Yunfei.
She also seemed to have some doubts about Yi Yunfei. When Yi Yunfei noticed Sun Yu, he quickly shook his head. Sun Yu, what are you thinking about? Your daughter is so young, how could I possibly bully her? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu nodded in agreement. Yi Yunfei, you're right. He's still so young. If you really bully him, it's really hard to justify.
Sun Yu's words left Yi Yunfei shaking his head in exasperation.
He really had no idea what Sun Yu was thinking. Yi Yunfei, what should we do now? At that moment, Sun Yu also turned to Yi Yunfei and asked.
At this moment, Yi Yunfei raised his head and looked at Sun Yu.
Sun Yu, do you really want your daughter to stop playing games in the future? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sun Yu hesitated for a moment. Earlier, he had indeed thought that way.
But now, he was beginning to waver, thinking that his daughter's happiness seemed to be the most important thing after all.
If she lost her happiness, what would good grades matter? Thinking back to my own childhood, I didn't have much of a childhood at all. My daughter is very similar to me when I was young.
I can't let her grow up without a proper childhood either. However, Sun Yu also felt that spoiling her daughter so much might not be entirely good.
What do you think, Yi Yunfei? After thinking it over, Tianchi still asked for Yi Yunfei.
Your daughter playing games is indeed wrong, but she hasn't done anything seriously wrong. Children all like games, but as they grow up, they will gradually give them up. Moreover, your daughter enjoys playing games because you are often not at home. You should spend more time with her and get to know her better. This way, she might gradually stop playing games on her own. The words spoken by Yi Yunfei left Sun Yu feeling enlightened.
Yi Yunfei, you're right. The problem isn't the game, and it's not my daughter either.
Even if we want to stop him from playing games, we should use the right approach instead of forcing him like this.
Sun Yu finally understood, and Yi Yunfei also saw clearly the choice he had made. Since that's the case, I'll go tell him the truth. Yi Yunfei said indifferently. Sun Yu nodded in agreement. Yi Yunfei, you better go quickly. Otherwise, he'll hate you to death.
Sun Yu also said with a smile.
Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei turned and walked back towards Sweetie's room. Tian's door wasn't fully closed.
Upon arriving, Yi Yunfei simply pushed it open and walked inside. At that moment, Sweetie was still lying on the table, but she wasn't crying as hard as before. But she looked even more heartbreaking.
What's wrong with Sweetie? Why are you still crying? You're such a crybaby.
Yi Yunfei came over to Sweetie, sat down beside her, and spoke softly to her.
Tian heard Yi Yunfei's voice and reacted quite strongly. Uncle, I hate you. Why are you coming over here again? Get away from me. Tian complained. Yi Yunfei didn't mind and just smiled. Tian, I came here this time because I have something to tell you. Do you want to hear it? If you don't, then I'll just leave. Hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sweetie felt a surge of curiosity rising within her. However, she recalled Yi Yunfei's previous actions.
He felt a sense of resistance welling up inside him.
Ugh! I don't want to hear you talk.
Hearing Sweetie's words, Yi Yunfei didn't take it to heart. Instead, he continued speaking on his own. Actually, Uncle was just teasing you earlier.
Uncle didn't actually delete your game. If you don't believe me, just download it again and you'll see. Yi Yunfei said indifferently.
Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Tianchi suddenly sat up straight, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Yi Yunfei and asked eagerly.
You really didn't delete my game account? Chapter 168, The Rainbow River, Fishing with Sweetie. Sweetie, download this game and try it out. You'll know if I deleted it or not.
Yi Yunfei said indifferently, and Sweetie nodded in agreement.
Uncle Yi Yunfei, if you haven't deleted my mini world account, then I'll forgive you. Seeing Sweetie like this, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but smile.
Immediately after, Tianchi reinstalled the game and logged in with his account and password. After logging in with her account and password, Sweetie was pleasantly surprised to find that her game hadn't been deleted. He had also topped up his account with 6 yuan.
6 yuan isn't much.
But for Sweetie, it was a huge surprise. Not only was her game account not deleted, but she also topped up 6 yuan.
Uncle Yi Yunfei, you're really so kind to have topped up my account with 6 yuan. At that moment, Tian was completely different from her earlier resentful demeanor toward Yi Yunfei.
She suddenly rushed toward him and kissed him on the cheek. Sun Yu, who was standing nearby, saw this and her expression changed slightly.
Tian, what are you doing? Show some respect to your uncle Yi Yunfei.
Sun Yu looked a little jealous.
Although Sweetie wasn't that old.
But when she kissed Yi Yunfei in front of him, it made his heart race. Sun Yu, before this, I wasn't good at raising children. I didn't take good care of you or show you much concern, which led you to become so obsessed with games. So I discussed it with Uncle Yi Yunfei, and tomorrow morning, we'll take you out to have some fun.
Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Tianchi also looked up in surprise. Mom, are you serious?
He looked very surprised. In his memory, his mother Sun Yu hadn't taken him out to play for several months.
Of course it's true. When has Mom ever lied to you? Sun Yu also said with a smile. Seeing Tian like this, his heart was filled with both pity and helplessness. He had been busy with work recently and hadn't had time to pay attention to her. Therefore, he couldn't spare much time to accompany Sweetie and see her in her current state. He silently resolved in his heart to make sure he spends more time with Tian in the future. Mom and Uncle Yi Yunfei, where should we go to play tomorrow morning? Tian lifted her head, widened her eyes, and asked curiously. Sun Yu, isn't there a rainbow river next to your neighborhood? Let's take him there to play when we get there. I remember you mentioned before that Sweetie loved going to the rainbow river when she was little. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sweetie's eyes lit up. Uncle Yi Yunfei, you're right. When I was a child, I really loved playing by the rainbow river. It's been a long time since I last went there. Seeing Sweetie's expression, Yi Yunfei nodded. Don't worry, tomorrow Uncle Yi Yunfei and your mother will definitely take you to the rainbow river to have some fun. Yi Yunfei also made a promise. At that moment, Sun Yu also nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, let's go play by the rainbow river tomorrow morning. Sweetie really used to love going there to catch fish. In that case, let's buy Sweetie a fishing net tomorrow morning. Yi Yunfei added another sentence. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Tianchi became even more delighted. Uncle, are you really going to buy me a fishing net then? Actually, Sweetie had a fishing net before, but she lost it at some point. Of course, the fishing net Yi Yunfei planned to buy for Tian Yuan wasn't anything expensive or particularly large, he just intended to buy a small, ordinary one. But even such a fishing net, for Tian Yuan, it can also be said to be extremely precious. Alright, Sweetie, get some rest and go to sleep early so that we can wake up early tomorrow and have a good time. At that moment, Yi Yunfei led Sun Yu toward the door and also gave Sweetie a few parting words. Don't worry, Uncle Yi Yunfei, I'll definitely get a good night's sleep and go out to play with you all tomorrow morning. Tian also agreed at that moment. Seeing how obedient Sweetie was, Yi Yunfei felt a sense of relief in his heart. See? Your daughter doesn't need anything expensive. She just needs some ordinary, simple things. It's not that difficult. After they came out, Yi Yunfei also mentioned this to Sun Yu. Sun Yu listened to Yi Yunfei's words and nodded seriously. He realized that Yi Yunfei's method was indeed very effective. However, that fishing net seemed unable to catch any decent fish. At this point, Sun Yu also added a few words. He felt that the fishing net wasn't particularly effective, so after the previous one was lost, he hadn't bothered to buy another one. Sun Yu, you're wrong. Children don't really care about the results. The process itself is also very precious, even if you don't catch any fish. However, simply holding a fishing net and randomly scooping around in the river is also incredibly enjoyable. Yi Yunfei spoke softly at this moment, and Sun Yu nodded thoughtfully. Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei wrapped his arms around Sun Yu and followed her into her room, where the two of them slept together. Time passed quickly. That night was quiet and still, and everyone slept very comfortably. By the next morning, Tian had already woken up early. When she woke up, she didn't go to play games. Instead, he came over to Yi Yunfei's side and gently tapped Yi Yunfei's cheek with his fingers. Sweetie, what are you doing? Why are you poking Uncle's face? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sweetie innocently replied. Uncle, didn't you check the time? It's already this late, and you're still sleeping? Let's hurry up and go play by the Rainbow River. Seeing Sweetie's expression, Yi Yunfei smiled and nodded. Alright, Uncle will get up now and accompany you to the Rainbow River to play. Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei began to get dressed. He quickly finished dressing and got out of bed. At that moment, Sun Yu was also outside, having prepared breakfast. You two should come over and eat quickly. After breakfast, we'll go play by the Rainbow River. That morning, Tian also ate her meal very quickly. Usually, Tian Yuan is a bit picky about food, but this morning, not only did she not pick at her food, she also finished her meal quickly. Chapter 169, The Mysterious Hot Spring. Sweetie, you were really amazing this morning. At that moment, Yi Yunfei also praised Sweetie. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Tian proudly lifted her head. Hee, Uncle, I've always been pretty good, you know. After eating their fill, the three of them hurried toward the Rainbow River. Along the way, they happened to pass by a fishing net shop, and Yi Yunfei led Tian Yuan into the shop. Tian, take a look at the fishing nets in this shop. If you see anything you like, feel free to pick it out. Uncle will pay for it. Yi Yunfei said indifferently. Tian looked excited. The fishing nets in this fishing net shop weren't particularly expensive. So Yi Yunfei didn't mind either, he let Sweetie pick whatever she wanted. Soon, Tian picked out a pink fishing net. Seeing this pink fishing net, Yi Yunfei felt it matched Tian Yuan perfectly. Alright, let's go pay for it. Immediately after that, Shangxian took Tian and walked over to the store clerk. Sir, this fishing net is $35. Upon hearing the shop assistant's words, Yi Yunfei nodded. He then took out his phone and completed the payment. Alright, Sweetie, this fishing net is all yours from now on.
Yi Yunfei handed the pink fishing net to Sweetie, who held it in her hands and followed Yi Yunfei, skipping and jumping along the way. After about half an hour, they arrived at the side of the Rainbow River in their car. Since the three of them had arrived at the Seven-Colored River early, therefore, there were no other people at the Seven-Colored River at that time. However, this silence made the scenery along the Rainbow River appear even more beautiful. A gentle breeze blows, and in the sky, a flock of white herons soar. Along the banks of the Rainbow River, the croaking sounds of frogs echo in the distance. Sweetie, the scenery here is pretty nice, isn't it? Yi Yunfei also mentioned Sweetie and Sunyu, who both nodded in agreement. Sunyu had actually always loved coming to the Rainbow River area long ago, but as she grew older, she gradually lost the opportunity to do so. Sunyu, I heard that you also loved coming to the Rainbow River area to play when you were a child. Is that true? At this moment, Yi Yunfei also asked casually. Sunyu nodded seriously at this point. When I was a child, my friends and I would always go to the Rainbow River to play on weekends. Back then, the water was even clearer, and it rained more often. At that moment, Sunyu seemed to be lost in her memories, her eyes filled with a nostalgic expression. Yi Yunfei, seeing Sunyu in this state, walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, we'll have a good time today. The three of them walked toward the depths of the Rainbow River. As they approached the depths of the Rainbow River, the scenery became even more beautiful. Earlier, Yi Yunfei had also passed by this side of the Seven-Colored River. He had discovered a particularly rare scenic spot there, and he was confident that Sunyu and Tianchi had never seen it before. Along the way, Tian kept using her small fishing net to catch fish. Tian, look over there. There's a school of small fish. When Yi Yunfei saw the school of fish, he also raised his hand and pointed toward Sweetie. Tian was also excited to see the small school of fish and immediately grabbed the fishing net to start catching them. Darn it, these fish are swimming too fast, she couldn't catch any of them. After more than 10 minutes, Sweetie hadn't caught many fish either, and she looked a bit discouraged. However, he remained as enthusiastic as ever. Come on, Uncle will take you to a great place where there are lots of fish. You're sure to have a big catch. At that moment, Yi Yunfei spoke mysteriously. Sunyu also heard Yi Yunfei's words, and a sense of curiosity began to rise within him. Yi Yunfei, are you telling the truth? Is there really a fish in the performance, and in so many places? Upon hearing Sunyu's words, Yi Yunfei nodded seriously. Rest assured, I'm not lying. This place is definitely worth a fortune, and I've never been there or seen it before. Yi Yunfei's words began to stir curiosity in the hearts of the two. In fact, the place Yi Yunfei had discovered was similar to an underground hot spring emerging from the ground, and the water there was not only extremely clear. Additionally, there were numerous fish and shrimp within it. Most importantly, the water was not deep, and the pond was so vast. Therefore, catching fish there is extremely easy. Let's go. It's not very far from here, but we'll have to take a detour because of some emotions. What Yi Yunfei said didn't just fail to build tension between the two, it actually made them even more curious. So Yi Yunfei drove the car, taking the two with him, and drove for a while before getting out. After getting out, they walked awkwardly for 7 or 8 minutes before finally reaching a corner by the Rainbow River. The area was overgrown with thick weeds. Yi Yunfei walked ahead, holding a wooden stick in his hand, using it to clear away the weeds along the path. Since there were no people around here, therefore, there are no roads here either. It is precisely because of this that it has been preserved so well and has not been discovered by others. We're almost there. Get ready and stay ahead. Yi Yunfei spoke up. When he finally cleared away the last strand of weeds, Sunyu and Tianchi also saw the scene ahead. Before their eyes was a small hot spring. The hot spring was crystal clear, with tiny droplets of water floating on the surface, and bubbles continuously rising from below. Wow, Uncle Yi Yunfei, you were right. This is truly a hot spring. Tian looked extremely excited, immediately climbing up to the edge and staring wide-eyed with an innocent expression. Yi Yunfei couldn't believe you managed to find such a place. Sunyu also looked incredibly calm as he said those words. After all, he often played around the Rainbow River when he was a child. But he had never discovered that there was such a place here by the Rainbow River. I stumbled upon this hot spring by accident. Sweetie, look at all the little shrimp and fish in the hot spring. You can catch some and take them home to keep as pets. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sweetie excitedly nodded her head. Immediately afterward, she picked up her fishing net and began to randomly scoop around in the water. There were indeed many fish in this hot spring, but they were all quite small in size. Chapter 170, Big Fish. Big Fish. Just as Sweetie was fishing, Yi Yunfei noticed a dark shadow about 20 centimeters long darting past the nearby pond. Yi Yunfei, look over there. There's a huge fish. At that moment, Sunyu covered her mouth and exclaimed in astonishment with wide eyes. Yi Yunfei's eyes also sparkled with a gleam of light. He never expected to see such a large fish here. While this type of fish wasn't particularly valuable to Yi Yunfei, the sheer size of it piqued his interest.
This time, he Wang Ti just accompanying Sun Yu Tian to this place. If he could have some fun and catch a big fish, Yi Yunfei would also find it more enjoyable and rewarding. Sure, I'll catch it right now, Yi Yunfei said with a gleam in his eyes. Sun Yu heard Yi Yunfei's words and found them hard to believe. Yi Yunfei, this fish looks extremely fierce. Are you really able to catch it? Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Yi Yunfei smiled slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of confidence. Don't worry, I used to catch fish all the time when I was a kid. Although it's been years since I last caught fish myself. But the thrill of those earlier experiences still lingers. In truth, Yi Yunfei wasn't entirely confident in catching this fish, but he couldn't just let these few fish escape like that. Immediately, Yi Yunfei bent down and rolled up his pant legs a bit. Then he gently stepped into the water from the side. In his opinion, this big fish was definitely not going to get away. After all, this big fish was also in this pond, and the pond had no connection to any other water source. Therefore, catching this big fish is only a matter of time, but it is not in the shrimp pond. Is Uncle Yi Yunfei trying to catch that big fish? At that moment, Tian also asked him curiously, having spotted the big fish as well, and was equally astonished. He had only ever seen such a large fish at the market. Mom, do you think Uncle Yi Yunfei can really catch that big fish? Tian innocently lifted her head and asked Sun Yu seriously. Don't worry, your Uncle Yi Yunfei will definitely be able to catch this big fish easily. Sun Yu didn't know why he said such words at that moment, but his words reflected our confidence in Yi Yunfei. Mom, I believe in him too. Yi Yunfei will definitely catch this big fish. In that case, you can cook this big fish for us for lunch today. The sweet words she spoke couldn't help but make Sun Yu smile. It turned out that this was the reason why Sweetie believed Yi Yunfei could catch a big fish. We'll just watch and see what happens. After jumping into the water, Yi Yunfei swam toward the big fish, but the fish was also very aggressive. As soon as Yi Yunfei got close, it thrashed its tail and darted away to a distant location. In that case, even if he were in this pond, it would still be quite challenging to completely capture him. Yi Yunfei thought silently to himself. Come on, Yi Yunfei. Take your time and don't rush. At that moment, Sun Yu and Tianchi were also on the shore cheering Yi Yunfei on. After trying a few more times, Yi Yunfei felt a bit defeated inside. This big fish was simply too cunning. Trying to catch this big fish alone, without any tools, was indeed quite challenging. Even if you managed to catch this big fish in the end, it would likely take a significant amount of time and may not be worth the effort. After thinking it over, Yi Yunfei was lifted up, his head raised. Sun Yu and Tian, you two come down too. This pond is relatively safe, and the water isn't too deep. The three of us can work together to corner the fish and catch it. At that moment, Yi Yunfei also came up with an idea and shouted to Sun Yu and Tian on the shore. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's suggestion, the two of them also felt their hearts stir with excitement. Alright, Yi Yunfei, I'll come down right now to help you. Immediately afterward, the two of them followed Yi Yunfei's example, adjusted their pants, and then entered the water. Although the water was a bit cold. However, the two of them were extremely excited and happy when they got into the water. Immediately after, the three of them stood in separate corners and headed toward the large fish dumpling. This time, they were sure they could catch the big fish. At that moment, Sun Yu also whispered softly. This big fish is fighting fiercely, but by doing this, we have a great chance of catching it in one go. Yi Yunfei felt a surge of excitement in his heart once again. Meanwhile, the girl named Tianchi beside him looked extremely excited. The three of them charged toward the large fish, which had also sensed the danger, but at that moment, it seemed a bit disoriented. Mom, Uncle Yi Yunfei, look at that big fish. It doesn't know where to go and is just spinning around aimlessly. At that moment, Tianchi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sweetie, keep your voice down. Don't scare away that big fish. Sun Yu also gave Sweetie a gentle reminder at that moment. Soon, the three of them successfully cornered the large fish. At this point, it seemed like they were just a hair's breadth away from catching the big fish. At this moment, the distance between the big fish and them was just over 2 meters. Yi Yunfei, you can catch it now. Go for it. At that moment, Sun Yu also looked at Yi Yunfei and nodded. Immediately afterward, he extended both hands and plunged them into the water with great force, his speed incredibly swift. In that instant, the large fish seemed to sense something. It swished its tail and darted off to the side. Damn it, this big fish is really clever. Once again, Yi Yunfei failed to catch this big fish. However, he was surprised to discover that the fish was heading toward the direction of the sweet-smelling area. Sweetie, hurry up and catch that big fish. It's swimming straight toward you. Sun Yu also shouted loudly at this moment. Both of them were surprised to discover that the big fish had swum directly toward Tian's words. At that moment, Sweetie was also extremely nervous. Hey, I've got it. He spread his arms wide. Immediately, he wrapped his arms around the large fish, and a look of surprise and delight appeared on Sun Yu's face as well. Got it. Sun Yu's face was filled with surprise. Meanwhile, Tian was also feeling a bit nervous, holding onto the large fish. Chapter 171, Catching a Big Fish, A Bucket of Luck. Yi Yunfei also quickly made his way over to Sweetie's side. Tian, hurry up and give this big fish to Uncle. After all, Sweetie is still so young, and if this big fish keeps struggling, it might even escape. I never expected this big fish to jump right into Sweetie's arms on its own. It looks like we're in for a treat tonight. At that moment, Yi Yunfei also said this with a smile, and Sun Yu beside him looked equally delighted. Mom, tonight, you must make this big fish properly. At that moment, Tian also looked extremely excited, wide-eyed, and said this to Sun Yu. Upon hearing her words, Sun Yu nodded seriously. Don't worry, Sweetie's mom will definitely cook this big fish for you tonight. Half will be steamed, and half will be braised. After hearing the kind words, Sweetie looked even happier and danced around in place for a while. However, this fish was too big. When we first arrived here, we had only expected to catch some small fish. So we only brought a few small bags, and trying to fit this one big fish into them will probably be quite a challenge. At this point, Yi Yunfei spoke these words, and Sun Yu nodded in agreement. There was only one option left: look around nearby to see if there was anything that could hold this large fish. Sun Yu also voiced his suggestion, and Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement. Immediately afterward, Yi Yunfei took Tian and began searching the area. Tian, let's search the area together. Sun Yu, you go check over there. If you find anything that can fit into this big fish-shaped container, remember to call me. He said that. After all, there weren't many people around, and if they shouted quietly, they could hear each other. However, Yi Yunfei still felt a little worried. After all, very few people came to this place, so it was normal not to find anything. If they happen to find anything, it's just their luck. Now there's only one option left. Yi Yunfei shook his head and couldn't help but say. Tian followed him, and Yi Yunfei simply took her hand. Uncle, please walk a little slower. When Tiancher was on the road, she also said these words to Yi Yunfei. After hearing her words, Yi Yunfei nodded in agreement. Uncle Yi Yunfei, do you think we can really find something big enough to hold this fish? At that moment, Tiancher also spoke up, and upon hearing her words, Yi Yunfei smiled slightly. Immediately afterward, he reached out his hand and gently stroked Sweetie's head. Tian, we will definitely find something big enough to hold this fish. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Sweetie also nodded seriously. She hoped they could find something that would make it easier for them to take the heavy rain with them. Moreover, they had only just arrived at the Rainbow River and hadn't been there for very long. They still wanted to go further along the Rainbow River. If there was nothing to contain the large fish's words, the journey would be fraught with trouble. They couldn't possibly continue like this the entire way.